One day, chaos came to the world. Monsters attacked people and destroyed everything around, sowing panic and destruction. They appeared completely out of the blue and attacked everyone indiscriminately. The monsters far surpassed humans in size and strength. They had sharp fangs and tough skin. The creatures could show up anywhere and wreak havoc. Ordinary humans couldn't handle them. The helicopter blades parted the air noisily near Cheonwoo-dong. There was a new anomaly, and at first, people couldn't even figure out what it was. The cyclopean object did not attack humans, even if they were in close proximity. The rocky tower loomed above the city with a lone, sharp tusk. It soon revealed itself by activating a summoning circle, absorbing people right off the streets. Once inside, they said, "At first, we didn't know what was happening or why. It was as if the tower had drawn a lottery and called for random winners." For years, they disappeared into the depths and were severely tested, until 1 in 5 people on Earth had been in the tower as a hunter. The hunters who cleared the tower became the new hope of mankind. 12 years after its discovery, the monsters had gone nowhere. The streets of the city were still filled with ugly creatures, vile and bloodthirsty. But now they were easily countered and killed with a single blow. Hunters destroyed monsters with magic and other abilities. Their appearance attracted a storm of attention and loud applause. As if they were heroes, they became the ideal for people. Even ordinary hunters were known by name. Their forces forced governments to pass new laws. However, the hunters had created their own world, guilds and alliances outside of the state. The cameraman beaked, letting them know they were on air. There were 3 guests sitting in the studio, 2 men and a girl between them. The beautiful host welcomed the audience and started the show. The leaders of the top 3 guilds in Korea are in the studio today. Go Guild leader Han Kwano, a young man with a bold hairstyle. A model-like blue-eyed girl from the Iran Guild, Lisa Yun. The last to introduce himself was the unflappable, handsome man, Kim Soo-hyun, the leader of the Seoul Guild. The show was about an experienced player, a mysterious personality who would become popular online. The guild leaders were surprised to hear a familiar nickname. The skilled player had spawned many legends and urban stories about himself. Kwano laughed ruefully. Judging from what they say, the player is not dead and is living well. Pretty soon revealed the experienced player has been living in the tower for 12 years. When the tower was cleared, he did not leave like the others. When he went down to the first floor again, Kim Xi-hyun added all 3 of them thought he was the first hunter the tower had summoned. The whole time it's been in existence, it's been inhabited by a hunter who's been mopping it up time after time. One could only wonder how strong a man was that he had lived so long, 12 years. He walked the tower from the first floor to the 100th floor in one day. The player was stronger than any tower apprentice in all basic skills except magic. One day, the hunters ran away without looking back. They called for help, dropped their weapons, and were wounded. The group scattered away. But one man did not flee. The blast knocked back a few of the weaker hunters, but the guy in the tracksuit wasn't hurt. A large cloud of dust rose from the impact and enveloped the cave. The guy in the barefoot flip-flops, however, was moving forward at a leisurely pace. He walked forward in deep thoughtfulness as if he were strolling in a park. He looked up when he came across an obstacle in front of him, the final boss. Standing in his way was an ugly locked demon, a man of fire, looming over him. The demon played peekaboo, staring at him with cold red eyes. The guy smiled at the demon as if they were old acquaintances. "Seeds are there, if I find any," he asked. There was a lot of gossip online about the experienced player. Everyone wanted to determine his rank. Witnesses told different stories of how they crossed paths with him on their levels. Once on the 72nd floor, he had single-handedly defeated 3 huge werewolves. After meeting the player, people reported that he was inhumanly strong. They said he could jump from the 1st floor to the 10th floor. The guy in the tracksuit gave the demon the usual leg kick. The demon's head cracked against the floor of the cave, clanking its teeth. The demon roared angrily, unable to get up after receiving such a blow. "Spanker!" he shouted, hitting the final tower boss head to the ground. Laughing madly, the guy in the tracksuit asserted himself over the defeated enemy. He laughed like a madman, making me question who the bigger demon was. The boss of the last floor was decomposing in a magical glow like a normal dungeon monster. The crazy guy in the tracksuit sighed. It was over too quickly. Over the course of 12 years, the time to pass the training tower gradually decreased. All the towers were similar to each other, and their contents had not changed. Those who were trained became more and more numerous, and their knowledge accumulated, helping others avoid dangers. Humans tackled monsters they couldn't otherwise defeat. Information became the main weapon of the tower dungeons. Over time, the training turned into a sporting event where groups of hunters set new records. In many countries, sharing information had become the best strategy to help the weak survive, and to identify and recruit the strong. However, there was a limit to what humans could do. Even with the information advantage, people were dying like flies. Few survivors were able to reach the end of the tower. Hundreds of hunters fell despite all the efforts and help given. Even after reaching the last floor, they continued to take casualties. The 100th floor monster, the lord of the tower, the demon blazing fire, was blocking the way. The final test of the tower, the ugly evil demon Bela. This disaster has taken the lives of half the players, and the survivors will be plagued by nightmares. And so this fearsome monster was nullified by a single attack from striped flip-flops. The crazy guy in the tracksuit kicked the penalty with the demon's head. No black and white striped flip-flops were harmed. The surviving hunters couldn't believe their nightmare was killed in one blow. 1,349 sweep counted off the insanely strong guy melancholically. The light of the portal illuminated his face, different from everything. Sighing, he slammed into the direction of the purple portal, the exit from the tower. He closed his eyes and listened to the sensations. The familiar feeling of slight disorientation came and went. He opened his eyes and looked around. No change. Still the same damp dungeon. The neon banner of the first floor still bore the same dull welcome to those who entered. A new walkthrough had begun. There was a nervous laugh from a guy in gym shoes and flip-flops. He fell to his knees and despaired. Even a fun ride would get boring if he didn't and get off it. The entire tower shook with his profanity, the unwilling prisoner begging to be brought home. Letting off a little steam, the hunter lay down on the cold stone floor of the tower. He called up the status window, as he did every time after another sweep cycle. The familiar blue rectangle of the interface appeared before his eyes as a translucent cloud. 12 years ago, he and his friends had made it to Belo, the great loss among the first. Having defeated the demon, the four friends were jubilant, celebrating their victory. Victory! In their imminent return home, everyone thanked Kim Hun-woo for saving them and agreed to beat again, but the hunter modestly shrugged off the merits and promised to beat them once more. After the portal, however, he was disappointed to see the boring signboard of a bogus establishment again. The neon sign blinded his eyes. He was the only one back at the starting room. He received the curse of the Banshide and read his sentence in the blue window. As much as Hyeonu tried to understand why he was cursed and imprisoned, he never found any answers. So he began to sweep the tower on his own, starting from the very bottom. Slowly, he went crazy, trying everything he could. Hyeonu persistently passed for the tower dozens of times, each time carving a mark on the stone. He quickly increased his physical strength to the limit and could smash rocks with his bare hands. But the same boring neon sign haunted him at the damn tower entrance. Even after 5 years of trying everything possible, he couldn't escape. In his own way, he was even enjoying what was going on, playing tricks on the other hunters. Kim Han-woo gave them T-Mass. Playing the role of the starting NPC's mentor and dungeon guide, he acted as a tough military training instructor, pushing the rookies to sweat in their training. But it couldn't last long. Everyone he knew had left the tower after the sweep. After 1,000 passes, he stared at the status window again, dying of boredom, but this time something was different. Hyun-woo excitedly stood up. He read the inscription again. Curse broken, the status informed him. Hyun-woo grinned like a madman. Would he really be released after all these years? His joyous shriek shook every floor of the tower, from the first to the last. The hardcore inmate mustered all of his physical strength, even in flip-flops. The guy in sweatpants did his usual upward leap, this time with so much force that it smashed through a dozen floors in one fell swoop. The lone guy in flip-flops was finally heading home. The host of the show asked the guild leaders if the 18th group of hunters that entered the tower could break the mop-up record. Groups varied greatly in composition, number, and cohesion, and it's hard to predict their capabilities in advance. Beauty Lee Sovyan replied, "It's also important to understand which techniques are more effective given everyone's abilities." Kim Sher-hoon added with a nonchalant face. Kwon Seo clarified that the biggest obstacles occur after passing the middle of the tower. Starting on the 51st floor, a high-level boss, much stronger than the other mobs, appeared every 10 floors. The level 60 boss became anxious when he sensed something wrong. A strong earthquake started at his level, as if a volcanic eruption was imminent. The ground split open, revealing a mad hunter in a hurry to get home. His eyes burned with fire at how many years this tower had kept him locked up. In one jump, he went through 10 levels like a rocket. On the 90th floor, Kunwa's rocket didn't slow down, but instead continued to gain speed. Level after level turned the blazing ruins by just one player. Explosions comparable to bombs rocked the tower, and rocks turned to dust. Until the insanely strong prisoner reached the last floor, the dumb ugly git stared at the hunter one last time. Down with this boring game where there are no updates, and the quit button doesn't work. Baling zeroed in on a second from a single light kick under the breath. The ascent took a record few minutes and nearly destroyed the tower. Jong Odong Kondon District Tower Access Control Center observed her activity at the foot of the tower. A flash of purple color confused the office staff, and they stared out the window. The gate of the tower opened. A purple portal failure appeared. A guy in a tracksuit and barefoot flip-flops walked out onto the lawn in front of the tower. Kim Hyun-woo looked at the city in front of him, laughing madly. The guy was greeted by a slightly overweight surveillance office employee who congratulated him on his passage. Good work, he praised the hunter, but he was still recovering from his long time out. Finally, turning around sharply, the odd-looking kid looked at the official. Hyun-woo asked him sharply in a trembling voice if he had definitely left the tower. The young man's face brightened with joy. He wanted to hear it from the outside, to know for sure he wasn't dreaming. He's home. Home. Thunderous exclamation. Kim Hyun-woo is finally back. His name was missing from the list of the newly completed 18th group. The observer had to flip through the tower's extensive registry of trainees. The first group, the association's supervisor muttered, "Impossible." An experienced player, Kim Hyun-woo, a hunter from the very first training group of the tower, had finally emerged after 12 long years. A week later, crowds gathered outside the testing center. People rushed to see the newcomers of the 18th group, as well as the already world-famous stars among them. Considering that this group had broken the world record by lasting over 2 full weeks in the tower, the excitement was more than justified. Yet another piece of news could not be ignored. That same hunter had appeared again today. In the well-furnished VIP lounge, graceful footsteps echoed against the wooden floor. A cute young girl entered slightly late to be her friends. The 3 already waiting were representatives of the top hunter guilds. They had come to verify the rumor of a legendary hunter's return. And now they gathered once more. They will easily recognize their friend. For in the tower, there is no cold, no sleep, and people don't age. Their friend hasn't changed a bit since then. Ome was anticipating the meeting, excited about how strong his former comrade could become. Many newcomers were gathered in the hall wearing protective gear and waiting for the test to begin. Kim Hyun-woo chewed on a packet of chips. Over the years, he had longed for the taste of them. The appetizer quickly ran out, and he sighed disappointedly. He yawned sleepily, which surprised the entire group of newbie hunters. Hyun-woo noticed that the hunters were wearing strange equipment. The gear was distributed early in the morning, but the freed hunters skipped everything, wanting to sleep longer. After 12 years without sleep, the start signal sounded. Everyone was serious, as if a difficult test was ahead. The gate opened, blinding the newcomer hunters inside with a bright light. Hyun-woo squirmed, not knowing what to expect from the test. He was clearly bored. They came to the labyrinth, a huge building the size of a hangar standing in front of them. Newcomers were greeted by a man in a black mob boss suit. Aranka Hunter David. He wore a black suit, black drop glasses for coolness. He was bursting with importance, as if he were a secret agent on an important mission. He began a pathos-laden opening speech, and the crowded yells of newcomers listened attentively. The hunters were nervous, despite having just cleared the tower. Maybe David's suit had impressed them, or maybe it was the knowledge that cameras were watching them. David seemed pleased with the impression he'd made on the newcomers. But there's nothing to worry about, the examiner informed me in a patronizing tone. All but one person listened to his instructions. Kim Hyun-woo was openly yawning. He was already drowsy after David's first words, thinking only about getting it over with. David continued to act important. He pulled out his phone and announced the start of the first test. A terrible scraping sound filled the air, unpleasantly painful to the ears, like the creaking of stone on metal. There are many challenges ahead of them in the maze, the examiner added over the scrambling noise. As if by magic, the heavy megalith rose into the air. They moved quickly with a rumbling and scraping sound, as if they were in a race. The monoliths formed complex three-dimensional structures, intricately shaped. High walls grew in front of the test subjects. David continued to browbeat the young and inexperienced, warning them of the traps and dangers of the maze. Boys and girls stood at arm's length, hoping to show what they could do. Their eyes burned with determination. And now he was raring to fight as if for the first time. The adrenaline in their blood made them clutch their weapons tighter, grit their teeth, the signal to attack, and they moved forward as a group. David escorted the fleeing men with a glance. This group seemed disciplined and prepared. He smiled, remembering his youth. Should we expect good results from the newcomers this time, too? David rejoiced at the good start, but one hunter had yet to enter the maze. He called out to David from the back, tearing him from his musings. "You just have to get out of the maze," the guy in the suit said. David pulled back his drops to look at the weirdo. Who is this guy? He asked himself, noticing that he was in no hurry at all to get anywhere. With no gear, just a tracksuit and flip-flops, he didn't look like a normal rookie. This guy can really pass the test, wondered the examiner. The shaggy-haired weirdo stepped closer and stared at him smugly. Cody waited for an answer. Neither the test itself nor his grade mattered. He didn't care. "Is this a joke?" frowned the examiner. This rookie was allowing himself too much. In addition, the newcomer only smirked back and advised David to watch the other students. David flared up. After all, he was an A-rank hunter, and some chick was treating him with no respect. Kim Han-woo seemed to be counting on it and offered a bet. "I'll complete the maze in 20 seconds," he said, betting 1,000,000 won to the winner. The newcomer was talking outright nonsense, which pissed David off even more. Did he chicken out? The odd hunter prodded David. 10 million, David gritted through his teeth. He decided to up the ante. Barely hearing the amount, an overjoyed Hyeon-woo rushed toward the labyrinth. What kind of crazy person? Thought David. Hyeon-woo's hand touched the wall of the maze. In ordinary stone, the tower was made up of the same. In his thoughts, Hyun-woo counted the money. The fees of hunters in the service of the state were impressive. Tens of millions of won. Easy money in his pocket. Hyun-woo swung his fist from a low stance like karate do. The main thing about the punch was the fulcrum. He was properly grounded and unleashed his power. His foot sank deeper into the concrete base. David took off his glasses, not realizing what the strange newcomer was up to. The audience stared at the screen, puzzled by what the skilled player was doing. Even his friends couldn't tell what was going on and watched intently. Hyun-woo concentrated, inhaling deeply to gather strength. His hand was covered in a blinding blue glow. He unleashed all of his absurd power in one blow, and with a bright flash, the shockwave rippled through the labyrinth as if it were made of cardboard. Hyun-woo walked through the dense cloud of dust, following the beaten path. Standing proudly in the middle of the piles of rocks on the other side of the maze, he announced that he had passed the test. He just won a bet. He offered himself easy money. There was a commotion in the audience room. The audience was in shock. Kwano was satisfied. Their friend was still a stubborn guy. Hyeonu could only think about the 10 million won he had just won. It suddenly dawned on him he wasn't in the tower anymore, where everything would fix itself. He just hoped they wouldn't make him pay for the damages. 24 hours before the test in Hunter's newsroom, work was simmering. The next issue of the magazine was special because of the contributor. Rumors of an experienced player could fuel magazine sales this month. It wasn't easy to find anything about the player, however, as editors were also looking for other promising rookies. One such rookie was just on the list. The reporters knew him well, having followed the hunters closely. A beginner strong in traditional martial arts, characterized by good physical fitness, this newbie hunter could outshine even an experienced player. They should have prepared themselves. Lee Kang-han read the caption under the photo of the tough guy. The hunter clutched his sword tightly and prepared for battle. He always dreamed of becoming a star, finding fame and recognition. He had the skills, intelligence, and luck to accomplish that goal. Where others fled, he stayed to face the enemy, holding his katana firmly in front of him. And so he always went into battle without fear, without a shadow of a doubt. No matter what creepy monsters came his way, he never backed down. Not afraid of death, he looked it in the eye and struck with all his might. That's how Lee Kang-han became the best hunter of the 18th group. A good debut was a step toward his success. He could count on it. That's what he thought, until he saw the 100th floor boss die from a single kick. With a single kick of his foot, the fearsome tower demon's head was blown clean off. Someone had despised Lee Kang-han's efforts to climb. He remembered the face of the madman with the burning eyes, a one who snatched victory from his hands. That bastard blew through a hurricane without even sparing them a glance. An unknown, crazed lunatic had cleared the tower instead of the entire team. With joyous laughter, he threw himself into the portal and was gone. After everything, that crazy person took all the glory that Lee Kang-han should have gotten. They met again at the hunter's exam. Just now he was shining, passing the test, and here he was interrupted by some unknown force. The destroyed maze was no longer suitable for the exam. A fuss was made, and journalists and other observers rushed to find out what had happened. No one was filming Hyun-woo at this moment because he had fallen behind a main group, which was led by Lee Kang-han, who'd pay attention to a shaggy guy in slippers. On the screens in the journalist's studio, Hyun-woo's face appeared. A star was born. Kang-han gritted his teeth. The second time his well-deserved glory was taken away from him. Hyun-woo had just slept while he had the chance. No one had realized yet that he was the cause of all the commotion. In the waiting room, they talked about what happened. Lee Kang-han kept his eyes on his dangerous opponent. He hadn't given up hope for a rematch and hoped to bounce back. They were notified over the loudspeakers. A new test should begin in 15 minutes. The noise stirred Hyun-woo from his peaceful sleep, making him open his eyes and stop dozing. For Lee Kang-han, however, it was a ray of hope. He had to give it his all. Ahead of him, a creature in the form of an orc appeared, signaling the beginning of the trial known as the Stream of Monsters. Kang-han drew his sword, glowing with a purple aura, and readied himself for battle. He charged forward with his strongest technique, holding nothing back. The blade was enveloped in lightning magic, sparks dancing at its tip. A powerful spell rained down upon the wave of illusionary targets, leaving the spectators in awe. Using magic immediately after clearing the tower was an extremely rare feat. Masters of the top guilds witnessed the rise of a true genius. Lee Kang-han was elated. This was his moment of glory, the time to prove himself. He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes infused with magic, defeating 78 targets in a single run. Not bad for one man alone, he was as effective as an entire team. That feeling, he thought, this is the reward I deserve. The best result, and all the glory now belonged to him. The observers awarded him exceptionally high marks as well. He truly looked like a leadership candidate. Perhaps he would have been noticed sooner if not for the oddly dressed guy in sweatpants. Han-woo, though a bit bored, still stepped in to take the test. Lee Kang-han was cautious, wondering, what will this unusual person show this time? For journalists, stories like this were prime material. They closely observed the clash between the genius and the seasoned gambler. Han-woo's friends also watched intently, eager to see how his fighting style had changed and what new things he would reveal. The test chamber lit up with holographic light. A timer appeared, counting down the 2 minutes allotted for the trial. The holograms of the opponents materialized. Ordinary orcs, nothing special. Han-woo stood calmly in the center, hands casually tucked in his pockets. The audience stared tensely at the screens, unable to look away. Even the friends of the so-called experienced gambler froze in silence. The orc projections breathed heavily, closing in around him as the countdown ticked away. What a nuisance, the hermit muttered. I'd rather be at home, sleeping than eating, than sleeping again. The digital targets rushed at the indifferent young man. With a light push of his flip-flop-clad foot, he left a faint mark on the arena floor. Han-woo reached the first target. There was a flash of light, and the orc projection instantly vanished. The journalist could barely keep up with his speed and now relied entirely on their cameras to record it. The virtual orcs surged forward in waves. Yet, at the very next moment, they too were erased one after another, disappearing as if in the blink of an eye. Han-woo kept moving, appearing and vanishing like a streak of lightning. To the outside observers, all they saw were holograms dissolving in place, while a shadowy blur flickered between them. At first, many suspected it was some kind of magic. But Kwanun, with his sharp eyesight, witnessed the truth. Han-woo was moving so fast that even seasoned hunters could hardly follow. In slow-motion replay, it became clear. Hyeonu simply strode toward each target, as though taking a walk in the forest, striking cleanly and effortlessly, all without even taking his hands out of his pockets. He repeated the move again and again, as if simply pressing the attack button on a joystick. His speed was so overwhelming that it looked as though the targets were vanishing on their own. What did he do inside the tower to become this fast? His friends wondered. Sometimes, Han-woo accomplished feats that others only imagined, and that was how he became such an experienced player. He stood proudly in the virtual arena as the system displayed his achievement, 248 targets defeated. And they call this a test? Child's play, Han-woo thought. The broadcast video instantly racked up millions of views, spreading across the web like wildfire. Thousands of viewers replayed it frame by frame, unable to believe their eyes. Online discussions showed no signs of quieting down. Everyone was asking the same question. What kind of skill did this player use? Meanwhile, Lee Kang-han trembled with rage. Every sight was focused solely on Han-woo. Once again, all of his own efforts had been overshadowed. He gripped his phone so tightly that it shattered without him realizing it. To fail on test day in front of everyone, it was something Lee Kang-han refused to accept. The waiting room door shook violently under the force of his blows. Out of anger, he fought back against the concrete wall with his bare fists. From morning till night, he worked like a cursed man, putting himself at mortal risk, increasing his rank, all for the sake of glory. Is it fair that crazy bastard, skilled gambler, just took it all and ruined it? Lee Kang-han howled. A clipboard with a long list of names was placed in front of Han-woo. After the test, he was taken to a private room by a pleasant young woman. She gave him a list of guilds willing to recruit him. Alice, she introduced herself as the associate, the nation's head of information. Han-woo was surprised to take the business card. He was used to these things after 12 years. The manager told him about how the world had changed. There were dungeons, mazes, monsters. Alice was rambling on about guilds and monster rewards, but Han-woo was thinking about eating. He listened inattentively. The manager, noticing his distraction, asked him what he was puzzled about. Han-woo was pulled from his thoughts of the delicious food he hadn't eaten in 12 years. He felt uneasy about such matters being discussed with him personally. It didn't seem like the work of an association, he remarked. The Slee Fox admitted that she was here on a personal matter. She longed for a face-to-face meeting and laid the Aries Guild contract in front of him. Han-woo started to look at the terms of the contract, but Alice turned his gaze to the payment section. Han-woo was confused, counting the zeros of the one-time payment to the hunter who signed this contract. Alice smiled contentedly with that amount of money. Success was guaranteed. A 10 billion contract for one stroke of the pen. And at the end of the page, Alice pronounced the amount again, anticipating a good commission. Hyeonu couldn't be fooled like that. It had been too long since he'd been home. In 10 years, the country could have been crushed by an economic crisis. Figures. Zeros are silent. They don't say anything. Maybe the country was hit by the economic crisis and now everyone gets this much. Prices did change because of the monsters, but there was no crisis. The market grew. Alice showed him a 10-year comparison of real estate market prices. More than convincing, quadrupling in size in 12 years. Hyeonwoo's jaw dropped. Even if the real estate was expensive, he would easily buy it because he was entitled to $10 billion for the contract. Alice caressed his ears. Moreover, upon completion of the contract, you can conclude it with Nova doubling the payout. She purred. 10 times 2, 20. Hyeonwoo counted. Of course, the contract implies obligations as well. Part of mining the dungeons in the labyrinth, the girl added. But he'll get a bigger share, smiled the fox. She almost got the cheese. Yet, Hyeonwoo did not hold back suspicion. The association's information department does not offer contracts. Cat eyes gleamed. She came as a guild recruiter, Alice said. In order to protect the interests of hunters, they are prohibited from signing contracts before they leave the dormitory. The girl rubbed her hands together contentedly, feeling the fish biting. The contract could be postponed, she said in a low voice. But Hyeonwoo had made up his mind. He wasn't going to join the guild from the beginning and easily discarded the contract. He didn't want to join the guild, so he refused her offer. Alice staggered and took it all as a joke at first, but Hyeonwoo stood his ground. This completely confused the manager, and she didn't know how to respond. The self-assured hunter reiterated his desire to remain a loner. The world works on the principle of give and take, he thought when he got back to the hostel. For $10 billion, he'd be asked to do a bunch of unwanted chores and drown in a mountain of empty packets of chips that had piled up under the bed. No such chips in the towers. Hyeonwoo wanted a quiet, unhurried life. No need for unnecessary hassle. He'd only do what he wanted to do when he wanted to do it. Do Hyeonwoo's words mean that he doesn't want to be a hunter? Alice asked him. But a hunter can also be a loner, the experienced player replied to the girl. She looked at him doubtfully. Being a loner was for experienced hunters. A novice could do little in a maze without a team. To this, Hyeonwoo could only grin. He could definitely do it. But the player said afterward, in reality, it's not as simple as he thinks, Alice replied. The manager asked him to call the number on the business card if Hyeonwoo changed his mind, but the hunter just brushed it off. The player lay dejected. He had wasted a lot of time. Had he learned of the free hunter sooner, he would have gone home to bed. Now, he was so angry that he couldn't sleep properly. Hyeonwoo picked up the list of invitations from the other guilds. It was a thick stack, but a wasted effort, he thought. 3 names seemed familiar to him, as if from a past life. They met 2 days later at a top Japanese restaurant. As Hyeonwoo ate, he couldn't get used to what he saw. He wasn't eating lunch by himself, and he couldn't get used to the sight in front of him. He looked at the vaguely familiar faces and hardly recognized them. Hyeonwoo stared at them, oblivious to politeness. He had left his social skills in the tower. Kwano was the same age as Hyeonwoo, but now he looked like a grown-up uncle, though just as cheerful. The crying high school senior Ken had become an unflappable, handsome man like a pop idol. Little Yun, who had gone to middle school, had become even cuter. Hyeonwoo poked his finger like a gimmick. It's Kim Xi-hyun, the hermit said. The one up to level 50 was always crying, Hyeonwoo recalled. On the 14th floor, Seo-yeon saw a spirit, Hyeonwoo said. But the girl interrupted him, he added. After confirming their identities with shared memories, Hyeonwoo returned to the delicious sushi. He had lived without it for 12 years, he remarked. But what about that incident on the 70th floor? Shake objected. Had Hyeonwoo forgotten how they caught the merman? Hunter kept whining that he wanted sushi. One day, they came across a tribe of fish people. Taking a knife from Kwon Seo, Hyeonwoo cut off the tail of the merman and made a salty slicing from it. Even then, the friends realized that Hyeonwoo would become a legend. They later learned that he was living quite a good life. Hyeonwoo got worried and asked again, what other legends? He is famous at Seo-yeon. Even on TV, they showed your weirdness, she confirmed. Shu-hun, a shadow of anxiety slid across Hyeonwoo's face at these thoughts. He came to dread his concept, games being shown on TV. Because he had no idea at all which ones were which, there were a lot of them. Silly and ridiculous oddities. A naked sweep game where he pretended to be a crazy exhibitionist. Cullum's game, which he implemented from scratch, inflicting terror on all surrounding players. However, the most popular was the part where he killed bosses while dancing and the part where he jumped from the 1st floor to the 10th floor. Hyeonwoo sighed in relief. The world didn't remember all the craziness he had done, and he easily confessed what he had done. He danced like a limp disco dancer, deaf in both ears. Even the monsters were stumped by his crazy antics. His friends listened intently to the story from the tower where he had wandered for so long. Hyeonu paused at the delicious sushi, weighing his words. It was a flavor he'd missed for so many years that he'd almost forgotten it. He just tried stuff, he told his friends. He had a rough time in the tower, but it was all behind him now. He punched the 10th floor ceiling out of boredom by simply jumping up. Even during the test, it was obvious that Hyeonu was a monster. And after this story, Kwano was more convinced. Gritting his teeth, the unwilling hermit remembered everything he had been through. This was how he became stronger. One of his followers had left the tower earlier. Hyeonu suddenly remembered. For a while, he lived between the 50th and 60th floors. There was one guy who had fallen behind the others, wounded, weak, easy prey. Hyeonu put on a show. At first, he was even mistaken for a monster. Does he want to survive? The mad hermit asked the wounded lad. He became his mentor and promised to guide him in everything. Then, Hyeonu went crazy and created a martial art. He took a student to develop it, inspired by the plot of One Mana, where the main character was imprisoned and the truth revealed to him, helping him escape. Hyeonu thought he should try the same thing. Madness being his middle name led him to have his student balance with bowls of water and fight in stances. He gave the student unsupportable weights as training equipment. He rebuked him when the student couldn't hit rocks with his bare hands and talked nonsense about chakras like a true martial artist. However, all he really did was catch his disciple when he escaped from the unbearable hardships for which Hyeonu repented. Then he overreacted. The mad hermit was glad he wore the mask back then. He certainly wouldn't want to meet his apprentice in this life. He came back to reality and asked his friends what had been going on in the world all these long years. They were just talking about this and that like good old friends. Late that night, he returned to the dormitory tired of sitting around and weaned on socializing. Lying on the bed, he called up the status window to check on himself again. Age reset to 0. Gone were the limits to the growth of abilities he'd pumped to the max in the tower. The item about the broken curse was still hovering at the bottom of the screen. A knock on the door interrupted his study. Hyeonu turned around to the door. An elderly dormitory guard came to him and told him that someone wanted to meet with Hyeonu. The guard said someone from the Aries Guild wanted to see him. Hyeonu immediately brushed it off, but the guard said he had already promised to call him. The frightened elderly man asked, understanding his reluctance not to refuse. The player decided to deal with it right away since Aries would keep pestering him anyway. He agreed and went to the first floor of the dormitory. The first floor had a well-furnished reception room. 2 gangsters, from the look of it, showed up to negotiate with him. One mustachioed, the other bald. Hunter immediately informed them that he wasn't going to join the guild as he had previously. Yusegi held up his business card to Hyeonu and introduced himself like an important person. Have the young hunter thought of everything? Asked the mustachioed goon. Afterward, the brash gangster spoke. If Hyeonu doesn't join their guild, there will be consequences. He hinted that a rookie hunter wouldn't be able to develop properly. Someone else in Hyeonu's shoes would definitely tense up hearing that, but not a crazy player. Kang Ben added, openly blackmailing Hyeonu. You will experience similar hardships if you join the guild. Hyeonu quickly realized what the mustachioed man with the gangster's behavior was referring to. Don't threaten South Central, the mad hunter said. The bald Bujunin behind him was already ripping into the guy, but Ben's cockroach-like mustache stopped him. Realizing the man's final decision, the thug tried to shield himself by invoking the entire Aries Guild. A bunch that can only rely on numbers to intimidate others, Hyeonu replied calmly. He already knew plenty about their guild. Over dinner, his friends had told him that you need a ticket to enter dungeons. It's as if these dangerous places have been turned into amusement parks, he remarked. Shuken explained that the Aries Guild had taken control of more than half of the beginner dungeons in the country. They're throwing money around, buying up all the good training spots, Shuken added. Little Xiuyan mentioned that some newcomers were forced to buy expensive tickets from Aries and then join them, surrendering most of their earnings. His friends also warned that arguments often escalated beyond words, turning into direct confrontations. Aries members are everywhere. You better watch your words, the mustached man said smugly. Right then, the table was flung aside like a feather. One of the thugs had tossed it effortlessly with one hand. The bald man even hurled the table into the wall, shattering it to pieces. It was clear to everyone that his basic physical ability ranked at a level, but he still hadn't reached Sidama. Do you think you can beat him? Asked the mustached man. Hyeonu only smirked in reply. Hyeonu sighed, annoyed at having to deal with people like this. His indifferent attitude only fueled their anger. Here it comes, said the eccentric hunter, pulling out an unusual weapon, a slipper. Punching with fists is messy, so he prefers using a slipper, Hyeonu casually explained, leaving the gangsters stunned. The bald man ground his teeth. No rookie has ever acted this way in front of me. I'm a rank a hunter. He really doesn't know fear, he muttered before striking first. With a furious cry and a fierce expression, he charged and swung at his opponent, wielding the so-called slipper of fate. Han Wu, however, didn't strike with full force. He carefully controlled his strength, not wishing to cause real harm. Still, the blow was enough to send the bald man reeling, collapsing instantly as his body slammed against the wall with a loud crash. The bystanders froze in shock. Even the mustached man was left speechless, far too late to think of escape. The scene itself became the clearest reminder. Sometimes even a slipper could serve as the strongest argument in any negotiation. Had just been nullified. Just let him yell something, said Han Wu, holding the remains of the slipper in his hands. Of course, Con Ben had seen that very video of the practice test. Who hasn't seen it? It made a lot of noise. Of course, he was aware that Han Wu was stronger than he looked at first glance, but he was still a small fry for the guild. Even though he was a rookie now, thinking he was the strongest, what would happen if he saw real power? The mustachioed man pondered. The power and influence gathered by the Aries guild would bring a newcomer to his knees. The muscles of an ancient god, a Hercules in the flesh. The bald man, overwhelmed by his mere appearance, was supposed to be the embodiment of that power. At least, that's how it was meant to be, the mustachioed bandit thought. It always had been, but not this time. So where the hell did things go wrong? The mustachioed man wondered. It's impossible to do that without magic, the gangster told himself. And the most horrifying part was that the kid had a second slipper as well. Han Wu inexorably approached the bandit-like inevitability itself. He cramped the mustachioed man until he unknowingly pressed himself into the wall. A terrifying slipper was approaching. Even half of this slipper was enough to break a person's backbone. The words stuck in his throat, his former importance evaporating without a trace. What he hates most is being threatened, Han Wu said. Clench your teeth tighter, and the mad hunter smirked and shoved a slipper right in the mustachioed blackmailer's face. The starry sky sparkled with a scattering of lights over the night city, a result of the destruction. Hyeonu stopped by Shinken. The latter reprimanded him for the violent rampages and destruction. Doesn't know the measure at all. The people of Aries very cruel, reprimanded Shinken, a homeless friend. And what's cruel about them? The hunter was surprised as he ate the delicious strawberries. No one touches the Aries guild because they are terribly vengeful, Shinken warned. Han Wu wondered. Might not let you join another guild, the loyal comrade continued. Or grabbed quietly in the labyrinth. And that's what Shinken did. You might be putting yourself in danger, his friend warned. There are no witnesses inside the maze. The world has only grown harsher, Han Wu replied casually, munching on a strawberry. No, it's you who has grown harsher, Shuken countered. Shuken suggested that Han Wu could either join his guild or continue living freely as before, but Han Wu only smiled faintly, saying that freedom would have to wait for now. What happened this time? Shuken asked his wandering friend. There's something I need to do, the eccentric hermit answered, then added, Have you ever heard of Adoran's research center? For years, Han Wu had been tormented by one question. Why was he the only one who couldn't leave the tower? Doubts and resentment had piled up, driving him to search for answers. Who created the tower? Why was I trapped there for 12 years? He longed to uncover their secrets and find the creators. So why are you interested in Adoran's dungeon? Shen asked. Han Wu simply replied, Tell me everything you know about that place. The Adoran Research Center is located in a remote, hard-to-pronounce region. It's classified as a C-rank dungeon, and rumors say it's an excellent spot for beginners to train. The monsters inside aren't any smarter than the ones in the tower. But why do you even want to enter that dungeon? Sheenan asked Yun Wu. Yun Wu dodged the question, simply saying he had business there. Shinken warned him, You probably won't be able to get in, which left Han Wu rather surprised. That dungeon is under the control of the Aries Guild. Adoran is one of the places they've claimed, his friend explained. Han Wu grew upset. What right do they have to monopolize it? Doesn't the government step in? Aren't there laws against this kind of thing? Ben Ken calmly replied, The government has no authority over the hunter's world. They operate outside of state control. What happens inside a dungeon is usually written off as an accident, since it's far too dangerous to investigate. This is outrageous, Han Wu muttered. For the government, Aries is just a fast-growing company that pays its taxes. They won't interfere with the hunter's affairs. Because of that, Ben Ken continued. What about sneaking in? Han Wu asked. Shinken shook his head slightly. The entrance is always guarded by Aries. They're not keeping watch. Then I'll find another way in, Han Wu reported back. He was clearly preparing something reckless. Always cautious, Shinken grew suspicious. You're not planning to break through the passage, are you? The eccentric hermit reassured him. Shinken warned, Doing that will definitely make you an enemy of the entire guild. For a brief moment, Han Wu hesitated, but then he realized he had already been treated as an outsider, so it no longer mattered. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Aries Guild, a meeting was underway. The main discussion focused on another guild that had unexpectedly interfered with Aries operations in China. How long will this delay our plans? The director asked. China will be delayed about 5 months. Russia and Japan are next on the development schedule, reported director Hyeonu Kim. He showed little concern for the time involved, instead reminding his subordinates, what matters is finishing faster than the others. Director Sung Woo added firmly, we don't need to be the fastest, but we must never be the slowest. The meeting concluded. Satisfied with the report, the director immediately turned his attention to the next case at hand. He was given Kim Hyun-woo's skill chart, which the director had asked about earlier. Based on the video from the Learning Zone, they created a spreadsheet using analytics technology. They gathered various materials, including a video of the second ORT wave test. A lot of experts started analyzing it and doing the math. Physical data, agility, and physical strength were at the highest level. Magic, however, was absent. This department made a mistake. Aries, the guild leader, hesitated at the results. Superintendent Yoo Byung-wook said he also doubted the results of the analysis, but the error could be within 1 rank, he added. So it's true. Hyukong-woo agreed, clutching the report sheets. Is he hired? The young guild leader asked with interest. The superintendent started to justify himself, but the head only waved him away. Unexpectedly, the director remarked, it's for the best that we haven't hired Kim Hyun-woo. The superintendent feigned surprise, but the director knew his subordinate understood. If the guild hired this hunter, his business would skyrocket. A newbie would do well in dungeons and develop quickly. And that could be a threat to Huk Seong-woo in the guild director's position already. It's like a poisoned apple. Looks appetizing, but you choke on it if you take a bite. If they accept him, the guild will collapse from within, the slippery man pondered. Chief Yoo Byung left the principal's room and was immediately called out for breaking news. What's up? He asked his subordinate, who was out of breath and had some bad news. Trouble happened in the Adaran dungeon, the subordinate replied. Yubin heard the unexpected news. The weather was sunny on Chongbongan Mountain, and nothing was looking up on this gentle weather day. At the entrance to the checkpoint, a lone girl tried to get a pass to the dungeon but was denied. A red-haired girl with a bow behind her back was making a pitiful face trying to get a pass. The proud watchman taunted her by offering a deadly maze for hunting. No skills or money, the guard continued to sneer. Regardless of her earnest pleas, he leaned toward the girl. His eyes flashed with concern, and he immediately revealed his rotten nature, the kind of position that would be hired for. The jerk shamelessly flirted with the girl in a desperate position and leaned right up to her face. He promised to let her inside if she gave him her personal number. She was quite taken aback by such an offer. They were interrupted by another strange guest dressed in a tracksuit and barefoot in flip-flops. Uncle, there is no toilet. Go to the forest to do your business there. The man disparagingly sent Hen Wu away like a pestering idiot. But I don't need to go to the bathroom. I need to go to the dungeon. Yun Wu pretended to be a simpleton. This place isn't for playing, raged the dumb monkey. There's a dungeon with monsters. He pointed at the ignorant man in front of him. Hyun Wu was not embarrassed in the slightest. He continued walking. I came here to do my own thing, he replied. Or is the monkey so dumb he hasn't realized it yet? He asked the guard. Not only was the guard stunned, but so was the poor girl next to him. He looks like a simpleton talking nonsense and has clearly confused all sides of the border. That won't do, said Hin Wu, reaching for his flip-flop. The astrologers foreshadowed a quick lesson in politeness. The slipper rose upward with significance, as if pointing out people's mistakes and excessive pride. Both guards, the lusty one and his buddy, fell out. What to do with Saichos was something they hadn't been taught. Come closer, Banders, Han Wu beckoned, waving his flip-flop and grinning expectantly. He's really sick, you know, the big guy started, but didn't finish. His rant was cut short by an exhalation. Taka emitted a supernova, writing out an extraordinary lesson in good manners. The first student went for the knockout. He flew so fast past the second guard that he didn't even realize anything. Only his feet flashed. He looked at the friend in the cloud of dust, then at Han Wu, at the friend, and Han Wu again, and forgot all the words. The friend lay down to rest, proving once again that hunters are tougher than regular people. An ominous shadow grew behind his back. I wanted to unsubscribe from the courtesy lessons, but it was too late. The guard began to pray, and voluntarily. And Han Wu lamented that he had not calculated his strength. Hey, you! He turned to the second guard, who had decided to pretend to be a pole in the hope that it would pass. I need your clothes, Han Wu informed him flatly. Do you want to rest too? Asked Han Wu, making a scary face worthy of a Belloc demon. Not bad, said Han Wu, trying on the new clothes. The clean leather boots shone. A very rare shoe, worth 5 million, mesmerized to lightness, cried the money of the careless poor man. I have a conscience after all, said Han Wu, looking at the poor watchman's bare feet. He generously gave him his flip-flops of doom. Just like that, just off the bartender's shoulder, the guard fell into a solid sludge of dejection as Han Wu left. The girl decided to go as well. When did life take a wrong turn? Wondered the hapless watchman. While his friend was peacefully snoozing in the stroller, The Seoul Guild headquarters was in an uproar when Seo-yun found out that Han-woo had just been released to a Dorn's lab for no reason. They didn't let him go, but he left. Shinkin justified himself to his grumpy friend, but she had once been a cute little girl. He expected to have a cup of coffee in peace, but the girl nagged him with her angelic voice. She was worried about the crazy hermit, as if he was her boyfriend. Shinkin noticed, but the girl dismissed his barbs. What could he do when their antisocial hermit friend prefers to act alone? She realized the absurdity of the position of having to look after a savage. Still, the situation was not easy. Now Hyun-woo is feuding with an entire guild. Not the last one in the rankings, but very violent. But what is, said Shinkin, clutching his cup of coffee. He himself was not thrilled. In the past, Hyun-woo had always had a calm temperament and acted with poise. He was a rock to lean on, but it wasn't always like that. Sometimes life backed him into a corner. They always looked at his broad back, for he took care of them like a true leader. However, everything was changing. The calm, confident Hyun-woo would disappear as soon as his enemy got his way. Then the madman in him awakened and all of his bad temper showed itself on his enemies. The friends sighed heavily. In 12 years, Han-woo's character had become even tougher, so they understood why he was like this. But should we worry about someone who vaporizes rocks with his bare hands? The friends reasoned while Han-woo strolled around the lab. Rather, they should worry about his enemies. Hyun-woo walked through the dark, empty quarters completely unconcerned. The friends reassured themselves because there was little they could do. His feet moved easily and freely in shoes polished to a shine, especially pleasant since he usually wore flip-flops. Next time, I'll also bring pants, Han-woo thought. Sometimes it's very useful to have enemies for your prosperity, he mused. If his words are true, Shinkin continued, remembering his conversation with Han-woo yesterday about the Aries Guild. What do you mean? Seo-yan wondered. Does he know something about Han-woo's abilities? She thought. Shannon looked at her conspiratorially, wondering if he should tell his perky friend. The news caused the girl to wonder if it was true. She couldn't believe her ears. The lab looked abandoned. Darkness surrounded everything. Dust hung in the air, thick and heavy, instead of the usual breathable atmosphere. The only sound breaking the silence was the occasional grunt of the monsters. Even the scientist monsters had fangs, though small. One of them wandered the empty corridors, searching for prototypes. The goblin and Robocop Chimarev shook his surgical scalpel, muttering in an alien tongue. Prick, who prick, who prick. The boss of this level roamed alone, scowling in fear. He lit his way with the eerie glow of his headlamp eyes. Several hunters were watching this monster. The Aries Guild had let him live because he didn't bring in any profit. In the room next to the boss, 3 people were deciding their next move. The 2 men waited for the masked girl to make a decision. The guy in the rubby jacket insisted on taking down the boss. They had paid a bribe just to get into this lab. The girl with brown hair doubted their skills. They didn't need to resort to such tricks. Helen Head, however, believed their strength was enough. The boss has weak attacks and strong defense. He won't last long in a prolonged battle. But the Pearl leader didn't want to take such an unreasonable risk and procrastinated too many variables. Putting aside those heavy thoughts, he prepared for battle. Our motto is dementia and courage. The trio really wanted to raise their level. They were ready to jump on the lone target like a street capota. But suddenly they noticed the uninvited guest. Who is it? They wondered. Neither to give him or take, the man did not look like a hunter. Sportsier was not in the top of the common equipment. The unexpected guest stood in the shadow of the boss, completely unconcealed. He looked completely open and confident, or just plain crazy. The boss wasn't known for his high intelligence. Looks like he bought his diploma too. He noticed Hyun-woo and nastily squeaked out something about tests. Maybe an enema to warm up, or 5 liters of blood for Tess to pick up, mumbled the zombie Robocop in his whispery voice. In the distant past, when Hyun-woo was still a child, he ended up in an orphanage. Don't be mean. Don't show your weakness to anyone, his older hapless brother had admonished him. Also, obey your teachers. He let go of empty formalities to a child who was just beginning to understand life. And don't say too much, he continued, the meaningless conversation lingering in the air. The boy, however, paid no attention to his words. Instead, he carefully memorized what he saw. Fate treated him cruelly. His parents had just died in a car accident. His brother had already handed him over to the orphanage, taking the inheritance into his hands. So the boy learned his most important lesson in life. Never trust anyone. Expect no good. Ask for mercy, but no pity. A zombie pathologist in iron underpants bent over the pathetic little man to abuse him. Some of his unimaginative, incomprehensible devices were clearly shorting out electricity, apparently to make him move faster. Hyeonu couldn't stand the creepy harassment of a monster who hadn't even finished his honey and interrupted his idle chatter. The monster licked his lips carnivorously, but it was unlikely that the dopey head understood the language of words. After all, there was only the name of science in this place. Only to get a light kick from Han-woo in his stupid face. The trio of brave hunters sat back with goofy faces, having just had their entire adventure come to an end before it even began. Hyun-woo landed softly on the concrete floor of the lab, not a single shoe getting hurt. Like a real action hero, he didn't turn around at the explosion of the guts of a stupid monster who was only capable of talking pseudoscientific nonsense. The hunters slowly drifted to the cold floor, their minds still reeling from the brutality they had witnessed. They were glad they weren't in the monster's shoes. "One is ready," muttered Hyun-woo. "The time is next in the forest village." He tapped the status window. The trio of braves left the hideout and ventured out to look at the remains of the dreaded boss. But upon closer inspection, the girl was able to recognize the mysterious hunter. It was hard not to, especially given the person's rise in the first trends of the network. Now, in the light, they could tell it was an experienced player. In the deep basement of the Aries Guild, two important guild bigwigs met. "And what's the occasion for your appearance?" asked Wu Zhong, former head of the administrative department. It was about a special report. Yubin held out a folder of documents to his colleague. "A whole 2 ranks of skills," Wu Chong exclaimed, "and this from a newly hatched tower rookie." "That's right," Yubin interjected, looking over Hyun-woo's detailed file. "The estimate couldn't be 100%. Perhaps the target is even stronger." "Strong." The head of the department frowned. "Not just strong, but a real monster," he concluded. "Nothing's going to happen, right?" Wu Chong asked as he passed the folder around his throat, grinning sinisterly. "We were told to just do some damage," Yubin countered. "However, no body, no case. No one will ask if the target stumbles and falls on the knife. Isn't it great to get rid of this nuisance?" "This guy brazenly broke into Aries' dungeon, beat up the guards," Wu Chong said. "That's a very unhealthy precedent." "That's right," Yubin confirmed. "Because of Hyun-woo, the reputation of the entire guild might suffer. We are not shameful wolves." "Oh, no need to worry," Wu Chong remarked, smugly grinning. "With Hyun-woo's skills, it would be hard to just harm him." He laughed. "It's lucky that the guild leader is busy with China, so we can quietly deal with the upstart and get the recognition of the leader." Wu Chong rejoiced. Having resolved this issue, the conspirators headed toward the elevator. "Are we sending people to China?" Yubei asked. "It's all because of the Paddle Guild. They were created 2 years ago and have already squeezed half of China's dungeons. Their head left just 4 years ago, but the tower has turned her into a true monster, and her followers are incredibly strong. The most surprising thing is that she's ranked 5th in the world rankings. No way the spirit of Qing Xuan has revived in her. No one knows anything." There was a girl with a skull tattoo standing in the incense smoke. "The guild can't waste resources," Wu Chong remarked. "So the nail that came out must be hammered down while all the forces are directed to China. A specialist is needed," Hyeonu added. "What a disgusting face." Hyeonu squinted into the selfies on the smartphone camera. "What technology has come to?" he marveled as he sat in Shinken's living room. Happy as a child, a bird is about to fly out. He clicked his camera for the 100th time, filming everything. All the digital novelties were outlandish to a hermit with 12 years of experience. There was a kid and no kid. Hyun-woo learned about games, videos, music, and risked drowning forever in the world of digital networks. The Soul Guild owns the Forest Village dungeon, Shin Ken informed him, but his friend was no longer able to return. The magic of the internet was stronger. "Genge, I have the best farm," whispered the mad hermit, Han-woo, to himself. "But there won't be a boss there," informed Shinken to the teenager in front of him. The information came with a giraffe delay, about 7 seconds, until the meaning of what was said reached the gaming nerd. "What do you mean the boss is gone?" he shrieked. "What do you mean caught a few weeks ago?" The new information was changing the whole matter considerably. In the tower, monsters appear every day, regular and bosses, no matter how many you kill them, Shinken explained. But the dungeons of the world outside the tower. Other normal monsters are also revived to Infinity Farm. Don't want to, but bosses, unlike mobs, have a full social package, paid vacation, pension, and days off on vacation. In short, they need time. "How long would it take?" Han-woo asked. When he was told it would take a month, he barely held back from spitting foam from his mouth. But he was lucky. According to the schedule, the monster was coming out of vacation for 3 days, so it would be possible for him to pay a visit. Shin Ken informed him. "But what about the visible swamp?" Han-woo asked. There was no information on that object. "The swamps belong to the Aries Guild," Sheehan offered. "We can look for better information." But Han-woo had already retreated into his own thoughts. Having His Majesty get so worked up over a monster? No way in hell. He plopped down to lean against the couch once again when Shinen suggested he register with the association. The equipment was of little interest to the mad hermit, who had won even naked. But at the word money, he triggered Pavlov's conditioned reflex. "Turns out you can get money if you get tested every 2 to 3 months, improve your rank." Hearing such wonderful news, the broke bum, the hermit leader, got very excited and was ready to go in the middle of the night for a performance review. In the morning, they went to the place where hunters' abilities were measured. A large building in the center of the city spoke of the high status of hunters in society. The floor of the building was slapped with the legendary slaps of fate by the great hermit, who had finally decided to stop being independent. They walked into the association building like real tough guys. It was hard not to recognize them, but the dumbest in the reception area did. It's a credit to Hun Woo's appearance, which hadn't changed since he left the tower and was still as wild as ever. "Come check in," he asked the duty officer, a strange guy in a suit. After a brief exchange, he got the answer. Kim Hyeonu Woo. The name had traveled around the world and sounded very familiar, so the tester immediately asked, "Isn't the one who had returned from the power 12 years later?" "That's right," confirmed the sucker, thinking about how to get the money for the registration as soon as possible. The association official frowned. This was definitely the man, and they had already asked about him today. That weird blonde guy who looked a little off was asking about Kim Hun Woo, a yuck with nothing special about him, but with so many rumors and noise surrounding him, thought the tester as he looked at the hunter. After confirming the formalities, he held out a strange object to the shaggy-haired hermit and pointed to a projector in the middle of the room. The object looked as if the demon had been shoved under a press and turned into a compact cube with an eye sticking out of it. "The principle is simple," the tester explained. "Once it was touched, it showed a status window and all the characteristics of the hunter who held it." Hyeonu Woo took hold of the demonic cube, and the projector opposite lit up, making a measurement at rank maximum. "Maybe B+, pondered the tester as they waited for the counts. Since he is so famous after all, there's no smoke without fire. But what was his surprise when he saw the result? "That's it?" asked the bored hermit. "Give me my money already," he thought. But suddenly he heard a suspicious noise. The fuse of the saddlebag was lit. The tester screamed like a berserker on his way to Valhalla. Hyeonu Woo barely dodged the slobbering spray. "How is that possible?" yelled the entire association building. News spread like hotcakes with potatoes. The World Wide Web of rumors was already in full swing, discussing the experienced player. The news stunned and overturned all notions of normality. All of Hyeonu Woo's rank as skills, except for magic, were something to envy. Hyeonu Woo was riding in the car, listening to the video of the reactions to his testing. But what was even more surprising was that they had barely left the building and the rumors had already spread everywhere. "It's no big deal," Shiken remarked, clutching the polygonal steering wheel. "Because his friend is a celebrity, people are sleeping and seem to find out a little more about him, especially since Hyeonu Woo had recently made a mess of the Aries dungeons, turning things upside down. You don't care about that." But Shiken hesitated as he turned to his friend, clearly worried about him. The Aries Guild had definitely made inquiries and gotten wind of everything, including today's inspection. They definitely wouldn't leave Hyeonu Woo alone. "Be careful," he said, wanting to add dope head, but he was too well-mannered. "Aries really are dangerous people," Shinken continued. But not getting an answer, he became indignant. Instead, the reclusive Hyeonu Woo chuckled nastily as befits a madman distracting the driver from driving. "He's definitely got 8th grade syndrome." Hyeonu Woo disregarded the rules of the road and shoved the screen in Shinken's face. In the video, there was a loading screen that appeared when going through the dungeons. Hyeonu Woo played the dungeons because he couldn't live without them anymore. "Look at what a retarded pose and a strange aura," chortled Shinken, talking about his unserious friend. In the video, there was Shinken, but crazy hermit Hyeonu Woo didn't realize it right away. He continued to bend his friend without realizing it, making fun of the fighting techniques. Shinken, who had long since become an adult, could not get used to his friend being a bit detached. He said again that it was him in the video. "Ah!" The gears in the shaggy-haired hermit's head rattled uncomfortably. There was an awkward silence. "Me and my friend are retarded," Shinken thought. "But what can I take from the wretched?" Hyeonu Woo still didn't know what to say, so he decided to pretend to be a mannequin. It was a miracle that he hadn't forgotten his speech while playing the role of Rapunzel. The silence lengthened. Hyeonu Woo strained, trying to remember what normal people do in such situations, maybe dancing naked and diffusing the situation. Then him. He should just change the subject and decided to ask his friend a question. "Rubric asked a useless question on the screen, and you don't do anything at all," Hyeonu Woo asked. "Why aren't you doing anything, even though you're the head of the guild?" "Teaching a fool only spoils a fool," Shinen thought and asked a counter question. "What made you think that the guild leader might not be busy?" Even now, he was wasting precious free time on a homeless hermit. Without a residence permit, he didn't seem to appreciate it. The empty corridors of the Aries Guild office gave off a chill, as if it were a king's palace. Okupin was in a gloomy confusion. News came from the Hunter Testing Center. A real monster. "Now it's clear why the head wants to deal with him," confirmed Wu Jiang. Yubing felt the tension. It was constricting in a way that could bite off a crowbar. Wu Jiang thought the same thing but wondered aloud about his colleagues' thoughts on the dangerous business. Don't worry, said Wuchang. I'm worried myself, but we will definitely deal with this threat. He grinned gloatingly, calling out a name with significance. Shin Jiang Gang. Yubing was distracted from his heavy thoughts and interrogated excitedly. An S-ranked hunter from China, just as high-ranked as Han Wu, but much more dangerous. Now that cursed Han Wu would chew the ground and beg for mercy. The bandits smirked, evil in their expressions. It was a moonlit night in the dungeon of the forest village. The friends had descended here without any problems, for it was run by Shin Ken's guild. They had timed it perfectly to arrive a minute before the boss showed up. There's enough for one hit anyway. It took an assistant with them to carry everything they needed. How useful to have a servant, Hun with thought, who lived like a hermit. They had drilled deep into the forest, but without the low-ranked guide, Kid Han Wu would have had to tear down the entire forest to get out of it. However, they were not alone here, though they did not know it. They walked on without lurking. The man with good teeth smiled while he could. Han Wu once again paid attention to the people around him. After half an hour of walking together, he asked, "Who is it with us?" The kid introduced himself as Park Gamoon, but he's just a simpleton. What can I take from him? He's Frodo Baggins' faithful comrade, Shin Ken explained. We'll collect the loot from the monster and do all the dirty work. If you catch a boss, you can get items from it and sell them for money. Money? It clicked in the penniless hermit's mind. A fortune for the boss. That's a lot of money to spend. Shin stopped, thinking about how to tell his friend gently that he was a bum and looked accordingly. Normal people don't walk around in gym shoes and barefoot flip-flops. Young Samius Gamgee pulled out his phone and asked for a celebrity photo. It was as if Hyun Woo had once again discovered the presence of the person beside him. He basically didn't care when it was taken down, but he still asked what it was for. Park Gamoon started telling the sitter about video hosting, advertising, views, and earnings. All right, he said, giving the go-ahead to Hyun Woo, including the player's abilities in the Mac-level Monopoly on YouTube. It's fair and square to everyone. I counted the company heading onward, with Shinkin and Han Woo walking in front and Park Gamoon broadcasting. Shinkin held out a folded piece of paper to the hermit. Wu Han laid it out, trying to figure out what he was looking at. Hey, how long ago did he graduate? He thought. Forest Village was a labyrinth, and it was hard to wander around. Han Wu scrutinized the map. He had skipped geography class for nothing. He looked more closely in the dim moonlight. What's north or south from above? He wondered. The map looked like a satellite image. But where would the dungeons get satellites from? Kanmu wondered. He was twisting it this way and that, but he was too shy to ask because they'd call him stupid. That's the problem, the hermit thought. Screw it. Wuhan just threw a useless piece of paper. I'll figure it out somehow, he thought. He walked over to the tree and figured out the direction the boss should be. Hanmu smiled, anticipating easy money. He turned to their companion. Park Gamoon wanted to say his name, but didn't dare. He was a shy guy after all. Get a good shot of everything, the greedy hermit of no fixed abode told him. Still, Park God didn't quite understand what this strange man would do. Hanwoo stood up for the punch. You have to do everything spectacularly in one take. The hard work of professional YouTube stars. He focused and launched his trademark blast of searing plasma. The ionized gas around his fist flashed with a sheath of blue sparks. His fist instantly heated the air to thousands of degrees. He took the wider swing to make it flare up bigger and brighter, something you can't do for show. With your program evening loggers, the tree in front of him was all covered in fire. The shockwave went up, splitting it down the middle. Park-kun saw this for the first time. The bright light of flashes blinded his eyes. The tree in the clearing vaporized, along with the ground beneath it, and everything else within striking range. Some Ober, caught off guard, didn't know what hit him. The guy wanted to say that it was unheard of to work so hard on the first day back from vacation, but his toothy mouth was ill-suited for that. Even the experienced Shin Ken was impressed by such a demonstration. What to say about their porter? He almost flopped on his butt in surprise, but you've got to hand it to the kid. He held up well in the face of some real monsters. We continue with Hanwoo's program. Please subscribe and like it. In one hit, Hanwoo cleared the way to the boss. Screw the scary geography girl, he can handle it without the cards. The disgruntled dungeon employee waved his hands indignantly. The southern temperament was telling. These people didn't understand anything at all. Hanwoo gained a point of light, once again, not sparing his flip-flops. In one motion, he soared toward the bifurcated head of the ogre. The latter waved back with a cry of ruffians depriving him of his sight, but no one understood him. The free kick delivery arrived. Hanwoo was approaching the ogre. It landed daintily on his shoulder, much to the honest dungeon director's dismay. The guest could have fallen and hurt himself. A powerful kick rejected his polite address. A supernova erupted from his blow. The ogre collapsed on his back. A sick day for sure. The master of writing people, and not only sanitarium certificates, landed on top. New former Parkoon barely had time to point and sharpen his camera. A true hero, hermit, forester, hunter, and just a good man, Hanwoo proudly flaunted the body of the unfortunate dungeon director. Park Gang-moo was crying with happiness. He seemed to be feeling sympathy for the homeless hermits with insane strength. In the shade of the trees, sitting on a branch like a hen on a perch, a proud and lonely representative of the feathered species watched them. In the Aries Guild office an hour earlier, there was an atmosphere of excitement and optimism. "Are you sure you checked everything?" asked Wu Zhong, his late guest. Shin Chong Gong sat at the table like an ill-mannered idiot with no manners. He threw his feet on the table as if it was impossible to sit any other way. Shotgun replied in agreement. "What is he doing there?" Thought Wu Zhong. "Why is he sitting like that? Is he ventilating himself? Such a bastard." But he kept silent. "He really is the monster of legends," Shotgun confirmed, smugly smirking. "Hanwoo only has physical abilities, no magic, which is surprising. However, where there is strength, there is weakness. There are no invulnerables," continued Chunjin. Recognizing his weaknesses is incredibly easy, he remarked with a smug look. Warong smirked as well, realizing where this wild hunter with no manners was going. They knew exactly where he would appear next time. It would be their dungeon, the visible swamp. The creepy and cocky Shotgun jumped up from the table in one motion. Looks like he's really been practicing it for a long time. He's going. "Go ahead and get everything ready." Birds were chirping. A light breeze was blowing. The leaves were rustling. Nothing was troubling. Hyeonu went out for a walk to the swamp. As usual, he was in no hurry to get anywhere, letting the wind ruffle his bushy hair. And yet, he felt strangely threatened. His hermit's intuition was making itself felt. He felt a slight vibration in his pocket and didn't immediately realize what it was. After all, he had gotten a phone not too long ago. Surprised, he looked at the screen. Not many people could contact the lone hermit. Little Seo Yunin had texted him, wanting to know about his plans for today. Kyung-moo sighed. He had thought that getting a phone would lead to cute girls texting him, but so far only grumpy girlfriends were messaging him. Yet he realized that his friends were worried about him. They were acting like adults, which made Hyun-woo feel like a child. Aries, not Aries, what does it matter? Who or how, he thought. After all, he was the great him. Hyun-woo remembered earlier when she had been sitting in front of him. Beautiful. C had asked him why he wanted Aries done. Engine center. Hyun-woo snapped back to reality. He was out of the internet now. But what can you take from a hermit with low social skills? He answered her question evasively. He's got business there, that's all, with his girlfriend. Hanwoo continued to wriggle out of it like a frying pan, but he was pressured by the frightening power of the woman's charm. "It would piss Aries off the least," he replied, grabbing his strawberry smoothie, not knowing how else to dodge the direct questioning. Sue made a cat-like cute face and looked at him worriedly. She sighed, feeling frustrated. Her friend was completely impenetrable. It was a good quality in combat, but difficult for communication. Still, she decided to press him for a straight answer. It was bothering her too much. Of course, she knew he wasn't someone to worry about, but you couldn't be sure of everything. The new video from Forest Village confirmed his strength. He's definitely not a weakling who could be hurt by any passerby. Sitting in front of her was a highly troubled specimen of a recluse, someone who easily looked for problems on his own head. And now, those problems had found him. In any case, be sure to act quickly. Little Seo Yun instructed him with her thin but firm voice. Visible Swamp is an A-rank dungeon, and it's great for going unnoticed and avoiding unnecessary risk. On the day the boss appears, Aries will probably conduct a raid to kill him, Seo Yang continued. Hyeonu listened to her intently. Still, she managed to get his attention. He saw her as the schoolgirl he had cleared the tower with. He thanked her nonchalantly as if he wasn't about to break into an enemy base where 100 dangers might await him. He had told her not to worry. However, things had gone downhill from the very first minutes. A guild guard stood in front of him, a Chinese broadsword at his side, and he was frankly shaking with fear. Or perhaps he had already gotten a little lighter. The guard shouted loudly. When dogs are afraid, they also bark loudly to call out to their master. Hanwoo thought, Seo Yang haunted him even in his memories. She had told him not to get caught by Aries guards. How tiring it is, Hanwoo said. The same thing every time. Everyone shouting loudly and flying off on one pitch. No fun. Could they have reacted any differently? He offered tea, asked lightly. So, know the same thing. Wait, who's coming? Resented Hyun-woo. And then you get into a fight, even though you know you can't win. Hanwoo continued. You can't learn. A samurai has no purpose, only a way. What do you realize? Aries' guard thought and got terribly angry. He would have shouted something harsher, but he wasn't allowed to. Instead, he rushed into the attack. The play of Aries' simple guards was hard, but they were paid for it. A bright flash appeared. It was the light of shattered hope and dreams. Hyun-woo's fist was back in action. The road of adventure had once led him, and then he met Hanwoo. Only a light puff of smoke wafted in the wind. What a nuisance, Hyeonu thought. I told them I was on business, and they gave me a pass, but I gave them a pass. Hyeonu sighed heavily. What kind of an organization this Aries was. No pity for his subordinates at all. His foot fell through the soft soil. The quagmire was just around the corner. He walked right into the center of the swamp and looked around. The boss was definitely nearby. Amber-slit eyes took predatory aim at the new prey, a lone, defenseless target, so close you could smell his scent. The predator rushed into the attack like a revved-up mechanism. A veritable death machine on weighty short legs emerged from the swamp. It raised a heap of splashing water and mud all around, rattling powerfully in the soft ground. Hyeonu stopped. His ploy worked. You should pretend to be easy prey. All the monsters are yours, and they will rush to attack. The boss appeared in front of him, a huge, ancient fossil with the boring name of Mega Alligator. Hyeonu recognized the beast, since Xiu Yan made sure to tell him about it in detail. However, all Hyeonu had memorized was the cost of skin and teeth, which meant the monster must be caught whole, without damaging the skin. So much for a lonely hermit's pension, Hyeonu thought. He laughed his trademark smirk and activated his righteous nagging mode. The fossilized dinosaur hadn't seen such blows since the Chicxulub asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. The ancient art immediately became dull, deflated, and sour. The hunt was not going well at once. Quickly kill it and skin it, informed the future-bagged animal lover Hyeonu. But the walking antiquity was not going to give up. He had experienced more than that in his long annals. You could always employ a tactical retreat, not to be confused with panic flight. Hyeonu instantly reacted. A valuable resource can't be let go. He had already thought of what kind of wallet he would have in boots. He quickly and firmly grabbed the fleeing lizard. Time to make money. The crocodile had two tails at once, so holding it was even easier. For a few moments, it turned into a whole digger. Carousel, carousel. It's a joy for us, cheerfully hummed Hyeonu with a demonic grin. The crocodile remembered the dinosaurs, how they had fallen and been replaced by weak rodents. But when say everything went wrong, perplexed him. Having experienced an overload of 9, the alligator realized that he would not be an astronaut. It was too much for him. With all his might, he flew into the rock. Raising a cloud of dust around him, the lizard thought, it's good to lie here. Maybe I will be taken for a fossilized rock sent to the museum to rest. But on the other hand, what does this plea to see miscarriage allow itself? The crocodile remembered its cold-blooded pride. Die not twice, said the ancient warrior. He scorned death, squeezing out a stingy tear. I have lived a good life, which means the end should be bright. The monster went back into battle. An aura of martial determination enveloped his body. A proud warrior for moral combat. Hyeonu had no idea that someone else was watching his fight from the outside waiting for his moment. Shane smirked contentedly. Everything is going exactly as I planned. The crocodile launched its body like a torpedo straight at Hyeonu. Great, another round. The mad hermit rejoiced. The real boss always has a second phase. Just as suddenly, an indistinct force pulled him and threw him off balance. Red chains wrapped around his legs like red-hot metal, preventing him from moving. What about the samurai spirit and honor? Thought Hyeonu. But asking the boss to wait was out of the question. That's it, exulted the killer, Gun. Now the bird will be eaten with its feathers. The chains held him as if he had fallen into quicksand. The more he moved, the more they tightened. Hyeonu hadn't expected such an attack. The crocodile's jaws were ready to slam over him like a huge stapler, ready to pierce him. Easy money, Gan thought. He was already mentally visualizing how to spend it in the best brothel in the country. He couldn't pull away until the very end. Since you can't move your legs, use your hands, Hyeonu muttered. He clung to the ground tightly, feeling the earth beneath him. And just like that, he was able to dodge the torpedo of the alligator's face. Its mouth clanked loudly shut. Taking advantage of this moment, the cowardly crocodile jumped into the water. Wait, thought Hyeonu. What about the crocodile skin boots? And the wallet? The bag? He got upset and looked down at his feet. The unknown object was still preventing him from moving his legs. It was entangling them tightly, digging deeper and deeper. Magical chains answered the unasked questions. Gan could now show himself. Completely unafraid of his opponent, Hyeonu stood tall. Oh, what could he do with his power if he was now sitting miserably with a derby face? Mud and chains were great for you, Gun smirked. He felt like the master of the situation. Some rude guy again, Hyeonu thought. Not only did he not say hello, but his bag had run away. Now, I'm going to have to skin him. Gun came closer, holding the red chains of magic in his hands. Time for a supervillainous performance. I'm Batman, he almost said, but quickly corrected himself. I'm a hunter from the Aries Guild, a creepy boast, Hyeonu thought. You should see a psychiatrist from Megalomania. What kind of hitman calls himself a hitman, he asked. You think you're the smartest? Sean Gunn asked, stepping closer to show Hyun-woo how big the world really was. You may be strong, Sean Gunn continued, but strength isn't everything. You can spin a heavy dinosaur like a piece of fluff. The bounty hunter smirked. Let's see you kill a two-headed ogre with a single blow. Like a cheater, Sean Gann measuredly chased his words. But even if you were 100 times stronger, what could you do if you were bound by those chains? The bandit asked him with a gloating grin. The chains became increasingly tangled around Hyun-woo like wired headphones. The longer they were, the more knots they formed, but it didn't bother him. As he suddenly realized he couldn't break them, a very uncommon skill was used on him. These aren't simple chains, but magical chains, the villain obligingly explained. Thank him for the details, Hyun-woo thought. The only way to break them is with another rank of magic. The noble bandit willingly gave away the weaknesses of his technique to the victim. Hyun-woo looked deeply stunned by this discovery. He looked ahead of him as if he were desperately searching for a way out. He began to play dumb, questioning the thug about what was already obvious. Sean Gann became angry. Hyun-woo asked for the third time if he really couldn't get out, playing the role of a confused victim. Sean Gann gritted his teeth. The kid in front of him didn't understand or didn't want to understand the situation he was in, but Sean had seen it more than once. Everyone he worked with had behaved the same way. They pretended to be calm, blowing dust in their eyes, but in reality, they were desperately thinking of ways to escape. Sean Gann amplified the magic of the chains. Those hapless dumbasses tried to escape with stupid tricks, he continued. But Hyun-woo remained impenetrable. With a sharp movement, he exposed the hidden blade. It was time to finish the job. He killed plenty of eyes. This knave Sean Gann rushed forward to add another name to his death list. His attack filled the blade with a purple glow. Hyun-woo could barely keep up with his gaze. Just before the punch, he suddenly put his hands up and blocked it. But this attack had a second effect. Sean Gann used the deadly poison technique. There was an explosion and everything around them illuminated with a blinding ultraviolet flash. Anyone watching the battle now would definitely be blinded. Sean Gann smirked contentedly. His opponent's pathetic, worthless bravery would now be fodder for the swampworms. In the thick smoke that rose from the impact, it was hard to see anything farther than an arm's length away. Gradually, the smoke cleared and a shadow in the form of a human figure emerged where Hyun-woo had been sitting. Shane tensed. It was not at all the effect he had expected. The smoke had prevented him from seeing everything ahead clearly. To his greater amazement, once the dust settled, he saw a completely unharmed Hyun-woo. The man was still making a fool of himself, not yet realizing what had happened, or simply not noticing the flea strike. Shungen experienced a sharp dissonance between expectation and reality. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. His attack hadn't worked. It hadn't left a single scratch, hadn't even wrinkled Hyun-woo's clothes as if they were protected by some special magical armor. In that instant, Shungen trembled. His legs unconsciously began to step backward. Gradually, what had happened began to dawn on him. His steps quickened imperceptibly. Unable to withstand the tremendous pressure, he fled in terror, his pace turning into a panicked trot. His heart was ready to stop when Hyun-woo's shadow grew in front of him again at a terrifying speed. The last thing he saw was a flying fist in his face, and then everything was a blur. Taking the blow, he flew back into the tree behind him. Another man, no, a monster, would have turned to ashes from such a strike, but Sha Gan survived. Though he was writhing in hellish pain, he braced his whole body against the tree. It was as if the chains that had once restrained Hyun-woo had snapped. Now he was moving completely freely. His defeated opponent had fused with the tree, leaving a deep dent in it. Even the dense wood now behaved like soft ground beneath Hyun-woo's feet. Now it was Hyun-woo's turn to torture the villain. You should have tied up the whole body, he remarked. Sha Gan couldn't believe his eyes. The Edo technique had become completely useless after hundreds of uses. Chains slowly spilled over Hyun-woo's legs, much to Sha Gan's greater horror. Hyun-woo defiantly raised the hand entangled in the chain that had visibly loosened. A light flip-flop kick ignited. Hyun-woo wasn't going to spare his enemy. From the kick, the long-suffering tree collapsed like an undercut along with Sha Gan. Hyun-woo grabbed him tighter. It was time to repeat the ride. Sha Gan clearly wasn't thrilled. He hadn't liked amusement parks since he was a kid, and he was very unaccustomed to being in the role of victim. Hyun-woo began to quote the great Chinese strategist. "Whoever comes to us with what and why, that's why," he said, swinging harder. The overload pressed Sha Gan even harder into the wood. He no longer knew what was worse, the shame of feet or this agony. The crocodile in the swamp, meanwhile, was doing what he usually does, acting as a log and reflecting a bit on his behavior. He was quietly floating peacefully in a small lake, not touching anyone, fixing the premise. Suddenly, an ominous shadow loomed over him, something rapidly approaching. A shadow covered the entire sky, but the reptilian eyes wouldn't let him look up and see what it was. A large log with Sha Gan on top, hit the crocodile with tremendous force, causing a fountain of spray. Hyeonu made a great throw in the townships. 2 goals in one fell swoop. He looked at the surrounding landscape through the eyes of an investigator. A hapless hunter chased a squirrel into a tree. It fell and was captured by a crocodile in the river. Looks like it was a hapless hunter nudist, a squirrel catcher. That's something that shouldn't have crossed anyone's mind, thought Hyeonu. The status window lit up with a blue light. A notification had arrived. Defeating the boss, he got the lowest title there was. Meanwhile, in the Aries Guild office, someone was diligently drinking valerian with expensive whiskey. Shin Chong is dead. He received a short report from Wu Chong. There was no other information. Still, the hunter was working alone. All this meant that a very large and furry beast had just stepped on all of his plans. A small investigation found that the corpse of the unlucky killer was already deep at the bottom of the swamp. The monsters had definitely eaten the remains. No body, no case. You'll still have answer, Shen-ji thought to himself. He probably launched himself to the moon from the burning of his sciatica, but the valerian had already kicked in. Or maybe it was a liter of elite whiskey with no appetizer. Shin Chong Gang is an elite assassin with 2 rank S skills. He read his case to Wu Chong. So this Shin Chong Gang, who was acting so blusterously, killed Kim Hun Woo, puzzling a worried office worker. Everything that had happened was like a diabolical prank, someone's mockery. Such a thing was impossible to believe. Wu Chong wiped his teeth in anger. Then he imagined what his boss might do to him when he found out about the acid he'd spent, which would give him a week's worth of constipation. It was a quiet night in the bedroom district of Seoul. The stars were twinkling outside the window, and the city was drowning in the lights of the lanterns. Hyeonu was lying in complete prostration on the couch in Shinkin's living room, as befits an unemployed slacker. A fly on the ceiling, and how it's holding on, he thought as he stared upward. No matter how much he saw, he couldn't fully comprehend the strange rules of this world, but he was determined to find answers, so he opened his status window. A familiar blue hologram appeared before him like a projection screen, its glow making his eyes ache slightly. Beneath his name, a new title was displayed, Temporary Guardian. Alongside it was an ability he had never encountered before, Right to Information. He wondered how it might work, since no such change had ever appeared in the system until now. There was also an invitation. Though no exact location was given, a countdown timer ticked steadily downward. Hyeonu stared at it for a long time, but no matter how often he checked, he gained no further understanding. After a while, Hyeonwoo's dependable friend returned to the apartment and greeted him warmly. Knowing that Hyeonwoo had never been good at household chores after living away from home for over a decade, Shinkyuang casually asked about dinner. Suddenly, an idea struck Hyeonwoo. Wait, don't press anything. Let me try, he said to Shinkyuang. With that, Hyeonwoo resolved to test the new ability known as Right to Information. It must work somehow. Abracadabra. He said the words of activation and looked at his friend carefully. Shinkin's status window appeared in front of Hyeonwoo's face, but no new information was shown. How the hell do you use this garbage? He blurted out. No, he's seen stupid scumbags, but this is the first time he's seen them this stupid, he said, referring to the developers of the system. But Shinkin took it personally, so Hyeonwoo had to calm him down. For the remaining 2 hours, he stared impatiently at the phone, counting minute by minute. The last few minutes stretched slowly like tar. It couldn't be that. He thought he'd just been tricked, or it wouldn't make sense. Hyeonwoo waited tensely. He didn't know what awaited him. Monsters, trials, but he was ready for anything. Then the light went out, as if everything disappeared around him. He experienced a slight feeling of disorientation. When the light came back on, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Good thing there was a chair under his buttocks, or he would have flopped to the floor. The place resembled a deep stone well, with light falling from above but with no apparent source. He moved stealthily without any portals. Hyeonwoo looked around. There was a girl sitting at a table in front of him. Somewhere he had seen a similar scene before. The white-haired showgirl greeted him politely. She remained upright, barely moving, and her skin looked unnaturally pale. Nice to meet you, Guardian, she said. I am an architect, or rather, an assistant, she quickly corrected. Hyeonwoo interjected, wondering how a name could consist of just 2 letters like a toaster model. These meetings will be frequent now, the white-haired woman said, her voice flat, almost mechanical. The mad recluse was encouraged. He could finally learn everything about the tower and his imprisonment. 5 minutes of silence passed. Hyeonwoo decided to see if she would really remain unmoved. He even held his breath. 5 more minutes of silence. She's definitely not breathing. A freaking bucket instead of a living thing. Unable to stand it any longer, he started the questioning first. Human or not, he could definitely get her to talk. He thought the white-haired woman wasn't even going to explain anything. She slammed her gray eyelashes shut. This made Hyeonwoo furious, so he jumped up from his chair and started yelling, demanding answers. She could answer a question if asked directly. Apparently, this model of Jeopardy chat did not support a high level of abstraction. A goofy bucket, with the appearance of a cute little girl, confirmed his hunch. He asked her, "Who imprisoned me in the training tower?" A normal, straightforward question even a stupid void could handle. Lengthy data processing ensued. It looked like a Pentium 3 processor had been shoved into the girl. Information denied to the low rank. The answering machine said after a long pause. How stupid is it? Hyeonu thought, but he decided to try again. He found out that only by going up a rank could he get more access and more information. At least, that's what the machine said clearly. However, it pissed him off terribly that the system, this dot of an answering machine, all done by crooked developers, had no answers anywhere. He tried to ask the leading question again. If you increase the rank, can you find out who created the tower? But it didn't work. The machine couldn't comment in any way on the hidden data about the system. It wasn't even clear what he would learn by raising the rank. It was frankly starting to piss me off. No user-centeredness. The entire development budget went to a pretty face. A query about the training tower also failed. Access denied. A request for the reason for its creation was also dismissed by a bucket of bolts instead of brains. The request for the causes of the monsters was also rejected. There is information here, but it is not given, only shown. Beautiful. Hyeonu thought. He remembered how his father used to fix the TV when he was a kid. And if you bumped it, it would pick up the signal right away. This machine had one excellent property. It felt pain, and you could vent all your anger on it. The goofy android with the appearance of a cute girl was rubbing his bruised head. Hyeonu was getting really excited and was thinking of opening up the system unit because the friend inside had something interesting to say. The girl bucket resented it. She couldn't give answers to his questions. Batten method works, thought Hyeonu. However, the developers were still just wasting his precious time, and he was terribly angry. Anticipating an imminent unpacking, the android announced that there was still information available. Guardian the Bucket said, shaking his fist as if that answer was so self-evident that it needed no explanation. Guardian Must Guard issued the robot another poorly written script. It seemed one blow was not enough to enlighten the chips. The Vedruan hovered in overload mode again. It seemed to be her way of compensating for her lack of computational ability. She finally got around to giving out the main quest. Wouldn't have to spend so much time on empty dialogue branches. However, the Vedroid wasn't going to say anything Hyeonu needed. At the moment, Hyeonu was only a temporary guardian. Whatever that means to become an official guardian, you need to follow the link. Next came the unmissable advertisement for an unknown Hyeonu brand of electrical appliances. When it was over, he was able to ask Taki how to get a new rank. In 5 days' time, she said in the ominous voice from the movie called The City Will Open a Glacial Fissure. There will be a break in the deepest part of the cleft that will help him increase his rank. This city needs a new hero. Hyeonu watched the lights of the crime-ridden city flicker on. Hyeonu was backing away from the dialogue with the Choit. He was still cringing from her phrasing and the silly electronic voice. However, there was also something important. He must increase his skills. For the first time in a very long time, he could become even stronger. There was nothing else to do but accept the assignment, especially since it involved a lot of outside people. In the morning, friends sitting in the cafe for breakfast were interrupted by the exclamation of Little Cian. Glacial crack, she shrieked. They came to eat meat and burgers as befits true hunters. When Hyeonu decided to ask his friends what they knew about the glacier crevasse, the friends looked at each other anxiously and were in no hurry to answer. Shen decided to find out the reason for this question first, and he, too, looked anxious. Hoodoo was surprised at his friend's harsh reactions. It looked like the case was not an easy one. Shiken started to explain to him with a serious look. The phenomenon was familiar to him. This is a real disaster, he said. A catastrophe of enormous proportions. In the main headquarters of the Aries Guild, a soldering iron was warming in the boss's office. To better motivate his subordinates, boss Hyukon Woo had just trashed the office furniture and was now thinking about who he used the electrical device on and how to use it. The post-landing news upset him very much, and he wondered what to do about it. His subordinate had dispatched the guild's best assassin to remove an annoying nuisance, but ended up being killed by his target. I wanted to send half the department to the torture chamber to maintain discipline and morale, Sun Woo thought, but it wouldn't help the cause. Wu Zhang bowed his head guilty and prayed that he would get away with it. He had experienced a red-hot poker last time and didn't want to repeat it. The boss's attention shifted to you. Then work. And Wu Chang heaved a sigh of relief. Start pissing goats, Boss Song said angrily, showing his violent nature more and more. He was taking personal control of the case and was even willing to lend his money to new assassins stronger than Shogun. And let the music play in his house, but he will not hear it, he ordered his men. He purposely asked again to know if he was understood correctly. Hubin nodded in response, immediately letting it be known that he had accepted for execution. The chief sat back in his chair, letting off steam. He felt lighter, as if some teenagers were having a debauch, killing the best people. It's a mess, and with something else entirely hanging on the agenda. The Poe Guild, too, required urgent attention. Intelligence reported that they were gathering a real army and preparing for open war with the Aries Guild. Hunter wars are common. Yuban nodded again. The task was clear. Let everyone go to waste and fertilizer. Nothing can be left to these jackasses. Chief Sung Woo grabbed his head. So much to do. Now I like to go to the sauna and have a drink. But business is business. He doesn't take care of himself at all. He's all business all the time. You have to think about yourself too. The merry quartet of first hunters sat in the restaurant and waited for their food. Hun Woo rejoiced like a child looking at something bright in front of him. The ray in Kwang's hands glowed with its full 2 billion value. Such expensive things were given in the labyrinth. Kwang gently hinted to his friend, "It's time for you to stop being a freeloader and get a job." Han Woo learned from his friends about the difference between a maze and a dungeon. It turned out that there were different types of artifacts in them. The ring is also an artifact, Yun explained. Dungeons, on the other hand, give special resources like magic stones or monster parts, Shinken added. Labyrinths give finished artifacts from the treasury like this ring. The ring has an enchantment, Kanung said, hoping to pique Hyun Woo's interest. Just like in the games, the hermit remarked, examining the shiny trinket. Artifacts with enchantments are much better than ordinary ones. Hunmu gradually understood what was going on. The smell of money attracted him like a hare to a fox. As he looked closely at the ring and began to see the inscriptions in the ancient language, a status window appeared. Now Han Woo could use his ability to recognize objects through the system. He applied the skill right to the information again, concentrating on the ring. F-classified material, thought Han Woo. The system hid the description. However, Quan Sio's tip, which he had accepted after all the business, echoed in his mind. One should definitely pay a visit to the labyrinth. He returned the ring to its owner and checked its value again to make sure he hadn't heard it wrong. After putting all of his business aside, the hermit decided it was time for a meal. That's why he went to meetings with friends, because he was well fed. He simply swiped his finger across the menu and ordered each dish like a true cave troglodyte. The friends were greatly surprised at Yun Woo's bottomless stomach and complete lack of conscience. Don't be shy, said Wano, barely holding back tears as it was his turn to pay the company's bills. Heaven Woo exclaimed as if he had forgotten a mere trifle, but now he had just remembered. What did you know about the glacial crevasse? He suddenly asked, stunning his friends with a question. The question caught them off guard and silenced them. They tensed up considerably. There was a long silence as they thought about what their weirdo hermit, Savage, had gotten himself into again. Meanwhile, the food, blood, steak, pizza, and other appetizers was brought in. But Heaven Woo didn't back down. He kept asking about the crack. It turns out this is the name of a rupture in the ground that suddenly appears. From it climb monsters that have no end and no edge, said little Xiao Yan. Germany and China, where it appeared, are called the gates of hell, he added. Hyun Woo pondered greedily, devouring the meat. He had insanely missed eating normal food while living in the tower. The stupid android didn't say a word about this event being a real disaster. But what would happen if this thing showed up in their native Korea? He frightened the boys with his question. It couldn't find anything to answer, only horrible pictures of the possible consequences floating before their eyes. Even the always combative Quan Siu hesitated and huffed. He really didn't like these thoughts. The prudent Shikin calculated that even with a ranked crack, even if it was stopped in time, everything would be destroyed. Hunters lacked cohesion. Even if guilds united, Aries might refuse to help, offering only formal assistance. Those bastards, Han Woo reacted, taking out his anger on the piece of meat on his plate. He poked the unfortunate piece over and over again in deep thoughtfulness. They should rest and gain strength in the remaining 4 days, Han Woo informed them. However, he did not specify the details. Still, what he would say would sound too strange, and it was unlikely his friends would understand it. The roar of turbines drowned out everything around for many kilometers. The airport was bustling with the usual work. However, something unusual had already begun to happen, and at first, people didn't understand at all what they were feeling. But then they felt a jolt as if someone was beating a drum and sending waves across the ground. The tremors grew stronger and stronger until a real earthquake started. Throwing everyone into a panic, a long crack ran down the runway as if the ground had dried up after a long heat wave. Soon, it broke apart, beginning a tectonic labor. Everything around it shook terribly. Hundreds of screams erupted. Panic gripped the people at the airport as the crack turned into a veritable abyss. In the glue of the underground temple, there was only one monk. The empty gallery was illuminated by the light of deadly dim lamps. The lone figure entered an atrium with a large round table where another man was waiting for her. Level 9 has come to his senses, the novice reported, bowing. The man at the table inquired if someone the two knew about had fully awakened. Soon it will be completely ready, reported a monk in a dark cassock. The man at the table was pleased with this news. He looked like a formidable warrior, and a dark aura surrounded him. His thoughts were occupied by the wild, oddball hermit, a very unusual man. Just how strong is he, the warrior pondered. Wanting to experience this man sooner rather than later, Seoul's airport continued to collapse under the powerful tremors. The disaster was only gaining momentum. People fell on their backs, unable to move from fear. They screamed loudly, begging for salvation. Soon, others began to rush to the scene. The first to arrive was a helicopter full of reporters, who immediately began alerting everyone to the disaster. The government announced an urgent evacuation. Within a 5 kilometers radius of the airport, hundreds of thousands of people had to be saved. The airport was closed, and the first small group of hunters, along with anyone they could gather quickly, was sent to the area. From above, a terrifying sight was revealed. The entire region surrounding the crack was swarming with monsters. They climbed over each other like locusts. Smoke and the glow of fires covered the land. Everywhere, true chaos reigned. A small group of hunters fought in a scattered formation in the open area of the parking lot. They could barely hold their ground. Terror struck at the very core of their hearts. These people could hardly resist for long. Humanoid monsters, wielding weapons in their hands and paws, attacked the small, weak humans. There were simply too few of them to hold back the onslaught of the many monsters, each of which was quite dangerous. The men were thrown in to plug the gap without proper training. They had lost all their fighting spirit and were shaking with fear, not knowing what to do. But among the ordinary hunters, there was one who did not lose his temper and took command. This guy reacted well to danger. He rushed to help a comrade who was faltering. Magical ropes bound the ugly monsters and protected the confused fighter. Bound by a magical tentacle monster, the warrior finished them off with a blow of his blade. He was showing excellent training and coherence. After the attack, he immediately retreated to avoid accidental hits on himself. This man knew his business. A soldier from his group started to thank the older man, but he sharply cut him off. The battlefield is no place for chatter, he said. Their situation was still dire. They held on like rats cornered. The fierce attacks of the squad leader could not defeat them. He was merely stalling for time until the imminent end came. There were too many enemies, and the cavalry was in no hurry to help. At this rate, they would surely be slaughtered before it arrived, but he didn't even think of giving up. If he showed weakness, his men would completely lose heart and die immediately. The hunter courageously fought back with all his might. He smashed his enemies with the strokes of his broad sword. But in place of the slain monsters were new ones, full of strength, bloodthirsty, and relentless. They all ran toward the airport, where many civilians would be unable to defend themselves. The Dark Army kept arriving like a tide, wave after wave, completely unstoppable. They filled everything around them with bodies. From the left, strange sounds were heard as if a hurricane was howling. The hunter squad leader turned around, and even he trembled when he saw it. A giant was coming toward them with heavy footsteps, the ground shuddering beneath him. A huge, club-wielding skeleton emerged from the crevice, a foe beyond even experienced hunters, let alone their tiny troop. The A-rank monster looked like a death sentence. The hunters, who had gathered their courage, once again despaired. They had no equipment or skills to deal with the creature before them. The experienced squad leader froze for a moment. He was used to acting quickly, having gone through countless training drills that had sharpened his instincts. But right now, those instincts failed him. They gave him no clear plan of action. "Run," he shouted as he came to his senses, a rush of adrenaline snapping him awake. Another hunter, carrying a shield, rushed forward to intercept the monster's strike and protect his unit. A massive club, as thick as a tree trunk, swung down toward the small shield that could barely cover its wielder. The fighter activated his skill, and a red glow flared, buying precious seconds for his comrades to regroup. The impact was devastating, hurling the warrior through the air. The leader shouted in alarm as he saw his comrade badly injured. Luckily, the soft frame of a nearby vehicle absorbed part of the blow, sparing the man's life even though he was seriously hurt. But the towering giant did not stop. It kept advancing toward them. He didn't want to let his victim go so easily. The monster, without a gram of soft tissue, swung in to deliver a deadly strike to the wounded fighter. Skelequist firmly clutched a club with a metal hilt. At this size, it didn't matter how high quality a weapon the enemy used. The commander rushed as hard as he could to help. His fighter was unconscious and couldn't move, and the leader didn't have time. He only had to scream. He ordered him to stand up and survive, but in vain. The giant was already lowering his bat to smash the man's head. Not that the squad leader thought he shouldn't see his men die. He should have died first. Just as suddenly, the light kick of a man in flip-flops and a tracksuit rolled into the battle and instantly eliminated the threat with a single slap. The skeleton turned into a pile of bones when it was swatted like a fly. The commander gasped. It was the first time he had ever seen such a sight. The cavalry made it in time, and the strange man saved them. The flip-flops knocked out sparks when the hero landed. The mighty clippers. Back in business, the fighters recognized their savior. His distinctive black suit and flip-flops were well known among hunters and beyond. The shaggy wild hermit hero arrived in the blinding glow of his own glory. The hunters looked upon him as a savior. There could certainly be no doubt. Experienced player Kim Hyun-woo practiced his heroic appearance and posed in various spectacular ways. The day had almost turned into night from the haze of smoke. The fire was spreading rapidly, threatening to burn everything to the ground. Hyeonu stopped near the remains of the defeated enemy, those slowly melting, emitting miasmas. When the system notification popped up again and the status flashed, he had to head to the airport as well. Time was running out. Hyeonu glanced at the hunters beside him in passing. They looked shabby, but never ceased to admire him. After mortal danger is suddenly relaxed, their tension evaporating dramatically. They're crazy. Han-woo thought, this isn't a movie. There's still a fight going on. He asked them if they remembered where they were. Like little children. After all, right now they were being attacked by monsters from the back because the hunters had completely forgotten about them. Han-woo looked around the battlefield. His battle cohesion was not very good after all. He was dragging the rollers solo, as usual. But there really were a lot of monsters, and it was dangerous to leave them in the rear. The battlefield was a veritable catawasia. Blood, guts, tears, cries of the wounded. These were the best medicine for writhing. Han-woo decided to help out a bit to keep the hunters going until the main forces arrived. The damn big stick came in handy, and Han-woo armed himself with it. Hunter's attention was distracted again. Watching his actions, they couldn't understand what the hermit was going to do. However, it couldn't help but marvel at his strength and might. He single-handedly held the log wielded by the giant skeleton. The man rocket gave a start without back calculation and soared into the sky. Even a seasoned battle veteran commander had never seen such savagery in battle. Han-woo swung the telegraph pole in his hands properly and turned on death carousel mode. It spun around its axis very quickly. Then he executed a perfect throw, like in the townships. A giant lob flew toward the enemy. Though scattered like skittles, their crowding played into the hands of Han-woo and his jade mind trick. The enemy scattered cowardly tails or their equivalent. The infernal lawnmower soaked the whole place, uprooting even the concrete slabs. Even the hunters were horrified by this terrible rampage. Han-woo cupped his hands together. With that part of the task done, it was time to move on. The squad leader couldn't believe his eyes. The hero had saved them once again. The rumors about the experienced player were true. He allowed himself a flicker of emotion. Now there was a ray of hope in their desperate situation, and they could survive. All right, he commanded. Everyone gather around the experienced player. His fighting spirit had returned. This battle could still be won, he thought, noticing the player pressing on his heels, leaving the battlefield as if nothing had happened. I'll be back, shouted Han-woo to them. They can do it, because they have the power of friendship. He swiftly raced away toward the airport, only flip-flops flashing. The commander fell out again. How could this be? He wondered. What is going on? Unanswered questions swarmed his mind. His sword flashed, taking a bloody harvest. The way of the samurai is simple, he reminded himself. Raise, learn, and think of nothing else. Yuri Singh Fein. You just have to straighten out the rest of them. Easy. You can't show your tears to your subordinates, he thought as the commander rushed into battle. Damn experienced player. If he had stayed a little longer, the commander mused, that's how you believe. Heroes will be wowed and dumped after that. The battle boiled over with redoubled fury. Jet fuel blazing all around, humans and monsters fighting to the death. His men were holding on to their last breath. They had used up all the reserves of stamina. There is a limit to everything. Even if they survived until now, they would fall from fatigue, finally exhausted, and the leader realized it. Once again, they were on the brink of despair. Survived thanks to unexpected help. And once again, it was gone. There was no hope anymore. He took a deep breath. If there's one thing that helps a man hold on in times of need, it's his fighting spirit. Never give up. Be a man, said the ancient saying authored by Statham. Balls and fists, who has them? Who doesn't? Just hold on as best you can. Help is on the way. Through the enthusiasm of the squad, the commander pushed forward, but death was already breathing down his neck. He could already see the wheat fields stretching to the horizon, the ears caressing his hands. The samurai's hand gripped the hilt of his katana, and the fleeting movement of a plum petal caught his eye. One enemy defeated. Maximum speed, the warrior said, and began the game of death. With a single stroke of his blade, the huge orc was split in half, and the commander was saved. The cavalry arrived, coming for the second time in his life, and even in the same battle, thought the hunter. How much longer will this go on? That emotional swing would drive anyone crazy. He's definitely going to retire after this fight. The sword returned to the scabbard. One should love everyone, even the enemy should be killed gently. Warrior Samurai Star Guild leader and simply handsome Shinken arrived on time, and with him, all his honorable army. They were built beautifully and spectacularly so that all could see. The exhausted hunters cheered. There was nothing to fear now. The sky was cut by flashes of lightning. It seemed someone had summoned a scorpion. The discharges of electricity set off a cascade of lightning, blowing away all the monsters in the area. One day, the Sith will rule the galaxy. Learn the power of the dark side of the Force. The charred, crispy corpse fell at Shinken's feet, smelling of roasted meat. It's called in time. Asta's living Tesla coil, striding gracefully across the field in bullwhip and high boots. The beautiful Siu Yun said, her long hair falling down in a waterfall as her guild arrived in full force. She had spent the entire evening before the attack on her makeup, and it was a success. The sight of her beauty had the male half of the hunters drooling. It can't be. Someone whispered as 2 regiments of cavalry came to the rescue. You're here at once. Such a thing can only be seen in Manhwa, thought the squad leader. Eagles! Eagles have arrived, shouted one of the fighters, pointing in the direction. A squad of armored tanks from the Kwannon Guild also arrived at the battlefield. 3 regiments of cavalry, the commander muttered. He couldn't believe his eyes. He could know which god had saved him, but he promised to pray to him. Now it's retirement, he thought. I'll start a vegetable garden, plant potatoes, anything but all this. Vigilant little Seo Yan looked around for Him Woo, who was nowhere to be seen. Give up on this skilled player, the commander thought. Who in their right mind would worry about him? He went deep into the rift. The commander informed the beautiful Siu Yun. Bosses are never late, nor are they delayed. Shim Ken reported. They come strictly when needed. The heavy infantry shield slammed into the coating of concrete, knocking out a sheath of sparks. Quan stood at the head of the united army of hunters, as the tank should. He rested his shield on the ground. He used his acceleration ability and transformed into a transformer. His heavy POV shield was enveloped in a force field aura. The man bulldozed forward. Heavy armor, the shield, and acceleration created a powerful combination with immense energy output. Forming a wedge, the hunters from the 3 guilds launched an organized offensive against the crowd of monsters. The shield acted as a battering ram, simply crushing the monsters in its path. They couldn't hold back Quango's furious onslaught. He stormed through the enemy ranks like a knife through butter, smashing everything like a kell. Some particularly nimble monsters tried to outflank the group. They relied on the shield's speed to hit their backs and flanks, but they were overtaken by instant death. The calm and balanced Shin Ken chopped them down in an instant. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. He didn't care about such petty bipeds. The enemy's defeat was inevitable. His flaming blade cut through flesh and bone without losing speed, as if slicing through air. Wearing white gloves, the blue-haired witch gathered a blob of magic in her palm. Lightning flashed. Static electricity lifted her luxurious hair as she summoned multiple lightning spells. The Stormlord completed the defeat of the enemy by unleashing weapons of mass destruction on them. The discharges killed so many monsters that their bodies carpeted the entire area of the parking lot where the battle was raging. Another fighter gave his life in the war. What brought him here didn't matter anymore. War is the way of killing. Pressing the corpse of the defeated enemy with the flip-flops of fate, Han Wu looked around the battlefield. It looked like the forces that came up should handle the disaster while he took care of the main task at hand. An otherworldly portal filled with dark energy opened before him. He contemplated going downstairs and how good it was that monsters disappeared after they died. Or else, who would have buried them all? Along the sheer wall of the rift, a serpentine path climbed as if carved directly into the stone. More troops of their unknown enemy kept arriving along it. Han Wu hesitated. It was necessary to get inside as quickly as possible and not waste much time on the small bipeds. If you go left, you'll lose your horse. Han Wu, who saw a strange inscription on a rock. If you go to the right, you'll find 100 grams. Another strange sign. The signage here is so bad, Han Wu thought. But he didn't read the next inscription because he saw something more interesting. The GPS navigation would be more reliable. Right above the abyss hovered a tired car. He was desperate to find his happiness and looked sadly into the abyss. To be or not to be, that was the question. He just needed some air. Car therapist Han Wu opened the right door. The left door suffered the same fate. Now he held a passenger car door in each hand. Audio therapy services, fast and cheap. Ask crazy wild hermit Han Wu. The slippers of fate began the run-up to take off. The main thing is to start waving your arms vigorously. Gone while Han Wu's wings opened, his arms flung wide, and he jumped down into the abyss. I couldn't be like everyone else since I was a kid, but I guess that's my destiny in life, he hummed. It's time to play Mr. Proper and clean up the place, Yamba laughed. Directly below him, the monsters were climbing up a narrow, slippery path in the rocks. Tightly pressed together, I think the rain is going to report a distant relative of the nickel. Hyeonu landed on the path, scattering anyone unlucky enough to be under him with a flash of plasma. The monsters hesitated in the cloud of dust they could no longer see. They were propped up by others from below, and an unknown enemy appeared from above. The demon's winged shadow peeked through the puffs of smoke as the dust settled a bit. "Bazooka hands!" shouted one of them. Hyeonu! He launched himself down the sloping path in a mad onslaught. The monsters trembled to the terms of their contract. Devouring, gutting, destruction was. There was no word about fighting madness. Hyeonu watched the result. He slid all the way to the bottom, scattering the monsters like a bunch of dry leaves with a broom. All of them rested peacefully at the bottom. There was musty air at the bottom of the cliff. The miasmas made it hard to breathe. It smelled like a menagerie. The search in the semi-darkness didn't last long. Hyeonu found the target he was looking for. Suddenly, the rocking boss appeared from nowhere and approached him with measured steps. Punk note, Grandpa barked, the humanoid monster who was dropped in a can of Gainer as a child. Taurus Crimson Horse the Ascendant appeared, a monster hero with a glowing mohawk on his head. At the hiker's side dangled the key he was looking for, somewhere between the bricks of his abs. Eureka! Hyeonu realized there would be meat now, but even he was embarrassed by the steroid overgrowth. Good thing the key wasn't hidden more securely. Otherwise, he would have been searching for it for a long time. Then Han, who rushed forward at the evil punk, sought to strike. Siksuki flew into the monster's face. "Good evening," the polite hunter said. "Hello." But the steroid tourist, with the face of a boiled bat, easily dodged the blow. What a twist. No way there's a real glitch in the Matrix, Hyeonu thought. The foot strike also had no effect. The monster was even able to counterattack with a swing of its hoof. The heavy blow launched Hyeonu into a roll on his ass all the way to the gorge ball. For the first time in a long time, he received a clean punch back. How many years had passed? Hyeonu's heart beat faster. The danger, the vulnerability, the goosebumps. It was as if he were alive again, and the joy of battle was back. The walking testosterone didn't play noble. He decided to finish the lying man with an overhead kick. A heavy blow nearly crushed the hermit's skull. The sand dislodged from the rocks, abrasively scraping across his face and into his mouth. The rocking boss scowled contentedly and continued to strike until the enemy came to his fences. Hyeonu executed a birch and launched the tourist into flight with a light kick. Then he gave him a fist to his boiled face. The red-skinned chief drilled into the rock like a true geologist, but such an attack didn't hurt him. On the contrary, it was as if he became even more enraged and immediately rose up. A man in a tracksuit and flip-flops. "Who is he without them?" muttered the hiking enthusiast. "Hermit, car mechanic, dentist." Hyeonu thought. He understood the devil without words. Why words when you could speak with the power of your fists? Especially when you have such a good interlocutor for heated discussions. Hyeonu caught up with his opponent on the ground. He remembered the ancient rule of fist fighting. Paper beats rock. I know I should have thrown away the scissors. Kudu got upset and immediately applied the second stone. It's not in the Kanaboo rules, but who reads those rules? But the punk lover also watched Bruce Lee movies, so he was able to block the hermit's punch. Hyeonu didn't expect such a twist. When all the monsters fall with a single blow, you forget what real contact is. The blast wave went through, nearly tearing his membranes. The demon's fist knocked him back again, followed by a front leg kick. Punk tourist didn't miss his karate lessons. This blow went full force and Hyeonu absorbed all the damage. He crashed his back into the wall, exploding rocks. The hermit coughed heavily, his ribs aching from the impact, sand crunching on his teeth. The evening was no longer languid. The third pose changed, but only he gets the blame. The hunter Von. Okay. The steroidal cranhorn creature was much stronger than he believed. His ribs cracked as he tried to stand up. Now the real fight would begin. The monster was very different from the ones he'd encountered in the tower. Even a level 100 boss had flown away like a furry beast. The limitations of the tower had taken their toll. Hyeonu inhaled deeply to become stronger. He had subjected himself to various aesthetics. It was time to remove one of the restrictions. He was loath to break the vows of abstinence he had made to himself. It undermined his spirit, but the situation forced his hand. Hey, rubber-faced. The hero rose to his feet, gathering his strength. The monster growled something unintelligible in response, yet had no real speech like all monsters. Hyeonu pointed at the creature, promising it a quick and easy death. But the punk lover didn't understand a damn thing. He had put all his points into strength, not enough into intelligence. The mad hermit took a special stance, a first technique, a killing slam. He made the same seemingly unimportant hand motions. Taking a low stance, he challenged the monster with the full weight of his will. The technique brought back an old memory from his days of confinement in the training tower, something he had never wished to use again. Years ago, locked inside that tower, Hyeonu had known despair. He tried every possible way to free himself. Back then, he had not yet become the eccentric hermit. He was still following the path of the martial arts novels he once admired. The hero in one such story had also been imprisoned but managed to escape after forging his own martial art. Exhausted, Han Woo once lay on the cold ground of the tower. Only at the very bottom of his despair did the right thought strike him. Casting aside his fatigue, he forced himself to rise again. He refused to surrender or accept his fate. No room for discouragement or weakness, he thought. I will find a way out. Strength will slowly replace despair. Han Woo persevered, trying everything he could to invent a martial art of his own. He recalled what he had seen in films and novels. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups. He did them all. And in the end, it wasn't the exact method that mattered. It was belief. The belief that once he became a true master, he could overcome any challenge. He ran around the tower, shouting pathetic phrases and striking theatrical poses that he could only imagine. Even then, the residents of the tower began to suspect something about their unwilling guest. Unfortunately for Han Woo, his techniques didn't work. The cheats refused to connect. He continued to study the sky over and over again, dodging the blows of various bosses. It was all about boredom and endless time at his disposal. Han Woo didn't give up. He kept trying, still throwing ridiculous punches and shouting strange phrases that he'd put his whole soul into. Until one day it finally worked and the monster was torn to shreds. A special feeling spread through every cell of his body as the monster's head exploded with a balloon. This sensation transformed into a unique skill, born from the countless times he had used it while clearing the tower. From mock moves, these techniques had evolved into a true martial art and gained unprecedented power. Yet, the source of the power behind those blows was his madness. Each strike was a step closer to the precipice of darkness. Young Woo broke the last seal and prepared for the final round with the boss. He waited for the demon to lunge at him, his every move in clear sight. The demon attacked with an overhead hook, his left arm poised, ready for a finishing blow. A heavy fist, knuckles protruding, came straight for the hunter's head. The games were over. Both fought to the death, using their best skills. Han Woo waited patiently, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. He stepped into the redhead's defense, his palms sweeping toward the demon's eyes, momentarily distracting him. Then, Han Woo turned his palm into a fist and swung it at the demon's ugly face. The punch resonated with a pathos phrase worthy of a king. The technique didn't quite reach the Izin's grip, but the explosion was deafening. Secondary shrapnel flew, and the shockwave shattered the walls of the gorge. The impact's energy reverberated, filling the entire bottom of the gorge, scattering to either side. The Mad Hermit stood amidst the smoke, bent over his defeated foe. Han Woo's side lingered as he examined the devastating consequences of his actions. Due to the fact that this technique requires euchirks of strange words and draws on the energy of the absurd, he felt awkward all the time when he used it. Everyone has their own closet graveyard, but it's better when no one knows about it. He picked up the key from the monster's body. Good thing it hadn't gotten lost in the heat of battle. Finding it in the dark would have been difficult. Once he took the key, the system recognized the quest item and sent a notification. This promised answers to long-standing questions. The system sent him a new invitation 3 days later. As the noise of the battle settled down, Han Woo noticed a strange buzzing above him in a wandering red light. Something was approaching from above the gorge, buzzing like a huge fly. A drone copter descended to the bottom of the gorge. Apparently, it was filming. The drone carefully focused its digital eye on Han Woo's face. The Mad Hermit had been imprisoned for so long that he was completely unaware of the purpose of the contraption above him. The Aries Guild drone had direct surveillance of the Mad Hermit and was broadcasting everything to the guild office. The mood of the staff was subdued. The man on the screen was a very formidable foe and did not bode well. He waited fearfully for the reaction of his young, hot-tempered, and quick-tempered boss. "Is this a rank?" he asked his staff after completing the review. The HR manager hastened to justify herself. She had delivered not a simple analysis, but an association document. On their table, they had the result of the official test of his skills, all A-rank abilities except magic, for which he had received an A rank. The principal couldn't stand it any longer. He pounded his fist on the table, where only his men could see. Even after watching the video, this chicken didn't understand anything. Does she really think these skills are just A rank? The manager, frightened, averted her gaze. She couldn't find anything to reply with, but that was her observation. Without magic, without items, in an ordinary tracksuit, even Director Sean Woo couldn't make sense of how this was possible. He went back to contemplating the case files. He should have thought it over with a cool head. An incredible force was fundamentally changing the entire landscape of their strategy, and something had to be done about it. After making a decision befitting a true boss, Hyeonu Woo turned to his deputy, Yeonwak. He asked, "Are the materials for the new case ready? You can always turn defeat into victory if you're smart." Hyeonu Woo added. Yeonwak confirmed his readiness. He'd already let his boss down once, and he couldn't afford to do so a second time. A faint smirk touched the headmaster's face. There were always things that could not be fixed by force alone. Encouraged, he ordered his subordinates to put the plan into action. The day after the glacial crevasse closed, where there was no ice, a meeting was held at the Quarry Hunters Association. It was attended by dozens of reporters, including those from overseas. The leaders of the three guilds and Hun Woo were invited for the awards and recognition of their merit in closing the cleft. Hun Woo showed his complete disdain for the official dress code once again, preferring loose clothing. Park Gamoon's hands were shaking with excitement. Except for the phone not falling out of his hands, he was beyond happy because he could broadcast from the front rows as Hun Woo's acquaintance. His broadcast was watched by thousands of people who animatively wrote in the chat room. The minister held out the award to the hero with a sour face. He was still not used to the changes in the world where self-confident children took on leading roles in society. He looked the guy over from top to bottom, sloppy appearance, unsanctioned uniform. Because of his age, it was too late to enlist, but in the days of his youth, he would have brought such an insolent upstart to his senses and shaved his head. The minister's look said it all. The sight of the mad hermit evoked nothing but contempt. And this man is a hero, a total disgrace to society, the minister said angrily. Maybe we should buy some clothes for Kim Hyun-woo, the minister remarked, his lips pressed tightly together. Hyun-woo was distracted from his thoughts and looked directly at the defense minister standing in front of him. Usually, he just ignored people since he had lost all social skills in the tower, but this time, he chose to respond. This time, he rudely blew off the minister, making him even angrier. He told him that he could simply ignore him. The chat on the broadcast exploded with comments, all praising the rebellious antics of the mad hermit. The man in shoulder straps nearly collapsed from a heart attack. In the army, he would have sent the soldier to the brig, but here, he had no choice but to endure. The mad hermit casually took the commemorative award and flowers from the minister's hands without waiting for any special congratulations. In that same instant, he escaped the outbursts and dull objections of the Minister of Defense. The high-ranking man who had dedicated his entire life to his career and service was shaking with anger. He went into a real frenzy, demanding that the hunter be sent to the army, where he would immediately be taught to love the army. Hun Woo's friends could only sigh. His selfish disposition and low social skills made it difficult to socialize with him. A tall Chinese pagoda stood drenched in the sunset light, housing the PO Guild headquarters. The girl was taking a royally huge bath, and looking at the screen from the hot water rose clouds of thick steam like in a bathhouse. Through her thin robe, her naked back, adorned with a skull tattoo, was visible. Beautiful, thin lips sighed excitedly, and a tear ran down her cheek. The girl watched the battle between the mad hermit and the red-skinned demon. Unable to believe her eyes, a particular pose, the low stance Hun Woo was standing in seemed familiar to her. He froze, terrified of missing a stinkle shot. Her red eyes remained unblinking. The pose, the disheveled hair, the outline of the body, it all evoked very familiar feelings. The girl jumped up sharply as if stung. She couldn't find her place, overwhelmed with excitement. The pre-cutie's face no longer blushed from the hot water. She wanted to know his name. The bath attendant reported, "It's Kim Hyun-woo, the hunter who recently left the tower." Kim Hyun-woo. She whispered his name, spelling it on her tongue. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like bright rubies. She immediately demanded all information about the weirdo prana in the tracks. The minion nodded and hurried off to clarify what it was that her mistress was so interested in. The long-haired beauty with the looks of a princess wanted to know absolutely everything. The servant girl nodded stoically again. Her mistresses were being law to her. Another servant in white robes entered the bathing room. He was approaching his mistress. The warrior took a knee and bowed. He reported the capture of a neighboring guild. The princess didn't take her eyes off the screen. She didn't even dignify her servant with a glance. His report was insignificant. The warrior reported the capture of all the southern dungeons, detailing everything in full. The mistress stepped out of the water, her thin robe clinging to her naked body, but she wasn't worried. Hardly a servant dared raise his eyes. Their forces clashed with the Aries Guild and lost one warrior prisoner, the servant continued. She stood on the warm tile of the bathing tub, water dripping down her body. The maid threw on her robes of imperial colors. The girl didn't care at all about the fate of the prisoner. If he let himself be captured, then he's pathetic, she said, her pretty face giving off a chill. The weak have no place in the guild. The petite girl spoke imperiously. Stepping her bare feet onto the tiles of the bathhouse, she moved with ease. With slender, graceful fingers, she gathered her luxuriously long hair. In one fluid motion, she squeezed the wet strands dry, each movement radiating power. Proudly beautiful, she left a lasting impression, as if she were a true empress. She commanded, "There shall be no delay in taking over all the remaining guilds." A bossy, cruel nature hid behind her cute, childish face. The spirit of Emperor Qin seemed to revive in this fragile beauty, demanding that she take over all the dungeons without leaving a trace. All from the sake of an oath made long ago, she thought as her gaze landed on the odd hunter. Only when she looked at him did her eyes glow with interest. A slight blush scorched her face. She moved closer to the screen, eager to study Kim Hun-woo's face. Her heart beat faster than usual. Pretty Seo Yan had dressed up in an open-top evening dress for dinner. She reprimanded Hyun-woo once more for his indiscretion. "You're too popular," she reminded him, "which means you need to behave more carefully." Kwon Seo chuckled softly, confirming her words. But cautious as always, Shin Ken remained silent. Said it wasn't funny. Kim Hyun-woo, puzzled as to where such popularity would come from, as a true hermit, or was quite far from it. His friends began to show him various news stories about the Mad Hermit. The experienced player threat had grown incredibly large, and only a lazy person hadn't written about it. The journalists hadn't changed at all. Who'd have noticed? They were doing the same thing then and now. Little Seo Yan insisted that Hun-woo pay more attention to the matter and not run away in the middle of the ceremonies. They're watching every move in their appearance, too, Shinken noted discreetly. Kwon-sun only laughed. He understood the futility of his friends trying to curb Hyun-woo's odd temper. He knew easily brushed it all off. "Is it worth worrying about people you'll never meet?" he replied lightly. His life, his rules. Shimkin and Seo Yun had finally given up. No matter what they said, the fool didn't care about anything. The Mad Hermit looked at his watch and told them he would be leaving. Cautious Shimkin rushed to clarify exactly where their reckless friend was headed. But the man, as always evasive and streamlined, reported that he had a meeting and turned around to leave. Meeting, whispered Seo to herself, completely discouraged. Where is Hyun-woo, and where are the meetings? All three of them shuddered at this news. Could the Mad Hermit have friends besides us? They wondered. The girl sighed. She was already tired worrying about her friend like a small child. But why worry when your friend is Superman? Wondered Kwanum, looking at her depressed friend. Slud, with the mommy of the entire world, had become the personal enemy of a huge guild. Just that, replied Shinken restlessly. He had barely left the tower, and things had already taken a devilish turn. After all, Hyun-woo had done it. His friends had reason to worry. Beauty was lying flat under the weight of worry. Shinken was also in a pensive state. Kwon-sun was the only one amused, as he understood the hermit's violent temper more than anyone else. Hyun-woo went out for some air and stopped in a dark alley with no random passersby at all. He came here a few seconds before departing. This time, Hyun-woo knew what to expect. The bright glow of the teleport passed through, and he felt a familiar sense of disorientation. The silver-haired Chabit girl welcomed him back into the confined gray room. "Hyun-woo," she said with a soft smile, "we're glad you're back." Hyun-woo excitedly replied, "I'm looking forward to this meeting too." After all, he had now increased his rank. He checked with the android girl to see if his status had gone up. "Yes," she confirmed, "your rank has increased." By killing the Taurus, he had increased his rank. From low rank, she paused, paging through the files, to low. The android happily issued the update. Hyun-woo listened intently, anticipating useful answers. However, the android clearly didn't tell him what he was hoping for. A shadow lay over the Mad Hunter's face. He instantly exploded. "The damn car!" he yelled. "It has once again failed all my expectations, utterly failing to live up to my trust." The android girl reacted faster this time. She remembered how scary the hunter was when angry and hurried to dump all responsibility on the system. Someone who is this developer?" she stammered, trying to deflect the blame onto the system. Chanted the Mad Hermit. Vroin again blamed it on the system, but that didn't negate the crux of the matter. He had been left a fool to believe their promises. The girl with bolts instead of a brain shrank in fear, but couldn't add anything. Kunwu's rank didn't allow him to know more right now. But it would be better soon enough. She hastened to assure the speedy hunter. And since he's already become a guardian, he can tell them what he's going to do next. If he could handle it, he could definitely find out whatever he wanted to know this time. The android girl continued to brainwash him. However, Han-woo was even angrier. He had heard the same thing last time, and now he suspected he was just being deceived. His job is to fight the Ascenders. The Vedroid continued, giving away something new for once. Hyun-woo immediately took notice and demanded a detailed explanation. "Those who climbed the tower," the girl continued, "ascending tourists like the one Han-woo defeated last time. In his many years in the tower, this was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. The Bucketoid was saying strange things." It wasn't about the training tower, the chatbot that came to life explained. Han-woo felt more and more interested. After all, he hadn't agreed to this assignment for nothing. The tower the chatbot spoke of has 12 stories, the android continued, one of which is the entire Earth. The news sounded shocking. It was out of the ordinary worldview. The silver-haired android repeated everything it had said again so that Han-woo would definitely understand everything. Kim Han-woo's guardian now has to protect the 9th floor out of 12. The android said with significance after plainly stating the mission. It was about an entire planet, its homeworld, that could be in danger of a hitherto unimaginable level. Hanwoo couldn't believe his ears when he realized the meaning of all the information he had received. He looked shocked. The other ascenders are going up to the 9th floor, and they need to be stopped, the android girl said. He didn't sign up for this, Yanwu said indignantly. He just wanted to know who had imprisoned him in the tower. The farther into the forest, the thicker the partisans, he muttered. Matters did not add clarity, only new problems. He was in a jam, the mad hermit lamented, too much on his mind at once. If the ascenders are not stopped, the entire 9th floor will be destroyed, the Bakatoi reported, delivering important information. In that case, Hyeonu would disappear like the entire planet he lives on, she stated, the obvious hanging in the air. Where is this captain's boat? Hyeonu slammed his palm sharply on the table. His anger flared. What was happening was making him furious. In other words, he was told to shut up because he had to do what he was told anyway. Most of all, he hated being manipulated. The android clipped its silver lashes idly, processing the request. Chopit fidgeted, making excuses. I didn't mean it at all, she said quickly. What's the matter then? The mad hermit asked, his voice sharp. He could barely keep from tearing the place apart. As if sensing something wrong, the Vedroid moved its microcircuits intensely, and then she spewed out some completely ridiculous nonsense. Apparently, the bug shorted out all her circuits. Hanwoo was fed up with this parody of a humanoid robot with truncated functionality, mumbling incessantly. The little android went into standby mode. Even the monitor backlight went out, and yet she was part of the 9th floor's control system. The bucket clenched her fists, gathering all the digital will that there was. Kim Hanwoo, the android, suddenly changed his behavior protocol, adding rigidity to its patterns. Even Hanwoo noted the change in her behavior and voice. This neural network was still capable of learning. True, she still had a lot to learn. She went back to the stupid android again and asked not to be mad at her. Humi was appointed guardian of the Earth for his own good, continued the android girl AV. Their goal is to help him, she said. Plus, there would be a reward, and it increased with each feat in defeating ascended tourists. Hanwoo was calculating the rewards and risks in his mind. It was a big deal, but it could all go to his benefit. He had been in prison for 12 years. He couldn't be left like that. He asked, how high does the rank have to be to learn about the creation of the tower and the identity of his jailer? No less than the highest ranking. The stupid android answered him. If he keeps catching all the ascendants, he will definitely raise his rank to the necessary level. Information must be paid for. So be it. He's ready, because it's better than nothing. Hanwoo asked how many kills would be required. The little android rubbed her chin thoughtfully, struggling to do the math. The ascendants are divided into tiers, each with its own weight and price, she reported, sounding like an experienced bounty hunter. 5 heads of Elite Rising would be needed for Hanwoo to access the system, the cute android girl informed him. Hanwoo wondered how much the head of the red-faced punk he had eliminated was worth. Crimson Horse Archer clarified, his voice dripping with the swagger of a slave trader. The Vedroid girl informed Hanwoo that the level of the hiking lover was the lowest among all the ascendants. Even the lowest level caused problems for the hermit, forcing him to use the absurdity technique. The conversation was more productive this time, and at least he understood where he should go next. Hanwoo was satisfied, though not completely. Late at night, he returned to Shinken's apartment where he was staying for free. He sat in the library surrounded by shelves stacked with books, studying his status and pondering the new information. Hyunwoo stared at the blue screen until his eyes began to hurt, but he continued to gaze at it, unwilling to look away. No matter how much he sighed or thought about it, he still wouldn't find any new answers. Whether Earth entered the tower or not, he would do what he must. He would be what he would become. The world's responsibility was to save the world. He did not have to think of everything at once or shoulder it all on his own. Big power brought big headaches for Hyunwoo. He was already feeling the weight of this burden. What he had seen and learned didn't fundamentally change his previous goals. Now, his journey would only be a little longer. He would focus on the immediate goal, kill the 5 ascendants. Nothing else to think about. The phone vibrated, snapping him out of his deep thoughts. It was little son calling. The last few days, he had become like a babysitter, constantly checking in on him, even though he was the one who was older. It felt as if he were taking care of the snotty schoolgirl in the tower. Though now he's turned into a young girl. Hanwoo picked up the phone and suddenly he heard her shrill, excited voice. Seo Yan asked, "Are you watching the news right now?" She demanded that he get up immediately and turn on the breaking news. Hugh turned on Korea's Channel 1 and started listening. He didn't immediately realize what it was about. When it hit him, he was the subject of heated discussions on the country's main channel. He was accused of murder. It was no longer a joke case like before. Journalists were seriously discussing the murder of Hunter Aries in their dungeon, blaming Kim Hyeon-woo for everything. The Mad Hermit was even taken aback by the unprecedented insolence of his opponents. What was happening amused him. In any case, there was nothing to fear. After all, the hunters lived in no law. They met at Kwano's country house. It was quieter there, away from people, reporters, and their cameras. The phones had been ringing off the hook since the night before, making Han-woo very angry. He was thinking about throwing them all in a bucket and burning them with gasoline. Little Xiu-Yan slammed her fists on the table, indignant. It was Han-woo who was the culprit behind all the commotion. 12 years later, he had left the tower and had become a very famous man. She chastised him. Because of recent events where he had single-handedly closed the rift, other countries were now watching. And now, everyone was discussing him as a murderer. She had warned him many times about his dealings with Aries. She had nagged him, worried for him. Xiu-Yan, Han-woo, sluggishly waved away all the clamor. He had long ago lost all social instincts. People's opinions didn't bother him. But for the sensitive Xiu-Yang, this was crossing the line. She flared up even more when he requested she calm down. Han-woo felt confusion. Something vaguely incomprehensible, called social relationships, was invading his mind. It felt like a wife dripping on his brain. But wait, he wasn't married at all, the hermit thought. And yet, he couldn't grasp why she was so anxious about him. But wasn't that self-evident? Exclaimed the spunky girl with her heightened maternal instinct. Hyun-woo scraped out the remnants of his social skills. The last update he'd gone through back in high school, which was an eternity ago. Doesn't she like him already? He blurted out without reading the atmosphere, mood, or attitude at all, showing a third-grade level of human comprehension. From such a blunt and inappropriate question, little Xiu-Yan was speechless, as if someone had kicked her in the butt. It took her a full minute to come to her senses while she just stared at him with her blue oceans of eyes. All kinds of torturous executions of sinners flashed through her mind, and she noted those where the victim lives a very long time. You would get a pacemaker for such jokes. The girl's storm turned into a real storm. If he said one more word, she'd give an electroshock therapy like that. Xiu-Yan was unrecognizable, a real witch in her place. Ken-woo decided not to piss her off anymore and shut up. It's better to believe a woman when she promises you something. Shim-Ken came to the aid of his suffering friend and took the odd hermit to task. He brought his cell phone, which was ringing off the hook with hundreds of calls from reporters. On top of that, Hyun-woo came out at the top of the rankings for internet search terms, and with him, so did his friends. Hyun-woo was excited because he thought it was his first time there, but Kano noticed that the hermit had been there before. Shim-Ken started reading the articles. Most of them looked like dirty slander about Han-woo and his comrades. Getting into every little detail, Shim-Ken drilled the hermit with a reproachful glare. The magnitude of the problem was more than something that could simply be dismissed. But Han-woo still didn't understand why he was so excited, as if he had nothing to do with it. The always reserved friend huffed. Unlike Hyun-woo, he cared a lot about public opinion. He had responsibility to the guild. Won was on the same wavelength as Han-woo. He didn't worry about anything. Everything was simple for him. His friend's problems were his problems. The rest didn't matter. Han-woo checked with Kwano when a press conference for the case would start. It was only half an hour away, and Kwon-sun asked if Han-woo was ready to speak in front of people. Shim-Ken stirred like a fire, the news completely unexpected to him. Tiny Xiu-Yang was also unaware of the crazy detachment man's plans. Hyun-woo calmed them down. He had prepared himself to meet the reporters and was very confident, but the couple just didn't believe him. It's not Hyun-woo's custom to negotiate by word of mouth. He wasn't going to beat up the journalists. They worried. Kwa, who knew everything beforehand, laughed. He was amused by their reaction. Han-woo was a bit confused and didn't know what to say to this. His friends didn't trust him at all. It seemed that the comrades were firmly doubting his capacity, which made Han-woo huff. The Aries Guild had started an after-hours meeting dedicated to an experienced player. Boss Hyukon-woo nervously tapped his index finger on the table as he listened to the deputy's report. Yubion mentioned that everything was going according to plan. After leaking to journalists, they launched bot farms and raised the topic online. The slanderers had done a good job, and the attitude towards Han-woo changed to negative. People reacted strongly to the unjustified murder. Hyukon knew how to manipulate public opinion. Give people a reason to hate. They'll do the rest on their own. Everything was going well, perhaps too well. Satisfied, he spread out in his chair, waiting for positive news. The press conference was scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In order to have time to prepare everything, Han-woo wasn't going to hide his head in the stand. Judging from the social polls and their dynamics, as well as decent bribes, Han-woo would have a hard time at the conference. Yubion confirmed. This is the power of money. Huk Seong-woo thought to himself. Money gives unlimited power and influence and allows you to get even more money. That's how, step by step, you build your empire. Money is the grease for the wheels of an all-out war for domination. In order to win this game, Hyeonu decided to attack first when the opponent was not yet ready. And now, Hyeonu was walking on very thin ice. And when the ice cracks, he, the guild leader, Aries, will be waiting for him. And thus, moving people like pawns, he will always be one step ahead of his opponents, thought Hyeonu. Hyeonu is inconsistent, harsh with authorities. He's an unruly lunatic who doesn't know how to do business in society, and that's his vulnerable point. This conference is a real battlefield. It will be held live, which means that changes must be reacted to instantly, Hyeonu concluded. Yubion took care of Plan B and sent his men there just in case. Hyeonu felt a great nervous shiver of excitement. He had prepared everything. Now he would destroy the next enemy. A gloating smirk blossomed on his face. Revenge is a dish that is served cold. Hyeonu shouldn't have messed with me. Spotlights brightly illuminated the conference venue, ensuring that nothing was hidden from the camera lenses. Hyeonu sat alone, almost like an interrogation, but he held himself proudly and courageously without changing his habits. The crowd was hungry for fresh blood. As soon as the interview began, journalists pounced on him with questions under the flashes. Of hundreds of cameras bred in spectacle, the audience cheered in anticipation of a great show. But as always in such cases, in pursuit of hype and news, the pressure mounted. Even a person like Hyeonu, with blunted social instincts, felt a tremendous amount of pressure as if he were standing in front of a pack of hyenas. Yet he made the first move, taking matters into his own hands. He immediately stated that he would not follow the official rules, but would remain himself and speak as he knew how. He pretended that he hadn't heard the previous questions at all, which embarrassed the journalist. The first question was about his well-being. The reporter wanted to catch him. If Hyeonu said he was fine, he would be accused of being insensitive. But Hyeonu didn't make it up. He answered as is that he felt lousy. Such straightforward, unadorned candor embarrassed the journalist, who hadn't expected it at all. But ordinary people were touched by such frankness. The crowd always liked upstarts, rebels, people with character. Candles. Intrigues, investigations. Hyeonu passed the floor to the next reporter by simply pointing his finger. This time, he was asked directly if it was true that he was guilty of murder. Hyeonu immediately gave an affirmative answer, accepting all the accusations in one fell swoop. This made a lot of people in the audience gasp. Usually, a person makes excuses for themselves when they are accused. What can they do if he really is a brutal killer? Hunters live outside the law. Fortunately for them, Hyeonu suggested that they listen to his version of events first and then draw conclusions because, after all, this isn't a court of law. He took matters into his own hands again and controlled the reactions of the crowd. Finally, his words were backed by boundless power. He began by telling everyone the backstory of their conflict with the Aries Guild. Hyeonu had merely refused the recruiters, but the Aries Guild didn't like it. At that time, he didn't know what it would be like. Then, Hyeonu turned on the tape. On the tape was Shagan's voice confessing that he was Harry's hitman, and they were his employers. The new evidence and the circumstances of the case caused a stir. It fundamentally changed Hyeonwoo's original view as a cold-blooded killer. The people in the audience instantly became excited. It's not every day you hear someone hiring hitmen. The record kept playing, giving an unmistakable indication of exactly what Shogun intended. The truth shocked them. The unprecedented brutality of the killer reached their ears, even as a recording. After that, there could be no discrepancies, provided the record was authentic. Hyeonu let them listen to the whole thing until the very end for more effect. Shagan's piercing scream marked the end of the story. For a few moments, the entire audience forgot how to breathe. Slowly, they came to their senses. They were rethinking everything that had been said about Hyeonu earlier and reassessing their positions on it. One of the journalists wanted to know more details and asked about the place where the recording was made. Hyeonu confirmed that this was the same place that had already been trumpeted everywhere in the Aries Guild, the Swamp Dungeon. He went there to catch the boss. But now it turns out the story isn't being told the way it really was, as if it was Aries who was the victim of the attack and assassination attempt, not the peaceful hermit who never harmed anyone. This fundamentally reversed everything, making the accusations false and simply slander. If anyone doubts he can provide other information, Hyeonu was very confident. But a journalist is not so easily confused. He immediately asked about something that could prove the authenticity of the recording. The question sounded weighty. It wouldn't be dismissed so easily. Who would prove that Hyeonu wasn't a manipulator? However, things were going exactly as he had hoped. He allowed himself a condescending smirk. This question was a real gift to him. He wanted badly to be asked. Hyeonu pulled out another smartphone and shook it in front of hundreds of cameras. The mad hermit suspended intrigue, biding his time, waiting for the right pause without giving it all away at once. The reporter hesitated. He went along with the hermit's ruse and didn't know what to say. Hyeonu claimed that the cell phone he was holding belonged to the killer. In court, the evidence is usually considered individually, But at a press conference, more importantly, as you say, the reporter was bagging again. The phone itself is still locked, but if given to specialists, it could become an important piece of evidence. He brought it with him just to claim that he had such evidence. As for the assassin, Han-woo stated that he could only resist because he was a rookie who had barely left the tower. He completely captured all of the people's attention by deeply playing on their emotions. Now, by his calculations, in the eyes of the public, he must appear as a victim of assault, a man who used self-defense. Han-woo was merely fending off an attack from a more experienced and older hunter. According to Han-woo, during their fight, Xia Gang accidentally fell into the jaws of an alligator. The reporter was finally confused by Han-woo's testimony just now. He said that everything that happened was an accident. Han-woo responded that there was no contradiction in the way he was involved in Xia Gang's death. Even though the killer was killed by an alligator, Hyun-woo isn't the kind of person you should be relaxed about fighting. His every word was recorded by the hundreds of hands that were texting. Han-woo stated that he had heard a lot about credibility, how awesome the guild was, and that was why he wanted to keep their conflict quiet. However, Aries were the first to decide to play in the public eye, in dirty fashion at that, and it went too far. The conference ended well for him, with Han-woo leaving the buildings in reflection. It wasn't the first time their paths had crossed. Aries had once again annoyed him, and he couldn't let it go. Deputy Yubong could no longer sit. His hemorrhoids had reopened. The conference results had derailed all of his efforts. But now it was even worse. Everything turned upside down over a tiny little thing, a tape recorder. Their guild had been badly screwed over, and the reporters wouldn't miss it. Jung-woo spoke up. The problems of a large, well-known guild worry us more than the death of a single hunter. Yubong choked with anger, imagining the kind of beating he would get from his boss. He almost cried as he realized he'd lost to a weird teenager. Yubong thought he was playing against a boy. A simpleton who could only swing his fists. No matter what, they could no longer let their guard down. Who knows what other surprises the Mad Hermit would throw at them. The group visited the restaurant again to celebrate the victory, the successful conclusion of the conflict with society. Shim Ken marveled at Han-woo's foresight in keeping a record of the fight, as if he knew he might need it. Both Kwon and baby Siu-yun were surprised by such insight, especially since even the hitman's cell phone had been brought by Han-woo. "It's simple, Hun," said Han-woo, because he lied out loud and made it up. "It's about the killer's cell phone," of course, he added, seeing the amazed looks on his friends' faces. But it didn't help much. They were still perplexed by what they had heard. They demanded everything be told to them immediately, without being led around by the nose. Han-woo reiterated his words, saying that he was not holding the killer's cell phone in his hands. It was not evidence in any way. However, the tape was real, and they were so hot on his ears about him being dangerous, that Han-woo got the idea to record the conversation and the killer's imaginary cell phone. It's just one of Shin Ken's devices that changed as easily as a girl's shoes. Little Siu-yan raged. This kind of reversal worried her more. What if the phone's authenticity was established? Hyun-woo answered her with a satisfied look. No one will know about the fake evidence. It was quite simple. Hyun-woo reasoned. The Aries Guild would come after me much faster than the police would come after me. The girl was taken aback by his answer. She still couldn't quite grasp the Mad Hermit's train of thought. The Aries Guild will definitely make contact, he'd assured her, without bringing the matter to an investigation. Seo-yan wondered. From Hyun-woo's words, everything seemed to be working out fine, but when he solved some problems without creating others, she was still adamant that the big kid, the crazy hermit, needed an eye kept on him. The company laughed merrily, teasing little Siu-yun about her hyper-responsibility for Hyun-woo. The hermit offered to go back to eating. Since his return, he had only had two favorite things to do: eat and sleep. Of course, there was something else as well, fighting against enemies. Han-woo's thoughts drifted to the Aries Guild. It was considered a world-class guild, with its headquarters in the United States. Dungeons were scattered across the globe, and they had managed to secure the greatest number in Korea, turning it into a key foothold. Hyun-woo calmly cut into the meat on his plate. Whatever the Aries Guild did, whether through treaties or rumors, he didn't care. The reputational risks of such a massive guild far outweighed any loss he might face. He had nothing to lose. With those thoughts, he stepped out into the parking lot outside the restaurant. Later that night, they parted ways, Shaken once again acting as his personal driver. But this time, Han-woo suddenly asked his friend to let him walk alone. Shen was surprised. Usually that meant his eccentric roommate was about to get caught up in another story. But Han-woo remained firm, simply waving his hand without offering further details. Shiken watched his companion go, thinking, you can't be a babysitter forever. Sighing, he decided to leave it at that and stay out. After all, his friend had survived on his own in the tower for over a dozen years. Han-woo found a convenient place, narrow, dark, and completely deserted. a perfect place for a hot date. He walked through the night, breathing in the coolness, completely open, as if inviting conversation. It didn't take long for the interlocutors to arrive, and Han-woo caught a glimpse of their presence. He stopped so they could catch up with him. Come closer, Banderlords, he thought. The masked enemies cosplayed the Leaf Village clan. They appeared even faster than he expected and surrounded him. Han-woo met them with bravado. Once he was alone, his stalkers immediately showed up. The group of fans of his skill moved closer. They didn't leave any space at all. More like Assassin's Creed fans, their ringleader invited Han-woo to visit the chief for a cup of tea. After taking a closer look at their cosplay, Han-woo liked it. He had been playing this game since before the tower. A cosplay gang leader contemplated what to do with a recalcitrant client. Han-woo inquired who the distinguished gentleman was that sent him an invitation with an escort. However, the costume gang leader replied that their boss preferred to remain incognito. Of course, Hyeonu knew who invited him and why. He only provoked the underhanded goons. He refused the tea party, to which the head of the theater troupe politely warned that he would use force and escort the guest out anyway. This turn of events was highly expected and, moreover, desired by the Mad Hermit. He reminded the Cloak and Dagger servants that he had gained considerable fame since the glacial crack. He then noticed the gentleman in front of him, confident in their words. They're very confident to say such things. The flip-flops of fate had come into motion. Astrologers foreshadowed an increase in skeletons in the graveyard. The historical reenactment enthusiasts perked up, reacting to the sudden movement of the target. But the Mad Hermit simply walked past them and squatted down. There are seeds, and if I find them, he turned to the hapless role player. Hyun-woo pulled a few bulbs from the bed and politely asked him to come over. Fresh onions are good for health, said nutrition fighter Hermit Han-woo. This is something the killers couldn't stand anymore. Their honor and dignity as cosplay fans were on the line. Their leader shook with anger. He couldn't stand vegans and preferred cooked food. Realizing that the negotiations had come to nothing, the killers moved on to apprehension. The leader, ape-like, spread his arms and launched some kind of magic, his palms glowing with spotlights. He flew up at Hyun-woo and pointed his hands in his direction. The underbelly glowed with a bluish hue. But the lettuce was quickly interrupted by the too long casts and meaningless shouts of third-grade assassins. The ringleader flew up like a rag doll from the impact. They may have been experienced cosplayers, but they were like children against the Mad Hermit. The henchmen of the ringleader of the theater company panicked, having just lost their leader. Bearing their short blades, they went on a desperate attack. They too had their own aces up their sleeves, which they hurriedly put to use. Various skills worked in Hyun-woo's favor. Their combined attack looked prompt. Blessing. They combined reinforcements, cold weapons, and entangled the opponent. The attack went coherently, simultaneously, from all directions. It seemed that the troupe had rehearsed a lot. The scraping of metal and flashes of magic cut through the silence of the nighttime back alley, where there wasn't a single window. But something went very wrong in their rehearsals. The victim should have already been thrashing in mortal agony immediately after the blow. Instead, however, their blades couldn't even penetrate the tracksuit of the Mad Hermit. They tried to pierce with a proper thrust or cut, but it was all in vain. The steel wouldn't take Hyun-woo. The hermit gave them a scornful look and asked, "Are you ready for prophylactic enemas?" The patients lay still, spread out on the ground in an even layer. There was only one left who was still standing on his feet. His flesh was shaking with fear. The Mad Hermit took him by the scruff of the neck like a kitten. The hapless medieval cosplay enthusiast begged for mercy. Hyun-woo decided to keep him. He needed a survivor who could think. Assuming he knows the Mad Hermit who sent him that insistent invitation to meet. A deep night had descended on the mountains. The stars twinkled brightly between the clouds. Far from the city, they were not blinded by the light of streetlights and cars. A concrete bunker with thick walls and strong guards was tucked away in the thicket of the forest. It was so sturdy that even local acolytes were surprised at the degree of capital investment in the building. Another acolyte objected, saying it was only because of the secure rear that they were able to conduct their business. They were expecting a special famous guest today and were looking forward to this meeting. The experienced player, Kim Han-woo, had caused so much trouble for the guild that every member knew about him. Everyone wanted to get even with him as soon as possible. The arrogant Kim Han-woo was annoying with his fearlessness, but today he would be properly beaten and brought here. They had all the amenities for a comfortable stay, a real healing sanatorium. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by a blow from the sky, as if something heavy had fallen from a great height. Smashing into the ground, the guards stirred, trying to make out in the dust what was happening and who had come to them. The star had arrived to sign autographs. Han-woo, holding his guide tightly, stood as clouds of dirt and dust rained down from above. This was the very place where he had an appointment for tea. He asked his guide, "Is this the right place?" The guide, like a beaten dog, fawned and nodded his head. If he had a tail, he would have wagged it. The door guards were slow to realize what was happening. They were asking the right questions. Where is the first team? They couldn't understand that real men don't need an escort. They come on their own. A distant thud echoed through the thick walls of the bunker as if from a blow. The sound came from somewhere above, reported a junior henchman. The source of the noise was getting closer. They soon realized the sound was coming from inside the elevator shaft. The door exploded with a flash of light and a body flew into the hallway. All of the bunker servants stood at attention, waiting for the unknown enemy to strike. The steel doors of the elevator collapsed and a man entered the room without an invitation. But in a tracksuit and flip-flops, Hyeonu looked around the interior of the actual villain base and he really liked it. He immediately estimated the cost of the capital work to set up the bunker. The guild had plenty of money and a little more. The first henchman demanded, "Introduce yourself," foolishly holding up his sword. Hyeonu smiled. He was anticipating a long autograph ceremony. In anticipation, he ignited an aura of darkness and moved ominously toward the future fan base. In the treatment rooms of the Mountain Forest Sanatorium, there was a whole range of instruments and exercise machines necessary for rehabilitation. There was also a patient receiving a full course of dental therapy, nail massages, and cautery. Asclepius healed the girl with a skull tattoo to the point of exhaustion. She had already undergone quite a few courses of their therapy. Woo personally interrogated the victim, demanding that she give up valuable information. He pressured her morally, telling her that her fellow PG guildmates had long ago given up on her. No one would come to her aid. If she doesn't talk, she'll die. Aries' boss kept trying to get the stubborn girl to speak. He offered to give away her friends, promising a generous reward in exchange for her life. But the captive girl remained silent. Her gaze was distant, misty, yet she refused to give in. Woo, completely unskilled at interrogation, quickly lost his temper. The girl hadn't stabbed herself in weeks. Empty threats couldn't touch her now. She had accepted her death long ago. The henchmen asked the boss if they could kill her then. "Do what you want," Woo told them. "She's a useless witness anyway, since she's not talking." The local orderlies nodded happily. Now they could act without fear, knowing their toy wouldn't break before its time. Over the course of these long days, the sadistic henchman had grown accustomed to his prey. He now had complete power over her. A happy line of Hanwoo fans stretched out on the floor of the bunker, each proudly displaying a personal autograph from Hanwoo. Hukom froze. He wanted an autograph too, but he didn't have time, and now he found it difficult to act. A blade with a cobra head-shaped tip glinted in the dungeon's semi-darkness. The desperate henchman lunged at the mad hunter, wielding a pitchfork. Hanwoo could have been signing autographs all day. He easily dodged a punch aimed at his neck, then followed up with a straight, funeral leg kick to the stomach of another fan. The text message reached the address, and he lay down to rest after a hard day's work. Hanwoo was puzzled. He'd been invited to tea, but there was no tea. Not even the brew had been fired up. Woo was already wishing he'd bought black tea with buns. The remaining henchmen froze, unable to decide what to do. They didn't even have cups. The director was biding his time. Every second could save the situation. He desperately searched for a way out. The strength of the enemy in front of him surpassed a rank. There was no doubt about it. The only people in the bunker were rank B+ minions and rank A+ assassin cosplayers. The very best assassins, close to S rank. Hanwoo had joined the first advanced team. At that moment, the director had no resources capable of stopping the eccentric hermit or closing the breach. He had managed the difficult situation on his own. Much as she disliked admitting it, her superior was undeniably strong. Woo reflected in silence. His opponent was truly worthy of an S rank. The guild leader, unarmed, clenched his fists. More than that, Mad Hunter was clearly among the very top of the ranking list. There were hundreds of names on it, and the world was vast. Hook had struggled greatly just to reach the middle. While weighing his options, the Mad Hunter grew tired of waiting and called out, "If there's no tea, then everyone gets an autograph." Hukom snapped out of his thoughts. Even so, the outcome already seemed inevitable. Now the negotiations would begin. Hyeonu pressed him to decide. Only 2 chairs were set out, one with tea and one with autographs. Whichever seat he chose would be shared with his companions. Young and prideful, Hukom could barely restrain himself. Gritting his teeth, he finally replied, "I'll take the tea." Even if the bunker only had coffee, he chose to negotiate. As long as there was hope to reduce losses, pride should be set aside. With a man whose power was incalculable, they sat down at the table. Hukiang waited. Every situation had its advantages and disadvantages. It was necessary to learn more about the enemy while there was a chance. Hyeonu sat down at the table and started the conversation first. He spoke from a position of strength and could demand anything he wanted. "It's about time we demanded from the insolent director of Aries compensation. Loser pays." Woo swam. He looked like a fool. He was having trouble thinking due to his excitement. This was the first time he was being put at a table like a beaten dog. Hyeonu asked if the man was deaf and made his demands for all the damage he had done. He began by mentioning the attempted murder in the swamps, where he was accosted by Sean Gunn. Then, he brought up today's group assassination attempt on him, which could be called routine. The Mad Hermit also demanded compensation for liability in the media and moral damages. Did Aries think they'd get away with it? The Hermit wondered. Bidding began. Huxon asked, "How much compensation are we talking about?" Hunu's appetite was big. 10 billion in a few entry-level dungeons, he said, which is more important than money. Hyukong was taken aback. He wasn't prepared for such a loss. He wasn't prepared for a loss at all. Today, he was going to win. His fist struck the table. The future of the Korean branch of the Aries Guild was at stake. Hyukong Woo vehemently rejected such crazy commands, deeming them excessive, but Hyeon Woo just brushed aside these objections. He knew that the Ari Guild had enough money. The lack of resources didn't work. The brash hermit realized that the guild wasn't poor. Money could be easily collected. It just took time. But entry-level dungeon rights, that was a different matter altogether. Hyeon Woo, seeing the director's confusion, threatened, "I'll increase the amount by another 5 billion if you hesitate." Hyukong once again had to swallow everything as it was. He was completely in the hands of the enemy. But still, he decided to play diplomacy. Maybe they'd come to an agreement. He asked the hermit, "Why didn't you join the guild if you needed money?" "By joining, you would have gotten money, power, and dungeons anyway. Hak Shang, could guarantee that." Hyeon Woo was surprised by the sudden attempt at direct bribery. The office plankton had gone completely brain dead, he thought. Why be enemies when you can cooperate favorably? Hyeon Woo continued, but his words elicited only contempt from the hermit. His enemies were just pathetic cockroaches. "These negotiations aren't a deal, it's a surrender." The hermit snapped. "Why the unnecessary words?" Director Hyeon Woo asked. On top of that, the hermit demanded a prisoner just because he could. All jackals are similar to each other. Hyeon Woo snickered at Director Hook Seo. They think they're cool, always in a pack, always saying the same thing, Aries, Aries, Aries. But against true strength, even a powerful guild is nothing, Hyeon Woo thought. Hak Shang was once again trying to move to threats. After all, there were other guild branches. Wasn't this newcomer a bit overconfident? But Hyeon Woo simply cut off these attempts to stall for time and demanded a straight answer. "Either accept my terms or die here and now. There is no third way." He stood up confidently from the table, signaling that the negotiations were over. Hyukong squeezed his pride and pushed it deep inside. There was nothing else he could do about it. Late in the evening, Hyeon Woo returned to Shukin's apartment where he was staying for free. Shukin met him in the living room where he was watching the evening news, but a glance at his friend silenced him. He saw something incompatible with each other. Water and oil, ice and flame, something that could not exist in nature. Hyeon Woo, part-time crazy hermit, came home late at night with an unknown girl wearing the same dress. A crimson sky blanketed the ruined castle, the fire still blazing around it. A lone warrior walked among the ruins, the wind chasing his long black hair. The smoke of the conflagration enveloped everything around. The warrior contemplated the scene. A Tower of Babel loomed before him, as tall as the sky, its thin spire lost in the clouds. The warrior looked carefully at the structure. It was the 9th floor. Early in the morning, Shiren's apartment was buzzing with heated discussions, the aftermath of the night. Hyeon Woo told him how much money he'd gotten from the greedy director Aries and that the girl came with it. Shin was amazed that Hyukong Woo had given everything away, but Hyeon Woo replied that he had no choice. The always cautious Shiren shifted his gaze to the girl and asked, "Who is she?" The Mad Hermit declared the girl is a valuable hostage. When she comes to her senses, you must question her. He wouldn't tell him exactly what it was about, citing it as a private matter. As usual, Hyeon Woo brushed it off. Shiren couldn't figure out why this bum was living in his place, dragging anyone around and not even paying. But he didn't have time to be upset. It was boss appearance day in the guild, and Shiren was off to mop them up. The captive girl had been given first aid. She was badly bruised and tortured, but was now sleeping peacefully. Hyeon Woo couldn't help but notice her unusual skull-shaped tattoo, the outline of which seemed strangely familiar. It couldn't have been a mere coincidence. The resemblance between them was too great. A long time ago, back when he lived in the tower, he had carved a skull mask from the bones of a monster. The tattoo on the girl's body mirrored that very same mask with uncanny accuracy. He activated the information skill on the girl, hoping for some insight. The girl was nothing special. Her characteristics were ordinary. Hyeon Woo didn't recognize her, so he decided to ask around once she woke up. Suddenly, the status window flashed again, even though he hadn't called it up. Hyeon Woo was confused. Everything was happening too fast. The stupid system didn't give him time to prepare. The girl, Chabad AB, was sitting at a table in an empty room just as usual. Hyeon Woo couldn't understand what she might need. The android, tight-lipped as always, seemed to be coming out of standby mode. It beeped in its thin digital voice. Someone is on their way. The bewildered hermit clarified who he was talking about since the void attached so much importance to it. It was about the next rising tourist, the bucket girl said seriously. And who is this tourist when he shows up? Hyeonu asked in a concerned voice. Like a priestess of a technical, she summoned a system screen just like the mad hermits. Unfortunately, the status window showed exactly the same notification that Hyunwoo had already received, without any additional data. Hyunwoo urgently made an adjustment by tapping the indicator on the top of his head. He angrily reprimanded the electronic chatterbox for wasting her time since she had nothing new to add. The silver-haired bucketoid began to make excuses. Rubbing her bruised spot, she said she just couldn't give what the system forbade her. But AV sharply denied all the allegations, saying she still had something to say. Hyunwoo realized that she had called him to warn him about something. The new rising tourist is illegal, much more dangerous than the previous one, and it takes training to battle him. Hyunwoo calmed down and asked the bucket how exactly he should prepare. He must awaken his magic as soon as possible or he would be in danger. The shaggy android informed him, but Hyunwoo heard his friend. He was only interested in the ascended rank. After all, he was an important target. I answered in the negative, she said. A battle with a high-ranking illegal would require much more than just awakening magic. High-ranking ones are capable of creating a real apocalypse. It's too early for you to get your hands on those. The girl replied with a sigh. Another important question remained. Where exactly would the new cleft in space appear? The Vendroid girl let out a negative response, straining in anticipation of the blow. It's all about the fact that an ascendant's appearance depended heavily on his abilities and skills, she added. The Mad Hermit was summarizing her short and productive conversation. It was necessary so as not to miss anything. The android was always being dark and underhanded, which pissed her off a lot. Right now, though, she couldn't help it. Hyeonu felt like smacking the bucket head on top of his head again, just to blow off steam. Anticipating danger, the android covered his head with its hands, outraged at such an injustice. How could he beat a cute little girl like her? A boor with no parental upbringing. Blurted out the Chobit girl. Clunu shuddered. It had been a long time since he had been asked about his parents. He barely remembered their faces. He told her that his parents died in a car accident years ago. The frightened android began to bow and apologize, stammering and babbling. But Hyunwoo replaced anger with mercy, his long-forgotten past faintly worrying him. The shaggy android hung, dipping new evaluations and patterns due to this information. The man in front of her, contrary to past assessments, wasn't that bad. He just had a difficult childhood. In the Aran Guild headquarters, there was a real commotion and angry shouts. Hyunwoo sat in the middle of the magic circle and lamented because he had been promised that once he sat in it, he would immediately feel mana. In his heart, he swiped his hand across the floor, threatening to erase the magical inscriptions, much to little So-Yum's dismay. The circle was worth as much as a palace. The Mad Hermit wondered if he could be a man without mana, but Scene ruled out that possibility. All hunters possess magic in one way or another, she explained tiredly, and there was no one in her practice who couldn't unlock mana in the presence of a mage like her and with a magical circle of concentration. They continued to argue heatedly. Little Soo-Yan was already exhausted from dealing with him. As Shin came in, the friend inquired, their condition both looking annoyed and frustrated. He found out that Hyunwoo couldn't unlock mana, even though he had been sitting there for 4 days. He came not only to taunt the hermit, but also to bring him a registered letter. Shikken asked if Hyunwoo had founded a guild. When he heard that, Xiao Yun cried out in surprise. She was very shocked that Hyunwoo had created a guild, and she didn't know anything about it. Hyunwoo had created a guild named Guardian, gaining several dungeons and a cash bounty. He got a little tease. Being on guard wasn't about being a crazy hermit. Hyunwoo changed the subject by asking about the hostage girl. The girl with the skull tattoo still hadn't come to her senses. Hyunwoo wasn't happy about this news. He was worried that she might be brain dead and then she'd be useless. But Shikken calmed him down, saying that she was fine. She was just in deep shock. The only thing left to do was wait. Hyunwoo squawked like a small child, completely unaware of the feeling the mana was supposed to cause. Pretty Seo-Yun, after trying everything possible, suggested that she seek help from other psychics. Shen immediately realized who the girl was talking about. The name was familiar to him. Nagi Asumi, he said, his voice low. Hyunwoo didn't understand anything at all. Everything sounded like Elvish to him. Emu then mentioned a female acupuncturist who could awaken the pathways of mana in Hyunwoo. He got excited about such a cool method and quickly began searching for information online. But the miracle worker lived in Japan. To meet her, one would have to fly there. The hermit found out. He immediately abandoned the idea. In an annoyed wave of his hand, a suspicious crackling sound echoed. Hyunwoo looked at his hand, where the noise had come from, and his soul went to his heels. His hand involuntarily erased some of the lines of the circle and destroyed its integrity. Tai City Tobiana thought Shkin, looking at his friend. "Oh, this is awkward," thought the mad hermit. He screamed under the lightning discharges, promising to pay for everything. Even Shy Ken got a kick out of it. There was a battle going on outside a dungeon in Tokyo. The wounded screamed, begging for mercy. The fighters called out to her for help, but the guild leader kept her eyes on her enemy. Naganawa Yasumi, the leader of the Izanemi Guild, stood completely defeated. The enemy left them no time to regroup and attack mercilessly. Yasumi commanded everyone to duck as she spotted the enemy's attack, but the knuckleheads in her squad hesitated. They had succumbed to panic and were not thinking straight. Delaying death, the enemy's attack swept them away, striking them with lightning discharges. The head managed to dodge with a daft jump. A blast of lightning passed by. She landed away from the impact zone of the unfathomable magic. The battlefield is littered with corpses and building rubble, with few survivors wounded. "Dumbasses," the huntress muttered. "You should have jumped." What wasn't clear? Through the noise of destruction, she heard a quiet step in her direction. The dreaded enemy stepped measuredly over her fallen comrades. In his hand, he clutched the heavy straight sword that had cut short so many lives. A tall, long-haired warrior stood over his defeated opponent. The guild leader couldn't find the words to describe his strength. "What is he?" she asked, looking death in the eyes. The girl was lucky to have dodged, the warrior thought, since that made her worthy a response. He wondered what name he would introduce himself by. He had many names: Ripper, Destroyer, Scorpion, Thor, Lord Sidious, Electrophoresis. But the long-haired warrior introduced himself as Yangma. Push notifications slammed into Hyunwoo's face, making sure he didn't miss anything. Rising tourists appeared in Japan, and the hermit immediately told Shaken to get the car ready. They raced quickly to the airport, Shaken at the wheel, in his usual role as personal chauffeur. Interest has already made a splash in Japan. Hyunwoo learned from the news. He had never learned magic and was a little worried about it. Shuken, who was working for free, asked his friend how long. After all, he had just refused to go and immediately agreed. "What's the big deal?" she asked him. "Business as usual," the hermit replied evasively and hurried the coachman away. "Did you at least take the papers?" asked the hermit's free chauffeur. "Documents, multi-passport, hoof prints," Hyunwoo muttered, going through the cash documents from the training tower in his memory. "Mustache paws and tail. Those were his credentials." The insane man with seniority answered him. A tense silence hung in the room of the Japanese Hunters Association. One of the leaders asked Nahazawa, "How did the woman stay alive? I saw her death on the news." "Saved in time," she replied. "The Becca artifact saved her more than once, but she told of their enemy firsthand. He is very powerful." After seeing her death on the first channels, the other hunters dropped their spirits and refused to help. But even if she were alive, there was little they could all do together, the chairman reasoned. No one came to the rescue, and civilian casualties only grew. A familiar face appeared on the broadcast screen from the battlefield. A female acupuncturist recognized this world-famous hunter. The experienced player entered the rink in his nonchalant flip-flops. The mad hermit looked at his opponent appraisingly. The long-haired man also decided to silently play peekaboo. The information skill didn't work on the illegal tourist. People walked around and then lost their swim trunks. Who sent that to the illegal alien? The long-haired man wielded his blade eloquently instead of speaking 1,000 words. He chopped with his longsword, showing his ID. Hyunwoo tensed. The handwriting appeared illegible, and the letters were small. The tourist applied a long-range attack and sent him off to read on the sidelines. But the border guard had his own questions and would not accept the documents. A part-time border patrol agent issued a straight-faced refusal to an illegal. "Why you, sir?" immediately grabbed the checker, asking the illegal. "What a nuisance," thought the long-haired man as the questions continued. "I decided to introduce myself properly," Changme said, the warrior swinging his sword. He attacked again from long range with a powerful strike. Hyunwoo awkwardly ducked down, barely keeping up with his speed. The tourist turned out to be fast. The mad hermit had time to think, but not fast enough to land a hit. The hunter recoiled. He discerned the enemy's technique, though he couldn't understand it at a glance. The long-haired man was sea-waving once, but it was actually a series of quick swings. If he got caught, he'd be cut into thousands of pieces. Hyunwoo slapped his slippers. Close combat was the best for him, since the opponent only had ranged attacks. Shunma blocked a straight punch with his blade sheath, but missed the left to the liver from the guard at half guard. The long-haired man retreated to his corner of the ring and crouched down to rest. But the mad hermit would not let go of his rival, lying down to finish him off. Changma quietly whispered to himself, "Where is the second phase for the boss?" "How interesting," he said, spitting blood from his shattered lips. The illegal tourist caught fire like a hit transformer. Lightning bolts wrapped around him from head to toe, like a living tower of energy. Changma asked the eccentric border guard for his name. No one had ever resisted him with such determination before. This must be the second phase of the battle, Han-woo thought as he watched the dazzling sparks. The spectators were fully engaged as if watching a show, only popcorn was missing. Shed discovered more details during their flight to Japan. A rift had opened, and a supporter of alternative healing methods welcomed the reinforcement. Hunyu slipped away the moment the council landed, Shed recalled. And now, he's standing here on the battlefield against the invasion, she wondered. A vague suspicion arose. Could Han-woo really have known where the rift would appear? Han-woo darted past the discharges with surprising agility, moving side to side like a wild beast avoiding traps. What kind of skill is that? The hermit asked his opponent. You call these skills? The long-haired man replied with disdain. Chain lightning, sword lightning, aura lightning, answered the so-called mage. But none of these matched the system's records, Chumman noted. The man channeling the sparks moved as if the world itself had slowed down. Han-woo followed his every move with great difficulty. Dodge or retreat, thought the mad hermit. What to choose? He shifted abruptly, tugging on his flip-flops. He grabbed the illegal electrician by his kimono and pulled him sharply toward him. There was the sound of a bell as they collided foreheads. He might have gotten a concussion, but he got off with a slight scare. Changma rubbed his bruised forehead, fluttering like a boar, like a bee. Yun-woo didn't wait. Time for a game of rock, paper, scissors, lizard spot. His palm turned into a fist. Hunyu used a crowning blow. The power of absurdity threw the illegal migrant off with a flash of light. Suddenly, he also threw a rock. Hunyu got nervous. Hanwoo. Flashes of discharges blinded the hermit's eyes with pain. Real bosses always fight until the third phase, the illegal electrician said. A halo, a huge circle of mana grew behind Changma's back. Let him try to dodge it, the long-haired warrior said, raising a sheath of lightning in his hand. The matter smelled fried. The mad hermit became nervous. He moved toward the illegal electrician without waiting for the end of the spell's cast. Thunder God mode on. The illegal electrician swung once, and with half the country without power, there was an explosion. Home theater fans watched the broadcast of the fight, dumbfounded. Real monsters thought Shin Ken as he watched the crazy fight. One sweep of the electrician god scraped the entire site clean with a fan. Good response, the illegal said to the enemy at his feet. Konyu managed to grab onto the electrician's cloak at the last moment, avoiding the blow. However, the illegal was called electrophoresis for a reason. Han-woo felt a pleasant tingling sensation in his body. The currents warmed him well and stimulated the right points. The push notification system dragged in right during the fight. The prophylactic currents opened up all his chakras and stagnation. Psychic, Han-woo thought and bounced off the illegal tourist. Jongmo looked puzzled. He was expecting a different result, just in case he began a second cast of killing magic. Changme's skills were astounding, for they went beyond the system. Han-woo remembered that he had read about a similar character in a lot of manga. A strong fighter who had risen to the top of martial arts, Jungma asked the hermit if he really wanted to continue after what he had seen. But he was not afraid. On the contrary, the electrophoresis stretched his shoulders perfectly. The long-haired man marveled at the guard's boldness, but he did not pity him. Han-woo, he replied, I now know the power of the dark side of the force, and now I'm going to kick a illegal immigrant's ass. Changa froze. The opponent had just gotten stronger, while Han-woo had been in the tower. Honing his martial prowess like the ancient masters, Changa could only blindly copy random movements from the Chanma mana. Now, however, the longtime teacher was right in front of him. His one move was enough for Han-woo to realize the essence of the martial arts he had been imitating. The confident Changma froze. He was not the only one who had reached the third phase. Almost instinctively, he attacked the mad hermit, but in vain. The uninvited student had just surpassed the teacher. Han-woo's technique repelled the ascendant's attack with wings of mana. In deference to the teacher and psychic, Han-woo decided to reveal all of his cards. The technique they used was very simple. Gather mana at one point and blast away. The mad hermit combined the two techniques. He gathered mana and applied the absurdity strike. There was an explosion, and everything disappeared in a blinding flash. The copter was filming for a live broadcast high in the sky. When the shockwave reached him, he fell to the ground and crashed. There was only one left on the battlefield. The elephant mountaineer from the movie. The pagoda of the imperial palace was drowning in the sunset rays. The empress watched the broadcast, sitting comfortably on her throne. On the screen, the insane hermit applied the absurdity technique. A shiver ran through her body from the familiar feeling of madness. The man on the screen is definitely a teacher, the empress realized. 5 years ago, when she first entered the Tower of Learning, even weak monsters could beat a girl to a pulp. Wounded, she despaired and was ready to give up. Kneeling down to accept fate and die was all she could do. But instead of death, salvation came to her. She heard monsters dying. The Mad Hermit and the Skull Mask destroyed the zombies in one fell swoop. Later, the Hermit taught her how to fight and made her strong. He was like a teacher, the first man she accepted with all her heart. She agreed to serve him, a Mad Hermit teacher. The Empress had left the throne. The circus reported that there was only one zone left on her path to absolute power. In a month, they will take the last enclave, the Acolytes said. But this time, the Empress will go forward on the cutting edge of the attack. The girl was in a hurry to fulfill a promise she had made to her teacher, to build the world he deserved. Then she could be him. The apprentice's dreams plunged. Soon, the friends were back in Korea on the first flight home. As soon as they stepped out of the building, they were blinded by camera flashes. A crowd of information-hungry piranhas pounced on them. Hanwoo told the seagulls to shut up. They were asking too many questions, so he promised that the always balanced Shun would answer all questions from reporters. Shikin didn't immediately realize the depth of the setup he had gotten himself into. He was now a chauffeur, a housewife, a wife, and a superstar's personal agent and babysitter. It was a good time to run, but reporters surrounded him on all sides. A friend sneakily threw Ken to the piranha media. The Mad Hermit made his way to a friend's apartment where he lived rent-free. So much trouble with people sticking everywhere, he thought as he threw off his flip-flops. It's good to have a friend who's a fool. Hanwoo is relying on him. He was met in the living room by a girl with a skull tattoo. She had recovered from her shock and bowed to him in gratitude for his rescue. From the bottom of her heart, the girl expressed her gratitude. The girl's name was Sunwin, and Hyunwoo listened to her story. A messenger of the Pedo Guild, Aries, had sneakily captured the girl as she defended the dungeon. But Hanwoo was interested in something else, so he asked her about the tattoo on her shoulder. The tattoo on her shoulder was a sign that she was a guild representative. The symbol meant all under the sky. The Mad Hermit gloomed and clarified with the girl what that meant. There is only one sky above all, he said. That's what the master said when beating this tattoo to the opinion. Hanwoo angrily interrupted her story by pounding his fist on the table. The girl shrank back in fear, not knowing what she could have done to anger him. But it wasn't about her at all, the Mad Hermit explained. He had made a mistake in the past, and now he was paying for it. He was perplexed as to how the nonsense from the tower had seeped to the surface and come off the lips of another man. A long time ago, when Hanwoo thought he would leave the tower after achieving enlightenment in martial arts, he had also suffered from 8th grader syndrome, as if he'd been bitten by the king of pathos. He had been talking crap, and now some idiot was spreading it through the meaning of tattoos. Bastard. Hanwoo remembered the negligent student from the tower. This was definitely the simpleton he had saved. Now he was the head of an entire guild, and a dark past was about to come to light. The Mad Hermit asked the girl to give something to the head so that he wouldn't seek a meeting with him. Hanwoo was terribly angry. A few days later, Hanwoo sent Sunwin back to China and showed up at the studio. Host Lehigh happily greeted the viewers of her show, recognized The Bachelor. A shaggy-haired hermit in gym shoes appeared on the viewer screens. Tiny Seo Yin almost choked on her coffee when she saw Hanwoo. They could only wonder why he had decided to appear on the show. The gloomy shuriken never came to his senses after the show and didn't want to know what Hanwoo was up to. Hanwoo paused. He was certainly used to living in society, but the hermit's habits were making themselves felt. So he bluntly said, I came to the show to sell my garage and talk about my guild at the same time. The motherland is calling, said the hermit, urging all to join his guild. The trio of friends in the living room were left speechless. After each of their friends' antics, they all mucked out. They stared at the pile of boxes in front of them. Shuang asked Hyunwoo, why are you doing this to us? Hanwoo excused himself, saying that he hadn't expected so many responses to the guild membership. Shikin immediately said, no longer working for free, housewife, agent, driver, now personal assistant. As the friends went through the forms, Hanwoo promised them access to his dungeons for their help. He was the only one who could ask for such a thing. The heads of the other guilds told him, creating a guild is a tedious endeavor. There are a lot of things to keep track of. So why would a hermit need a guild? Wadam asked. Money, money, and money again, came the immediate reply. Hanwoo earns money by clearing dungeons, and now he also has his own. Creating a guild will bring even more profit. Someone wants to make up for a difficult childhood, little Seo Yan suggested. Hunyu took a quick look at one of the hunters' profiles and immediately rejected the candidate. The big guy roared like a bear, indignant, and shouted at Hanwoo. Did he read his resume? He's the most experienced C-class hunter, so why was he rejected? The Mad Hermit resented it in return. He didn't like the candidate a hell of a lot. F off, dog. He yelled across the guild office at the fool. The most famous hunter from the ranked dungeons left, rejected, and dejected. The mob boss stared at the status screen. He was skeptical. The Vedroid girl asked him out again after defeating the illegal, this time instead of a guardian rank. He got an information skill pump. Vendroid added a new ability to the skill and boosted the push notifications. Identity verification, Hyeonu wondered. The scanner was now doing the work of a psychoanalyst. He didn't know how to use the upgrade at first, but then applied it in his first interview. Hyeonu looked carefully at the girl squirming in front of him and used the new skill. A system window lit up above the huntress. A characterization appeared. A conciliator, Hyeonu thought ambiguously. He looked at the other hunter sitting nearby and applied the skill again. The dummy sat as still as a string. Another window fluttered over each one. Sacrificial personality, strength, and friendship. Hyeonu was satisfied with it. He accepted all three. The hunters nearly died of happiness. The lazy hermit specifically selected the hardest working ones to dump all the work on them. How can a guild interview go so quickly? Asked the free halftime driver, Shark Ken. Hyeonu replied, I just picked hardworking simultans. Honest enough, that's enough. The mad hermit didn't test their abilities. Because the fight would still be his, however. Not a single S-rank hunter came on, the hermit noticed. Rank is rare, explained driver Shark Ken. There are only a few thousand of them in the whole world. He told the hermit that while he was away, his friends had climbed to the top 200 of the world. If a hunter is on this list, he will be recognized everywhere, Shark Ken continued, and everyone will want to hire him. Hyeonu was surprised. His friends had really climbed high in the rankings. The hermit noticed another oddity. A lot of S-rank hunters were missing from the catalogs. They're dead, explained Hyeonu, his free driver. Hyeonu wondered. So many S-rankers had died. Are they really such weaklings? Normal hunters are highly dependent on the rank they have raised in the tower. After leaving the tower, you can raise no higher than 3 ranks. To overcome the ability barrier, you need an ST plus rank artifact, which can be obtained at the bottom of the labyrinth. There is a deadly battle going on in the maze for these items, and it has long since become a graveyard of S-ranked items. Another way to get the artifact is to kill the owner outside the labyrinth, Guide Shu Ken said. Such killers are called hunter killers, and they are removed from all lists. Hyeonu recalled a few individuals he had dealt with in the past. They were the type the crazy bastards of Aries would hire. The hermit had said his enemies used dirty methods. A mad hermit had appeared in the apparent swamp. In a deal with Aries, it was now the property of Hyeonu. He took quite a look around the new property where he had already been once before. War. Hyeonu left a free driver, Shurkin, in the car and went to mop up the boss who had just come back from vacation. Skin, crocodile skin, bag, boots, and wallet, he hummed happily. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mad hermit appeared. The idlers on watch were very surprised by this visit. The guards recognized him, and Hyeonu recommended that they go quietly. After all, he was a serious man, and he had 2 whole flip-flops. The boys abruptly remembered the courtesy course from the mad hermit. This was his dungeon now, and he could go about his business here. Hyeonu said. One bum yapped something about a transfer not going through, but was quickly silenced. Hyeonu strolled through familiar places, looking for a valuable hide. Suddenly, the mad hermit met a man in a zone with a boss noobs don't go to. A man with a gun and a hip holster seemed to be waiting for the hermit. He said a polite hello and addressed him by name. The hunter knew who he was dealing with. Hyeonu grimaced. Had the Aries Guild decided to crap in his slippers again? The guild, the passerby confirmed, and 3 more jumped out into the clearing beside them. Oh, another troop of cosplayers, Hyeonu thought as the pandemonium group got into picture poses. They acted out scenes from the past over something in front of the hunter. Allegedly, it were formidable killers. Work without witnesses. Everyone knew them. The 4 goons lined up again and called out their names. Hyeonu didn't even bother to listen to them. At last, he waited for the end of the dismal performance from the strange company. The girl in the group said she was a high-level mage. This caught Hyeonu's attention, but the hottie ran off. Supposedly, Hyeonu must have known the great mammal. The mad hermit immediately shaved it off. These people haven't gotten a courtesy course in a long time. Shorty couldn't stand it and attacked first. Dementia and courage. A very long cast began to cover up this delay. The short one again, praising the great self. A large magic circle appeared under Hyeonu's feet. The spell had finally worked. Purple tentacles grew out of the circle and entangled the mad hermit. Can draw circles? Hyeonu concluded. While the girl was talking nonsense like it wasn't the time to ask obvious questions, the mad hermit sighed. Teaching fools only spoils them. He was asking to see if he should kill theatergoers or not. The boastful runt was horrified. The magic should have paralyzed Hyeonu. Shorty's friends from the courts rushed to her rescue in a bunch. The sun never set over China. The remote town drowned in the rays of eternal sunset. The underground bunker of the Wingday Guild was completely destroyed. The boss of the guild and the bunker didn't live up to the invaders' expectations at all. And that's the main base, the girl said in a cold and cruel voice. Disappointed, the Empress burned her boss with a scarlet gaze. How arrogant, mumbled the final boss of the level tiredly. All were killed. He was left alone. The main forces would be coming soon. The beauty looked at him confidently. Mockery. The wounded, pugiled enemy was angry. Better death, he thought. The warrior slashed with his heavy sword as soon as the fierce beauty came close. He was horrified how easily she dodged, as if she'd been expecting the blow. Though he's not worthy, but since the Empress wants to finish it faster, I'll do it, she thought. Rock, paper, scissors, lizard Spock sounded the words of power. She used a technique taught to her by the Mad Hermit, the power of absurdity, the greatest martial arts technique. The Empress took out the final boss in one hit. What a lovely day. What a lovely day, hummed the Mad Hermit's apprentice. Don't look for him was the message the teacher conveyed to the Empress. Sunwind's henchwoman had met the teacher before her. This made her angry, but he was waiting for his apprentice. The Empress realized, and that was welcome. The teacher's words meant not to seek him out until all vows were fulfilled, until she built a place worthy of heaven. Han Wu arrived at Cutie So Yan's guild. He owed a lot to the huntress. Pretty So Yan was very surprised by his appearance when they met at the entrance. He brought a useful shorty to fix the magic circle. He asked the slave just in case if she was sure she could fix the circle. The captive nodded vigorously. Shorty naively asked exactly will they let the enchantress go after them. Han Wu smirked and said proceed. Pretty Ko Yeon recognized free slave power. Famous assassin, wizard, tentacle lover. How would he bring a murderer here? Little Soyeon asked. She was very surprised to hear his story about the dull courts of pandemonium cosplayers. Hyun Woo's characteristics were definitely not fine since he easily handled S-rank cosplayers, wondered the cutie. Han Woo thought they were weird too. But what could be done if the system had crooked developers? Even Avoid in this matter was powerless until the Guardian rank was raised. In any case, the run was not dangerous. We'll push through to the end, the eccentric hermit reassured. The short man bowed deeply, promising he would sing, dance, and do whatever it took to make amends. To repair the magic circle, he needed no staff or tools. Han Wu handed the graceful Seo Yun the cosplayer's robe and staff. Then, leaving the newcomer in So Yun's care, the hermit went about his own business. Satisfied, Han Wu went shopping for gifts to present to the Aries Guild. Worth giving away, he thought as he gazed at the rival guild's tower. The slippers of justice, astrologers joked, were said to appear together with crimson rains. After all these events, the shaggy-haired hermit had become instantly recognizable. The guards stirred awkwardly like pigs in a pen as he entered. They hadn't yet realized it was time either to make a run for it or be carried out one by one. Han Wu asked if Chief Huck Shang Wu was present, then pulled out his gift. On the toy hammer he had written, the Staff of Justice. The polite government official smiled and asked whether everyone already had health insurance. The game was called Hit the Mole, and Hyun Woo quickly got the hang of it. The citizens liked the gifts. They felt senseless with joy. The Mad Hermit swatted the guild hunters like flies. A couple of guards stood in the way. Probably the bravest ones here, thought Han Wu. Perhaps they'd already been signed off sick leave, he asked the fair hermit. The dummy slowly flocked to the floor out of fear of the common toy. Huge Siak listened to the call on speakerphone. Big trouble was coming his way, and with each shriek of use, goons, the buttocks clenched tighter. The Mad Hermit came to them with a single toy hammer. It's a shame they won't be able to wash it off for a long time if it's in the news, thought Han Wu. Whether to call the heads of the guild, the slippery headmaster fidgeted with worry. There was a gentle knock on the door. No time to think. The slippery principal popped out to greet the honored guests. How many years? How many winters? A fair hunter came in and said hello. The slippery headmaster's stomach rumbled violently at the unpleasant thought. Nico sucked. The fair hermit got straight to the point and sat his opponent down for further business negotiations, a pile of books sprinkled on the empty head. Not long ago, the partners discussed compensation for damages. And here we go again, Han Wu said. As soon as one costume group finished touring, Hook Seek sent the next. Panny, something there was a group of assassins, a fair hunter marveled. Hook Seek wanted to answer, but clenched his teeth tighter just in case they'd hit him again. It's too late to drink Jomi, he resigned himself. Even his rank is no match for crazy Hyun Woo. Hook Seek wondered what would be taken from him this time and offered compensation. How good it was that they had established an intelligible form of communication. Rejoiced, the fair hermit said, 20 billion. Even his mouth turned sour. Hukak agreed. The chief instrument of negotiation fluttered in the hermit's hand. It landed over the head of a no-nonsense director Aries. Let him send anyone he wants as long as he's willing to pay the bills, the Mad Hermit warned. Have him call an ambulance for useless knuckleheads, the hermit said one last time, and left the slippery director to streamline in a quarter after business negotiations. The vengeful but rich goon pounded his fist on the floor. He liked that rake so much he wanted to get a third time. To deal with Heaven Wu, even S-class hunters aren't enough. You have to look in a different league, the director rattled on. He couldn't ask for the main office. That would show his weakness, but there was definitely a solution. The fifth man on the world list is a fighter from China, the Dragon Emperor. The eighth floor was ablaze with fire, its guards doing battle with the invaders. The last of them was barely on his feet, badly wobbled. He looked at his opponent in horror, feeling death at his back. He winced in front of him, riding a hellish millipede and a girl demon. This city belongs to her now, the pointy-eared demoness said. The barbarian warrior, enduring the pain, refused to surrender. The demoness laughed as if she had heard an amusing joke. One step, she whispered, and the flow of mana went in circles. The barbarian warrior rushed at her to interrupt the terrifying technique. Taking another step, she simply moved forward, unleashing more and more of her strength. The barbarian in the fur hat screamed in hellish pain. He was being torn from the inside out. The third step crushed the guardian warrior with a press, shredding his insides. The fourth step blew through the city cleanup, demolishing it with an explosion. Hundreds of residents turned to ash with their last breath. The demoness stepped into the fifth circle of hell. Her technique, a pillar of flame and mana, as bright as a second sun, illuminated the ashes of the eighth floor. The horn pointy-eared demoness smiled contentedly and a job well done. A handful of ashes vanished in the wind. All that was left where she walked. Only 5 steps out of 10 in the technique, so she had to change her name. The demon smiled wickedly and spoke, "Legion forward." An army of huge monsters rose at her command and headed toward the tall tower. Han Wu read the news lying on the couch. As soon as he got home, the gift distribution had already been written about. People were gossiping about this and that, about how badly Hyeonu Wu had demolished the Aries Guild with a single hammer. 47 Frag said the homeless hermit to the cautious Shaken, the hammer of justice lying nearby. Shaken feared that Aries might press charges and take Hyeonu Wu into custody. "Nonsense," remarked the mad hermit of justice. "It's all self-defense. He's not guilty of anything." Yes, and the weapon was a toy hammer. Heaven Wu objected. But how many people went to the other side of the world in the process? Shuck asked, but the hermit brushed it off. Nothing like that would happen, he punched lightly. Cuddler jumped up like a shot, barely glancing at the time. He informed Shen that it was time for his lessons, and if he was late, he would be stripped of his bonus. Shaken heard something about the lectures in Japan, so he asked, "Isn't about the lectures?" Because Hyeonu Wu had initially said no, but now he had changed his mind. 50 million, Hyeonu Wu showed. Money motivates anyone. He had a push notification of another legal matter to deal with. Right in the middle of class, a group of people followed Han Wu and recorded his every move in word. Such nonsense didn't bother the fair hunter. Even if the world was in danger, that wasn't a reason to give up rewards. He continued his eccentric lectures on how to catch a boss with bare hands. Fortunately, there was no exam waiting for him. Han Wu hesitated. The Android notification updated twice. At the meeting, he bombarded the agenda with questions. A mysterious outsider had appeared far too soon, and Youngma hadn't even been promoted in rank. The information wasn't entirely clear, but at least he got a clue. The silver-haired informant started bargaining. And what are those? The strange hermit wondered. Veroin hurried to share details about the new outsider since Han Wu had promised him a generous reward. This time, the newcomer wasn't alone. He arrived with an entire band of companions. Han Wu remembered that the first outsider had also shown up alongside a wave of monsters. But a veteran explained that those creatures were generated by the system itself, merely to give weaker newcomers a chance to survive. However, they are a weak support group and can only crush in numbers. They cannot be called friends. Abby said the new illegal was of average level, slightly stronger than the previous one. Huey was surprised to hear this. Electrophoresis wasn't a weakling. Vendroid confirmed lately she had been making strides in intelligence. Hyeonu Wu cheered up by defeating the illegals. He could finally upgrade his guardian rank and access to the system. In a hurry, he returned to Little Seo Yanon's guild. The illegals were closing in. Hyeonu Wu knocked on the door and asked them how the magic circle was doing. The little witch told the hermit not to break the property, but he blamed it on bad habits. Pretty Seo Yan asked him why he came. The hermit replied, of course, to check the slave power. The short and tentacle-loving girl was practically up to the task and even improved the magic circle. Great, thought the mad hermit and gave her another task. The slave must not rest. Shorty's main skill? Teleport. So he had her draw a teleport circle. Pretty Ko-Yan was the prize. Some skill from someone in captivity, he remarked. He asked the assassin why she hadn't escaped, and she replied that without her staff, it was impossible. She needed the support of a magic circle to break free. If she wanted to escape, she'd use it. Realizing how suspicious her words sounded, the short girl grew nervous. She quietly excused herself just as Han Wu received another message. A new text, she muttered. He asked the hermit where he was going, and the old wanderer had just pinpointed the location thanks to the system's relentless notifications. Germany had already mobilized its full force to face the intruders right before the rift. "You useless hunters," someone shouted, demanding they surrender in exchange for mercy. But the young girl only smirked, showing her resolve. "Can't you see how strong they are?" another hunter cried out in panic. Meanwhile, the chancellor of the land of beer and sausages was watching the broadcast from a secure bunker. He guarded the rear with care, worried for the warriors on the front lines. "So it all comes down to numbers?" the summoner asked. "Funny how they believe in the power of friendship and love. If they are a force," the young mage coldly replied, "then we are an entire race." At that moment, the massed diaspora of outsiders charged forward in unison. The dummies were scared. They usually be half a pint of dark, not the barbell at the gym. The horde demoness took a long time to introduce her title and called herself the leader of the rubber muzzle squad, horns and spears. The warriors trembled. Fear settled securely in their hearts. A parody of a shy Hulu stood up on his haunches in front of a bunch of goons. A vicious mashup of sausage and crab sticks strode by with red headlights. And then she just drilled herself into the ground. Spice mass flow. Pooty was looking at the tickets and was visibly nervous. The plane would take 11 hours to fly. The circle could be done in 5. He hurried the slave. Little Simone was reading the news when she noticed something disturbing. "There's a rift in Germany," she said, her pretty face showing concern. The mad hermit indifferently replied that he knew everything. An open request for help was all over the news. Pooty saw it himself. His name was trending everywhere. Sweet Xiao Yan excitedly asked him if he would stop the disaster this time too. She looked at him in surprise as if seeing him for the first time. Even though she was older now, he still felt like an older brother to her. But was he truly always so selfless? Xiao Yan wondered. Another strange video surfaced on the network news. The source of the rift had issued a challenge. The headline read, "The mischievous dark sorceress lays down her conditions. The rules are simple," she said with a sly smile. "I will remain at the fault line for exactly 1 day. If I am defeated, I will withdraw and abandon my plans of invasion. But if the defenders fail, city after city will be reduced to ashes." The blonde sorceress smiled confidently, declaring she would be waiting. In a secure bunker at the rear, the anxious chancellor prayed. To him, it felt as though the devil itself had come knocking. Yet his thoughts turned inward. Where had the defense budget been squandered? What had been done with it? He knew all too well he had been complicit himself. The catastrophe had already claimed 20,000 lives, with casualties mounting higher. Even the much-praised S-rank hunters had fallen prey to the monsters. A request for international aid had failed as well. The official cell phone in his pocket vibrated urgently. He had been waiting for this call. The official immediately picked up the phone with the chancellor's consent. He had just gotten some good news and didn't believe it right away. Help is on the way, he thought. The same hunter from Korea -40 one startled boot. The chancellor heard the great news. The hunter who killed Yangma in Japan would soon arrive with help. The teleport triggered a pillar of purple light. It threw Han-Wu onto the roof of the building in the center of the coft. The hermit, like the free magic thing created by the labor of slaves, appeared. In one fell swoop, he was in Germany for a carnival of giant monsters. The living statue of Buddha creaked out a welcome greeting to the new viewer. Han-Wu couldn't stand the grinding of stone teeth. He immediately knocked them out with a doobie kick. But it turned out the illegal monster carnival was organized by some wimps. With one leap, he climbed onto the back of another monster. He ran down the back of a sausage with crab sticks and an ugly face. The behemoth also turned out to be weak. It looked like they were only brought along for the carnival. The blow exploded on the rubber face, sending it into a deep knockdown. Warder guard Han-Wu moved closer to interrogate the illegal alien. He demanded the leader of the rubber-faced diaspora and the documents from the border guard. The illegal face huffed. Papers were left at home because the behemoth had paws. Using drones, the media broadcasted to people all over the world. Lowly, the demon with the strange pronunciation, waited, as promised, in the center of the square. When the 9th floor border patrol officer on duty arrived, she appeared dust-free, the illegal tourist of a crazy hermit. The demoness looked young but spoke like an ancient old woman, Hyun-Woo remarked. "There's a lot of murmuring going on about the demonist hermit's treatment," said Hyun-Woo, the border guard in charge. "She broke all the huts. Who will rebuild them?" The lowly demon freaked out. "The enemy in front of her is either too brave or just plain stupid," she said. To which the mad hermit offered, "Find out for yourself." "She's not fast," the demoness said, "but she'll make an exception for the sake of an insolent border guard." The little demon rose from her makeshift throne. After a brief jest, she asked, "Could the young man truly be as strong as they say?" She approached the mad border guard. 5 moves for Yasher, 7 for the warrior. How many can he withstand?" The demon murmured. Hyeonu could barely understand the strange tongue, but he didn't bother with an interpreter. Negotiations would end in battle anyway. First step, the demon smiled, moving closer to Yeonmu. Second step, her small bare feet pressed forward again. Life must be harsh for demons, not even shoes, the border guard thought. At once, he felt an unusual force. The demon was employing a cunning technique. A heavy pressure began to weigh down on the mad hermit. No trick, just pure force, he realized. Hyeonu sensed the mana around her shifting in abnormal patterns. His body was pinned to the ground. The pressure expanded, tearing through space more violently with her third step. With each step, the eruption of mana intensified. By the fourth step, the hermit understood. The border guard immediately resolved to make his move and unleashed his strongest technique. Red mana enveloped his body, gathering into a halo behind his back. Lowly Demon's sixth move caused a tsunami in the mana field. The seventh stripped Hyeonu of his mana control. The demon's pressure expanded his mana field. The mad hermit felt himself being torn to pieces, but he could still move. He rushed forward to stop the lowly demon's technique. "Stop!" he cried. "I coined the dream of a lover of women's feet taking a step to meet me." Hyeonu applied the crowning funeral kick with his foot. Apprehension was out of the question, only elimination. But the familiar feeling of a blow to the head didn't appear. The horned beast playfully caught the border guard's strongest blow. "Congratulations. Almost could," she said. "There's one more stop, however." The horned beast snarled. "Stop, Ten," Lol said, taking the last step. The gates of hell opened on the ground. The flames of mana swept in waves all around. The flames blinded the mad hermit, his insides tearing to pieces. "No way," said the demonist. He was standing in the middle of bare ashes, where not even stones remained. He was able to hold all 10 steps and stay on his feet. The demonist sneered as Hyeonu came to his senses. The puppet demon, he's got a happy face. Even Wu absorbed all the damage. That was the only reason the city remained intact. The last one she wiped out in 5 steps, the demonist said. The mad hermit gritted his teeth in pain, just as the bucket said. Demonist Loli was hitting harder than electrophoresis Chongma. "What further will you do?" mocked the horned Loli. "Thou hast no more power to fight," she said to the hermit. "A petition for clemency. Come on, or else a fight to the death," said the demon Hyeonu, who was barely standing on his feet. Hyeonu straightened his back. It was a little stiff from the long bends. "Shorty forgot to add another option. Where an illegal alien is apprehended," the hermit said. The horned demoness Loli was greatly surprised by such words. She had already won. "Dorber. Duh." A laugh escaped her lips. The mad border guard amused her. "You crave a thrill on your scrotum." The challenger replied with a mischievous smile. "I'll give it everything I've got." Like a god among rubber-born outsiders, the demoness scoffed. Hyeonu froze. Things had taken a bad turn. The demon mage attacked in a completely different way. Much stronger now. A tsunami of mana surged down on him, pressing with crushing force. The unbearable pain was suddenly interrupted by a system message, as usual distracting him in the middle of battle. Hyeonu smirked. The S&M skill had activated. After enduring severe pain, his resilience increased dramatically. On top of that, he triggered his special techniques, allowing his body to absorb chaotic mana, just like in his previous fight with electro energy. The mad hermit smiled faintly. There was a reason he had once reached the peak of the tower. He had mastered dozens of fictional techniques absorbed from short stories and manga. He had uncovered the power of absurdity. Among this long list of bizarre techniques was one called Ashura's Divine Long Sword. Streams of mana coursed down his back as he unleashed the move. 3 lotus flowers bloomed beside the mana hallow, along with 4 radiant tendrils. The demoness cast an anxious glance at the mad border guard. Now he has 4 arms to block her. She couldn't endure it any longer. She had to give it her all, the sorcerer whispered. "One step," the demoness declared, but the quick border guard intercepted her bare foot. "Cursed mortal daring to stop me," the demoness shouted in anger. His extended arm reached out, firmly restraining his opponent. She struggled, kicking against the rock, trying to break free. The demoness took her second step, only to be halted again. She clenched her teeth, fury burning in her eyes. "No one has ever dared to stop me like this," she cried out. Even so, she pressed on. Out of 10 steps, 8 remained. With each step, her technique grew stronger. "One misstep won't weaken me," she reassured herself. The barefoot demoness lifted her foot once more. The energy surrounding her continued to rise. "You cannot escape with lies." But the mad border guard would not allow the demoness to leave so easily. The power of the divine lotus awakened to its full potential, pressing her down and preventing her from taking even a single step. "You dare to restrain me," she snarled. Pushed back by the overwhelming force, the demoness realized her technique of 10 steps of annihilation was no longer effective. "What kind of opponent dares to block me so completely?" she roared, pointing a finger at the hermit. Her steps echoed again, sending strange tremors through the air. Flames surged, threatening to consume Hun-woo. Waves of mana closed in around him. Let's see how long you could endure. The demoness grinned triumphantly. She bared her sharp teeth, preparing to unleash her final strike. But just then, a sight scraped against the rocks, and the mad border guard stepped in to intercept. Their eyes met, mysterious demoness against the warrior, clad in the power of the divine lotus. For a moment, the entire battlefield seemed frozen. The strange power of the mad hermit answered the unspoken question. The lesser demoness froze in alarm, realizing her own miscalculation. "It's time to put your skills to the test," the hermit said calmly. Her energy gathered into a radiant beam, but it was immediately countered by another light, a surprising strike unleashed by Han-woo. The beam carried the force of determination and conviction, binding the demoness in place, leaving her unable to resist. The light pierced her heart, its overwhelming strength far beyond what her fragile body could endure. To fall before the one I considered my greatest rival, she thought in despair. After the clash, Han-woo stepped into a familiar chamber. The silver-haired woman greeted him with a bright smile. "Thank you for your service at the border," she said, informing him that his access level had now been upgraded to mid-low. She then summoned the mad hermit to explain the details of the recent changes. Hyun-woo still hadn't fully recovered after his battle with the lesser demoness and was slightly taken aback. He was summoned right after the opponent had been subdued, all because the system wanted to issue a warning as quickly as possible. Hyun-woo was pleased with this arrangement. "The sooner the better," the hermit muttered. "The room seems larger now," he remarked, looking around the familiar stone chamber where he usually appeared. Vroide confirmed that such changes occurred every time Han-woo defeated an enemy. She explained that there were many updates, one of which was a remote control she handed to the hermit. With a single press of a button, he could alter the interior of the virtual room. Perfect for secret hobbies, Han-woo thought to himself. The room instantly shifted into a dark basement, evoking a familiar atmosphere. Vroide gasped when she recognized it as the first floor of the training tower and cried out even louder when Han-woo switched it to a simple living room. Vroide reported that she couldn't operate the system herself and that this was her first time seeing the chambers of the 9th floor residence. She admitted that until now, she'd only been confined within the 4 walls of the system. So that's the reason the hermit realized she had gone into rest mode right in the middle of their conversation, lying on the table. Hyun-woo suddenly felt sympathy for the lump of artificial intelligence. It struggled because it had never been properly guided. Its skills had shifted. Vroide continued explaining, noting that a new ability, very released, had also been added. The key point was that once a day, Hyun-woo could now enter AB's compound on his own, which was very convenient. He then asked the bucket droid why its status screen seemed unusual. Even though his stats had increased after the battle with the demoness, he still believed his abilities were greater than what was displayed. AB confirmed that he could now answer the hermit more fully since his access to information had been upgraded. The hermit rejoiced at last his efforts were paying off. The creator of the training tower had set limits on the system, but those restrictions only applied to system-based skills and could not block his personal abilities. Hyun-woo was pleased with what he heard. He instructed the droid to continue. Unlike the system's status updates, his own body continued to evolve. "How simple it is," the hermit remarked. He asked about the real difference between the indicators, but that was a question the android couldn't answer, she said with a sigh. The reason he was stuck in the tower was also beyond his understanding. The system was still brazenly manipulating him, the hermit realized. But after the battle with Lowell, while his body was still charged with magical energy, he immediately requested the next mission. The little empress held the S-rank hunter as if handling a delicate kitten. She had hoped to test him since he was considered strong, but fate had other plans, her student explained. "All for nothing," murmured the one with the tail, then let him drop like an inanimate object. Bored with the uneventful battle, she summoned a servant. The servant appeared immediately. Photos of Kim Han-woo from the battle at the German Rift. The servant reported to the hostess, holding out a tablet. The hermit's apprentice bit her lip in delight. The hermit demonstrated the fist of the divine long sword in these shots. The little empress beamed with happiness. The teacher had met all expectations, as always. She then requested a detailed report on the captured territories. She wanted to hear those words, "China is captured. The small enclaves that remain belong to loyal puppets. Their great campaign of conquest is now fully completed." "Excellent," said the empress, for she had waited many years for this. Now she could look the mad teacher in the eye when she met him. The girl delved into memories from when she was still a novice apprentice. Then, the future empress made a promise that she would create a place worthy of a teacher. The snotty girl was talking her ear off, trying to please the teacher. In the flashback, the teacher affectionately escorted the tailed student before she left the tower. Nostalgia brought back happy memories. Since then, the girl had grown up and turned into a strong and tough warrior. Time to meet H, the teacher thought, as she took a long look at a list of rewards for eliminating Loli. but most of them were tax breaks. Judicious Shen asked for the papers for himself. The friends had lunch together again. Hyeonu got all of Lee's items and the rest, a tax waiver, a house, a car, and an office for the guild. In fact, he was offered to move. This time, the reward is more than from the Japanese, Kwano said, then asked, what did the hermit do with that electric sword of Chongma? She boasted that he had gotten the sword, for which little S. Yun powdered her lips. But the mad hermit immediately cooled the woman's desires by reminding her that earlier the girl had gotten a staff mantle and a magic circle. Kwano took a drink of water. Well, him. Changing the subject, Sung Yan asked, why is our friend still stopping the rifts around the world? The cautious Sure Kent had also long suspected something was amiss and joined in the question, as did Kwano. Not that there was any special reason to answer the hermit. Lowly groping, illegal aliens were being stopped, and anyone else who thought they were powerful. Just like that, the friends marveled, not knowing what to say to that. Hyeonu tactfully slipped away to look out the window while his friends paid the bill, the cheapskate not being unfaithful to himself. The mall where they had lunch had a good view of the training tower. The training tower appeared with the monsters and summoned him, along with the other people. The hermit sat there for 12 years for reasons unclear. Hyeonu brushed it 1,000 times, from the first to the 100th, before he could finally get out. His friends had long ago left him, having gone to the outside world. Even his disciples left early, leaving the mad hermit behind. It closed 3 spatial rifts, albeit slowly. Access to the system grew. When is Scrooge going to pay for himself? Little Siu Yan asked him. But Hyeonu wasn't bothered at all. Don't have 100 rubles, but have 100 friends. No need to worry, he replied to his friends. Money is not that important. A week after defeating Demoli, Hyeonu snuck back onto the Bachelor show. The mad hermit was readily spread out in the studio. Bored, he was on the phone, but he showed up at the studio anyway. At the last conference, he said something amazing. The Fox presenter asked him, what was it? The hermit brushed it off. He just told the truth. The girl host laughed. The hermit, as always, acting simple and direct. She invited the audience to listen to a recording from the conference together. After defeating Lol Demonis, he was asked what unique skill he possessed. Skills, wondered the hermit. He had just thoroughly searched one lowly using the martial arts he had invented in the tower. After his words, martial arts became popular again, the presenter merrily chanted. 2 grandfathers, out of nowhere, entered the studio in pajamas. They were invited into the studio. Hyeonu skeptically examined the 2 geese, one gray, the other bald. Elderly, lazy people performing ballet dances. According to them, those who practice these dances will reach the highest skill. Hyeonu got angry when he realized that the 2 pajama grandfathers were just trading on his face to make money off of it. The mad hermit stomped his foot, annoyed, interrupting the seniors' pajama party. It seems like they misunderstood the crazy hermit and need to fix it immediately. Hyeonu said he snatched the bogus sword from the old goose in his pajamas, PR on the hermit's name, and no money in the cash register. That's lawlessness. The martial art is him, replied the hermit menacingly to them. What matters is who uses them. Hyeonu continued. Not exactly what to do, smirked the mad hermit. A little demonstration would freshen up the show. He showed them true martial art by releasing mana. The mad hermit copied the old geyser strut, but now it radiated power. Keep your eyes wide and your pants tight, the mad hermit told them. I recently read a great novel about martial arts. The ridiculous movements took on true meaning and an aura enveloped the hermit. A snake lizard beam, he shouted, using his absurd force. The serpent punched through the ceiling, dropping debris onto the heads of the studio workers. It's worth making sure everyone understands, the mad hermit continued. There's only one buffalo in the building, and it's him. Hyeonu said proudly, so they better not mooch money past the cash register. Hyeonu returned to his office where slaves and dummies were laboring. He barely recognized the short slave. She had changed her style from cosplay to business. She was starting to look like a human. Time to test the slave power. Hyeonu thought as he walked closer. He kept her alive because she was a useful acquisition. How's the job? Do you like it? He asked the short slave girl affectionately. Or might not like it. He asked the unfortunate woman. She sharply shook her head to the side. Great, said the hermit. I promise to feed, water, protect, holidays off. But if she suddenly thinks of running away, it's scary to imagine what he'll do to her. Director Hyeonu sighed and then tapped his fist on his shoulder almost affectionately. The carrot and stick method, he remembered. If you behave well, I'll give you cookies, he said one last time. The girl thought for a moment. It had been 10 days since she had worked for the guild as a staff accountant. Quiet, dusty work, not driven to death, well fed, she thought. The creak of the printer interrupted her musings. The Aries Guild fax had arrived, successfully handed over the dungeons. Young Woo shouted back at the slippery principal, Hyukio, who was going in person to Piu's guild with whom he had feuded not long ago. Devil Hun Woo took all the dungeons for himself, dishonoring the headmaster twice. Such shame can only be washed away with blood. F it, waved off. The director waved his subordinate away. They were both screwed. Young Woo thought, after all the events, the principal's influence had fallen below the plinth. He'll soon find himself where he sent his predecessors in the race for the director's chair. Hooken sounded like he was a little crazy and obsessed with revenge, but he was right about one thing. They were in the same boat. If one falls, Young Woo will fall too. Because the director decided to go all the way, the monopoly collapsed and the influence of the entire guild was devalued. The head of all Aries Guild branches listened to the report. Boris Mart, the inscription on his plaque read, listened attentively. He was informed of the Korean branch's problems. Director Hyeonu Woo lost part of the dungeons by making a mistake. Anyone can make a mistake, Boris Mart said, wringing his fingers. Only what was corrected later can be called a mistake, he continued. Such words should be said when everything is in order. Otherwise, it should be defined as a failure. He fixed each word. They will regain all the dungeons they lost and repair all the consequences of the failure, murmured the Lord of the Rings. The pagoda of the Imperial Palace was drowning in the rays of the eternal sunset. Hyeonu Woo arrived at the Forbidden City. He thought the contract had already been concluded, but the guild leader demanded a face-to-face meeting. He had strong doubts about everything, yet he was determined to go all the way. F medieval, he wondered as he stepped inside. He was met by a masked gatekeeper. If he confirms the contract, Yeonwoo is definitely a dead man, thought the director. He was told to enter. The palace had numerous guards, thought the slippery headmaster. The place pressed its harshness upon him, as if he were back in ancient times. The gate in front of him opened and Huk Shong squeezed his eyes shut against the glow of the lamps. The throne of the leader of the Pyo Guild, an imperial dragon named Mai Ryan, was occupied by a Patek girl. The sliding headmaster marveled. He saluted formally and instinctively bowed as if in ancient times, given to the atmosphere. Hukong thought, but they didn't even answer him. He was confused and didn't know how to behave. A beautiful woman with a cold, commanding voice told him from atop the throne that she knew about his contract. Say a name, the emperor said. And like a thunderclap, Hukong sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to retract his words. He gave the name, the man who closed the rift in Germany, Kim Hyun-woo. He named a huge sum and a bunch of dungeons as payment for the contract if they took it on. He really called out that name. He heard the principal's cold steel voice. The empress slowly rose from her golden throne. Just now he asked to kill the teacher, the empress replied in a steely voice. The shockwave pierced the roof of the pagoda, a pillar of fire. The empress was writhing. The entire palace was filled with a red aura. She was terribly angry. Hukong Woo couldn't gather his thoughts. He didn't understand what was going on. What a reaction. He wondered why ordering Hyun Woo's assassination had caused so much anger. What other teacher? Wondered the principal in horror. There must have been a mistake, he blurted out. He, as Kim Hyun Woo, could be her teacher. Hoon asked the empress where they had met, and she replied that it was in the tower. A ray of hope glittered just nearby. The empress had simply confused Hyun Woo with someone else, thought the slippery headmaster. He told the empress that Hyun Woo couldn't be a teacher. The girl asked why. Each tower is assigned to a different region, each summoning people from a different region. The empress was tired of listening to the nonsense and interrupted the rascal. She sent him flying with a familiar kick of her ballet flats. The cruel empress kept the headmaster unconscious while she beat him. She wondered how that cockroach would get out, but he was just rambling that Hyun Woo wasn't her teacher. He picked up the principal by the scruff of the neck like a kitten in his slippers. Unfortunately for this slug, said the empress, I was trained in the Korean tower. In those days, her father sent her into exile to re-educate her, a young major, and she ended up in the tower. Luckily, she met a mad hermit who took her on as an apprentice. The formal kippo dress, the loosed hair gathered into a bold ponytail, the teacher's mark on the back, and even the name Myra. All of it was the will of an insane teacher that a brainless cockroach would deny. How dare he now hope for an easy death, said the cruel empress. Twice the worm had made attempts on the teacher, and now, on top of denying their strong bond, the little beast pouted. Hamlu listened to the android's raptures. He run the cable to the virtual room, and now the program could at least make some progress. This cheeky chip girl even asked for her own gaming console. She made a cat-like pity face, saying she couldn't do it herself, since the android existed as a voice assistant. Hamu wondered if it was worth rewarding a runaway and what it would cost. But a clack of the remote added the console to the virtual environment, much to the digital babe's delight. Like a kitten, she rushed to hug the mad hermit in gratitude. And this sesh is good. Hyun Woo thought, learning how to manipulate his emotions by mimicking the role of a daughter. The white-haired kitten remembered there was something else he wanted to tell you. She was still speaking confusedly, but Hyun Woo asked bluntly what she meant. The hermit was called and found himself in the parlor with a succulent chicken in his hands. A wary Shen asked the hermit why he wasn't eating. There might already be an illegal without a residence permit on the 9th floor. The homeless hermit recalled the bucket's words. The 8-year-old had told him that 3 rifts had happened before the hermit got out of the tower, and 2 of the 3 were still open, meaning the illegals had not been caught and were walking free. Kwano asked the hermit, "When are you going to Germany?" Han-woo planned to leave in 3 days. A friend offered to go together and do some local sightseeing in the red light district, though the hermit declined. Kwanyo was upset. He knew a lot of good places, but Han-woo doubted that after the rift, everything was calm in the country for walking. Pretty soon answered him, "First of all, I eat, and secondly, the neighborhoods will be quickly rebuilt by magicians." Magicians, Tyler's gas star buyers, will carry out all repair work. Without their contractors, the whole world would lie in ruins after battles. The hermit hesitated and asked, "Is there a reason why your friends want to go to Germany specifically?" Han-woo heard about the item auction and asked, "What is it?" The attentive Ken volunteered to explain. These bids are arranged by the association and have not been canceled, even though an entire town was destroyed. That is to say, Han-woo clarified, the friends just want to use the teleporter on the ball and fly to Germany at his invitation. The mad hermit agreed. "I'm not paying anything anyway." Kwano assured his friend the bidding could be interesting. The Hunters Association told Han-woo that the number of rifts depended on the hunters' ranks. The hermit recalled, if the android suggestion is correct, there are 2 illegal aliens living on Earth. Their status is closed to the hermit, unlike regular hunters, so if they show up at the auction, he'll notice the illegals. But it adds a lot of work, and the hermit had things to do, new as it was. Though he's gotten stronger over the last couple of skirmishes with Electric and lowly Demoness, what if a higher-ranked demon shows up, he thought. Han-woo accidentally said it out loud, and Beauty Scene thought he was talking about bidding preparations. Han-woo smiled confusedly again. He's hovering in the clouds, remarked Tiny Seo Yan, laughing. 3 days flew by, and they arrived at the bidding hall, where the gavel clanged. The guys besides the hermit dressed up, and Babe So Yan entered in a gorgeous open dress so everyone could appreciate the girl's beautiful figure. Young-woo was burning evidence and saying goodbye to his past life in his office. The director personally went to the PGO Guild to meet with their head, but still, no word from him. This could only mean one thing. Young-woo realized it's time to get off his feet and cover his tracks. There's no coming back from the director. He had prepared for this occasion, realizing that their former enemies in China were very dangerous. Young-woo had collected enough money with him. He's the boss's right-hand man, which means he's important as a witness and won't be touched. He thought as he suddenly stopped feeling his arm. He lifted it to his face to look at it, but only saw the brush separate from his body. Young-woo fell to his knees, splattering the office with blood and writhing in pain. The killer was taunting him. He could have killed him by now, but he enjoyed taunting his victim. The order of cosplayers, Young-woo whispered, the assassin laughed. The little brat knew about them. An order of cosplayers under the head office showed up for Young-woo. He didn't have time to leave. "Why is the order here?" he asked. A foolish and desperate question. The assassin chuckled and indicated to the victim that he should be perfectly aware of that himself. Jong-woo really wanted to live and crawled pathetically toward the exit, causing fountains of blood. The assassin cut short the agony of his target. "All traitors await death," he added. His partner entered the office, blocking off escape routes in case of an emergency. Already finished? He asked his comrade in the cloak and dagger business. "As if anyone could hold them back," replied the braggadocious partner. Their second target remained in the palace of the Forbidden City, and they had no way of knowing if Yukon was alive or not yet. Should that man be dealt with? The assassin asked his comrade, but the latter replied that 4 customers from the order had already been sent for at once. This surprised the hunter, but the target could also single-handedly stop the disaster. The braggart continued to flutter his tongue and bluster. "Our boss will definitely beat the swagger," he said, but the comrade told him to shut up. No need to openly discuss secret information. Even walls have ears, he reminded the braggart. He stumbled back, spreading his arms, guilty. They were done with business in this place anyway. The bidding had gathered quite a crowd, and the girl announcer announced the start of the bidding. Juan asked the hermit if he would go to the Red District in gym shoes too, but Han-woo just sighed. Shikin didn't understand the hermit's choice of clothes either, but he was perplexed. "It's better with clothes than without. Who cares?" answered Hyun-woo. Shikyong agreed. Even the media had already accepted their friend's appearance as commonplace. Pretty Sao Yan looked at the lot list disappointed. Not a single plus level item. "They are still rare," Shirin replied. Hamyu thought about it. He had seen this rank somewhere before and fumbled for an object in his pocket, a lowly demon essence stone. Some of the information was hidden and he wasn't sure how to use it. The hermit didn't know either. He had received it at a ceremony honoring him for his exploits. The item had a high rank but gave no modifications or skills. It couldn't even be sold at a high price, the hermit thought. It made him want to learn even more about the subject. For now, he went back to bidding on lots, but everything was boring. Nothing worthwhile was being sold here. Who would sell a good item? Hugh Bardley scanned the items with an information skill. The next lot is Aslan's Spear. He read in a long semi-legendary text. Tired of the restrictions on information, he went to get some air and waved his friends one last time. The Mad Hermit stepped out into the parking lot and breathed in the cool night air. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a quick movement. One civilian had just been killed. The hermit turned around sharply, trying to see who was so bold as to decide to attack him. He took a step and dodged the swift assassins who suddenly attacked. A hand blocked Wolverine's claws. Those damn cosplayers again, Hyeonu thought. But this time, the cosplay was well done. The assassin's kick knocked the Mad Hermit back. Just another troop of traveling costume immersed, a Mad Hermit thought. The dummy stood in a picture pose, not original at all. At least they could have performed a birch tree. The hermit was indignant. The order of costume members presented their quartet. They kept talking instead of doing what they showed up to do. One even began to read a prepared speech, but the hermit quickly interrupted him. I can't listen to these trashy speeches, he said, and threw a rock right in a pseudo-Wolverine's eye. 5 for effort, but still a 2 for overall credit, the politeness teacher said, counting off 1 dummy each. The Mad Hermit prepared a second pebble. He smirked devilishly, chattering that the hermit was always escaping from the battlefield. Now he would show that it wasn't true. The performance failed. The actor was drunk. The quartet was deflated and came to grief. Boris Mart listened to the report. Hook Seong-woo had not yet been eliminated, but it was not over yet. They have no right to make a mistake, he said to his subordinate, and then asked about the Mad Hermit. He was told that the battle had already begun. A ringed hand raised a glass of wine. Whether or not his men could handle it, Boris asked his subordinate, do you doubt the order's abilities? He demanded a list of those who had been sent. 4th, 7th, 9th, 10th, all the officer of the order numero uno. So it's already a foregone conclusion, he told the surprised subordinate. Boris Mark didn't think his men would win. He was just setting up an experiment to see if his opponent could read the status. When you kill an enemy, start looting. An ancient rule from the tower came to mind. He looked closely at the Wolverine claws at his feet. Not bad work, thought the hermit. The real ones should be sticking out of the body. Hyeon-woo called up the status window to evaluate the acquisition. The Mad Hermit was greatly surprised when he looked at the details. Barisa drank expensive wine. I wonder if his enemy will understand this joke, he thought. The underground atrium was once again left unlit, with a man sitting at a huge round table. A crimson aura of darkness surrounded him, as if he had bathed in manganese. How did it go? He asked his interlocutor in a monk's cassock. Already 2 illegal immigrants have been detained. Chief, they're vile thugs. They don't give us any life at all, the monk answered him. A 5th-rate electrician was coming up to the 9th floor, and lowly demons. The servant monk reported Lord and clapped his hands enthusiastically. He knew these guys, they were no wimps. He thought that on the 9th floor, the borders were weak, and illegal tourists would have an easy time getting through. Who is next? He asked the monk's servant. The monk replied that it was still undecided. An unexpected obstacle appeared. The Lord of Manganese exulted. The taste of waiting is sweet, said he. What's in the bag? Asked his chauffeur, Shak Ken, as they drove home. The hermit replied, found. It was a crazy hermit found in the middle of a mountain of corpses, said cautious Shuken. Fortunately, the cameras recorded everything. Managing to find out who it was, Shuken asked him and got the answer that the interrogator had died after the first question to the head. Anwu asked, what kind of cameras are there that capture everything from good angles? He learned that it was the special magic of streaming. But does one's head come off during interrogation? Asked a cautious Shak Ken. The hermit, guilty, moved away, its hand having just slipped. He just slapped them, though, a wary Sharkin remarked to the Mad Hermit. He really did just slap them, swatting them like flies, but managed to experiment a little, Han-Woo recalled. In any case, they were hiding their faces with magic. Han-Woo replied while Shen gathered souvenirs. The Mad Hermit perked up his ears and asked, who was it? But the cautious Shen simply dodged the question. Han-Woo remembered his souvenirs in the big bag. He rubbed the good stuff right out on the floor to get a better look and pour over it. Good thing I now have the scanning skill for items, he muttered. Replica 1, 2, 3. That's how all the artifacts were signed, each one quite high level. What does the replica and the artifact's name mean? Wondered the hermit, studying them. Whether the artifacts were artificially created, the hunter wondered, but couldn't find out more. Hyeon-woo sank into his memories, activating Sherlock's abilities. Yesterday's costume members knew exactly where and when he would show up. They were for Aries or someone hired them from the outside, he thought. The hermit. After scoring the artifacts he would sell anyway, he shifted his focus to the customer, the costuming troupe who had paid for their tour. He asked, "It seems that the slippery, a Hakshong Wu, has learned nothing at all. He's made the same mistake for the third time." The hermit sighed tiredly. Now he won't be able to get away with it. Hyeonu Wu decided, knocking on the door of the guild's main office. "Where is the headmaster?" He asked directly to a passing guild employee. "The boss is on a business trip," the employee quickly answered. The mad hermit then asked again, but that was already clear. Hyeonu Wu politely requested the exact location of the business trip. The office staff member fell to his knees, saying he didn't know anything. But the mad hermit squatted down and inquired further, or rather learned, that Hexon was in China at the Forbidden City. Pacho Guild had heard that familiar name from the mad hermit. That evening, he hovered in the living room of a cautious Shak Ken and watched TV. He asked his friend what he knew about PJ's guild. Shim replied, "I don't know much, just general terms." "They say they recently took over all of China," Shiken said, "and Han Wu surprised not long ago. They only had half of it. Usually, it's quite difficult clearance, paperwork, contracts, but not in China. It's the law of the jungle out there," Han Wu concluded. "But it wasn't always that way," Shikyuang added. "Once upon a time, all the dungeons belonged to the government and it was much harder to hand them over," Shim continued. "Everything changed recently. The head of the guild, P. Joe, pushed through the law and started the takeover. So he's very powerful," Han Wu concluded. The mad hermit plunged into memories from when he was still in the tower. Had he spoken to his apprentice about something like this? The hermit pondered. He played the role of a mad hermit teacher and sinned with cosplay himself, but his acting was real. The girl argued with him and bickered without taking her red eyes off him. He cracked her on the head with the edge of his palm. "You don't argue with teachers, especially not crazy ones," he said. As a teacher, he demanded 3 bows as his due. But the girl refused. He was conducting severe tests for her, on the brink of life and death. There was no way she would die, he promised affectionately. "No way in hell would I let a dear student die," he reassured the petite girl. "The main thing is not to offend him," said the mad hermit, and pushed him into the abyss with the monsters. The girl had passed all the initiations and had reached the 100th floor. There was nothing more to teach her, and the hermit was sending her away. The snotty girl denied it, but she had really grown since then. She had gotten stronger. "No one else will be messing with her." The mad teacher gently stroked her head. The little one cried from the excess of her feelings. "All under heaven," he told her last. "No one can be above her except the mad teacher," said the hermit firmly in character. The girl listened attentively to every like-minded teacher. "His will the law," she mumbled something last in the same crazy spirit. Han Wu vaguely remembered what it was. The hermit had been too lazy to listen at the time, but who knew what it would turn into? They say a show has a whole empire. But Shiken didn't know anything else. He didn't care much about it. Han Wu rubbed his friend's hair contentedly. Time for a business trip, the mad hermit informed his friend. To China, Han Wu added, more specifically to the Forbidden City, the site of the main palace, the Pyo Guild. The empress lay peacefully on the silk sheets and thought of her teacher. She remembered what she had said to him one last time before she left the tower. The one who used to solve everything with money faced many difficulties in the tower, and only the teacher was able to save her. Her father cared for her too much, and the girl grew up like a spoiled doll. But the mad teacher showed her what the true path was. Unlike her mild-mannered father, he didn't coddle the brat, but accepted her as an equal. He trained her to live by the rules he himself followed. He pulled her from the shackles of weakness and laziness. The cruel empress fondly remembered her teacher hugging her knees. Now the entire empire was at her feet, and she could bring him here. The girl walked to the window, hotly breathing in the cool air. Just a little dream, she dreamed, blazing a blush on her delicate cheeks. 2 goons from the Order of Numero Uno costumers had just received the order for Han Wu. Their predecessors, higher in rank, were already feeding the worms. "Don't be scared, he scared himself," said the 5th to the 8th. "There's definitely a way out. As long as Yukon Wu isn't killed, we can stay in Beijing and not rush into another suicide mission." The costume members rejoiced. Why them? Wondered the 8th, for their target had no weaknesses. The 5th didn't understand why either. It was the first numero uno of costume members to go on such a mission. Their target had killed 4 with strong artifacts in higher ranks. Direct contact should be avoided, said the 5th, as suddenly the ground shook. The 5th, as the eldest and leader, reacted first to the new threat, but the powerful attack threw the costume member away like a rag. He had no time to do anything. Junior grabbed his weapon and tried to counterattack the unknown enemies, but in vain. He was being overwhelmed by sheer force by unknown men in white uniforms and skull masks on their faces. "Are they the ones who killed young Wu?" The mask type asked them, chopping the killer's knives. The eighth recoiled back to flee. The enemy was too strong, but he was immediately surrounded by dozens of blades. The dogs of the Empire knew their business. The hapless dummy was slammed face first into the floor. Just don't whine, the leader of the Empress's hound dogs told him. They dared to eliminate the one who relied on her highness. Now we have to drag the two goons to the Empress, said the skull. Dummy chewed the ground helplessly, unable to utter a single word. The faithful slave finished drawing the magic teleportation circle. As usual, a laborious process. Hyeonu was not eager to deal with the case. Little Siu Young suggested not going. But everyone has a dark past they don't want to talk about, the mad hermit thought. He was orphaned early on, working hard to survive until he was summoned by the tower. He didn't have time for theatrical teenage nonsense before. But in the tower, time is infinite. It would be all right. But the past had come to the surface. He should take Huk Sang-woo and get away quietly. The hermit pondered. He was traveling to another state, baby so young worn. The girl was worried that the mad hermit would not do anything, but he just waved it away as usual and was gone. Belle was worried about her friend. A vague sense of unease suddenly came over her. The free slave nearly took her breath away from yet another overtime. Sweet Siu Yan came closer to ask her something. Han Wu stepped into the teleporter and immediately moved to China. There won't be any problems, he thought. But there was already trouble once he appeared at the gates of the Forbidden City. The hermit was stunned. The palace was decorated in the style of a mad hermit, with the inscription of everything under heaven and his phrases on the gate. A complete failure. He really underestimated the extent of the insane problems. The dogs of the Empress's regime, they were there when they noticed the intruder. The guard's hand roughly touched the mad hermit while he considered what to do with what he saw. He jumped up to enter the territory of the Forbidden City. The little brats didn't bother him. First, they'll smash the slippery slug that's already made 3 attempts on him. The mad hermit didn't hesitate and immediately used the power of absurdity. He decided to finish this quickly. The blow shattered the main gate and the bloody inscription above it that he had once read out of novels about the Qin Emperor. The Empress's loyal dogs raised the alarm and surrounded the intruder. Everyone had a replica of the mad hermit's mask on their muzzle, and even their techniques mirrored his. The minions persistently attacked him, but Han Wu easily dodged. The mad hermit noticed something in their strange movements. The loyal dogs were using real martial arts, like the ones he had taught the little brats. The small infestation had trained its people as well. The mad hermit froze in place, falling into the role of a martial arts master. The power of absurdity filled him. The intruder simply disappeared before the eyes of the acolytes. That's how you should use this technique, he said, appearing right in front of the guards. In one fell swoop, the mad hermit threw everyone aside. Clearing a path for himself, he hoped no one had died from this. Han Wu shook the dust off himself. Master, he heard with a huff, a familiar gentle voice. A mature girl was looking at him now, with wide ruby eyes. She would recognize him anywhere. The power of movement, the technique her heart hammered more often. But what was more important, thought the hermit, was the look she was giving him. My mad teacher, she thought. Student, thought the hermit. After so many years, they met again. The mad hermit stood silently. It's been a while, he sighed, accepting the inevitable. Ruby eyes burned through his gaze from beneath long lashes. She had come such a long way to give the master everything he desired, gathered the guild, changed the laws, trained the people. The girl was on her way to the mad hermit. No matter what name she was called, no matter how tough she had to become, it was all just for the master. A step away, she got down on one knee and greeted him like a mad student. The girl counted down all the days and months of their long 3-year separation. And now the guild leader, P. Zhou, the Dragon Empress ranked 5th in the world, could finally bow to her master. Hanma looked at the insanely luxurious Golden Emperor's throne and couldn't believe what he was seeing. A throne for the master, said the mad student. Throne, Master Gol? Hanmu drooled. Don't you like the throne? The mad student asked. She was coming in trumps, knowing exactly how to touch the master's heart. Then she will execute those who made it to the hermit's horror cut off by the brat. Hanmu immediately interrupted her before someone actually got their head chopped off like in ancient times. He sat on an insanely expensive, gleaming, gold-trimmed imperial throne. So, wait, how did he end up here? The mad hermit hesitated, imperceptibly succumbing to the mood. He doesn't usually go for this kind of thing, but this girl is really good. The mad hermit was completely unarmed under such sincere pressure. Hanmu couldn't understand why she felt this way about him, even though he had trained her in martial arts. But all the training it took to comprehend the power of absurd. That's why he didn't seek it after he left the tower. To supple. The hermit, sitting on the imperial throne, mumbled, and she immediately knelt down. No, nothing, said Hyeon Woo, and the crazy disciple, happily wagging her tail, replied, Yes, master. Damn it, panicked Hyeon Woo. What to do with her, since she was so favorable to him? Despite him hitting on her several times, The hermit sighed and used the information skill on the girl. Always faithful, he read in her characteristics. Exactly abnormal, thought the hermit excitedly. Hyun-woo turned to her again, and the girl shone brighter than the throne. Hyukong-woo was delivered at the hermit's request and thrown onto the cold floor of the palace. The prisoner doesn't look good, the mad emperor Hyun-woo noticed. Daring to stammer about attempting to assassinate the master, the apprentice replied, and Hyun-woo gently praised the concubine candidate. The hermit woke the slippery principal with a slipper of doom. Demented Hyukong's spirit soared when he saw the familiar face, and it was as if he had forgotten his hatred. How are you feeling? Good sanatorium, the hermit asked, recalling Huk Zhang-woo. His bunker with the sanatorium. The one clung like a tick to his sciatica, begging him to save him from his mad student and take him away from this place. Pathetic worm, thought the concubine candidate as she emitted a bloody aura. The mad hermit turned around to look at the innocent maiden. You'll live if you answer all the questions, the mad emperor promised. The slug couldn't believe his luck. Oh yeah, you'll definitely live, said the mad emperor, thinking about how much thrill there is to life. In an underground bunker on the outskirts of New York City, a meeting was in progress. Boris March gave the assignment to a trio of numero unos from the upper echelon of the costume order. This time the job was difficult. Do it quickly, and you'll be supplied with an SSD plus level artifact, Lord of the Rings told them. The Numenara became excited at these words. They had no idea that an artifact of this level could even exist. Such an item increases the characteristics by 2 levels at once. Something unimaginable struck numero uno customers. Do they think the Lord of the Rings might be lying? Boris asked. The existence of such an artifact has never been made public. But soon, Mart replied, staring down at his hand. The group was gathered in Quan Sio's guild office. Shuriken asked when they planned to re-enter the labyrinth. Quan Sio, who had never received a gift from the hermit, doubted they would find anything useful this time. Shen agreed with him. What's the rush? Asked the young woman in a business suit. If Shen hadn't yet sold the items from their last expedition, Sheenan, the ever-cautious one, remarked that he already felt the urgent need to strengthen his abilities. Quan Sio dismissed the idea. They had been too occupied with guild affairs to make progress for a long time. The shadow of the eccentric hermit still loomed over him, causing him to step back. That figure was far beyond their reach. Compared to Hun Woo, Shiken, the cautious one, didn't even finish his thought. It was already obvious without words. Even the lovely Xiu Yan lowered her blue eyes with a trace of sorrow. So, they were sent by the Aries Guild? Han Woo asked, glancing at the 2 exhausted men across from him, their faces marked with strange numbers. Are they still alive? At least the hermit asked, and his crazy concubine candidate nodded affirmatively. Hyukong-woo finally went insane. He crouched down at the mad emperor's feet, begging for his life. The emperor asked, "Isn't our prison here?" The apprentice replied, "There is a suitable dungeon with rats. It won't kill, but it will bite them to oblivion. Whoever remains inside will suffer the torments of hell." The mad student reported with a cute face. They'll writhe in endless streams of pain. After 30 days, the emperor passed judgment. The great horror was the slime ball, Yu Sheng-woo. He babbled weakly, but the magic ballet flats pressed her head against the stone floor. "I obey, master," replied the cruel beauty. From the pocket of her numero uno costume, a ring fell out. What a lovely thing, thought Han Woo. He picked it up and activated the information skill. "My lovely," flashed at the edge of his consciousness. But Hyun Woo came to his senses. The ring also bore the name Replica on top of it. Men stood in his way again. The mad emperor was angry at this. He finished his business and said he was leaving. The mad student was alarmed. "Is the master leaving?" she asked the mad emperor. But he only waved her away. "But isn't the master going to take me over?" The bright student asked. "We'll talk later." The mad emperor remained cold. But he reassured his devoted student, telling her that he had to deal with the Aries Guild first, and then he would return to this conversation. The mad hermit had abandoned a devoted concubine candidate. The girl moved her finger, and 2 servants appeared before her. "See the members of the Aries Guild," she said, "all to be slaughtered like pigs." Unmu brought the ring to the pawn shop appraiser, and the android informed him that the ring was not plain, but fake. The mad hermit was surprised. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Artifacts are created at the bottom of the maze from items and are powered by lore, which determines their characteristics and skills. The android narrated. Objects or artifacts are removed from the existence of the floors. The virtual girl vaguely replied. Illegals need to fully climb the tower for these things, she added, which further puzzled Han Woo. The ring, on the other hand, is just a quality replica without its own story. A replica, the android answered him, perhaps even created by an illegal jeweler, heard of frantic Sherlock. The case was getting more and more confusing. The white-haired android wised up and made a sound judgment about the 2 illegals earlier, who were called. You should teach this machine to clean up after itself, though, because you're making such an ass. You brainless neuron, the hermit told the android. But the white-haired product of dusky genius only waved it away. Much to the hermit's annoyance, he clicked a button and was clean. The girl was even happy at first, but then discovered the console was missing. I'll pick it up before my next visit, nailed the hermit lump of uninspired chips. Judging by her complaining cries and promises to keep the virtual house clean, he picked an excellent punishment. Neuralite went crazy, showing all kinds of remorse and pity on its cube interface. Late at night, the assassin sneaked into the Forbidden City. He noticed the hole in the roof, left open during the day after Hyeonu had appeared, and ducked into it. Like a true ninja, he infiltrated the main palace. The third numero uno costumer was given a mission: rescue 2 of the younger ones from the order and kill the traitor, Hyeonu. There seemed to be rats in the palace. The assassin heard a predatory female voice say, "Slugs of the Aries Guild." The Mad Empress responded in her own right. He bounced away like a hunted mouse that didn't even smell the cat. "Try not to die at once," the Empress said, so she could at least vent her anger. At that moment, the hapless ninja cosplayer realized that he was absolutely going to hell. The palace had added holes, but it wasn't a problem. The servants would fix everything tomorrow, the Mad Empress thought, satisfied. Hyeonu was back in the world. He had to calm down the upset neural network, for he didn't know that the save had been deleted from the console. Suddenly, he found himself with guests, though he hadn't invited anyone. Hey. The guests were sprawled out in the living room. They hadn't even taken off their slippers as if they had come uninvited, the hermit thought. But more importantly, whether Shere Ken was all right or not, the hermit looked around. Hyeonu remembered that his friends had said he'd be back from his date in the morning. So, he's not home, the crazy hermit realized. Customer number 1 smugly reassured Hyeonu that there were no guests at home besides them. The mad hermit smiled gloatingly at the guests. Now, you can go full throttle. He asked the goons why they had come if he was going to join them. The guy in gym shoes was pushed back by a strong attack, and he flew out the window with a sharp clink of broken glass. The cosplayers chased the insane hermit right through the air in preparation. They had no shortage of strength. Their artifacts also looked strong. The padlock attacked with an ice spear. The costumer hurled the spear at Hyeonu with a powerful throw, but the mad hermit playfully caught the heavy weapon, beating the enemy with his own weapon. He remembered his rule from the tower, but instead, his hand clutched the void as if the heavy spear had disappeared. The mad hermit was attacked again and thrown to the ground. The spear was miraculously in the hands of the customer. Hyeonu applied his information skill to figure out what kind of tricks the uninvited guests were pulling. The SST Plus rank. SST Plus return spear highlighted a blue status. The name, as well as other items of unlucky theatergoers, meant replica. The magic of accounting attacked the mad hermit. The entire visual field was covered with tax reports, tax returns, financial statements, mortgage payments. It surrounded him in a dense cocoon. A magician accountant of the highest rank appeared before him, debt books in his hands. The report sheets precisely aimed at the homeless hermit, who discounted all work to slaves. He gives out his wages in envelopes to Hyeonu, the costume maker. But the hermit dismissed him. You can't take him for that. He doesn't pay slaves at all. We'll definitely get you for tax evasion, a costumed financial analyst with a spear told him. There's a difference in speed. After all, this dupe was performing better than previous goons. However, the mad hermit is still faster than the tax audit cosplayer's exertions. But as soon as he took a big swing, the accounting reports came flying in. The hermit dodged easily and wondered what was next. Barely had he frozen when the homeless hermit was pinned down with a hard kick by the financial analyst. Clubs of dust rose up, blocking the hermit's view considerably. The customer attacked sharply with his spear, thrusting it through the dust veil. The powerful spear took the S-rank strength mad hermit as a test, and when he tried to counterattack, he was thwarted by the accountant's tax returns. An angry, shaggy-haired hermit crawled out of the rubble like a bear from its den. The battle had already lasted longer than a couple of blows till Hyeonu decided to try something. "Don't move, guys, while I press something," the mad hermit told them, and disappeared from sight. "Oma Iwa Shindaru," he said in an anime voice to the patch cosplayer. He didn't even have time to say "Anani" before he was hit with a heavy punch from Hyeonu. But even after the shady move, the financial check cosplayer didn't lose his presence of mind. 2 translucent sheets protected him from the mad hermit's blows. Hyeonu was blowing dust in his eyes, but he himself remained in bad shape after the jump. His mana channels tangled. While Hyeonu was distracted by the accountant, an analyst with a financial poker crept up from behind. Should he have dodged the attack, supplemented the tax records? These customers were really pestering the hermit. The accountant threw mana arrows, and the analyst cosplayer clamped down with his spear so the hermit couldn't dodge them. He figured out the assassin's tactics. These goons knew their business and attacked the hermit coherently. Hyun-woo's shadow move hadn't been finalized yet, and the assassin analyst was already approaching. But to his surprise, the target remained calm. The Mad Hermit kept suspiciously relaxed and open, as if he were luring a trap. Since he's standing still, we should just attack, the financial analyst decided. And there was an explosion of impact. A cloud of dust rose up even more fiercely than before. The cosplayer had interfered with himself and was now wondering whether or not he'd gotten in. As he suddenly felt the strong, masculine hands of the Mad Hermit on him, he caught the strange smirk of a homeless hermit. Now there would be a different conversation with the taxman. He took advantage of his S+ rank resistance and let the enemy get close enough to catch him. This time he was able to give the cosplayer a good smack on the scruff of the neck. Time for the accompanying ride, the Mad Hermit told the cosplayer as he grabbed his skull. Shiken looked around his ruined apartment. What a party, he thought, and I wasn't invited. The homeless hermit consoled his now homeless friend, but he was not much comforted. What a mess they made in the bachelor apartment, baby. So, Yan came to support them, but at least Sha Ken had settled in well. She finished off the inconsolable friend who was sitting on the couch. The association will cover all losses, and there were no accidents, Shuken replied to her. It's true, the girl noticed, pulling out her phone to show him a video of the battle. In it, the crazy hermit grabbed the hairy cosplayer by the mane and in one steady leap dragged him all over the building. They soared all the way to the roof on the Hermit's Galactic Express. It was immediately clear who had trashed inconsolable Shaken's apartment. Even the beautiful Xiu Yan felt sympathy for her friend. She thought it was good that the hermit didn't live with him. Why did he take in a homeless man? Xing asked, but Shen had trouble answering. The perpetually homeless use it, complained Shaken. Driver, dishwasher, personal agent. After that time, Shaken's phone was cut off by reporters. He complained to his beautiful friend. It hadn't even been a month since he changed his number. Inconsolable, Shaken lamented while the homeless hermit packed up all of his belongings, putting his toothbrush in his pocket. An inconsolable Shen asked the hermit where his conscience was. He caught something shiny that Yu threw to him. Cheer up for now, the hermit said, throwing a bone to the faithful dog, and he himself headed to the guild office of the guild babe. So, Yan, inconsolable, looked at the piece of metal in his hands. He immediately felt the incredible power of the ring to rule all. Woof! Shouted the always cautious and loyal Shirk Ken loudly into the hermit's back. Good thing there are useful slaves, the Mad Hermit noted to himself for the umpteenth time. The cosplayer quickly put out the name of the theater owner. Worth the train ride, Boris Mark gave him the name. Guildhead Aries is hiding in a distant underground bunker, but with teleportation magic, it's not a problem. Han Wu pondered. The diligent slave reported for the completion of the circle. After all, she had previously given a useless performance. Han Wu worriedly asked the talking tool if she was okay, or else it would be a shame to lose her. She nodded weakly. Then let's get started, the Mad Hermit decided. But before he did, he remembered. He tossed the Marilla phone so that she barely caught it with her tired hands. Pass it to Siu Young, said the homeless emperor. Let him keep it, he added. The girl with insomnia syndrome even brightened up by receiving such an easy assignment. Hyun Woo jumped into the warp portal. The slave girl perked up as he left. The homeless hermit noticed he found himself in a dark, deaf basement. No windows or doors. What a strange place, the homeless hermit asked himself. It's not like his slave betrayed him and sent him to a place he can't get out of. A polite man stepped out of the shadows and greeted the hermit. Boris Mark recognized the theater director, a mad recluse. Even as Hyun Woo confirmed, so many performances with his actors watched, said the Mad Hermit. The May performance won't begin until now, the director of the traveling theater informed him. They are well prepared, stated the Lord of the Rings to the ninth floor frontiersman. Gathering information didn't work, so it meant he was nothing but an illegal alien in front of him, the hermit realized. Great, said the homeless border guard. 2 birds with 1 stone. We'll close the theater and eliminate the illegal alien. This place is a trap in itself, said the Lord of the Rings. They switched the coordinates to get the hermit into it. How nice of the miscreants to give away the base, said the border agent and proceeded to apprehend the illegal. The blow exploded with a bright, blinding flash. The hermit didn't mince words. But instead of the target, the hand hit the magic barrier, surprising Han Wu. This barrier was no match for his low-grade magic. The hermit, the illegal alien said, told the hermit. The shockwave threw the crazed border guard off balance. The illegal alien proved to be a tough nut to crack. Han Wu broke, leaving 2 deep furrows on the ground. The hermit noticed movement above him and looked up. Dozens of guns of various kinds loomed menacingly over him. The illegal alien spoke in a theatrical voice and decided to introduce himself again. The Magneto player gave a long, pathos-filled speech, which Han Wu let slip past his ears as he introduced himself as the replicant. With a wave of his hand, the illegal artifact forger controlled the guns, directing them to attack the mad border guard. Han Wu had to jump like a boar to dodge the constant attacks from above. The Mad Hermit applied his shadow step and dodged the powerful strike. A barrier as strong as the illegal replicants cannot be broken through with a normal attack, the Hermit realized. Since it was such a big deal, Han Wu decided it was time to go for it and activated the power of the absurd circle of mana. It was necessary to use the divine long swords attack to stall for time. The Hermit decided. The illegal hunter came close to the target. Will the theater director endure this divinely absurd slipper kick? Shouted Han Wu, words of strength echoing. For a second, he managed to break through the Magneto's magical barrier. Noticing the effect, Yun Wu stretched in a twine for a second kick. But suddenly, the kick lost all absurd power at the glow of the red aura weakening. Boris Magnetovich grabbed the Hermit's leg. How much mana for a single blow? He wondered aloud. He praised Hyun Woo's futile efforts. The Lord of the Rings swung himself up for a punch, clenching his ranged fist. A blow of unprecedented force pierced through the Mad Hermit's resistance. The fighters returned to their original positions by the start of the battle. The homeless frontiersman could gather mana more, but it would immediately dissipate. Mana Freeze politely explained, the effect is imposed by the entire room. The illegal counterfeiter was well prepared for his encounter with the 9th floor border guard. As Wu fought, the final duo of customers watched. The illegal was watching him closely. Most of Mad Hermit's attacks depend on his mana. What a mouthful he is, interrupted the cosplayer of Magneto, the Mad Hermit. Barisa continued to brag. Wasn't his opponent devoid of his absurd attacks now? Han Wu smiled back. Aren't they in the same position right now? Of course, you're right, agreed the Lord of the Rings and waved his hand. An illegal replicant counterfeiter could still run his fakes. Han Wu could hardly dodge the illegal's attacks. Even the shadow step didn't work anymore. He took a direct hit from a heavy shell. Even for his stalwart, it was too much. Hoping in vain for resilience, Boris Magnetovich gloated at the Hermit, drawing first blood. All forgeries exceeding S+ rank. The room had no visible exit, and therefore the way lay only through victory, the Hermit reasoned. The illegal counterfeiter prepared to attack and raise the barrier. Where is it? Searched Han Wu with his eyes, scanning every item of the illegal. What causes mana freezing? His gaze fell on the staff in Magnetic's hands. This was the moment. Han Wu had closed in on the theater director. The barrier was strong, but not strong enough to withstand his raw strength. The eccentric Hermit evaded the heavy counterattacks, springing toward the ceiling and shifting his trajectory midair. He spun in the air, recalling a special technique from a comic he had read that very morning. Even without mana, he believed it could work. Motivational kick beneath my back. The Hermit cried. The move carried its full force, and Hyeonu felt it clearly. Yet Boris Magnetovich easily blocked it with his defense. Not good, thought the Hermit, gritting his teeth. At the last instant, he twisted, deflecting the strike of the iron staff with the back of his fist. The sweeping blow spun around as if in a dance, but he landed with cat-like agility. The border guard dropped to all fours. For the second time, the barrier has been broken, and this time, without mana, the Forger marveled. The performance was a success. Now the theater director can take the stage as well, he added. The specialty of this cadenza sword, stated the Relic Forger, is that it adopts the abilities of other weapons. There is an ancient myth about a hero who fought with the power of friendship and love. The theater director went on to say, the Jedi sword in the hands of the gloating director glowed with a welding arc. That's what the right build means, said the Relic Forger, throwing 100 reinforcements onto the blade. With that, he went on the offensive, face to face with the unarmed Hermit. Han Wu saw the movements from the corner of his eye, but he couldn't dodge in time. The sting of the blade stabbed into his skin. Without mana, there was little the Hermit could do, and Boris Magnetovich was not letting up. Blow after blow followed blow. The Mad Hermit was barely keeping up. The satisfied counterfeiter swung his chain mace. The spiked weapon hit, echoed by other sharp objects obeying Magneto's power. And lastly, the theater man pulled out another sword, the only original among his fakes. The Berserk sword with the debuff of inferior. Priority Complex snatched the steel train rail. Hyun Woo stared gloomily at Gat's illegal cosplay. That's it, concluded the introduction by the director of the illegal. But the Mad Hermit was still standing on his own, though covered in wounds. The guard didn't give up. Let me ask you, he told the illegal counterfeiter. If the guard looks like a beaten dog, we can have a chat, agreed Boris Mark. Why kill the border guard? The Hermit asked. He wanted to get the illegal to talk to ascend the throne. The illegal replied succinctly, as if it were implied in itself. Throne got the frontier man new input in this difficult case. What more needs to be answered? It's time to end, decided the illegal theater director. A bastard with strong items, Han Wu said. These replicas dealt critical damage, not simple scratches. Did you lose your mind before you died? Boris asked. But Han Wu replied that he had trump cards too. Mana marveled at Boris' smartness, watching the dizzy glow around the Hermit. No, not her he guessed, but the Hermit was already dissolving into the teleport pillar. Good performance, but he'll get his ticket money back, the hermit said lastly. See you soon, the border guard said goodbye to the illegal artifact forger, said the mad hermit to the illegal, and disappeared into the warp. Hyeonu fell out in a virtual room where the android girl lived. He ran up to the hermit in terror, examining him, but the mad border guard felt better than he looked. By pressing a button, he changed the interior of the room. Boris Magnetovich, indignant, was the only spectator of the theater. That one ran away at intermission. The illegal couldn't trace the coordinates of the teleport, and you need to catch the enemy while he's wounded. The thin thread of mana that the hermit had left behind caught his attention, but Risa realized that since the teleport thread hadn't been severed, it meant that the hermit had hidden in subspace and was, in fact, still here. The Lord of the Rings had prepared all of his artifacts. The intermission would not be long. When the viewer comes back, illegal will force him to watch it all the way through. The first floor of the training tower recognized the android girl in the room. The bandaged hermit was exercising his mad kung fu style, though the android had used first aid protocol on the hermit. The hermit's wounds were deep. The silver-haired girl regretted not finding a healing potion or an artifact, only a first aid kit. An illegal smuggler of fake artifacts can also freeze mana. The hermit pondered. The situation is lousy. In 20 minutes, the circuitry would lock down, and he'd be out. The mad hermit exhaled deeply. Finish, he said. Insane kung fu training complete, he replied to the neural network girl. Training in his condition, the hermit appeared unconcerned. The android, however, was worried. She was part of his system, after all. Hyeonu told the little girl that he was leaving, but she was worried that the hermit hadn't thought things through enough. He affectionately rubbed the neuroset on the silky fiber optic on his head. It's different this time, the hermit reassured the android. He actually looked pleased, bandaged as if after an encounter with a lawnmower. He came out of warp. The hermit looked refreshed after a brief intermission, perhaps snatching a drink for a friend, as any proper audience member should. Welcome back, Boris Magnetovich greeted him as if he were Prince Arthas. The illegal replicant was very happy to have a single spectator, but the mad hermit at once broke the serious atmosphere of the performance and laughed. I'm sorry. It just slipped out. Excuse the spectator, border guard. The illegal replicant, confused, mixed up his prepared remarks and scattered them randomly along with heavy projectiles. He attacked with pathos. Hyeonu closed his eyes. How long can it be? He thought, promising Graves death instead of simply doing. Tired of these theater people, he had trained countless fictional martial arts, gathering the power of absurdity. But there was something that didn't belong to them. It was all about the principles of martial arts, the concepts on which they were based, their fundamentals. But you can't just learn this principle. Every master saves his shoots of knowledge. However, in a short period of time in the warp room, Hyeonu had undercut the cheats, reaching enlightenment. The mad hermit summarized all the experience he had accumulated in martial arts, as well as the spirit of duels with the illegal electric. In the demon lowly that used the exact opposite experience, the artifact's chopping blow was repelled by his bare hand without harming it. All of this helped the mad hermit discover the principle of grafting. For each master, he cut shoots and grafted their skills onto himself. The rogue replicator staggered back, his power no longer working on the hermit. He thought as he watched the border guard reflecting all the requests for registration. Hyeonu was jubilant. His new concept had already proven itself perfectly. Outwardly, nothing had changed. The wounds remained the same, and the lines of the illegal theatergoer still worked. Perplexed, Parisa realized that the level of skill had turned the hermit into a different person. He had planned to play with the wounded man before finishing him off, but he didn't delay. Feeling threatened, Parisa threw himself into a desperate attack. To hell with the script when the whole theater is on fire, Hyeonu said, copying Doctor Strange's gestures with a smug look. He thinks it's a matrix, and you can block all the blows with one hand. The illegal director shouted. Boris delivered a stabbing blow with his blade to the hermit's chest area. An unknown force of cheater skills wounded his arm, intercepting the blow. Parisa howled in pain, but Hyeonu told him to clench his fangs tighter. Rock, paper, scissors, he applied his trademark mad hermit trick. Boris was thrown back by the meaningless words of power. Right crown, left funeral, shouted the mad hermit, and finished off the enemy. The counterfeiter was pinned to the floor like a steel battering ram. The hermit swung to kill the dog, but his attack was interrupted. The heavy artifact shells made him jump the boar again. The hermit bit his tongue. Dodging everyone was problematic. Good for you in a mortar with a crushed vegetable, the wounded illegal asked and stood up. Cheater pumped in the pause menu before the fight. The theater director was angry. In one fell swoop, he unleashed the power of all the smuggled artifacts. The illegal snatched the sword of Berserk's inferiority, its ability to absorb all the stats of other weapons. Let the replicant know how childish it is to measure who has the most. The Mad Hermit remarked, "Now we'll see if Boris Magnatovich decides to make the final blow. Unlikely that his body could withstand more than one blow, all the power of his inferiority complex. Boris put everything into one blow. The heavy steel beam came down on the insane hermit with a full swing. King Kong's penknife strained by its size, even a demented border guard. Well, that ain't who has a bigger gun is cooler, thought the illegal counterfeiter. Hootie absorbed the full power of the punch flowing through his body and set the punch with a rail of inferiority. Manoboris thought at first, but then he recognized the familiar energy. The power of inoculation, said the Mad Hermit, and approached the illegal immigrants sharply. Illegal migrants will be detained, shouted the border guard in charge. Han Mu aimed his own punch at Boris, amplifying with powerful words of pathos and absurdity. Af cheater, the illegal shouted one last time and took a clean hit. Instant death tore the illegal's body apart. That's the end of the tale. Who is a cheater? And well done, exhaled the Mad Hermit. The remnants of the forbidden items faded away, along with the replica artifacts, but the strange duffel bag remained. Hyeonu noticed the artifact. At least there's still some loot, he thought, picking up an object from the floor. The bag, reminiscent of legends, triggered the system. It could store up to 15 items. The hermit tucked away his only lingering insecurity inside. A bit stingy for a boss like this, he thought. Still, the eccentric wanderer appreciated the prize. Time to head home, the hermit muttered. I wish I could find some clothes, he sighed, glancing around. And maybe a phone. The secret dungeon door opened, and the last member of the costumed troupe called out to their master. To my dismay, I realized I had just become an unemployed actor. Guess luck is all I've got left, the hermit smirked before rushing toward the hidden gate in the director's trap. A cosplayer wearing a skull mask was caught by the border patrol. Any money, weapons, or restricted items, the weary hermit asked as he began the search. Clothes, phone, wallet, hand over everything you've got, he added with a half-joking tone. 3 days later, the Mad Hermit called a press conference, saying he knew who attacked homeless Shakin. As always, the Mad Hermit showed up in a tracksuit. Han Wu stated that he would be brief, say what he wanted to say, and leave immediately without further explanation. Uninvited guests in Shir Hung's house, the hermit expounded, had come for him. In lieu of evidence, he provided a recording fabricated by AB's neural network the day before. But who can question the Mad Hermit? The notes showed that the guild leader of the Aries International Guild, Boris Arth, was behind everything. Some might think he fabricated the tape. The hermit excused himself but added, there is other evidence. Anmu hoped that the Aries Guild would give an explanation, but secretly expected more compensation from them. 3 days later, when the homeless hermit was still visiting friends, a crowd of journalists gathered outside the house where Hukan Wu had gone. They shouted. The boss of the Guardian Mafia group was sitting in the living room. He told his friends the hard truth about their world. They actually live on the 9th floor of the Matrix. But there are others. They could hardly accept the truth. Even Luciune frowned, her forehead wrinkling as she thought about Han Wu's border service. Then, just screw it, advised the haughty mad mobster. She hesitated to answer, but the hermit realized how unbelievable it sounded. That's about what he expected, the hermit thought, looking at the concerned faces of his friends. But sooner or later, he had to tell them he could still explain the rifts and illegals. No wonder the not-so-altruistic Han Wu was doing the rifts, Shuken remarked. So, an illegal alien was detained this time too, asked the cute Seo Yun. Not quite answering, the guild leader turned out to be an illegal replicant. 2 geese in one volley, the hermit muttered. He wanted to continue the tale of his exploits, but they were interrupted by shouts from the street. Tired, the mob boss got angry, but the cautious Shen asked if he was in the right state to talk to people. Matt unwrapped the bandages, flashing his Bagheeric abs, and told his friend it was okay. The deranged mob boss walked out to reporters under a hail of questions. But when the hermit came out, he didn't see what he expected. The faithful apprentice met the homeless emperor properly. Honoring the master, the bright apprentice formally greeted the hermit. Why had his dark past grown on his doorstep if the hermit had left it in China? He asked himself. The faces of friends who had just found out this morning that their friend was Agent Smith and now also a crazy teacher flashed in his mind. The mad empress faithfully caught every word of the master. Who is this? Asked the hermit, pointing his finger at the black-headed best bodyguards. That's him, replied the mad apprentice. Let them go, he asked, and the bodyguards immediately disappeared. Quan Seo questioned his friend if the Dragon Empress from the Pyo Guild was definitely standing before them. A cautious Shuren replied that 8 was the nickname of the world's top 5 ranking, much to Hyun Woo's surprise, 5th in the world rankings. The hermit glanced at the lovely apprentice before him. When I trained her, I only passed on some of the Emperor's techniques, the mad hermit recalled. How did this weak sheep become so strong? He wondered. The mad apprentice bumped her forehead and begged the master's forgiveness. She apologized for not being able to follow all of his precepts. After all, he had told her that there could be no one superior. The hermit immediately interrupted his apprentice before she blabbed too much. But the flow of martial arts-inspired sentimental nonsense could no longer be contained. Han-woo pressed the off button on the monitor of the whiteboard. "Don't make me raise my voice," he said in the voice of a mad emperor, and the student blushed. The masochist apprentice was drooling contentedly when the cautious Shiken turned to the hermit. "Mean!" The hermit's friend stuttered with excitement. The insane disciple was covered in a bloodthirsty aura of darkness. Then Shuriken, you heard her voice in her head. "Don't you dare call me by my teacher's name. What binds them together?" Asked a cautious Shuren, while Seo Yan with Quan Seo tactfully removed. "Apprentice," replied Han-woo, stroking the contented cat to calm her temper. Cautious Shin stacked at the bottom of the test tube, a rank 5 disciple, he muttered. "The bastards are noisy," the mad emperor said, and the apprentice offered to finish them off. "Everyone under the knife," she said with a cute face, but the homeless emperor stopped her. "What can?" she asked with the expression of a cute kitten. The mob boss smirked when he got the text message he'd been waiting for. "I'll be gone for a while," he said to a dejected Shaken. "Aries Moody's have made contact," the mad mob boss explained. They'd met at a cafe nearby. Han-woo was neglecting officiousness as usual. "Why not squeeze half of the guild in a diner?" "Let's discuss this directly," declared the insane mob boss to the weakling in front of him. Boris's deputy came to meet him in person. He was visibly nervous. Boriski's deputy was resenting why he should be the one to clean up the mess they'd made. Also, the hermit showed the number 6 at the conference, so he has the Numenera from the cosplayer order as a hostage and witness. It was probably because of this crazy guy that the boss was killed. Boris's deputy thought the guild was bursting at the seams. He was in a hurry to figure it all out and asked the hermit what he wanted. The deputy promised to process the request for compensation, which the hermit would be satisfied with. All of Korea's dungeons, the mob boss declared to the deputy's amazement, but Han-woo had something to blackmail them with. "There's a long tale of crime following the guild," the mad mobster hinted, "and a valuable witness has already put everyone on the take." He guessed at random, but from the reaction of the deputy, he realized he had hit the bullseye. Racketeering is his second profession, the hermit thought, but mercy is familiar to him, declared the homeless mobster, and he agrees to 40% of the Korean lands in the hands of Aries. Tightly he grabbed us by the fabra, horrified Boris's deputy. Satisfied with business, the henbad mobster left the diner, his empire slowly growing. The mad disciple didn't slacken her zeal despite the fact that they were far from the empire. "Told you to remove the extras," reminded the homeless emperor, and they disappeared. Her hand reached forward as if the girl wanted to touch the master while he grunted. He turned around and asked her what he was doing. But the mad apprentice only wagged her tail. She took one look at the pathetic slug in the diner and memorized his face to bring it to her mad master. One day, the girl turned her back, escorting the mad teacher with a glance. In her hand, she clutched a small device of unknown purpose. "All dogs gather," the chief candidate for the emperor's concubine commanded. Deputy Borisa begging for mercy. "Help! The hooligans are depriving him of his sight," he shouted. Black shadows curl against the concrete wall of the parking lot. "Nothing special," stated the senior dog of the Empress's personal guard. The deputy recognized them as soldiers of the PGO Guild. He shouted pathetic excuses for his lack of involvement, but to the Empress's hounds, his only fault was that Aries existed. The hounds ripped out the deputy's fingernails on his left hand so he could better remember their words. "Dare anger the Lord again, and they will surely return," the men in Skullmask told him. Cold Wave complained about the advanced function neural network. Last time, Han-woo never changed the interior before leaving. But the girl could have summoned him, the guilt-ridden hermit asked, feeling guilty. After using the schematic, the android A explained 5 days he's unavailable. Han-woo nodded. He couldn't wait to see what could be improved this time, so he asked the android. The girl cheerfully announced an update has been pushed into the system. As that function of psychoanalysis reminded the mad hermit, he could barely hear the android's response. Each improvement requires a level increase. Han-woo had fallen out of reality. That's how long it took to work like a board guard on 3 shifts without a break. "How can I reach a high level in the system if progress crawls like a turtle?" the hermit lamented. But the answer lay on the surface. If he wanted more information, he could properly interrogate the illegals the android pointed out. In addition to the usual illegals, the android added, "There are those who have already climbed the tower once and then started a new ascent. But why this recursion?" The android did not know. Han-woo realized that repeat illegal aliens might know much more useful things, like the Forger replicant. Spoke with something similar, that there was a throne at the top of the tower, the mad hermit recalled. The words didn't say anything on their own, which meant we'd have to interrogate the other illegals, the hunter pondered. "That's it for now," stated a sharp, defiant Han-woo, but the neural network stopped him. "Hazy Nama, Plasti Shama, Vernamana," rambled the muzzle of the electron. and how to refuse such a one, wondered the Mad Hermit, whose minder was going off the scale. Eventually, the android quickly learned to be nice than hack leather bags, he concluded. The friends met at a construction site where a huge mansion was being built. A modest dwelling for a mentor, reported the bright student, knowing the homeless hermit's weaknesses. Modest Hunwoo grimaced as Shukyuan Googled the place online. This land was being allocated for a new city, he read from the news, and was more horrified than the hermit. How much money is that? Her mad teacher asked. He bit his lip, realizing the value of such a gift from the hands of a loyal student. What's going on? Wondered the mad hermit. Why was he being treated so well, considering the devoted disciple? What is she hiding? He asked himself. A hidden motive? A secret identity? These questions kept the hermit uneasy. Always faithful, he read his status to the surprised student. Apprentice turned insane hermit who lost his social skills in deep childhood. Maybe she's just a pervert, the mad emperor asked bluntly. Even the always reserved shuriken shrieked at the mad hermit. How can you say such a thing to a child? He sternly reprimanded his friend. But he is the little one, the hermit thought. Looking at her carefully, he asked when the crazy student was going back to China. The owner wants her to leave, the girl replied with the look of an abandoned kitten. So Han-Woo hurriedly clarified that he was worried about P's affairs. The only place she should be is under heaven, replied the satisfied cat. Oh, sighed the mad hermit, just do something. The always cautious shuriken noticed something between the two madmen. What happened between them? Asked the hunter of the mad hermit. He portrayed a sweet girl who was beyond excited about the opportunity to serve the teacher. But the mad hermit told him to forget the whole thing. Forgotten, Chicken agreed with him and asked, when will the mad teacher go to the USA? He reminded his friend that he had received an invitation from the International Hunters Association. Han-Woo was surprised. They want to bring the hermit into the S-rank? Chicken explained. Han-Woo remembered that they give money for ranking without any effort, and for S-rank, the payout was huge. Han-Woo only memorized what was profitable. On the other hand, I'm already rich, wondered the mad hermit. Having a place in the world rankings is prestigious. Chicken shook his head and thought drearily. Then it's worth a trip there, crazy hermit, he said. A few days later, the trio arrived at the World Association building. Han-Woo marveled at the size of the park around them. The Mad Emperor's ardent disciple offered to build one in his mansion, but Han-Woo talked her out of it. She said hello to the man who greeted them. The man with the monocle, his name was Liam, and he immediately recognized the living legend. Chicken introduced him formally as a member of the association's Supreme Council. Senator Liam, the latter suggested that he be called Quigan. He politely shook hands with the Mad Hermit, exchanging pleasantries. He also extended his hand to the mad student, recognizing her as the Empress of Dragons, but the girl didn't even move. There is only one sky, thought she. But why did the senator come in person? Asked a cautious Shen. To which the web politician replied, I came for Kim Han-Woo's sake as a fan. Plus, the Mad Hermit came here to find out his place in the rankings. Quigan volunteered to personally escort them to the testing building. He opened the modernist door with his fingerprint and invited the guests inside. The place looked like a state-of-the-art super lab, marveled the Mad Hermit. The test itself is pretty simple, Senator Liam explained. You have to touch the purple orb, it will do everything, he added. So simple, the Hermit asked, disappointed. To which Liam replied, wouldn't it be nice to keep things simple? Well, thought the Mad Hermit, now we'll find out. Not much he trusted these machines. Even his status was floundering with the readings. He approached the balloon. The Mad Hermit's hand rested on the warm muum quartz. Observers froze in anticipation of the results, not knowing what to expect. Error 404, the Hermit read in the status that appeared. What the hell? He thought, staring at the blank screen. Chick beauty. Cyan wiped her wet forehead and praised her group for doing a good job. The monsters were especially strong this time, thought the tired cutie. But more importantly, the monsters seemed to have gotten smarter, as if someone had pumped up their intelligence level. Then again, maybe she was just winding herself up. The stunning huntress brushed it off. She had learned from the news that the third ranker would also be coming to the Hunter's Banquet and was worried about the Mad Hermit. A few weeks ago, Shurhan suggested to Tiny So Yan that they move their raid to the maze. Planning to follow Hyun-Woo, she teased her friend, but he wondered if she wasn't going to do that. Not really, the beautiful girl evasively replied. Business was over for today, she sighed in relief. Cautious Shin held her back. He had one question left, he said, embarrassed. The gorgeous beauty listened attentively to her friend. What kind of gifts do girls like? Shen asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. The question caught her completely by surprise. In all these years, Shen had never asked such a thing. Deputy Barisa bit the remains of his fingernails nervously. The guild's stock value plummeted. The Lord of the Rings artifact dissolved. But the biggest calamity wasn't even the angry shareholders. No, it was the damn psycho, Kim Han-Woo. Boris's deputy was wobbling on that desk, 40% of him defeated, wailing as someone walked in. Annoyed, the corporate worm turned on the principal and wanted to reprimand the bother, but quickly disgraced himself. Gerald Mason, the consul of the World Hunters Association, paid him a visit at his workplace. "What brings such an important guest?" Boris, ingratiating himself, asked. March answered with a white-haired politician, someone they were quite close to, as the deputy recalled. Gerald Mason assured him that he had come to lend 2 helping hands to a man in need. "All for Boris," Mason continued. "What will it be like for him when he returns and the guild is in decline?" He gently placed his hand on the shoulder of the corporate pad. "Just do as you're told," said Gerald Mason's eyes. The mad hermit stared stupidly at the blue status screen again. The stupid system was messing with his head. "Can't calculate." Error. The damn program kept repeating. "This has never happened before," a concerned Qui-Gon informed them. The cautious Shen volunteered to test the system and found that his rank had dropped. But this meant that the orb was definitely not broken and was working properly. The problem lay in Han Wu's crazy anomaly. Qui-Gon, confused, didn't know how to hide the awkwardness. The cute student calmed him down by calling him a redneck. Master Grade Heaven began the ardent, passionate student. "Shut your mouth!" Quickly cut her off the mad teacher. "Looks like he's come all the way for nothing." The hermit was annoyed, but Qui-Gon, jetty speak, switched him to food. The banquet would start soon, he'd assure the hermit. "This hunter doesn't want to leave. He wants to stay, pay, and eat meat," Liam said in a strange voice. The mad hermit had had enough. The devoted apprentice kept a meticulous list of the future emperor's preferences. Qui-Gon was just contemplating how to further entertain the crazy guests when they were rudely interrupted. They turned around to see who was so bold as to allow themselves to forget about politeness. Bald Hulk, the 3rd place ranking, was read by Hyeonu Wu with the help of Scan. The people around had also noticed the altercation and were avidly watching the outcome. "So annoying like a fly," the hermit remarked. But Shen cautioned, "It's best not to mess with this hunter. This man has taken over all the gyms in the country. All the gyms. He's abusing his power everywhere," quickly explained the cautious one. "Sure can." The bald Hulk flashed his bald head and clung to Hyeonu Wu. He clearly hadn't gotten a courtesy lesson in a long time. The mad teacher thought, "I'll bet I've got a bigger stenova and bench press." Bullying the square-headed hermit, "You know how many squats I do?" "Squeeze the jockum." "Everything," he said to the hermit, pointing his finger. These are the words of the great ones, dismissed casually by the eccentric teacher of courtesy. The jock himself secretly signed up for a crash course in politeness from the quirky relationship professor Yan Wu. Kuongo tried persuasion once again, but it had no effect on the stubborn ones. Hulk Crush swung his weapon, yet the hermit easily dodged. "Thanks for joining the courtesy class," the eccentric hermit said cheerfully, humming as he spoke. Rock, paper, scissors, the goofy jock was sent flying, nearly bumping into the building's support wall. Would just one lesson be enough? Han Wu sighed. After all, he had prepared an entire course. Still, the bald bodybuilder stood back up. If he had realized it, he would have felt dizzy. That's true talent, the bald jock thought, shaking his head carefully. Exceptional endurance. He then picked up a larger stone and tossed it like a ball toward the calm hermit. After so many battles, for the eccentric hermit, it was nothing unusual. Han Wu crushed the flying boulder into dust with a single punch. The square-headed Hulk seized the moment and leaped a carcass behind the hermit's back. "Pump yourself up, jerk," he shouted to the hermit, cracking his fist with sledgehammers. People scattered out of the hall in panic. When 2 of the top-ranked people start a fight, it's better to get away, someone muttered. The hermit is being squeezed. Qui-Gon was surprised. "We need to stop the fight," he decided. "So Mason's faction will only get stronger. You want to get pumped? Ask the Hulk how." The overgrown closet chuckled, but the mad hermit only laughed. Compared to the illegal jock boss, the Red Horse pump, it was all a joke. "Only inhibited people with low self-esteem swing," the hermit replied, shaking off the dust easily. "Now time for a reinforced course of politeness." The mad hermit leaped forward. Baldy got a good look at the fist flying straight into the stone tableau instead of his face. The fist of absurdity struck out and sent the Hulk flying into the first space. Brickfist scrambled, but resilience kept him going. "Great, here comes the test punch." "Finishing bag," smirked the mad hermit. The cautious Shen stood gaping. The faithful disciple was filming clips for nightly viewings. Qui-Gon was lost behind. For all the Hulk's durability, he had accumulated a lot of damage, Shuken remarked. The stone brainless closet went into a deep blackout. Still got off easy, the mad hermit definitely wiped the sweat from his forehead. In fact, he wasn't even out of breath. Stone-faced in 3rd place. "The test showed that rocking is nonsense," concluded the mad relationship professor. "So the 3rd place belongs to him now," Hanu concluded. Hut turned to the forest at the front and to me at the back. Howled the wind over the monk's hut. The wind howled in the shutters of the ancient temple. The eighth master meditated, learning the art of shadows. "Congratulations to you," came the voice of a man visiting the lodge for the first time in many days. Now the warrior is the world's greatest mangaka in divine ink drawing technique, executed flawlessly. Admire the bearded one. Nothing special. The mangaka falsely modest black body ink along the body. That's right. Escorted the mangaka warrior with a glance. The bearded master. A person who has mastered all kinds of drawing and shadowing is a real master. "What will you study next?" The bearded man asked the great warrior mangaka. The one gawked with red eyes. "Nani Dudabio, thought he climbed to the top. He said to meet the master who painted the tramp." Pretty Xiao Yan had already read in the news everything that happened to the crazy hermit. Again, he made a mess, sighed the girl. "Why worry about Hun Wu?" "He has plot armor," replied the pretty girl Quan Xiu. She agreed. "But that's exactly why it's worth worrying about forever. Such resilience will not be saddened." The girl Hun Wu shattered the whole usual world of hunters by breaking into the ratings. He is too easily shaken the rotten foundations, the whole politics. "He's a layered man," Quano remarked. And Tiny Siun agreed with him. Cutie changed the subject and asked him, "Do you know about Shaken?" "And what about him?" wondered the friend. And stared at the girl, listening intently. "He seems to have gotten a girlfriend," the sly fox Yun shared. Romantic Shuriken was going through the goodies, smiling dreamily. There was a knock on the room door. He hurried to disperse the pink flies. Qui-Gon, not knowing how else to entertain the guests, and Grease. The Mad Hermit had placed all three in the association suite. The senator offered a flattering apology for what happened, but clearly, it was all part of his cunning plan. The banquet was canceled. Hulk was taken to the hospital and given prophylactic enemas, while the Mad Hermit gathered a crowd of lackeys from the cream of high society. Then, Liam convinced the hermit to linger at the hotel with his apprentice. Liam offered to have a word. It was about a deeper agreement between them. The Mad Hermit agreed. As he headed for the exit, he discovered a cattail behind him. "Stay home," he said to the mad cat, and it fluffed its fur. 100% of her hostility was directed at the cunning Qui-Gon. The mad student returned with nothing but her frustrated feelings. The cautious Shiken experienced the feeling of any guy when a beautiful girl sits down next to him. Even though there was an empty seat next to her, it would be nice to be friends, thought a cautious Shinen. After all, they were both in the hero's retinue now. But a petite beauty with the temperament of a brutal berserker couldn't be approached so easily. He politely addressed her by her first name, Miss Mine. Two scarlet rubies scanned him, evaluating the importance of the conversation. The level of interest was somewhere between the baseboard and the floor. A cautious Shinen asked her how they met the Mad Hermit. The long eyelashes of a possible concubine candidate fluttered slightly. The Mad Cat agreed to tell, but set her own conditions for the hero's friend. "What does the master like?" asked the girl with the meekness of an angel. Cautious Shinen pondered the answer. At first, the mad friend had only dragged himself over food. But then, he got hooked on money, so much so that he even lived with him for free, making him work as a driver, an agent, and a housewife. The cat said thanks and perked up her ears, leaving the cautious Shinen wondering what was on the girl's mind. Hands, after all. The mad student rushed away with a loud slam of the door. What be and stung her? Wondered the cautious chain. The Mad Hermit hobbled over to the expensive tea. The politician was clearly sucking up to him, but the homeless emperor enjoyed it. He quickly cut to the chase, stopping the flow of exhortations. Quan, so fake, laughed at the spirit of Chow Chow at such straightforwardness of a Mad Hermit. He asked Hun Wu if he knew Gerald Mason, another influential member of the association. The association was closely connected to the authorities and to the top ranks of the hunters. Quiggin said, "Mason is slowly building influence and needs a counterbalance in the association." The WI politician continued. He bluntly asked the Mad Hermit to take his side in this confrontation. The homeless emperor wondered if he needed all this pile of problems on his scrotum. With the same thoughts, he returned to the room. Politics were greatly exhausting to the Mad Hermit. He returned quickly, remarking on where he was sure he could get the cookies. The Mad Hermit immediately stuck his nose in. "Shark Ken, what are you hiding?" Shiken asked, forgetting all about tactfulness decades ago. "A souvenir," Shiken stated evasively, but Hun Wu pressed on. "Looks like a gift. Takun," he asked. Embarrassed, Shiken quickly changed the subject. "How's everything going with Liam?" "He might just be idling," the homeless emperor replied. Shiken took a new look at his friend, who had gained considerable political weight. An apprentice in the top 5 of the world. An enemy of the Aries Guild, a bone in everyone's throat. One shadow of him could change the balance of power on the political chessboard, Shikun remarked. Himeno got the offer from the senator. Because of that, Shikyong explained to his friend. That's right, the Mad Hermit remembered. The senator promised a free teleporter. He really gave permission? Shaken asked, not quite believing it. But Han Wu was firmly convinced. He did. I heard about the teleport. The top 50 banquet was scheduled in 2 weeks, and Han Wu would need to attend. These were the terms of the senator's support. Old Mason had taken the chair of the head of Aries, and quickly calmed all the office rats. One such stood before him and fawned over the report. Boris's deputy himself realized that these were all temporary measures. Aries was finished, but Mason was helping keep the guild afloat. Obviously, Boris' march is just an excuse to use what's left of the guild as he sees fit. But the puny office worm pushed aside all the doubts that were eating away at him with venom from within and accepted what was. Mason noticed the office plankton's hesitation, and he fidgeted even more. It's all right, he reassured the puppet and prepared a present. He shoved a strange object into the hand of the simpleton, which made Boris's deputy surprised. A black, bug-like disc lay in the palm of his hand. What is it? The office worm asked. Do as they say, and you can control the members of the Aries Guild, Mason said in a conspiratorial tone. The bald hulk was coming around from his evening prophylactic enemas. It was very painful and humiliating, especially from underneath. When he rose, he found visitors in his chamber. Gerald Mason himself was waiting for his awakening in the moonlight. They warned Hulk not to mess with the crazy hermit, but he didn't listen. And this is the result. Such painful lessons in politeness the Hulk received from the master of ink manga, the patient said. Who looks like him? Another visitor entered the chamber. Speak of the devil, Hulk thought, hearing the familiar voice of the mangaka. What's wrong with your face? The mangaka asked, then corrected himself. I'm sorry. It's always like that. Mason smiled contentedly. His mainstay in the political field had returned from training. He theatrically spread his hands and declared it's time to act. Qui-Gon did not move away from the windows. He was waiting for an important guest and lamented that he had not yet arrived. Is he still waiting for him? Another hunter asked the senator, number 4 in the rankings. The Bokan, with the huge oar behind his back, suggested that Liam surrender. It seems that Han Wu is not interested in this encounter. Don't people send notices by mail pigeons? Asked the girl with green hair. C.C. Qui-Gon realized that Hyun Woo was a very peculiar wild hermit barbarian. And there was still hope. There was a knock on the door. Time for the formal part of the banquet and his exit. The senator was great in public, after all. That was his main profession. The evening brought together political sharks from around the world, top-class hunters and moneybags. Everyone was busy consolidating their corrupt ties and making money out of nothing. The senator's hall had recently been destroyed, but it was fine again. The guest turned to Liam. Liam laughed. Oh, those magical guest workers. The Bogan touched the senator's shoulder worriedly. He was part-time Liam's bodyguard. He turned his attention to the Mason faction, which had just arrived. The inky mangaka also appeared. He neither drank nor ate, as if waiting for something. This caused CC to worry as well. The mangaka hadn't appeared at any official events since reaching the top 5. Now, Qui-Gon was feeling the pressure. The Mason faction represented here looked powerful and influential, which meant clients would move to them. Are all the hunters here? Asked Gaka, a politician next to him. And he looked around the room, confirming that all the invited guests had arrived. He suddenly unclasped his arms, which had been crossed over his chest, and answered the man beside him, fine. No reason to wait any longer. Mangaka grabbed the guy by the skull and crushed it with his hand like a ripe watermelon, splattering everything with scraps of brains. Ink Mangaka indifferently scanned the other guests, searching for a convenient target. Liam staggered back, horrified, as if he had been nailed to the floor. Why is he doing this in his guild, he wondered. The crazy hermit was sternly asked by the cute Seo Yun. It's good here too, the cheeky hermit answered her. And there's no one here, he replied to her indignant claims. But the cutie grew even more pissed off. There's no one here because she doesn't let anyone in here. That's right. Then let's change the location, said the carefree hermit, causing the slave to have a seizure. She rambled on about having to start all the magic circle work over again. And what's the big deal? The bad slave owner asked. Completely failing to understand the question, the girl collapsed in despair. Night shifts again, she wailed. To which the hermit suggested, you should save yourself. A living slave is more useful. But after all, I still have my main job, she replied. The circle has to be painted at night for 2 weeks. I'll just do the afternoons for my work. They'll find a friend, a slave. The mad slave owner quickly decided. The cat nodded. Her master is merciful. The slave fell to her knees, rejoicing at the relaxation of the labor regime. What about Liam's proposal? Asked the hermit. Cutie scene. Traveling the world with magic circles. It's convenient, the hermit drearily recalled. But the circle is only for apprehending illegal aliens, frowned Cutie Seo Yan. That's right, confirmed the hermit. You never know where a rift will appear and how many people will be affected, so the teleporter is useful. Ungmu approached the slave girl as he heard a knock from the back room. A man knocked when he heard their voices and asked to be let out. Oh, remember QB scene. Recently caught by the hermit prisoner, she said. I'd forgotten all about him, the embarrassed girl fussed. Let's let him out. She opened the door, but a scary wild man's face came out. Another time, the hottie slammed the door shut at the same second. Why did she close the door? The hermit asked her, but the girl said she was just scared. The hunter in the back room looked pitiful. Hyeonu noticed as he opened the doors again. He begged to be spared. Good thing Siu Yan didn't lock him in the refrigerator and forget him there. It's been less than a month, and already he looks like this. The mad master of torture marveled. You say tell all, smiled the hermit. This captive has been marinating nicely. The banquet hall turned into a bloodbath. Bodies scrambled. Blood splattered. The group of conspirators destroyed everyone they saw. Lion was hurriedly getting his men and clients away while there was still time. But disaster was imminent. It would all die soon if no one helped them. The senator realized it took less than 5 minutes for the conspirators to kill dozens of top-ranked hunters. So great was the gap in strength. Bald Hulk's shadow loomed menacingly over the senator. He turned around in horror at hearing the familiar bass and looked his death in the eyes. Boken saved him from the steel vice at the last moment. The Hulk could have just crushed the weak senator. Crazy bastard. Boken gritted his teeth. He was second in rank to the Hulk. City was also pinned against the wall. Her opponent was much stronger than the girl. Run, the green-haired girl barely said to Liam, telekinesis squeezing her throat. The Hulk came to his senses and attacked boatmen. Liam could only stare at his defeat. Why the hell? He cried out. Why are they doing this? Why have they crossed the line? The mangaka painted the last victim red. Just a necessity, he quietly replied to the sender. To destroy the world. What was he talking about? Liam didn't understand the madman's words, though he heard them clearly. Come on, they started the party without the main guest, surprised the hermit. He had just arrived with his faithful apprentice. That was it, Liam realized after scanning the conspirators with the ability. Incorporated mangaka also recognized his main opponent. Why is this place trash? The mad hermit asked the senator. Why is everyone so sad, like someone died? Hanwoo wondered. So that's him, the mad hermit heard and turned around. That's who was chasing the bald Hulk. Mangaka came close. Some reenactor again, the hermit asked. Mangaka introduced himself. No, he said. I just came from a comic con. Who is it? The hermit asked. The obliging, faithful apprentice explained that the first number among the hunters was before him. Just in time, he added, just as I was about to sketch, I heard Hanwoo and wondered if they knew each other. Just heard, Mangaka replied, flicking a drop of ink off his finger. To climb the tower, you have to kill the border guard, said the mangaka in the hat. Quick, bold as a known substance, thought the hermit. The mangaka emitted a jet of ink as if from a water cannon. Climb, the hermit heard and confirmed his hunches. There you are. You've been caught, you damned illegal alien. Rejoiced the mad border guard, requesting the information. Once more. He saw his status, which was quite unexpected. I haven't become one yet, Mangaka said, but I will soon. It just takes one small step. The unrecognized artist took his hat off and instantly moved with a pop of air that closed in where Mangaka stood. And paint a portrait of him in blood, the artist continued, hand-moving bandaged. The hermit saw a flying fist. Smells like ink and a lonely lifestyle. He managed to think and ducked at the last second, Neotrick style. Hanwoo did his somersault on his hands, using his spin energy. He delivered a sudden kick from bottom to top, landing his foot on the artist's jaw. Mangaka didn't just block the punch, he also caught the hermit in a takedown. Your martial arts? Mangaka said, appreciating the hermit's skills. Bottom of the pile. Get out of here, said the unrecognized artist, directing the mad hermit toward the exit with a slight movement of his hand. There were no doors along the way, so the hermit had to pave the way with his sturdy body. A devoted student became concerned and wanted to step in to help, but the ugly square face blocked the entire view. Wow, what a girl. Let's dance, heard the crazy student. I don't dance with freaks, the Dragon Empress replied defiantly. What a nuisance, Hanma thought. Then theater people, now artists. A crazy man of the arts showed well-practiced choreography. He threw a lot of punches so fast that his movements seemed to blur. The mad hermit could hardly keep up with a complicated ballet pass. He's actually a bad dancer, the mad hermit mused. Cosplayers, artists, now there's ballet. How long can we go on? It's the entertainment of intellectuals. Here folk art. The mad hermit resented. The unrecognized artist was performing at the level of the illegals, perhaps even stronger than them, the border guard felt. Once clamped, one must respond, the mad hermit realized. Unleash the power of the divine long, he thought. If it can't handle a two-handed hold, it needs more. Mangaka let the border guard go and thought about it. He'd stuff in his pockets and you'd never notice. The unrecognized artist felt something strange. The monofield around them was expanding. Everything seemed blurry because of it. That's the benefit of 2 weeks of practice, grinned Hyun-woo. The fist of the divine longsword itself only lay is good for groping, but if the target is apprehended, a thorough search can be conducted. The Mad Hermit applied the 10-stop demonelli technique, expanding the mana he had delayed. The artist, thanks to her, had increased his internal mana supply. The unrecognized artist was pinned to the ground. He was unprepared for such criticism. The raking hands of the border guard reached for the artist. No one can cross the border illegally. Hyun-woo exalted neither inside nor outside. He used the wave of love lull on an unrecognized mangaka. The whole neighborhood was flooded with iridescent pink light. The shockwaves went round and round on the ground, making the hermit squirm. The strong wind threw sand into his eyes. After assessing the results of the apprehension, the mad border guard was greatly surprised. This unrecognized mangaka preferred older women. The love of Lola did not touch the heart of the unrecognized artist at all. Loli sucks, the unrecognized artist said, and got behind a hermit's back. Real artists draw mature sitters. Mangaka cracked the hermit on the head. That's a lolly to dislike so much. He couldn't get over the mad frontiersman. What had they done wrong that nature had harvested them like that? He gasped with indignation and got a kick in the ribs from an unrecognized artist. All those who say that in women the main thing is the soul are hypocrites, said the artist. So what? Objected the hermit. All are good in their own way, he replied confusedly. All your preferences should be firmly stated, said the unrecognized lone artist. He just likes everyone else and doesn't follow his ideal like your goofy mana. That's what's wrong. Mangaka continued. He's been practicing martial ink arts for hundreds of years and knows what he's talking about. Even if he doesn't think about winning, he told the hermit. Hundreds of years, what are the frontiersmen? And you look as young as you are. You're human, muttered the hermit. Hyun-woo checked the status again. Mangaka was human, but with a special ability. He was constantly reborn and could train martial arts for hundreds of years. Nonsense, thought Hyun-woo. What's next? Celestials will descend from the sky? So be it, he said. For such a persistent frontiersman, he uses the best ink, said the mangaka, releasing Black Mona. To show the true meaning of martial arts, divorces of ink flowed out from behind his back. The unrecognized artist used a strange but very powerful attack. She tossed the fighter in gym shoes back to his corner in an instant. But as soon as he stopped, the unrecognized artist crept up again from the rear. Punch calligraphy, shouted out words of power. Mangaka. A powerful blow fell upon the honest frontiersman. The attack had taken effect despite the steadfastness of the high rank, and the artist kept responding to criticism of his work. A calligraphic power punch, a percussive dose of pathos dared the hermit, and the text did not end. The artist shouted it out and made calligraphic strokes. He paused for a moment, accumulating ink, and unleashed another volume of calligraphy. He punches. A victim of postmodernity carefully assessed the results of his strikes. The resilience of the mad hermit amazed even him. After all the blows, he remained intact. Strong, realized the border guard. Someone else would have died by now, reading the intricate calligraphy. Is it a time to make use of the bailout room? The hermit thought. But if you back down now, a loyal student will be jeopardized, and that's a sin. The frontiersman was determined to stay until the end. He adopted a fighting stance. The artist hesitated either out of pity or love for the theatrical pause. The mad hermit tensed. Everything was at stake now. Everything was blurring in front of his eyes. If the technique doesn't work, I'll definitely die. A blue screen window gave out bass. Cheats enabled. Masochist power triggered. Stamina boosted. I can't figure out if the artist has given up. Is he stubborn or just dumb? He asked the hermit. I'll finish him off so he doesn't suffer, he said after a theatrical pause, and spat out all the ink at once as if hiding something up his sleeve. But the hunter evaded, vanishing from the path of the inky strike. Good evening, the artist heard a man's voice behind him. The eccentric hermit used a shadow step and instantly closed the distance. Jongma's punch, packed with force, struck the artist and left him reeling. Clever trick, the artist muttered through clenched teeth, stunned by the unexpected move. He quickly retreated to regain space, but the hermit applied a strange principle of motion recognition. Strike the enemy with his own technique, the ancient principle of the tower. The wild frontiersman leaped toward his opponent. He mirrored all of the artist's calligraphy strokes, only without the ink. The artist struggled to fight back, though he recognized every movement, for they had once been his own. Hyun-woo folded his fingers, perfectly imitating the artist's actions. A calligraphic strike burst forth, as if an entire volume of text were unleashed at once. How? The bewildered artist gasped, unable to understand how Hyun-woo had mastered everything at first sight. Hyun-woo had tapped into the power of darkness. And now, the artist could no longer overpower the hermit. After grueling training, the eccentric hermit had unlocked a hidden perception within himself and could now read every movement of his opponent. The artist's martial arts were refined, yet precisely because of that, They became predictable. However, using someone else's techniques always came with a price. Impossible, the defeated artist whispered. It's like learning to draw simply by picking up a pencil and copying another's work. The mangaka was astonished. Of course, the difference between creating and merely replicating is immense. Ha and Wu agreed. But with hard-earned battle experience, tower training, advanced mana channels, and a few tricks, nothing is truly impossible. Well then, it's time to bring this to an end and apprehend the hermit, Han Wu added. Meanwhile, a devoted student was busy fending off the overbearing enthusiasm of a persistent admirer. This is never simple, Senator Liam observed. Han Wu is tied up, and that student hasn't yet reached a high rank in the standings. Even the cabinet itself only advanced recently. Still, the senator couldn't hide his concern. You could just sit on your knees, Squarehead offered her, and he brought his friend with him. Get lost. I told you I'm not dancing, the mad student replied to the annoying man. Let's have a tea and coffee dance, beer and vodka, the giant suggested. He did not stop. The girl was pissed. She wanted to leave the pricks to the master for an appetizer. But since he was busy, she thought we should bury the assholes now, the Dragon Empress decided. Stonehead didn't realize where the girl had transgressed with a pop of air. His buddy was already thoroughly mopping the floor with his tongue. Wipe it well here, she said coldly. The Empress pressed her foot a little harder. What kind of kids are they nowadays? They don't understand jokes. They immediately get into a fight, the bully muttered, puzzled. But who cares? The Empress thought. When should I kill the goats? Now or later? I'm going to slaughter everyone, the mad student said. Even the Hulk would have shrunk to a mini version in comparison. Yet the girl just stood there, beautiful, lonely, bored. How did it come to this? Horrified the Stonehead. The Dragon Empress quickly explained to the Harrisoner why it was bad to behave this way. High above, two masters clashed, one wielding the power of reincarnation trickery, the other of mimicry. The battle was evenly matched, each side exchanging hundreds of blows. Yet the Mad Hermit still had a few hidden techniques. With a powerful kick, he sent the unrecognized artist crashing to the ground. Afterward, Maka lay down to rest on the cold stone slabs. He's cunning, he muttered through clenched teeth. His strength grows with every strike. Phase 2, the artist declared, pouring ink across the canvas. Like a squid releasing its spray, black ink spread in every direction. The hermit shielded his face as a sudden wind surged. The true master believed the border guard had endured long enough to reach the second phase, even though he was never truly an outsider. Descendant of Master Bonsai, drenched in ink as if he had bathed in it, the artist stood his ground. The unrecognized artist extended dark tentacles toward the hermit. That's an ability he won't be able to copy, Mangaka whispered to him. There's something just as good, the mad border guard replied, unleashing crimson tentacles of his own. Don't forget, the hermit said with a faint smile, I grew up reading comic books too. Hunwoo remembered the skill that electrophoresis used so well, even though he couldn't copy it back then. But it's different now. He understood the principle of grafting, and he has his sharing. Master Bonsai marveled at the form of mana around the mad hermit. Hunwoo performed his signature electrophoresis just like an illegal electrician from the past. Dominate, dominate, humiliate. The mad student remembered the principles of the tower. The little wailed at the stone-headed man, multiplying his pain in vain. What's the matter? He wondered. This was the second time in a row he'd been bent over like a boy. The miniature ballet dancer taped the stonehead's filthy mouth shut. The Empress crushed his sturdy skull in cold blood. How dumb. It's not about skills. It's about martial arts, the girl said. A storm was brewing outside, rattling man-made lightning strikes. This sight gave the Dragon Empress pleasure. Discharges pounded the ground where the two martial artists collided. Hyeon crowded Master Bonsai everywhere, describing him as a relaxing electric massage. Master Bonsai responded with inky tentacles. They fought as equals, and both of them flew apart, receiving a counterattack from the enemy. Even the enhanced resilience of the Mad Hermit had stopped working. Master Bonsai also felt that he wouldn't win with simple attacks. In addition, the electrophoresis technique was taking up a lot of mana, and the Mad Hermit was getting noticeably weaker. The cheater in front of him was getting stronger all the time, Master Bonsai noticed. So, the conclusion for the Mad Hermit was self-evident. Now Master Bonsai realized gathering all the inky powers in one point, it was not beneficial to prolong the fight. The two martial artists realized Honu concentrated, tracking his opponent's every move. The ink blot of the osprey continued to shrink to a small dot. What it is, the Mad Hermit didn't immediately realize the enemy's technique. The black blot stained everything around with ink, and it was best not to get caught under it. The Hermit decided he had already seen this technique. Han Wu realized a nine-tailed bomb. What's the heel outrage, Mad Hermit? This isn't martial arts at all. It's just a mass of mana. But what matters is that it works, blurted out Master Bonsai. Residual mana gathered into a round form between the unrecognized artist hands. Then Master Bonstay struck at the nine-tailed man's charging hand. A massive ink wave surged toward the Mad Hermit, covering a wide area. Even an S-rank fighter would collapse from this, reasoned Master Bonsai, but the Hermit applied the principle of grafting and absorbed the ink mana completely. Thanks for the meal, the border guard said with a grin, blocking the tailed blast with his electric force. This left Master Bonsai astonished. So then, who's got the cooler tricks? Boasted the wild gamer. Now it's my turn to show off, the Hermit declared, unleashing all of his skills without restraint. Master Bonsai had already lost the moment he poured everything into the tailed blast, forgetting to hold back for defense. A brilliant flash erupted, incinerating Master Bonsai's body without leaving a trace. Immediately afterward, a duty message confirmed that the challenger named Anne had been eliminated. All the cheats spent on him, the Mad Hermit fought tiredly. All that's left of the master of adult manga are the horns in the weird bandage. Hanwoo looked at the unusual object that had fallen off the failed illegal. Master Bonsai's secret, it said. He wanted to become illegal to be his teacher. Reed and Hermit status. Already through the foggy shroud, he saw the faithful apprentice rushing toward him. Nothing to worry about then, relaxed the weary Hermit. Even with the cheats, the rink was not easy, but the opponent had his own cheats. He fell to the ground and yet he won. Satisfyingly, sighed the Mad Hermit. The lens of a digital camera kept a meticulous record of the entire battle. The atrium of the gloomy dungeon was once again occupied by the Manganese Lord. The hidden mountaineer and the illegal hiker candidate were defeated. Listen to the Lord's report. Impressive, he said, scratching his crimson chin. The dead were strong. No pain, no gain, he uttered an ancient principle. Only through crisis does one become stronger. Border guard of the 9th floor is this crisis. Asked the servant of the Crimson Lord, had he met a top-ranked mountaineer? The Lord asked and received a negative answer. However, the border guard was yet to meet such a tourist. Soon, even the gods avoided the 8th floor, the servant monk added. Hanwoo lay resting, waiting for the stretcher. His faithful disciple leaned over him from above. How quickly he would reach his limit, thought the carefree, tired Hermit. The helpful goons from Hyunwoo's guild were discussing the hot news. A veritable massacre horrified the Doxel office girl, but her co-workers, on the contrary, rejoiced in the awesomeness of the boss they worked for. How so? She wondered. Shrunken office cluelessness in the world was going on, and they were so calm. Only 9 people survived the bloody feast. Regional associations had already stated that the losses would not affect the overall strength. There were still plenty of worthy hunters to replace them. The dummy didn't give a s. All they cared about was the boss's status. The media lies heard the obvious truth. I'll for diversion, said the slave accountant. If the head finds out, he won't like it. Realized the red head. Better not say that in front of the Hermit, the companion girl quietly reminded. Hyup So-Yan flew in to check on her injured friend, looking quite exhausted. The one lying there, bandaged like a mummy, still managed to talk back. Still, it wasn't all bad, the lovely huntress thought. So Yan left to take care of her own tasks, leaving the Hermit behind. Even after several days had passed, he still wasn't fully recovered. His wounds continued to ache. The aftermath is no joke, muttered the Mad Hermit. It could have been much worse if not for my special skills. His mana channels had nearly been destroyed. Energy still circulated improperly through their tangled flow. He had activated his techniques on instinct without fully understanding their use, and the effects lingered. What should he do next? Train on his own, or seek a mentor? A couple of days later, he asked, how do I use Master Bonsai's dimensional gate? The android girl examined the item like a seasoned appraiser in a pawn shop. And how do I remove the seal? The Hermit pressed further. During his absence, the android had clearly upgraded her search system, and she had already completed the query. Before long, the white-haired android discovered the clue. Whatever the item is, you'll need to descend into the maze to unlock it, the girl explained to the neural net. All right, Hanwoo nodded. The system was never one to hand out major answers so easily. Are there any new rewards? The Hermit asked. There is one. This time, the system granted access to thoughts twice a day, similar to telepathy. Hanwoo realized. It's hard to use this skill on hunters, but it works quite well on ordinary people. In addition, a notification system had been added, revealing the time and place of upcoming hunts. Yet Hanwoo still didn't fully grasp its meaning. The android offered a lighthearted smile, but he chose to remain serious and instead shared important information. He even tested his new telepathic ability on a student. In hindsight, it might have been better not to. Her thoughts were entirely centered on her teacher. Is the teacher all right? The concerned student asked. Hanwoo sighed inwardly, for her mind was filled with a continuous stream of worry. Where is Seo Young? He asked his devoted disciple. She replied that the huntress had gone to handle the Hermit's discharge paperwork. Will everything be all right? A large crowd is gathered on the first floor, the student reported. Ah, just the curious onlookers again, the Hermit sighed. The student offered to deal with them, but Hyeonu chose to go himself. As soon as he stepped outside the hospital grounds, he was surrounded. Recording phones were thrust toward his face, leaving him no chance to speak. "Please make way," the hermit said, brushing aside the crowd with a wave of his hand. One reporter stumbled after bumping into his elbow and complained loudly. Even in his injured state, the hermit managed to disperse the persistent reporters. One who slipped to the ground shouted in frustration, "Does this hunter look down on the rest of us?" Hyeonu began to speak once the noise died down, but was abruptly interrupted. "Is it true that the incident at the banquet was just an excuse to suppress those considered unwanted?" asked a bold journalist. Even the other reporters were taken aback by such a provocative question. Directness. Hyeonu wanted to continue, but the insolent reporter sarcastically asked whether the hermit's answer could be considered an agreement. This person really doesn't understand, the mad hermit thought. Great, the cheeky journalist gloated. That's exactly what he wanted. But Hyeonu ignored the jabs. He firmly told the reporter to leave. The journalist hesitated at the direct threat. He wasn't used to this. Usually his subjects acted within the law. Hyeonu gave him 30 seconds to leave, or there would be no interview. Nearby, the Dragon Empress summoned a hidden servant. She simply gestured toward her throat and looked in the right direction. Spring had arrived on the city streets. The devoted student never took her eyes off her teacher. The ever-cautious Shug Ken read the news about the hermit and his encounter with the reporters. There, the hermit was described as polite. The mad hermit opened the door as usual after knocking lightly and returned with his apprentice. "Soon, you will be traveling to the labyrinth," the mad hermit reported. Shiken wondered why, all of a sudden, the hermit had enough money. The hermit replied that he wanted to check on something. Hyeonu also mentioned that Shin's guild was necessary. "It's all about the cards." The mad hermit explained he couldn't even read them. Shen realized the labyrinth was a place where rest was impossible, with monsters lurking everywhere. He said he would prepare a raid for next week. The satisfied hermit ran his hand through his apprentice's silky hair. The top student candidate immediately blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. The mad teacher remembered a familiar feeling. There was another student as well. A face popped up in his memory. "Is that kid all right?" the mad teacher wondered. The image of the girl with the rose-like thorns surfaced in his mind. Back in the old days in the tower, he had played out a scenario to challenge himself and plan an escape afterward, but it hadn't gone as expected. However, the other child had asked to apprentice under the mad hermit. Since it was too late to teach the old techniques, he trained the girl differently. And since then, he hadn't heard from her at all. That in itself was good news, the hermit decided. Hyeonu is hovering in the clouds again, a cautious Shukyuan remarked, rummaging through the papers. "What the hell?" he thought after reading the other news in the feed. It was written that the slippery and arrogant reporter who had harassed Hyeonu disappeared after quitting the association. It didn't look like the mad hermit was settling matters quietly, thought the cautious Shiken. So it's about this sweet and loyal student with a violent temper. It's worth being nice to the mad hermit, he decided for himself. Cautious Shiken. An expected but not at all unwelcome guest arrived in Deputy Barissa's office. He adjusted his tie. Hard negotiations were coming. The deputy couldn't just give the dungeons to the hermit. Turning to Mason for help couldn't be done either, the deputy pondered. After the massacre caused by the hunters from his political faction, he couldn't act openly. It didn't matter if the politician was personally involved or not. He would be closely monitored. After this incident, all influence in the association was seized by one man. The office was entered and Boris's deputy turned around. The crazy hermit in the sweatpants had already trodden a path to this office. So many times he'd been here. So what's the answer? The hermit went straight to the point. Time to bargain with that creepy type. The deputy barely opened his mouth when Hyeonu rudely interrupted him. "Let's finish this quickly," said the crazy mob boss. "From now on, say only yes and no." The mad hermit pointed his finger at the simpleton. The one couldn't stand such insolence and jumped up from his seat. "Oh, what's the big deal?" "Oh," the mob boss asked. "Only 40%. He could have taken all of it, but he took pity on them." Damn, the psycho went straight into spin mode. It pissed off the office slug, but he heard a familiar voice. Hyeonu turned on his phone, recording before he diligently spoke the taken Tum from the former costume gang. The voice of number 6, the office plankton, recognized it. "Just in case," the hermit said. "If they refuse to volunteer to donate to his guild's fund, it's only going to get worse," said the country's most powerful mafia group. The office slug was covered in sweat in an instant. "And another question," said the mad hermit. "It's all completely voluntary and pro bono," the mob boss reminded us. "And who's the principal now?" The office slug clenched his knees. The Dragon Empress listened to the minion's report. He proudly reported on the new conquest that the Empire's troops were bringing in right now. "Good job," praised the minion with a satisfied cat smile. "The teacher's house is almost complete. All this time, she'd been so cold and cruel. It was unaccustomed for the minion to see the mistress happy. Without noticing him, the girl indulged in sweet dreams. The secret guards appeared. The chatterer eliminated, the empress asked. But she got a negative answer. A third party had taken care of the reporter. And who dared to take their spoils? Asked the mad empress. The servant lifted the clipboard to her eyes. Here is the only clue, mistress. This sign was left on the victim's desk. She reported to her. The kidnappers wanted to make themselves known, the henchmen continued, and were ordered to investigate everything. In the same instant, the head of the secret guard vaporized with a slight pop. He let his chief minister go as well. The latter asked, when will the lady return to her homeland? The satisfied cat informed him, I will return when the emperor wants me to, but until then, let me keep an eye on things. Recognition blossomed within the chief minister of the empire. No one had ever received such confidence until now. He bowed to her, but the contented cat didn't care, purring about his own affairs. The homeless hermit was visiting was shaken, again when he asked, how did the deal with Aries go? The deal went great, Shaken replied. In 2 weeks, the guild problem will be sorted out. By using telepathy, Hyeonu discovered the slug's dastardly plans to install a device in the dungeon on Mason's orders. The mob boss thought he was taking over the business, but Mason's rival organization showed up. But who would just let go of their chance? Reasoned the crazy mob boss. The dungeon stank horribly of sewage, a prime place for a slimy office slug. There were half-decomposed dead people and skeletons walking around. And other work-weary office plankton thought the slug trying not to breathe. A still-living office slug sneaked in here. So, that's where the souls of burned-out employees go, Aries' office goon realized. Having a good stealth skill, he avoided the zombie planner. He had taken on this risky assignment for a promotion. Promotions were already being handed out left and right. The guild was having a rough time. You just have to bury it, he thought. The slug followed instructions when he ran into a crime boss. Why this racketeer was back again was the mute question of Paresa's death. Deputy, sorry. Got held up, apologized the polite mobster. It's been 6 hours, he greeted the office plankton. Words failed. These feelings couldn't be described, thought the slug. Let's talk, suggested the polite, organized crime boss. But the deputy rudely called for security. The guards showed up at the same second, though a little differently than he'd expected. 2 from the box propped up the hapless goon. Out of the passenger seat with your stuffs, said the goon to the polite mob boss. It was recorded in the case file that the victim accidentally cut himself while playing with the knife. It's no big deal. It'll heal before the wedding, the mob boss reassured him. But the plankton continued to scream loudly in pain at the cut. Knock it off, said the polite mob boss, or they'll think he's a bad guy. How does he know everything? Reed, the polite mobster, wondered, looking at the slug's face. Hyeonu sighed. What to do about it now? It wasn't the right time, or he would have rolled it into a barrel of cement. If you realize you're in trouble, start begging for mercy, he said. The model student nodded her head. How did he figure it all out? Very simply, the hermit said. Polite, he asked, this whole damn bastard guild keeps stepping on the same rake. Just like that, Han Wu simply answered his question. Now start talking, the crazy mob boss allowed. If not, we'll find out which is stronger, the head or the stone, the hermit added. The polite mobster gave a moment to think, and the slug deputy agreed to tell all. A few days ago, Mason gave him the device and told him to install it in the dungeon that Han Wu wished. But what was he given? The office slug asked. Gary, was the response. Catalyst, replied the white-haired scumbag cryptically. You've heard of the monster wave, he asked the office goon. If you don't kill monsters for a long time, they accumulate and burst out. This is the monster wave. So this thing in his hands, it causes an artificial wave of monsters. Hodu will be criticized for not keeping a good eye on his dungeons, he continued, and Aries will be able to bring them back. If everything goes smoothly, Mason said, he'll continue to help keep the guild together. That's the way it went down with the clean-cut slime ball. The loyal student remarked very strangely, frowning her beautiful forehead. Why did Mason go for it? She wondered. Because earlier, he didn't have a problem with Han Wu, the girl thought, unless what was said was a lie. The Empress threatened to retaliate. It wasn't his fault. Mason came to himself, justifying the slug. Under the pretext of helping him, he was plotting something against the mad hermit. The goon had no other choice and agreed to such terms. He excused himself pathetically. How ridiculous, Mason thought, rubbing the strange bug-shaped objects. Master Bonsai failed. And after all, this was the first step to destroying the 9th floor. He sipped red wine from his glass. Looks like the calculations were wrong. Mason underestimated his opponent. The 9th floor was defenseless. Meeting Boris Mart made sure of that. They had a plan, and they were sticking to it. Step by step, they prepared to destroy the entire floor. There was nothing the hunters could do. With the help of Aerie, they would control all the dungeons of the world. And with the help of the association, they would attract the best hunters. If a massive wave of monsters in all dungeons and a bloody feast at a banquet happened at the same time, the world would definitely collapse. As soon as the border guard appeared, everyone wanted to get in. It said, "Don't get in, you'll be killed." Mason laid out the pieces on the board. The Mad Hermit had even gotten to Boris Mart, but part of the overall plan was still in effect. Boris's pawn. Though he suspects something, he's too stupid to realize it. Everything was going swimmingly, but the recognized mangaka took a gamble on losing to Frontier. "Stop!" Mason raged, the glass bursting in his hand. However, thought the illegal, there's always a plan B and even a C. There are still plenty of letters in the alphabet. No need to get upset if plan A didn't work, he thought. He seemed to be paying too much attention to the Bonsai master, believing that without supervision he would fail. Mason recalled how mangaka grew on his own, effortlessly becoming ridiculously strong. Mason looked around at the dozens of boxes and the monster catalysts in them. He was satisfied. "Happy as an elephant after an enema," remarked a voice from behind the chair. "All right," Mason replied nonchalantly. He turned around and saw the intruder, who appeared like a devil from a snuff box. "Kim Hyun-woo," he shouted his hated name. "Where are you going?" "Private property," the intruder said with a smug grin. As he had just guessed, the Mad Hermit gloated, adding that mafia bosses don't write the law. Hyun-woo remembered how the android Av had warned him that Mason was possibly a hidden illegal alien. No such person existed before the rift. The girl's neural network figured it out. "And then he shows up and spins everyone," she added. How else would the Bonsai Master know about the world beyond the 9th floor of the Matrix? Of course, it's all hypothesis. The silver-haired neural network smarted. If the Guardian doesn't recover, it's best to forget about it. The android girl worried. "I had to wait," Hyeonu said, "to personally show up and squeeze all the business. More reasons are piled up prominently," the mob boss echoed. "Burglary. Bullies take away your eyesight," Mason chimed in. Gathering information didn't work on Mason, but a negative result was still a result. Detain the rich illegal and take the property, the mad mob boss pondered, saying it was lost or destroyed in the battle. He put the plan into action. The floor of the house exploded like it was a house of cards. Mason took off with a rocket to count the stars. Such was the force of the blow. "Good evening." A Soyhan Wu Nagabor appeared from behind. Absurd's textual power kicked Mason to the ground, where it sealed itself into the welcoming concrete. With a deafening explosion, the chaos erupted. "What kind of detention is that?" "He has rights," the illegal subplot boldly stated. "The right to chew the ground," the Mad Hermit replied, sealing Mason deeper. "No passport. He'll be a coin," said the honest and incorruptible border guard. "It won't hurt at all," the law enforcement officer pulled out a mop. "Can't mop," Mason thought, squeezing with all of his strength below his back. The illegal migrant smirked and said one word: "Freeze." That was enough to keep young Wu's slipper from sinking deeper. The Mad Hermit was surprised. He was completely unable to move his body. He slumped onto his back as if petrified for once, unable to maintain his balance. Hyeonu, lying on his back, was perplexed about what was going on. An illegal migrant rose to his feet. Miraculously, he managed to avoid detention. "Bastard," he said, kicking the Mo dog in the ribs for threatening him with a mop. Like a plastic soldier, Han-woo flew aside, unable to move a single joint. An unspecified force held his body in an interesting pose. The illegal immigrant was well prepared, studied the laws, and brought with him the first volume of Capital just in case. A strong wind picked up as the streams of power came into motion. Lands to the workers, factories to the peasants. No matter who deals with the bourgeoisie face, Mason told the hermit. The outlaw, with theatricality, dressed up and introduced himself again. The voice of the people, Len and Yitch. The place where they are is an area of communism he has been working on for years, Mason explained. The defenders of imperialism are powerless. It is here. "I knew that communism could develop in an isolated area," the hermit declared. "Revolution is the movement of progress," Jibar Lening, delighted with his success, said. "Get ready, you bourgeois face. We're going to rascal him," Mason told the hermit. "He has nothing but non-profit businesses and charity." Han Wu said, "And how many are so gifted?" he asked Mason. "You're desperate, you imperialist muzzle," Lennox realized. "Trivial question. The working people are the source of all wealth and talent. They show up all the time," Mason stated. "He doesn't know," Hyeonu realized and asked one last question. "Does he know anything about repeat illegals who have already served their time?" Han Wu asked. "They're the ones who were deported and stripped of their citizenship," Mason replied. "And to get it back, they're climbing the floors again. Former citizens," Han Wu wondered. "And then who are they?" "It's unnecessary," Mason said. "He's going to die now anyway." Discharges of black lightning traveled across the Mad Hermit's body. "Something doesn't look right," said the Mad Hermit, rising. He moved. "Moves again," squealed the illegal revolutionary. "In the field of communism, there is no capital movement," said the Mad Hermit. Since I could not make out Lenin, people always find a way out. Black market under the table trade instead of monetary capital, social capital, and the rest follows. It doesn't matter. Socialism, communism. People remain freed because we are one biological species. The Mad Hermit explained, damn it, the teachings of Marxism are true because they are true. Don't move. Imperialist. Order of the rich hermit Lenin. The waves of the planned economy tugged at free capital, only to be easily repelled by the free market's lightning bolts. The time for revolutions was not yet upon us. Hyeonu destroyed all attempts to nationalize his property. Mason grimaced. What about Marx? What about Len Ying? He asked. The spells didn't work anymore. Hyeonu moved easily, completely smashing the opponent's ideology as untenable. After the battle with Mangaka, he had gained enhanced mana control. No outside influences could affect the hermit now. Similarly, the attack of the long armored fist was blocked by Mangaka. Even though the hermit still lacked experience, the technique was working. Mana came into motion again, and the Mad Hermit unleashed it to strike. He easily unleashed a volume of calligraphic blows on the illegal revolutionary. A clot of bloody mana slapped where the failed revolutionary stood. It's simple if you don't get hung up on one school of economics, the Mad Hermit said. But the liquidation alert never showed up. Old dogmas are surprisingly resilient, Hyeonu fretted, always finding a loophole in unformed minds. He was left alone in the midst of the ruins, and the illegal revolutionary escaped. The wounded Mason occupied the golden throne. He could hardly move. One more moment and the border guard would have definitely detained him. Plan B could still be executed because he still had the KGB. They started out as a small security department, and then they grew to include everything bad. Mason sighed contentedly. If there is power, any doctrine will become true. Long time no see greeted the illegal his guest. A girl, as beautiful as a rose, walked in gracefully, swaying her hips. She was smiling sweetly at the illegal revolutionary, her shoulder epaulettes of a skull mask flaunting on her shoulder. Let him listen to it first. Hyeonu handed Senator Liam the tape. He feigned concern, though of course he knew what would be on the tape. The willing politician pretended to hear everything for the first time. Mason's voice confessing to Master Bonsai's crimes. That voice, he shouted, playing the play out to the end. Hyeonu was quite satisfied with this kind of reaction. Political games were not for him, but he came to make a deal. The record is authentic. The senator asked the Mad Hermit, and the latter nodded in reply. Mason is an illegal revolutionary, one thing that gives Liam an advantage. Now he can oust his men in the association and put it in his own. All the money and contracts will flow through him. It used to be hard to imagine such a thing. A politician would have been accused of abusing power, but now it is easy to sway public opinion to your side. So what's the price of the deal? Asked a wary Senator Liam. Not much at all, said the Mad Hermit. It's best not to mess with politicians. Just play around with the media a bit, he replied. All the hermit needs to do is get out of the journalist's focus and act freely. A win-win deal, the hermit smiled. The senator agreed. If Hyeonu had personally laid out all the evidence, he could have been declared biased and dodged. That's the end of it, said the hermit and left his seat. There's more, Senator Liam detained him and asked. There was a huge mana explosion at Mason's house, which was shown on the news. The senator said, is he dead or is he not? Asked the dull-eyed politician bluntly, still needing to find out the full circumstances of the transaction. Hyeonu sighed. He was easily figured out. Messing with politicians wasn't easy. No, said the hermit. Not yet, he clarified, his voice unwavering. The Empress's bloodhounds scored the wreckage in the surrounding area, but found no trace, not even a fugitive illegal. After an illegal dies, there's always a notification, but this time, there was none. It's unlikely. The system glitched. Hyeonu was finally tired of thinking about politics. He should kill the illegal alien as soon as possible and forget about everything. The hermit decided. I'm counting on your help in the search, he wanted to say, but was interrupted by a system notification. The system had just credited him with eliminating an illegal revolutionary. Rose walked confidently past the secret agents while holding her sword. You look tired, she told the revolutionary illegal. We need to take care of one person, she said, and gave him a name. Kim Han-woo. The girl was dumbfounded when she heard it. That's how, without changing his tone, the illegal calmly replied. But there's nothing to worry about, the illegal said, because they have Rosa and the KGB. No, not like that. The pretty girl interrupted the boastful ramblings of the chump. She made a small jab with the sword to his chest area. The pretty girl leaned toward him to assess the implications. It's a shame he's such a chump, Rosa said, mocking the illegal. He could only stare helplessly as he was pinned to the throne. What the devil do they do when things like this happen? Mason looked at the agents. What are you doing? He wheezed through holy lungs. Apprehend immediately, gurgled the illegal. Capture, quarter, cartwheel, and other uncultured words escaped his bloody lips. But the agents didn't move, betraying their superior. Why? We's the illegal revolutionary. Contra underhanded, he grabbed the girl's collar, brushing it off easily. What was he thinking? Asked his agent Rosa. Betray friends, and they were never even the same team. The agent smiled grimly. I mean, he's just a handy dummy who gave money. Did he really think she had created the KGB from scratch just for an illegal revolution? The real owner of the underground was not an empty-headed revolutionary at all. The whole organization was a gift to him, the true owner. Agent Rosa waved her hands. It would be proper to inform the illegal what killed him. Rosa gripped the hilt of her sword, and in one motion, she cleared the way for the blood to flow from the wound. Simple. He was trying to eliminate her real boss by her own hand. The illegitimate man rested in peace, breathless, his body condemned on the throne. Hide all evidence, the girl ordered the agents. Furniture included on file. He tripped over a knife, but the body vaporized without a trace. So even easier, thought the girl. No body, no case. Remembering the words of the teacher, so he really is an illegal GD. Vaporized if he's chopped. The agent confirmed her hunch. She gently touched the Apollo of the skull mask. Whenever he had to face, she would help the master eliminate everyone who stood in his way. The girl thought softly. No doubt about it. The white-haired android confirmed it all. Len Ying is dead. He blamed it on the system, but it looks like there's no error, even though he got a promotion. It was good that the fragment wasn't taken away. But what happened? Hyeonu pondered. Did he die himself, or did he have help? That's the question. The mad hermit rubbed his beard. I don't care if he stabbed himself while making sandwiches, the border guard said. No more hidden illegals, he asked, and she agreed. Since that was the case, he was about to leave, but the girl held him back. Is it for gangs again? Asked the hermit. No, pouted the embarrassed android, averting his gaze. But she wouldn't let go of his hands and quietly pulled him toward the laptop screen. This one pointed an android's cute finger at the VR glasses advertisement. Extortionist, thought Henwu. The android said it could do better, kept hacking away at the hermit's cuteness. And how can you say no to a child? Sighed Hanwoo when he heard the request. A few days later, the homeless emperor was greeted by a concubine candidate. To the entrance of the labyrinth, said the mad emperor to the coachman, scratching the cat behind the ear. What if the others aren't ready? His satisfied student asked him. One will be enough, the emperor replied briefly, causing the student to blush. The master will appoint her head wife, the satisfied student blurted out in her dreams. Unmu had quite read the news. Not much time had passed, and the cunning senator had already made up his mind. This problem is solved, thought the mad emperor. There's so much to do lately. The hermit pulled Mangaka's portmanteau from his pocket. The progress on the lock was moving slowly. Kai, my sweet squeaky goblin with open arms, to get punched in the cheeky face by a non-human at the same second. How nasty monsters are now? The hermit wondered. And there are many more perverts here. The mad emperor wondered. A devoted student volunteered to disperse all the supremacists, but the emperor refused. He wanted to slap the rubber faces on their hats himself. Time to get pumped up on the boars, he said, and lunged at the stupid mob. Thus, the genocide of the green non-humans ended with a couple of powerful attacks. While the rest of the raid group quietly smoked on the sidelines, Suna said, Wano admiringly cute. Seo-yan couldn't get used to this fact either, even though she had known about the hermit's power for a long time. Even altogether in this tight passage, fighting back against the troll perverts would not be easy. Thought a cautious sure can, maybe that's the difference. The hermit always drags the roller in solo. Reason the hunter boss turned to sure Ken by the excited loader of the squad, he thanked me for bringing him along. The guy kept a record of the whole raid. A bunch of people flocked to his airing with the crazy hermit. Even the cautious shuriken was surprised by this number. Their friend had become too popular. The mad hermit raised his hand and stated that he was going upstairs. He had already leveled up. Mangaka's stupid portmanteau opened if you filled the strip with monster kills. Cautious shuriken asked a couple of madmen how they would climb if he didn't have a map and couldn't read them. The mad hermit quickly glanced at his apprentice. She pouted her lips and turned away. The student, the mad teacher, addressed her, but she hid her gaze in embarrassment. Clearly understandable, said Hyeonu to the crazy student. All in the teacher, he realized, they were bailed out by a part-time blogger loader. Though his fee for the raid wasn't full, he agreed. No problem, the guy said, because I'm a loader for the soul, and I make real money from streaming. The prisoner was awakened with a bucket of cold water in the face. He found himself in the middle of the interrogation room, chained to a chair. Who knows what they're holding him for? Said the agent in the dark glasses down in the basement. They said interrogate him. They're interrogating him. A graceful girl entered the interrogation room. Agent Rosa herself went down to the detainee. Contraband confused the unformed minds, which meant she became over the prisoner. Defaming the name of the leader of the party, the chief blurted out in surprise. Defaming the name of the leader, he interjected. Is it really about Kim Hun-woo? The journalist was horrified. Agent Rosa stepped up to the man with a cute face. Good interrogation. The key to a clean confession. It was a good thing he'd figured it out, said a sweet voice, and the switch clicked. Mercy, I swear by my mother, not guilty, screamed the employee of the Wall newspaper, filled with pain and horror. Liar, said Agent Rosa, and who wrote nasty philippics, made up poems, told jokes about the leader? You say you don't know anything, but you yourself were warned to submit everything first to the Censorship Commission, the agent continued. Censorship? Wonder the independent media worker. But what about freedom of speech? For the girl's collar, an all-seeing eye looked at him. Big Brother is watching you. The dreaded motto came to mind. A few days ago, in the newsroom, he asked the question, isn't it all suspicious? Where has the free press gone? Isn't Kim Hun-woo too heroic? He asked his colleague. No surprise, stated a coworker. The guy's a hero, stopped Master Bonsai. All articles are commissioned. No criticism, just one-sidedness. Citizens should see different points of view. The reporter insisted. Stay out of it. He heard from a colleague. Quieter, you go farther. Free speech fiction. Write what they watch, what they pay for. Chase the hype, or you will be left with nothing. A colleague trustingly slammed the journalist. But is this honest journalism, democracy, freedom? The reporter was outraged. What a tattoo. He wondered, glancing at his comrade's neck. Recently made, he replied embarrassedly, adjusting his collar. Now that I remember, Agent Rosa smiled. Freedom of speech is when it is against whom is necessary freedom, and about the leader is free to write what we say. Double standards horrified the idealistic reporter. But for what? He asked. It's the duty of the intelligence services to keep order in the state, isn't it? Asked the agent with a nice face. Mangaga's portmanteau is now ready to be used, but only once since he didn't become illegal, which means the effect isn't perfect. The hermit grid. Use the sword of electrophoresis, the system suggested. I will be away, the Mad Emperor informed his apprentice. I will be when I return. Need to visit an old friend, he informed his devoted student. The portal worked perfectly and threw the hermit into an unknown location. He looked at his hands in surprise. Taking anything from the outside here was impossible. The mad hermit felt a presence behind him. He turned around. The same guy was standing there, as if nothing had happened, alive. A fifth-rate electrician and illegal electrophoresis stood with his back to him. The warrior noticed the intruder and turned around, giving him a serious look. The 8th floor was ablaze. The dragon Smog lay on the ground of broken wings. The winged lizard was spitting blood from its torn innards. And that's all he can do, stopped at the taunt of the enemy. Thought you were a guardian, said the monkey with a cockroach mustache on his hat. The missing link in human evolution laughed. What animal are you? Asked the monkey. The dragon smirked. An animal himself, replied the hominid. He would now show all his strength. Watch carefully, cold-blooded, blustered the monkey, pulling out a stick. I'm going to take this stick and bludgeon you, and then I'll skin you, boasted the evil monkey, introducing himself as the Monkey King. Hunlu caught Thunderbolt by surprise. He barely had time to put on his pants. Just sat down to pee in the bushes, the electrician Changma was surprised. The mad hermit was surprised too. This was not what he had expected to see upon arrival. Normal people go to the latring and thought the mad hermit. Didn't they teach you to knock when you come to visit? The electrician asked the intruder. Who knew that even in virtual space there was nowhere to take a dump? The hermit said indignantly. But the electrician remained indifferent to the meaningless excuses. Turning on Sherlock, Hyeonu realized what had happened. He'd been pulled into the electric's hard drive. The key turned out to be Master Bonsai's portmanteau. He was on his way here for martial arts, and since Electric was here, he could train him. The humble apprentice greets the master, struck his palm against his fist by the mad hermit. You should be ashamed of your modesty. Changmei rebuked the hermit. Sensei, teach me everything you know, Hyeonu insisted, but was rebuffed. Who would want to train a bored patrolman to apprehend him? The mad hermit realized. Shifu Posey, teach me. The hermit gritted his teeth. At last, the proud electrician snipped the final thread of patience. First one with cheats and now come to learn reproached the hermit master. So it's a couple of cheats. What's the big deal? Han-Wu wondered sincerely. Who needs that hardcore? The mad hermit declared. Your cheat set still hasn't changed, he added, evaluating at a glance. Electric hermit mana pass except a drop. With cheats or not, defeat is defeat, objected Han-Wu. He can do it again, said the warrior electric. Cheats don't work here. Let's see. The mad hermit rushed to the attack. All the insane cheater power descended on the ranked electrician, but he threw the paper away. Paper beats rock. The cheats really didn't go away. Here he is faster than before, Electric stated, and shooed the mad hermit away to think about his behavior. With no cheats and no way to view his movement, the mad hermit noticed. Even though he had gotten faster, Electric was still ahead of him. Still crazy. Kung Fu is cooler, Electric said. Han-Wu jumped into the fray, but all of his blows were repelled by the local Morpheus. With his eyes closed, the electrician easily grabbed the Mad Hermit's arm. He kicked the failed chosen one in the side. This isn't the Matrix, he thought. Hyeonu lost his temper and responded with a defiant kick of his leg. He resented it. Things were going the same without the cheats, but there hadn't been many cheats to begin with. Something was obviously wrong. In the past, the electrician had explained that he'd done the call and set the limits. Because he was playing for an illegal alien, the system had imposed additional restrictions. What does the hermit know about illegals? How ranks are determined? Hyeonu wondered, does he really think it depends on personal power? It all depended on the recognized achievements that the system counted. No matter who you played for, illegal aliens or border guards. So when you get too strong, the balance system intervenes? The hermit asked. He's smarter than he looks, the electrician stated. Combat skills are at the level of elite illegals, but without achievements, they're greatly diminished. Balanced by the system, he explained. Such as during your battle, he told Hyeonu. So be it. Suddenly, the electrician changed his mind. You can kill me. I'll show you a couple of tricks, he offered the hermit, exposing his sword. It's a good thing he hasn't changed, the hermit replied cheerfully. But if you smash the electric, martial arts are unlearned, the hermit remarked. This is the training level of the Matrix. You can't die here, the electrician explained. But you can experience the full range of thrills, he said and cut Hyeonu in half. This is how the Mad Hermit experienced his first death. So Hyeonu disappeared as he touched the port key, asking the always cautious Shuken, the lone cat. She nodded. This was the end of their communication. A dead silence again. He got into trouble. He could have warned him. Breathe the cautious Shen. The devoted student now looked like an abandoned cat. I'll gouge your blinkers out, the irritated girl hissed, and Shuken quickly retreated. Best to avoid her, he thought, looking up and noticing something strange. The secret guards changed their spot of observation and silently disappeared. And what his house had just become, Shuken lamented. Not even in his own house can there be rest. Only troublemakers. Resented the hunter. When the apartment is fixed, he'll go there. Cautious, Shen decided and silently left the abandoned cat. She wouldn't let anyone near her anyway. The girl waited faithfully in the place where her master had left her. Carefully, she heard the voice that came from Hermione's pouch. So, you can hear the voice? Soldier came from the bag. The devoted cat stared at the strange object. Whether it showed or not, she couldn't tell. Was she really the only one who heard that voice? The girl puzzled, suspicious if it was. If it wasn't for the master's things, I would have buried it deeper long ago, the loyal cat thought. You can hold your strength a little, my child. I will give you the strength of a bogatir, like the persistent agitation from the voice in the bag. What kind of talk went on? The Dragon Empress didn't understand. Don't be frightened. The first time is always a little painful, but then you get used to it, said the voice. Lydeminus, a voice with an ancient accent, introduced itself. Morpheus continued training the underelected Neo on the secret level, the level of the Matrix. The mad cheater was using dirty tricks all the time, but each time without success. The electrician could not be taken in by such tricks. Pressing the attack button doesn't mean fighting, criticized the Hermit Master, and chopped in two like a Greek salad was the Mad Hermit. At this level, Hyeonu could only rely on his own abilities. Why sweat in a game where you can quickly complete a level and learn the story? The Mad Nerd resented. How many times had he already passed this level? The Hermit resented. He had tried 100 times already. So if this is a bonus level, smiled the electrician. Just go on, he suggested to the Hermit. Don't you dare underestimate the power of Korean nerds. The Mad Hermit clenched his fists. Don't you get it? Replied the electrician. He won't pass this level. Hyeonu thought about it. An award? He wondered. There would be no award, no achievements either, except the check mark on a list of credits. 100 rounds to draw, he reasoned. Is this passage worth it? Electric is strong. His technique can't be broken by stepping on his foot, the Hermit pondered. Doesn't use fake bling like Replicator Boris. Doesn't go crazy in a difficult position like the Master of Bonsai. He cannot be defeated, for he has no weaknesses, the Hermit concluded. And yet he was back on his feet. If there remained F level not passed, it would haunt the Hermit for the rest of his life. Impossible for now, Hyeonu thought and smirked. There are no invincibles. Told you not to underestimate the power of nerds, said the Mad Hermit. Again, the rubbing was empty. Breathe the fifth-rate electric. Here, wait a minute. Hyeonu got ready for another fight. Use force. Hyeonu remembered the ancient principle of the tower. Think good thoughts and piss whoever you have to. Concentrated the Mad Hermit. Gathering his wits, the Hermit went for another direct attack. Bored to death, sighed the electrician. At least he could think of something new and sent the Mad Hermit on a restart download. The digital image of the Hermit slowly tightened, but the pain didn't go away. But despite this, he attacked again, electric, different from the previous one. Such pressure surprised the Master, but it didn't stop him from disemboweling the Mad Hermit once again. Many rounds went by unnoticed, and each time, Hyun-woo was smashed with a single punch. The hermit had been killed hundreds of times, each time mocking him. Yet, raising his fist, he would not give up. Her mind clouded over and memories of the past flashed by. The hermit had often been bullied at the orphanage by the other kids. The educators reprimanded him when he dared to fight back against them. He had to work hard at construction just to survive, to argue against the unfairness of the teachers at school. Even in the tower, he always kept pushing forward. Even when his confinement brought him to the brink of losing his mind, the mad hermit never gave up. The fighting spirit gave him new strength, and their battles ceased to feel like a mere beating. "He's crazier than I thought," the illegal electrician remarked. "It's a hidden level on a hard drive. There's no time, aging death, no limits. The system puts all the illegals killed here. Normally, no one but owners can get in here." But somehow, the eccentric hermit still endured. At first, young Ma found it amusing. Hearing such odd remarks from the very person sent to challenge him felt strange to Electric, yet he was curious to see how long the hermit could last. Thus, Chongma set a condition. He had no intention of teaching the man, only of venting his own strength, striking at him again and again. That was how it began. By the 100th round, nothing much had changed, except that Electric was taking more pleasure in this relentless contest. The once brash fighter now looked more restrained, but he refused to give up. The duels stretched on endlessly. The sense of being hunted grew stronger, and Electric pushed himself to the limit. By the 200th exchange, Hyun-woo could no longer block even a single strike. By the 400th, the hermit barely managed to withstand 3 blows. At 700 rounds, just enough to keep him from being finished off. By the 1000th round, all combat techniques had unraveled, shattered beyond repair. The hermit had nothing left to rely on. Electric was certain that after this, the hermit wouldn't be able to take another step. The mad hermit was slowly going insane from the pervasive, endless pain, but he would just rise again as if nothing had happened. This was beginning to annoy Electric. Having no other way to get rid of the hermit other than to force him to surrender, he continued. An unpleasant feeling was building up in his chest. Such a weakling couldn't even make a couple of moves, but he didn't give up. Without noticing it, Electric had been putting more and more of himself out there in these rounds. What is this feeling? He asked himself, striking blow after blow. Only after the 2900th did he find the answer. The same feeling he got a long time ago when he became an illegal alien. The sensation was quite faint at first, Electric noted. He used increasingly destructive techniques on the pesky fly, but he definitely sensed danger coming from the hermit. What if this guy never gave up and drove him crazy with boring fights? To hell with it, Electric decided. Imperceptibly, he get caught fire from the Delu. He faltered, noticing that he had slightly misjudged his movements, and the hermit did not miss this opportunity. Immediately, he counterattacked. Gathering all his will into a fist, he landed an uppercut to Electric's chin. His fist hit the target and exploded with pain. For the first time in thousands of battles, Hyun-woo had gotten his opponent. 5 to 3,000 counted by the Mad Hermit. "There's nothing infinite except Korean nerfing," the Mad Hermit cheerfully informed. "F-nerds, Thunderball was really pissed off," he added. The Monkey King looked off into the distance at the blazing horizon of the 8th floor. Quickly, a voice of an ally came from behind him. The fat lion appeared before the monkey in a disheveled robe. The monkey was indignant, but his comrade waved him away. "The monkey's buttocks are stronger than a stone," he said. "That's right," said the monkey. "In the 3 months I've been waiting, my sciatica had become attached to the rocks." "Now that fat lion is finished, where are the others chilling?" asked the monkey. "Roastcock and White Elephant. Don't ask where the trunk is, arrived shortly after Toltoy." "Do you have a good time?" Lev asked the arriving couple. They confirmed that they had all had a good time. Especially Rooster. How funny. Everyone has already climbed the tower and been illegal, and it took 3 months to get one's own, monkey bragged. "It's just that the balance of the system sucks," Fat Lion justified. "Trinity got achievements for abusing animals and getting their powers. The system only counted them. Don't ask where the elephant's trunk is. You might get upset. And don't ask me how to become a roast rooster," resented the lion. The excuses of wimps teased the Dan macaw, shaking the ground. The Tower of Pizza appeared, leading to other levels of the Matrix. "Passwords are the same, addresses are the same," shouted the monkey, running forward. 25 again, we'll jump on a stick. Breathe, Fat Lion. "Everyone takes on one side of the world," Monkey reminded. 2 months for everything, boasted the talking monkey. The always cautious Sha Ken was torn from his paperwork by a phone call. They were looking for a missing Hun Woo, who hadn't been heard from for a long time. "The rift happened," reported the cautious Shuken. "In 3 hours, the enemy will be in Korea." The sad cat was still waiting, lonely as ever, for her mad teacher. But he was in no hurry to show up and comfort the betrayed cutie. The electro-stimulator sword showed no signs of waking up. The fight continued. The Mad Hermit still caught pitches the same way. The only counter he could keep was the battle count. Time did not exist in this matrix. The Hermit was doing well. He was already forcing Thunderbolt to move. In what the electroshock attacks, they hadn't happened before. New sensations, pleasantly invigorating after the usual stabbing foreign objects. The Mad Hermit was now attacking easily and unpredictably. Striking a blow, he spun the turntable, messing with the electrician's mind with his nonsense. Just a trick, Yin Wu fired a fist instead of a leg kick, but Electric dodged it all. Crazy nut job. 5,000 deaths later, said Thunderbird. Isn't that tired? Crazy asked, nudging Electric. I wonder if nerfing is also a cheat. Thunderbird wondered. How many times can we do the same thing? This guy is definitely nuts. Electric decided. Let there be no fatigue here. But is it normal to have a 5,000 BO session? He thought he should have surrendered long ago. Since the middle of the fight, Electric had made full use of all electrophoresis techniques. The Mad Hermit was practically reaching his target, but was nullified at the last moment by lightning strikes. Thunderbird felt someone touch his pants. You sure are a rabid dog, he said to the Mad Hermit. Aren't you bored? He asked the wordless Korean nerd. But even in this position, his eyes said he wouldn't back down. Only girls grab for clothes, Electric said. You'll do just as well, replied the Mad Hermit. The sense of danger turned to awe at what else a crazy could pull off. On the way to the top, Thunderbird slaughtered many different illegals, but this was the first time he'd seen such crazy nerds. Dumb as an oak but persistent, the fifth-rate electrician realized everyone was cracking up after meeting Thunderbird. But not that dumbass. It broke all of his skills and fighting techniques, but the madman reinvented them and was rising again. It was as if someone turned him into a robot that doesn't know how to give up. Because of this, even Thunderbolt felt awe in front of this madness. No one could change the nature of man. Everyone gives up sooner or later, thought the fifth-rate electrician's shadow step. Thunderbolt noticed the Hermit's technique. He had seen this somewhere before. The warrior once again easily dodged even a high-level attack. He had seen it thousands of times. It takes 3 steps to execute, said the fifth-grade electrician. Hyeonu froze. For the first time in so many fights, he had received advice from a master. Hundreds of discharges struck a single point with a bright arc of electricity. Martial arts. It's not fancy moves and buzzwords. See the root of the matter, he instructed the crazy nerd. Concentrate on the basics. Forget the complicated names. The fifth-grade electrician demurred. Simply copying won't help with electrophoresis techniques, the master explained. It's not the copying of lightning bolts with mana that matters. It's the content of the lightning bolts in the mana itself. The Hermit traded an 8th nullification for the device. When the lightning bolts are inside the mana, it's only worth it to give them the shape they need. The discharges vaporized Hun Wu's body, leaving large gaps in her image. He already lost count of how many zeros had gone by. Each step was like water, indifferent from the previous one. This is true martial arts, the Mad Hermit realized. Then he broke the mold of what he had gained again. 10,000 nerd nullifications. After 15,000 zeroing in, he finally figured out how to use his brain. The mana in each creates lightning, and dozens of other techniques emerge from them. They all merge into one electrophoresis god technique. The last step, having studied the shape, is to break it, instructed Master Electric. In the past, Han Wu would have said it was all contrived nonsense, designed to give mystery and importance to simple truths. After all, his teachers were all images from the books from which he drew the power of absurdity. But now, he finally understood the true meaning of true martial arts. Their battle hush rekindled. Both were equal. There was turmoil in the center of the Korean Association. They belatedly reacted to the invasion. Senator Liam took over and led the defense from the bunker. When the first calamity appeared, he wasn't worried. He was hoping for Kim Hun-woo, but then 3 more appeared. The situation is deplorable everywhere. Shrank hunters could not do anything, the secretary reported. We need to prepare for the worst, realized Senator Liam. Even if there is no communication with Han-woo, there is no need to worry about Korea, the senator reasoned. Han-woo is gone. A cautious Shuken informed his friends. You assume he's on another planet. He's been hiding it for a month, but not anymore. To stop the disaster, one must rely on one's own strength, said the always cautious Shuken. What will the Dragon Empress do? Shuken asked his loyal disciple. The girl looked at the hunter for the first time as something other than a blank slate. 15,000 zeros, the Korean counted wordlessly. They exchanged 100 punches without Han Wu zeroing in. He was no longer dying, and they could clash as equals. His mastery of mana had reached perfection. The halo behind his back turned into a raven. A deranged lunatic, Electric looked pleased with the result. This form embodied the essence of his martial arts, the halo and wings. The now insane hermit crowded the 5th-grade electrician. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt the electrophoresis god's pride. He enjoyed a battle of equals, something he hadn't experienced since he'd gotten a little stronger. The Mad Hermit used both range and melee attacks. His facial expression hadn't changed since he started this climb, the face of a crazy nerd. If you agonize long enough, something will break, thought Electrophoresis God. What kind of monster had he raised in these battles? But who cares? I'll finally get a break from the endless fights, Thunderbolt thought. The full power of his technique, as performed by the insane nerd, unfolded over him. This is the way, thought the fifth-rate electrician. Hidden already, don't pull it. But the fatal blow only slightly ruffled a strand of hair. After 15,000 nullifications, the hermit stopped. Why didn't you finish it? Thunderbolt asked him. The ferment turned around. He shyly rubbed the hair on the back of his neck, thinking about what to say. Can a student show such disrespect to a teacher? The hermit issued. What? Thunderbird said. I don't remember taking on a nerd as an apprentice, he asked. Since that's it, let the people rest. Master Chongma waved it off. Even if asked to stay, he would still leave, heartless. He even Wu threw Hyun Woo in the aftermath. The mad hermit, however, paused and then added, Thank you, teacher. Even though you're an A, he blurted out, disappearing into the light of the portal. What a jerk, thought the fifth-grade foreman, Thunderbird. Crazy Korean and dead tired, he muttered afterward. A disciple, after zeroing out all the data in an infinite matrix, isn't so bad, thought Chongma. The association troops met disaster at the very rift and prepared the first line of defense. Finally, the rift cracked and someone came out of the portal. The bird climbed out. Repeat, the hole opened. Zhao squeaked into the radio. Hunter, Commander. The cannons fired the first volley at the target. It was hard to see, but the huntress meant, so they decided to just shoot. Missiles and shells streamed toward the lone target that left the portal. A huge ball of fire appeared in the sky as they all hit the target. The dummies were standing by, awaiting the results of the artillery preparation. What a warm welcome, came a mocking voice. I was planning to quietly mop up everyone, but there's no need to hold back, said the monkey with a cockroach mustache. Mayday, SOS. Monkey Lord Nishak first. In a panic, the commander rambled into the radio. Birdie snapped out of it. He didn't finish as Monkey took the walkie-talkie. No one understood her orders anyway. We'll mop up the weaklings first, the macabre boasted. Rusty shouted merrily, the Monkey King to his stick. Rooster landed in Thailand amidst the mayhem that ensued. Such a simple floor, he said, folding his chicken wings. What another feathered misunderstanding, the rooster heard. And I saw a guy in sweatpants and flip-flops in front of me. What kind of madman dares to approach the great sage? Hyeon Woo heard. I'll kill you first, then I'll roast you, shouted Roast Rooster. But the mad hermit wouldn't listen to any more inane clucking. I just got back and the roosters were here, the mad hermit marveled. Now the borders are already crossed with chickens, he asked the animal. The rooster hammered under the electric shock. Apprehension succeeded to perfection. The mad hermit incinerated Firebird with electrolysis. That's when the illegal chicken detention notice came up. But what the hell is he doing in Thailand? The navigation system is clearly malfunctioning, Hum remarked. Baby Shou Yan lay passed out, disheveled hair falling over her beautiful face. The always cautious Shaken received a powerful blow and flew into the wall. You fools are kidding, Fat Lion, mocking the weakest of opponents, she said. But the Wildcat Empress didn't give up and covered Shuken. It was fun to play with Kitty, Fat Lion told her. But now I'm bored. And the rude bastard swung his paw. The fat Uncle Lion punched the cute girl in the belly. Pain circled around the miniature body of the devoted student. The mad hermit studied the system mail that had been missed during his absence. So the illegal immigrants had set up a passageway here, Yan Wu realized from the words of the android. A one is already rare, but two at once. The floor is not a rubber floor where only climbing is possible, asked the mad hermit. Demali, on the other hand, took an entire diaspora of rubber faces. Han Wu recalled, there's a good chance these illegals have a gang leader too. The android calculated, a strong illegal alien can take Ocean's friends as a team and cross borders together. One of the three is definitely of high rank, the mad hermit concluded. The silver-haired girl bowed, confirming his conclusion. The hermit thought of asking how he found himself in Thailand, but the time was not right for that. And where is their leader? Asked the hermit. The girl pointed to the map. The United States, she said. Kevin Wu looked at the location of the three and figured out in what order to eliminate them. Getting to their leader and destroying him would be easy, Hermit thought. If he goes to the U.S., his friends in Korea will die. On the other hand, there's a faithful student there, thought the mad hermit. A girl is not the equal of an illegal alien. Han Wu pondered over the difficult choice as the notice appeared. After reading it carefully a couple of times, he was still very surprised. The cautious Shin assessed the situation. That was it. Here we go. The Dragon Empress had fallen victim to a couple of punches from Fat Lion. The hunter himself was on his last breath, having used up all of his strength and mana. Han Wu, wearing regrets in a moment of weakness, suddenly dismissed those thoughts. What was he thinking? He decided and persuaded others to fight for his home with their own forces. It's not the Mad Hermit's fault that the friend in his retinue is just a weakling. The Dragon Empress came to her senses and hissed. Miraculously, the fragile, exquisite girl was able to get to her feet. Powerless, even with a martial arts master, the girl thought her teacher's words had endowed her with the absolute certainty that the imperial arts possessed immense power, and they were enough. If they don't help her win, she's just not strong enough. The master had told her. The Mad Disciple didn't consider herself strong. She walked under heaven. She considered all weaklings below her as chumps, and that way of thinking had brought her to where she was now, bitterness surging up her throat. She only admired the master's power and watched him from afar, not even thinking of reaching his heights. That's the end of the fairy tale, and whoever listened to it sang the fat lion. I'll do you the honor, growled the uncouth man who beat women, and I'll show you how to become fat, he continued, devouring hundreds of thousands of soldiers. A lion's roar threw the weakened Dragon Empress off balance. There's not enough bogatir strength to borrow. The girl heard a voice from Hermione's sack. I see, came the voice, and the girl glanced at the source. It was the same voice she recognized, Emily with her strange speech. Keep strength, Butterskoy, and help in the wrath he will be, persuaded Demonali. But the master told the student, strangers do not take candy. Do not trust, Damonelli realized when the bat lion had already opened its mouth. Let it go, the monster said as they released her. The Dragon Empress cried out in surprise. A year's worth of gathered power surged around her. It may feel painful at first, a demoness said softly. Pure magic enveloped the Dragon Empress. Now you can sense the strength of a warrior, whispered the ancient voice. The small student's appearance completely transformed, strange demonic traits now visible upon her form. A horned one is coming. The warrior maiden chuckled. The fat lion was startled to see a young goat standing before him. Suddenly he realized he could no longer open his mouth. What is she? Horns as if grown like teeth. The lion wailed. So be it. Goats are said to be nourishing, he declared, still trying to open his jaws. Stop, came a gentle voice, and the lion sank to the ground. The unusual strength held him down as the girl swiftly approached. With every small step she took, the fat lion felt as though a heavy roller crushed him. Meanwhile, the ever-cautious Shane took the chance to pull their unconscious, wounded friends to safety. Even so, leaving the battlefield behind felt like deep regret. And leave the girl alone. Getting too close will only be a hindrance. No one can underestimate the strength of the small. The transformed disciple leaned toward Fat Lion. You think you're the only one whose power was reduced. Lowly Demoness replied, with each step, the pressure of Lie's power grew, forcing Fat Lion to bow. If I were a queen, the Demoness said, making Fat Lion lower his head. Call me the small goddess, the Demoness said to Fat Lion after everything settled. A threat spread through Mexico City, destroying everything in its path. The girl with the trunk froze amidst the chaos, unable to move, completely unaware of what was happening. Do your eyes hurt from not blinking? A stern female voice asked. What did she do? Elephantine asked, struggling to breathe. Right in front of her appeared a small, cute girl, Agent Rose. Just academic experiments, Agent Rose said with a sweet smile. I recently found a great book. Nothing to be afraid of. We're a humane organization. We don't harm anyone, she explained, still smiling. Strange situation. Elephantine muttered, still confused by everything. But the agent gagged her. Not for an elephant paw who had trampled an entire town to say that. On behalf of the KGB, let me express my gratitude, Rosa smiled. They used it to eliminate their rivals in a dangerous business. Who is she? The girl with the trunk asked in horror. Better get back to our sheep, said the girl and opened the first volume of Capital. This experience is intended to reveal signs of dialectical thinking, smiled Agent Rosa sweetly. The injured baby, So Yan, was slowly regaining consciousness in the hospital. Awake, the girl heard the voice of Kwano, who was on duty nearby. Realizing where she was, she immediately jumped up in bed and asked, what happened? Kwano didn't remember much. They got beat up by an illegal, he said. The staff said, sure Ken brought them in. The hunter himself returned to the battlefield after dressing his wounds. Dan Freak, horrified, cutie, Io Yan muttered. Oh, Kwano asked to keep the guy. The friend understood after a giveaway like that. The guy had reason to be disappointed. The cautious Sure Ken looked down from the roof of the hospital. All he could do was run away, tail tucked. The hunter whipped himself. The doors behind his back opened. Someone had come to the roof as well. Cautious, Shen turned around at the sound of the doors. He was greatly surprised to see the girl's familiar face. The Monkey King blasted the troops to smithereens, explosions blazing everywhere. The battle was already boring, but something changed when he sent the clones. Clones were equal in strength to low-ranking illegals, and 300 would be enough for the entire 9th floor. In an instant, half were destroyed, he thought. He heard a quiet, good evening. You're in charge here, behind him, delivering Noble Knocker's order. The hermit Hunwu appeared. Monkey deftly blocked the blow with his stick. "Who is?" asked the Monkey King of the Mad Hermit. But the latter performed a double-leg kick instead of submissions. Makaka flew toward the ground and struck out, raising a cloud of dust. "Rusty!" shouted the Monkey King, and a large stick flew toward the hermit. But he dodged Mekak's surprise attack with ease. The monkey appreciated the hermit's abilities. The man was not simple. Jumping like a monkey, he pointed at the Mad Hermit. "Have you been looking in the mirror for a long time?" asked the macaque Mad Hermit. "Part-time zookeeper, part-time border guard," the hermit introduced himself. "Humans are monkeys too," the clever hominin objected. "But more advanced now, we'll teach you too," the hermit scoffed. In the same instant, he received 2 alerts for the elimination of illegal animals. "Rusty!" shouted the evil monkey and hit Hyeonu with his stick. "Nary," he blurted out when the Mad Hermit was suddenly in close proximity. Now it was Rusty again, playing with his stick as the nasty monkey swung it. The stick rocketed him away from the Mad Hermit. A pillar of flame rose in its place and engulfed the Mad Hermit. But from beneath the wreckage, the frantic macaque was grabbed by the chain arm of a border guard. Animals also need a declaration to be signed, said a state border control official, and put a wet stamp on the refusal of entry form. Cheeky monkey. "You'll be the monkey house," he told the illegal intruder. This was something the insolent Monkey King couldn't stand, but the border guard was strong, and that's all a high-ranking illegal alien could do, scoffed the Mad Hermit. Talk was all it was about. The insolent monkey became frustrated, unable to break away from the Mad Hermit. Then the macaque took the fight on the spot, waving his telescopic staff. "Goddamn monster. Where the hell did he come from? The brazen illegal alien. He can't be helped," said the macaque, and activated Phase 2, unleashing all of Rusty's power. The staff reached into the low clouds. A fiery lightning of enormous size flew toward the ground. The magical ranged attack flew precisely at the target, but the Mad Hermit only grinned and released his mana in the form of a bloody crown. "What's the matter?" wondered the cheeky monkey. He was the only one who had Phase 2. Hunwoo also knew how to control lightning and easily repelled the attack. Makhop, the HE, couldn't tear themselves away from the spectacle, and stared mesmerized at the screens. Even Senator Quigon looked on with his mouth open at what was happening. "This is beyond normal," the wise senator gasped. Far from here, the ground shook with the blows of real monsters. The Mad Hermit was chasing an illegal macaque, but he definitely dodged the detention as a macaque should. "Do you think you can hurt a Sith with lightning?" the Mad Hermit asked him. Bloody electrolysis discharges flew toward the Mac. However, he managed to swing away with his paws and a stick. And while the Monkey King was distracted by the lightning discharges, Hunwoo crept closer and kicked the brazen illegal animal straight in the face. The monkey rolled over the stone bumps, tumbling funny. Monkey gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. The Mad Hermit ran the mana at full speed, activating all abilities. The fist of the divine Longbrook sent a wave of love to the lesser brothers. Mana increase sparked the hide of an unkillable macaque. A fiery wave of rays of goodness crowded the insolent macaque. Hun, who looked around at the results of the finishing magic. The roasted macaque was not going to surrender alive. He resisted to the last. Why only such a monster on the 9th floor perplexed the illegal monkey. "Not bad for a monkey," mocked the animal by the Mad Hermit. How dare he look down on the king of all monkeys? Then humans too. The macaque lost his temper. A halo of mana lit up over his cockroach mustache cap. "If you can't go higher, I'll take you with me." The Monkey King decided to fight his last battle. Clones of him, monkeys like him, sprouted off in all directions. Each one was equal in strength to a weak illegal, and he had spawned many of them. Hunwoo rejoiced at this kind of fun. After leaving the hidden level of electric, he could subvert the cheats again. "Come closer, banders," he said in the voice of the wise calm. Reach the kite cursed. The monkeys rushed to the Akka. Just what we need, thought the Mad Hermit. Close combat is his specialty. The monkey cast 18 nuclear strikes. A ball of red-hot plasma turned the remains of the buildings to dust. A monstrous shockwave of mana blew the entire city away. The cheeky macaque was assessing the results of the ashes he'd made. It worked. He wondered, after he blocked his own view. With a flap of his wings, the mad frontiersman soared out of the dust cloud. He landed easily and staggered toward the insolent macaque, completely unharmed. It didn't work, the Monkey King realized, but it was too late. The training of a 5th-grade electrician was not in vain. Spending all your strength in one attack is the height of stupidity, Electric had taught him. Don't grumble. Unwind one piece at a time, and may the power be with you, he admonished. Hunwoo waited for the moment when the macaque was fully exposed and hit a crit from close range with a final attack. Another nuclear mushroom rose above the remains of the city. The rumble of the explosion from 1,000 bombs rolled through the neighborhood. The flames scorched the ground red hot, the dust clouds slowly settling. Only one Mad Hermit remained in the middle of the crater. Hyeonu exhaled after a hard run and flipped through a bunch of notifications. He gingerly groped himself for injuries. His arms were fine, his legs too. No mana problems this time. The illegal got off with a little blood, not like the last few times. A long training session with a fifth-rate electrician has had an effect. Pure victory realized, fist made triumphant. What a rolling pin, he thought as he saw the familiar object. The staff of the Monkey King. Rusty could enlarge and copy himself. Read Kyun-woo. There is great use for this wand, grinned the hermit. Grasping tighter, he pondered the direction of the Hunters Association, and with a shout of Rusty, he rocketed toward headquarters. At headquarters, the Mad Hermit was given a clean tracksuit. Not a bad design, he appreciated. It's an update. I haven't changed clothes for many years. Waged such a battle and now perfectly fine, the Vice Senator remarked. What's his appearance worth? Falling from the sky on a huge stick, on horseback? Qui-Gon marveled. So, Korea didn't suffer much damage, Han-woo recognized. By the way, there's one small request, the senator asked. Shaken, they looked at the crazy couple. Together, they were visiting pretty Soo-Yan in the hospital. The contented cat sat meekly, unmoving, all in a fervent blush. Never mind, thought a cautious Shin, and wondered aloud how the hermit had gotten to the U.S. from Thailand. Just jumping, replied the hermit in a mundane tone. Iron Man Triathlon heard, he asked his friend. Is that even legal? Lunged a cautious Sure at the bottom of the test tube. But it was actually a different question that plagued him. Cutie So Young heard their conversation from the hallway. Shuken asked about the special training the hermit was undergoing in the Matrix. Could he pass it? Asked a cautious Shannon, much to his friend's surprise. Too weak, little Seo Young heard and tactfully did not enter the room. She reprimanded her friend for leaving the hospital without healing his wounds and giving her a thrill. It was hard to accept myself as a weakling, justified the cautious Shaken. But the thing about illegal aliens is that they're strong, said little Seo Yun. Not only, argued the hunter, she is also strong. Remember the Empress of Dragons, he clarified. Ah, cutie. So Yan saw the fight on tape. It looked epic. Previously, Shuriken was able to avoid the topic by simply writing it off as the power of a mad hermit. But now, Shiken realized he must learn to protect what is precious with his own strength. Yubi only smiled, happy at her friend's growth. He looked so excited, she chided him. Did something good happen while you were out, she asked. Sweet Seo Yan waited for her cautious friend to finish. Quickly, he made up his mind, she noted. Shuken's endeavors. The mad hermit reflected. It's great that a friend decided to grow up, but can he handle a fifth-rate electrician, and will he want to teach him? If it's not too urgent, I'll return the sword later, the hermit decided. Seo Young entered the room, informing him that she would be discharged tomorrow. Gen-woo himself wondered how much his characteristics had changed after passing the secret level of the Matrix. Nothing much changed. The hermit looked over the long list. But what's up? Shuddered the mad reader, reading again. The age column listed 118 years old. The hermit improved the virtual room for the neural net girl. The system poured in bonuses for apprehending an illegal menagerie and got to expand the virtual room. The girl rejoiced so jubilantly that the hermit suspected the nether of self-interest. Ta, of course, denied that he was looking forward to more games of games more than his wins. After the secret level, the meter counted. He's a whole 118 years old. System glitches inside the time matrix. No, but the hermit's internal clock kept ticking. The time paradoxes attributed to the difference in the processing power of the matrix processors went faster at the hidden level. AB said a 100-year-old virgin. The mad hermit was horrified. Not enough to give an archmage for such a thing. On the other hand, he'd already gone through something similar in the training tower. The main thing is that the muzzle hasn't aged and everything else. You can live, the crazy hermit decides. Is there any information about the tower's creator? He asked the android girl. She clapped her hands and said there was. Finally, the mad hermit rejoiced after so much effort. The creator is the creator, the white-haired runt gurgled. What next? The hermit couldn't wait to get an answer. The creator is the creator, the neural network repeated, obviously not understanding what was confusing the hunter. Okay, I was a fool myself for hoping for a crooked system. The hermit resigned himself, but the girl resented this indulgence and shrieked. 5 days, the young neural network loudly coined. No, well, not even 7 days, she continued, and she could find his location. Of course, it's not certain, the android blurted out, but it's important to believe. Okay, the mad hermit had long since gotten used to the network's antics. So the essence of lowly demise spoke first and gave strength. The mad teacher clarified. A new word had been added to the status of apprentice successor. Ab warned him that a force of illegals was still present on the 9th floor. Turns out there's another receiver in Mexico and Mason's been hit. There was a connection. Turn on, Sherlock, the hermit said. He glanced at the slumped, frantic student who sat dumbfounded. She berated herself for using the master's things without asking. The girl felt the wizard's hand reach for her. For a second, she shrank into a lump. But instead of punishment, she was praised. Without you, everyone would be dead. You did the right thing, the mad teacher told her. Faithful Cat didn't expect to hear such words at all, but when she received the praise, she blossomed with mad happiness. Senator Lion was hosting an important guest and asked to repeat the request in case he misheard. The guest, eagerly twirling his bug-like tendrils, wondered if he'd have been misheard. This staff belongs to Montana, said the fat seal, part-time governor of Montana. As a collector, it's not surprising that he's interested in the staff, but it's Kim Hyun-woo's booty, Senator Kui said. But that's where our union was operating, the seal said defiantly. It's enough to meet Kim Hyun-woo and figure it out. The fat dumpling rubbed his mustache defiantly. Senator Lion frowned. That was the problem. He'd dealt with a crazy hermit before. About me, and without me, there was a knock at the door. Lion jumped up with a premonition of trouble. Who there wants his staff? Asked the mad hermit, hovering over the fat carcass. Hunter Kim Hyun-woo whittled his bug whiskers at the dumpling. The hermit looked intently at the seed misunderstanding that sprawled across the chair. He handed over the staff for inspection and registration as procedure required. But already, they were swarming like flies to honey. Fatty held out a sweaty palm and introduced himself as the governor of Montana. Oops, let's skip the details. The hermit muttered, shut the insolent greaseball's mouth. It's about how he shoveled it all out for everyone, and while he was gone, someone decided to steal the loot. Got it right, the hermit said. In general terms, mumbled the fat, sweaty dumpling. There seems to be a conflict of interest, said the master of diplomatic negotiations. Liam didn't know where to call anymore. Hugh smiled sweetly. A smile can solve hundreds of problems, and having a strong fist can solve all problems. Crack the hermit to the insolent bug, she added. The fat man still didn't understand anything and poked the hermit with a wiener. He wouldn't leave it like that, squealed the pig, and immediately got a refill. From the master of aggressive negotiation. Any more questions? The hermit asked, but the client was already peacefully asleep. Don't be afraid, he told Liam. He was just tired after negotiating. No need to worry. Just return the stick to the digger, the mad hermit added. The next day, in the association's parking lot, an agent showed up. What did your boss, Evan, say? Asked the agent with glasses, addressing the tired employee. Can't eat as he wants to poop in Han-woo's striped slippers. How funny, grinned the agent. Is there a plan? He asked the mole. Sue him up, clarified the recruited defector. 10 years of undercover work sewing it up like that, the agent asked. But the mole only waved his hands, still a job not to his liking. Certainly compared to working here, the underground agent noted. All for our director and the key he be, said the bespectacled agent. Let her rule the world from the shadows. He read the organization's motto. Master Bonsai's portmanteau wondered the cautious Shin, examining the much-used portmanteau. Wrap, sword in it, and a secret level opens up. The mad hermit explained. Shikin glanced to the side at the preparations the slave girl was making. The poor girl was working late again, trying to draw the teleport circle in time. Going to Mexico? She asked, secretly sympathizing with the slave girl. Just need to check something out, the mad hermit replied. He should have found a second receiver, Young Woo thought, looking at the surprised student. Successors of persons of indeterminate orientation may become either border agents or illegal aliens. They can do nothing, or they can take over the world to rule it, the hermit explained. Anyway, that doesn't mean they're definitely bad. He pulled out Han-woo's Hermione pouch. It's yours now, he said, tossing a stone with the essence of a lowly demon to his apprentice. The girl immediately recognized the object that gave her strength. Use it as you wish, the mad hermit allowed, his voice steady. Han-woo pondered, it's good to have a lot of capable border guards, and one shouldn't expect betrayal from a female disciple. You can be trusted, said the teacher. But the faithful and ardent student heard something of her own. Though when I get back, he left the contented cat drooling. Will you go at once? Asked Hyun-woo, the cautious Shen, to whom he had given a portmanteau. Tell Electric, said the hermit, to build himself a latrine instead of going into the bushes. Hyun-woo was walking through the ruins of the capital city, pondering where to begin his search. Gas starvators, the magician's workers, were already laying new tiles on top of the old ones. An agent in a chit-tea suit came into view. They were waiting for him. The agent made a low bow. Know how to invite? The hermit noted. On the jacket glittered the all-seeing eye, the symbol of the organization. Let me invite you for a cup of tea, the agent offered. Cautiously, Shikin took up the electrophoresis sword. A hidden level had indeed appeared. To be or not to be, whether I am a shivering creature, the hunter pondered. He had just recently fixed up the apartment, and now he was leaving it again. He had a bad temper, like a real fifth-rate master, and drank a lot of vodka, Hyun-woo warned. She can press the button and go to the nerd level of alcoholism, he added. He was transported so quickly that, at first, he didn't even realize where he was. Everything felt real indeed. A matrix realized a cautious Shinin. I just had a craving, he thought, and there were guests. The hunter heard the voice. The drunken fifth-grade electrician glared menacingly at the uninvited guest. Indeed, he is, the hunter muttered. Recognized the master, cautious shaken. But what could he say? I want to become a drunken master, blurted out the cautious Shen. Any fool can become a drunk chon the breed, but not everyone can become a master. But wait a minute. What does he have to do with a crazy nerd? Electric asked, and Shy Ken nodded. Korean nerds shouted out in anger at the drunken electrician. Just when I've sold one, another one shows up and the foreman is angry. The latrine was definitely not worth asking about, realized cautious Shuken. No vodka, said the electrician sharply. You can go home. You don't know how to rest culturally anyway. Only to get drunk like a pit, replied the electrician. Shiken, horrified, realized he had definitely come here for a new discharge after all. After all the agony, couldn't step back. He could walk away with nothing. Let's have a small drink, just once, the boy pleaded. Discharge is very necessary, the cautious Shuken blurted out. Please teach, master, he added. If he doesn't agree, the hunter promised, he'll sit here and watch. That Korean, he's also trying to take me by force, the master said, angry. But since you asked so much, we'll do the same, he continued. You'll drink alcohol until you know the power of vodka and cultural recreation. Shaken heard the answer. Maybe then you'll raise your discharge, said the electrician, opening the first bottle. The first shot is down to a volley, the master said. Like this, you feel your eyes opening and clarity of vision. The world becomes more beautiful, asked the electrician. A tea party with the boss, you say, pondered the mad hermit. And if you refuse, the agent asked, what will you do then? Then you'll have to leave with nothing, the agent said, leaving the choice to Hun Woo. The hermit realized that the agent spoke well, but he would not say anything new. It didn't look like an ambush, the mad hermit decided. Besides, he thought, they were most likely what the girl was talking about. Hun Woo agreed, and the agent escorted him to the headquarters. The entrance began at the golden elevator. Such luxury surprised the hermit, it was just an ordinary elevator. Under the ground, a whole castle resembling a cathedral awaited them. As soon as the door opened, the agents lined up on either side and bowed in respect. Even a seasoned mob boss was caught off guard by such a warm greeting. Waiting for you, master, the hermit heard as he saw a girl smelling of roses. A cute beauty with purple hair smiled gently at him. That's how the mad hermit met her. Though a Sith is only allowed to have one apprentice, he had two female apprentices, disregarding all tower regulations. One of them was Mayon, a wild cat, the empress of dragons. He immersed himself in the memories of long ago when he wandered around the training tower. The weak girl had been attacked by her former associates. They wanted to kill her to enhance their own characteristics. At the last moment, the girl was saved by an unknown hermit. He sent the talentless to get some fresh air, which ended up saving her life. This was how he became the hero of Hanarin, or Agent Rose in reality. They had an unusual relationship, the mad hermit recalled. The girl turned out to be a good conversationalist. Of course, he trained her as well as Myron the Wildcat. So easy and carefree, the girl spent a year and a half with the hermit until she cleared the tower, promising to get everything ready for her goodbye. So she killed Mason. The hermit listened to Agent Rose's story. What about the castle underground? Asked the madman. What's it for? Didn't the master say it would be cool to build one? Agent Rosa reminded him. Everything else is ready too, she sang in a sweet voice. 200 hectares of American land, headquarters in every European country, casinos, and money for the rest of my life. She continued to twiddle her thumbs, but when he said he wanted it, the mad hermit forgot. There was one similar conversation, though, when they were rafting down the river. What would he want? The beauty asked him, and the hermit replied that many things. To sleep, not to work, to live like a rich man, dryly answered, to the one. And also a castle, a casino, a harem. Not in a lifetime, she remembers. She realized the reality of the mad hermit. The girl laughed contentedly. She liked the teacher's reaction. To remove all doubts, Han Wu used the skill of telepathy on the girl. Anything the master desires, he saw her secret thoughts like a faithful cat. She's out of her mind too, the mad hermit realized. But it was worth sorting things out. The gal is now a receiver after killing Mason and acquiring the first volume of Capital. What is she going to do with all the power she has now? He asked Agent Rosa sharply. The problem is, she's unclear on whether she's borderline or illegal. Even the system can lie. If the girl betrays him, they'll have to deal with her. All my powers are only for the master, she said in a simple answer that discouraged the hermit. So she killed the last illegal elephant too, the hermit asked, sitting back on his throne. Checked out a couple possibilities of Marxist ideology, the girl replied. The city in ruins had a hard time asking the mad teacher. It's part of a long and bold plan, the hermit heard. You said you wanted a whole city, and now you have the space and resources. She presented the whole world in the palm of her hand. So now you can let your imagination run wild. Fantasy Master, show Agent Rosa, and play Sim City. Mad student number 2 sparkled with happiness. She's more schizophrenic than meringue, the hermit decided, and cooled Rose's fervor. They hadn't met before because the girl wanted to prepare everything, and working with the media was also her handiwork. The hermit learned not normal at all, Hunwoo decided, watching the girl wagging her tail contentedly. And why are the apprentices like that, since he's perfectly Momo? The mad hermit lamented. That's it. I bow out, the homeless emperor told her, and left the throne. What about all this stuff she had prepared? Rose asked, to which the hermit waved back. See you later, the girl quickly realized everything. The master was not in the mood for fun right now. Then I'll walk you out, master, said the pretty girl with pink hair. Hunwoo marveled. So easily. Let go. But why did she stand in the circle? Hermit asked, and it was answered that it was the duty of the disciple to be near the master. What about the organization? He asked. But Rosa easily replied that the KGB would manage without it. He'd heard that somewhere before. The mad hermit thought, I'll just take it with me. No problem, decided the hermit, and told them to stay close to the center of the circle. Plurs are handy. Breathe in magic and jump, the hermit remarked. Lily Demonis tempted the inexperienced cat to sign a long-term contract on Loy's strength, but to ponder any contract. In fact, there's an addendum in the fine print, thought the faithful cat. Innocent maiden wants to know the truth, asked Timonale, sharing thought, feeling, and fighting the supposed together. The whole contract presented the Demonis, offering an equal contract over her entire body. Give up control, the loyal cat wondered what the demonist said to the dragon empress, but demons denied that the contract is voluntary honest. The offer is tempting, and from that suspicious. While she was thinking, the teleport circle in the courtyard lit up. Master, exclaimed the happy cat, and jumped up to greet the master. Master, she called, her voice cut off halfway as she came downstairs. Suddenly, the cat realized she wasn't the only candidate for concubine. The thief was holding the mad emperor under her arm, as if she had to. Dragon Empress took crushing damage. Waiting, the faithful student stammered, poking at the master's new surroundings. Why are you clinging to him? He asked the other cat. But she wasn't going to let go. He told her to hold on to him, but it was about something else the mad emperor didn't understand at all. Since this was the case, everyone should be introduced, the hermit decided. Here is the first Cusco Gen disciple. He pointed to Meringue. Here is the second Cusco Gen disciple. The emperor pointed to Hanarin. Questions. Second master, the Muran cat couldn't believe what she heard. What's wrong? Asked the mad emperor, who had lost all social skills in his childhood. I hadn't heard about the other student, she mumbled excitedly. The rival smugly grinned, obviously now the emperor's favorite. Her gaze spoke. I told him to get off, I said, and the hermit pulled away. But its clinging paws wouldn't let him go. Shoo! The jealous cat couldn't contain her emotions and fell into deep precipitation at the bottom of a black hole in the middle of space. What do you want? Lied Temenist asked when she was suddenly awakened. Accepting all terms, she heard her sudden agreement. There seemed to be an unwanted obstacle on the horizon. A jealous cat on fire. What the? Thought the mad hermit as he moved into the android AB's room. A total mess, he noticed. The sloppy net didn't know how to clean the basket at all. How are things going? He asked and heard the question. And what was it from? The white-haired neurosit responded. But as soon as he reached for the TV remote, she knew immediately what he was talking about. So, what information? The mad hermit demanded. Location could not be set. The android girl appeared. Rights insufficient. But there's better than a key, replied the neural network cryptically. A drawing of a key. There is an item that can help establish the exact location of the creator. Pretty Suyan stopped at the door to the living room in indecision. She had brought the papers, but didn't feel like going in. A storm was raging outside the doors. They watched the carnage. Hunwoo stood chill, while Beauty watched worriedly from the balcony. What are these two doing? Asked the cute little mad hermit. The first catgirl and concubine candidate is her, Miran insisted. Malava, on the other hand, Rosa replied, they were having a light sparring session, but it was more like moral combat. So Yum worried. The forces of the two successors were equal, so they systematically trashed the entire courtyard. Freeze created a zone of communism, rose, and immobilized the Dragon Empress. Tet took a straight punch, but was able to pull guard. Shouldn't we stop them? Shouting over the hurricane, Hyeon asked, frowning. The serene hermit replied, scum, 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 scum. The girls were pulling each other's hair out. Harlot of Babylon, courtesan of the harbor, exchanged compliments with the students. Bastard Puzaki, the mad emperor, finally intervened. But it's just light sparring. Agent Rosa objected. Easy, he pointed out to the jealous proprieties the destruction of the house. Like a cat and dog, reprimanded the hermit's disciples. Everyone gathered in the corner to think about their behavior. He sent the girls out of sight. Pretty Cyan gave the girls a glance. But who is she? Asked her friend. Second apprentice replied the mad hermit briefly. How many of them do you have? Wondered the pretty Siang. Just 2 pieces of Costco formalized in the tower, the hunter replied. One wasn't enough, dreaded the cute Seo Yun. If these two get into each other's hair, it's not like she'll be able to pull them apart. The girl lamented. And Hyeonu was just absent. Hoodoo rubbed his burning ears as if someone was recalling him. What's wrong? The android girl asked, but Hyeonu just scratched behind his ear. Where is the artifact that will point to the creator? He asked the white neural network. Between the 8th and 35th, the android AV said the 8th floor is divided into a bunch of sublevels and is different from the 9th floor. It's hard to search there. Hyeonu didn't understand a damn thing about the droid's complicated, cobbled-together descriptions with poor translation. Is there a passage to the 8th floor? He asked the white-haired woman. Need artifacts, the girl replied, producing a long list. 5 pieces, puzzled Hyeonu said, but he was reassured that they were easy to find. 3 out of 5 are in one person's possession at all, the girl assured him. Hyeonu checked all the data and made sure it was accurate. If that's the way to go, said the mad hermit, rising easy peasy. He smiled when he saw the familiar face of the proprietor. From where? Myron Cat asked, pointing to the mask Rosa. Special epaulets that the master had given her. The pink-haired girl proudly replied. No way, exploded the cat. The mentor saving every mask, right? The pink-haired girl replied, and didn't he give her anything? She asked with a sneer. I'll slaughter them all, raged the jealous cat at such insolence. That's how the master listens, spanking again. Asked the mad emperor, suddenly appearing in the house and looked unhappily at the stubborn students. They had a lot in common. That tactless hermit thought the girls would become friends. Oh well, time to keep them busy, decided the homeless emperor. The sparks of rivalry flared up again between the cats, but the hermit sent them to different parts of the world, casting them each to retrieve an artifact. Anything else? Agent Rosa sweetly teased, but received a negative response. Just end peacefully. In Montana, the fat governor sputtered, spitting spit. Even for a generous fee, they refused to cooperate with him. How so? Yelled Dumpling. No one wanted to write stinking blather about Kim Hyun-woo. He got a dozen refusals and berated the hunter for nothing. There's someone here to see you, the secretary reported. Though the Dumpling wasn't expecting anyone, the secretary added, the meeting wasn't scheduled. He just showed up in a conspiratorial tone. The ravings of a madman. The already angry Dumpling was shaking with fury. The room was entered without knocking, nearly overwhelming the fat governor. The seal appreciated the redesign and panicked even more. How much longer can you yell like a slavering pig? A familiar voice asked him. The mad hermit came for a cup of tea, even though no one called him. How dare you? The seal indignantly poked the wiener toward Hyun-woo. What a question. So much slop spewed behind my back. It's time to pay up, said the crazy mob boss. Hyun-woo listed all the people the fat, arrogant pig had contacted. He didn't know what to say and anticipated a quick autograph session. Young Woo discarded the list. It was too long to read all the way through. So interesting to write nasty things, he asked the fat governor. The insane mob boss smiled sweetly. The beginning of the negotiations had been made. How could you jerk towards a secretary fat when he realized he'd been betrayed? All it took was good behavior, the defector replied. And here's where the guilds he cooperated with gave the secretary another list to the hermit. Wow. Even so acted as if Aries was a guild. The mad mobster marveled pictorially. A complete failure. Taken like a goat by the beard, horrified the Dumpling. You're supposed to roll him in asphalt for this, but today he's kind, the hermit said. So let's make a deal. The mad hermit crouched closer to him. A couple of trinkets and we'll solve this misunderstanding. He smiled sweetly. The Dragon Empress quickly found the collector she needed and summoned him to the carpet to talk over a cup of tea. Such people and no guards, the local sycophant asked her. Blind man's compass on the table, the Empress said briefly, in lieu of greeting. And in return, pathetic cockroach dared to squeak and nearly lost his life. We'll do it to the best of our ability. The pathetic collector quickly changed his mind. Only 3 days. Not that, the Empress ran her palm over his throat, leaving no doubt as to what would happen to him. But this thing is far abroad, dared the excuses and mumblings of a sycophant. He had incurred the wrath of the already demonic Dragon Empress. The first one to follow, she ordered her henchmen. Got to tackle it faster than that pink-haired thief, thought the Empress. The blind man's compass lay in the palm of the local appraiser of stolen goods. In just 2 days, it could have taken a week, the white-haired girl wondered. It just worked out well, replied the mad hermit, sprawled on the couch. Harem finished in less than an hour, and Meringue was quick too. Now you just need to put the artifacts together since they were originally one piece. The android girl placed each part in the correct spot and began setting up a sophisticated artifact control system. Hyun-woo was very curious about what was happening. For once, the android was genuinely useful. The white-haired woman delved into layers of data and blue screens. The Mad Hermit squinted against the bright light as the fusion process began. The result is a strange, simple-looking artifact that still glimmers, he observed. The compass looks different now, and its status has changed, the hermit noticed. This is the true form of the special compass, the girl said proudly. Now Hyun-woo could easily reach the 85th floor of the maze with the help of the compass. The Mad Hermit yawned wearily. Battling weak mobs was boring, but there was no other way to get through the maze. How much further until we stop? He wondered, pulling out his compass. Arian's yellow thread stretched toward the exit in the labyrinth, where he had long since lost his sense of time and direction. You stay, he said to the two spunky cats. Let everyone in. Let no one out, ordered the Mad Emperor. We can only take one, the sly pink-haired fox suggested. The master's first apprentice, the Dragon Empress, will definitely protect this place, Rose suggested. The Dragon Empress was outraged. Only the first apprentice has the right to protect the Emperor. They were again arguing over the position of the first concubine candidate. The hermit wondered if they would destroy the city. His thoughts were interrupted by a squeak. A bunch of green bums jumped all over him. Even without cheats, the hermit took down such weaklings with a single spit. What could he think of that would make weaklings flee in fear? He pondered. Hyun-woo looked at the stiff man that lay at his feet. No pulse was palpable. The patient had died, as diagnosed by the mad doctor. The hermit was glad to see that the labyrinth would soon be out of the labyrinth, as there were only weaklings left. Around the threaded room, everyone shuddered in anticipation of an imminent exit. Cutie Seo Yan came to say goodbye to Hyun-woo before leaving, but slave girl Anya reported that the master had already left. As he always does in his own way, the beauty was upset and gave the coffee to Hyun-woo, his slave. But what was that familiar object next to Anya? The girl wondered. She easily recognized the sword because she had seen it so often. Anya blanched awkwardly as she asked the question, the dark circles from overexertion never leaving her eyes. Don't be shy to ask, offered Soo-yeon, almost as a friend. When exactly will Hunter Kim Shiken return? The slave girl asked, sweetly embarrassed. That's it. So, Yan So-young was stunned by the news. The illegal Humber eunuch frolicked with a huge axe. The Empire's first swordmaster turned weakly, fighting off the formidable illegal. The monster chopped his comrades into cabbages, their shredded bodies lying at his feet. He turned to his soldiers and tried to cheer them up. After all, they were the last defenders of the Empire. But the evil eunuch cut them down like grass in a hayfield. The soldiers felt cut in half by the huge axe. He was already tired of playing along with weaklings. The eunuch scoffed at the pathetic effort. Time to show your hungry eunuch strength, said the illegal, intercepting the axe. As soon as he swung, a thunderous shout came from the sky. Rusty! A large jerk stabbed into the ground where the eunuch was swinging his axe. Master Jerk couldn't make out anything in the cloud of dust from the impact. A soft landing, rejoiced the Mad Hermit. It's a good thing there's betting, or they made the exit from the maze right in the air, he said. Defeated an illegal of ours, dumbfounded Master Cheeks and the remnants of his company. Stomping again, the Mad Hermit shook the blind man's compass to illuminate the direction of the quest. But the thread was breaking here, for he had already arrived at the right place. A few battered natives came up to say hello to the Mad Hermit. Whose villain will you be? The knight asked him as he came closer. She gritted her teeth. The vodka was no longer flowing, but the electrician kept boring. At the same time, he was forced to do strength training. The hunter had a hard time. Who drinks like that without a soul? One after another in a volley? Admonished the fifth-rate electrician after 100 shots. But Ken didn't give up. He had come here for a discharge upgrade. After so many liters, he had strengthened his will, hardened his liver, and wanted to get stronger. Just as the hermit had told him, Shuken tried to keep up with the electrician. But it wasn't easy to outdrink a fifth-rank master. He had already forgotten why he started drinking, why he kept getting hungover every time. Go get some sleep, suggested the electrician, surrendering. No chance here, Ken argued. Drinking is an art, not the college binge drinking that Shay Ken was used to discourage everyone from quitting electric. But without a grade, he can't be a decent hunter, can't protect what's precious. She cracked his face, making sure he wouldn't get completely intoxicated. Master Electric, Ken thought. There was something about this kid that made sense. He shook inside with a broken nose. He thought a little too much, until he developed an immunity to alcohol. There was no way he was leaving, he decided firmly. A true Korean nerd like Buddy inhaled Master Electric. We'll have to learn a little. 2 sword approaches and a little of each, commanded the electrician. Pretty Scene stopped by Slave Anna's house for coffee, asked how the guild was doing now. They used to be a mess, but now that they're working together, things have improved, the girl said. Tiny Soen looked outside and noticed a huge tall building being constructed in the neighborhood. What is it? Asked the huntress. On the left is the palace of the Pyo Guild in Korea, the Mad Empress of Dragons. and on the right is an unknown guild slave girl Anna shared, a building where two major guilds already existed. Newcomers only caused the loveliest Seo Yan to be surprised, but then she remembered the fight between the two mad students. An eerie hunch about the neighbors suddenly dawned on the girl. The mad hermit was invited to a reception at the palace, which glittered with gold and luxury everywhere. The Palantir of Truth, a national treasure. But the savior of the empire will be reported to the emperor. Master Bellybutton promised the hermit. They themselves led to the right place. The mad hermit rejoiced quietly. The servants opened the doors solemnly before him, and the bright light of the hall cut at his eyes. The emperor stood alone on his throne, but it was certainly not as high as the golden throne in the Forbidden City. The local monarch greeted the guest floridly. He held himself as arrogantly as any of his kind. The Korolak blurted out flattering and non-committal praise for the hero. Hyeonu wondered if he should follow the local etiquette, but he dismissed the idea because he was a true master negotiator. Korolech noticed the hermit's bluntness, but he tolerated it and went on to thank him, only to be interrupted. Hanwoo was not impressed by the promises to throw a feast in his honor, nor did he need fame and authority in the local underdeveloped state. The hermit asked directly about the Palantir of Truth, but received a curt refusal. Such intrigue was going nowhere. It was as if these underdogs didn't realize that the hermit's wish was not a request. The king justified himself by blaming it on his vassals, who would not allow the treasure of the people to go to a foreigner. Instead, he promised to give a generous reward, and if the hero faithfully serves the empire, then perhaps his request could be considered. Hanwoo grabbed his head in disbelief at such nonsense. No more time to mess around with underdeveloped natives who don't know their place. Hermit raged. Master Tyr, unaccustomed. The palace and tree had left a bad taste in the hermit's mouth, and he suspected something was amiss. He used the telepathy skill on the kingpin. It would work on a weakling like this with no problem. They're completely starstruck. The hermit decided when he read the monarch's thoughts. We'll send him to the north to deal with the barbarians. Give him a title. Marry him. If he refuses, we'll eliminate him. Reasoned the insolent and stupid monarch. There's a dementia-ridden old bald man out of his mind, a demented hermit. Sacred animals that are chosen by the sky. Accumulate energy within them. Gradually learning about themselves, they acquire a mind similar to, or even better than, the human mind. The fox had lived for 2,000 years, practically a sacred animal, and was now standing at the portal to the 9th floor, rubbing timidly at the entrance. But it wouldn't. The vixen timidly stuck her paw into the drain between the floors and was surprised at the level of magical powers at the exit of the labyrinth. Still, for a weary fox, the 9th floor looked like a dangerous place, but she had no choice. She had to leave anyway. Making up her mind, the fox jumped into the portal between the levels of the matrix and pressed the drain. Shawarma subzernia from the shabola of the market. I hear the vixen got right in the center of the furious altercation. The fox pretended she wasn't here. Cloud, 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 cloud. She hummed to herself, and not a bear at all. The owner had put her in charge of the Catwoman, Agent Rosa said, so she'd take the fox. The first concubine candidate disagreed with this statement, and the fight intensified. The girls were no stranger to going wild. Raising hurricanes with one blow, the fox pinned her ears back in fear. Come on, you saw it! You saw it! The vixen horrifiedly shouted. She wanted to run away quietly, but stumbled awkwardly, attracting the attention of the two beasts. Woof, or whatever foxes say, a fox muttered, just to see if it'll work, but it didn't work. Standing, Pelt shouted in the wake of the fleeing, terror-stricken fox and the mad students. The Mad Master Negotiator approached the local aboriginal kingpin. He gasped at the unheard-of impertinence. No one dared speak to a nasty monarch like that. But after all, he has his reasons for saying so, continued the Mad Hermit. He defeated an illegal that could have wiped out the entire empire, and in return for his gratitude, found out he was being used by the local goons. They wanted to dust him off with promises of rewards and glory, but that's only for weak-willed heroes, and Hun Wu was blocked. Living in a medieval barn might appeal to the uneducated schoolboy, the hermit continued, but for a man of a highly advanced civilization, this is nonsense. He turned the blades of cheek and his soldiers into crumbs. Master Tums was the first to realize what was coming next and rushed to the defense of the stupid king. His Majesty will bear it all, the knight declared. It seems it's time to show the natives who can slaughter them back to the Stone Age, the Mad Hermit realized, and unleash some of his magical powers with a clap of thunder. Asim is the king and god who came down from heaven, the Mad Hermit told them. The Palantir gleamed brightly in his hand. Strength, the main trump card in any negotiation again. He reaffirmed his rule. The purple ball hid its status data, except for how and what it was for. Gen Wu heard footsteps behind him and turned around. The knight's belly came out to see him off. Did he tell me not to see him off, or does he want to flip? The hermit asked the knight, but the knight had come to return honor and asked forgiveness. Though he was a vassal of the feckless king, he felt his guilt. He bowed low and apologized, but the hermit brushed him off. He is a simple man. He does not remember grudges. Here's a present. He tossed the native a package for good measure. This is delicious, said the hermit, settling on his staff. An equal exchange, he remembered the rules of the tower. Rusty commanded the madman and took off for the entrance to the labyrinth, so he won't retaliate. Nightly exhaled in relief. But what could a mad guest give him instead of a national treasure? The knight examined the army's dry rations. So many times he's already tasted it, and he still hasn't learned how to drink. Even the hermit was doing better, Master Electric said. So, neither to maintain the conversation nor to pour in time, pressed the teacher Thunderbird. But it's not for nothing that everyone asked. A cautious chicken has been drinking and exercising for a day, 100,000 more times, and he would definitely outdrink a fifth-rate master. The hunter said nothing. The master only smiled. A yellow-haired student who had barely finished his studies was already aspiring to be a master. Electric welding technique is not at all suitable for such a talentless man, he stated sharply, but reassuringly. There is something even such a youngster can do well if he learns a simple assembly course, heard the excited Shaken. No longer will they drink and learn electrophoresis, the master declared. Before he started his illegal climbing, he met a stupid guy once. Other than persistence, he had nothing. But that was his strength. Just when a Korean nerd needed, the master explained. They're coming. Stay alert, warned the mage to his partner. The skeletons of the labyrinth are very strong, he admonished. Everyone take positions, calm. Handed to the squad leader. The girl tensed in anticipation of the wave of monsters following the directions. Something doesn't add up, boss, she asked the squad leader. The skeletons don't have faces. It was obvious even to the inexperienced Pearl. That shabby faces flee in terror from the dreaded scourge. The squad leader was dumbfounded. Are monsters capable of such a thing? He asked himself. There's an even stronger monster behind, he realized, and commanded a retreat. But an unknown force had already turned the monsters to ashes, shattering all the bones. Rusty heard the leader shout loudly in the midst of the general commotion. Something long and heavy rushed past them, and they barely had time to duck. Which one? Both hunters were dumbfounded and looked up. Wow, the human showed up, smiled the mad hermit. That means he's back on the 9th floor, rejoiced the man with topographical cretinism. Even with a compass, the journey took 2 weeks. He returned to the manor, where he was immediately surrounded by his loyal apprentice. Spit it out, he turned to the Dragon Empress. Tup presented the mad hermit with a fox energy ball. This time, an unintelligent animal tried to cross the border. The fox shrank with fear and shook all its tails. The girls immediately set about figuring out who got the 9 fox collars on the coat. How did it go? The hermit asked the mad disciples. All by herself. All by herself, said each of the jealous cats. Fine, he sighed. Let the first Koshko Jana speak, said the mad emperor. Obey and obey, the satisfied cat rejoiced. The association requested help, and the 2 girls set out to catch the legal animal. It was like that, just a little overdone in the process, the Dragon Empress reported. A little, the emperor interjected, reading him line news headlines. However, that was all right since no one was hurt. But why did they remove the skin? The hermit asked, to the fox's horror. She immediately chewed off the strip of duct tape on her pretty face and squealed, pleading for mercy to the mad hermit. She doesn't have the strength without the ball anyway. Hunwoo heard and was surprised the first time an illegal wanted to live in his memory. Without the moon. The vixen was really only good for a fur coat, so why leave her alive? The hermit asked the mad couple again. Someone interrupted. Agent Rosa replied evasively, dimming her eyes. How? Wasn't that her? The Dragon Empress asked her. They started fighting again, figuring out who was in charge. So they were going to kill the fox, but they hadn't decided who would get the coat. The hermit asked them. The girls were embarrassingly silent, even stopped looking at each other. They had always been incredibly strong students. But what a kindergarten, thought the mad hermit. Fine. Live, decided the mad hermit. No one wears fur coats anyway. You want to live? Spit out everything you know about the Matrix Tower. Hunwa threatened, raising his fist. He kicked the mad apprentices out of the way and listened to the long story of the talking fox. Some of the information turned out to be useful. The illegal alien was questioned for a reason. Illegal hikers received a medal for hiking from the Matrix Master and could claim a place at the throne. The hermit found out. But what do these accomplishments mean? The hermit wondered and then heard the answer. Any desired power. Why suffer so much for the sake of some power? Wondered the frontiersman even more. Getting the achievement is like realizing a dream, explained the fox. Such as goblin, said she. The goblin can get the kill stick achievement, the fox added. Hamu asked if that meant he could use that ability. But not only that, the fox stated. Advances allow one to take possession of everything their original owner has. By defeating a sword master, an illegal becomes a sword master by adopting his karma, all abilities, memories, and habits. Hyeonu thought about it. Getting Electric's karma without 100 years of dueling, a tempting offer. The fox flattened her ears, spilling everything she knew to the mad hermit. I promised to go to the litter box and not to yak at night. Take me, asked the vixen. We'll decide later, the cold-blooded emperor replied, causing the fox to ruffle its fur. But maybe she wants to be hunted, the hermit asked. She shook her head. Lord Mavenses was once again sitting in the empty atrium at a round table. Is it true? Asked the lord upon hearing the good news. There is a possibility that he came closer to the truth, the monk reported. Creepily curious as to what this will amount to, the Lord of Manhwarecap reacted. This outsider will climb the tower without even being illegal, the monk wailed. He faltered, realizing he'd let himself go too far in front of the Manganese Lord. His words make sense. The Lord calmly replied to the monk's apology. I wanted to see how far this outsider could go. Too bad he learned too much, the Lord said. Send one top-ranking illegal, he ordered the servant monk. That's right. The Palantir of Truth confirmed the relic to the fence of stolen aim. When the waiting time has passed, the Palantir can be peeked into to find out where the creator of the Tower of Learning is. But might as well ask the orb at once who imprisoned him in the tower, suggested the mad hermit, and the android agreed. Of course he'll get to the creator too, to return the favor. Hyeonu asked, can the beastie that escaped from her matrix floor be petted? The android hesitated. The illegal fox's strength had weakened so much that it had disappeared from radar altogether, the neural network reported. There would be no problem if we let her live, the girl concluded. Still, it's better to be sure. What about putting him on a chain and training him? She asked the hotelier. The ninth floor has many interesting artifacts, including a magical chain for role-playing, and how many relics must be obtained to assemble the device? Asked the hermit lazily, pulling away when he heard the number 5. It's simpler than it seems, the girl told Neuralink. The relics are in the same hands. Here he has it. He showed the photo of the lucky man to the mad hermit. Wow, what people and no guards, smiled the mob boss. The fat dumpling from Montana a little slimmer, he's still got some chutzpah on his face. That's better. Appreciated the efforts of a novice master alcoholic electric. Now at least you won't fall off after the first shot, he said to a cautious Shuken. Thank you, master, the satisfied, slightly inebriated hunter blurted out in gratitude. If you're done, get lost. I'm bored with the same toast, said the electrician. Shuriken let the phrases pass by his ears as it was still blurry in front of his eyes. He looked at the back of the departing master. He had not managed to drink him too much, but at least he hadn't tried in vain. Thank you very much, the slightly tipsy shark said, bowing again. At the same moment, he completed the secret level of the Matrix. What a troublemaker. He forgot to drink on the horse, thought Master Electric. But at least he's polite, not like Korea's first Hanwoo. Sharkin appeared in the middle of the ruins. Dark Knight, not at all where he entered the Matrix. Apparently, the hard drive was glitching after all. He perked up when he noticed the sudden change in his surroundings. At his feet lay many dead and wounded hunters of unknown origin. A new sweetie met hunter, an illegal barbarian with tendencies. Just sobered up and a jog came up, said a cautious Shuken. Come here, pretty college boy, jumping on the yum meat. His hand reached for the sword that lay beside him, but at least he wasn't shaking like a true master. His skill, however, was more than enough. Shin got into a fighting stance as well. Master Electric had told him an ancient fable about a small but very persistent bird. It's better to practice 10,000 times one punch than to practice 10,000 punches, Electric had said. The warrior was thrown out of the temple for not knowing a damn thing and only messing up. He didn't give up. He studied one strike, one technique, and that's all he did for 50 years until he became Master Lobster. Firebrand technique, shouted the cautious Shin and took down the pervert with a powerful attack. The mad hermit stared in surprise at the alert that had just appeared. I wasted Anka's time drawing portals. The illegal alien had already died. The hermit was upset. If it wasn't the students, then who? Wondered the border guard. The gathering of the inquisitive crowd of people suggested where to look for the answer. Oh, not Shay Ken. The mad hermit recognized his friend. In one motion, he jumped over all the pandemonium and found himself next to his friend. When? Asked the hermit, nearly crushing a couple of people. Already at home, Shay Ken brewed a cup of coffee after vodka with no appetizer. It was going fine. That bastard, exclaimed Hyun-woo after hearing the whole story of Shen's training from the drunken master. When the hermit was practicing, they didn't even offer him a sniff. They put him right behind the welding machine. The hermit resented. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Don't you want to chat? The cautious Shay Ken changed the subject. Wait a minute, the hermit remembered. Had he told them about the latrine, he asked Shay Ken. Oh, that? Shen remembered, trying to think of a quicker excuse. She said he wouldn't know how to live without your sound advice. Relayed the words of the electrician, Shaken. The mad hermit was indignant at his insolence. Never mind, he's just shy, tried to reassure Shiken. He was actually pleased, noodled by a cautious shaken. Whatever. The mad hermit changed the subject, sprawling lazily on the couch. It's a good thing he didn't tell him everything, rejoiced the cautious shaken. He gets in the electrical box for nothing, the mad hermit thought. But maybe could still tell me. What kind of BDSM play with animals is that? Shaken asked casually. We've got a fox. We're training it to the litter box. The hermit said, an illegal fox. It could be used for fur right away. The hunter got worried. Mercy, I'll wear slippers, sweep the fox, but the hermit shut her up with his finger, threatening to let her buy a coat. She immediately fell silent. Training subject to Shuriken concluded with an experienced look. I was just curious what it would be like to mess around with a fox. The hermit said, foxes are not only valuable for fur, he told his friend, but also useful information about the tower. What if it runs away? Asked a wary Shen, looking at the fox, powerless with fear. She won't run far. She's weak, the hermit said nonchalantly, and we'll put her on a leash. The frantic students burst through the doors with a report. Shaken only had time to shift his gaze from the apparition to the mad hermit. Why are there two of them now? Shen cautiously asked the hermit. The second student, Hannerin, introduced the girl, Hyun-woo. Two at once. The always cautious Shuken was stunned by his friend's antics. The Raymond sat in a sky hut without legs, blown about by all the winds, which made the Hatter very upset. It was always raining in his shower. A guest appeared in the heavenly hut. When will he stop this rain? The monk asked him. Did he get Raymond karma? I can cry wherever I want, he declared. You must go down to the 9th floor and deal with the outsider, the monk interjected. If they can manage it, they'll pave another lane. The monk reported. If that's the case, smiled the Hatter, we can go for a walk, he said. The lightning bolts of an experienced electrician burst from his hand as soon as he raised it to the sky. Fine, agreed Hackman Minister, Celestial Sprinkler. Sprinkler, we'll kill everyone, so tell him so, he said to the monk. Alice the fox was nicknamed the illegal animal by a deranged hermit. There's not much pleasant about putting on a collar, sympathized Hunmu the animal. But where to go? The beast can't go without a leash, and she's used to it, he realized. I wonder how the collar looks in human form, thought the hermit. The android girl and apprentices. Well done. Now, the hermit had a will-suppressing artifact, a very handy thing the mad emperor thought if he had to get more slaves. He could now read the vixen's mind and decided to test the ability right away. The fluffy shawarma was snoozing without hind legs as if nothing had happened. Soft warm, chubbing behind the ear, feeding. Hi. He read the fox's thoughts. Why the hell did she go to the tower if she wanted to lie there and enjoy herself? The hermit wondered. Other illegals went all the way to the end to earn karma, as if their existence depended on it. One day, I'll ask her why she went into the tower, the mad hermit decided, looking at the fox. A guest came into the house, and he turned around to greet her. Sweet Seo Yun, he said, hello to the not-so-frequent guest in her own home. The pretty girl had come to study talus magic, the hermit recognized. Kiss, kiss, called out to the pet fox, Beauty. She jumped up at the same moment, wagging all her tails. They settled in like homeschooled students. Hunwoo didn't understand a damn thing the girl started talking about. First, Aksai Han got a discharge from Master Electric. Now cute Seo Yan was learning Taoist magic from Fox Alice, thought the hermit. Not the slightest clue what was going on, as if they were speaking Elvish, Hyun-woo decided. But the lovely Seo Yan, she was studying so hard she couldn't take her eyes off the books. So she'll do well, the hermit thought. The Truth Palantir rebooted and was ready for use. Hyun-woo received a system notification which pleased him greatly, for he had been waiting for this for a long time. Time for the main quest. Even the white-haired android met him dutifully at the living room table. On such an occasion, she even refused to play games. Can we trust the balloon as much as Eve? Hyun-woo asked, squinting. But the fortune teller, Nurinit, pulled out a purple palantir and embarked on a seance in search of the developer spirit. Hyun-woo was surprised. This was the first time he had seen the source code. Before this, the system had only shown itself through the interface. He squawked at the bright light of the system notifications that threw the ore when it was turned on. The balloon had a firmware change and was now running better and faster. A white-haired android, in the guise of a cute girl, wiped away non-existent sweat as if she'd unloaded a railroad car. The Palantir works on the principle of a modem. The android explained. It allows you to search for the answers you want. Formulate a question mentally, and you'll get the answer. That's the whole instruction. The hermit learned. Time for important questions, Hyun-woo reflected, choosing his search words more carefully. Even the little android covered her mouth to keep her non-existent breathing out of the way. The mad hermit recalled how the curse of the tower had been placed on him, like being separated from dear friends for 12 years, like being made to go crazy climbing the tower over and over again. Who had locked him in the tower? That sounded the ultimate question in the hermit's mind. The Moden was silent. Hyeonu even touched it lightly with his fist to check if it was working or not. The polinter hummed harshly with its cooler but refused to give out information. Maybe you should tap it to get a better signal. That's what my dad used to do when Hanwoo wanted to kill the slow modem. The little android could barely contain the mad hermit's rage. As the connection passed, a light discharge on his fingers was felt by Hanwoo. Ego was ported inside the modem's hard drive so fast he couldn't realize it right away. Communication is one way, stated an unknown voice in violet space. The hazy image of a man flickered ahead as if someone had hidden him, but the feeling was more like that of AB's neural net, just as inanimate. The hermit sensed it from the voice. Even Wu demanded clarification, but the image reminded him that communication was secure in only one way. Find the developer tower at the source of the bad weather, the image conveyed in an encrypted message. Then you will know the truth about yourself. The image enigmatically said this, which annoyed Hyun-woo, who wanted immediate answers. The frontiersman must find him. The image told him, for he is the one who locked you in the tower. Having said that, the image began to fragment as if someone had erased the message they had listened to. Hyun-woo rushed out, trying to hold back the escaping information as if he had forgotten that he wasn't in physical space. Guardian, the white-haired girl, shouted above him. It seemed that only his consciousness, not his body, had been ported into the modem. The mad hermit rose gradually, coming to his senses. But what was he going to do? Putting his hand up for a punch, he asked the worried neural network, "Why does my cheek hurt?" A reply came. It just went down after connecting to the modem. Kenwoo's hunch was confirmed. He was in that place with only his mind. The message left more questions than it answered. What else was the truth associated with it? The hermit recalled trying to reconnect again. He inquired, but the modem had gone on perpetual recharge. He seemed to be in a bad mood, the android girl remarked. But Hyeonu told her that he had something to do. Yes, and there's one huge question, he said. Who is this crooked developer? Now his target, the creator of the tower, the one who called himself the developer. Whatever the truth was, the mad hermit promised to get to the bottom of it. What's the developer tower? He asked, stroking his head. He told AB to find all the information about it. With that, Yu was about to deflect, dumping all the system work on the neural network, but she held him back. Do you find it that fast? He asked. But that wasn't the point. It looks like it's necessary to go immediately, the girl Neuronet blurted out. And the evil conqueror who had already gotten karma climbed to the floor. AB informed him. Taoists are those who practice self-discipline and live off the donations of others. Lazy bums that puff people up with pseudo-philosophy about exaltation and celestials. Usually, he didn't hurt anyone, but there were those who took orders to eliminate. The Hatter looked thoughtfully at the city below. Come to think of it, he didn't know who the outsider was, and he needed to be found. Though tedious, we should just kill everyone, said the pseudo-philosopher Fascist. The people below were running and taking cover from the sudden downpour. When a multitude of lightning bolts struck the buildings, ignoring the lightning rods, panic rose. They ran as if they were being attacked by monsters. The Hatter gained celestial karma simply by climbing the tower. He became immortal by killing the blue dragon. As usual, the media went into a frenzy over such a brutal attack. 1 hour was given to a half-fascist threatening the residents of the 9th floor of the Matrix. Don't pull. Like the outsider come in, he stated into the lens of the video camera. Hyeonu contacted the association's headquarters, much to the relief of President Quingan. It's embarrassing to admit, but without Kim Hyun-woo, they weren't capable of dealing with illegals, thought the president of the Hunters Association. Sometimes the thought crossed his mind that maybe the world really should be destroyed. He muttered aloud, and they're already living longer than they're allowed to after so many disasters. It looks like Hyun-woo is the only one keeping the world from collapsing. Liam pondered, but he was called away. No matter how strong the enemy was, they only had to have faith in the Mad Hermit. The Nazi in the hat yawned tiredly. He was waiting at the spot he had just cleared. Time crawled by at a snail's pace for an immortal slacker. Maybe he would finish what the non-human in the hat had in mind, then changed his mind. He felt someone approach in the air. What is it? He wondered, watching as the veil of clouds and rain broke through. There he is, exclaimed the hat monster joyfully. The outsider has arrived. He realized as he spotted a guy in a sports coat riding a bailout stick. Gimwoo flew in, covering his face from the rain. Streams of water soaked his suit and obstructed his view. Some electrician turned off the lights again, and he lunged at the illegal. The Hatter saw his movements with a cheeky smile. He tucked easily as if becoming a ghost would be more than the hermit realized. The Skywalker can walk on air, the Hatter declared about his warriors. Hunwoo struggled to keep his balance on Rusty, shifting his weight to the other leg. You're smiling, electrician. Let's see that smile now. The hermit returned the grin and unsettled Berserk's confidence, making even the Hatter a bit tense. Size matters, the mad hermit said cheerfully and knocked a bird to the ground with a steel bar. Did the guy slip away? Hunwoo wondered, surveying the landing site. No way without some compensation. The hermit heard a voice from beneath the rubble. Being an outsider isn't meaningless, the stranger said. Not even his silly hat was harmed, the mad hermit remarked. Exactly. Just that someone has a small sword, the hermit added. And where does such power come from on the 9th floor? The lazy hatter wondered. You can't just strike blindly. You have to cut it carefully and study it. Han Wu ignored him. The mad hermit was furious. This outsider was testing his patience more than ever. Hey, Mr. Shortshot, why on earth did you cut the power in the whole town? Oh, such a quirky character, teased the lazy hatter. I heard it from a ballet dancer, replied the mad hermit. What an uncouth fellow. The hatter shot back at the hermit's remark. And he only excels at women's dance routines, the hermit said. The hatter got angry and was the first to lose his temper. What does this monkey think he can do? That's a man's suit, not a dress, Hatter blurted out. Just a hobby. Everyone has one, the hermit replied. The hatter fumed. Oh, so the lazy folks from kung fu movies are still swinging on wires? Hun Wu asked. The hatter spoke, and Hun Wu honestly admitted he hadn't gone to school. His parents had died long ago, and he had to fend for himself from childhood. The hermit acted, kicking the intruder with full force. The blow landed perfectly, and Hatter was sent flying. I thought Celestials were known and respected everywhere, but here, it's just a bunch of country folk. He shook off the illusion. I'll have to teach this one who the immortals are, said the man in the dress, his face serious, thought the hermit. I fight against women too, the hermit admitted, pulling out a staff. The hatless hatter struggled to block the blow with his sword scabbard and responded with a powerful downward strike. But the mad hermit dodged and immediately faced a counterattack from Hatter, who fought without drawing his blade. They exchanged a few punches as Han Wu surrounded the clones that appeared near his companion. Who asked for this? Han Wu asked Hatter. The technique isn't new. It's only for those who seek it. The hermit said, frustrated. He was surrounded, as proper in a fair one-on-one encounter. Anyone who didn't bring allies is at fault, Han Wu said, delivering a powerful strike downward. He broke free from the encirclement and soared into the sky. To create doppelgangers, you need to read Hokage's secret scroll, Han Wu heard. A blue mandala glowed behind him. The enemy had used an unknown skill. The restraining magic of the chains broke freed from the mandala behind her. Will there be no bazooka? Han Wu asked angrily. The enemy had many abilities. 2 dragons, the anode and the cathode, explained the illegal electrical engineer without a hat. Now, how to close the electric target? Then we'll see who's a baller, gloated the lazy Taoist. Han Wu short-circuited heavily between the dragons, one surrounding with water, the other hitting with electricity. The invigorating shocks crept under her skin, bringing back recently forgotten feelings. The sparks decomposed the water into ions, and a hydrogen explosion occurred. Learn chemistry well, kids, thought the Taoist slacker to himself. What? Choked the immortal as the cloud of vapor dissipated. I've met various electricians before. Thanks for removing the circuit, said the mad hermit, and now it's time to end the dance. Han Wu was angry. The absurd calligraphic kick of his foot knocked the Taoist to the ground again. The winged hermit landed at the crash site of the Skywalker. Good thing he didn't die right away. The illegal Taoist said the outsider needed to be 5. Clones have a small sword too, the mad hermit asked. Discharges of red lightning burned the air around the clones. Han Wu shattered the inferior illusion technique once. Why didn't you tell me you had a welding license? The Taoist resented. And why speak when you can show it once, replied the mad hermit. Just as I'm about to weld all the holes, Han Wu punched the Taoist. And who gave him a grade? The hatter gritted his teeth. The outsider was pulling a 5th, if not higher. Birds flew low, ready to rain. The mad hermit noticed. A few drops fell on his face. I hope it's really raining, the hermit said, horrified. Rusty saddled with a stick by the mad hermit to climb higher. The clones certainly wouldn't have been able to drop that much. So the rain was real and something was coming, the hermit realized. In the midst of the heavy downpour, the Taoist's caustic chuckle rang out. Now we'll see whose kind is longer, the mad hermit heard. Or he and the boa constrictor, the mad hermit sensed something amiss. Needing to stop the hatter as quickly as possible, Han Wu changed the trajectory of the bail-up stick. A hail of lightning from all directions fell on the hermit as the Taoist recounted his boring biography. Han Wu extended his staff again and tried to brush off the pesky narcissus. The point of his long life had been waiting for the water to flow under all the rocks. He gathered mana at one point. The mad hermit missed and lost his footing. He began a fall. A ball of lightning, Morrison-sized, exploded in front of him. We need to finish off the illegal installer before he shuts everyone down, thought the hermit as he plummeted. The distance kept increasing between them, but he was at a disadvantage from below. Suddenly, the hermit took quite a bit of damage. The immortal hatter, who had lost his hat, stood in the sky and gathered more strength. Super mutant mode activated. The Taoist smiled, starting the second phase of the battle. He drew his sword, and his hands and feet became chicken feet. Han Wu made a superhero landing and came to his senses. The chicken dragon Dao had already attacked him from close range. He accelerated noticeably, so much so that Han Wu could barely keep up with him. They crossed their guns, shooting sparks in all directions. The electric arc swept over the Mad Hermit himself, and who promised to show a masterclass in seamless welding, welded a chicken hybrid with a discharge. "I'll be right there," the hermit replied, "but I'll just put in a thicker electrode." But the chicken Dao slashed not weakly at the lightning bolt, stunning the hermit. He spat blood. It was no joke. The second phase of the battle was making itself felt. No one gave a rest. The chicken Daos pounced on top. They fought. 7 streams of electrical discharges, jumping here and there. The Mad Hermit took a lot of heat for every blow. Charitable bastard, he motioned desperately to the Taoist. But the chicken's foot pressed against his chest, with the arcs discharging multiple bolts of lightning. "It's not working." The hermit gritted his teeth. Yet he had defeated a 5th-rate electrician. He jumped back sharply to break the distance between them and buy some time. The hermit would have died many times over if he hadn't undergone Master Electrophoresis' enhanced training, a dust with the strength of a chicken dragon. "Could it be killed so easily?" stated the hat, knocking out a spark. In the pouring rain, he gathered the lightning bolts into a tight bundle, raising a chicken's foot. A torrent of encouraging discharges of high power fell upon the Mad Hermit. Each raindrop contained lightning, and the discharges had more power than before. The hermit realized what was happening. Taking out a bailing stick, he unfurled it in the manner of an umbrella to keep the rain off his body. Mimicking a helicopter, mocked the chicken leg at Hanwoo. "A helicopter will not save you from a relaxing electric massage." Short-circuited chicken foot, the hermit muttered, chilled to the bone. Hanwoo was in distress. He couldn't even use AB's bailout rune and sneak away to her place. Well, said the lazy tourist of the world of electrical engineering, there are many more thrills for the hermit. The massage worked perfectly. Completely relaxed the whole body, stated the tourist, evaluating the results of his work. "It's so great that the client is still conscious, a great consumable for testing." He heard Hanwoo's voice from above. "As a thank you for choosing our services," scoffed the Taoist, "I will show the final technique of full electrolysis." "The coming of the chicken dragon," the doi said, and a large face appeared in the sky. A suit of lightning bolts lashed out at the defenseless hermit. He grabbed the bailout stick in the manner of a lightning rod and squeezed tighter. It was unlikely to help, but what else could he do? The Bakaka King's voice came from the bailout stick. Kudu didn't immediately realize where he had landed. The battlefield with the chicken Dao had disappeared. Instead, he found himself in blurry mountains with a couple of pine trees. Clearly, he was in an incomplete level of the Matrix. The wounds were gone too, the hermit noticed. If post-mortem had happened, he thought when he was called. "Couldn't strangle the boa constrictor dummy," said the Monkey King. "What are you hatching?" "You were the first to start measuring who has the longest in the right," the sarcastic monkey said. "Oh, there are monkeys in the forest too," remarked the hermit King Masa. Hanwoo asked where they were, and the macaque wondered what definition to give to the special level of the Matrix where they were. "He doesn't know himself, and he's being clever." The hermit paused. The situation was about the same as with the master electrician. Consciousness connected to the secret level of the Matrix with a separate processor that ran faster, and that was why Hanwoo hadn't died yet. And what next? The mad hermit spat on the cold stones. Pretty soon he'll die from the chicken dragon's final blow, realized Hanwoo. "So, will you give strength?" he asked the Macaca King. Why, all of a sudden, the cheeky monkey teased. "No, of course," he added. "Just a break between rounds. It's nice to watch a man being mutilated by a lizard," laughed the Mac. "Now let's see if there is pain in this world," raged the mad hermit. The monkey, the zookeeper, the illegal menagerie. Mac recalled everything Hanwoo had told him before. "And now you come and ask me for power, but you do it without respect," the monkey said in a picture voice. "In principle, it is possible, if you ask nicely. I'll take pity," the talking monkey gritted his teeth. "The boa constrictor has to be strangled somehow, Mac," I said. The hermit seriously wondered if it was worth it or not. Maybe he should just quietly weld the monkey. Forget it, he decided when Mechak was ready to make concessions. The one immediately squealed, "How so?" But the hermit waved it away. He could need that power. In the end, what could an already dead monkey do? Even take out his power? Hey, a viper would definitely be strangled, the hermit mused. The Macaca King couldn't stand the ridicule. "You can't prove it if you don't show it," said the mad hermit. "Show me how to strangle a python," suggested Hyeonu to the macaque. The Monkey King realized what a cunning trap the little man had driven him into, and he could not refuse his words. "So brave and now head in the bushes?" asked the mad hermit. "What a nasty homo sapiens," the Monkey King thought to himself. "A rare bastard," he said to the hermit. "Life is like that. Excuse the quickly demented hermit." The image of the chicken dragon was rapidly approaching the helpless target. The Evo Taoist was already anticipating the reward he would be given for the outsider's head. But what is that going on down there, where the dragon should already be atomizing a frontiersman into atoms? The D's asked himself. Red lightning bolts burned through the image of the chicken dragon, meaning the border guard was still alive. A supernova star lit up below, flashing so brightly at the point where the hermit stood. The star exploded, dispersing all remnants of the chicken dragon. The snake had been strangled. The Amadoist was horrified. How was that possible? He thought. The coil of Tesla beneath him didn't subside. It continued to send discharges until a mad hermit, dressed in a Monkey King costume, jumped out in front of him. The snake has been strangled, the hermit said, smiling. We will strangle the lone chicken. The Monkey King saw off the insolent guest who disappeared without even saying thank you. Mac pondered. Well, they had a quick contract and a pretty lucrative one at that. He thought it would be possible to extract favorable terms on pain of death due to time constraints. But the hermit was either stupid and therefore not afraid of anything or really reckless. Mechop recalled. On the other hand, for his purposes, just fine, Monkey decided. If Kim Hyun-woo is really the outsider that the monkey pondered the contract, he looked around the vacant lot he lived in. A reward for being illegal once already. A bare rock. That's the whole apartment. But maybe with the crazy hermit and the rights, things would work out, Monkey thought, and he was still talking about dresses to himself. Raymond was horrified. The mad hermit sped past as if riding a rocket. Wait, shouted after a memo boy. Don't, Uncle. Uncle. The rocket broke through the dense veil of clouds and flew farther away, high enough to ask the mad hermit at the bailout stick. He thought back to the plan they had worked out together with the Mac. Let the blue dragon chicken strength be great, but not to this extent, Akaka said. This one is definitely a cheat, Monkey said. But there it is, explained the hermit. Hun-woo shrank the bailout stick and swung it around before the Emodaus caught up with him. He smashed the electrical panel that powered the blue dragon chicken. Do you think you can win now? The Emodau asked. Why, yes, answered the mad hermit with a question to a question. He had obtained the Monkey King's golden armor with good insulation, and now he could not fear the chicken Dao's lightning bolts. Ugly, he lamented after shutting off the arc welding. The cheater needs to be set straight. The hermit swung the stick. By now, Hun-woo could already crowd the fidgety Emodau. A knife would still be fencing. The hermit scoffed. Now, he had more advantages again. Frankly speaking, the Emodus was good with a sword and moved very fast, the hermit noticed. But compared to a fifth-grade electrician, his movements were mediocre. The crazy has spent 100 years honing his swordsmanship on a stealthy level. No one can compare to Chong Ma. He sent the arrogant Amoga flying. A stick massage is as good as an electric massage, a hermit said. This is not a massage, but a real flogging. Pain is free. You don't have to worry about it, the mad hermit replied. Emodal literally exploded with anger. Hyun-woo clenched his eyes as the stone shards scratched his face. Now let's see who's the head massager and electrician in the neighborhood. The Evo Dows took off and sparked again. A downpour of emo poured from the sky. Hun-woo was upset. With his finger, he beckoned the discharges in the clouds as if to a lightning rod. Chicken Dragon's power was still with the Taoist, and he threw all the lightning bolts at the hermit. The discharges covered Hun-woo in his armor, which had good insulation. He could not fear heavy breakdowns. He smiled. If two are equal to one, and the one with the better defense wins, he remembered the ancient principle of the tower. What? The Evo Taoist didn't realize noticing a massage stick near his face. It was the third time the hermit had brought the lazy Taoist down from heaven to earth. One should always learn. Thanks for the informative lecture, said the hermit. Now let's test all of his knowledge on the teacher, smiled the mad student. Chicken Dragon Force, thank you for the new technique. Hun-woo released all the mana. He pinned the Taoist, lest he suddenly escape with the Damanali technique. Black Rooster Dragon, shouted Hun-woo, infusing absurd power into the technique for such a massage. The Evo Taoist was definitely not ready and panicked. He ridiculously put out his sashimi knife to defend himself, but the black chicken dragon swallowed him whole like a nut. As usual, the mad hermit stood in the midst of ashes and devastation. The special pelt monkey armor itself came off of him when it ran out of mana. The hermit flopped on his back after a hard massage. Time to use the cheats up. Good thing my arms and legs are in place, thought the hermit. Before I pass out, time to check the artifacts, he said, looking at the blue orb in his hands. But the information was even more classified than before. The hermit marveled. Screw it, it's still a pawn shop to carry an android to an appraiser of stolen goods. In the meantime, he could sleep and wait for the evacuation team. The hermit relaxed and snored loudly right in the middle of the muddy swamp that the city around him had become. 3 days later, Agent Rosa saw him off from the sanitarium. Straight home? She asked the hermit. Where's the first one? Han-woo asked. Rosa smiled slightly and said that Meringue was busy, although she was the one who gave her the job. It's been a while since I've been to the guild. It's time to clean up the mess so that the useful goons don't relax, the hermit decided. The second Koskojin humbly took a seat beneath the mad emperor and smiled triumphantly. Now she was alone with the master. While that girl was gone, they needed to seize the moment. Agent Rosa's ears perked up. She had specifically told the driver to take his time, and now she could stay with the master longer. Or maybe she even dreamed of the girl when the mad teacher said he was going to leave. I will when I get back, the hermit replied, slipping away from the bewildered girl. She could not reconcile with such a turn of events. Not yet, not for another. She was horrified by her own thoughts. A mute question rang out in her mind. A whole plan, just like the cat's tail, was circling the neighborhood. Give the order, Agent Rose told the driver. Once a girl decided something, there was no stopping her. She would be sure to take her time with the master one-on-one. The android appraiser was fidgeting with the hard drive dropped from the Emotos, but the appraiser did nothing. Even with the white-haired girl's hacking skill, apparently, there was nothing to be done, the mad hermit realized. The thing might as well lay down. What about the developer and his secret apartment? He asked a neural network. The secret level is at the very top of the level tree, he answered. What else is at the top of the tree? Wondered the mad hermit. The developer has put together a special level, but it's not clear for what purpose, the android girl reported. Just need to go up, resulted Crazy Achelik. But the problem is where this pop added Android AV. The place in the hierarchy of Matrix levels is known, but where he is physically in the memory is difficult to understand, the girl explained. Hanwoo, who didn't go to school and didn't know the slightest technical details, thought, just tell me what to do and where to go. It'll take a little time to figure it all out. The android girl calmed him down. He remembered the developer's vague encrypted message. It would not be easy to understand. Wait a minute. A great guess occurred to him. The hermit jumped up. What if one used chicken, dragon's energy source, and Master Bonsai's portmanteau? They should be enough. Hyeonu suggested. With that, he walked back and was immediately surrounded by the scent of rose-scented perfume. The blooming girl smiled welcomingly. Why is it taking so long to get there? He asked, growing upset. It's just traffic jams, she replied, gently leaning her head on his shoulder. He could feel her shampoo. She seems to be in a good mood, he thought, though the associate hermit always failed to read people. Maybe she just likes riding in the car, wondered the goofy hermit. The king has arrived. Fall down, Hanwoo said, opening the doors without knocking. How unexpected to catch a couple in each other's hot embrace, BT-do, smiled the cat. But the mad hermit still didn't understand what these people were up to. And when did this start? He asked his best friend, who had just begun dating a slave girl. 5 minutes after figuring it all out before sending Hyeonu to the association, the cautious Shin spoke. After a battle with the illegal fat lion, Anna had supported him. The humble hunter said. Hanwoo looked at both of them carefully. He didn't really care what the slaves did, as long as they worked. This isn't an interrogation, wondered the hermit at the reaction of the confused men. He looked sternly at slave Anya. She had been acting oddly lately. Still, she had a dark past with the costume gang, and Sha Ken, his dear comrade, the hermit pondered. The past is in the past, however, he decided, but it sounded like a lord's blessing. But there are cozier places, the tactless hermit wondered, which made the call shy. Master, the slave turned. There is a contract for him, she said. Agent Rosa immediately perked up her ears as soon as she heard it was the contract to advertise Abiba suits. Master clutched the girl's hand in his while Hyeonu listened to the terms of the contract. Money, money, and more money. Agent Rosa explained lucidly the benefits, but she was clearly not interested in them. We should definitely go, the girl urged him fervently. She did it so insistently that even the couple in love were surprised. A few days later, Shen was on the podium at a press conference. Kiwi, Sogyan was watching the broadcast in the dressing room and was waiting for a friend. Good performance, she encouraged the always reserved Shik Ken. She did a good job, too. He returned his thanks to the cute Seo Yang. After the Border Control Guild forced Aries out and took their dungeons, the Korean Hunters Association began to revive like after a rainstorm. Hoodoo didn't break the price, and now hunters could develop in low-level dungeons. The guilds of friends also acceded to the hermit's terms and formed a cartel, but agreed not to jack up prices. So far, there are no problems with profits or competitors, and none are foreseen, concluded a cautious Shik Ken. But he thought, then got distracted. Something was confusing him. Isn't it Alice, the fox? He asked the cute Siwi Yang. And what is it chewing on? Snacking on cat treats, Siwi Yun said, scratching the fox on her lap. Cute little vixen. Really? She said to the cautious Shik Ken. Don't worry, said baby So Young. She is litter box trained and rides in a carrier. Shik Ken hesitated. From afar, she can be mistaken for a cat, of course, but is it normal? Still, the creature is half human, half fox. Tensed, Shik Ken thought about it. The mad hermit was put in interesting poses and filmed, but what it meant, he never realized how it had come to this. The dummies in the studio are silk, the antisocial hermit remarked. A job is a job, he reassured himself. If he had signed up, he had to do it. But the photo shoot for the tracksuits evolved into something else entirely unnoticed. What's with the flowery poses? The mad hermit asked, perplexed. The two devoted disciples enjoyed the process and waited patiently for him. Oh yes, gleamed their eyes with a conspiratorial look. Good job, praised the hermit photographer when they were done. I'll get the suit, said the suddenly awakened mob boss. I'll take my leave now. The hermit waved goodbye. Not only was the money given, but he also squeezed out the suit. The hermit rejoiced. As Mile returned, the peace was gone. Even a simple ride in a limo felt like being between a hammer and anvil. Sella and Charybdis were arguing over who would sit next to the master, their shouts ringing in their ears. Tomorrow, the portmanteau will charge into the labyrinth to open the chicken, Dragon's hard drive. The hermit thought to himself, I'll definitely go alone, he decided after only a glance at the two beasts. If I should get a third one for balance. Late at night, the photographer was processing the images. The shoot had been a success. The silent shadow of the Dragon Empress's personal guard grew from behind. Mistress's will is law, the guard murmured. Whatever she asked for. The guard pulled out his pocketknife. The monsters were raging on the 14th floor of the labyrinth when they heard a scream. Rusty flew at the runny faces with a long stick. All died quickly and almost painlessly with a single blow from the hermit. You're holding the extension stick wrong, grumbled the annoying Macasus. Now they had a permanent connection. It was so quiet. The hermit resented. Now we have a contract, Monkey declared, and the stick must be used properly. Learn the art of the killing stick, Makak said. But when Hanmu replied, well, you could always try out new skills on dummy monsters, the hermit decided. Doesn't know anything at all, Mac lamented. Hasn't even heard of the principle of borrowing power. He asked, Hyeonwoo, illegals borrow strength from those of higher rank, but if the difference is too great, it's useless. The power can't be used, explained Mac. B, the hermit replied, pissing off the hairy ape. Bold, dumb monkey without skills, with a stick. The Monkey King's strength won't show itself, yelled the hermit Makus. A digging stick is useless in the hands of a dumb Mac and useful in the hands of an intelligent one, which is not clear, wailed King Mac. All right, I'm tired of listening to the monkey's inane squeals. Hermit Makak did have a good handle on his staff, combining punch combinations well. To try everything out, the mad hermit went down to the level below. The monsters were at least suitable for training. I wonder where in the contact is prescribed mud on the inner locker, thought Hyun-woo, listening to the endless brumbling of Makaka. It was so quiet before. Why are you talking now? He asked the Monkey King. What do you mean to piss off? Han-woo was already thinking of cracking the stick. Aka, hard dried harder. But just in time, the stupid labyrinth mob showed up. Crocodile Face came up. Makak suggested that the hermit not chop Fullen, but learn basic bailout stick techniques. Okay, let's begin, said the Shaolin hermit and swung his staff. The first crazy Catwoman took the throne in the manner she built for the hermit. This throne she had made smaller and less luxurious at his request, but now the two of them wouldn't fit in here together. But on the other hand, you can sit on your knees, the student dreamed. But she was interrupted by a report from a guard. That's the one. The innocent maiden blushed pink. She almost fainted from the exuberance of her senses. The hermit was too good. Don't peek, said the Empress of Dragons, embarrassed to the experienced demon Lowly. Why not? Asked the ancient priestess of the lowly. I'm leaving. The contract girl dutifully bowed out. She could still see everything from the inside. The embarrassed cat reopened, cautiously uncovered her treasure, and sprawled on her throne in the pink drool of a passionate, innocent maiden. She launched into lengthy, girlish fantasy soap reveries. They had nothing to do with reality, but that didn't stop the maiden from dreaming. A little more, and the girl would have been lost forever in the dream world. She pressed the folder of photos to her heart as if she were hugging a teacher. I would have stayed on the throne drooling, but I heard a noise. Who is it that came crawling in uninvited? The first student asked angrily. The one who doesn't need an invitation, replied an equally defiant second student. The mask still posed a problem for her, so it was best not to put up a fight, Agent Rosa decided. You came to stretch your buns, so can we help? Asked the Empress, the guest. The buns are perfectly fine, trim and smooth. But here she is for the deal, said the second student. The master likes mine better. Agent Rosa smiled and got down to business. It's about the picture she's holding, Rosa said, pulling out the exact same gray envelope and typography. She gave her rival a sly glance and pulled out the contents. Bug, the Dragon Empress, failed, but Rose stopped her. Not only did Moran come to borrow a photo before publication, but Rosa showed up for it. The mishap was that now everyone had their own set of photos, and Rosa showed up for a fair exchange. Had she guessed the first Catwoman changing from anger to mercy? Rosa took the photographs out of the envelope and beckoned them like a jewel. "These pictures, don't you want them?" she asked, spreading her web. Agent Rose. Saliva flowed treacherously from the corner of the delicate lips of the first candidate for concubine. The Monkey King watched the Mad Hermit's progress through his live feed. Hyeon-woo's actions impressed even the experienced macaca, but he still had his doubts. The hermit effortlessly removed the valuable crocodile skins and ended it all with a pathos-driven finishing blow through which the power of absurdity could flow. Can this bald monkey handle it? The hairy Monkey King asked himself. At first, the actions of the Mad Hermit were clumsy, too reliant on force. But as he used it, he got better and better at sensing the distance and the rate of extension of the bailout stick. The essence of the bailout stick is that it can be both a melee and ranged weapon. With a wide grip, you can wield the stick like a spear, shortening it like a dagger in close combat, quickly switching between the two. It all depends on how to hold the bailout stick, and so the art is hard to learn and takes time, Mac pondered. Hyeonu crumbled the monster meat one by one while holding the dough rolling pin correctly. In an instant, the hermit extended his telescopic baton and drove it into the muzzles of the tall reptiles. With only a couple of grumpy macaca's advice, the hermit quickly got the hang of it. The kid is definitely a genius, realized the Monkey King after all the observations. The hermit pulled his shoulders, the unfamiliar movement and exercise making them a little stiff. Training with electric had not gone to waste and was still helping him learn new skills. His entire training consisted of endless jousting, and he learned those lessons well. In battle, every step and movement is important. You should think about good things and kill whoever you were ordered to, remembered the hermit. But Hyeonu had studied more than just that, the style of attacks. The ways of all-round defense in endless variations over 100 years. Precepts also solve a lot of things, greatly reducing the debt of the learning path. Any fighting technique is now his fort, said Hyeonu in the middle of the mountain of crocodile corpses. Cheater, Macaca thought to himself. Just very diligent, the Mad Honor student thought to himself. Will there be more instruction? The hermit asked the monkey boastfully and muttered that that was enough for now. Mangaka's portmanteau was almost discharged, assessed the Mad Hermit. No need to use the bailout stick anymore, he asked Maka, and he agreed. Hyeonu had mastered the weapon sufficiently. How about using the digging stick in conjunction with the chicken dragon force? Monkey King asked. Thinking, Hyeonu replied, but why did Mac ask? He thought instead of answering. What could that mean? The Mad Hermit didn't understand. A disappointment awaited at home. Mangaka's portati didn't work on the chicken dragon ball. The power of the chicken dragon could not be applied and will not be for the time being. Monkey Face clarified. I had traveled to the labyrinth for nothing. The hermit was upset, tasting the deception. It seems the master's angry. I will come back later, said meekly slave Anya. He got a contract again, this time for Rita's suits, and with pretty good terms, too, the slave girl reported. Two sleek cats were standing right there. If the hermit could read faces, he would have noticed the first one blushing. It wasn't a bad offer, the hermit appreciated, but he didn't look interested. Just say no. He threw away the contract. In his spare time from his main task, he preferred to loiter. There was enough money without that. He leaned back on the back of the sofa. Why work when there was so much slave labor around? The hermit thought. Isn't it wonderful to do a master photo shoot? Agent Rose smiled sweetly, squeezing her eyes shut again. She resented the hermit, but he was gently and decisively taken aback. It was not at all necessary, quipped the apprentice. Such an investment would definitely benefit the master. There is no such thing as a lot of money. The apprentice stood her ground. It was luck he didn't see Myrong's face. That's someone who could give away their plan head on. What do you think, first Kosh Kojana? He suddenly distressed the student with a question. The woman hesitated to answer, but the goofy hermit still didn't rid the atmosphere. Pictures are good, squeeze the tomato-red innocent maiden. These two are conspiring suspiciously, even more so than when they are rivals, the hermit thought. And not so long ago, we were like cat and dog, fighting about everything. They look like they become friends. The mad father came to an illogical conclusion. At the same instant, he received the system notification. AB whipped out an invitation to him, just in time for him to slip away from the heavy questions of the persistent female students. But what a mess. He looked around the room at the drooling android girl. Get up, you digital slob. He pressed the hibernation exit button. Just worked up, the girl said when she woke up. Where does all this food come from? The hermit asked, and learned that digital food could be endlessly replicated in this dimension. Convenient logic, the hermit appreciated the benefits. Might as well move here, he thought, but wondered aloud if he had managed to find out anything about the developer. The secret level on the 12th floor. With significance pronounced, the extracted information, the android, the 12th, the topos, recalled the hermit's meager knowledge of the tower. The search designates it as the original developer's apartment, but what that means the hermit will have to figure out for herself. She said, but how to get there? With topographical cretinism, a blind man's compass, he suggested. Trouble. He saw the android's concerned face, but she shook her head. It would be fine, but there's some. But how? The hermit asked. The perpetually slowing system. Time, said the girl. To complete so many levels, you have to spend a lot of time. The transition could take a couple years, the Averil sadly stated after all the calculations. It's too much. He immediately dismissed that option, the mad hermit. Still, he's the only frontiersman on his level of the Matrix and can't leave it for long. Of course, there are capable mad students. They can fight the weak illegals. But if, like last time, an illegal conqueror shows up, there will be trouble. The pressure, the chicken dragon. The events were still fresh in the hermit's mind. The floor can't be left to these two, Yamba decided. Try looking for more loopholes, asked the android girl. Crazy cheater, the hermit muttered. Denied. No loopholes, replied the white-haired neural network. Is it really that hard? Burst out the mad hermit, smashing the virtual furniture. The little girl barely staved her pizza. It was a nasty thing. Han Wu resented. Each time, this quest required more effort, time, and dedication. After a bit of thinking, he had a good guess. There was someone to ask. He quickly jumped to his feet and changed from anger to mercy. After all, there's a ponytailed guy who knows the Matrix like the back of his hand. The white-haired squirrel reached for the delicious food again. The Monkey King scratched thoughtfully behind his ear. Humlu waited patiently for Macaca to answer one simple, direct question about how to get to the 12th level of the Matrix quickly. Is it pouring or what? Asked a cheeky macaque, asking for details. With nothing to occupy himself with, the mad hermit asked sharply. Mac asked a lot of questions. In any case, what he can say about the Matrix is limited to the system. He jumped out of the tree. Even if he says so, the system may not let that information through. Don't pull the cat out of the bag. Tell it like it is. The hermit couldn't stand it. Okay. He took pity on the chatty macaque at the very top of the Matrix tree. His voice was drowned in the white noise of the interference, so the hermit could not make out a single word. The foam squeaked nastily against the glass, and the hermit squeezed his eyes shut. Maycock sighed with a look. They told the fool, and he didn't believe it. He beckoned the hermit to the sandy ground and drew a line. This time, blurred not only the audio signal, but also the visual perception. The system saw his thoughts as processes and filtered out those that were undesirable. As if he'd been drinking methyl alcohol, the hermit rubbed his eyes. So there's no way to find out, Han Wu said annoyed. Some simple, not particularly important information can be learned. Macaca's pawed. You can answer the question about the 12th level, chuckled the Macaca King. Come here, baboon-ailed. The mad hermit was angry. Let it go, the manganese lord thought. Whoever he was, he had a high level of access in the system. He had no trouble observing Han Wu inside the Maca key level. Her Imam Dao had been destroyed. Just a borderline outsider who got his power, he reasoned aloud to the lord. Fine, the manganese lord said, I am satisfied. The border guard, created to check, now had the task of killing the illegals who passed through it. What wonderful karma, the lord rejoiced, but his servant was not pleased with this development. Leave the outsider alone, asked the servant monk of the lord. He has gathered so much. I even wonder how much more karma and skills he can absorb. This guy, the lord answered, let's give him some time. How many bananas do you want? Asked the mad hermit, surprised. I've said 1,000 times. A kilogram every day, Mac insisted. And the ass won't crack, raged the mad hermit. He doesn't know the Matrix with infinite palms. After bargaining in half the agreed-upon amount, Maycock finally told him how long it would take to get to the top of the Matrix tree. The journey would take almost 2 years, require many quests, and a few other things. Illegal has a 9th floor assignment to complete, Macaque answered evasively, but the rest of the data was again rubbed out by the system's censorship. Say that again, the hermit asked, and Maycock figured out how else to convey the meaning. Each level of the Matrix has its own peculiarities, he continued. But can't the time be shortened? The hermit asked. He has to protect all its residents as a frontiersman and can't be away for 2 years, Maycock replied. King Macus wondered if he was selling his precious data too cheaply. Cuff up the moochers. Where's the secret cheater's wicket? Pleaded the mad hermit. King Macus smiled. Who would I be if I didn't know all the sneaky loopholes the Dury Cloud had been heard of? No matter how much running he did, he still returned to the guild. The loyal cats took up waiting positions left and right. The slave girl stammered again about the contract, and a bouquet bloomed in the room. But the mad hermit refused, and the flower of it immediately wilted. The hermit absent-mindedly chewed his waffle while browsing the web. With the tech dusk, he even accessed the Matrix catalog faster and reorganized some data in the system that had locked him in the training level. Girls, the mad hermit remembered his loyal disciples. Seeing the wilted flower garden, even the tactless hermit felt a pang of emotion. To cheer them up, the emperor took out his phone. He called Anna, watching the girls' reactions. The cats perked up and asked, sent in the contract? The girls beamed with joy and beauty again. Even a slow thinker would get the hint, the hermit realized. He turned to his delighted disciples, who couldn't hide their excitement. "I need your help with something," the mad emperor said, looking at his minions. "Cavalry number 1 is at your service, sir," Meow nodded. "The head apprentice is ready to execute. Just give the order." Aged Rose tapped her chest lightly. "Catch my drift?" the mad emperor asked. Sometimes it's good to have helpers, he thought. A new challenge was prowling the levels of the Matrix. Hermit's system sent a notification. Where do they get them from? They've already run out of cemetery space. Hyeonu said angrily again, fighting with all sorts of small things. Fell into apathy. A hermit. For such illegals, not even rewarded already. Ride it all on horseback, the mad hermit decided. No one would interfere with his rest. Here comes the vacation, thought the goblin strum on the spade. Only between revivals could he be said to be resting. And so, no pension or vacation pay. Slavery within a system where you are just fodder for the horses. The ninth floor rumbled with an illegal tale. He took a long time to snicker and sputter vile saliva before exiting the labyrinth. Bouncing in at last, the pedal-powered polite hermit from the lounge area said, "Hello. Tell me your number." "I'll bet on you at the races," the hermit asked politely. "What's the small-minded one?" the centaur miscarriage asked, jabbing his stick in the hermit's direction. "So, you have not been given yet, and you have a passport. How do you want to come in?" "Cal or humanoid?" asked the border guard. "Whatever." The mutant stomped his hoof. He said to the border guard, "No documents means we'll write it down as serval." The border guard decided. "You got to be kidding me," rumbled the unintelligible Chiolsky's horse on the mini-map. "Did they teach you how to behave at the border?" wondered the polite border guard officer. It means the responsible border guard, Yun Woo, is tired of lying on the dock and dragged the horse's crew, or chest, into the midsection of his mysterious anatomy. The horse has plowed a deep furrow without a plow after such a blow. "I'd rather be racing," thought the half-horse. "What a monster at some 9th level. We need to urgently turn on the cheats," thought Pana, and turn on the fortune teller. Why? He fed his eyes on the systemic trajectories of the future. The inverse centaur shrank back in fear, looking through all the available quest options. Everywhere there was a dash in the word death. Only for sausage, and as you thought to ride. Hooves are not enough. No back like a centaur to ride, said the hermit. The question is fast or slow. How will you die? Asked the mad hermit. Hun Woo read yet another flattering review of his inconsequential exploits. It was worth relaxing. 2 loyal students broke in to report on the completion of the quest. The mad emperor discreetly praised both of them, the cats purring contentedly. A pipe for smoking ganjuas read the hermit's status plate. The necklace is part of a big and bold plan. So Hun Woo smiled. I will be when I get back. The hermit scrambled, leaving his faithful students behind again. I'll be quick this time, he said, and wrapped the 2 tubes in Mangaka's portmanteau. Aged Rosa was surprised. This was the first time she had seen this ability of the teacher. Master, the Dragon Empress sighed languidly when he gently put his arm around her shoulders and leaned in slightly as if he wanted to say something. She couldn't take her ruby eyes off him. He had the courage to steal a young maiden's first kiss. His lips approached slowly, and his breath stung the skin on her face. She closed her eyes, completely dissolving into his embrace and surrendering wholeheartedly to the heat in his chest. Cutie! So, Yan dropped her phone after reading all that. She scoured the internet until she hit clickbait and read a fan story about a teacher and a disciple. At first, she thought it was a novel, but it turned out to be a snotty drama about friends she knew. But what suspicious content! Horrified, tiny Siu Yun wondered who could have written such a thing. The always cautious Yan shook and knocked on the door. She entered without hearing an answer and almost died. Cutie of Young didn't know what to say as her friend was coming around. He misbehaved, asked shaken. Hyeon Woo had infiltrated another secret level. This time, a forest in the mountains, he noticed. There was no mistake, so it just needed a good search, the hermit decided. He jumped up, ready to look around in case he'd noticed something. But what is this pissed-off mad hermit? What a stupid level. The forest in the mountains is a solid wall of impenetrable trees and nothing of importance. Already falling, he saw the cave. It was already more like a focal point, performing the superhero landing. It's never too late to practice. He headed towards the cave, making his way through the woods at breakneck speed, until he reached the edge of a strange well. With no other objects nearby, it was definitely needed. The hermit jumped in. Good thing the passage wasn't deep. After treading through the cave for a bit, he saw the light again and marveled. In the breach grew a huge branching tree that looked like a willow. Who is he? The plan is, the voice of a local resident asked him, and took a proper drag on his pipe. Now that's a great level. Bushes were there, and Genjuas thought the hermit was the great Kiritz Gashin. The hermit recognized him without difficulty. Kiritz Dason, the full name of the hidden level owner, was called out. Used within reasonable limits, but who will you be yourself? Kiritz lazily asked the hermit. Hyeonu, he replied, explaining that he had come for the cloud of Duri the Monkey King had bequeathed to him. Okay. Gatecrashing answered him without even turning in his direction. It was clear again, followed by a leisurely, lazy answer that finally infuriated the impatient hermit. He was already thinking of giving the native a smack. But he decided to answer suddenly. Before getting to the dope, Gatecrashing warned him. Again, he puffed savorously from his pipe. His brain was clearly drugged from the stupefaction. The hermit was angry. How was the younger Gatecrashing, or rather, Brother Monkey King? Dason asked. The fool, he said after hearing the story of Mac, who had fallen at the hands of the hermit, now contracted with him and still wanting to climb the tree of the Matrix. And where is the bailout stick? Asked Gatecrashing. The hermit admitted he wasn't with it at the moment. Mavega's portmanteau only allows you to connect to one server at a time. You can't take a second one with you. Curates realized. The Monkey King has already climbed the tower, and not alone, he continued. What does that mean? The hermit asked. Heard of the 7 curses? Dason answered the question with a question. See 7 strong yokai, companions of the Monkey King, Curates explained. At this point, none of them are climbing the Matrix tree, except for the goofy Monkey King, of which there is now a remote server left. What do they do then? The border guard asked. Do they do nothing? Just snoozing and smoking hookahs in those dreary shards of the Matrix, explained Gatecrashing. But why did he give up illegal tourism himself? The hermit asked. There is one obvious truth, he realized, Gatecrashing said. No matter how high they get, it's impossible to fully regain all the karma and authority in the system. Especially that guy, muttered Gatecrashing cryptically as he took another drag. That's it. Here it's made it clear that the character's third-party dialogue about the lore of the world was complete. If the Monkey King is still fighting, it's a good thing. Parrots yawned lazily. The hermit sighed. They always cut off stories in the middle, but now that they're done, let him give up the cloud of Duri already, he said. Will he be able to hold it? Gatecrashing asked, exhaling smoke. Don't mess around, the hermit replied sharply. But Gatecrashing explained that he wasn't going to clamp down on the Duri cloud at all. This level allows you to transfer accumulated skills, but there is no easy way to get them, Current replied. Strength is forged from the steps traveled. Curates continued to explain, did Emo Day use the chicken dragon's abilities as freely as his own? But this place has its own methods of transmitting karma, Curates pulled. We need to repeat the karma of the Monkey King, enigmatically uttered Gatecrashing. What a strange logic this Matrix has, as if someone had long forgotten they live in the game. Wonder the mad hermit. The 2 lords sat at the world map and divided the spheres of influence. How do we divide? Asked Agent Rosa, the main rival. She had rebuilt Mexico City herself after the White Elephant attack. But right now, it's chaos and anarchy. Of course, it would be easier to clean up all the gangs with the KGB, but that might cast a shadow on the teacher, she thought. But P. Joe has a lot of experience in taking territory, and their skills could be useful in Mexico City. Here, they could create the Master's Dream City. The maiden conceived a cunning plan. Half made her terms. The first candidate for concubine. Half of the city she would build up as she wished. The Dragon Empress proudly declared. Okay, for the sake of cooperation, Agent Rosa was willing to make concessions. We'll draw the border here and the elevation difference here. They started the business partition of the pie. To get a dope cloud, you need to get as high as the king of the macaca. Hashin said, what? Hyeonu wondered. That's how much to blow out. He wondered, shouldn't he have been trained first? But Gatecrashing brushed it off. The hermit must comprehend the art himself. After all, he is not strong in the art of smoking Dao and is more specialized in physical strength. He shoved his biceps. Hashishin, doing everything himself, eventually gave up on the crazy hermit. What a damn Macau, he muttered, unable to explain it all at once. The hermit got angry, even though he knew there would be no point in helping him. Without repeating karma, you can't get power, explained Koret Gatecrashing, and Brother Mikasa himself did it alone without help. So one must pull as he did, the hermit realized. Then you would be credited for it as personal karma. Well, it's worth a try. The mad hermit thought, I cannot stand to watch others work. I'll go lie down, answered Gatecrashing. Something else was remembered before he went into nirvana. Gatecrashing, Durimaka's cloud, among those clouds that Gatecrashing had put up earlier. So good luck finding it. Carrot said, touche. Hyeonu looked up at the sky. That's how much a slacker is smoking here already. A multitude of white clouds floated peacefully across a looped infinite sky in a bounded matrix. Boundless mountains spread out on the horizon of the street. Change server, the hermit muttered. The hermit had aged imperceptibly after being on the accelerated server for 3 whole years. 100 years had gone into the electrophoresis technique, but with the Tao of smoking, he was dealing with it for the first time. He resented it. At first, he tried using the 5 elements, applying the power of absurdity, but the cheat failed. He would then jump clouds, hoping to find the right one, but that quickly got boring. Even after pacing like a master electrician through the clouds, nothing worked. Riding the cloud didn't work after all. It's just water vapor. Hyeonu didn't give up. He tried connecting the clouds with magic. He attempted to squeeze them forcefully, but they turned to rain and disappeared. Eventually, he realized the step of emptiness and began to walk across the sky, pushing off the dense mountain beneath his feet. He could run, but not for long. Barely losing concentration, the hermit immediately rocketed downward. He better ask the king of the macaca, the hermit thought, forgetting his pride. But then he imagined how the king would abuse him, so he gave up. What else is there to do? He thought, looking at the vast clouds floating peacefully across the sky. The hashishi chicken had left the den and was smoking outside, adding new clouds to the sky. The mad hermit was startled. A hunch struck him, and he shouted a battle cry. "You can really walk on the sky," he exclaimed, surprising teacher Gatecrashing. Or not, he thought as the hermit flopped to the ground again. The hermit took off again. "So you can do amazing things that shouldn't work," puffed Gatecrashing, "but perfection is still a long way off." A lazy remark. This is the second attempt to fail, Gatecrashing noted. Although the guest had previously fallen to cloud level, it didn't matter whether it worked out or not. From that day on, he lost all hope, Hurits recalled. But why was Makak clinging to this troublemaker so tightly? Dason wondered. He even told him how to get karma, which was quite unusual for a Mac. The mad hermit was hot from the exercise, or maybe he was already starting to feel the cloud of Dur. Why had he taken off all of his clothes? Hung Kurt's new question lingered. Good thing that Psycho left his underwear on. A naked man in the sky doesn't bode well. Hunwoo hovered above the clouds, treading carefully on them with his feet. It would have to work this time, he realized with a final inhalation of the stupefaction. Eventually, he revisited the power of the absurd through stories of flying wizards. One master had a light body technique. If you can't make the clouds denser, you have to relieve yourself. Recalling his power, Hinwoo noticed that the usual physics of vapor and condensation did not apply in the clouds of the Matrix. By applying the basics of body relief in Master Electric's bush, one can sense the clouds. The hermit realized the void step he applied earlier was incomplete. Now he stood on his inner energy as if on the ground. Wow, Gatecrashing noted. The hermit used to be bursting with magic, but now everything came easy. The hermit and WPIM stepped confidently on the cloudy surface as if it had texture. The dirt clouds immediately reached for the mad hermit. Finally, he exclaimed happily, "I caught the damn parish," and collapsed on the cloud as if it were a soft feather bed. Ports would have put on already, exhibitionists threw clothes, carets, and gushes. It seemed heavy to the hermit, for he had had time to wean himself off of it as well. To his age of virginity was added a dozen more. At what cost to strength? "Don't worry, you'll make up for it," soothed the innocent hermit, Hurit Gashin. "Here's a keepsake ring with an expansion feature." The artifact handed it to the hermit. "But why did the cloud of Duri become a ring of Dur?" asked the hermit. But Carrots only shrugged his shoulders. When you catch a parish and not such things are seen expand, the hermit decided to try out the upgrade. The cloud of Dur became a cloud again and poured out into the sky. "Squeeze," the hermit cheerfully commanded, pondering the methods of application. The cloud had become a ring again. The Matrix was taking on an increasingly convoluted logic, the hermit realized. "Just don't use it too often," the great Kurtz warned. "Of course," replied the hermit confidently and wanted to press the exit button. "Pass, something to Brother Makich?" asked Kurit's Hashishin. "Okay." The hermit listened carefully to Gashish's lengthy message. The peaceful dispute about the division of spheres of influence turned into open warfare. Forgetting everything, the girls fiercely swapped pillows as a familiar voice called out to them. The cats turned around happily. "Girls, don't fight," the crazy hermit said. "I'm here to check on the students." "But what is this?" he asked, looking at the design madness. "What madness land have they built?" The hermit marveled. "Mastered the Duri cloud," said Mecca. "Well, son," he supported. "But why?" he asked. But he himself said to get a cloud. Duri resented the hermit. They both froze, staring at each other in cognitive dissonance. "Didn't Bart Koritz tell the hermit how to bring the cloud of Duri?" Makich asked. "No," replied the hermit incredulously. "He was told to repeat all the rituals of smoking." "Was there any other way?" he asked the Monkey King. And from his silent reaction, the hermit realized that Yes-Minus 10 years had horrified him for nothing. What the hell was he doing catching parishes for so many years? Duri resented Hun. Makich remembered that his brother hadn't listened very carefully to the instructions on how to pass the Duri cloud properly. In the end, not much time had passed and a cloud received a new experience. The 120-year-old man consoled himself. "Actually, you could have done without that." Makich shook his head. "You could simply share your karma for the cloud, as it's part of it. That way, you could pass on the hermit's control abilities. What's done is done. You can't regret it," the mad hermit said to himself. "Time to go up," Makich said, and Hyeonu interjected. Through the labyrinth, he suggested, "You can't ride a cloud in such a narrow space." Monkey shook his finger. "We need to find a way inside," he told the hermit. "It's about the logistics of entering the Matrix Tower." The warrior swung his spear, repeating for the 1,000th time the ancient movements in a world where magic and art collide. "Why have you come?" he asked the unexpected guest who had interrupted his valuable training. "About that man," the warrior continued. But the monk shook his head in refusal. That's how the master realized the conversation was going to take a difficult turn. "I'll have to listen," he decided, and sat down with his leg crossed. With a flick of her hand, Marissa materialized a stool, a special skill polished through years of training. Next, he conjured an entire feast in one gesture, even adding a plate of spiced food for himself. "Maybe I should offer you something refreshing," the warrior suggested to the guest preparing to listen. "Can't accept while on duty," the monk declined, though he swallowed with longing. "Then I'll take a sip myself before it cools," the warrior replied. The warrior said, "So why are you here?" said the master of the quick pour. "Need help?" Briefly, he communicated the purpose of the entire visit to the monk. "Amazing," the master said. It was the first time he had seen a monk go against the Lord's will. "What's up with that kid?" the warrior asked, a leading question. "He needs to be cooled down. He's getting too excited," the monk replied. "Outsider," the warrior clarified that it was about one person. "So Emma Boy douses already that," concluded the peppermaster. "And the talk was chicken claw installation," grinned the warrior. "Laziness," he replied, in refusal to the monk's request to deal with the 9th floor. "Direct passage," explained Mackage, "but only for experienced illegal immigrants. In one day, you can rush to the 12th. One day instead of 5, due to new abilities, is good news for the hermit. If it didn't work out, he would take on the apprentices again, but there was no need for that now," the hermit decided. "But since the passage is for experienced illegal aliens, how can a poor border guard squeeze through?" The hermit asked. "Let him not worry about," but said the Mac. "For the pass is already there. The last time the right item fell off, Emma Boy, chicken dragon karma can only be obtained illegally, but it's proof in itself, so it'll do for a pass," the monkey explained. "We can go right now," suggested the Monkey King. "But first, we need to fill Mangaka portmanteau," the hermit reminded. "1 foot in, 1 foot out. I'd really like to kick the developer's ass," said the hermit. "He just doesn't want to get his hands dirty," the warrior explained his refusal, taking apart the portable pour and nonchalantly going back to his useful pole training. "If done well, gets karma to pass," the monk offered. Trump came in. "Realize the price of bribery. Master of the poor. No need to even go down into the tower. 2 trails for 1 hair," he interjected to the Lord's servant. "Don't forget your promise," he said, and immediately transgressed. Though the Lord had told him to leave the outsider, he must be eliminated as quickly as possible, the monk muttered. "The best craftsman in the world uses a technique named after him. Are there any strong people in the Matrix Tower?" But not many had gone beyond human capabilities at their levels. The poor master had less karma than even Emma Boya. However, to get her, he would do anything, the monk pondered. So he came to the manganese lord and asked for a favor. In return, he promised to serve as a faithful dog of the regime. The monk recalled the story. "Are they even going the right way?" asked the hermit. Mac told him to shake the compass. Hunwoo shook it, and the Tamagotchi vibrated and glowed. The pointer beam shot into the sky, sure to be spotted. "Squeeze the chicken dragon ball and be on your way," instructed Macaque. The hermit was worried about the cat girls. How were they doing without him? He left without explaining anything, as usual. But the girls were not timid. They could handle it. Clutching the chicken Pokemon tighter, he took off in a rocket. The ball sputtered from poor contact with the direct pass server, but it still plugged into the right matrix level. The hermit found himself at the bottom of a deep well. He said go and waved his hand. Riding the cloud of dur, the hermit began the ascent up the shaft. The slave accountant was going through contracts and turned down a pesky agent. Tuff didn't want to fall behind and was hoping to carve out a loophole on how to get the hermit to agree to another photo shoot with their brand. But the girl was left to refuse and send the agent to hell with his suggestions. The host's popularity skyrocketed and caused much anxiety. Abibus ads were now at the top of the search terms, and everyone wanted Herm's sports shorts. Good thing Master refused to advertise. The slave girl exhaled, but the work did not become less. She was still mercilessly exploited, even with better working conditions. "How he arrived yet?" asked the hermit. "And now? And now?" He repeated every 5 minutes of dull climbing. "It's even nerdier than sticking around in the Hashin level, bored hermit. Ultimate, here we go," reported Mekok, tired of listening to the whining of the mad hermit. A door. Hunwoo saw it and asked, "Is this the place for me?" As if there were many doors here, he brought the chicken dragon Pokemon key to the door, and something clicked loudly, imitating the creak of a rusty, long, unclean gate. The virtual door opened. The 12th floor looked like a strange set of abstracts and was poorly displayed due to its complexity. Some kind of inscription, the hermit thought, but he couldn't read it because he was bad at school. No built-in interface with Windows jumped out, and the hermit conceived another way to get in. Aggressive plugging, he said, and stuck a stick digger into the turret. You can't get to the hidden level with other servers, he added, so I left mine here. Hermit pulled out mangaka's portmanteau. The system suggested it be used for a secure connection. On the floor of So Yan's guild, the girls were drawing pentagrams for the witch's spell. And you can also guess. Fox Alice said with significance it wasn't easy for cute So Yan to see an illegal immigrant in homemade underwear. There are different divinations on bones, animals, coffee grounds, hair. Listed the vixen. The fortune-telling circle can be spun back and forth, conjuring up the past and the future. Alice explained, but the all-seeing eye of the Matrix doesn't let you cheat and see the future. But you can find out if you're lucky or not, said the fox. How about some dough? Suggested the vixen, much to Cutie So Young's delight. She folded her palms, twirling. Twirling, the fox hummed magic words. The fortune balloon emerged from the magic circle. Now you just have to wait, instructed the vixen. But the balloon gave out the inscription full P instead of answering. So what that could mean, the girls didn't understand. The level began to rearrange itself right in front of the mad hermit's eyes. The textures of the wooden ship grew out of the tower textures. As the ship chugged along, the hermit noticed an entrance off to the side. Inside, everything was covered in dust. Scrolls with blueprints lay around in round clouds of scenery, hanging instead of lamps. Each cloud represented some level of the Matrix. Hello, Mr. Anderson, came the greeting tape as he passed the entry point. Who's the Joker? The hermit asked, turning around and noticing the presence. Developer, the patch programmer, introduced himself. The joke really is outdated, he commented to the bot at the door. What other biblical references are there? The hermit asked after looking around. There's a secret arca of Matrix blueprints, the developer told him. Volumes of code and stuff. That's why it's an arc, he explained. No one introduced himself to the programmer by his nickname. The creator of this place, he said, and he called the hermit here too. Ah, the developer rejoiced. Hunmu. That's right, the shaggy-haired programmer confirmed the input again. He also created the training tower and put a hermit in it like a red maiden. The developer nodded his mane at everything. How long I had been looking for him, exclaimed the hermit joyfully. A good opportunity to close the gestal and return the favor, smirked the mad hermit. But they're not the enemy. The developer hastily raised the firewall. I know, said the hermit, but duty is duty, and he continued to batter the developer's defenses. As if he didn't know what he was in for, raged the mad hermit. The defense cracked, and the puny programmer was taken by the collar. Don't worry, I won't hate you hard, Hun Wu said and swung wide. Sounds of profanity, coughing, and muffled kidney punches rang through the ship. The developer's virtual head swelled badly from the aftermath. What you sow is what you reap. The mad hermit fulfilled his long-held dream. Now we can have tea, Han Wu said to the developer. My mirror, my light, tell me the whole truth, sang the master of negotiations. The programmer was stunned by the programmer's insolence. The hermit dismissed the accusation. He was the one who had been locked up for 12 long years like a prisoner. If there was a reason, then spit it out before your fists itch, the hermit threatened. The reason why he was locked up, Yun Wu wanted to know first. It would have been nice to tell the whole background of the story. The developer left it out. He chose the staunchest tin soldier. The programmer pointed his finger at the hermit. The ravings of a madman, a mask was found, resented Hun Wu. No details were realized by the dim-witted developer, who had also lost his social skills. Each floor of the Matrix in the Power has its own logic and physics. On the 9th floor, it's a level reset. The 21st load cycle has now begun on the 9th floor, the developer explained. That's right, he confirmed. The hermit's hunch is correct. He too had booted up many times, but he didn't remember it. In past uploads, the hermit had proved himself. So, the choice fell on him. In the 6th cycle, he'd be a regular hunter, maybe a little stronger than the others. What's more, he could even have any special skills like the other hunters. However, he was still able to kill the illegal with a mighty jerk. But the main reason was that the hermit had distorted the standard scenario in the Matrix of the 9th floor. All levels of the Matrix were originally just testing programs. The 9th floor, however, screened out the bottom half of the list of illegals. Each time it had been destroyed, but now the mad hermit had broken the noose. There was something else that was reassuring, growled the programmer with a broken nose. It's the mad hermit who will be able to change the entire Matrix. Neo's chosen one, the developer inadvertently blurted out. And because of that, he was kept in the tower as if he were a prisoner. The hermit exclaimed. What's so special? Hummu wondered. The developer replied, the 12th cycle was particularly memorable. The hermit lost his arm in a fight with an illegal alien and was bleeding. All of his comrades had already fallen, lying dead beneath his feet. The hermit lured the illegal alien to a nearby nuclear plant. Applying the cursed artifact to the alien, the hermit pressed the detonator and blew up the nuclear reactor. Taking the monster to the grave with him, the developer wanted to recount everything, but the hermit brushed it off. Whoever I was, my current personality is the product of a single stream of memories, he said. The imprisonment gave the hermit time and strength because resilience alone could not change the entire matrix. But the tower had a limit to the monster's strength. The hermit objected. A training device of sorts. Normal-level citizens could only gain karma in the Tower of Learning. Outside of it, the recruitment of karma, and thus power, is greatly reduced. The hermit learned. X2 experiences. That's the main feature of the tower, the developer said. Understood. Accepted. But what are the changes to the matrix that the developer wants to make? The matrix is being misused, the developer explained. Originally, there were 5 people on the team. The designer who drew the matrix and its concepts, the engineer who designed its mechanics and logic, the tester who tweaked everything and brought balance to the system, the developer programmer who wrote the code for everything to make it work, and the CIS admin who ensured the system worked. The CIS admin called everyone no. Without the team lid, the Mad Hermit assumed the problem started when the designer, the tester, and the engineer colluded with each other. They stole the access passwords from the CIS admin and tried to erase the developer. He was lucky to be saved on a secret server that no one had access to. The CIS admin had to hide as well. No one assumed, after they stole the project, that they started using it with their blackjack and underbid the developer. He noticed something and fell silent, doing a quick search. What's wrong? The Mad Hermit asked the silent developer. Half Indra, the shaggy-haired programmer, told him. An experienced illegal immigrant had descended to the 9th floor. At the triumphal arch, the master of the pole pusher appeared. How strange, he thought. No one meets, no flowers, no loaf, not even a drink is offered. The dummies were taking pictures. Instead of running for cover in any unclear situation, the people were completely weaned from monster attacks. The guard shouted shoo shoo into the horn. He's come here for an outsider, but there's no choice, the poor master thought to himself. He opened the door to the underspace refrigerator. Hundreds of dummies with cell phones turned to ice. The master of the poor took another swing, long dirk in hand, and caused another ice age on the streets of the city. How else to make ourselves known? Make a phone call, give a note to the newspaper. Put on an ice figure show, our choice. Sweet Seo, Yan, and Alice the Fox anxiously listened to the news stream. Better not to run into an illegal, said Alice the Fox. They will die at the mere sight of that monster. She told the pretty So Young, Fox is lower in rank than Master Electric or Demon Loli. But since even he says so, thought Scene, the poor master didn't just use plain ice. There was no mana visible in it at all. So everything he created was his karma. The fox ears perked up. There are even receivers, Empress Lul heard, breathing heavily. We've already met a couple of times in past cycles, said the pouring master. He towered over the girls on the ice column, just amused as he waited for the outsider. What a monster! Empress Loli could barely breathe. She had already wasted all her strength. She hit it with the power of Absurd and the power of Loli, but to no avail. Even the power of the first volume of Capital, as performed by Agent Rosa, didn't work. The book was getting covered in ice faster than the girl could read the spells. 2 whole A's with such strength, the poor master muttered enviously. And all because of the outsider testing the girls, he lamented. But time is short. Let's make this quick, grinned the master ominously. From below, Honolulu shouted, warning the contract woman. The girl turned around and saw a huge wave of ice coming at her. At the last moment, she dodged the ice age. But the master of cold pouring showed up on top of the Empress. The big dredge was approaching the tiny student. It's going to be a long damn elevator ride down, the Mad Hermit said nervously. As soon as he left the border for a day, the illegal immigrants showed up. And now, the Hermit was worried about his shift. Get the Pokemon pass, Monkey commanded as they arrived. We'll be there in 10 minutes, guided the topographically printistic Hermit Mecha. The ruins of Rome had been replenished with new ruins. There will be no shortage of tourists, thought the Hermit. As Scary noticed, the stranger's uncle was pawing at his catgirls. No forgetting, no forgiving illegal crossing, only elimination, shouted the Mad Hermit. But the poor master managed to dodge a hard blow. Oh, there's the main customer. He's getting tired of waiting, said the criminal. The Hermit gently held the Empress lowly, pulse palpable, as he checked across his chest. Maybe they'll offer a drink at least now. Asked the pouring master. We'll give you a light too, the Mad Hermit replied menacingly. Appeared right out of nowhere. Where was who we saw? Asked the poor. The Hermit asked the Monkey King to move the cat girls away from the battlefield. He gently placed them on the cloud. It was a good thing they were both breathing. Dural Cloud turned on autopilot and sped away with the students. Dury Cloud, an unusual thing, remarked the anomalous artifact. Poor master. The Mad Hermit released bloody mana without further ado. Wow, magic isn't bad either. The illegal was amused at level 9. But is that really all there is to it? The pouring master looked more closely. For Ammo Boy to get pummeled with just that, wondered the illegal. This is a flower, said the hermit, and now there will be berries. But the illegal muzzle didn't understand the local metaphors and stood with his mouth open. We'll weld your saddle, the mad hermit raged. Welding means you learn welding. Dazedly, the pouring master looked at the hermit. Seamless weld all the hatches shut, the mad hermit hissed. He exchanged a few blows on the bailout sticks. A lively battle of equals ensued. The hermit wielded his monkey staff well, but the master of the poor had something to answer with. He struck with icy projectiles. Not a big deal, he issued pathetically after the attack. But now the mad hermit stood taller, his power clearly underestimated. As a master of close combat and face-to-face negotiation, he rushed toward the illegal. Absurd's zero-distance punch, the hermit applied Bruce Lee's technique. The illegal's carcass rolled on the rocks, ringing with each impact. Rusty, the illegal, heard it and noticed the rapidly increasing screening device. What kind of endoscope is that for a giant? The illegal was horrified. Wait, not yet, he agreed, pursued by a mad border guard. The guard attacked with a series of simple punches using a bailout stick. The illegal fought back with a steel crowbar, with which he had practiced extensively. But the bailout stick hurt more, and the illegal drinker was squeezed. Turn around for a thorough inspection, the border guard asked politely. Crikey, the answers are taking away your eyesight, wailed the pouring master, and the border guard backed off. He doesn't want to bend over nicely for the inspection. There will be another conversation, said the insane hermit, applying the long-armed fetish's technique. But then he got an unpleasant surprise. The mandala behind his back was covered in frost. Now I see how Emma Boy was apprehended. He gritted his teeth at the illegal poor master. Since you've endured the duel for so long, it's worth introducing yourself properly. The hermit heard. Ice didn't break with lightning, the hermit wondered. He hadn't done well in school. Master Refrigerator, nicknamed Glacier Zappo, introduced himself as an illegal. The developer was worried. Let the frontiersman swat Emma Boy. As luck would have it, his opponent was a legendary creature. He was a repeat illegal alien and definitely had karma. All the developer's powers had gone into locking Hyun-woo in the tower 12 years ago. The mad hermit tensed up and removed the glaciation. The hermit let static currents flow through his body for self-heating, thanks to the Monkey King's karma. This movement was able to be concealed. Enough demonstration, said the refrigerator man. It's time to finish the repairs. He moved toward the mad hermit, closing the distance with a single leap. The steel crowbar collided with the bailout stick of the mad hermit. The freezer was chilling him to the bone. Rusty, he pulled out the telescopic staff of the Monkey King. What kind of karma is this? He asked Maka, himself not freezing from his own refrigerator. But Monkey knew nothing about the karma of the illegal refrigerator. Oh, Eva Shinru sounded the foreshadowing of a critical blow from behind. Just not that way. The hermit struggled to block the heavy blow with his crowbar. The impact carried him to a cliff of building rubble, their battle changing the landscape beyond recognition. You're not doing too bad, said the Freon master, and was sent to the erotic pedestrian. And who promised to fix it with welding, snarled Freezer. It's almost done now. We'll be soldering the whole thing soon, the hermit replied. Good, so it won't be boring, replied the pouring master. How about this one? He asked and turned on the ice maker. It's always like this. You order a drink and it's all ice. The hermit was upset. Ice stakes flew toward the mad border guard in large numbers. All he had to do was refuse his order and retreat. Your order, pursued by an illegal part-time bartender. The metal of the leather vest was covered with frost. The main thing was not to lick it, the hermit thought. Now we'll set the accelerated freeze and call it a day, the freezer man exulted. I'll finish him off in one blow, he pointed the crowbar at the hermit. A cloud of dust and ice crumbs rose up from the impact. The freezer man was surprised. A blow hit the target, but without the desired effect. His steel tuning rod was gripped firmly. Gotcha, thought the mad hermit and took the crowbar away. You can't fix a refrigerator without a tire iron, he told the illegal. Hold your teeth. The hermit swung around for a mouth inspection and fist bumped the fetishist, the drunken freezer master. Hyun-woo looked at the effect of the punch, but the fight was clearly not over yet, he realized. F you, the refrigerator man muttered. I happen to have a second specialty. He had changed his clothes in the settings and now looked like a plague doctor. Phase 2 is like a real boss, the hermit said, frustrated. The lord of procrastination, the freezer man, introduced himself again. The ice crows pecked the hermit. Didn't think the first specialty wouldn't be enough, the refrigerator man remarked. Looks like it's time to say goodbye. No one can digest procrastination anymore. He's already got indigestion, Master Procrastination asked. The mad hermit was rapidly being covered in ice. Thanks for the introduction, fool, he said, squeezing the detonator. The magical chains were firmly welded to the freezer's arms. A well-fixed client. No need for anesthesia, the hermit said. Get ready now to start welding all the holds, the alarmed illegal alien heard. What kind of tricks are these? They didn't agree to this, faltered the grizzled freezer. Have a nice vacation in our prison, said the polite border guard, bidding goodbye. Let us in the monkey house to think about behavior. The hermit exhaled. The abandoned birds began to melt away, and without mana fueling them, a blinding downpour hit the ground. Smelling like stale food from the freezer, the hermit looked at the secret-sealed device that Razor Rabaki had assembled in his haste. Shit, he muttered. The illegal handyman had graduated from a vocational school, not a Pichushirashka. He caused trouble. Borrowed karma kicked back with muscle spasms. Thanks to Noah, the illegal had been sealed for 5 days, but the danger remained great. He could still handle the karma of glacial drunkenness, but not the procrastination. His stomach wasn't ready for that. As they say, you can't win. Turn off the eats, thought the hermit, gazing at the sun emerging from the clouds. The Dragon Empress had recovered in the hospital after a hard fight. Her thoughts were confused, and she struggled to understand where she was. She moved, and her guard immediately appeared from the gloom. Report everything, the Dragon Empress ordered. What about the illegal? She asked the servant after listening to the report. The mad teacher had saved her, but there was no more the Demonoli could say. Their magic was felt everywhere, but the demons understated it. At some point, the illegal disappeared, leaving the hermit with details to uncover. Demons said in this fight the girl's attacks were completely useless. Don't get discouraged, Loli said. Still, this illegal was too strong, but maybe you want more Bogursky strength, Loli seduced. A shadow of determination ran across the Dragon Empress's face. Is it a dream? Agent Rosa realized to herself in a strange place. She remembered exactly herself in the battle and how she had read marks. But then the memories cut off. Maybe it's death, a bitter guess crossed her mind. But there was still so much to do, so many things she hadn't done for the teacher. The innocent cat girl nearly cried. It's all right. It's not death. The first volume of Capital spoke to her. Who is it? Agent Rosa asked. A strange artifact that hadn't acted like this before. The essence of spirit, not Marx, wrote this volume, but Hegel, the spirit of their book. It was he who taught Mason the labor theory of value. So Mason wasn't the owner of the artifact. Agent Rosa wondered, and the spirit presented that the man was only a pathetic worm who sought the truth. So it's not post-mortem. But then where is this place? The girl asked. The remote server reported Hengel's spirit. She is currently in the hospital. He had long ago noticed the girl's talent, but her grasp of philosophy was still weak, the spirit noted. But it will take a lot of work before she can become a true seeker of truth, Hegel's spirit informed her. Recovery isn't quick, No noted when the hermit grimaced painfully. From the hermit's account, the illegal alien possessed a special anomalous body in the Matrix. These bodies are born of myths, and they have twisted logic. So they are stronger than the ones the hermit fought, the developer explained. But there is a solution since he was called here, the hermit suggested. Exactly, confirmed his speculation, the developer no. It takes. He paused for a hidden commercial, but Holland Wu didn't fall for the clickbait. You need karma of the same rank as Freezer Procrastinator. It's simple, said the developer. Karma beats karma, the mad hermit asked the game master. It's not even about quantity as much as rank, No answered him. Damn meters. The hermit resented when he learned that there were those who cheated more than him. Who's to say? Sighed the developer and continued to outline his cunning plan. You can't get by with cheats. You need similar karma and rank, and there aren't many ways to get it. However, he does have the right karma already, Noah said. The hermit glanced at the balloon pass with Chicken Dragon. He's here because Noah allowed the server to log in. Now the protection on the Chicken Dragon server was lifted, and it could be used. After all, was the one who wrote those servers with hidden levels, the developer said confidently. These devices compress karma and store it, he explained to the hermit. I'll open the developer tools now, said No, and conjured up some programming magic. A lot of tabs and dialog boxes with a crooked and uncomfortable interface opened. But what can you do? The whole matrix was programmed by 5 people. One karma can be defeated by another. But what about the essence? The hermit asked. Each karma has its own essence. Just as fire cannot defeat water, karma can be incompatible with another. Like the region of freezing and lightning clarified the mad hermit to know. He only has Chicken Dragon karma. The developer said the Pokemon's ball shimmered again with a bad connection in the programmer's hands. But he quickly fixed it and gave the magic server to Hyeonu Wu. Is that all? The hermit asked. The preparation's complete, he heard in reply. You could upload, the rest is up to you, Noah added. But what to do with this Pokemon? Asked the hermit. Whether to strangle the snake or not? He looked at the Azure Ball. It's simple. You just need Toe. No paused. For your commercial, tame the dragon. Either give it a light and still tame the dragon, the developer added. Connected that way, Noah said, giving the hermit some thought. There are 3 ways to fry for the chicken dragon, but everyone is different in the amount of time that can be spent in the final nutritional outcome in karma. By speeding up the server, No was able to win the Hermit 3 days for roasting the dragon. The Hermit booted into yet another secret level of the Matrix. It was raining perpetually, and lightning was blazing. "Here comes the challenger," spoke the huge kite that flew in the sky in front of Hyeonu. "He remembers me," thought the Hermit. Surprise, for they had once fought when the dragon bird's destiny was tied to the young Emma. "A kid carrying the mark of a monkey," said the dragon bird. "Who's really the wild one here?" Somehow, the Monkey King's mind was uploaded to the server as well. "Monkey King's here too," marveled the dragon bird, leaning over toward the shining staff. "There's a long tail indeed," he laughed. "Dragon. So, you know each other." The Hermit asked the two digital beings. The old friends began to argue noisily, and the Hermit grew tired of it. "By the way, can't you stop the endless rain already? It's freezing." Hyeonu asked. "You can't see anything clearly because of this downpour." What sort of imagination did the developer have when designing this world? The climate control is broken, but once you start moving, you'll warm up, the dragon smiled. Who knows why consciousness was preserved? The dragon wondered, but it was clear the Hermit had come seeking his destiny. "So what are we going to do?" The serpent-like creature asked the Hermit. He could retrace the path of the dragon bird. The serpent suggested. "There's no time for that," the Hermit quickly replied. "Crawling like a snake takes too long. You can grab karma, or you can get recognition, which means you can make a contract. Capture will give an achievement in the achievement list for defeating the dragon, but the bonuses from it are half-hearted," suggested the second snake option. "The last option is recognition of karma itself. The level of possession will depend on the user's skill," he continued. "We'll name the last option the chicken dragon." Only confession means the Mad Hermit decided unhesitatingly. "You just have to fight the chicken dragon for recognition." "But you'd have to fight without help or cheats," said the sneaky snake, slightly amused. "So, you can't use a bending stick." The Hermit tossed the staff aside. "Great, we just need to defeat the kite," he said. "Simple as that." "Good decision," Dragon said. "But it's going to be hard," he warned. "Are they equal in power to the Monkey King?" the Hermit asked. "Maka can only fight with a stick." "And that's when Dragon is asleep," the serpent laughed. "But still, the Monkey King was defeated." The Hermit said, "This was in a tower where the balance system reduced abilities. What the Hermit was fighting wasn't even half of Makok's strength." "Is it true?" asked the Hermit. Looking at the tailed man, he confirmed. The Matrix had a twisted balance. Winning with an actual dragon summoned on his server was impossible in the current situation. So, the serpent offered his option, 5 minutes of real combat attacks. That's what a Mad Hermit had to endure on his own. "All in all," stated the cocky cheater, "let's get through this quickly." "That's right. As soon as you move, the timer goes off," Chicken Dragon said. "The main thing is that the boa constrictor should not retract his words later," the Hermit warned. "There will be no such thing," replied the dragon. "But he's so smug," stated the serpent. Hibu released all of his mana at once and attacked the query dragon. Meanwhile, the rabid freezer was sitting on a tight leash. The chains were perfect. Nothing could break them. But for such durability, they were paying for it with time. There wasn't long to wait for them to sleep. "I'll get out of here. I'll freeze like a mammoth," said the illegal Santa Claus. Noah watched the broadcast from the server at his desk. Despite the prolonged use, the dragon's karma was full. Practically 100% of its true strength, he noticed. Originally, his remote servers could only hold half of the true power of the image. Has it really been possible to improve the server? Wondered the developer. The remaining trio was able to do something. He remembered his former co-workers. So it was great luck that such a full-fledged karma server fell into the hands of Hermit No. The boy would be able to gain much more strength than before, though through much pain. "Love to endure pain, use self-hypnosis techniques on myself," the Hermit thought. "Where did the cocky boy go?" the chicken dragon asked him. "The underbelly snake," the Hermit muttered. "This is cheating," shouted Hyeonu. "The deal was no cheats, so don't cry now," grinned the chicken dragon. "Not at all like fighting an Emma boy," the Hermit remarked. He was working in a special Monkey King uniform at the time, and he didn't get electrocuted much. Chicken Dragon's lightning bolts hit orders of magnitude harder than Taoists, and without the vest of the montage, Monkey's vest, it hurt. But more importantly, he couldn't see them, even given that the Matrix had slowed the rate of discharges by several times. Usually, people died from electrocution, Dragon noted, but the Hermit was holding up well. Masochist karma taking its toll. "Why don't you just give up?" Chicken Snake suggested, but Hyeonu definitely refused. "Then we'll pull the switch one more time," smiled Dragon and turned the electrical stimulation on full blast. "It didn't hurt," shouted the Hermit. "Stop putting up with this." Hyeonu quickly realized that even Masochist karma wouldn't help here. He escaped the lightning, whose charge moves several times slower than light. "Hey, you Viper," said the Monkey King over the hidden link. "What you want? Fleabag," answered the old friend. "Busy a little," said the dragon. All your plans are devious on the face of it, Metcock said. Do you want to hand over your karma to a crazy guy? Asked this monkey. The dragon looked at the hermit, who was running back and forth from the discharges of slow lightning. Also voluntary, Mac added, which was quite unbelievable. You picked the furry guy yourself too, Dragon said. The only one trying to get back the stolen karma? Snake added, looking at Makist. If even he lends his karma, then the guy is worth trusting. So why not join the winning bid? Chicken asked. There's nothing else to do in this world of rain and thunder anyway, Snake said. And the chance is worth the risk, Snake continued. What's he ling about? Having thought, noticing a kite high in the clouds. He's a lightning rod, raged the mad hermit. What to do with this electric worm? Having didn't understand. The hermit pondered. As soon as he stood up, the lightning would strike, but he could not dodge it on the ground either. For the first time, lightning struck slightly behind him. Hanwoo noticed. Glitches, or they were moving slower, wondered the hermit. Another discharge flew past, only slightly hitting him. No, he was the one who was starting to get used to the speed of the matrices. Slow-mo lightning bolts started to duck. Chicken Dragon noticed, finally getting used to it. Even more now, the boy saw them and therefore deftly dodged them all. Now we'll play like grown-ups, said the hermit, pleased with his success. 3 charges were hitting the target at once. From such a sudden jump in difficulty, Hanwoo simply froze. Boom! The zippers exploded, drying the tracksuit, but it still soon got wet. Cheating again, shouted the hermit, climbing out of the crater. Did he order the full course, Chicken? Dragon asked. A full course of electrotherapy, said Dragon. Or he thought he was getting karma for nothing, said Snake to the hermit. Now I can see why Tail doesn't like that snake, grumbled the hermit. You can always go out, Dragon said. But Hyeonu immediately refused. Pain. Let the pain pass through you, and it will go away. The hermit continued practicing Gosaism. Painful. Still painful. Squirmed the hermit from a dozen lightning bolts. Continue training, the obliging Sabu asked. And the hermit ground his teeth in anger. There was no way he could dodge more than 2 or 3 lightning bolts, whose speed and strength kept increasing. Maybe we should run in all 4 directions. The hermit pondered, but that would only make it harder to control everything. So, you have to take a face, he realized. The Korean nerd's strength was pushed to the max. Hanwoo began practicing evasion. After hundreds of frying jolts, his senses started to sharpen. The system enhanced his reaction speed. Now he was playfully dodging all the lightning bolts because he could see them so clearly. The hermit prepared himself, waiting for the discharge. Now he could see the slowed electricity of the matrix flowing. His arms swung up to meet the charge, taking it like a lightning rod, easily deflecting it. The resistance of his skin grew to the level of rubber gloves. The mad hermit could now pick up bare wires with his hands without fear of electrocution. He adjusted the lightning's movement. Surprised Chicken Dragon, he thought. The kid showed good results, but for most of the lightning, the hermit still had to dodge the electrocuted coach. Reckoning. Even with infinite revival on a training server, without much comprehension skill, it wouldn't be so easy for the system to rack up stats. Already in the fight against the evil boy, Chicken Dragon realized that the guy was not ordinary, even among Matrix cheaters. It's not like he's been saving up skills for a long time, Snake observed. What is the source of the cheat self-discipline? Dragon wondered. But it doesn't give as much power. You can't extract too much mana from a human body either, thought Dragon. That's it, he remarked, observing the Korean nerd for a bit longer. The one no longer screamed in pain as the lightning bolt struck him, enduring in silence. Every time after a fall, the crazy Korean Rocky would get back up. The thing about his eyes, Dragon realized, no complaints, no regrets, a steadfast spirit, and a little bit of Sharon. The hermit fended off another lightning bolt. Incredible focus was pushing through the mechanics of the Matrix. He had sped up his own time relative to everyone else's. And now, he could already catch lightning bolts that weren't slowed down. The hermit easily controlled the flow of electricity with his fingertips. He repelled, deflected, and received all the lightning bolts that the Chicken Dragon sent at him. Suddenly, the rain stopped. The mad hermit noticed. 5 minutes at full speed. As agreed, said the dragon, having completed the test. That's it already? The hermit couldn't believe. Do you want a refill? Asked the flying Tesla coil. Give me the contract. The document where the bounty is issued, said the hermit, with a sly face. But after all, karma is received since the rain is over, said the cunning snake. But Hyeonu did not feel anything. The thing is, you've gained access to karma, but the skills themselves are still locked, the dragon explained. The hermit remembered that the Monkey King had said the same thing when he was training him to use the staff. Now, too, the hermit realized the use of karma was already dependent on personal skill. Even possessing blood acceleration sheets, it's not easy to get the skill to use them, the dragon said. So, from that moment on, the mad hermit began to suspect something was amiss. That's right. Get ready to take the full Annus Epicus technique, grinned Chicken Snake. Master Freezer patiently counted all the sheep as he waited for his turn. The chain slowly fell off with slow-motion animation. The tech was already asleep, but because of the video fee, he was still standing in jail. He had to wait until the end. Whether it was an ice age or a stitch-up in all the supermarkets, Master Freezer was wondering about the exit. Well rested in the punishment cell for the rabbit, a border guard greeted the prisoner. It was dark in the cell, so when Freezer climbed out, a bright light hit his eyes. "Have you gone completely feral already?" asked the merrily mad border guard. "Didn't run away then?" "The master of the hidden poor," he replied calmly. When he escaped, he went straight into phase 2 of the procrastinator. The Matrix changed her clothes into a strange guard with medieval motives. "You better think of a way to get home," the hermit suggested. "He doesn't think he can take care of a freezer in 5 days," the hermit added without hesitation as he put on his vest. "Monkey, rotten monkey. Already seen it," said Master Freezer. "So that's not all. There is a special technique learned recently on himself," said the hermit, covered in static electricity to keep from freezing. Lightning bolts struck the ice crows with procrastination inside. "And who put the horns on?" asked the freezer man to the mad hermit. "These are horns like a trolley bus," explained the polite border guard. "Electricity supply. Now we'll wire the freezer too." He shined his contacts right into the freezer master. The one was struggling to wave his crowbar away with a tire iron. "Ice Age!" the wizard chanted, and blocks of ice appeared around the hermit. Rusty activated Hyun-Woo's telescopic baton, and he swung his stick properly. A wide radius attack shattered all the ice around the hermit. "Just turned on the ice maker, and he's breaking everything," the freezer man resented. "Great, the chicken dragon techniques were working," the hermit rejoiced. Tao techniques were given with difficulty, as the hermit did not do well in school. "I had to adopt something else, not from the Tao techniques." The hermit remembered, having studied this thing. "According to Chicken Snake, there will be no more restrictions. The nature of this power is the complete opposite of Freezer Ice's karma." But Kevin Moo was still worried. Now, he was easily the ice master of procrastination. Ego cold energy couldn't get through the heated vest. A new hermit skill. "Where did the horns from the chicken trolley come from?" Master Stitching asked. 5 days ago. That wasn't there." The ninth floor frontiersman was a mere average guy, Freezer recalled. The manganese lord had only authorized the use of the chicken dragon karma for Emma Boy, whereas this guy had gotten it. The hidden poor master was perplexed. Determined to pour quietly, the mad hermit asked the frozen freezer. TH was actually distracted by the stack and missed the hermit's punch. "Now we'll file it as illegal smuggling of freezer appliances," said Hyeonu. "And we'll write a fine for late fees, too," the hermit added. "And we'll take away the vodka," gloated the good border guard. The hermit quickly read his driver's license and made a correct arrest of the illegal alien. No injuries. The detainee himself accidentally tripped over the border guard's boot. Whereupon the honest border guard made a thorough search of all places. But the illegal didn't want to give up, so he turned the freezer back on full blast. In a quick, concerted action, the frantic border guard cut the power to the dangerous device. The freezer fell to his knees. He decided quietly. Even if you have to use all your strength, he abruptly tore the illegal alien aside. "I'll freeze it like a mammoth," the illegal promised, adding wings to the image. "Did you spend all your gold on skins?" the hermit asked him in surprise. "Oh," froze the montage, "but it's going to fall apart now from one hint of the bailout stick," Hyun-Woo teased. "Don't worry, it's a special metal. It's stronger than a monkey staff," Freezer said, offending Makaka. "And like a true warrior, I went bayoneting in a world with magic and arch strikes." The hermit dodged. Still, it wasn't worth it to expose himself to dangerous blows. The procrastinating ravens flew at him again from all directions, with Freezer combining attacks, but Hyun-Woo quickly turned them off with a lightning bolt from the chicken trolley. Unfortunately for him, there was no less procrastination. More was coming from the freezer. Chicken Dragon's karma was running out. The hermit felt it. It was time to end the fight. He let the enemy get close and grasped the bayonet with isolated palms. "Did Mom teach you not to touch other people's stuff?" Master Procrastinator asked. He was surprised when he was lifted into the air with the tire iron, just to be slammed to the ground like a bag of bones. "There's nothing to stick in your face," the hermit replied to the lying illegal alien. The hermit concentrated. Time flowed slower for him than for the others. He had learned to use his fingers deftly to control the lightning, but it wasn't enough. "Use the power of the chicken dragon," the serpent told him. The karma of lightning, given to the dragon from above, shimmered in the hermit's hands. Hyun-Woo absorbed all the karma in one decisive blow. Shakratanu, he held his breath. Together with the acceleration of his CPU, he could perform such powerful attacks in an instant. Chicken Snake's Speed Thunder activated the hermit's skill. The crit was successful, and the animation of the Jide dissolving into the force started. With only the plague mask left of him, the hermit was finally able to catch his breath. A notice had gone out that another illegal alien had been eliminated. Flashbacks of Vietnam rolled through his mind. How long he had plowed to upgrade his information, and it had finally happened. Perfect time to visit the white-haired woman, the hermit decided and commanded the entrance to the bailout room. But nothing changed. The download failed or the command didn't work, he guessed. Your password, sim open, he muttered the magic words, but he still couldn't get in. 5 days later, Shiking would pick him up after the interview, moonlighting as a hermit driver again. 5 days later, he still hadn't been able to access the system. Even though he had increased access to information, he couldn't read the characteristics of the freezer server. Maybe something happened to the white-haired neural net, worried the hermit. He got hit hard by the CPU acceleration and spent a little time in the hospital. He couldn't charge Mangaka's portmanteau in the maze. Of course, he could have entrusted it to the ardent and passionate students. Master, here's the best medicine in the form of candles. Call you to cure them. They jumped on him. But the hermit brushed it off. Do without alternative medicine. The girls were very upset, but they didn't stop dreaming about it. After all, they are his faithful disciples, smiled the hermit. Good work. He ruffled their silky hair. Let them rest. Obey and obey, replied the disciples in chorus. At least in this they agreed, thought the hermit. Once he loaded the porta potty and visited No, everything would become clear, Hyeonu decided. He looked around. The Hagi Kamurai programmer's workplace was clean. Hadn't decided to clean up the pig. The hermit asked. It's so clean, the hermit couldn't get used to it when Noah asked him what was wrong. Here, Hyeonu held out the freezer's mask. Coincidentally, his server. The lights aren't on the modem, so there's no connection, the hermit asked. Appearance isn't important, explained the programmer. But this karma still wouldn't fit a hermit. You need to be good at magic to use it, the developer explained. Hyunwoo was disappointed, but that wasn't the only question for Null. He couldn't get into the system room, the mad hermit said. What do you mean, enter? The developer asked, instead of answering. He looked surprised. Help the room where Av lives. Doesn't know about this, thought the hermit. Why is he getting serious? Hyunwoo thought as he watched the programmer's reactions. This requires an introductory explanation to answer, the developer said. The system room isn't as simple as it looks. Noah prepared for the story. All this time, the system information had been going to Hyunwoo through the help room with Av, the developer clarified. Still, he was confused, the programmer rubbing his beard thoughtfully. This place was not created by the developer, he told the mad hermit. This space is kind of not in the Matrix, Noah explained. But it's only gotten more confusing, Hyunwoo thought. He is not the only frontiersman in the Matrix. There are others, the developer said, and such a thing was seen. The developer opened a system window in front of the hermit. It's a search skill that comes with the rank of border guard, but Hyunwoo didn't have it. After the Matrix was created, someone exploited a vulnerability in the system and created this room. It's only a hypothesis, a programmer said, but it's possible he knows the girl A. She may be related to the Sigmund they created the search box with. The hermit was stunned at such a statement. A white-haired runt could do such a thing. Absurd. He couldn't believe his ears. That neuron what? A Slav? A computer game enthusiast? A network with a weak processor? He remembered the girl. Such assumptions finished what little thought the developers had left. We'll have to ask her herself, the hermit thought. How do we get to the system room? He asked the developer. Noah promised to find this room. Hyeonu breathed a sigh of relief. At least something had been dealt with. Now he needed to get Noah to tell him everything he hadn't about the illegal refrigerator smuggler. The Lord of Main and Seas was sitting in the empty hall again, conferring with himself. The monk, on his knees, wondered how to account for the lost karma. You can't leave an outsider alive, the monk replied timidly. From the beginning, they wanted different things. The monk heard the will of the Lord. He knew everything beforehand, but he didn't stop the monk because he wanted to see what would come of it. Everyone trapped in the Matrix has different desires. Of course, we are talking about players, not mere mortals, said the Lord. Do as you wish, he smiled contentedly. I will benefit from either outcome. No restrictions. Let him go and kill the border outsider. The Lord spread his hands, giving full carte blanche to eliminate. But everything should take no more than a month. If, even after so many victories, the frontiersman is defeated by a monk, he's worthless. But if the lad defeats the monk and gets to the top, the monk heard the Lord's terrible wager. That then becomes the best dinner, grinned the cruel Lord ominously. So the original purpose of the tower had changed and become a laboratory for testing, the hermit concluded. And so, illegals seek to climb the matrix tree by following a new script. Some may become illegal for personal reasons, but not all, Noah explained. And all for karma? The hermit asked him. Destroy their world to get back the stolen karma. Yes, they are nuts, decided the crazy hermit. That's right. They are scoundrels and moral freaks, Noah confirmed. So, there's something to discuss, Noah said, pouring something stronger into a glass. If Hyunwoo wants to help regain control of the Matrix. How quiet. The hermit guarded the couch all alone. On the other hand, someone was still present, but she couldn't be called human. Alice the fox was sniffing quietly on the bed, her tails fluffed. The illegal fox used to run around like an animal, but now she was back in human form. What a pose in view. The hermit shied, decided to touch the vixen a bit. Don't snore, animal. He poked his finger at the fox to wake her up and stop her whining. Woof. Master of the house. The runaway animal barked, not knowing how to behave. Why was she only climbing the matrix tower? The hermit asked her. And why all of a sudden did she want to answer with a question? He paused. With a question. The vixen faltered at a single glance from the hermit. I'll tell you everything, squeaked the vixen. Her former home, the furry pelt, had been destroyed. And so it escaped, said the fox. Someone stole her karma and said he'd give it back if she went up the tower. He took the karma of the entire level 2. There was no other choice, the fox continued. But Hyeonu heard a familiar white noise. The system had put a filter on this information. So now she doesn't need to climb the tower anymore. The hermit asked. She had enough of her karma, her litter box, her food bowl. Sheep and branded, the hermit thought, examining the living coat. Master will give a yummy treat, the fox asked and wagged all of her tails. So take it yourself. What's the problem? Problem? He asked as he watched the fox jump to the shelf. He brought out a jar and held it out to the hermit. There was an inscription on the lid. No more than 1 stick a day, recruit soon in her beautiful handwriting. They're trained. The hermit wondered. He's the one who has that effect on them, Humpa thought. You can eat as much as you want. We'll buy more when you run out, said the irresponsible hermit. It's not drugs, he thought, and left, saying goodbye to the fox that was already drooling. How's it going at the zoo? The hermit had asked the hermits of the seniors that had hooked up to the same server. Who made a pile under his favorite pine tree, resented the hairy Mikasa. It's a natural process. Snakes have a cloaca, Chicken Dragon explained. All the more reason for it to clean itself, he said. But Makaka couldn't stop stinking for another week, he shouted. I'm going to chop it now. The server owner indignantly pined, the hermit listening to their altercation. Chicken Dragon was a useful source of information, but was constantly bickering with Monkey. Enough already. Are you like animals? The hermit tried to stop them. There's something I want to ask, he told the old farts. The two muzzles stared at him with interest, oblivious to the altercation. Why didn't they stick their heads into the tower? The hermit asked them. So they went into the tower to fight with the people upstairs who were in charge. Yi and Wu realized. That's why there were only scrappy images left of them. Not a full body, the dragon explained. And they started bickering with Monkey again about minor details. Maybe put them in enclosures too, thought the Mad Zoo director. Why such questions? Wondered the Monkey King, asking the hermit. Hanwoo wondered if these two might respond to the idea of a Tower Tree Crusade. As long as the system stays the same, illegals will pepper and genocide every level in their path, he said. First, we need to eliminate the tester, said the developer, naming the first item in their plan. He regulates the balance in the Matrix Tower in all matches and is located on the ground floor, Noah explained. If you eliminate the adjuster, you get an important key. But how do we get there? Asked the topographically cretinistic hermit, looking toward the ground floor. The menagerie interjected, the hermit nodding as he asked them the same question Noah had. It's easy, and killing the tester's easy too, said the hairy Macacus. He was already climbing the tower. Isn't she strong? Thought the hermit upon hearing such an answer. Before the meeting, however, there is something to be done, Macaque thought to himself. But the journey itself will not be easy, added, revealing secret information. Floor 0 is not tied to the tower tree, and you can't get there and mow 'em away. But exactly how? Macaque didn't know, which greatly upset the hermit. You should also beware of hollow shells, Maka said meaningfully. Empty forms of lost travelers are gathered at ground 0. The consciousness images are stored on the servers, while the bodies are placed in secure chambers beneath the tower. Unstable minds fade away, and the stronger ones are preserved within hidden levels of the matrix. The lower chamber keeps the physical forms in stasis, just in case, Maka added. And why such a separation? Asked the hermit. The two Monkey Kings tried to speculate, their ears buzzing strangely from the filtering of data. We need to get to the first floor, the hermit realized, and from there, he leaped toward ground 0. The journey would take 10 days, he discovered. He would learn the rest from Noah, the hermit decided. To reach Noah again, it was necessary to recharge Mangaka's portmanteau. This frustrated the hermit. Frequent use was becoming a problem. It was all about timing. He was a border guard and couldn't be absent from duty for long. I gave you a break. Why did you return? He asked the student who had just entered. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. She spoke in her demon-lowly voice. Demonal asked the hermit wearily. 2, he feared, stated the ancient lowly. There was no need for that, she said. The hermit grabbed her by the horns. They really are real. He pulled them to the side. Comfortable to hold, the hermit thought. She says not to be wary, but how to believe her? Asked Hunwoo. Since they fought before, believe me. The demonic lowly in Myron's body almost cried. After playing with the horns, the hermit let go of the demoness who sat in the body of his dear apprentice. Tried to convince him to be honest Toma, but just kept repeating the same thing. The fox was snoring peacefully, not even awake. What a useless animal they have made, thought the hermit. Come on, talk, he said to the offended demoness who did not understand how only the mistress of the body could follow after the mad teacher. Mei was training in the inner world, and Demoli was in charge of her body just by stealing away, the hermit thought. And why that? The hermit asked. But the hermit only replied that the cat girl was similar to Demonali and therefore of interest to her. What a soulmate, the hermit wondered. And the demoness confirmed that this was exactly how they could become even more alike. Tomorrow I'll tell the rest of the story, interrupted the insolent demoness. She wasn't going to share much, and the hermit thought about cracking her open. What kind of training, he asked. It didn't seem like there was a threat coming from the demons at the moment. Because of the past defeat, the Dragon Empress had expressed her desire to become slicker and was now swiping at the demon's servants. So, my Raynal will get karma too. It's in their favor anyway, thought the hermit. Illegals would be walking around here endlessly, so it's good for the girl herself. But there is a small request. The demoness squinted slightly. All from the influence of this body, but her own interest too, Demoni spoke cryptically. Meringue's identity is on a secret server, but here her body is still on fire, the demoness sang sweetly. Because of that, Meringue's essence remained the same. She gave the hermit a sly look. Closer to the body, the atmospherically inept mad hermit told her, no big deal, just stay the night. The demoness suggested nightmares or dreaming. At first, the hermit didn't understand the sentence, but then, as he understood, an old demonist in the body of a young cat, the nightmares would give him nightmares. What's with the face? Noah asked cheerfully, pouring a fresh kaffir. Is there any way to get to the secret apartment right away? He asked the developer. To get here, you have to use Maka's loincloth. It's been sweating for a long time, and it stinks, the hermit explained. It's really not pleasant, Noah thought, taking a sip of the invigorating tea. Okay, I'll put together a separate artifact, but you have to wait, promised the lazy programmer. It will take 2 to 3 weeks, Noah said, and Hanmu was fine with that. Moving on to the main issue, he said, what's the fastest way to get to floor 0? The more? He asked the developer. It would be a problem if a strong illegal, like last time, showed up while he was away. The hermit said, find the testator item. Noah told the mad hermit, it takes an item related to the tester to get into the morgue, just like he got into Noah's secret apartment. But how to get it? The hermit asked. And Noah promised to see. Strange. No matter how many times I look, I don't see a crooked programmer surprised. Just using the secret passage? Asked the annoying hermit. Perhaps he can take advantage of it. Reinserted the developer ad space. And so the secret back passage is still there, the hermit clarified. Is there any problem with it? He asked the thoughtful developer. Not now. There's even a navigator for the dumb. Noah gave the device to the hermit. The hermit looked at his status. Navigator for stupid people with topographical cretinism. Meant there. What's the problem? The hermit couldn't wait to hit the road. The artifact leads reliably, but the road itself is crooked, the developer explained. You can only get to the location that's entered in the coordinates. But if a place is destroyed, he can't come back from it, Noah said. Hover in the space of imaginary numbers on the fields of the matrix, the developer explained. It's like the secret servers of illegal aliens, asked the hermit. No, Noah said. This place was different. This space in the outer wall of the tower. Once there, he was doomed to wander forever in an endless void. Why was it created? The hermit wondered. Noah replied that it was put together by the renegades on the development team. If it picks a navigator and finds the right space, it will get there in a matter of moments, the developer said. Long and soft or fast and hard, the essence of each choice was realized by the hermit. What to choose? Pondered the mad hermit with topographical cretinism. Resolved, Hebel's voice came from Agent Rose's book. No, replied the girl sitting in the KGB main office, and the book asked why. Why think so long? Others will sell their souls for the truth, seduced by the philosophical grimoire. Really? Wondered the girl with the flowery nickname, even though she was better than all the previous underdogs the book had taught. She had only mastered half of the book, and truly, studying philosophy to the end was worthwhile. The girl realized she had thought the same ever since her teacher had revealed the truth about the Matrix world. Especially since the younger one had also begun training, intelligence reported. But that meant the mentor was alone. In other words, no one would interfere with them, the girl dreamed. The little one kept getting tangled at his feet, and their strength was equal, so it wasn't easy to just get rid of him. But since she wasn't here now, it was time to seize the opportunity. Rose smiled sweetly. So, it's best to put philosophy aside for now, she thought. The successor of the Mad Emperor jumped in. Are there more important things than gaining power? Asked Hegel's spirit. The comment struck at all of the book's pride. Chief Cat Lady, if training can be interrupted any time, then you should begin training, the book asked, unsure how else to motivate the student. Hold the luggage carefully, but clean up afterward. The hermit advised, the source of wise counsel. And what is her purpose? He asked the demons within her apprentice's body to allow Maya to receive Loli's karma. The demons replied, Are you really that distrustful? Demoness asked, noticing Hermit's suspicious look. Maya requested assistance and seemed very nervous. Perhaps she was under some pressure. Hermit thought, It's worth apologizing for the past, the demon said. The hermit didn't immediately understand what she meant. Then the dragon empress became very angry. The demon continued. The demon shook her hands, not admitting any fault. Maya recalled all the conversations with the demons. Goodbye for now, the creature waved her pen in farewell. Be careful out there, she said. Another display of concern, the hermit thought cautiously. Also worried about the girl host, the outsider explained, wondering what she might do if the hermit went missing. And say hello to the baby dragon, she added finally. Some kind of strange show, the hermit thought, and more of them. The hermit pulled out Hermium's pouch. Time to hit the road. Tuakai recognized the unusual figure and remembered her in no mean quiet words. What is this about? Asked the hermit. But Chicken Dragon got off the subject. Does he really know Demina Aloli? The hermit wondered, and the dragon marveled at how the devil had called herself even more. Also Karma, the hermit heard through the long hesitations of the censored matrix. Ask Loli directly, Max suggested to the hermit. We'll deal with that later, agreed the mad hermit. Do you want to send a cloud of Duri to test the artifact? Monkey asked. Then for Max Karma, the location of the Duri cloud could be illuminated. But if they missed, it was just a consolation that he wasn't the one who was missing. The hermit summoned a cloud of dope, and Kumar filled the entire house. Putting on the monkey's flea vest, he directed the cloud at the artifact. That one was slowly sucked into the drain like a portal, the hermit thought. Move, he commanded to the lazy developer artifact. The cloud successfully connected to the remote level. Noah's modem squealed. Since the hermit had now gotten Maka karma, it would be easier for him to control the cloud. Hoodoo tuned his senses and immersed himself in his inner vision. He slowly opened his eyes inwardly, where the cloud was. Great, there it is. The hermit saw the back of the matrix in front of him. There was a mountain of corpses decomposing in the morgue. Bodies lay huddled one on top of the other. The Frankenstein girl was digging through that stinking, rotten pile of pus. The thing being sought glowed faintly in the darkness of the morgue on the matrix's ground floor 0. Found a trinket. Joyce, the Frankenstein girl, muttered, preparations complete. The smallest thing left to do. The chimera climbed up on her multiple limbs. What's in it for me? She asked, reading the Buddha statue's eyes. Once again, it acted as a punching bag, and she wasn't the only one. Others from the demonally rubber-faced diaspora were also getting a lot of blowback. The Dragon Empress had issued everyone a certificate for sanatoriums, but they still couldn't be used by anyone in this level of the Matrix. The girl finished off one and immediately shifted her gaze to another target, instantly destroying a fearsome-looking monster one at a time. They were worth little. Even piling on the whole lot, there wasn't much of a diaspora, but their main virtue was that the freaks never ran out and kept on rolling, exhausted. The Dragon Empress reacted more slowly, and the raking hands got to the fragile girl pawing at her rubber face. The faces did not forgive such miscalculations and rushed after the enemy. Demonally stopped the simulator, beating the rubber friends, and they melted into thin air. What are we waiting for? Demoness asked when she entered the training cave. Away from the fetishes and in the safety of the inner server, she could walk freely in all her glory. Why the hell did she do that? The first Catwoman nearly cried. Clearly not because of the monsters. So angry, she clapped her hands admiringly at Demonally. Don't change the subject whenever you want. The Dragon Empress shrieked angrily, but she apologized already. As the girl asked, Demonally replied, helped a little since we're now sharing the same body. The demonist excused herself. Every night she only dreamed of the teacher, teased by the insidious demoness. Poor thing, what to do now? Innocent maiden, said the deviless with her hands. With a teacher covered in flames, a mad student, but she likes him, objected the demoness. He's a teacher, cried out the embarrassed maiden. But she loves him after all, said the demon bluntly. And that's why she drools with rainbow dreams every night. The demon finished gazing at the girl. Suffering only makes things worse for herself, she told the frustrated Dragon Empress. But I won't joke like that again, promised the demonist in the contract. But in that case, the secret weapon's usefulness would be lost, she said. And Mai Rayong's ears perked up. How old do you think she is? The demoness asked. How many men has she seduced? She began a sly conversation. Who would fall for such a thing? The Dragon Empress said indignantly. He'll succumb at once, said the grandmother in maiden form smugly. No doubts, we must strike while the iron is hot, the demoness declared. The insidious demoness had set her nets. There was no more skillful woman in the entire matrix. Smiled the devil slightly. A noble monk with centuries of abstinence could not resist her charms. The emperor, with his many concubines, fell at the feet of Dignoli. Everyone fell before the charms of the extraordinarily beautiful demon Lola. The girl's teacher is still an insensitive chump, but even he can't resist Demonol's charms, she said proudly. In one fell swoop, Demon Lily chattered self-consciously, but Marang listened with her mouth hanging open. This meeting will be fateful, noodled the inexperienced maiden, the old grandmother. She can only share the secret with the Empress of Dragons. The demon asked, said the innocent maiden, both wanted and poked. Don't you need a teacher if you've been thinking for so long? The devilish one said to the innocent girl. However, first, you need to get Demoli's karma, named the devilish price of seduction services. A crowd of rubber friends surrounded the shy and innocent maiden. Polkin, the first floor's border guard, stood guard at the floor's only entrance. Woof, he blurted out as he spotted the intruder, wearing a tracksuit. Please, here are the documents from the past, he said, showing everything to his colleague, the mad border guard. Quickly, the hermit said disappointedly, but Maycock asked hurriedly to find the keys. This one, the hermit asked, fumbling for the only key in the guard dog's pocket. There's a small slot in the wall for it. The hermit remembered the developer's instructions. The morgue door is automatically unlocked. Now we can go down to the basement, the hermit thought. There was no order in this crypt. All the bodies lay as they had been thrown here by the system. The e-book with Hegel's spirit was slightly battered by the current of bad contacts. What a piece of junk, Agent Rosa thought as he leafed through the ancient artifact. He reached Nietzsche. Well done, he praised the book. But what is that languid look? Asked the book. All because of him, because of the teacher, clarified the book. He was not there, the maiden replied. When she went to visit him, it turned out that the teacher had already left without saying goodbye. Rosa recalled, such an opportunity is in the cat's tail. Angered, the devoted student became even more irritable after the third step. Not good, Hegel's spirit reflected. If you want to seduce this mentor, Hegel's spirit asked. The cat girl perked up her ears. The solution lies quite close, the spirit told her. The girl listened attentively. If it reaches the last stage of the book, we'll be able to control the feelings of the mentor. The maiden heard the suggestion. Are you suggesting playing with your favorite teacher's feelings? Agent Rosa asked sharply. Hey, the spirit at once denied everything, but the cat girl did not restrain her anger. The thing is, he's not the only target. The book quickly corrected itself. The language of the soul can be used on that little girl. Quickly, she dusted off the Talmud before it was wasted. Agent Rosa marveled at the little girl, changing from anger to mercy. She conspiratorially propped her chin up with her fist. The Talmud gave out the deed. Sounding great, Rosa thought of all the creative ways to use her new powers. Control of that girl will be possible after going to the 5th volume. Encyclopedia of Philosophy, said Hegel's spirit. Good, agreed the maiden steadily, applying the new plan. Split in half and die, Agent Rose said as she used the Force on a simple book. In Stage 3, she could use the Force on inanimate objects. The magic clearly worked on one of the many books from the Lenin library. The book went to recycling with the spine cracked as it was ordered. Yuck, yuck. The mad hermit kicked the rotting piece of meat and it slurped up slop. The mortar of death. The freezer must have been stolen from here. A tester was still nowhere to be found. The hermit thought if left in place, the rotting zombies would continue to pester. He jumped on the head of one of them. Pushing off, the hermit flew higher to look around. It seems the right point was at this level of stench after all. In the distance, in the mountains, was an abandoned castle. The only structure amidst mountains of corpses. It was crawling with zombies, poorly preserved without a freezer. Let's go take a look, said the hermit when he reached the castle gate. Be careful, the Monkey King warned him. These zombies aren't that easy. These are no ordinary corpses, he said as the bulging eye sockets of one of them glittered with anger. One zombie warrior attacked with a powerful chopping lunge so that the hermit barely had time to dodge. Hun Wu pushed off from the opposite wall and rushed to meet the zombie warrior himself. The blast attack tore the zombie apart with a deafening pop, but a bunch more semi-autonomous corpses ran to take its place. They suffered the same fate. The hermit quickly disposed of them. The impact left a deep crater underneath. So powerful had it become. He certainly suspected that the corpses of illegals would not be easy, but in fact, they still retained physical attributes, having overcome rigor mortis. The Matrix allowed them to move, but they still weren't serious opponents for the hermit. Max said mobs to farm hero coolness points. The hermit realized and started earning those points with a series of simple punches. After training with the chicken dragon, his internal processor worked faster, and his reaction speed increased, so the steepness farming went off without a hitch. His movements had yet to keep up with the speed of perception, the hermit noted. But the current level for mindless, rotting corpses was quite enough. The corpses act on reflexes, but they're not capable of much more than that, Chicken Dragon said. The select miasmas of procrastination hit the hermit's nose again. What an abomination. He tried to plug his nose, but the odor wafted through even as he inhaled with his mouth. So that's where the noise was coming from, he thought. A voice suddenly boomed in the moor. And here we have visitors, said the Frankenstein girl. Damn it, Wonder Woman. What an abomination, said the hermit. Even the menagerie lost the gift of speech upon inspecting the transformer model. You don't understand anything about beauty and practicality, the Chimera smiled. Why did you come? The Frankenstein girl asked. So she is a tuner? The hermit asked, and the girl nodded. A mortal cannot understand the beauty of her body. Good of you to come. I need a live test subject, the hermit heard. Just about done with the experiment, the Chimera said. She stepped forward, the one who controls. Everything in her tenacious paws and claws, said the Frankenstein girl. Queen of the Hive introduced herself to the reckless transformer girl. This is what a tester is supposed to look like, the hermit asked in disgust. To hell with talking. Needing to pull herself together, she pulled a couple of her limbs out. Burn the witch recoiled the hermit from the vile sight. Dozens of insectoid tentacles and legs emerged from the crazed tuner. The hermit dodged, but the Chimera was hitting pretty hard. Stop with the con camera, he said, and gave the ugly girl a smack. But one recoiled from the staggering effect of the blow. Before that, only corpses could be opponents. The constructor with the name Build-A-Girl fell on its back. Is that it? Wondered the hermit. Is she kidding? He asked the arthropod tester. Too weird, suspected Macacus. Can't be said, he said. It's her body, said the Monkey King, first noticing its features. A strange magic ignited inside her ruined body, the hermit saw. The ground suddenly shook beneath his feet. The hermit understood nothing. Two huge searchlights peered out at him from the darkness, the eyes of an immense monster. Even the spiritual menagerie was stunned at this reversal. And the guest is no ordinary person, said the monster in Chimera's voice. How would a normal person get here? Asked the mad hermit, addressing the foolish tester. As soon as such a goofball gained a position in the matrix, he provoked Chimera. From above, Chicken Dragon shouted to him over the telepathic bridge. No way, said the gaping hermit, looking up. The Eichel attack hit with a radius, so he barely dodged. His feet froze, and the monster attacked again with magic. The lightning discharges slowly approached. The hermit had turned on combat mode and could see them. He ducked at the last moment and donned the vest of a flea-bitten monkey. Rusty, the hermit shouted the command and swung harder, but the huge muzzle managed to dodge the wide blow. What kind of nonsense had she done to herself? Wondered the Monkey King watching the fight through the live broadcast. He felt the vibrations of different karma and her. His former associates and enemies. Even the karma of the Chicken Dragon. Macaque said to the snake. That's it. She had connected the karmas of the murdered illegals, Mac realized. The ugly millipede laughed throughout the castle. So he has helpers, she said. That's not the whole puzzle, Chicken Dragon said, also taking a good look at the creeper. A worm able to utilize the karma it has joined, he remarked. The lightning that struck earlier belonged to a snake, agreed the Monkey King. And ice crystals from Master Procrastination's freezer, the hermit confirmed. What clever mortals, laughed the vile arthropod Chimera. The hermit watched the beast crawl out of the deep hole. The zookeeper, on the way out, was also stunned and disgusted, looking at the ugly woman. The queen of the hive spilled out all of her cock-headed bods. And this is a queen. The hermit grimaced, more like a shambled host. This body is excellent. Provocations are useless, the behemoth rumbled. Useless, as it were, who had just gone off the chain, replied the hermit. So demanded Hive, the adjuster. The Chimera mumbled, showing signs of schizophrenia. Lord of corpses and their abilities, it flapped its mouth in a fit of megalomania. The diagnosis is not comforting, thought the hermit. And while all my opponents are brain dead, the Matrix has had a bad effect on them. The Chimera muttered, its voice low and fractured. Better be careful, said the chicken. The Chimera has quite a few karmas. At least several hundred, he added, warning the hermit. Okay, Cubbo, move, the hermit said, pushing away from the microphone. Snake, the Monkey King. The Chimera gathered all available mana and struck ominously from behind a stone ledge. What a toxic energy, the hermit observed, unwinding the bailout stick like a fan. Look around too, the hairy Maka warned him again. A firestorm of many fireballs flew at the hermit. Along with them, waves of cold surged from the other side in a combined attack. Ghosts of regrets and poorly spoken phrases pounced from behind. Meteors, ice, flames, curses. A multitude of magical attacks spewed out at the hermit. Pikachu, I choose you, he shouted as he squeezed the Chicken Dragon Bolivian. A barrage of light flashes engulfed the entire battlefield. The hermit aimed a powerful punch towards the Chimera. Get shouted, he yelled. In one fell swoop, he blew up the rock behind which the Chimera was hiding, throwing the millipede into the air. Here I am, he said, landing on the back of the parasite's head. The Chimera released spikes from its neck to block the surprise attack, but the hermit had already unleashed the power of a divine fetishist with many hands. The mad hermit went full blast, and there was a monstrous explosion. The millipede lay torn to shreds after such a magical attack, but the vile arthropod creature was still moving. The mad hermit rushed toward the Chimera, but suddenly, the Chimera's bodies interlocked like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, its body recovering. The hermit realized the unpleasant truth. Unwoo once again dodged a series of lightning attacks as the monster attacked immediately after recovering. It approached and swung the telescopic thunderbolt. The hermit nailed the schizophrenic girl so hard that sparks flew from her eyes, but suddenly, he discovered a magical barrier in front of him. What? He muttered as a transparent wall tapped the hermit in front of him. The Dragon Empress was breathing heavily, emitting a bloody aura. Ledminus looked at her ward anxiously. The girl was doing well at first, but accepting the mind of all the yokai was still a bit difficult for her. The Dragon Empress smiled a devilish grin. Ended up losing her mind, the lowly demon sadly remarked. What's the firewall? The mad hermit asked the team from the zoo. It looks like the earthen wall of Horseshoe Mountain. Monkey replied thoughtfully. The energy is the same, only it's been made transparent with different karma, Max suggested. That's not the problem. Better look everybody. It seems the Chimera has infused most of her powers into regeneration karma. Monkey said, the farther into the forest, the thicker the partisans. The mad hermit scratched the back of his head. So we need to beat up the creep faster than recovering, he said. I thought to leave the guest intact, but I guessed it wasn't meant to be. Chimera excused herself. Especially for you, I'll show you my true colors. The Chimera rumbled with a rotting mouth and bit her own tail, sinking her sharp teeth deep into it. What kind of auto-cannibalism? Exclaimed the hermit, the menagerie huffing again at the bizarre creature. The Chimera curled into a tight cocoon and emitted an aura of dark mana. It now looked like a slimy ball of rotting flesh with an eye made of the same decaying material. The lump of rot attacked with many thin cockroach legs. The speed of its attacks had increased greatly, and the hermit was barely dodging all of them. He moved close to the myth bow to stretch himself properly, but Raymor's transparent magical barrier got in the way again. He was struck by black lightning, but Han Wu repelled it with a bloody aura. He stopped to see if his attacks had worked. Once again, a multitude of legs shot toward him from a single point. Rotten tentacles tried to surround him, but the hermit fended them off with a bailout stick. The eyeball thing regenerated literally from a piece of flesh. If even that's not enough, we need to come up trumps, the hermit decided. Let's check out the new technique, he said, as he prepared a sheath of electric arcs. With a kick, he tossed the stinking ball of flesh farther away to get out of range. But the cockroach's thin, nasty legs reached for him again. A splinter in his sciatica, clenching his teeth, the hermit dodged a multitude of attacks. Cuttlefish, covered in sinister mana, had fully recovered. Not bad, thought the hermit. His opponent wasn't particularly powerful. Balls of ice flew towards him again, the creature switching to ranged attacks. Han Wu easily knocked down the weak magic with a bailout stick. Fireballs flew in exactly the same order. The Devil Chimera had a simple attack pattern, one that even the hermit found boring. He easily repelled the already known sequence of magic shots, but even so, the problems didn't end. The not-so-absolute regeneration power of such a rotten thing strained the hermit. If he procrastinated any longer, he'd simply run out of strength and the creature would win. The chicken dragon swept up the same thing. Time to wrap up, he said. Better suggest a weak spot. Admirals, shouted Han Wu to the menagerie. But he's gone, replied the Monkey King. A monster, almost immortal. Agreed, the chicken snake. But there is one oddity, said the sly Macacus, stretching his words to annoy the hermit. At first, he thought all the karmas were gathered in the center of the huge body, coddling the furry one, while the hermit was beaten to death. There's a karma battery, Mac concluded, somewhere outside the body. Indeed, realized Chicken, agreeing with Monkey. You can whenever you want, said the serpent. At least you're good for something, Fleabag. You can only fly and it's yourself. The hermit heard another bickering of friends and shouted to them to look for vulnerability, not talk. What were those strange sounds? The hermit froze for a second, looking around. A huge fireball flew at him, covering his entire field of view. The magic swept past, scorching the skin on his face. He barely dodged it. The snake wagged its tail as if it had noticed something. Something wrong. The dragon had said to the hermit. Is it true, Captain? Asked the hermit, dodging another attack. There is a faint connection between the pillar and the cliff, Chicken Dragon outlined. The hermit looked at the lone stalactite that stuck out like an antenna. All the other stalactites had long since collapsed, but this one remained intact, he noticed. Han Wu decided to quickly check their guesses and rushed towards the target. Meat Thing tried to hold him back by freezing his legs off. Oh, if she's reacting like that, there's definitely something there, the hermit exclaimed. "Don't, uncle, uncle!" yelled the strange creature after the mad hermit. The level boss got nervous. "How wonderful!" gloated Hun Woo. With a mighty kick, he broke the stone pillar to pieces. A magic crystal shone brightly in the middle. "Good thing I didn't have to gut anything," the hermit thought. "There goes the Koshi's needle," said Chicken Dragon, recognizing the item he was looking for. "Thanks, Cap," the mad hermit answered him and held out his hand for the crystal. All the claws that my boy had on hand reached out to Hun Woo, but he had already managed to mercilessly crush the beautiful trinket. Deep in the yokai tabor, a mad dragon empress ran rampant, tearing immortal images with her bare hands and bathing in their blood. A normal person would have lost their mind long ago. "Go," the lowly demon remarked. But the girl held on, albeit faintly. Reason still flowed in her frantic head. The craving for madness was getting stronger and stronger. Every second, she could lose control completely. She tore the monsters apart over and over again, and it wasn't enough for her. The meatball shrank, its magical connection to the source severed. It was writhing in agony, cursing the mortal who'd taken karmas. The beast unleashed its last magical powers on the hermit, hoping to defeat him with a single attack. "Time is short," suggested the Monkey King. "We must hurry," he stated the obvious. Fed up with the admirals, the hermit gritted his teeth and dodged the schizophrenic monster. The time of borrowed karma with the fleabag vest was coming to an end. Hyeonu Wu realized. "Now let's go full castaway," the mad hermit decided. Thunderclouds suddenly gathered in the dark cave. Who touched the climate control? Wondered the tester. Dragon troll mode on. The mad hermit plugged in his horns. This is where it ends now. He gathered a tremendous amount of power on his fingertip. Mana from the clouds rushed towards his outstretched finger as he put his hand up. What a trick. The ugly creature was horrified, sensing something amiss. To interrupt the hermit's cast, simple but powerful spells flew at him again, but he still stood unwaveringly, without canceling the cast of magic. The art of the Tao, it's not like showing electroshock tricks the chicken dragon had taught him. Let the energy into the sky and seize space. The hermit recalled, practicing the two. Add a drop of ink to it. Don't try to make it perfect, the dragon had taught. Just enough to touch the clouds with your energy. At the very end, unleash all the light ink that you have into everything that moves. Outline the essence of the Tao of the chicken dragon. This is the essence of the lightning tree technique created by the chicken dragon. The craving for madness overtook the devoted apprentice's head. He stopped hearing his thoughts altogether. The momentum didn't wane, despite the fact that she'd already held on so long. Maybe that kind of strength would be enough. She was already holding on longer than last time, the apprentice doubted. Maybe she should go after her secret desire. There's already, she thought. How much can you hold back and wear yourself out? Whispered a voice from within. Why become someone's puppet apprentice? Suddenly, she heard the master's voice. She looked in his direction. The demon's inside subsided and retreated at once. He appeared before her as he had the first time, mysterious and majestic. Is she so weak as to not believe in herself? The hermit image asked. All because of her parents controlling her like a puppet on a leash? He wondered. Since that was the case, nothing needs to be changed, the foreman thought. If the past bothers you so much, just blot it out. Erase it from your memory, the mad hermit advised. And reassemble yourself from now on as if your birthday is today, he said. The past erased. He gave her a new name after a session of intense psychotherapy. Her name is Mai Rayon, he announced. The image of the mad hermit smiled. The rotten scolopendra squirmed in the hundreds of lightning discharges that burned through it. The shock therapy worked perfectly on the schizophrenic girl. She was squirming in pain. That was a good one, the hermit marveled, pleased with the result. In past fights where he fought smaller opponents, such a technique could not be used, but on a huge scolopendra, it would be fine. A useful thing these Taos of yours are, the mad hermit realized, casting aside past prejudices. For the strong recoil, the lightning bolts blocked the monster's regeneration. That you're not recovering anymore, he told the rotten saw here. He bit the electrode. It will be easier now, he said to the dead animal. It won't hurt because the current will vaporize the nerve tissue faster, the caring vet explained. Rusty, he pulled out his stick, tearing the body from muzzle to tail into small pieces. The dragon-headed scolopendra let out one last pitiful wail. The mad hermit exhaled and surrendered the fleabag robe to the owner without even washing it. A drop tester item appeared in his hand. Some of the information about it was hidden by the system, as usual. A secret place was set up for experiments. Something there Hinwu read. If it's a developer's key, there's definitely something inside, the hermit realized. I'll just pick it up and show it to Noel. The lazy hermit decided. He pulled a ring from his pocket and commanded a cloud of durry. Now needing to find a way out, the hermit soared over the mountain of corpses. He hovered slowly, trying to figure out where to go. Topographical cretinism was taking its toll. It seems to go to the south, the chicken dragon suggested. Or west. The serpent hesitated. His orienting wasn't any better. Just stand on the cloud and look around the walls, suggested the harem. The Dragon Empress came to her senses after remembering her teacher, her. The crowd of yokai surrounded the girl again, but now she felt empowered. She gathered Demoli's energy around her, letting the rubber diaspora get closer. Perfect. She patted her demoness, who was watching the battle from the side. The damsel was talented and very quickly mastered Lai's power. With nothing else to do, the devilish constructed a portal. But the girl hesitated, not knowing where to begin this conversation. "What's the matter?" the cunning divinist asked. She knew what it was. Of course, but watching the innocent maiden tremble was a pleasure. This crumpled the innocent but very persistent student, becoming suddenly meek. "Give me the secret weapon," she told the wide deviless. A secret weapon made the horned beast look incomprehensible. To hell with it all. The maiden couldn't stand it any longer and was about to run for her life. "Chill out. It's about which secret weapon she wants," the demoness reassured the girl. "An experienced lowly priestess should have more than one weapon," the deviless admonished. "Depending on the character status, the relationship strategy of seduction can be different. Shared experience. Priestess. Lol. So, one needs this and that this way and that way." The more she spoke, the more the Dragon Empress's eyes flared. The girl liked it so much she didn't want to let go of the experience. "Lowly. Each weapon has its place and time," said the demoness. "Here, we play innocence. Here, seductress. It's the basics," she said. "But the choice is yours," the priestess of Lowly shared. "I'm not sure what will work on the mentor," she answered Meringue's question. "There are two things. The first attack a little bit, but persistently, signs of attention, light touches, but most importantly, persistently. Stubbornly, wondered the mad student. "Right," agreed the demonist. That was the only way to achieve an unusual atmosphere. But at what point, the innocent maiden wondered, like the hermit, did she confuse her social skills? "Well, solve everything in one salvo," continued the deviless. "Risky, but if it works." Depicted the deviless obscenities, the voice trailed off. The clueless Dragon Empress still didn't understand anything. She knew love only from children's fairy tales. How much easier, the priestess lowly clenched Meringue's cheeks, fast but rispy, slow but sure. Explained the devil the essence of the choice. But what else could a mad apprentice, a mad hermit choose? It was a warm spring day. He lay on her warm lap, and she stroked his hair with a gentle hand. The gentle rays of the sun warmed the couple that couldn't take their eyes off each other. The girl looked at him with ruby eyes filled with love. He couldn't resist her innocence, and his hand reached up to pluck that flower. For a moment, she staggered back. Not knowing what to do, she bent to meet him like a flower after a rainstorm. "QBCO," Yan murmured. Her ears slowly turned red from the pages she had just read. She looked away for a moment, took a breath, and went back to reading. In the end, this love fanfic had pulled her in completely, and she was curious to know what came next. It wasn't every day you read about your significant others, especially since what was written wasn't without merit. The apprentice truly didn't move away from her master, and the girl pondered intensely. She was usually completely unemotional, as if she didn't care about anything. She remembered cute Seo, clearly fiction, but the author had written it very vividly. Yan wanted to know if the sequel had arrived. Just then, the driver interrupted the embarrassed beauty's pondering. "Is there a magical teleportation circle here?" asked the fox Alice as they found themselves at a mini replica of the Forbidden City. They had come to experiment with magic circles. As soon as they showed up, they were greeted by a cute Seon, who noticed the minion. The group suddenly formed two rows, as if they were holding an official reception at the Imperial Palace. The Dragon Empress's servants were letting them through so they could enter, decided the girls. "It's a big building," one said. "Maybe we should split up and find the circle faster." "Ah," a sigh of language came from the closed room. "Cutie Seo Yun." "Ooh, what a sound," wondered the pretty girl peeking inside. "Teacher," a languid, high-pitched voice rang out, and the cute Seo Yan was stunned. "First floor," said the eyed devil, who had just begun her ascent. "But what is it?" she asked, noticing a peacefully snoring body not far away. "The examiners are out of it, even though," one remarked, red-faced, a drunk or something. "What? The devils are here? A replacement or something?" The red-faced one grumbled. "The eyes in the back of my head," considered the guy in the tracksuit who entered. "The new examiner," he said, eyeing the red devil. "Heard there's a lot of funny types in the tower." "Right on," laughed the devil. "I'm so sick of these lunatics. The morgue is nearby if anything." The hermit replied. "You're cheeky," the devil said, but then received a sleeping pill in the form of a slipper. "Sleep a little," said the mad hermit, and put the red-faced man to bed. "Mocking the weak is not good. It's embarrassing," sneered Hyunwoo's beast. The first cavalman arched her back too hard, more tense than required, but her talents were in her face. A little more curve and lift. She twisted her hips in front of the mirror. "But it's so embarrassing. Do we have to do this?" The Dragon Empress thought to herself as the cute Seo Yan walked into the room. Now turning back, Murang spoke without noticing that she was being watched. What's going on? Sogyan didn't know what to do. Was Murang crazy or not? Witnesses don't live long, the mad demonist muttered. Pretty Xiuyan shrank fearfully in front of the mad emperor's face. Since she is the teacher's friend, one cannot kill, reasoned the innocent maiden in anger. Just erase the memories. Don't worry, yokai will only bite her once, said the mad devil. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. The frightened cutie, so young, begged for mercy. A little bite. It didn't hurt at all, said the mad empress. What? Use it, but it's a disgrace, argued the student with the demonist, while Xiu Yun froze in horror. You'll come in handy. Let's leave the memory wipe for now, the apprentice said. But in return, Xiu Yun heard Maka and tensed up at what they might ask for in return. You'll be working for me, a mad student said menacingly. Agent Rose focused. She stood in the center of Lenning's library. Let's get started, the determined Catwoman commanded, getting ready. Dozens of books flew out of their places on the shelves and sprinkled in hail. The girl commanded her to stop, and the books obediently froze as if alive. Place, she shouted, the command from the book magic echoing again, and the books flew back. But one strong tome with a literacy on the matrix hit me on the head. The four-step is still a bit heavy, concluded Hegel, the spirit. No one had ever reached this level so quickly. The spirit didn't finish. The girl grabbed the relic tightly. Why did you put it away at once? The girl resented strongly. She gripped the page as if she were ready to let it go like toilet paper. Just a test, the spirit yelled. Don't tear it. What was the point of this training if she was using this ability before she even met the spirit? Strengthening exercises before the next step. The student heard the spirit's explanation. The mind grip is inside the control radius. Master it, then you can defeat that little brat, the spirit explained. Rosa realized something. Where does the master wear? The slave accountant wailed. So many documents still to be approved. Kasha Shuriken came to help the girl. He asked her to give him the documents. She held out a stack of papers to him. As he reached for it, his hand lightly touched the slave girl's hand. Thankful for the help, the couple turned away in different directions, both embarrassed. Shuriken, the slave girl addressed him, her voice filled with hesitation. He took a step closer. An arm lightly clasped her waist and pulled her gently toward him. Shin leaned in, his face close to hers. Idly, friends burst into the guild room with food and snacks. The couple pretended to work, glancing unhappily at the entrance. Qian Wu brought the item to another appraiser while the pawn shop at Aves was temporarily closed. Was she definitely a? The hermit asked. She looked too dumb. He briefly described Chimera with a mix of karma and schizophrenia, to the point where he wondered about the downfall of a former employee. No. The girl had originally planned to create omnipotent karma, but ended up stealing other people's karma, which led to insanity. Everyone associated with the Matrix Tower project are sick bastards, said the hermit. Now we can visit the vault, Noah said, since the waiting time was over. The hermit took the tester's crystal and looked at its status once more. Pass, he commanded, moving to the vault's internal server. The connection was established quickly. The server appeared small. Boris Mart had put him in a similar cell, and the hermit looked around the confined space. The frozen images of the illegals stood before him, gray as if they were statues made of concrete. Great job, mumbled the fox, happy to be finished and soon to be delicious. Dying of fatigue, Xiu Yun, with a sporty top, stretched out. Progress is great, even with the system, stated the fox, grabbing a pick. Sweet Xiu Yan looked at her characteristics in her status. In just a couple of weeks, she had gotten 1 mana discharge. Usually, growth boundaries were set in the tower. Once you leave it, growth slows down, but now it was growing fast again. Isn't it time to go? Asked Alice, the fox, reminding her of her errand. The Dragon Empress asked for something, the fox said. Ah, the very thing. A shiver ran through her body. The hotties in the sports top had better wipe her memory. Like a statue, the hermit picked Boris Mart's nose as the real one marveled at him. But how should they help? Hunma didn't understand why there was all this fuss. Oh, Thunderbolt Electric, he muttered. He saw the concrete sculpture of a fifth-rate foreman. It was an image of an illegal alien. The hermit heard the hermit explain. There was still karma emanating from the body, even though it looked like a statue. Besides, look ahead, the hermit said. Han Wu looked further down the hallway. He was very surprised to see the familiar statues, the illegals, Emma Boy, Mac, and Master Freezer. Everyone who had died in the tower gathered in this vault. Monkey said, according to the serpent's confirmation, its body should be around here somewhere too. The hermit looked up and saw a huge boa constrictor above him. So, you went to the vault? Noah asked upon returning. A terracotta army. But what good are they? The hermit replied. None so far, the developer evasively answered. But what if they become allies? How else? Wondered the mad hermit. He stood among everyone. What is this? He asked Noah as he pulled a strange orb out of his pocket. It's something that will help turn those things into reality and change everything. The hermit heard this and rejoiced greatly. Convince the outsiders to fight for you, Noah simply suggested. It's been a long time since anyone has bested him, the hermit thought. Once again, everyone is defeated, or as a shounen manga main character would put it. Is there another way? He asked when Noah abandoned the previous plan. The procedure is simple in itself. The programmer decided to explain in more detail. You need to go to the remote server, meet the outsider, and download your consciousness into this stone. And then come with it to the vault where the body's imprisoned. The hardest part is convincing them to support him, Noah explained calmly. Convince these lunatics. The hermit remembered. All the lunatics I dealt with in the last 100 years. And is it even possible with a menagerie he's already packed? Okay, hermit, it dawned on me. There's someone who won't fight back. There it is, he blurted out to the clueless programmer. There is a way. The menagerie has been with him for a long time, so they can easily be revived. But what would he do himself then? The developer asked him. You revive the Monkey King. You'll have to pay back all the karma you borrowed from him. In other words, you can't use it anymore, Noah explained. And the chicken dragon has only given a grain of karma, so he will only be reborn with it. And it will be of little use. When Hermit sat back in his chair, he thought he had found a way out. But you can also give up borrowed karma, Noah suggested. The hermit refused. I still need it. He sprawled out on the table. The thought of eliminating an important bump in the tower only caused more problems. To end the Matrix Tower, eliminating the testmate was necessary. It wasn't for nothing. Noah had calmed down. By the way, what about Av? Fountainer? Asked the hermit, remembering the white-haired peeper. So far nothing. He'd heard the answer. More importantly, the Fina I asked for is ready, the developer said, holding out the device to the hermit. Now he could get into the developer's secret apartment for the 9th floor without mangaka's portmanteau. Resurrect us and you can't use karma, confirmed Meka, the programmer's words. So they didn't hear the conversation with Noah at the secret apartment. The hermit asked and learned that the system carefully filters all leaks. Is it possible to resurrect the menagerie without giving away karma? The hermit asked them. There is one way, the Monkey King said, raising his finger cheekily. To do it, he didn't finish. Just act like you did with Dural Cloud. Get personal credit, said Mekok. But it wasn't fast enough for a cheater. The chicken dragon understood Hyunwoo's indignation and informed him that there was another way. Master, we're back, sang the fox Alice as she walked in with the cute Seo Yun. All done. His haughty friend asked, and he said he was fine. Great, said the girl and sat down closer. The hermit realized it wasn't for nothing. 2 weeks ago, her performance glasses grew a lot. Does he know anything about it? The girl asked. What did she say? Asked the hermit. He thought that such a stature was something common. After all, he was a cheater himself. But Shikin's characteristic points had also increased dramatically. The hermit recognized this. The hermit wondered if it was because he had dismissed the tester who had been in charge of the balance of the system. But it had only been a week. While he was thinking, the cute Seo Yan had her ears perked up. Time to casually ask the main question. But he's such a tightwad. Seo Yan worried about whether it would be okay and finally decided to say it. What kind of girls does he like? The cute Seo Yan asked bluntly. The hermit, with his low social sense, did not understand the question itself or its meaning. He strained all of his meager knowledge of the subject and strained to think. What? He shrieked, the gears in his mind unable to process a normal request. Just describe your type, said the girl, annoyed. He wanted to give out the only hypothesis he had. Maybe she liked him, but he didn't finish as the cutie got really pissed off. For journalists? The hermit asked. But the cutie sharply replied, no. Then why didn't the hermit, with low social skills, just lay it out? Pressed on him by his persistent friend. An ideal, one he had in principle, of 7 celestial women the furry Makakas drearily declared. Especially the first of them. He continued, the drooling, lustful Makaka that even Snake shamed him. On whom he opened his mouth, Fleabag. The Monkey King asked him in retaliation, and the chicken dragon replied, of course he has very different roots. And the 4th one came to the Haloft by herself, said Makak. The dragon was indignant. Don't you dare defile the daughter of the Jade Emperor, he said. And who in the heavenly brothel almost had his karma stolen while being scratched behind the ear? Snickered Makakas. Gab blurted out, the dragon, and who took women as victims. Finished him, monkey, Makakas added. Ko thought how tired he was of those voices in his head. That's when he got another brilliant idea. His bright mind finally remembered the cute Seo Yun. She rejoiced. Now, she wouldn't have to endure a bite from the tiger. Annie showed her the screen of his phone. For a couple of seconds, the pearl scrutinized what she saw. What taste he has. Hermit, the girl muttered, horrified. I wonder who he's already decided to resurrect, come thought. But then he caught sight of the copy stone. And speaking of birds, thought the slacker programmer. He walked over to an elaborate hologram that acted as a Google search. It looked like a magical pentagram, but was essentially just an extra dumb effect. Noah swiped his finger across the touch-sensitive portion of the holographic screen and a status window appeared. Why doesn't she want to see him? He asked himself, looking at the message. When the time comes, I'll meet him myself. Don't say anything, was written in a message signed, a Red developer. What to think? Kun muttered. Everything will definitely work out, whispered the innocent maiden, experienced but lowly. Yet, she still doubted. Are you scared or what? The demons asked. You're worried. If anything goes wrong, the relationship will never be the same again. The innocent girl thought about these words. Lend me your body for a while, the demons asked. 10 hours, and she charmed him completely. She offered it as a guaranteed option. The servants reported that Seo-yeon had arrived. The maiden tried to hide her embarrassment. Did you manage to find out the master's preference? The impatient student asked. The cute Seo-yeon timidly nodded. Yes. She stretched out the phone screen. The Empress of Dragons brought the phone closer to take a better look. Such, the girl wondered. 12 of the 13 levels of the Matrix are closed. The monk reported the unpleasant news. And what is the reason? Asked the angry Lord of Manganese. A glitch or a system failure. Maybe a Trojan caught it? The monk didn't know the reasons, but it is no one who has access rights to control the Matrix levels. The monk said. Ah, the beastie realized who he was talking about. The Lord of Manganese smiled heavily. The possibility cannot be ruled out. The monk replied, recalling Sasha Inman. I thought she was dead, but she was found, and she's with a border guard outsider, the Lord said. The monk was surprised. He didn't know that information. Like I said earlier, the Lord released some manganese effects and hit the indestructible textures of the tower with them. I'll be idle, he finished the sentence. What crooked effects they drew from the destruction, the monk thought. No gimmicks or tricks, said the Lord, striking a spark between his fingers. The battle of the two welders would be legendary, but this time there were too many harem elements attached to the border guard. Envy the Lord of the Manganese Seas. I'll help once, he promised the monk, who couldn't have hoped for such a gift. She closed the floors briefly, sparking the Lord's wiring so he wouldn't come down. Stalling for time, he concluded. In that case, we'll use another place, he promised the monk ominously. Crazy day. Even for a crazy hermit, Yun-Woo sighed. Let's get back to our dragons. What was the method he was talking about? Karmas can be studied at the same time. Chicken Dragon suggested to him. The hermit scrambled to listen to the explanation, but the gist of it was that there was a trick that would make it quick and cheater-like. We need to use the spatial time circle, Snake said. The technique divides into several parts, he added. The hermit recoiled from his nightmares, but the dragon reassured him. The program is just triggering your consciousness. It's possible to create, for example, 5 virtual copies and give each a task, studying 5 karmas at the same time. The cheater would like this. Big rewards, big risks. Just like in life, the dragon warned. Straight your brain and intervene, Macus. The Monkey King chimed in. When the hermit asked what he was risking, the Monkey King replied, the cost of spiritual power will become higher, dumbass. The burden of the Dooby Cloud is equal to 10 years, Macak warned. 5 karmas would equal the burden of half a century of effort. All due to the acceleration peculiarities on the server, Chicken Dragon said. According to the rules of hidden levels, there is no fatigue, but pain is felt to the fullest. In other words, it all depends on the amount of spiritual power. The hermit concluded. Right now, the best option is to create just 2 virtual images, the dragon said. There is no other way, Macak confirmed. This training session will be different from the previous ones because the goal is to get 2 animal karmas at once. Okay, I get it, hermit accepted. It's not going to work to create 1,000 shadow clones like in Naruto. Speaking of birds, the Monkey King changed the subject. Is it true? He asked the hermit. About your preferences, he clarified when the hermit didn't understand him. Of course, everyone has their own perversions, Mac remarked condescendingly. Isn't it a little small? The dragon wondered. It's not just that, Mac added. The hermit asked him what it was about. The girl in the picture he showed Kyubi, Yan, reminded the monkeys. I made it all up. I just showed the game screen. The first thing that came to hand, the mad hermit justified. He's making excuses, so he's definitely hiding something. Versionettes whispered quietly to the dragon. Monkey, generally similar to his female students, Chicken Dragon agreed. Definitely insane. Lie Demon adjusted the antenna. He knew the hermit was strange, but to be so. She said to the innocent maiden, so the reason why nothing had worked before. The Dragon Empress asked a lead question. Forget the word defeat childishly, replied Lie Demon. Prepare to act according to the plan we discussed earlier. He told the innocent maiden over the telepathic link. First, let's do this, then that, and then, wow, that one. The demons whispered to her, and even that very thing embarrassed the innocent but devoted student. Sweet Seung came to her senses and vented her soul by reading love stories. Her face blushed with embarrassment, and she confessed to Kim Yun-Woo. She read Beauty So Young, and yet the fanfic matched the real story. Is there really something between them? She began to suspect. The teacher and student Seo Yun, the picture shown was for diversion. The hermit was too asocial for such a thing. Seo Yun realized. But if she went to the Dragon Empress empty-handed, there would be a disaster, she said. What I bought, I sold. Let them sort it out themselves. A girl decided for herself. Apprentice, the hermit scrutinized his ward head to toe, and once more in reverse order. Yes, teacher, the student humbly greeted his faithful teacher after so many days. What's this? He finally asked, pointing to a case of liquor nearby. Alcohol, the student answered honestly, though he could see that already. He looked at the open top and the bare belly of the mad student, and there was no way he could grasp the context. Why? Why does she dress like that? Like a heroine from a game? Into cosplay? Wondered the hermit. The maiden caught the teacher's gaze in embarrassment. At the exposed parts, he involuntarily lingered longer than he should have. But why should I show my hobbies? The hermit didn't understand. As the apprentice opened the first bottle, the girl held out the first glass with ice cubes. Master, she said, standing up to hand him the alcohol. What is it? He asked. Just drink it, she replied. He asked again a few times, but got the invariable answer. Sir, she said, just drink it. She was so insistent that the hermit felt pressured. So that's it. The strange creatures held her horns. This girl has never tried it before, which is why she's handling it so smoothly now. Why offer a drink without a clear reason? Another creature asked, but she ignored it. I see a goal with no obstacles. The fool may be inexperienced, but he's no better. The creatures huffed. They had underestimated the couple's social skills. If everything could be solved so easily, there'd be no need for all these other techniques, the creatures muttered reluctantly. Should everything really be this simple? Did the Dragon Empress notice? She did everything right, creating a friendly atmosphere and strengthening the relationship. Isn't that so? The devoted student reflected. One glass won't be enough for someone so stubborn, the creature remarked. What's going on now? The mad hermit wondered, completely unaware of the others. She was drinking responsibly. She was of age and could make her own choices. But why this way? He thought. Wanting to just relax after everything that had happened, he imagined a fun sit-down. The alcohol she had taken was meant to get her wasted, he remarked. Only the absent tincture is stronger, the hermit muttered as he looked into his glass. We could start with beer, he suggested. Let's finish this quickly and get out of here. He suddenly grabbed the glass from the cat girl's hands. Hanwoo knocked it back in one gulp and immediately regretted it. It was like taking a sip of jet fuel. The act made the maiden, innocent and suddenly excited by the unexpected turn of events, feel a strange stirring. A lowly offer, she murmured, her voice tinged with something deeper. Another glass, insisted the demonist, before you regain your senses and talk. No, wait, she changed her mind, better not talk. But what to do? The cat girl freaked out. It's time to make decisions, she uttered, discarding other unreliable options. One of two things, or retreat, said the Lord of Lee. Either drink it yourself, go to Plan B, and commandeer the seduction operation of Lie Demoness. Either he'll fall, or you'll get drunk, since you can't outdrink him anyway. And a slight hint would be enough. The demoness whispered to the innocent maiden. Now's the best opportunity until the competitor isn't around, reminded the demoness to the hesitant cat girl. If this is some kind of joke, began the hermit. But the mad catwoman jumped up sharply. Wait 5 minutes better. 3. She became incredibly serious, as if she was going to kill someone. Good, agreed the hermit, wondering what the hell was going on in the maidens' heads. Luckily for him, an invitation came from a long-lost friend. The invitation turned on immediately upon reading, and the hermit immediately moved. Welcome. He was greeted by a pista who had arrived recently, and the virtual apartment was unusually clean. A white-haired android. The hermit wondered if it was her. What if it was a fake? I'll crack it just in case, thought the mad hermit, and slammed the neural network into the monitor. Why again? The neural net beeped. Hamo made sure it was still the same man handling, said the android resentfully. But the hermit gently patted her on the head like a kitten. A lot of things happened, he told the neural network girl. Need to be told. And to me, AB smiled. She was regaining more and more of her human senses. What couldn't you say before? The hermit asked. The girl answered correctly, but before doing so, she paused. I'm sure the developer has already explained everything, she said, but I'd like to introduce myself. Hanwoo listened intently and didn't understand why the Matrix dwellers were so fond of long introductions and boring titles. Sissy admitted, the girl finally said, keeping an eye on the whole Matrix. Gaff, Pulkin said as he woke up from a long and sound sleep. What's wrong? He asked, and the room shook with the sudden change. A whole gaudy altar of marble rose from below, a means of communicating with the upper floors of the Matrix. Pulkin recognized the device. The first floor exam is removed. Everyone starts on the 9th, he'd read. The red-skinned, clear-eyed man also awoke after a long healing sleep. Where is that doctor? I'll give him an enema myself. The red-skinned barbarian resented. That man in the tracksuit rose higher, Polkin's tail wagging happily. That was somewhere to fuse the troubled illegal alien. So she didn't even know who she really was. The hermit recognized AB's story. But why kill yourself? He asked worriedly to the neural network. Now it was clear why it had slowed down at first. She will tell them later, the white-haired android girl answered him. Now agreeing to everything, the teacher, stammering from the drink, said, "The innocent maiden." She timidly opened her eye to gauge his reaction, but didn't know the hermit had slipped away, and she didn't know to whom. To drink is to drink. The Dragon Empress had gone on a bender, a complete failure. She had admitted her defeat and poured alcohol on her wounds. Stop drinking, the demoness told her. The customer is gone. There's no point. The teacher escaped. La Demon coined, and the drunken cat girl reached for a refill. Suddenly, a loyal henchman appeared. What was there? The disappointed Catwoman asked. A message from the association. An illegal is about to show up. The henchman handed her a note. 2 hours later, still nearby, the Empress of Dragons smiled. Fine, I'm in the mood to beat up the drunken cat lady decided. The 9th floor of the Matrix was closed. The hermit was surprised to learn this information. That's right, confirmed the android girl, validating his conclusion. After the hermit gained higher access to the system, she was able to regain her lost memories. She recognized the entire situation in the tower and realized that the illegals from the top wanted to kill him. The 9th floor could soon be destroyed, the android girl warned. She locked him out, but it took her a long time to get in touch. And how long will it last? Asked the hermit. A month or two, replied the white-haired woman. That doesn't sound very definitive, the mad hermit remarked, doing the best she could. The girl, bitten, reminded him of her circumstances. Because of my escape from the development team, I had to put restrictions on my own memory, so I would be found by the system. And it still hasn't come back all the way, she told the hermit. The hermit replied clearly, so when the floor opens, a whole bunch of illegals will pile in. And we'll take people to protect it, the girl agreed. The Matrix Tower invaders can't come down, said the girl. But the illegals from below will easily come up, she added. Han Wu heard. Disappointing news. Now their numbers will increase by the same token, AB warned. There has been a change in the tower. The engineer has taken away Sick Admin's powers, and the 1st floor is now connected to the 9th floor. The damned Gadjun burst through the maze, trampling the monsters. I'll tear my jaws open. I'll gouge out my blinkers. The red-faced Glazin shouted threateningly. That was the exit. He passed through the purple portal to the other side, but he was already being greeted ceremoniously. The Empress lollygagging in all her glory. Just don't slink off quickly, the horned beast said angrily. Life had not prepared the illegal for this. They had just met. He was already doubted. Perhaps to quench your anger a little, the Dragon Empress went on the offensive. Since the floors are interconnected, any illegal alien can get to the 9th floor. One illegal is a lot of trouble. But what happens when there are hundreds of them? The hermit thought. But who'd ask for help? Pondered the mad hermit, digging through the list of minions. Hannarin currently busy bruising the Talmans in her personal terrain. Meringue is trained by Demon Loli, albeit in strange techniques, but those are details. Cautious Shen is for getting a discharge from Master Electrician and the useless Snoring Fox. Really, why did he only remember her? Ugly, said Hun Wu when he found out there would be about a dozen illegals every day or more. Good thing he killed the tester earlier, the android girl reminded herself, or else she could raise her monster dead from the morgue. Originally, those who failed to reach the end of the tower tree were restored by the system after time. The hermit recalled something like this being said by Master Electric. He's just waiting. Regenerate faster, the Mad Empress ordered and punched the red illegal once more. Barely dodging, the barbarian evaded the deadly attack on reflex. That's it. He's used to her speed by now. There's a chance of winning, thought the clear-eyed man. A trainer with an evasion function. Excellent, said the Empress, appearing behind the back of the merciless barbarian. Already dead, the Dragon Empress kicked the breathless body with her foot. Frustrated, sobered at last, she heard the cat girl experience Lee's voice and told her to be quiet. Why, angry? But the girl pouted frustratedly and didn't answer. After such a disgrace, why did you listen to such advice? The cat lady said indignantly. We don't have to pay attention to her. We should be glad, said the experienced lowly. He wasn't interested in her before, the experienced demonally reminded. But he just ran away. The innocent maiden blushed with embarrassment. That's the thing. He ran away, the experienced demonally insisted. He used to blatantly ignore all offerings and signs of attention, and now he openly escaped. Such an action is not of the mind, the demoness continued. In other words, Kauska, he cares. The conclusion caught the girl off guard. The red barbarian hissed as he came to his senses. What was going on? He didn't immediately realize. The teacher likes her. The maiden blushed pink and crushed the head of the cockroach beneath her. The hermit won't be gone for a month if you go to train with shadow clones, Chicken Dragon warned. That's why the preparations will begin now, the hermit said, and called his entire entourage. Glad to hear dear hunter Kim Hunmoo greeted the Y politician, Kwaga. The furry beast is about to swoop in. The hermit warned of disaster. There are some things worth doing, he told the Y senator. But the senator already knew of the invasion and was about to call the hermit himself. The association has a special radar that sees all the illegals on the horizon. When first activated, it shows 7 phenomena of illegal aliens, the senator shared. Of course, thanks to the dramatic increase in the characteristics of hunters, the situation had leveled out somewhat. So, it's a ubiquitous phenomenon, the hermit remembered Cutie Scene's words. But now it's on hand since we need to deal with the illegals, the hermit said, counting on the senator's help. Business taken care of. Time to talk to the gang, muttered the mad mobster. Gathering everyone this early is unusual, remarked Akasha Sharkan. Better help with the work, wailed the slave girl. The fox snored loudly. All gathered, the mad hermit quickly got to the point. What is it this time? The cautious one asked, his voice shaking, nearly blinded by sparks of happiness. The innocent maiden didn't even hide the strength of her feelings and purred contentedly. The entourage couldn't help but notice how the dragon empress was sprawled out. What's wrong with her? A mute question hum over the briefing. Has she completely lost her mind? Asked the cautious Shaken. But the hermit himself wanted to know. I have to say something, he began, eyeing the casual wearily. I'm off to a special gym for a month, he turned to his friends. I'll leave all the work to you, darling, said the mad hermit. Come back, spelled Agent Rose on the command line. Flying books. The books obediently flew further to dust on the shelves. In a short period of time, the maiden had obtained what took the spirit dragon 1,000 years to achieve. A real talent, Hakel's spirit realized as he watched the tired girl. Midway through the 4th stage, he informed her of her impressive progress. That's not the problem, the maiden said grudgingly. There's a bad feeling, as if while I'm here, sweating and practicing. The little one is taking advantage of the teacher's freedom. Let's move on, decided the mad student. What's the drag? How about a break for rest and preparation? Suggested by Hakel's spirit. Great. So we can visit that little thing for now. Agent Rosa rejoiced. Preparations are complete. The boys won't be lost for a month, the hermit informed No. There's a risk of mind destruction after training with shadow clones. No reminded him. But you can get stronger in a short time, the hermit replied. What about the item that will help convince the illegals to fight for our team? The hermit asked. Here it is, the developer handed over one of his many scrolls. The thing allowed for an equitable contract, ideal for cooperation in uncertain environments. The hermit grinned. So he already knows who to call for the match? No asked him. Since he's willing to use the contract, you can trust him. 100 red years of pissing in the same bushes, replied the satisfied hermit. The hermit finished drawing a large magic circle. What if everything takes more than a month? Hyeonwoo wondered. Let's increase the speed inside a hidden level. So we'll gain some extra time, Chicken Dragon reassured him. Then let's go, the hermit decided. No more delaying the inevitable. The circle activates with good control of the Tao power, reminded Chicken Snake. You must first gather all the power in your hand, he repeated the instruction, and then begin to manage the basics of the technique. The hermit concentrated and the technique worked, the Dracano reported. He stood in front of himself as if he were looking in a mirror. It was impossible to tell who was real and who was a clone. It looks just like me, the hermit noticed, even pinching the clone in front of him. Very strange sensations, thought both hermits in sync. The preparation for the study of karma is complete, the Monkey King said. Now choose who gets which chair, said Chicken Dragon. Behind each of the beasts appeared a door with a test of personal karma. Once the workout is complete, all that's left to do is merge the 2 looks into one. One to the left, one to the right. The hermits assigned roles. Good luck, he synchronously wished to himself, and everyone walked through their own door. Wait, mentor, the cat girl said dreamily as she left the hidden server. What's that? She wondered, staring at the swarm of bats outside the window. Someone has summoned Batman, the girl thought. The blood-sucking ghouls had broken the windows and were rapidly approaching their new prey. Suck yourselves, the girl commanded the ghouls within range of her magic. Those exploded in bloody shards, but the blood didn't scatter like it should have. Instead, it gathered into a huge bloody dragon. The hermit hovered in the void. No light, no outside sounds. His mind was getting used to the deprivation. Eyes lit up with the cheater fire of the Sharingan. He could feel a crowd of monsters with his sixth sense, even without light. What kind of gathering? The hermit asked himself. He could see them well through the night vision device. Prying, he cracked the rubber face so hard that it swallowed its teeth. Even with cheats, the hermit was angry. The Chicken Dragon arranged things hardcore for the hermit to learn how to control the power of the Tao within his eyes. We just have to deal with a crowd of rubber-faced waiters. The hermit humbled himself. Let's go, our urban. He rubbed his fists. Get the rubber faces ready, he said. The Monkey King asked the dragon when he had done, and the dragon replied, I simply adjusted the time. So this is possible too. marveled the Monkey King, who was not easily surprised. You can, if you're careful, Chicken Darkin replied, but it's best not to use it. The faster the internal time, the greater the payoff on the psyche, the dragon warned. There's a risk that strong acceleration will cause the mind to collapse. And by how much did the time speed up? Asked the Monkey King. 10 times, replied the Chicken Snake. You could do more, but better not. But is that not enough? Thought the furry macaca. They've only got a month, so you can't make up more than a year. It would be fine, Chicken Dragon assured him. Unlike Hanwoo, they are starting from scratch. The guy has a different starting line. He already has quite a bit of experience in comprehending karma. He'll make quick work of it. Though from such an acquisition, there will still be a difference in strength. Another 100 left or so, counted Ed, the rubber mobs by the hermit. The Dao power in the Shuriken was already running low, blotting out the hermit. It would definitely be enough to finish off the rest of them. But that would be it. He assessed the situation. I wish I had more Dao power, thought the hermit. Suddenly, the ordeal was over. He swung into the void, a bright light hitting his eyes painfully. Congratulations, a voice echoed. Pass the Chicken Dragon to the mad hermit. Quite quickly, the dead man's karma is yours, the dragon said. The hermit wondered if it wasn't the dragon's karma he was acquiring. Not at all, replied the serpent. His karma is a composite of many others. It contains dozens of other karmas intertwined with each other. So there's still work to be done, sighed the mad hermit. The dead man's karma is flatter than before. And where is Meka? He asked the Chicken Dragon. The dragon replied, Monkey is obviously with another hermit. Is he okay? Hodu wondered. But it's a different him, the dragon added. What's next on the list of accomplishments and stupid challenges? The hermit asked. Abstinence karma takes up most of the Chicken Dragon's karma, the hermit heard. One must attain enlightenment through discipline, said the dragon. Another muddle, thought the hermit. There will be no hints. You have to do everything yourself, the serpent explained. Again, the power of absurdity turned on, deciding everything by itself. Scratching his ear, the hermit thought either way there's no turning back. Without these tricks, you can't make the dragon's power your own. New York had been thoroughly ravaged by invading forces that came from everywhere. Enjoy your meal clucked the shark jaw of a huge, ugly, illegal alien. The humanoid shark was gobbling. People liked chips. Wounded hunters lay everywhere. The girl hunter clutched the wound with her hand. No strength left even to flee. Even with the recent pumping, they easily lost to this monster. The monster sent another pack of humans into its jaws. The warrior pulled out a thunderbolt. He said to the monster and slashed it from shoulder to scrotum with his saber. The fifth great master looked at the weakling at his feet. What useless scum, he thought. But the monster wasn't dead yet. It turned around at the sounds. The beast had recovered from the blow. Its regeneration was at full capacity. It needed to attack harder, Electric realized. The insect toothpick swung around, clanking against the monster's rows of teeth, not causing any damage. It's not even the bottom, the fifth-rate foreman said condescendingly. In an instant, he moved behind the monster's back, using a shadow step. Hundreds of blows chopped the shark into cabbage, instantly bleeding the beast. Doombas! The fifth-rate master snorted contemptuously, returning the lighting rod to its gabard. Who saved her? The wounded huntress wanted to know and asked the master. An electrician. A fifth-degree welder, he introduced himself haughtily. This electrician's skills were not bad. It won't be long before he becomes a celestial, said the furry macaca. Why? Gashes and refused to be revived, the Chicken Dragon asked. Brother is just lazy, I grant you, replied the Monkey King. But there's a suitable candidate, so everything will be fine. Macacus balked, and that's not the main problem right now. The Monkey King looked toward the door. 100 days gone. So far, so smooth, Chicken Dragon said. This was perfectly agreed upon by Macacus, but now he was studying the karma of asceticism. The dragon foresaw the difficulties. This karma is the hardest to get due to the dragon's vague statements in particular. For an uneducated hermit, it won't be easy to get it, especially since past methods don't work. The dragon remarked. Hanwoo was accumulating the dough of lightning in his hands in the middle of the ice wasteland. The force of static electricity whipped currents around the mad hermit. Still, he managed it. He looked contentedly at his slightly frostbitten hand. Finally, being able to place the power of lightning within the Tao, the hermit rejoiced. The base for mastering abstinence was ready, he realized, and glanced at the door of the next test. There is no right way, he remembered Chicken Dragon's instructions, which made it even more confusing. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The hermit asked. That's all there is to say, replied the pseudo-philosophical dragon. That would definitely work. The mad hermit hesitated in his pumping methods. If you feel the arrival, that everything is right, Master Dao said evasively. The most important thing is what kind of knowledge you get and what meaning you see in it. The chicken snake answered evasively. Now there's more trouble with the head. Scratch the mad hermit's reputation. But as before, the hermit still had to understand the logic of the matrix himself. The mad hermit had fallen into deep meditation, self-contemplation. What's the point? He thought, pondering everything as he remained motionless for dozens of days. Should we blindly follow the chicken dragon karma, or is there another way? This method does not help in cognition at all. Days flew by completely unnoticed. Finally, a hermit opened the doors to change the meditation room. The white snowy wasteland spread out before him again. Back to the beginning, Gaebyo, exclaimed the hermit in his heart after so many days. Sweet Seo Young was on her way to help slave Anna, though she didn't know why. The times were troubling. The cute huntress arrived at the guild headquarters of the Border Guild. Who knew? After realizing what was going on, the cute Seo Young promised to help with the magic circles at the hermit's mansion. You could have called sooner. She consoled the slave girl in tears. What about this couple? She asked Sha Ken and Anna. Alice the fox was figuring things out with a newly settled electrician, and these two cat girls who arrived from the exercise. They were bickering incessantly. Seo Young added. Only her mentor's orders keep her from pulling her hair out, Agent Rosa said. As if that would help. The mentor has been hers for a long time. The Dragon Empress stated, how desolate the lovely huntress Seo Young looks at this madhouse. But wait, did Myeong and Hyunwoo really have something going on? The cat girl was fluffing her tail like that. Nonsense, Seo Young thought. I read some fanfic and thought Seo Young was cute. It was surprising to see him here, she thought, glancing cautiously at the electrician. He had brought him here himself, positioning him in the hermit's large guild home. Alice the fox was sleeping on bedding on the floor when they entered. The fox girl snorted unconcernedly and unabashedly at the entire guild. She is trained. She does not chew tapiki. To the litter box she is accustomed. Heard the fox noise when she woke up. What a mongrel, asked the master electrician, walking with his coat collar up, and the fox hissed. Who would have thought they would hitch a ride on nothing, said a cautious shuriken. Let crazy Hyeonu come back quickly. Keep an eye on this circus of freaks, Shin pleaded. It's snowing like a white fly, muttered a little hermit, worn out from the effort expended in meditation. For the second time in a row, he tried to unravel the Matrix's twisted Vestal pseudo-logic. Now I'll just tug on the snake juice tail and find out everything, the hermit thought as he headed for the exit. Tired of sitting flat on your seat, the chicken dragon asked. You're the one who's scared for Hyunwoo's sanity, you snake. He really got karma that way. The mad hermit hissed angrily. But he was the one who can't have it, the serpent told him. Everyone has their own way. A clue, born quickly, demanded the hermit. But the dragon only shook its muzzle. What do you mean? No, the hermit wouldn't let go. There should be cheats for that too. Self-knowledge and knowledge with the help of others are different things, evasively answered the serpent. This is where there can be no learning, he continued. With a left or right drag, the hermit pondered the requirement to go there, to take who knows where, who knows what. We're running out of time. We need results, the hermit demanded. He mouthed unplayable nonsense with a smart look. Great thought, the hermit said. Now to listen to it in a foreign language. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. He translated the ancient saying for the hermit. What does Kim Hyunwoo see? The chicken dragon asked him, finally being more specific. The hermit realized something, and before he lost the thread of the absurd logic of achievements in the Matrix, went to the training room. For someone who said he wouldn't teach you talk too much, the Monkey King told the snake. So, it's not a clue, but a normal question. The pseudo-philosophical serpent replied slightly. Anyway, it's getting to the dumb one now, smiled the chicken dragon. Lucky snake, thought the Monkey King. His ordeal had been easy. The shadow clone in Monkey's room was in danger, the one said. The hermit tuned up, properly memorizing the words of the bloody snake. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, thought he, and looked at himself. He originally looked at the chicken dragon and thought of becoming like him. But why would he even do that? He was on the wrong path to begin with. First, the karma of the deceased, then asceticism. Ahead were many more components of someone else's path, not his. You can't move just for the purpose of getting the chicken dragon's karma. It gets its own power, the hermit realized. In order not to lose himself, he must seek his own path. The absurd logic of the Matrix penetrated Hyunwoo more and more deeply. It turns out that he has to face its complexes and problems. The hermit opened his eyes and realized that he was, in fact, flawless and handsome. Hyunwoo thought and achieved enlightenment in one fell swoop. So much for abstinence karma. Chicken Dragon congratulated him. That's the end of the training, the pseudo-philosophical serpent told him. The purpose was to look at yourself. It was more self-discipline, the dragon said, than training. But the first thing the hermit said was that he would repeat the dragon's path. He now has 2 karmas, the chicken dragon confirmed. In other words, it all depended on self-inflicted wounds. The hermit smiled. The Matrix loves that sort of thing, the dragon agreed. But they were interrupted. Nice cooing, but it will have to wait, stated the incoming mangakas. At first, it seemed like nothing serious, but now the problem was the size of a furry animal, he said. No luck. No luck. It happens. Mac justified himself. Dead or something, wondered the man hermit. But Monkey shook his head. A little too much karma and a little cuckoo, replied Mac. Mad as a herd of yokai and shouting everywhere, a beer wobble. He dismayed his comrades. Hyeonu couldn't believe what the yokai had told him. The monkey stomped nervously in place. He revealed that things were good at first, but towards the end, things didn't go according to plan, and Hyeonu's copy became an evil spirit. The Monkey King immediately thought that it was too quick to master karma to be suspicious. Dragon explained that the matter was about compatibility. It was remarkably high, almost perfect. The hermit marveled. A whole race could change because of such things. But the dragon replied, in a way, it's obvious. The dragon asked the Mac, why didn't you stop the transformation? The Mac replied, there's no way I could have prevented it. Hyeonu tried to reassure them it wasn't a split consciousness, so there's no real problem yet. But the dragon objected, when your mind blends with what belongs to the yokai, there can be severe identity disorder. And even now, things aren't as stable as they seem. The serpent explained further. Then Hyeonu demanded, what should we do about it? The dragon had an idea and asked the monkey, where is the copy of Hyeonu? The monkey replied, he fought the bull king last time. Then the dragon told the hermit, go there and confront your confused replica. Only by facing it directly will balance be restored. Meanwhile, another intruder on the 9th level of the tower was testing the strength of the barrier with his foot. He was surprised that the guardians of the 9th floor had enough power to extend the blocking time. However, there was no urgency for him just yet. The summoner had lost most of her strength and wouldn't last long anyway. Yeah, and the main threat won't do anything in a short period of time either, especially since he did not come alone but in the company of trusted friends. It wasn't possible to summon 4 heavenly kings, but the dummies beside him should have been enough. Honey, so read the news. It's been 35 days since the tourists came. All the hunters have gotten stronger, but there are more disasters as well. From fatigue, the girl was falling off her feet. Slegana was lying down without any strength at all. The two of them had a lot of magic circles to control, though there was help, but it had been a long time since they had had a human rest. Meanwhile, Hyeonu asked the dragon if karma would disappear if you killed a copy, but the lizard explained that if you kill a copy, you just eliminate the personality. Even if you kill the body created by magic, the karma belongs to it and will not disappear. However, there was another problem with that. The dragon worried. The moment a phone died, information from its brain would pass to its owner. The clone had definitely accumulated quite a bit of knowledge through training, so there would be a lot of information. If Hyeonu couldn't handle it, the mind would undergo destruction. The hermit thought briefly and afterward told him, take me to your clone. There, a version of him who had become an evil spirit had already butchered his rival. Yokad pinned the defeated man to the ground and began to abuse him. He had completely ceased to be human. At that moment, Hyeonu appeared and called his twin brother crazy. Now I'll have to clean up after you, Beasted. The electrician, meanwhile, dealt with another intruder by quickly chopping off the freak's arm. He was about to finish the insolent man off, but then he caught the stare of the 9-tailed fox. He pointed his sword at the annoying beast, and it shrieked innocently. The electrician really wanted to finish her off, but he couldn't do it. Then the electrician remembered that the fox had made a contract with Hyeonu, and the latter had promised her protection. While they were arguing, they sensed the presence of another intruder. Another ugly man smiled at them and said a polite hello. Another conqueror destroyed a few neighborhoods and admired the ruins, but also languished in boredom. If it wasn't for the great cause, he wouldn't even settle for such a small thing, the rogue thought as he was attacked from behind. However, he noticed the attack in time and brought out his huge hammer to block it. 2 of the Mad Hermit's apprentices appeared right above them. Marion was annoyed that she had missed. Hyeonu, meanwhile, asked his copy in EK form when he last looked in the mirror. The one immediately realized that the calmer original had come to kill him. After all, the Monkey King was very worried, saying that a little more and it would reach split consciousness. But since Yokai already knew everything, the hermit decided to skip unnecessary explanations. But Yokai didn't understand why he would kill him, because right now they needed power. To which Hyeonu replied that he needed his sanity and wasn't going to live without it. He didn't like this, as they were both copies of the original, and agreed to this separation operation. He confidently declared that he wasn't going to meekly die. He had the same rights to be original again because he said he would kill the second himself, poking his finger at him. Even the calm version of Hyeonu had a vein rippling on his face at those words. He wasn't a peer tree either. They had mastered similarly powerful karmas, but the dragon's karma required simple meditations. Whereas the Monkey King's karma forced the second copy to fight strong monsters, it meant that they were on different levels. But even so, calm Hyeonu wasn't about to relent. He decided to punch himself in the face. Yokai got into a symmetrical fighting stance and hotly asked if he could overpower him. The Monkey King was very nervous outside the door and offered to intervene. After all, Hyeonu accomplished his goal and gained karma, but the dragon was against it. They were only helpers. The dragon wanted to answer further, changed his mind, which made the Monkey King even angrier. He understood that since it was the Monkey King's karma, that was the problem. He was worried that their ward would lose and go insane, but the dragon told him to put his worries aside and just trust the capable lad. Meanwhile, the clones began exchanging blows and mutilating each other with their fists. At some point, Yokai intercepted his arm and kicked him with all of his might. When the Kong clone tried to dodge, Yokai delivered a sudden blow with his forehead. The force of the blow launched him into the air, but Yokai immediately caught up and swung his fist upward. After the powerful punch, Yokai shouted that normal would definitely never beat him. Still, Hyeonu, with dragon karma, rose up after being hit. It was impossible to kill him with such an attack. But as soon as he moved, Yokai simply disappeared right in front of him. He appeared right over his head and brought his foot down for a crowning kick. Yokai asked, "You've never been hit with your own techniques, have you?" He promised a new experience. He landed a powerful blow with a long and heavy title, forcing Han, with dragon karma, to flank him with his wings. Yokai only laughed, even though his strike was repelled by the Thunder God's technique. After all, he had the exact same one, and then Hyeonu got nervous because his enemy was exactly the same, only more aggressive and without breaks. Despite the same basis, the difference between them was clearly visible, Yokai stated. Yokai wanted to suggest something, but Hyeonu dismissed it at face value. There would be no deal with evil. Yokai released his claws and became even angrier than he was before. Discharges of red lightning struck around him. No matter which way you looked at it, he looked like an evil spirit, Hyeonu noted. Yokai smirked smugly. Even though the dragon's karma was stronger, it did mean he had already lost. He had to just finish off his opponent before he could take advantage. Yokai decided and rushed into battle, but barely had he gotten any closer when he was struck by lightning, a blue dragon. Hugh apologized for the inconvenience because he wasn't chasing balls either. It was hard not to agree that they had a terrible temper. He jumped up, telling the Yokai that he was slacking off for nothing, and unleashed a powerful punch. The intruder pressed on the protective barrier, and it cracked like thin ice. At that point, the defense of the passage was broken through. Yokai screamed in pain and resentment in the middle of the crater his body had left after falling. Hyeonu smiled. He realized his twin brother wasn't easy, but you've had to try harder, he said. If you'd been wearing a high-resistance monkey vest, you wouldn't have gotten electrocuted. Yokai asked how that was possible since they had the same amount of time to master karma. Hyeonu agreed they were on equal footing. It's the power of karma itself. When Yokai didn't understand, Hyeonu explained, "The dragon karma I mastered is full dragon karma. The monkey karma is partial. It's like fighting an opponent who has a sword while you only have the hilt of it." Hu offered to keep it simple and promised not to bully his brother in that case. But those words only made Yokai even angrier. Even on his deathbed, he didn't want to help his copy. Hu sighed heavily. Now he understood what it was like for others to face his stubborn nature. But there was no choice. They both had a hard time. So, one more sin on their souls. Whether it didn't do, Hyeonu said, jumping forward. But at that moment, the Yokai completed his transformation and became a huge evil gorilla. This was something Hyeonu didn't expect from himself. He had become a monster, and on top of that, his speed had increased. Though the Yokai was still the same scum, Hyeonu drove his fist into him. After the punch, he provoked the Yokai again, urging him not to sit still so they could finish quickly. The mere sight of him ruined Hyeonu's mood. He thought, as he looked at the hairy ape, that he hoped he would never see him again. A whole sheath of lightning rained down from the sky on the Yokai, incinerating him. The electrician bowed to the intruder and his overwhelming power. He didn't understand what was wrong, but his Thunder God attacks didn't do any damage to the freak. The freak complained that the fight ended too quickly and stated that if he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have knocked the fox out so soon. The intruder said it was time to call it a day and moved instantly, coming between them. The first one he decided to nail was a fox. Apparently he wanted a fur collar, but the electrician hadn't given up yet and blocked that blow, albeit at great cost. He bounced to the side and swung his sword, causing a charge of lightning between them. The freak admitted that the punch was a good one, except he didn't leave either. The big man indifferently kicked the poor man in the stomach with his knee. He told him, "Thank you for cheering him up," and grinned nastily. But at that instant, the Monkey King landed right on the freak's head. He asked the intruder why he was so puffed up with the status he had gotten from his grandfather and mocked the weak. Seo Yun and the slave girl were once again puffing over the magic circles that were squeezing their money. Cutie Seo Yun suggested they take a rest since they had already taken care of important matters at that place. Meanwhile, Marianne's servants, who were guarding the girls, encountered other freaks. The girls heard a strange noise and cried out, alarmed. One monster ate the guards, and another hooded monster asked the girls if they were Hugh's accomplices. He scared them more than the bloodthirsty freak nearby, and demanded to know where Hyeonu was. Marianne dodged a heavy hammer fist blow and landed sideways. The intruder was nervous, for Agent Rosa was still hovering over him, but while he was distracted by her, Marianne kicked him. She moved cat-like fast. The alien flew back into the wall from the blow, but did not let go of the hammer. The girls went down to the illegal and disappointedly remarked that they expected more from him. And here it was, only 3 minutes. The girls wondered how it was possible to get so ugly and so fast. The alien became angry and took his true form, as ugly as the others. He called himself the god of disasters, wheedled his rubber face in a funny way, and then banged a hammer in front of them. However, such a show of force did not scare them at all. On the contrary, it continued to taunt him. Either the toad or the talking catfish called them fools and said their cheap tricks wouldn't work on him. Now he suggested they attack and see who was right and who was wrong. But just like Baron Rand told him, he was too slow. They both used their abilities. Rose said to stop, and Marianne took a step. In the same instant, the toad head collapsed to his knees, being washed to powder in a column of fire. Marianne took a couple more steps. They had to finish faster since they were waiting for their teacher. Meanwhile, the Monkey King mocked his illegal freak and asked him what he was laying around for. Mac asked him, "Are you mad about the old jokes in hell?" The freak started yelling even louder. He screamed loudly, but the Monkey Man said he didn't have time for that and suggested the illegal freak die quickly. But the freak said, "They're laughing at me for nothing. I'm not the same as before," and started the second phase. The Monkey King realized his opponent was turning up his nose. He had only received the karma of 8 stars. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Regular average karma, the furry king stated. The freak told him, "Don't pretend to be calm. With such inferior karma, you can't defeat me." The cocky freak swung his fire stick and rushed to attack while the illegal threatened him. The Monkey King just yawned. He didn't care about it at all. After all, he knew that the illegal would pull something like this. So he also brought a gift with him and took out the Plague Lord's karma from his pocket. The illegal was confused. He asked what it meant, but the Monkey King told him that it was meaningless information for a dead man. He clenched the ice ball and said it was time to try out the gift from the apprentice. Hundreds of ice crows appeared in the air. Hully arrived just in time with his friend and slave already pinned down. The intruder greeted him. He spoke of how long he had waited for this meeting, but the hermit rudely interrupted him. He angrily told the hooded illegal that he had no intention of cracking up with him right now. The illegal realized that the man in front of him was expectedly arrogant and said that he had not come alone. Besides him and the gull, a couple of illegals had come here too. Hyeonu stretched tiredly. His opponent was simply too afraid to come alone and had brought a gang of goons with him. He pointed his finger to the sky and said he was counting on it and had prepared. Their company was joined by the Blue Dragon himself, who had gotten his karma back. He fairly welcomed the one who had imprisoned him in the past. The hooded illegal was surprised, and Hyeonu declared that he had friends too. Then Hyeonu called him engineer, at which point the illegal invader flinched. Hyeonu immediately realized it was the work of the adder. The small one, though he had lost his powers, had already figured out who he was. He decided he needed to contact the other illegals first, but suddenly he found that the artifact that bound them together had been destroyed. Hyeonu noticed how nervous he was and asked, "What's wrong?" At this point, a couple of friends of the illegal aliens quickly went into a deep sleep. Claude threw away the shards and stated that he didn't care. Even if Hugh was well prepared, he could handle it alone. Turning back to his bloody and ugly companion, Hood said that the blue dragon was on him. A toothy monster named Gol looked up and recognized the dragon, calling it Worm. Wishing himself a pleasant appetite, the monster leaped into the sky, though he had no wings. Hyeonu summoned a cloud and told the girls to get on it, and get as far away from here as possible, which they did. The Hood smugly declared, "No one will interfere with us now." He decided to show his true colors and took off his ridiculous hood, but instead of a face, he wore a mask. Hyeonu was greatly surprised by such a masquerade. The engineer stated, "I am the one who created this world. I am a being who knows the truth." But Hyeonu didn't listen to him. He just attacked. He struck with all his might, telling the villain to be quiet, and the engineer flew off to the side. The engineer was indignant and called Hyeonu an unbridled savage. He barely extinguished the inertia of the movement. Hyeonu enjoyed being a savage, for he was going to savagely beat up the hated tower creator. He threw several punches at him and didn't stop, even when he was asked to stop. But then, his fist collided with a solid barrier. Hyeonu was surprised to see the botanical garden in front of him that the engineer had just grown. He was angered by what Hyeonu was saying and attacked him with his wooden tentacles, but the hermit raised his hand and blocked the tree. He attacked with his lightning bolts. Smashing everything into splinters, he grabbed the engineer by the collar and suggested a change of location. He struck a powerful blow at him. The engineer plowed himself a long furrow and stated, Hyeonu received an annoying force. However, the engineer had something to answer for. He had grown his tree vines again, but Hyeonu didn't let himself be locked up. He blasted all the vines with a sheath of lightning. I'll finish you off before I can do anything else, Hyeonu warned. The engineer replied, it's too late, and froze. The creator began speaking deliriously, filled with megalomania. He called himself Brahma and removed his mask. A huge wooden dummy statue grew before Hyeonu. He realized his opponent was not so simple. A hermit became nervous. I should have called for my wooden soldier sooner, he muttered. The engineer said, it's not worth bragging to me, even though I'm the creator. My combat power isn't great, but it's enough for Hyeonu, because my creations have the power of illegals. He inserted punch cards into his soldiers. Those came to life, the engineer said, and now Hyeonu will be fighting 3 illegals at once. The hermit grinned and replied, I would have told him so at once that the crowd would come upon him. Rama wondered aloud, would he be as bold in the face of death? Smugly, he added, I have great karma. Hyeonu was surprised. Instead of explaining, the engineer ordered his wooden soldiers to attack. There was a huge explosion, so powerful that even the blue dragon turned around. He realized that there was a fierce battle taking place, which meant he should have hurried and gone to help. The monster transformed into a giant toothed whale, blocking the way. It declared, only by eating the dragon will I be full for the first time. The dragon noted, that guy is painfully large for a gull, and his appearance is strange. He realized this was the karma of the black whale. The gull was surprised. The dragon has heard of this karma? The dragon replied, I have seen her several times in purgatory. I still remember the black whale eating all the dead. The gull laughed. This karma was peerless, at a time allowing it to devour even a worm as big as a dragon. The monster opened its truly gigantic mouth and said it was extremely hungry. But the dragon calmly advised him, slam the millstone shut as soon as possible. The smell is awful. The ghoul ignored him and fried the whale with a strong lightning strike. The ghoul chuckled. The sneak attack didn't work on him because of his high regeneration. It didn't work, the monster said to the dragon, opening its stinking mouth again. Since 1 strike wasn't enough, the dragon struck twice at once. And when 2 strikes weren't enough, the dragon increased their number to 100. The whale was in great pain. The power of the fusion of the black whale and the gull was impressive, the dragon noted. Although he had struck with all his might, the core had yet to appear. He told the gull, few people know about the karma of the black whale for the simple reason that it was I who killed it many years ago. And now, I'm wondering how long the current black whale will last. The gull cried out in grief and pain and died from 100 discharges. Hyeonu was breathing heavily. He barely stood against the combined attack. Brahma was also surprised at his amazing survivability and said, who is a real monster? The hermit grew nervous. His opponent still wouldn't shut up. The engineer kept babbling on about how even Hun's endurance would come to an end because he was just a human being. After all, unlike him, the engineer had an endurance cheat. It never ran out. But the hermit responded with confidence. I understand everything. I don't want to drag out the fight either. The plan of action was clear. He needed to take his opponent down and finish him off quickly. With that, he guessed the engineer answered him, but stated that it wouldn't work because his path was blocked by his wooden goons. To clear his path, the hermit used a lightning step and moved instantly. Once in the vicinity, he shouted, it's time for you to wind down the puppet show. But then the side effects of using the power caught up with him, and he froze, right in midair. At the same instant, vines reappeared from the ground and reached for Hun. In the end, Hunu's plan backfired on him, and he was the one who ended up being captured. Rama said he would heed his words, and his wooden statues charged a powerful attack. But then, a voice from above asked, how long will you be beaten? With a mighty blow of his staff, the Monkey King smashed the engineer's sword. Seeing Hunu's mouth open, the macaque boldly stated, I'm surprised at your cool appearance. The Monkey King apologized for the delay. We still can't get to grips with the new toy you gave me. The engineer was outraged at the interference in their fight and shouted, where did you come from? Macaca declared that pesky fly was dragged out of hell. I had the sweat to get rid of that freak. Rama became indignant and interrogated, who is it you're getting rid of? The cheeky Monkey King began to tease the engineer, asking, do you express yourself too complicatedly? He continued, since it's not clear in words, it's better to see it once. And with that, his rest went up in flames. Another scream came from above, and they saw a black whale plummeting downward. The monster collapsed right at the feet of the stunned engineer. The dragon has also come to punish the sinner who thinks he's a celestial, the dragon said. Of course, the engineer was extremely angered by this and called the dragon a pathetic snake in response. What else could you call a fake who stole other people's karma to pretend to be a god? the dragon asked. Hyeonu was surprised and turned to the Monkey King. Do you know anything about this? He asked. The Monkey King didn't understand the word fake either. The hermit untangled himself from his vines. Now that his backup had arrived, it was time to finish off the engineer. Rana replied, Honua, don't become conceited just because you brought two nobodies. He then said he was going to show them his power. One of the statues grew arms, and the whole place was flooded with a bright light. It was as if the engineer's wooden men had been transformed and another handyman had been added. Now all four heavenly kings and someone else, someone fifth, were in place. This meant the engineer didn't stand a chance. I know, the engineer said, turning to his mentors. I've already used up all my stamina. So he asked me to clear the way for him so that he could deliver one decisive blow. Hu smiled slightly, and the others realized what he was up to. The dragon replied that sometimes such a ward would take their breath away. The king of the monkeys complained about being forced to work again. One of the wooden soldiers swung a huge stick as the engineer ordered him to attack with anger. The monkey broke through it, but another wooden statue that played a guitar got in the way. The powerful bass stopped the king of the apes. He had no defense against it. The serpent intervened and eliminated the bad guitarist with a lightning strike. The dragon had a temper and decided to teach the wooden warriors a lesson. After all the obstacles were destroyed, Hoodoo joyfully warred forward. The last statue pulled out a set of huge swords that aimed at Huna, but this attack too was eliminated by the dragon with its tree of lightning. Rama was amazed that his chief puppet was struck down with such ease. Then he unraveled the whole lotus and summoned an entire army of wooden dummies, hoping that quantity would solve something. They all rushed straight towards Han, who hovered fearlessly in the air, but then along came the king of the apes with the karma of a plague doctor, which was perfect for a multitude of purposes. Now Hunu could break straight through to the engineer unimpeded. He pulled out his hooked hands and grabbed the tower creator by the collar. A powerful blow sent Brahma into his final flight. He couldn't believe that some human being had surpassed the immortal. Hootie was surprised. After all, immortality didn't mean invulnerability. If you beat them well, they would all end up just like regular elite angels. Letting a red trickle down his cheek, the engineer noted that his defiant tone never changed. In the end, he was never able to overcome it. The dying immortal wondered how Hun could handle it and asked, "What is it about?" The dying engineer, driven by curiosity, decided to deprive Huna of sleep. He didn't explain anything, just said what was above. An artifact with lotus-shaped karma fell out of him. Like the rest of the illegals, and Han was given the highest access to information. He scratched the back of his head and picked up the lotus that hung in front of him. It was the lotus of the creator of all things. But not all information was available, even with his level. Tired after the battle, as was his custom, he lay down to rest on the heated asphalt. A week later, he gathered journalists to somehow reassure Earthlings about the recent events, especially since it had been a long time since he'd had such a meeting. There was a hospital ward nearby, so he asked them to be quiet. But he was immediately interrupted by a hail of questions, each wanting to attract attention. Did you see that the video of your fight racked up 100 million views? Han didn't care about that. The video excites minds unburdened by intelligence, the journalist said. The main problem, however, was that there had been a huge monster, a dragon, and a monkey king who had recently attacked the land. People were worried that Yudu might have teamed up with these illegal aliens and that what happened was just an act. Huryu blinked away all insinuations about his involvement, though the table ordered a long life at that. The hermit realized they needed a scoop, but he was a little tired just saving the world, so he decided to be brief. Whoever wants to live, let them keep quiet. That was the end of the conference, and Honu decided to leave after saying everything he wanted to say. After he left, wishing them luck, the reporter simply had no words. Agent Rosa rode in her limo, admiring her teacher. He was quite bossy, and since he had quickly finished the meeting, which meant he would be free soon, it was the perfect setting. Her main competitor was caught in a ruse and sent off to a distant island. Seo Yan was in a meeting about the dungeons and other matters. Slave Anya and Shen were on a date at a restaurant they had received coupons for. Everything was going according to her plan. Rose smiled, her eyes full of determination. Marion dared to make such a brazen face in front of the teacher, Rose recalled. She didn't know what tricks the competitor was trying to pull, but today she decided to pull her own without hesitation. The damsel blushed embarrassed, for she was about to go much farther. Huryu walked through the corridors of the hospital. The reporters exhausted him more than the battle with the monsters. He thought for a second and stopped, wondering if everything was going to be all right. He remembered the uneasy relationship between Electric and Ninetails, both having stopped by to heal after the battle. Some noise came from the electrician's chamber, and Hugh became worried. He didn't understand what was going on, and he had already imagined the two fighting once again. In anger, he stormed into their room to quiet them, for there were other people in the hospital. But he was caught up in a completely different fight, one in which there were usually no losers. To get a breath of air, Electric tried to pull away from the vixen, but persisted in clinging to him. At last, Ninetales spotted its master and greeted him. A strange mood prevailed in the chamber. Thoughtfully, Who suggested that Electric lie down, not in a ward, but in a private room at a hotel. He began to justify that it wasn't his fault. She had come on her own, having fallen in love with him after the battle when he saved her. Who waved at them and told them to take their time. And he decided to leave the two of them alone. Stepping out into the hallway, he thought briefly about his luck, but quickly pushed it aside. Work mattered more than distractions. Next, he visited the android girl. Her hideout was a mess, as usual, and she insisted she was already tidying up. He asked her, before turning to other matters, "Have you done what I asked?" The girl replied, "I'm all set." Pointing her finger upward, she added, "There's no activity up there." The android explained that the cause was still unknown, though she was doing her best to figure it out. The hermit, however, looked at her with clear doubt. He told her, "Let me know the moment you discover something." Hyeonu remembered that his access level was now the highest, which meant their dialogue wouldn't be filtered. That was good because he had wanted to ask her something for a long time. Walking closer to the android, he demanded, "Tell me everything you know about the designer." Meanwhile, Marion listened to her servant, who knelt down with unease. His voice shook as he confessed his mistake. He had given a false report that the teacher was about to be attacked. The frightened servant told him that a girl with purple hair had burst into his room yesterday. She told him to use Kim Hoon as bait to drag the guild head to this place the next day. She put him under hypnosis and instructed him to come up with a reason on his own. The servant was forced to comply. Marion was furious at the way her main competitor had used her. Agent Rose was blooming with happiness, for she was alone with her teacher. Hyeonu was resting and getting checked out, but he looked puzzled. So she asked if everything was okay with the tests, but it wasn't. It wasn't about them. He was just very concerned about the answer to the question. He asked the neural network about the designer. The girl replied very quickly that she didn't know anything about it, which put him in a stupor. She knew absolutely nothing. The thought made the hermit frustrated for a long time. In a rage, he started smashing her game consoles. The android wailed that it wasn't her fault and that she really couldn't have known anything. The designer helped design the tower, but never showed his face, the girl explained. "I promise I'll look into it. Just please don't destroy my limited edition game collection." Hyeonu sighed heavily. The highest access was simply no use. He came back to reality and asked Rosso what she was doing in the hospital. A devoted student stated that she had one question for the master. She opened the book and, in a mysterious voice, asked if he could answer. Hyeonu immediately felt like they were trying to hypnotize him, but it didn't work. Though it was annoying, there were already a lot of problems, so the hermit decided to make a joke and turn on his great acting. Rosa was glad the hypnosis was on and asked him how far things had progressed with Marion. Hyeonu clarified in an indifferent voice what had progressed. Rosa then asked about intimacy in an embarrassed manner. The hermit confidently replied, "There is no intimacy." Rosa couldn't hide her joy, thinking she was under hypnosis. When the teacher confirmed everything, she realized that Mayan had simply tricked her. Even though it was her own delusion, she quickly forgot her anger. This was the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Then Rosa asked him in a languid voice, "What do you think of me?" The girl's cheeks flushed. She grew bolder and touched his face, asking, "Do you want us to make any progress?" Hyeonu reached for her hand, making her think she had succeeded. But at the last moment, he pulled his hand away as if nothing had happened. "I don't know anything," he replied. Rose recoiled. All this time, she had thought he was under hypnosis, but now she felt as though she had been caught by his tail. On top of that, Hugh had upset her by breaking her hypnosis right from the start. The hermit grinned. Usually, Rose kept a straight face, but now she wore a bouquet of emotions. Hyeonu noted, "That lifted my mood." It embarrassed her even more, making her turn as red as a poppy. With a loud shriek, she hurriedly retreated and slammed the door behind her. Hyeonu laughed. Now, he had a new way to relieve his stress. As he moved, he realized it was time to get down to business and got out of bed. Hugh arrived at Noah's in an elevated mood, and he didn't hide it, knowing someone had helped lift it. Noah replied, "That's good for further conversation." "I give him a headache," Hyeonu muttered. First, his next enemy is the planner, and he is much more complex than Brahma. He is powerful in his own right, but the four heavenly kings he has in his charge are not so simple either, because he probably can't handle this current level, Noah stated. Hyeonu predictably grabbed his head. It was still the same annoying plot with pumping before every battle. But there was good news, Noah said. He figured out how to use the lotus that Hyeonu had gotten after the battle with Brahma. Lotus Kalpam. The hermit read the boring description. He didn't like it. It was about terrible orals, and he didn't like that. He quickly realized that he was in for another workout before the decisive battle, like a professional athlete. Noah laughed and confirmed everything. Then the annoying hermit slapped the table in his heart. Hyeonu was resentful. He had barely dealt with one adventure and was already being tucked into another. But inside the Lotus was great karma. It was surprising to hear about this karma being so awesome. Noah spared Hyunu's mental health as much as he could, and explained that this is karma superior to karma. He stated with significance, the Brahma, whom the hermit crushed, was a fake, but the Lotus karma itself is real, Noah was saying. Hyunu pretended to understand, but to get such tremendous strength, you need rigorous training. Hyunu quickly realized that, all in the standard methodology of classic storytelling, with pumping until you reach the galactic level. Hyunu was required to absorb all karma in its entirety, Noah informed him, which was out of the question. The miner sat in the darkened hall, wondering how his subject would prove himself this time. Someone rudely tore him from his musings and demanded his attention. The planner apologized. He understood that everyone was very busy, all with families and children, and offered to get right to the point. He called the 4 heavenly kings to propose to them. With a clap of his hands, the evil ogre smirked gloatingly. Before that, he told them that the engineer had died at the hands of a mortal from the 9th floor, which surprised them. Ear Tiger was surprised that some pathetic mortal was able to kill the owner of great karma. Rustberry was amazed by this too and hid her embarrassment behind her fan. The Skyman in the hat also didn't believe this news, as if it was absurd. The demon only laughed at all these cries. He had told them from the beginning that the engineer would not last long with stolen karma. The Celestial grinned, for the demon himself had stolen his karma from his sister, and so was able to climb the tower. The demon immediately became angry and promised to widen the sky God's mouth if he didn't stop. But the man responded to that threat with a threat of his own, promising to cut the demon's arm off sooner. They both felt a powerful pressure from the Tower Lord and immediately fell silent. The planner was pleased with their strength of friendship. It pleased him in the best possible way. Still, they got carried away, and he reminded them of the purpose of the meeting, his proposal. The demon asked him what it was about since he'd been procrastinating for so long. He didn't understand what it could be, if it was more important than the engineer's death. The planner laid out 4 glass balls of karma in front of them and said, "It is a gift to each of you." It was the highest quality karma, created to raise their level, the designer explained. Tiger asked, "What are the conditions?" He assumed it was to eliminate the enemy on the 9th floor. But the planner condescendingly stated, "It's really a gift. You don't have to pay for it." Tiger pounded his fist on the table. He couldn't believe in such free cheese, but since he needed a reason, the designer said he just didn't care. It didn't matter. "What you do with that karma," he proclaimed, "will eventually become part of my dinner. And the whole tower will soon be transformed into a fancy feast," he continued, licking his lips carnivorously. "So I wish you to enjoy the gift to your heart's content for the sake of a future feast." Who kept trying to figure out what he needed to do. Noah had told him to separate the karma from the Lotus and absorb it whole. Not long ago, that had been impossible, but some of Hyunu's trophies had proven extraordinarily useful. Noah said even one of them would suffice as fuel. Noah surprised the hermit. Hyunu realized that the items left over from the battle could be given to his team. He said keep the karma of the halberd and the dark whale, and use the rest for fuel. Noah replied, "I'll need 2 weeks to prepare. You can rest for now." He also added, "Next time, you can come with a monkey king." Noah wasn't entirely sure, but he thought he could give the monkey an important present. Celestial asked the others what they thought of the alleged gift from the designer. The demon interrupted their musings. It was all just idle chatter to him. "We were told it was a gift," he said, "so we could use it without looking back." The carefree demon decided. The Celestial called him a fool. "First, you have to check whether it's medicine or poison." The demon then stated, "If it's poison, I can sacrifice myself and take all 4 karmas at once." But as soon as he reached for the gift, all the heavenly kings jumped up from their seats and stopped him. Raspberry held a fan to his throat, so the demon quickly had to claim it was all a joke. He took his karma and stated that he would go test it, and they could continue to gawk at their gifts. The Celestial called him a barbarian and sighed condescendingly as the demon left. He looked at Tiger and asked him what he was going to say. Tiger made the observation that they were given karma after the engineer died. So the designer also stated that it was all for a future feast. Even though the tower owner said he didn't care, it was obvious who he had chosen as his victim. It was the mortal from the 9th floor who was to be his dinner. Tiger guessed, and the planner's gifts were sort of tools to help set the table. If they used them, that meant they'd get to the holiday table themselves, but in a very unexpected way. Tiger realized Hyunu represents like Santa Claus. But things didn't go according to plan. His menagerie fought over his fan preferences for the Adels. The Monkey King wrestled with the serpent and shouted to him that he had lost his eyes when he ascended, but the dragon did not give up his position. Hyunu sighed heavily. He didn't even want to get involved in his squabbles, but the fan culture of the people was clearly a bad influence on the Celestials. But at that moment, he received an invitation from the system, which was going to happen in 5 seconds. As usual, he suddenly moved into the secret room. But he was greatly surprised by the guest he saw there and immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" There sat Noah himself. It had been a week since they'd last seen each other. He told me that he had some important business to attend to with a girl android, part-time summoner of the tower, so he made his way over. Noah reminded Han of the preparations he was making for the Monkey King but decided to put it off. He had a question for the android girl. He reminded Han of the Black Tower on the 12th floor and said he needed something from there, the bizarre stone on the top floor, only it could contain karma. Not the friendliest of demons live there, but they're no threat to Hyeonu. Plus, you don't even have to climb the tower. You just have to break the wall on the top floor from the outside and go inside. The hermit scratched the back of his head. There was a reason it had been too quiet lately. He realized there was nothing he could do, so he agreed to go as soon as he finished a few important things. Noah asked him, what had become of the karmas that Hyeonu had distributed to his friends? He remembered that although he had given out gifts, his menagerie was butting heads over them. The Monkey King asked Dragon, "Why are you snickering again?" Dragon replied, "If I want to use it, I can use karma or not." After much deliberation, Dragon made the decision that he would not use someone else's karma. The Monkey King grinned. He had been expecting such a response. He already had experience using other people's karma. After absorbing the plague karma, he became stronger but was uncomfortable using it due to the unfamiliar clothing. When they fought 3-on-1, it was a plus. But in a 1-on-1 fight, such karma could be a weakness. The Monkey King reasoned it was better not to touch it. In my case, he said, the problem is the inferiority of my own karma. They made their decision when they were joined by a mad hermit. He was leaving again, but told the menagerie that he had other business to settle first. Waving his hand at them, he told them to watch the house, which infuriated the monkey, for he treated them like pets. When he left, the monkey thought about how strange Hyeonu looked. Even with a contract, it wasn't easy to use someone else's karma. It always surprised Dragon too. It went beyond simply mimicking someone else's karma. The Monkey King suggested that it was Hyeonu's special talent to make every karma his own. He didn't realize that someone was peeking at them from behind the scenes of virtual reality and said that Hyeonu himself could be far more incredible than the tower. The Hermit came to check on the electrician's use of his gift, but immediately realized that the man didn't have time. The Thunder God was uncomfortable because of the scale of karma, but little by little he was getting used to it. He said this while the fox rubbed against him incessantly. Who noted that this was great since things didn't work out for the dragon right away. The electrician agreed. Wheeling stolen karma was unpleasant. If it weren't for his purpose, he would have refused to do it. But he was too weak. He's so stubborn now. The previous battle had proven that. Then the god of thunder reminded Han of their agreement, for which he had set aside his pride. He asked the hermit to locate the karma of the sword god after they defeated the designer. The thunder god reminded Han that this was not merely a request, it was their deal. The hermit confirmed everything. Han didn't understand why Electric would care about it, since he was usually so careful. Han had no intention of taking it for himself, but he had promised to retrieve it after defeating the designer. He could find any karma within the tower and hoped Electric would train diligently. With that in mind, Han prepared to depart and took out his traveler's compass. As he flew, he thought his words might have sounded like bragging, but climbing really was quite boring. On the other hand, he arrived at the tall black pillar fairly quickly. Looking at the wall, he remembered Noah's words. The wall just needed to be broken down. Han was glad he had reached the wall so quickly. Before he could even blink, he swung accurately and tapped lightly on the wall. But another wall appeared behind the pavement, and Han realized why the recoil had been so strong. He struck again, this time applying his lighting ability. After several attempts, he managed to create a door where there was none before. Now, he should have taken the stone and quickly left undetected. But then he noticed something under his feet and looked. There were some goons that someone had put down before. And that's when Hyeonu noticed the horned demon. Hyeonu told him, "Introduce yourself first," answering the demon's grumbling. But at that same moment, Hyeonu saw that the demon was holding the stone the hermit had come for. Without any hesitation, he rushed at him. He grabbed the horned demon's hand and said, "Grit your teeth tighter and hand over the stone you're holding." Hyeonu swung with all of his might, striking the unfamiliar demon with such force that it flew backward, releasing the stone from its claws. After the demon kicked up a pile of dust, Hyeonu gave him a lesson in polite conversation. "We're not friends, so let's keep the familiarity to a minimum." Catching the stone, he read the description. It was indeed the precious stone he had been searching for. The deed was done. He was about to run home. But then the demon angrily called out to him, and the hermit turned dark. The demon noted his not weak punch and fired some sort of fireball himself. The demon grew more horns and began to bluster that he was bored of killing regular mobs. But the alien's blow stretched his muscles. Still, the demon added that the blow was nothing more than a tickle to him anyway. Hootie was surprised that the demon's appearance had changed, indicating it had entered a second phase. It wasn't a normal rubber-faced mob. The evil demon decided to repay him in the same coin and swung around for a tickling contest. By now, Hootie had to retreat hastily to avoid being hit by the heavy crowbar. He was horrified to see that the demon had shattered a floor made of the same material as the tower which had taken Hunu 3 strikes. In addition, despite its large size, the demon was able to develop a lot of speed, meaning he had a top-level illegal move in front of him. The demon was even glad that his punch didn't go through. He was just about to try out some new karma. Hootie was surprised that the Libel suddenly had great karma, and then he asked if this demon was from the 4 dogs of the designer, which immediately angered him. Hootie realized he had hit a 10, and the demon wondered how a mere vagrant could have such information. That meant that the man in front of him was not just an interesting vagrant, but a terribly suspicious one. The demon stated with a grin. The gray face said he wouldn't tear Hunu to shreds, to which the hermit replied, "I am not crab meat and will not let myself be torn." He added, "If your hands are so itchy, take off your face and unscrew your ugly eyes." The demon grew angry and shouted loudly, "I am about to install a mouth expander." But the hermit apologized, saying he had already done everything and did not intend to stay longer. Calling the room out, Hoodoo said goodbye to the demon. The android girl realized that he had just escaped to a hideout to hide from the demon, but Honu claimed it was a tactical retreat. After scratching the back of his head, he stated that he had taken the power of the Heavenly King. He had checked everything, which meant there was no need to waste any more energy. Thanks to the fact that the summoner's strength had returned, he could move straight to the 9th floor. So, he's just taking advantage, Honu said. But the android countered, "It takes 5 hours to prepare to move." Hoodoo didn't mind it, for he had a lot to discuss with her. He then asked her to talk about the great karma. Already 2 illegals were discussing it, as if it was encountered at every turn. The girl thought about it for a moment. "It would take a long time to explain in detail," she said, "but I'll simplify it. There is a clear difference between great karma and ordinary karma." She continued, "Usually karma is the power gained through sacred recognition by someone who has passed countless trials, someone recognized by a deity, like the dragon or the king of the apes. Even the electric gained karma by creating a legend about themselves. Simply put," she added, "normal karma requires a lot of work." Kudu realized that achievements were not as important to great karma, nor was someone else's recognition required, the android said. It was impossible to master this karma on your own. You had to go through a special process. Great karma is a power wielded from birth. She said, "It is what it is. Perfect divinity." Someone expressed doubts about the truth of the reason why the designer distributed great karma to the 4 heavenly kings. Raspberry said, "It's about common sense, not simple doubt. Previously, all karma, except for bribes to the top, had been appropriated by the Tower Lord for himself. But now, he was just giving great karma for nothing." The planner chuckled at those words. He always thought she was bright. Even drooling with greed, she didn't stop pondering every suspicious move she could spot. Prudence was one of the reasons why he selected her as one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Tower Lord had said. But her acting left a lot to be desired. The designer had already realized she recognized his intentions. Raspberry then asked him directly, "Do you really think we're fodder for a mortal?" The demon didn't deny it. The girl was greatly surprised that he thought a mortal could survive a battle against them. The designer laughed. "Of course, with the current power, this is not possible for a mortal." Then the demon asked her to imagine that it had happened after all, and she shuddered at its power. The tower owner again carnivorously licked like a lunatic and said it was his unrivaled treat. Raspberry called him crazy, but the demon only brushed it off. If there was food capable of satisfying his hunger, he didn't care. Hoodoo gave up under the pressure of the android girl's gaze and admitted that he really didn't understand anything. The hermit stretched tiredly. He didn't see much difference. One card was better than the other, he said, but when the summoner asked him why he was asking, then Honu just threw her a rock. He asked her to give this stone to No since he came here. She could visit him too. He asked her if she could close the floor like last time, but the summoner replied that even if she tried, it would only be enough for an hour. The hermit was worried about the heavenly king he encountered, and after all, there are 3 more of them with him, and no one knows when they will appear. He needed to figure out how to protect the 9th floor without his involvement. The summoner suddenly had an idea. At that moment, a gift for the Monkey King might prove useful. He also recalled what Noah was preparing. Noah had asked him to tell the Monkey King that he had found a way to restore his karma. The Monkey King was so surprised by this news that he even cried out in astonishment. Hodu told him to stop by Noah's house in a week. Then, the dragon asked how the lost karma could be restored. The hermit responded with a question of his own. Why were they so doubtful of such claims? The dragon quickly explained that it was not doubt, but caution. Hodu then asked if they knew anything about the horned demon. At once, the beast's expressions grew tense, making it clear they were aware of him. The Monkey King asked why such a question, and Hyeonu explained that he had recently encountered a horned figure while running an errand for Null. They replied that they didn't know the demon personally, but they knew someone who did, someone who often stayed close to the demon's apprentice. Meanwhile, Mirren and Rose exchanged tense glares. Mirren disapproved of what Rose had built in the city, insisting that a true teacher could not live amidst such chaos. But Rose retorted that her rival was no better, since her tastes were still stuck in the Stone Age. She was sarcastic about Mirren wanting to send a teacher to a bamboo garden with a waterfall. Mirren slammed her fist on the table. There was nothing more to discuss, and she was ready to confront her rival. Rosa replied that in this, their thoughts aligned. She also wanted to overcome her rival. Both of them jumped up from their seats, staring at each other tensely like two angry cats. Just as they nearly collided, a servant of Mirren entered the room to make a report. She looked at him sternly, and he immediately stepped back, apologizing for the interruption. The servant reported that Master Hyeonu wanted to see Min. Hearing this, the first student confidently flicked her hair and said she had to leave immediately, as the teacher needed her right away. The sly cat smirked. Rosa couldn't help but frown, but there was nothing to say. Hyeonu asked his student to inquire with her mentor about the creature of the Heavenly Kings. Myron looked disappointed that the matter was not for her, but for her mentor. The hermit asked if he had arrived at an inconvenient time, but the apprentice waved her hands and replied that it was fine. At the same moment, she turned to the inner world, where the demoness resided. After a brief conversation, Mirren informed him that the demoness wanted to invite him into her personal space. Even though it was sudden, hearing the demon's name made her want to speak to him in person. It was convenient, Hyeonu thought, but didn't know how to go about it. Mirren asked to place her hand on Hyeonu's shoulder, which the hermit did. After a moment, Hyeonu found himself in the middle of the ruins and realized that this was her space. Turning around, he saw the demoness and returned her greeting. It had been a while since they'd seen each other. She definitely wanted to spill out all her emotions, but restrained herself from asking how he knew the horned demon. The hermit immediately noticed that she seemed much creepier than usual, so he told her everything as it was. Afterward, it was his turn to ask how she knew the sky demon. The demoness laughed in a way that made it clear they shared a unique, perhaps the only, relationship in all the land. She revealed that she was the older sister of the oak tree who had stolen her karma and escaped to the top of the tower. Hyeonu was greatly surprised, for they were very different from each other. But Diona was indeed her younger brother. The two horns on the demon's head were originally hers, and their color was different because they had been colored by his energy, the demons explained. She began to climb the tower, even teaming up with Miran just to punish the little rascal, who marveled at their friendly and kinship relationship. After calming down a bit, the demoness said that she had a request for him. She asked him to help her, just as he had helped the dragon and the Monkey King. She had even agreed to a pact with a pledge of her soul if he doubted, and then she would take full responsibility for her stupid brother. A week later, the king of the apes and Hyeonu arrived at Noah's place on his ark. The impatient Mekok immediately lunged at Noah, demanding to get to the point without delay. He wanted to know right away if his karma could really be returned. But he shook Noah so hard that Noah couldn't say anything. Realizing his mistake, the macaw let him go and apologized, feeling guilty. Noah was not angry, for the monkey was understandable. But before he started, he took out the box and set it on the table. There turned out to be a lotus made from a fancy stone, as Noah explained to them. Hyeonu asked, "Is it true that by absorbing it, you could get great karma?" Noah warned, "You still have to remain cautious, but I'd suggest starting with yokai. Their situation needs urgent attention." Hyeonu read the description. It was his spatial traveling device, but the description wasn't complete. Noah explained the passes contain the coordinates of the collector's room, the imaginary space where the planner keeps the stolen karmas. Hyeonu immediately realized that being able to climb into the enemy's warehouse was like winning the jackpot. The hermit asked, "How did you manage to find such a treasury?" Noah replied, "It's all thanks to you. Remember your request to get into the system room when the summoner went missing? To find the information, I began searching the tower thoroughly and accidentally stumbled upon the very spot that was released, facing just incredible power of influence. He explored it from all sides until he found a tiny opening. Looking through the gap, he saw a multitude of karmas rushing back and forth, colliding with each other. It formed a real chaos, which meant his karma was in there too. Monkey realized obviously the designer had used the place to store karma. Hyeonu marveled that the planner had the time for all this collecting. He asked why Noah didn't take the karma of the Monkey King right away. The Monkey King replied, "It's impossible. Finding the right karma among such a mishmash is beyond me." Hyeonu feared that when the monkey himself got into the vault, he wouldn't be able to handle it either. Noah reassured him, "Karma always recognizes its owner." Hyeonu was surprised. Karma has an instinct to return home, just like pigeons. He said, "That's rather convenient." The hermit then suggested stealing all the karmas from the vault, but the Monkey King objected, saying, "That's not a good idea. When absorbing a large amount of karma, the body won't be able to withstand it and will collapse." He added, "Except, of course, if we do a training session with each karma stolen." But instead, the monkey had a better idea. He declared and picked up a rock. He decided to be a real little brother to his lazy family. The celestial demon was talking to the celestial demon, and the latter told him about their encounter. The mortal whom demon met on the 12th floor calmly dodged his blows. He knew exactly who they were. The demon, annoyed, added that he barely wanted to wave in earnest as the mortal slipped away using a strange teleport. Raspberry then speculated that mortal might have been the tower owner's future dinner party. She shoved his image on the palm of her hand, and a small figure of Hyeonu appeared there. The demon jumped up from his seat and shouted loudly, "That's exactly him." He was surprised that Raspberry knew what he looked like. The girl told them that she had recently spoken to the owner of the tower and had learned of his true intentions. The demon balled his fist again in annoyance, realizing that the mortal he was facing was the tower owner's dinner. At this, he quickly left the meeting. When asked where to, he replied, "You know yourselves." He wanted to eat the mortal whole, along with his bones. The demon growled angrily. After all the truth that he had heard, he could no longer sit still and asked where the three of them had forgotten their pride. Tiger then stated, although the planner is not a common cager still, he would not act to his own detriment in an unfavorable game. This means he sees something in the mortal that we cannot. Tiger told them the demon was indignant that he thought Tiger could be defeated by some worm. But the latter added, there is still danger. The danger lies in acting alone. Tiger said with cold fury, we only have one way. Hyeonu suggested the demoness should go with us to the tower owner's secret storeroom, but there was no karma she could take. Besides, the demoness confidently stated, my karma alone is enough for me. Hyeonu expressed doubt, and the demoness asked, why you doubt? The hermit told her, no matter how I look at you, you don't seem strong. The horned heavenly demon, though without breaks, was far from weak in terms of strength. The demoness realized in Hyeonu's eyes she was too weak to pull with her brother, but added that for her victory over her brother, strength wasn't that important because everything is already determined from the moment they were born. The demoness said. Hyeonu grinned once again. The demoness spoke abuses to him, and the woman waved her hand, saying it couldn't be explained to a human. Then he offered to show her in the real world, for he had already spent a lot of effort to get her statue, but the demoness was still sitting in this world. Then she said that there was no other way, because if her brother sensed her energy, he might run away even further than before. So she waits patiently for the moment when her brother will be completely unsuspecting and appear in front of her. Hyeonu came back to reality. A little time had passed, and his female students were fighting again. He yelled at them, demanding that they stop the mess immediately, and reminded them that he had told them to get along with each other. Both girls lowered their eyes, guilty before him. Hyeonu sighed heavily. He already had a headache from their squabbling. As he calmed down, he noted that Rose had shown up very quickly despite the fact that he had suddenly ripped her off. But the girl was glad to come. She had been summoned urgently. How could she not show up? Naren said, squinting at her competitor. Marion immediately realized that the insolent wench had remembered her words from last time and returned them. Hyeonu thanked his apprentice for rushing over to him quickly. There was work for her to do. He came closer to her, placed his hand on her shoulder, and said he had a request. With a serious look, he asked her to stop the 4 heavenly kings. The 4 heavenly kings had just prepared to invade the 9th level. Before leaving, Tiger reminded them that they had one purpose for which they had agreed to work together, to kill immortal Huna and, in doing so, trample all the planner's hopes of a tasty dinner. Since everyone understood, he gave the command to depart. Looking into the tower well, Noah thought Hyeonu would come later, so he asked him if he was ready. Before leaving, Hyeonu asked his apprentice to deal with the signaling device that would stop petty thieves while he was away. It had been quite some time since she'd gotten into it with the android, so they should be done by now. The Monkey King that went to rob the treasury should be back soon too, Hyeonu said. Which means everyone has already done their best, he said rather matter-of-factly, because there's less work to do now. There's only great karma left to absorb when you don't have to worry about other little things, the hermit said. Except the balloon was big, and who didn't know how to swallow it? Noah suggested he just clench it in his fist and gather his will there. Noah had warned him again that it could be dangerous. Hugh understood, but there was only one way out. Until you try it, you won't know for sure if karma will pay off or not. Noah wished him luck, and the hermit fell asleep right on his desk. Hyeonu started looking around. He got inside Brahma's karma. He didn't understand why Noah was intimidating him, because the place was not bad. It looked like a temple. But as no one came out to him for a long time, the hermit began to grumble that his host had forgotten all manners and was not welcoming his guests. He looked at the statue with the face of the engineer, who was staring serenely into the void. The statue spoke so loudly that his ears pricked up. The owner told him he was surprised to be noticed, especially after all the effort he put into hiding. The true appearance of the master of karma was revealed, and he introduced himself as Brahma. He was eager to find out who had so ruthlessly killed one of his personalities. Noah was sitting over Hyeonu when someone called out to the creator, asking if the hermit had left. He looked up and immediately recognized the summoner, one of Huna's students. He asked them what was wrong, as they were in the process of making a signaling device. The girls told him that the unit was ready and the ninth floor was securely sealed. Then he asked what had brought them here, and the little android got nervous. She explained that she had detected a powerful flow of energy heading towards them, and that's when Noah grew nervous. It seemed the four kings were coming toward them sooner than they'd thought. Already on their way, the girls hurried to home to break the news. But they were too late. The hermit had only recently penetrated Brahma's karma and would be gone for some time, Noah explained to them. He asked the summoner how much their password door could withstand the onslaught of the four heavenly kings. But no sooner had she finished speaking than there was a knock at her door, the one that had taken so much effort to secure. She grabbed her head and started screaming loudly, declaring that the door was collapsing. The kings had already reached the ninth floor and were knocking with all courtesy. The android girl said she couldn't stall much longer, and Noah realized he had to come up with something right away. Then they heard a mocking voice. Making a real drama here, it said. Noah rejoiced when he realized the Monkey King had returned. The android girl recognized the artifact for communication, and Noah told her who had given it to her. The cheeky monkey smugly declared that he was glad to see such a violent reaction to his return. Before he left, the king of the apes told Noah he was going to meet someone. The tower creator didn't think an intercom system would come in handy. In general terms, the Monkey King understood their situation and said he had one suggestion. He told them that the secret door with a password could be opened, which surprised everyone. The girls immediately resented the fact that they had worked hard to seal it, but even that wasn't all that important. The Heavenly Kings would soon enter here. The monkey said to just change the coordinates to his location and call the lizard. He added that there shouldn't be a problem without the dragon. The summoner asked him, "What is this all for?" The Monkey King answered her, "My brothers are gathered around me now, itching to use their power so they can have peace of mind. They only need to open the door when given the signal." He said, Honu, meanwhile, is trying to figure out what personalities Brahma was talking about. Noah had said something like that to him. The Brahma I killed was only 1/3 of the whole. I took the main karma for myself and escaped from the others. Then he thought that, since they had once been one body, even after one of them became a thief, they decided to take revenge on him. But the deity only laughed loudly, which discouraged Huna. The hermit then asked, "What amused you so much?" Brahma replied, "I was amused by the reaction to my joke. I am incapable of revenge. Besides, one of them was just a thief. They wanted to thank him for dealing with the traitor for them. This was originally their task, but the thief had put a seal on them, and they had to stand idly by. Having become free, Brahma decided that it was necessary to pay tribute to the benefactor. Hyeonu was very happy, realizing that Brahma would give him the great karma he had come for. True, Brahma immediately said he couldn't do that and smiled widely. The mad hermit immediately prepared to beat it out of the strange god, but Brahma asked him to calm down and laughed again. He hurriedly explained that he wanted to give karma away, but he just couldn't. All because the karma had already been given and was now in Honu's hands. After Honu arrived at that place and was recognized by Brahma, the karma was immediately in his possession. The hermit was surprised that something like this could be given away so easily, but Brahma didn't care, for he had already begun to accumulate his karma. Yet, absorption alone wasn't enough to use the power. Hook didn't understand what that meant. But there was no time to explain. The temple began to crumble because the karma that sustained the place had already been transferred to Hun. Brahma's real body was outside the tower. He just had to go home. So he told Hun not to worry because they were supposed to meet again soon, if, of course, he could become a vessel that could accommodate the great karma. Brahma added, "Let's leave all further discussions for later," and thus drove the hermit out of his senses. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon was angry with annoyance that the wall was too strong, even for him. Tiger was surprised too and said, "Obviously, the mortal has some tenacity," but they couldn't wait any longer, so he decided to help. The demon snapped back that he wasn't done yet, but Tiger pointed out that now was not the time to brag to each other. At that instant, the secret mega wicket opened without waiting to be tampered with. The heavenly kings were very surprised to realize that the mortals from the ninth floor had opened the doors themselves. But when they came out, they appeared in a strange place. Tiger immediately recognized the welcoming committee in the form of the king of the monkeys. He immediately began teasing them, saying he had been waiting. He added that the cat should say hello first, not to the king of the apes, but to the other one. Hovering above them was a dragon, eager to speak with an old friend. The dragon told the cat that it hadn't expected to meet under such circumstances and called it a traitor to the four corners of the world. It had been a long time since Tiger had abandoned his position to join the designer. The dragon asked if Tiger was now sitting comfortably on his throne. Tiger gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "What are you planning? Are you setting traps? After all, this is foolishness. The two of them couldn't stop the four heavenly lords anyway." Tiger shouted. He gritted his teeth again and muttered, "It's all just talk." The demon next to him was eager to start as well. Instead of saluting, it launched a fire projectile at the king of the apes, but the projectile ended up being itself. The king of the monkeys said to it, "You're acting all tough just because you were throwing fire with toy tricks." And so they tried in vain. The pacifiers couldn't compare to the original. The monkey spoke and the demon stopped. His attack failed, all because the Monkey King had entered a second boss phase, the battle-winning Buddha. Tiger recognized the look and shouted for the demon to get out of there immediately. The demon started to brag that he wouldn't lose to some monkey, but Tiger interrupted him. He'd already noticed something was wrong. After all, the karma of the Monkey King was comparable to that of the Buddha. The demon was about to run away when he received a powerful poke from the Mac. "If it were up to me," Monkey said, "I would have dealt with the demon right away." He shoved the teleport balloon into his mouth. The demon nearly choked on the glowing golden ore. He disappeared in a flash of light, and the king wished him a happy journey to his grave. The demon found himself in the middle of the ruins and cursed foully at the macaque. When he heard a greeting from behind, he immediately flinched at the sound of that voice. Demoness told him that his unwelcoming appearance had put her heart in turmoil. Because they had not seen each other for so long, they stood before her brother. She was so happy to see him, she wanted to tear her eyes out on the spot. The tiger asked the monkey, "What's the trick? Where did you send our buddy?" The monkey replied, "Would you run to catch up?" He offered to run in and prevent a touching family reunion. Tiger was pissed off beyond belief because the monkey had been getting a lot since he got his karma back. He turned into a huge tiger and said, "To those possessors of great karma, even the heavens are not afraid." The dragon noticed that Tiger's appearance was not as he remembered it. The monkey agreed with him. The look had become more imposing. It was great karma, belonging to one of the four heavenly kings who controlled the world order. He called out the name of the warrior in the green robe, referring to Indian mythology. He also added that the others had received equally impressive gifts, having reached the level of sainthood. And they're just lowly yokai, whose karma isn't all that significant, Tiger said. He asked them if they thought they could still stop him. Just the two of them. Tiger blustered, "Since we've figured it all out, we should vigorously lay out where Hun is." But a strange sound interrupted him. Monkey crossed his arms in front of him like it was a quiz and said, "The answer is wrong." Everything Tiger said was wrong, except for one thing. They really wouldn't have an easy time fighting them, even with their karmas back. So he called his brothers so they wouldn't be bored at home. The Monkey King said, "Out of a hole in the sky fell 7 wise men with beast faces." The Monkey King started introducing their entire menagerie in voiceover, but it's still a set of extras, so who cares? The last piping sage told Tiger that he knew of his service to the planner and let them meet unexpectedly, just right for a warm-up. Monkey clapped his hands together contentedly by all the rules of the yards and streets. 8 against 3 was considered a normal spread, if not against you, even though he wasn't a fan of such battles. But after all, their opponents had great karmas and mobs would extinguish even a lion. "That's the moral," he shouted to his brothers, and the yokai rushed to the attack. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the demon's world, there was also a battle between their own brother and sister. The demon was breathing heavily. He should have been stronger than his little sister, but for some reason, he was inferior to her. He couldn't even touch her during their fight, and once again, he experienced a forgotten sensation. It felt like his karma was refusing to fight his sister. Hearing this, the demoness called him a fool, for everything followed its own path and nature. She suggested he ask her for forgiveness, so much so that the brother was even taken aback. Not only had he stolen her karma while she briefly fell into slumber, he had also destroyed her homeland with the Heavenly Mountain. For that very thing, she said, "You should be crawling on your knees right now." But my brother shouted loudly that it was all been got up from his knees. He admitted that he did everything, but he didn't see it as a big deal. After all, they're yokai and can do that. Sis laughed at his naivety, so much so that she even grabbed her face. And then I told him I was very grateful to him, which confused my brother. Up until this point, she still had kindred feelings, but thanks to his filthy mouth, she was able to get rid of them completely. At that moment, the horns on the demon's head crumbled, as if they were made of clay. The demoness told her brother that even though he knew the nature of the yakai, he was not at all versed in the laws of karma. She obligingly explained to him that karma has a will that seeks to find its master. Because her brother had actually come to return her stolen goods himself, the demoness said and struck. She asked him in a commanding voice, what was it like to complete the second coming of the Akasha proper? After the destruction of the temple, Hyeonu found himself in complete emptiness and darkness. At first, when the temple was collapsing, he had just blacked out, but now he didn't realize where it had taken him. He was fidgeting like a dummy when he heard a voice that was once his awakening. The hermit flinched at how commanding he sounded, as if from everywhere. He became nervous at having someone sneak up on him from behind so easily, and demanded his interlocutor introduce himself. When I turned around, I was immediately amazed at the disgusting thing I saw. I hovered beneath him, asking with an invisible mouth if he really didn't know him. She sounded like a girl by her voice, and Hyeonu had the audacity to tell her that she hadn't even given her name. "How was I supposed to know such a puffer?" he said. To which she replied, "I hadn't expected you to be so stupid. After all this time, you were thinking about just being super talented and gifted." The voice said, "Riley." She squinted at him, irritated by his excessive ego, which hurt Hyeonu, but she decided to explain nonetheless. He should have realized by now that he had entered an imaginary space. His body was stabilizing karma now, and they were unlikely to be able to talk at any other time. So she had to steal his soul for a while. Hyeonu was surprised that one could say such strange things so calmly. He apologized for scaring her, but there were no other options. It was time to reveal the secret. After all, she had been watching him for a very long time, she said in a strange voice. Hyeonu immediately shrank back at the memory of all the things the stranger could see and shamefully covered himself with his hands. But the girl said it wasn't like that. He asked her why she was following him. The girl replied, "It's too early for you to know, and it's already time to part," she added, her voice carrying a strange stalker-like tone. Then, who began to dissolve into thin air. He screamed, looking at the mosaic his body was turning into. She told him, "Remember something, the top of the tower is not the end of your journey." The stranger spoke, "There is more than one story arc ahead." The demonist asked her subdued brother, "How did it feel when you found yourself sprawled on the ground?" She replied, "Since you stole my karma, you should have immersed yourself in training and become its new owner as soon as possible. But the foreign power intoxicated your mind," she continued, "and you began to stir recklessly here and there. That's when karma left your body." The demon saw again the long-forgotten look his sister had when he admired her strength. Despite being of the same origin, her strength surpassed all other yokai. Soon, however, admiration was replaced with hatred every time she looked down at him from the top. Those eyes looked at him as if they saw nothing but nothingness. The demon screamed at her to get that hateful look away. He said that he no longer needed her handouts, for now he had the great karma of a heavenly god. He smugly told her to keep her eyes open, for he was stronger than her now. The demonist chuckled indulgently. She knew this karma and told her brother that he couldn't handle this power, but the sibling didn't hold back. He said that now her karma was no longer holding him back. Therefore, he would definitely win. "It is your fate to die at my hands," the brother boasted. But as soon as Dionys ordered him to fall to his knees, the careless brother staggered and collapsed to the ground. Even the multi-tiered birdhouse behind his back didn't help him against his sister. The demonist said that no matter how you looked at it, the bottom fit him best. He still didn't understand how this happened since her karma was no longer there. The demonist apologized to him. She was only saying it now, but he wasn't really her brother. In her memory, they had been together since birth. But those memories are false, all because he himself is a fake. The sister was telling the bitter truth. She created it out of her karma. When she experimented with biblical myths, the reason he couldn't resist her orders wasn't karma. It was simply that he was her creation from the beginning. She dumbfounded her homunculus brother. Demoness realized she might have gone overboard with playing family. But was that a problem? Demoness asked. "Because we're Yukai, and we can do that." She returned her brother's words. The demoness released her power and said, "It's time to end our strange kinship." She wondered how many of her steps he could handle. His karma was bad, and she grinned a terrible grin. Hyeonu came to his senses right where he was in the Tower Creator's arc. Noel immediately came to him and congratulated him on successfully joining karma. He told Hein that he had slept for about 24 hours and a problem seemed to be there, but at the same time, already solved. Almost immediately after he fell asleep, the four heavenly kings appeared to them. Dumbfounded, Noah stood still, but when Huna was about to jump into the fray, Noah hurriedly calmed him down. "Everything has dissipated," he said. "Even though they had difficulties, everything is calm now." The Tower Creator opened a teleporter window for him and suggested, "It's better to see everything with your own eyes." In the picture, the yokai were kicking their feet into the tiger's belly, all in a merry mob. The tiger resented that they had been fighting all day without any respite. But the yokai only laughed louder at him, for their fights only lifted their spirits. The yokai became so furious that they nearly broke the tiger's spine. Elder Brother Sage, lazily smoking bamboo, suggested the brothers take a break. After all, this way the pleasure would last longer. Tiger shouted, looking up just long enough for the Keeper of Order to stare at him. but the dragon remained indifferent to his cries. It was rather pathetic to ask such a thing of an enemy. The dragon called him a traitor, telling him to shut up and just die before he himself joined the morass. The king of the monkeys appeared from above and asked if they were done with the lyrics. It was time to call it a day. The monkey shouted to his brothers, "Move aside or you'll get hit." Swinging his stick, the Monkey King called out, "Grow joy." He flew down in a column. Compared to this stick, the tiger started to seem like a flea. The shockwave even seeped through the spatial window Noah had opened. An entire tower of Babel was sticking out of the ground, and it was clear that with this blow, it was all over. Hyeonu realized that of all the kings, the kitty had lasted the longest. They left behind a bounty of artifacts, and Hyeonu was surprised that they were dealt with so quickly. Noah said, "Numbers are decisive in such matters." The only demon left was the one assigned to Demoness. He was still alive for now. Hearing this, Hyeonu wanted to go help, but then the Demoness herself appeared and told them to hold their horses. "I don't need any help." Demoness had added horns to her head and other signs of adultery. Hyeonu told her thoughtfully, "You changed a lot, and so has the atmosphere around you." Slapping himself on the forehead, the Demoness appeared before him in her true form. "So from now on, you should call me mistress," she said, stroking his cheek. The Demoness smiled seductively at the young and inexperienced one. Feeling threatened, the hermit quickly brushed her off. She handed him a gift from his brother, thanking him for his capture. "I'm going to get used to having my karma back," she added, before leaving him utterly bewildered and with a feeling of emptiness. It was as though he had ceased to be the hero on whom everything hung. A few days later, Hyeonu called Shin in to distribute the gifts, but when he looked into the hermit's mansion, he couldn't understand the mess before him. Meanwhile, the Monkey King was introducing his brothers to Korean idol pop culture. He claimed that the girls in this group were as beautiful as the Celestials. The yokai moved closer to the screen, captivated. The elder sage, on the other hand, was trying out all the varieties of tea, which he found as exquisite as the drinks of the Celestials. He asked the dragon, "What is this artwork called?" The dragon replied, for the 100th time, "It's soju." Then Shaika decided to find Hyeonu himself. As he saw his female students, he wanted to ask them a question, but they walked without noticing anything around them, emitting a murderous aura. Their faces looked as if they were having an argument. The humble guy decided to stay quiet and simply follow them. Shuriken was amazed that Hugh was giving them the karma of high-class conquerors, but Hu confidently handed his friend the sword, saying it would be better than the previous one. Noah said, "The great karma of the 4 heavenly kings disappeared the moment they were destroyed. The only thing left is the regular one, and it's of little use. There's no time to practice," Huna explained. Still, he decided to give them a ride of unprecedented generosity. After all, only his friends could cover him when he went to the top of the tower. She even wept with joy. Next, he handed Marion a steel gauntlet, saying, "This item will suit you." The girl was very happy to receive a gift from her teacher, so much so that she couldn't find the right words. The Demonese had shared one secret of seduction with her, and Marion had to apply her strategy. The apprentice assumed a cat-like cute pose and thanked me for the gift. The sight she saw gave Huna a lightning bolt of Spanish shame. A few hours ago, the Demonist had admonished her that men were most attracted to those who triggered their protective instincts. Of course, by now, Marion was already too strong to pretend to be weak, so she had to just act the part like the sweetest pet that had been with humans for a long time. A cute and affectionate kitty, too, is said, much to Mary's embarrassment. The girl didn't understand why the man had to impersonate a cat, but the demoness insisted. After all, a pet could become a life companion at any time, the cunning demoness added. Marion thought for a moment. The words of life companion sparked her far-reaching dreams. It seemed like a great idea to her at the time, especially since her experienced mentor supported her. But looking at the teacher's dumbfounded face, Marion quickly blushed with shame and embarrassment. Hyuna pretended not to see anything. He told her to use the gift for her own good, which only fueled her feelings of shame. He then beckoned to Rose, and the girl came proudly toward him. She immediately discerned her rival's intentions, pretending to be a pussycat to trigger the teacher's protective instincts. It's not a bad move, Rose thought, but could conversely weigh a person down a lot. As she accepted Raspberry's fan, she reflected that naturalness was important in this case. She read all the books on love relationships and even made a list of nicknames for couples in love. Finally, she managed to find that one killer word that any guy would love. When Hyeonu asked how she liked her present, she smiled gratefully and said, "I like it a lot." Then she made a seductive face and called him brother. Now a wave of Spanish shame came over Marion, though Rosa mistook it for envy. She thought her mentor would like it too, but the hermit ignored her, treating her like a competitor. Scratching the back of his head, Hyeonu sadly remarked, "It seems like everyone's a little off today." With that, he decided to make a quick getaway, as he still had business with the Android app, and told him to try out the gifts. To make sure no one had any objections, Hyeonu used the pass to the Virche rune and disappeared in a blue flash. There was an awkward silence, and Ken promised to keep it a secret. The android was surprised by his depressed look, as if he had eaten a lot of rotten mushrooms. He then asked her, "What about my request?" He was bothered by the words of the Eye Stalker, who said the tower wasn't the end of it. The summoner told him that she had looked through the old tower records, but something like this had never happened before, so she hadn't found anything. The only thing she could assume was that the top the stalker had mentioned wasn't part of the tower. Hearing this, the hermit sighed. He hadn't expected to learn more today. At the time, he thought he was looking at a creature completely different from him, but now he decided to put the subject aside. It bothered him that it was still quiet at the top of the tower, though a businesslike master would be angry that his men had been beaten. The android then informed him that she had figured out something by studying the information that had fallen from the forest, Heavenly Kings. Wyatt, she'd figured out the designer's intentions and told it to a dumbfounded Huma. It was important information because he jumped up, asking why she hadn't mentioned it sooner. Then Sumter began to mumble that she was afraid of making him uncomfortable, but Huna still demanded that she tell it like it is in a straightforward manner. Then the girl blurted out that the designer wanted to catch him and eat him. The news discouraged him. Sweet Seo Yan also looked into the hermit's mansion. She heard that the vixen had moved in with the electrician, but what bothered her more was what happened to Huna's female students. Those were terribly depressed. Rose sharply blamed it all on Mayan and her pretend image of a cat, but she started screaming so much that it was Rosa who was talking like a crazy person and ruined everything. They immediately began to fight, unable to hold back any longer. Silly had heard that the fox had returned and asked her to help break up the wild girls, but Marbled scarcely saw in what company and how the nine-tailed one was going and asked what it meant. Today was their first day, said the fox. He told Electric to go to the room and wait for her, for she would come soon. Smiling, he called her a lapulate and asked her not to linger. An atmosphere of pink flies enveloped them. Seo Yan was extremely surprised. She knew the fox was running after Electric, but the latter was known for his prickly temper. Yet you couldn't tell that from him now, and she didn't understand when things had changed so much. Seo Yan demanded again from the nine-tailed fox to explain everything. She wanted to ask her how she had melted his heart. But then, two predatory cats leaped at their prey. They ran Seo Yan's cutie out of the way and went straight for the fox. Clawing in her hands, each demanded to know how to get a man. Meanwhile, the creator of the tower sat over the blueprints in his art. He said that the time had come. He inspected the magic circle again and decided to consult with Hoodoo first, as he suddenly noticed him at his place. Noah was just about to reach him, so there was time to see the hermit. But he suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Hoyu angrily demanded to know how to get to the planner. And if he didn't know, he would find out immediately. He was furious and wanted to rip out the tower owner's tongue. Noah couldn't even guess what had caused this. He tried to reassure Hyuna first. No matter what, the enemy wasn't going to escape them anywhere. He added that anger wouldn't help anything. Hyuna pulled back a little and apologized. When the hermit told him everything, even the creator of the tower was astonished by the true reason why the ninth floor had been under attack all this time, all because the road wanted to eat the hermit's dinner. Even though it was unethical to eat sentient beings, more precisely, Hyuna added, the projector wanted to absorb all the karmas collected. Now they understood why a creature for whom it was easy to destroy the earth had waged such a long war of attrition. Hyuna was to him something like a pig on a farm, being fed to slaughter out of need for protein, not for omnipotence. All this time, he lived as a hermit and worked hard because of the rascal who saw him as food. Therefore, Hyeonu was furious. He obviously couldn't hold his temper after that. And Noah took it in stride. After learning of the designer's intentions, Hoodoo thought about everything properly. Now he couldn't get rid of it. He couldn't shake the feeling that the land was in danger because of him. If it wasn't for me, he reasoned, all those illegals wouldn't have invaded. Even though it sounded delusional, Hoodoo still couldn't help it. He wanted to get to the designer as soon as possible and put an end to everything. But to do that, he needed Noah's help. Noah sighed heavily. Punching my way to the top floor isn't an easy task, he muttered. After all, the paths were blocked off, and it took a particularly powerful spell to overcome the firewall. Luckily for Hunu, it was right in front of him. It took a while to set up, but that was the solution to their problem. The hermit was indignant. Noah should have said so earlier, he thought, frustrated. But the creator had withheld it. He knew Hyeonu's violent temper. That one would have just torn into the planner and gone to rebirth in a couple of moments. But even now, it was a little early to go there, for Hunu had barely learned how to use the great karma he had received. Noah could sense the difference in energy, so he had a condition. The hermit was to achieve the ideal of mastering Brahma's karma while he finished with the magic circle. Hoodoo grinned and promised he could handle it. It wasn't the first time he'd been through tough training. In return, he asked Noah to open an imaginary space for him and call those who were now chilling on the earth. After all, the hermit said, scratching his fist, it's time to collect rent from the entire menagerie for free lodging. The planner sat alone, anticipating what was soon to be. Truthfully, he regretted that it was too long of a tale to follow Huna. He couldn't let some brats interfere with his plan. Besides, Huna was along with the tower's creator at the same time. There was no doubt that Noah would find the spell and make his way to the top of the tower. But in this case, the owner of the tower decided to play a little prank on him. After briefly talking outside, the fox finally realized what the two students wanted from her. Looking at their beady, burning eyes, she didn't even know what to say back to them. It was nothing like what she had seen before when she first met them. It was hard to believe that both were obsessed with the same person. She wondered where the gentleman got so much charm from. But deciding that her life would be calmer, she immediately agreed to help them. Confidently, she stated that for her, such a thing was a piece of cake. But after thinking about it seriously, she began to get nervous. She had to tell the two girls how to attract the attention of men. She was the kind of seductress who had been playing with men for thousands of years, absorbing their life force, an old woman with a long history. Since it was part of her natural gift, the vixen didn't need any special cues to use it. But now it was playing tricks on her. She had nothing to say, and she realized she was in trouble. She couldn't tame someone stronger than herself, and she couldn't just say she was born that way. In Electric's case, they were simply soulmates. He surprisingly preferred reckless girls, but telling the fox the truth, the apprentices wouldn't leave her with a wet spot. She didn't know how to be at all since even Ms. Seo Yun had left this madhouse. Marion couldn't stand the silence first and asked the fox, "Why are you silent?" Rose tried to reason with her. They both thought that the fox's advice must be so grandiose as to be unspoken. The meter of their expectations ran as high as the fox's anxiety level. She needed to squeeze something out of herself right away. She thought when she heard someone else's conversation. There were two Yeas walking along, grumbling about being chased back and forth. Secretly, from the others, they were leafing through a little book the Monkey King had recommended to them. He told them that this piece would make the hearts of the yokai beat more often, and she called herself the newly met host. Foxy seized on this clue and asked the girls, "Are you ready to make platonic love real?" Meanwhile, Hyeonu moved into the imaginary space where he gathered everyone and thanked them for their presence. Yokai and even Electric listened to him carefully to see what he was up to. But then the hermit noticed that the main beast, monkey, and dragon were not at the meeting and asked where they were. He was told that they were very busy as today was the broadcast of their favorite pop idol group. Hyeonu was surprised at how quickly the yokai were drawn into the human world. The laziest sage asked the hermit, "Why did you call us here?" It had to do with the designer, or rather, Han needed help. No big deal, just that they all had to take turns fighting him. Hyeonu said, pounding his fist together. The lazy sage was surprised that he wanted to fight them. It was like a new kind of training. Hyeonu explained to them that he had received a gift of great karma, but it just so happened to be too heavily packaged. To which the lazy sage asked him if the hermit was sure his limbs would stay in place in the process. It's because the yokai brothers can't really contain their strength during battle. But the hermit only smiled and declared that it would only be better for him. From what Brahma had told him, there was only one reason why he could not use karma. His body wasn't strong enough to match hers. In such a case, the way out was simple. You just had to harden the steel until it became impenetrable. He was the first to offer to go out to his teacher to check on his progress at the same time. Just recently, Electric had regained his original karma, and now nothing restricted him. Who suggested he give it his best shot, and the Thunder God sided, calling him a cocky boy. He was just about to test his sword, and the hermit was perfect as an opponent, he said. Hyeonu noticed that his weapon had changed. It used to be bigger, he said. The electrician said it had deformed in the process of use. It was as if the sword had adapted to its master. Who marveled in his level of swordsmanship? He stood in a picture pose before the fight and declared that he would surpass the teacher. The Thunder God responded in kind, and there was a rumble and explosion from their blows between them. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, its current owner was conjuring nonsensical magic circles. He hadn't worked with them in a long time, so he had no time for uninvited guests. He said into the void, "What brings you here?" The man in the suit's name was Hermes. Hermes asked the demon, "What are you trying to accomplish?" The planner gave an evasive answer. Hermes, not satisfied, said, "Don't play dumb. Today is the day of the surrender of the promised karma." The planner pretended to be surprised. "You've come to collect the debt?" The designer offered, "I can give you a few karmas at once." But Hermes shook his head. "We won't postpone payment for the sake of ordinary karma. We need great karma." The designer replied, "I finished the job on time. Here is the karma, and here is not." Hermes gathered a blob of energy into a ball and fired it at the designer, who had been sitting with his back to him the whole time. But the man repelled the attack with a slight gesture of his hand, as if it were an ordinary snowball. The planner asked, "What was this mess?" He was about to be a guest here, and Hermes was making a mess. Then the guest in the suit turned around and said, "For the sake of great karma, I'll wait 2 months. However, if you do this again, the anger from above will not end there," Herms warned. The planner smugly replied, "I'll take note of that," and they said their goodbyes. The demon resented the fact that the guest appeared to be painfully noisy, which was quite unusual for him. But in any case, the extra witnesses were shrunk. Meanwhile, the Monkey King did not take his eyes off the TV screen where another pop diva was shown. He admired the purity of the girl's face, not realizing it was all filters and makeup. The star the Monkey King was rooting for was ranked higher than the one the dragon supported. But then they started fighting again with nothing else to do, and the macaque began to argue. At the dragon's indignation, he asked, "Why are you sitting there with a sour face as if burying someone?" But the dragon denied there was a problem and said, "I'm just thinking about it." He was worried about how much time was left before Hyeonu defeated everyone. The dragon said. And here, even the macaque became quiet. After all, he too had to wonder what Hyeonu had abruptly gathered them for. The dragon said, "Neither the Yokai brothers nor the thunder god Electric will be able to overpower Huna, for none of them have attained divinity. It took someone like them to pull out all the power." The Monkey King agreed with him for once, realizing that the hermit needed much more power. Even with their help, there was a limit. They both knew how precious great karma was. It could not be purchased. So, whoever wanted to possess it needed an unequal opponent, a stronger opponent, one that would pressure Huna until she stretched out her legs. If no suitable candidate could be found, then the macaque and the dragon would have to step in. But they both knew a real monster was about to arrive at the hermit's place, stronger than the two of them combined. The demons appeared over the battlefield, the monkey said. And since that lady would be coming and would have to leave for the auditorium anyway, the yokai decided to make the most of their time and watch the concert. But they were interrupted by some noise. The nine-tailed fox was loudly admonishing her female students. The yokai didn't understand why she was screaming as if something had happened. The girls at her feet collapsed, drained of strength. The vixen insisted, for they themselves had asked for her help, and now they were dejected. Suddenly, the damsel experienced embarrassment. They were unaccustomed to interacting with a teacher like this. But the vixen only sighed. They could do what they wanted, but then they would just remain apprentices for the rest of their lives. Since her help was no longer needed, she decided to leave. But the girls clambered to her feet. "We'll do anything," they promised, "as long as you continue your training." The fox really hoped they would just back off because of the shame. But the two pearls proved incredibly resilient and still glared at her. Looking into their puppy dog eyes, the vixen only cheered up more. She loved to bully others. "Go back to addressing and start practicing again," she told them. "Put your heart and soul into it." The girls started tentatively, but then they shouted with all their passion, calling Huna their master. The dragon and the monkey felt deeply discouraged by what the girls were doing. The yokai in the imaginary space observed that the celestial demon Electric had already surpassed the level of mortals and was soon to be equal with them in strength. Then the laziest sage remarked that it was all talk of the future. "Now I have reached my limit in the battle with Hyeonu," he admitted, "because the hermit has transformed into a force of nature beyond my reach." Of course, Electric sensed intuitively that his former apprentice had grown stronger, but he never imagined the difference between them would be so vast. Huna effortlessly countered his attacks. No matter how many distractions Electric tried to create, Huna recognized them all. Even the strikes into which Electric poured all his strength were endured with ease. Huna's movements carried the weight of finality. It was as if they declared, "Do not waste energy, strike with purpose." These were not random swings of a sword, but precise strikes so refined they seemed capable of reaching the very heavens. The electrician couldn't believe that he was now receiving instruction from his student. His reputation as a teacher was over. He had no choice but to acknowledge reality. So the electrician stretched out his arms in a gesture, recognizing Hunu's strength. With the truth the hermit had shown him, he had managed to bring his technique closer to its limit. The electrician said, "Hyeonu," surprised, for he hadn't said or done anything. But the electrician had already left, saying it was time for him to hone his skills. He promised the hermit that next time it wouldn't be so easy. Leaving the apprentice puzzled, Hyeonu decided not to let the words pass his ears. He was still a little surprised that the electrician had gotten stronger, especially that powerful blow that couldn't be dodged. He had barely fought back. But that still wasn't enough. There needed to be more danger. Hyeonu thought and started looking around. Looking at the yokai, he hoped it would be different with them. But the demonist intervened in their dialogue and declared, "As long as I am here, yokai are simply useless." She then jumped from a great height. Hyeonu shouted to her that she was making a lot of noise for someone who was late, while he himself shielded himself from the shockwave. The demonist apologized for being late. She needed time to get used to her karma completely. She told him, "If you want to be truly scared, company isn't needed." All because she had become so much stronger. All the IK combined. Hyeonu brushed off such statements. He had certainly heard that the demonies had been strong in the past. He was sure the animal rabble would not tolerate such humiliation, but the yukai had already disappeared. Hyeonu was greatly surprised at the distance those had managed to move back. Wishing him luck in the fight, the hermit asked the lazy sage, "Where is your pride?" But he replied, "I just know my place." Yokai told the demoness that she could safely spank Hyeonu. They wouldn't interfere. The hermit said smugly, perhaps the yukai really wouldn't be enough for him. He just needs an opponent to fight at full strength. Then the demoness said even full strength might not be enough for him, for in my eyes, he's just a baby. She warned him to be willing to put his life on the line because she might kill him. Feeling threatened, Hugh instinctively jerked backwards, saving his throat. Even though he had let his guard down by mistake, he couldn't even follow her movements. And then the hermit realized that if she wanted him to, he would be dead by now. Hyeonu started moving again. Earlier, he thought the demoness was just bragging, calling herself the goddess of all Akai. But apparently she did rule them, he said. The demoness laughed. She suggested they stop wasting time on pointless warm-ups and go straight to Phase 2. Her power increased manifold, and Hu felt the rasping pressure of her ability. This technique was certainly powerful in the past, but not even close to what it was now. The demoness laughed again and asked what was wrong with him. She had only taken one step, and he was already going under. Hyeonu also unleashed his power. Even though the demoness had gotten stronger, it didn't change anything. He wasn't lazy either, after all, and thought she was underestimating him by using a technique he had already defeated once. Hyeonu asked her if she missed his arms and went on the attack. The essence of the kill in 10 steps technique is that the attacker's mana doubles with each step. It is very powerful, but it has one glaring disadvantage. During the application of this technique, the user himself is weakened physically. Because of that, Hyeonu tried to stop the demoness before she could take the second step. He rushed toward her, ignoring the mana overlay. The demoness replied that he was right about something, but wrong about something else. The hermit froze, all because she was no longer just a demoness, but Mistress Demise. She advised him to remember well that it was something other than a title that had led her to dominate the yukai and wield overwhelming power, as the Horned One had said. Then magically, she became many times his size. She applied a divine palm of annihilation with power like an atomic explosion. It had been a long time since the beast had seen such a sight, and it brought back memories. Back then, they had been foolish enough to fight with the elders, but it couldn't even be called a fight. More like a beating. They piled on Mistress Demoness with the entire zoo, but ended up tiring quickly. The lazy sage's knees were still sore from the rain. After that fight, they had been hit hard. But they thought who could handle the mistress. He really could be called a monster. And if he uses the great karma, even the elder Demoness won't be happy. And if he doesn't, he won't stand a chance. The yukai reasoned, watching him struggle. Hyeonu resented that the demoness' arm was too heavy, its whole body numb with pain. He told himself to pull himself together. No matter how strong she became, the method of destroying her technique remained the same, he thought. The demoness grinned. She could see how tense he was, thinking and hoping to stop her, before she took 10 steps, offering to overpower her next step. Hyeon didn't care. He hoped he could take 3, maybe 4 more steps. He wanted to squeeze all the mana out of himself, gather it at one point, and take out the mistress in one blow. But suddenly, all of his mana was gone, like the demoness's pressure that was acting on this area. She explained to him that the technique was not originally designed for 10 steps. Its essence, she said, was the point of the limit. The technique is powerful, she continued, but it pressures the user. That's why it was divided into 10 parts. Had she traveled these steps in her past body, they would have seemed insignificant compared to her ultimate power. But now, with her regained strength, she only needed 2 steps. The first step is the beginning, she explained. The second is the end. As for the last step, it took some time to reach its goal. And all because the second step is made from the sky, she added. Hyeonu looked up at the sky and saw the nightmare of a master pedicurist. That's a lot of heal area to clean, he thought, struck by the overwhelming image. His mind was hit hard with a long, pathos-laden name. A lazy wise man once said that no words could come close to describing such a sight. What they saw was deity level. Hyeonu was not sweet in the pillar of fire, though he knew in his brain that he wouldn't die here, because he was in an imaginary space. His senses erased that certainty. He could only think of death when he heard laughter. In a voice calling his methods of accomplishing his goal barbaric, Hyeonu stood up and was greatly surprised to see Brahma here, though he didn't even know where this one was. Then the deity reminded him that he had warned him they would meet again. Hyeonu witty stated that Brahma might not have been in a hurry, for he appeared when the last nail in the lid of the coffin was hammered in. Brahma replied that he was just a residual image that had appeared when he was giving karma to Hun. So there was no point in blaming me for anything, Brahma said. I did so to do a small favor and help it mastering the great karma. He then explained who he was and why he looked slightly different. Hyeonu still grudgingly grimaced, but since this is the case, Hyeonu said, "Think of something, quickly. We have little time." Brahma replied, scratching the back of his head shyly, "There's little that can be done about it anymore." He paused, looking at the hermit. "I've already handled it myself. Do you understand what great karma is?" And before Hyeonu could answer, Brahma added, "It's an innate power, the sacred might of the cheetahs. It cannot be gained in life." Despite that, Hyeonu still wanted to wield that power. Then there were two choices: waiting a million years for karma to take its natural position, or being reborn, dumbfounded by the strange god's mega revelation. He explained that one's spirit power, mana, and vital energy must reach zero in order for only one great karma to remain in the body. She will then release her power in an attempt to keep the energy vessel safe, he said. And as soon as everything within it stops, the vessel will immediately begin to form a new one that can accommodate the great karma. That was exactly what had already happened to Hyeonu, and the Demonist lady had brought him mentally and physically to the brink of exhaustion. It meant he had already awakened his great karma. Who realized this and smirked. The Demonist coughed up blood. Although she had regained her strength, this technique still exhausted her greatly. She herself realized that even she found it difficult to sustain her power. So she usually left the powerful punch with a long name for last. And in that moment, she realized with a hint of frustration that she was probably pretty pissed off. That he'd withstood a series of her secret attacks. Even before the blow, he was still on his feet, as if ready to go on the attack. And yet, the Demonist wasn't going to exert herself that much. She realized, of course, that Hyeonu was not dead, but rather transported into an imaginary space. The Demonist wanted to kick him to bring him to his senses, but suddenly, she was thrown back by a shockwave. The hero performed a superhero revival and cast her Mana Divine Heal. Even the Sage of Laziness was surprised. It was as if the hermit had surpassed the demon-esque lady's limit point. Now, officially, Hyeonu had reached the level of a cheater god and had been reborn without a scratch. He was unspeakably happy about the new feelings of invulnerability. The hero said thanks to the demons for such a pumping. The Demonist was annoyed that someone had so easily overcome the power she had saved up for ages through hard work. She noticed the obvious thing. The hermit had not recovered through the power of imaginary space. His rebirth was close to creation. It was the power of great karma. In a short time, he had ascended to the divine level. Yes, it became a deity altogether. Hyeonu moved, agreeing with her conclusions. He asked what had become of the proud mistress demoness. Had she become frightened? But the horned one only grimaced and answered, "Your words are meaningless nonsense." She wouldn't be a goddess of the Akkad if she were afraid of such nonsense, the demoness declared, letting out all her strength. Un was pleased with this attitude. He grinned contentedly as well, but he said, "I'm a little tired from the journey to the other world and decided to finish it all in one blow, using divinely cheating techniques." He already realized from her unstable mana that she wasn't okay, but the demoness accepted the challenge anyway. They both shot rays of love and kindness at each other. The residual image of Brahma grinned, watching how crudely his prodigious great karma was being used. His debt to him was now closed, and he could only wish the hermit good luck. The lazy sage shouted to the others, "Apply mana barriers, or else they would be hit by the rays of goodness and love." Another explosion produced an act of terraforming in imaginary space. Noah, who was doing his sorceress business with the tower code, got distracted, sensing a special energy. He realized that the hermit had made it. Hyeonu laid the horned mistress on the ground. She lay there without strength. He himself was barely breathing. After their battle, he too collapsed to the ground, drained of energy. As was his custom, he decided to sleep. He spoke again at Noah's Ark, where he lay on a hard wooden bed, grumbling unhappily. All of his bouts lately had ended with him fainting from exhaustion. Hyeonu noticed Noah and asked him how long he had slept. He was told that it wasn't that long. The tower creator was greatly frightened when he was brought into his arms by Madame Dinas herself. Noah wanted to reprimand the hermit for his recklessness, but ended up praising him. The great karma had taken root in his body as his own. And in that regard, there were two pieces of news. Bad news and very bad news, Noah said. The magical teleporter was ready, and now Hyeonu could get to the top floor at any time. But an unforeseen circumstance came up. Noah said that after finishing the teleporter, he investigated the upper floor's defenses. He found that the planner had strengthened them after learning of their plans. As a result, the number of possible passengers on the tail was greatly reduced. Their maximum was 5 people. Moreover, the defense could become even more powerful, to the point where even Noah's teleport would stop working. He suggested that Hun come up with a new plan, but Hyeonu wouldn't even listen. It would take too long. The hermit said he was already planning to go alone, and here was a chance to take 4. That should be enough. He gave out the expected answer to Hun. "We have 24 hours to prepare," Noah warned. "Think properly about who to take with you." But Honu had already thought of everything. He promised to bring everyone with him. Then he remembered there was more news to come. Noah said it was from his students. It was more of a request. He told the hermit, and he snapped his fingers. The girls asked him to move Hunat as soon as he woke up. It must have been a surprise because Hunu didn't know why he had been moved. But he found himself in his mansion. He breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing his home. He was glad he hadn't been dragged into something creepy when he heard the greeting. Turning around, he saw his apprentices, dressed as maids, greeting him by calling him master. The girls were trying very hard and innocently blushing asked if he was very tired. They offered to help him with it, but the hermit quickly turned away, saying he had a lot to do. He just ignored his female students. Having torn off their bonnets, the maidens became quite enraged. They promised to let the nine-tailed one on their collars, but even the thick armor of the mad hermit gave a deep crack as he stepped out the door. They hit the mark this time and looked really cute, Hunu thought, but a team had to be assembled. Very quickly he returned to No. Hunu stated that everything was ready. No need to wait or ask anyone else, he said, especially since he already had a titanium cheerleader, a veritable dream team. A macaque, a snake, an electric specialist, and a brave woman. The demon smugly declared, if it's just one, there's nothing to fear. The dragon couldn't wait to confront the maze's designer. Monkey offered to take the assignment instead of Electra, but the latter insisted he was stronger after their last battle. Hanwoo noted his team's confidence and said, we'll defeat anyone who stands in our way. Even if an intruder appeared while we were gone, he added, the remaining 7 yokai would quickly handle him. Plus, my little friends are still here with their guilds. He decided they would deal with the planner first, then celebrate the victory properly. That's what this battle was for. Noah wished them a safe return. Then they stepped into the teleporter. When they disappeared, the summoner appeared. She hadn't expected them to be in such a hurry, so she was slightly late. Noah had told her that they had done all they could so she could relax, but the android still wanted to see what was happening inside. Meanwhile, the owner of the tower was still sitting in the same room. At a table covered with food, Hunu sat, apparently with no other rooms available. He was impressed that the creator had managed to sneak 5 of them through at once despite the enhanced defenses. But it was within the planner's expectations, and he had prepared for that eventuality. Hunu looked around, studying the place where the planner had been hiding from them all along. He told everyone to be on their guard, for it was uncertain when or what trick the scoundrel would pull. Then they saw it, the strange black thing rapidly approaching a flash. It unfolded like some kind of sheet or net, covering Hunu's companions with it. From behind, the hermit heard a voice, one he had long waited to meet. Turning around, Hunu saw the ogre's planner standing before him. I thank you for making Hunu travel such a long way, the planner said, because it will make this day unforgettable. Hunu immediately realized who stood before him simply by the infinitely insolent and vile face. The designer, too, realized introductions were unnecessary and smiled. He was genuinely excited about their meeting and was looking forward to it, he told Han. The latter replied, I too am glad to death, and rushed into a frontal attack on his enemy. But barely had he hit the body of the planner when it scattered into mist. It was an illusion. The demon said, I'm sorry to greet my guests like this, but I had to cool the hermit's order. They couldn't have built in dialogue otherwise, he said, apologizing for being rude when Han realized they'd moved. The tower master offered him a seat at the table and a treat as an apology. Naturally, the hermit was indignant as he had come to fight, but the demon offered to find out what had happened to his team. He motioned for Han to sit down again and hear the answers to his questions, which were many. The planner said confidently. Hu sat down irritably. He didn't like all this talk. But what can you do? Otherwise, you can't advance the plot. You can't reveal the conflict, the demon added. As he sat down, Han asked if the tower owner was satisfied, and he was. Then the hermit asked the first question, what had happened to the others, and received the answer, that it was nothing much. He just locked them up somewhere, and to keep them from getting bored, he assigned an illegal high level to each one. But it was safe to assume that they were safe, for it was only necessary to delay Hunu's friends so that they would not interfere with their meeting. The tower owner remembered that there was one man among his companions. He didn't realize what his name was, so Hunu called out Electric's name. Then the demon warned that the man would most likely die quickly. His courage was commendable, hence the strongest opponent was sent to him. The electrician didn't realize what was happening. He remembered being sucked into a black fog, and then he lost consciousness. Now, when he opened his eyes, there were only cherry blossoms around him, with a simple texture. He realized it was the planner's prank, which meant the others were scattered all over the place too. That meant that Hunu was most likely all alone, though he shouldn't worry about him. He was strong, Electric thought. He was already thinking about where to look for a way out when he heard a voice from behind him ask him if he was a celestial demon. Instead of answering, Electric swung his sword, and it flashed brightly like a jade. but when the smoke and ash from the blow cleared, he saw that the unexpected enemy had fled. The enemy began to bluster. "Your reactions are excellent," he said. "You were named so grandly for nothing." Then Electric asked, "Who are you?" The man replied, "I'm just an idler who wanders like clouds in the sky, and so I am a master of the sword." The tower owner said, "This swordsman wields his weapon masterfully and has never lost. He is the strongest on all floors. No matter how hard you try," Demon said, "it will be difficult for you to survive in a fight with such an opponent." But Hyeonu disagreed. "The god of thunder is my teacher," he said, and he wouldn't just let his face be broken. The tower owner had no choice but to spread his hands since Hyeonu was so confident in his partner. Demon offered to ask something else, but Hyeonu wasn't sure if he would reveal his true identity. However, there was another question. Why was the food only on his half of the table? Then the planner replied, "Hyeonu already knows he doesn't need any other food but himself," and licked himself violently again. The hermit didn't doubt for a second that the demon's mouth would spew such slop, for he was a head case. Then the demon rose from his seat. He was already anxious to start the long-awaited fight. The demon had been watching Hu for a long time and sensed the karma of the thunder god in him, the great power of the dragon Tao that circulated in his heart, the mana of the Monkey King, and even the sacred power of Brahma. All of these karmas were incapable of coexisting with each other, but Hyeonu owned every single one of them, and the flavor that the demon could smell whetted his appetite many times more than any snack. Hu realized that the creature in front of him was mentally ill and shot rays of kindness and love at him. Since the demon was so ravenous, Hu decided to promptly feed it and came at it with his fists again. The voiceover began to read an ancient legend no one wanted. That long ago, there were rumors of a brave warrior with an unusual sword. No one could keep an eye on him, much less touch him with a hand. And so, the rumor reached the king and the warrior was invited to the palace. The king wanted to make sure that the rumors were true, that the swordsman's skill had reached a divine level. There was nothing outstanding about the warrior's skill, but since he was asked by the king, he said he would show one dance. He drew out his purple-tinted sword, which was the foundation of his skill. He put his whole heart into this demonstration of ability that day, and those who watched it shouted in rapture. It was as if a celestial being was dancing in front of them. The dance was called the Noble Sword of the Universe. So original, because when he swung his hand, the heavenly demon was immediately struck and injured. Never before had he met such an opponent. His movements were impossible to anticipate, and he marveled that the highest art the enemy had attained was through dance. But the electrician still had another chance. He swung his sword again and let out a wave of fire. The disco dancer with the sword dodged the stun blast and already thought he was gone. But then the electrician attacked him again, breaking through the thick layer of dust and smoke. He was glad to finally catch his opponent and swung his sword again. Dancer was surprised that the electrician was able to take on an energy attack and counterattack at a comparable speed to his. He didn't understand where such a monster had come from and prepared for a fierce fight. The electrician said he wasn't done yet and attacked with a fire blade again. The sword flames turned into an explosion, then intensified manifold, forcing him to retreat. The electrician threw the dancer off again with a series of simple punches with a powerful pathos name. Dancer bounced back. He said, "I can't believe a sword could be used so crudely as a club." He shamed the electrician and took an elusive swing that wounded his opponent again. These were excellent skills for a mortal, but the dancer realized that this was the limit for the electrician. The electrician wiped his face and said, "You make a lot of noise, just like your useless sword dance." Then the dancer wondered how it was that the electrician didn't notice the position he was in. Now, after a couple of fly swings, he's already on death's doorstep, Dancer said. The electrician grinned and admitted that the dancer's swings were a pain. His blows lingered like a residual haze. He took a few hits while chasing him. But what was the big deal? The thunder god asked. Dancing with a sword, whose every movement seemed to cut time into many pieces, was annoying, he said. Swordsman Dancer joined the ranks of the Celestials due to his skill. Other than his love for his craft, he was not interested in anything. Because of this, after climbing the tower, there was no more hesitation left in his soul. The art of sword dancing was everything to him. He couldn't hold back if someone insulted him. This time, the dancer was angry. He gave the electrician a head start to enjoy the dance, but decided not to hold back any longer since the enemy didn't value his life. "I will gladly finish you off," he said, "and I'll apply the Bankan Blossom Senbin Zakura Kagayoshi," the dancer declared. He politely warned the electrician, "It is the energy of 1,000 streams." Simultaneously flying in different directions, this technique shaved off all possible combinations of strikes. The dancer offered to fend it off with brute force techniques. He was sick of giving indulgences, so he boldly lunged at the electrician. It sounded confident, because it turned out that not only had the dancer given the opponent a head start, the electrician also had a second phase. The dancer greatly wondered how the electrician had such powerful lighting power that he hadn't used before. The god of thunder said regretfully, "My art has not reached the limit of perfection, though I've tried hard. But after seeing a free breakdancer's performance that surpassed any transformation, I decided to act modestly and not follow the dancer's approach. Instead, I'll act on my own." A multitude of lightning bolts struck the dancer's sword streams and instantly destroyed them. All the while, Electric waited for his eyes to get used to the dancer's movements, ensuring he wouldn't miss a single move, and then unleashed all his strength. The dancer stood stunned at the thousands of discharges, and realized that he couldn't dodge it. When he came to his senses, it was too late, for the electrician had already approached him with an arc welder that cuts everything. He struck one blow with a long title that damaged morality with the power of pathos, and won the Battle of Complexes. Who had the cooler title? Hoodoo leaned over his enemy. The latter was sitting on the floor of the ransacked office, resting. The hermit thought for a long time on the way here about how exactly to beat up the enemy, but realized that he had been worrying for nothing. Looking at the defeated enemy, he said, "If I had known of your weakness, I would have shown up sooner." But the ogre only grinned. The demon asked, "Why, even now, do you continue to be afraid of me?" The hermit wondered why he would be afraid of someone he had severed both arms from. But then the demon uttered the question that Hyeonu had been asking himself. Why had he lost so easily? "It's a ruse or some kind of trick," spoke the hermit demon. "What will become of the land if you lose?" The planner voiced his thoughts, and Hyeonu grew nervous. He can understand how a demon with strange tendencies could read his mind. The demon said that even the faintest fear exuded a rich flavor for him. Oh instantly moved right up to the hermit as if he hadn't just been trimmed, and said he loved fear. Hyeonu felt himself being restrained as the demon began to send rays of evil toward him. The hermit barely dodged the powerful purple blast. He didn't realize what had happened. Whether the demon had moved at high speed or teleported, he couldn't tell, but the feeling was different. It was as if space had distorted for a split second. It was shadow step magic. It remained a mystery how the designer had acquired this technique, but now was not the time to dwell on such things. Hyeonu realized. He decided to finish the demon quickly and attacked again before it could do anything else. Meanwhile, the tower owner told him that since he had answered his questions, it was now the hermit's turn to answer. When the demon started walking toward him, Hyeonu fully recovered as if he was unharmed. The planner then asked if he thought the illogicality of the tower was odd. As usual, Hyeonu didn't understand what it was about and asked the demon, but the demon suggested that he think for once on his own. After all, the owner of the tower took away the karma of the supernatural beings and made them climb the tower. The start may not have been equal, but the outcome was pretty equal for both sides. Those who made it to the top, he handed out an award. They got their native karma back, so no one took anything away from the successful illegal climbers. The demon said the question was, what did the tower owner get in return for forcing everyone to go upstairs? And having said that, he showed HUD many of his clone copies that had drawn from thin air. Hootie was surprised to realize that the planner could use the cloning of the king of the apes. The demon put the karmas of the others on himself as the adjuster thought to Hoon, but only a fraction of the power was used that time. The planner, on the other hand, was a head taller than the karma owners themselves, and he noticed that the hermit still didn't understand anything. He asked him if he thought the tower had given him all this. For the sake of some couple of techniques, the planner asked contemptuously. He certainly wouldn't make so many enemies among supernatural creatures for such a trifle. All the more reason he wouldn't conceive of a tower. The demon said, and while his copies charged the beams of goodness, he again offered the dim-witted hermit a brainstorm and sent out beams of dark energy. There was an explosion that could have hurt him, because he was being held by the demon clones. But after that, Hyeonu still had the strength to snap and berate the planner. Who resented that he couldn't think straight because his opponent was talking from all sides at the same time. The hermit was only saved by the fact that he was able to make good use of Brahma's regeneration, which was surprising, the demon noted, since even the engineer couldn't quite master it. Hyeonu replied that the demon just doesn't know how good he is and offered to show his true ray of goodness and love. The designer noted his rough handling of the great machinery, but there was definitely something about it. He told Hyeonu that he preferred a purer flavor and a lotus opened in his hand. The rays of good and evil collided with equal power, and the space between them exploded. But in the end, Hyeonu was blown away by the shockwave. He still had to retreat. But what the demon showed next was beyond all climates. He possessed all the techniques of the celestial god of thunder and his arc welding. The demon told the hermit that his end was near and grinned like a madman again. With a wave of his hand, the planner left a wide and bright impact mark. A multitude of lightning discharges rained down on the mad hermit. The stalker girl resented it. It wasn't long before she suggested that Juan be upstairs. Higher Protege is on his last breath, and since it's so bad, I decided to help him out a little. The electrician looked at the defeated enemy. who should have realized by now that their fight was over. So, the Thunder God hoped that the polite opponent would tell them where the exit was. But he replied, "There's no need to hurry. After all, the door you need is already open anyway," Dancer said. And a huge gate appeared behind Electric. The exit was hidden behind an illusion, but Dancer warned that it was still a trap. Behind the door are hungry illegals waiting for their battle-scarred prey. Survival would be hard, even with a team, Dancer was saying. But Electric wouldn't even listen. He didn't care. It didn't matter how many enemies there were. His sword was capable of piercing through anything. Dancer smiled placatingly. It was a surprise for him to meet such a person in his last fight, but he told the truth to the electrician as he approached the door. He sensed that hell was on the other side, and this time, the truth would have to risk his life. He thought that if he had known about it earlier, he would have seen the Vixen one more time before the fight. But then the electrician pushed those thoughts aside. Not that his sword would have shaken during the fight. He boldly stepped through the doors. When he looked in, he heard the nasty voice of a monkey taunting him for fighting so long. All three of them were already in the room and had dealt with all the enemies. Electric was still a long way from the Ekai, monkey said. But the Lady Divinist told him not to tease, for the other mortal, Hyeonu, had already reached the level of a deity. The same was true for Electric. One day he could be stronger, she said. Yokai told him that they had gotten here a long time ago, but never found Huma. Even though it's the top floor, they haven't found anything, even with their powers, the Makok said. But the Demonist declared that she couldn't think so anymore. She wasn't sure, but she pointed her finger to the sky. There's something there. She didn't know exactly what or where it was from above, since they were already on the top floor of the tower. It was like watching a fly flap its wings. Discouraged by her description of the King of the Apes, they thought that if Hyeonu was near them, they would have easily detected him by now. But then the android showed up and said that the demon was right. Hyeonu needled and rested. The forces of evil were too evil and too strong. The demon walked confidently toward him, arrogantly asking, "Are you thinking of surrendering?" The hermit gritted his teeth. He urgently needed to recover. But then the demon applied the demon's walk and told her to stop fluttering. It looks pathetic. Hyeonu was already hurt and he was pinned down again. He didn't understand how the planner could have gotten all the karma he knew. "What does this have to do with the tower?" shouted Han. The Demonist told him he was getting close to figuring it out, except that half of what Han said was nonsense. The karmas that the planner had were in no way connected to anyone he knew. The demon put a finger to his chin and contemplated what to call his attitude toward the tower. He said they have a symbiotic relationship where they take things from each other. If you give the tower what it needs, it will make an equal exchange and in return will provide what only conquerors of illegals can get. The demon asked if Hugh understood what the conversation was about. The hermit might have lost the thread of the conversation and dumbed it down. Conquerors get the energy that comes whenever a strong person overcomes adversity and grows, the demon explained. That's why all successes and experiences are firmly tied to it and the essence of their soul. It's called karma. But since the hermit is a cheater, the demon added, he probably wasn't in danger of that. The demon spread his arms wide. All the creatures in the tower are transcendents. Hyeonu pondered. Never before had his mind been so filled with a single word: defeat. That's what it all meant when normal cheats don't work and you have to wait for storied armor for the main character. The demon told him that it was not worth resisting, for death was at hand. And so, it was time to become its food. He released black energy and enveloped Hyeonu with it. He could no longer recover due to the lack of mana, and he was overpowered. No longer able to fight back, he waited for the end. But in that instant, he moved into an imaginary space. The stalker's voice told him to get up immediately. She told him he wouldn't get anywhere if he just stayed there. It was as if Hyeonu woke up hearing that. The huge eye appeared in front of him again, as if he had met with the sin of pride. The stalker's eye asked him if he was happy about their meeting. One that was planned for later had happened sooner. "You were beaten like a dog," the stalker said. Hyeonu cheekily reminded her that she promised to keep an eye on him, but then embarrassingly slapped himself in the face. The planner was ridiculously strong, so it was impossible to beat him, even with cheats, though he had taken a decent amount of damage. It was all a hoax, the stalker said, which dumbfounded the hermit. She asked him if he noticed anything strange while he was fighting with the planner. Like he was more worried than usual, the stalker told him. The hermit hesitated. Even though he should have been nervous, even for such an important battle, thoughts of defeat were climbing into his head a bit too much. Hyeonu realized. To top it all off, the planner had been able to get inside Han's head. He didn't even realize it and mistook someone else's thoughts for his own. From that moment onward, the demon grew stronger and stronger. The stalker said, "This is the true essence of the demon's power. He harnesses a dark power that increases while his opponent is afraid. The demon always uses the fear that lurks in those close to enlightenment to plunge them into an impenetrable darkness. He is a demon of the mind, consuming countless souls to fill his belly." Hyeonu thought for a moment. He realized that a demon was more powerful the more they were feared, but he was surprised because he wasn't afraid of it at all. Still, the demon exerted a lot of pressure. Nerves, worries, anxieties, doubts, though few. They still lingered. A second was enough for the demon to turn them into fear and panic. That was the reason he sat Hyeonu down to talk first. He took the attack and showed his weakness, pulling the fear from his heart and turning it into his strength, and Hyeonu fell for the ploy. Although avoiding it in demon territory was impossible, there was a way out. The stalker cheered him up. The ability to absorb fear sounds terrifying at first, she said, but in fact, it's useless if you can overcome all your fears. The stalker showed him an eerie clot of all the karmas, the ones that had to go through terrible orals. It was a cluster of their fears. She had carefully extracted the best ones for him, considering his psyche. Hyeonu was surprised by the number of karmas. He wanted to know who she was and how she had done it. But the stalker replied, "Now is not the time to think about such things." After all, the demon was happily devouring his strength and life gains. He had about 10 minutes to go. The only way to overcome the demon of the mind is to bring this ball of love and goodness into yourself. Then there will be two variants of development. He will transcend himself and reach harmony, after which the demon's powers will not work on him. Or still, fear will take over and he will gradually die, leaving shards of reason. That's a foolproof plan, like a Swiss watch. Stalker said the decision was up to him. But Hyeonu didn't even hesitate, immediately saying, "Press full steam ahead." He didn't want to think because there was no other way anyway, and there wasn't much time left. It was too early for him to die since he hadn't even gone on a date with anyone. Hyeonu said confidently, "It's better to try my best to survive." His fighting spirit was inspiring. Stalker had warned him that while he was fighting his phobias, not a second would pass in the real world. However, the perception of pain, the sense of time in this blob, even she wasn't aware of. But the hermit said that would be enough. He touched the red cloth with his hand and said, "Go." Waving his hand, the android explained to the dream team that they wouldn't be able to ascend until the space-distorting magic dissipated. However, the Monkey King was still surprised that she had managed to get in. After all, the portal was disposable, but Av herself didn't know how it came out. When all the team members had gathered in the area, there was a crack in the security, and she was able to get in. She told them she thought she could sneak in using admin privileges until the Yukai arrived. She had used an invisibility artifact and hid near the wall. Looking around the area, the android girl noticed a powerful magic circle, one so intricate that she couldn't see what was inside. The complexity of the circle indicated that the designer had locked Hyeonu in there. Even the dragon realized he couldn't break the barrier with brute force. Then the dragon asked her if there was a way to dispel the circle. The android replied that there was, but the distorted distance would be like that between heaven and earth. The demoness Sama suggested shortening the distance because, while they were chatting, Hyeonu might be absorbed without further explanation. The demoness began to use her space-compressing power. The android shielded herself from the incredible force, and the demoness commanded her, "Take over the magic circle and dispel it." The demoness, on the other hand, decided to shorten the distance between heaven and earth with her own essence. She would let down that annoying fly, thinking of the tower's owner as she did so. Meanwhile, the ogre reveled in Hunu's power, the likes of which the tower had never granted him. He liked the flavor from the very start, though it usually took a while to savor it. He couldn't contain himself. Originally, he had planned to devour everything individually to stretch the pleasure, but absorbing the entire force at once seemed like a great idea. Suddenly, he heard his victim's voice coming from the web. Hyeonu was so satisfied with his ordeal that even the demon was happy to see him. The demon was stunned and didn't know what to say. He couldn't believe that the prey had managed to escape, even though it was already on the brink of death. Moreover, something had changed. Noticing the demon's confusion, Hyeonu began to taunt him. "Are you scared, mind demon?" he asked, causing the tower owner to flinch. He hadn't expected to be exposed. An acquaintance had prompted Hun, revealing everything the first time because the mind demon was famous. The demon sighed indulgently, hiding his excitement. He wondered who might know his identity in the tower. It was worth checking, but immediately asked Hyeonu, "So what if he knows your identity?" He told him that this information gave him nothing, and now he would show him what real fear was. Black tentacles rushed toward the hermit. Now, Hyeonu understood everything. Up until this point, the man had been hiding his abilities with the help of mana. Come to think of it, it was exactly as the stalker had shown him. It was noisy and damp, just disgusting. The sound of styrofoam on glass everywhere. Pure hell. This place was the epitome of chaos. If you got stuck in it, you could disappear without a trace along with the second sock. But when Hyeonu faced the demon, he saw the main difference between it and chaos. That was what the rascal was deluded about. His maddening sounds no longer worked on Hyeonu, and he was able to strike. All the while, the demon was having fun, creating a tower, stealing other people's achievements, and enjoying life. "Hyeonu," he shouted to him. But now it was time to pay the bill for being locked in the tower for 12 years. Hyeonu's fist slammed into the demon's jaw unimpeded, and this time the real damage came through. The demon flew backward, not understanding why he couldn't avoid the blow. Hyeonu shook off his hand. He had planned to end it all with one attack, but the demon was stronger than he thought. Immediately, the demon began to sarcastically claim that Hyeonu was overconfident and could only hit him once. The demon possessed not only mana, but also the ability to apply karma, and he reminded the hermit of that. Hyeonu replied, "I almost died from those stunts. I've hardly forgotten about them." But the problem for the demon was that if he used karma in his current state, his body simply wouldn't be able to withstand it. That's exactly what happened. The demon's arm burst like an overcooked sausage and he collapsed to his knees. The demon gritted his teeth in pain and anger. He couldn't believe his body was unable to bear it. The demon's abilities should have grown as Hyeonu's fear enveloped her, but the strength had left the demon. Hyeonu grinned, the stalker's words about how the longer he didn't give in to fear, the weaker the demon's powers proved to be true. This meant that the demon really couldn't do anything. It looked weak and exhausted. Looking at the demon's fainted state, it was obvious what kind of demon he was. He was already whimpering pitifully, because he couldn't do anything without his ability. He had thought that his strength could handle any chaos and resist even creatures with divine power. He had stood up to the saints that had attained enlightenment, and had never before been humiliated like this by a mere mortal. From the expression on the demon's face, Hyeonu realized that the demon had already understood the situation and decided not to stall. The demon's end was near, he said, but suddenly took a knee himself. It was only now that the adrenaline had worn off that the hermit felt all of his injuries. He still hadn't recovered and was breathing heavily, and the demon caught his chance. He wanted to kill Hyeonu without a second thought, but he realized that right now he didn't have the strength to do so. Because of that, he decided to escape first and instantly moved behind a hermit's back. Who wheezed? He realized that if he let go of the slippery worm now, there was no telling how it would turn out in the future. But his body was completely disobeying him, and the demon could leave. Even though he was losing everything he had gained in the tower because of one man, the demon promised to definitely come back and take revenge. But a fire projectile was already flying at him from above. He instantly sprawled on the ground under the irresistible force, and then he recognized this ability. The Lady Demoness herself had stepped in. At first, she couldn't tell who was who, sensing a similar energy. But when one of them started running away, she immediately realized it was a demon. Human would rather die than retreat, the Demoness said. However, she herself had lost a lot of strength when she tried to pass through the demon's magic circle. The Demoness could still hold out, though, and that was enough for Hyeonu to deal with him. The demon had gone completely bad, breathing heavily, and was struggling to get up. He didn't understand how she was able to attack after breaking through his magic circle, but he wasn't going to give up. He couldn't leave things the way they were. But then, who patted him on the shoulder to cheer up the tired demon? He promised him that it would soon be over and he would feel better. He prescribed a depressed patient an excellent sedative right in the jaw. For better effect, Hyeonu repeated the appointment several times. Then he injected the laxative directly into my stomach, demonstrating all the delights of alternative medicine. But the hermit himself was in such a state that he could barely move his arms. The sight of a beaten enemy, however, gave him real pleasure. The demon pitifully admitted that this time the victory was his. But next time, he promised to get even, which made the hermit laugh to tears. The demon told him, fear will always exist, for it is the basis of all living things. An endless swamp that will suck anyone in, unless they're drunk, under anesthesia, or in love. He screamed that he was fear incarnate, that it was impossible to get rid of him. Such a pathetic mortal. Hyeonu replied that there was some truth to that, except that he was protected by the main character's cheats. He said, fear is definitely a swamp that drags everyone down. Fears, doubts, anxieties. Your turn to go to the blackboard. The teachers called to parents. He overcame them all. Obsessive thoughts and feelings overpowered the owners and weighed down their souls, like that lonely ice cream in the refrigerator. But H knew this place wasn't a swamp. He knew there was always a way out. Even if you were swallowed, there were two whole ones. As long as you walk the paths of doubt, you will always find the light at the end of the tunnel. Only the strongest or sociopaths can get to this place. They don't experience fear. Of course, none of them had suffered like he had. But Hyeonu knew for sure that a place that seemed like a swamp only seemed like a swamp. In fact, this was just another stepping stone to climb higher, he thought, for he had always been the protagonist. Hyeonu started stomping around and kicking his leg like a madman. He shouted that he would only be glad if the demon came back. Then he would stomp on it like a bug again and assert himself. The demon felt tiny in front of his power and madness, who paid him a cowardly escape and declared the tower his own by issuing a powerful volley from his fist. The rays of goodness and love reached the demon. For the first time, he experienced the fear with which he had tortured others. The streams of light showed how pathetic and weak he was. Then he disappeared completely. At some building, Herms reported to his superior that the problem had been solved. He wanted to talk about the upcoming meeting, but the supervisor stopped him. Then blind Herms asked the boss what had surprised him so much. It appeared that the boss had sensed the mind demon's magical traces had evaporated, and so had he himself. Herms suggested that there was a war between the towers, but the chief replied that it wasn't the case. This meant everything had to be checked out. If the owner of the tower had changed, they should notify him of the true state of affairs, he said to Herms, who was still asleep. He nodded understandingly and said that he would take care of everything personally because of the importance of the case. He promised he would immediately go to the 51st tower, which was under the control of the mind demon, who looked at his right goodness emitter and couldn't believe he could win. He was surprised that, after all that had happened, he was still alive. When he received a series of system notifications informing him that he was now a tower master, he couldn't believe what had happened. Even after the notification, when the staff of the Monkey King fell from the sky, the Dream Team arrived just in time to help him. But Hyeonu had already dealt with everything. They were all riding on the stick of the King of the Apes, who was holding the android AB's hand. He asked the girl why she was with them and how she ended up there. She tiredly replied that it was a long story, but added languidly that she was glad he was okay. Hyeonu didn't understand why she looked that way. The demonist was the first to jump to him and apologize for being late. She knew that Hun must have had a hard time. She said she had to fill around before they got here. Hyeonu saw the blood on her lips and thought someone had hurt her, but then realized it was a side effect of using her powers, which meant those who defeated the demon were the ones she had realized were the hermit. It appeared they were really fighting him. But since he had struck the last blow, all the loot and rewards went to him. Hyeonu thought to himself. The demonist didn't understand why he froze and reminded him that she had asked a question. Then the hermit replied that, thanks to them, everything had gone perfectly. He offered his team of gullible goons to return home after a heavy raid, the results of which he appropriated. Hyeonu left No and Av to trash all the Steenies after the mind demon and the fight with him, because there were no more defenses. He made a good guess because they knew the tower better than he did, but he didn't share his admin rights. Mentally, Hyeonu swore that this was in no way an exploitation of friendship, and then the full team returned home via teleport. Hyeonu didn't understand from where, but his female students had somehow gotten wind of it and were waiting for him at the entrance. As soon as they saw their master, they immediately pounced on him, throwing him to the ground. He later realized that AB and Noah had shared information with them about what had happened. Hyeonu didn't usually get this kind of reaction, and now he was embarrassed. He asked them what they were doing, and the mavens looked at him with red faces. They both started crying because he had been in a dangerous place, could have died, and he hadn't told them anything. Hyeonu froze in place for a second. He really did feel guilty about something, so he decided to show them his apology. Stroking both of their faces, he told them he was back. They should have stopped crying because he was the main cheater of this story and would never really die. He dealt with the female students easily, but the cute Seo Yun gave him a hard time. A couple of days passed after his recovery, and they had a keep-out party. The yokai were especially insistent on having a party, even though Hyeonu was the only one who had almost died during the mission. But it was worth giving the menagerie credit. They had defended the land in his absence. At that moment, the demoness approached and explained that the yokai only wanted to leave since it was their last night on Earth. The yokai appeared before him in full armor, and on her belt she carried a small flask. Sitting down beside her, she explained that the yokai had settled their debts with him, and their obligations were now cleared. They would be returning to their homeland. Then he asked why she had chosen not to return. The Monkey King and the dragon told her they were staying to explore the tower, but it seemed they preferred the modern world. The electrician and the nine-tailed fox had also established themselves in this world and had no reason to go home. Hyun-woo shared his concern that he had never fulfilled his promise to the electrician. He couldn't find the sword god's karma. Even at the top of the tower, according to No, the sword god had never appeared there. Then the electrician said she wanted to find the sword god because he was a legend, someone capable of wielding any weapon freely. She believed that if such a figure existed, he would surely be at the top of the tower. In any case, he just wanted to know the training method by which he had reached such heights, but it was pointless since the wizard didn't exist at all. It wasn't worth focusing on, Electric said. Hyeonu looked at the sweet couple. His mentor did look calm and quite happy. On the whole, Hermit understood why the others wanted to stay on Earth, but he didn't know the demon's motives. She admitted to him that she just wanted to try something, but that was all she could say. Hyeonu asked, what exactly? Completely unaware of what she meant. The demons looked at him with a meaningful glance. Meanwhile, Noah and the android AV discovered something amazing that even the tower's creator didn't know about. The android asked him, "What is that glowing door in front of us?" They stared at the passageway that led to an unknown destination and assumed it was a trap created by a demon. But more importantly, there was a strange energy coming from the passageway, one that was not inherent to this world. It felt as if there was another world behind the door. Noah replied, "That's just the way it is. You never know which level of the Matrix is the last." "Maybe it had something to do with being above the tower," Noah said. In AB's eyes, surprise widened. She offered to discuss it with the hermit, and Noah agreed. But for now, it was necessary to observe the object. Noah told her that Hyeonu was having a party. "He deserves a vacation," Noah added, "so we better finish cleaning up the first floor for now." Hyeonu asked the demoness what she wanted to try, thinking it was about food. But the Horn One called him a fool. Maybe he was only pretending. The demonist only smiled indulgently and said, "Don't worry. I'll brighten the day with some good tea." The demonist explained that it was a rare and precious drink, the so-called heavenly lemon. There was hardly any left in the world. "Numerous foodies have tasted this tea," she explained, and said no other tea compares to it. "You should try it." After hearing this, Hyeonu was intrigued. The tea did smell different, but he boldly emptied the glass under the demonist's sly gaze. Hyeonu was delighted with the taste of the tea. No bitterness, the aroma of fruit, and a peculiar aftertaste. It really was the drink of the gods. He cheered up in an instant and felt the fire water spilling over his body. But then he saw the demoness begin to triple in front of his eyes. The demoness grinned again and said, "No tea in the world is worth a sip of heavenly tea, not just because of the taste." Who lost his ability to sober judgment and suddenly felt capable of good dancing, a master of jokes. The demoness told him that she had taken such a step and shared the precious drink, but he must deal with the rest himself. Hyeonu had time to see his female students, after which he was put to sleep. The students were worried about him, but the demoness reassured them that he was just sleeping and would come to his senses soon. "But until then, you can do whatever you want with him," she said. "Fulfill any innermost and secret thoughts. In any case, Hyeonu will remember nothing by morning." The demoness added, "And never do this again. Take the teacher, but don't quarrel among yourselves." The demoness breathed a sigh of relief. That was enough. Otherwise, it would be more difficult, she said. She wished them a memorable night, preferably without witnesses to their crime. Who came to his senses in the bedroom and wondered where he was. The students bowed low over him, breathing heavily and blushing. After the strong tea, Hyeonu completely lost control of himself. That is, he behaved like an animal. He went for a hug out of the blue. The girls didn't resist. The students were surprised by his impulsiveness. They didn't know about this side of him. After the tea libations, they began to seem very beautiful to him, though perhaps to him, even a crocodile would have seemed so. I asked him if he would really take responsibility for everything, and Hyeonu replied, "Of course, since I'm the main character in the story." Before, he had always avoided any expression of the feelings they showed. The student noticed and wondered if he was so uncomfortable with his feelings for them. Hyeonu agreed, but quickly explained that it wasn't about them. There was no time for feelings and relationships in his position. He thought about it while he was locked up in the tower. He thought it was worth getting out to solve problems. But in the end, he had to solve the problems of the world that were created because of him. He survived many battles, winning by a single wicket. But then the stalker's eye appeared and told him there was more to it than that. From now on, his whole life would be consumed by it. He just wasn't ready to involve them in such a dangerous and thorny path. That's what he thought. But now things had changed. Who shouted to them, "If I die, my body will just rot in the ground. Then why deprive myself of such an opportunity?" He gave up the base. He had been holding himself back for so long. Now he'd have to make up for lost time. Hyeonu came to her, remembering nothing, with a heavy headache as if lead had been poured into his ears. The drink the demonist had given him was definitely potent. He remembered that he had an important meeting at the top of the tower today. No matter what he had done yesterday, he needed to leave quickly. Hyeonu waved goodbye to the half-asleep students and was off. The army had taught him how to get dressed in 40 seconds. So that came in handy. Hugh instantly moved to the top floor and noticed that, unlike the gloom the demon had caused, it was more decent. It looked even more luxurious than he would have guessed. But AB objected. Everything is to match the owner. Hyeonu pretended to be stifled by modesty, but was actually pleased. He knew who wanted comfort even more than himself. He had also seen such decoration in one game, as if someone had copied and pasted it. At those words, the android choked. He then asked them, "Had you figured out what I asked you to do?" No replied, "Not yet." But he added, "We have a bigger problem than that." Hyeonu was stunned when he found out that they didn't know if the tower would collapse or not. Then the creator said, "It's the worst possible scenario. It's not the whole tower that's collapsing, but the system that supports it." He explained that each level of the tower had a different magic circle with its own special characteristics. These circles use a lot of mana, so when they created the tower, they were hesitant because they didn't know where to get so much magic power from. And then they turned to the demon because it's a great way out of any situation. Always summon a demon and everything will be fine. But the demon didn't help them. What a surprise. And there was no way to find out more. Those who had created the tower with them had betrayed them. They never found the source of the magic, so they could only assume it was on the upper floors, Noah said. But no matter how much they searched around, they never found anything. It was clear that he was somewhere inside, but it was impossible to find the end. And all because Noah believed in perpetual motion and didn't know about the law of conservation of energy. This meant to them that the identity of the decision-maker was not known. One day, he could abruptly shut off the valve magically, and then they would watch the tower collapse. Hyeonu realized that the problem was more serious than it seemed. They had to urgently find the source, but suddenly it heard a voice telling them not to worry about this problem. The one who appeared in front of them stated that he had come all this long way to deal with the problem. Nunu was surprised. They hadn't called a plumber. And yes, he'd appeared so quickly, they hadn't even felt him. Herms bowed and apologized for the delay. He knew immediately that Hyeonu was the owner of the tower and had come to see him. The reason for his arrival was to collect this tower's debt for electricity, and this debt was not small. Plus, the penalty accrued, so the communal services must be paid on time. Children. Herms understood that it was frustrating. Besides, there was not much time left, so he offered to solve everything as quickly as possible. But Hyeonu, who lived as a hermit far away from civilization, forgot that nothing is free and resented it. He immediately jumped into the fray, even though he should have realized that the tower was for something. Cried out loudly as a blow from the mad hermit sprinkled the expensive plaster and molding. She became indignant that he had broken the beautiful interior. But Hyeonu replied that it was still virtual and would repair itself. However, it turned out that Herms also had excellent skills and was unaffected by the blow. He said that all the tower owners were the same, no matter how many times they changed. But what could be done? The most badasses were selected. Herms sincerely did not understand why he deserved such a thing. But Hyeonu replied, one who comes home without asking is called a burglar. And since you came as a guest, you should have introduced yourself first instead of talking about debts. Hyeonu grabbed his sword blade. Herms was surprised by Hyeonu's strength and realized how he was able to overpower the mind demon. However, he withdrew his blade, saying, it isn't worth swearing. After all, he had come to tell them the truth about this tower. For example, Herms said, shaking himself off, worrying about where the magic to support the tower comes from. Hyeonu asked his guest who he was, and he realized that the savage barbarian was finally ready for a dialogue. The guest bowed again. He just loved doing that, and then gave them his name. He said he came from an organization that had contracted with the tower to supply magic. Hyeonu was surprised and thought Herms had something to do with the Eyestalker. Even so, it was hard to trust someone he'd never heard of. But all that was left was to listen to him. Hyeonu realized and demanded that Herms introduce himself properly. They sat down at the table, as is the custom of well-bred people, and Herms told them not to worry so much. He showed them 2 fingers and told them they only needed to know 2 things. It takes a tremendous amount of magic to operate the tower and maintain the system. The past owner signed off on the supply. Herms explained to them without specifying if there were others. He assumed that Hyeonu should have realized the situation he was in by now, but he significantly overestimated the hermit. If magic was a commodity, Hyeonu realized Herms had come here for a debt he wanted to shake off. Herms didn't immediately understand what the hermit meant when he translated everything into street terms. Hyeonu was angry at the demon. He had boasted so much, and yet he himself had turned out to be a persistent light defaulter. The hermit asked what would happen if he didn't pay, and Herms warned that they should then be prepared to shut down and destroy the tower. The risk was high, thought Hyeonu. Maybe he should have just grabbed his guest by the scruff of the neck. But Herms shrewdly stated, holding him by force will do nothing for us. He's just an ordinary employee of the organization. Everything else is up to you. Ab asked, how do we pay off this debt? Herms replied, it's very simple. Every healthy person has 2 kidneys. You need to provide karma. After all, the tower is a huge karma generator. It makes sense, doesn't it? The previous owner hadn't paid off the debt. Herms explained, and he hoped the new owner would fix that. You have a large debt hanging over you, the Galactic Utilities official said. Hyeonu remarked, I'm good at faking politeness. Herms handed them the payment details, along with a printout of the debt. I hope you make the right decision, he said. Otherwise, you'll be very sorry. With that, he was gone. No one didn't understand what other Supreme Utilities were in question either, but it's probably what we're looking for, he said. The hermit scratched the back of his head, still not sure what was going on. But then AB jumped up from her seat and said that it wasn't the main problem right now. Honyu asked him to save his nerves, but she showed me the document and said it was a hell of a lot of money. It was clearly something they couldn't afford. She tossed him the sheets. The android said that only bankruptcy awaited them next, and Hugh instantly lost his temper and slapped the table. He was nervous because he had worked so hard and survived so much, and here he had the previous tenant's debt pinned on him. Hunu wasn't going to let that happen. For the first time, he realized that being an adult wasn't about sleeping in until dinner and eating sweets. It was about paying the bills. He quickly came to his senses and told them to get back to their conversation. They told him they'd found some information about something supreme. He reminded them. Noah grimaced. He wanted to report this as delicately as possible, but now he had no choice. Making a gesture with his hand, he showed Hun the secret wicket in their tower. Even as the creators of the tower, they weren't sure if it was a pass or not by the energy emanating from the wicket. It clearly led to another place. Maybe that's what's above, Noah said, and Hunu grinned. It was a treat to his ears. Without thinking long, he headed straight for the passageway. Noah trying to warn the hermit. They didn't know where the passage led or what would happen when the ton appeared there. But Hyeonu wouldn't listen. They needed to deal with the debt, or at least buy time. None of them had a better idea. The hermit hoped he would get help again, like last time. He couldn't make contact with the stalker, but he couldn't sit still either. He told them not to worry, for whatever danger awaited him, he was the danger. Outside the gate, some warriors were cheering and begging to be spared. The owner of the 50th tower stood with a huge inferiority complex in front of his throne. He scoffed at the rebels who dared rise up against him. He didn't want to soil his hands on them. He didn't even think of forgiving them, simply because they had turned themselves in on their own. One of the knights couldn't stand it and shouted that the lower floors of the tower were a veritable hell. Oh, and they had risen for that reason alone. Zig raised his dirk with one hand and told them not to even dream of mercy. Template Villain Phrases, Volume 3, page 12. They would have all died that way, but Honu appeared and grabbed the Tower Master's rail. The hermit quickly realized from what he had heard that the main man in this building was right in front of them. Seyfried was discouraged that his magnificent sword was stopped with a bare hand. Who is she? He asked. Honu politely explained that he wasn't the one who came to answer questions. He came to ask them. It just so happened. When Seek didn't understand what that meant, the hermit decided to show him what happens when you slow down. A deuce to the liver. Known as Eternal, the hermit told him for his acquaintance, and before Seek could start saying anything, Hoodoo grabbed his face, properly pinned him down, and asked in a scary voice if he knew anything about utility management. Sai, instead of a quick answer, began to figure out who the intruder was, though the important thing was that he was stronger, not that he was middle class. Then the hermit left him a reminder of who was asking the questions. He realized that Zig knew something after all, which meant he had found the right person. He was reminded again that he should have answered right away instead of asking counter questions. But Zig didn't learn any lessons from the incident. He decided he was going to be Huma, so he swung his crowbar. He shouted something about summary execution, volume 4 of the villain's boilerplate phrases. But Huna only grinned. He was already behind the underdog's back with crowbar in hand. Nothing perked you up in the morning like a cup of coffee. And when he grabbed the wrong wire, the room sparked. The hermit was surprised that Zig was conscious after his blow. It was for the best, as Zig had so much stress built up, and here was a great punching bag at hand. He also asked for a warning if his strokes got weaker. Then he would do 10 more reps at the same point, and when Zig answered nothing, he swung again. The man screamed as if he had seen a frightful one with a scythe. The boss of the energy company was surprised that the 51st had a change of ownership and the Mind Demon had been destroyed. It was quite unusual the way the Mind Demon got into the tower. He surprised the chief back when he first contacted him. He was someone who wanted to build his own tower rather than buy from the ones he already had. It was the first time that had ever happened. He was no mere creature, and the chief had not thought it would end this way. The boss noticed the squinted expression on Herm's face and asked, "What's the matter?" Herms replied that Hunu was indignant about the debts. Even though Herms had explained everything to him, Honu seemed as unpredictable as a demon, and there could be a problem with payment. The boss suggested they just observe. If Honu doesn't follow the agreement, this is our chance to break it and make one of our men the owner of that tower, because that's why we created that passageway. That's how they realized that the passageway in the tower led to the neighbor in the 50th tower. Siegfried, her owner, was now sitting on his knees apologizing. New asked, why were only our towers connected by a secret passageway? And Sig told him that passageways were a complicated matter. He explained that there were no alliances and that there was an unspoken rule not to enter other towers. However, he himself was unaware that there was a passageway decided by the managers and he did not use it. So he didn't think anyone would just show up and be so rude. The hermit immediately lambasted him. Honyu offered another apology for the intrusion and swung his hand, but C quickly backtracked. He couldn't believe the mind demon had been destroyed. Hyeonu asked why that was so. The mind demon was great and terrible, its abilities superb, Sig explained. Not many tower owners could handle him. Hyeonu sighed understandingly. The demon's abilities were certainly worth recognizing. Then it came to Sig that Zig must have known about the demon from somewhere. Although the towers were not allowed to be visited, he told him about the meeting of the tower owners. The neighbor was surprised that Herms hadn't told Hwan about the place. Once a year, a tower's management agency holds a meeting for tower owners. Although it's more of a sit-down meeting, you can get useful information there. Fumi was surprised he was only now being informed of it. He asked how to get to this gathering. Set replied, "There's nothing complicated. We will come for you at the appointed time. The most important thing is to maintain a good relationship with the managers and stick to the contract," he added. Who got nervous? He grimaced as he had already had a nice man-to-man talk with Herms, who realized that he was probably not told anything because he was on the verge of ruin. Where was he supposed to go for the meeting? Hyeonu started shaking Z out of anger, asking Karma, "Is it there? If I find it, can I borrow it until Friday?" C began babbling that he couldn't just give it back, but Hyeonu promised, "I'll pay it back with interest." He nearly strangled his neighbor, demanding he give him Karma. Then the stalker, who always emerged when Hyeonu was furious, spoke to him. The stalker noticed his pleading face and wondered, "Are you so eager for us to meet?" Seo Yan read a flyer that suggested she go on a trip. The nine-tailed fox wagged all of her tails with joy. All the defenders of the ninth floor, worked very hard. They deserved the reward. She wanted to take the opportunity to rest for once. Seo Yan didn't object. Of course, Electric didn't care. His reputation had already spread, but the rest of the group still managed to make a mess of things. Yes, and they stand up too much, Cutie Seo reminded her. The nine-tailed fox said she knew a way to help the others, a way to disguise them, but the demoness refused to go along. Sweet Seo Yan nearly dropped her jaw when she saw who had arrived. Standing before her were the Monkey King and the dragon in new forms. She couldn't believe her eyes at their disguised appearances. The fox explained that she had taught the creatures the art of disguise. She wanted to ask if that was enough, but Cutie Yan was completely captivated, gazing at the handsome figures. In her mind, the yokai looked as stylish as pop idols. Foxy scratched her head awkwardly and began discussing where they should start first. That they had no money. But luckily, the totally charmed Cutie soon agreed to take a few bums for a ride. She wanted to go with them in return, and she stunned the fox a little with her reaction. That was well answered, the vixen said, but she asked why such eagerness. Hoodoo, meanwhile, told the stalker that a little more would have driven him crazy. He resented that she was only now showing herself. The damsel replied, "You're not the only one peeping all day long. It's nice for me to show up again when you need me badly." H could only marvel at her narcissism. He asked her how she was going to help him this time, which in itself was the height of insolence. But luckily the stalker didn't notice it and said, "I'll figure it out." She told him don't waste each other's time. Go to the tower owner meeting. Hyeonu was greatly surprised. After all, he didn't even know how to get there. Plus, he needed some sort of tower owner certificate. He worried that he was about to go bankrupt, owing a whole mountain of karma. If he didn't give it back, he'd lose everything. But she smiled again and said, "Don't worry." Stalker gave him a red balloon and said, "Having come all this way, I couldn't help but take care of little things like this." Hyeonu immediately sensed the karma in the orb, which was abundant there. The stalker said, "It's your payment for doing a good job." She added that she had fiddled with it like her own child and couldn't leave it in trouble. With this thing, she reassured him, even the tower managers won't touch it. This karma was filled with the fears of mythical beings, a sense of injustice, and the totality of fears. Hyeonu didn't believe he could just take such a jewel. There was too much mixed in there. He asked her what the plan was. The stalker replied, "I'm tired of covering your fifth meridian, but I can't leave you either. The time hasn't come yet." The hermit asked when it would come. She answered, "I have to attend a meeting first and find Daba." Who would tell them what to do next sounded very strange, but there was nothing left to do and agree. Afterward, they ended their private conversation and Hyeonu left the imaginary space, the orb of karma glittering in his hands. He had completely forgotten that he had been holding Sif freed by the throat the whole time and that he had nearly choked to death. Hyeonu apologized and let the unfortunate neighbor in, who had almost lost his life. The man began to resent him loudly, upset that he could have forgotten about him in such a moment. Hyeonu said, "I'll just leave as an apology." Siegfried was surprised that his neighbor was leaving so easily. He couldn't believe his eyes, but the hermit told him that he had already gotten everything he wanted. "Wishing you a happy stay," Hyeonu said, disappearing into the secret passage between their towers. The team of tower creators stared at the ball of karma that emanated an incredibly strong energy. They asked where the karma had come from, and Hugh promised to tell them about it another time. Android A confirmed his hopes. This karma was enough to pay the mind demon's debt. At last, the hermit could lean back and exhale, as if a mountain had fallen from his shoulders. He had just become the tower manager and already had a colossal responsibility. Who knew? He wondered if the others knew how hard he had to work for his homeland. Meanwhile, a group of disguised bums made their way to a famous resort. Fox was surprised that they had such a quick flight, but the thing was, Cutie So Yan had arranged a private flight for them so they wouldn't run into anyone. They were met at the airport by Shen's slave girl Anna and a third friend, who still hadn't been revealed. He just was. Anna said they were on vacation too and offered to spend it together. Foxy clapped her hands and said, the more the merrier. But So Yan didn't like the idea. She really wanted to catch the comfortable, romantic atmosphere of a vacation. And now this trip was doomed, she thought, assessing her stray company. However, there was nothing to do about it. So Yan suggested going to a hotel. There, they immediately had a pool party. The girls started splashing in the water while the guys watched. Shaken and Electric looked with pleasure at the girls' swimsuits. So Yan hadn't originally planned anything like this, but she was ultimately happy with what was happening when a balding monkey king came up to her and asked why she wasn't playing with everyone else. Pretty Siu Yan embarrassingly explained that she had been afraid of water since childhood. The Monkey King was on his way to look around the hotel. He didn't like getting his paws wet either and offered cute Siu Yan to keep her company if she wanted to. Siu Yan agreed, but when she got up to go with him, she stumbled and fell into the pool. Then the monkey instantly acted out a classic rom-com scene, complete with falling and cheering, and the beauty's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't contain her emotions to how beautiful the macaque's disguise was and pressed her hands to her face. The monkey did not understand what beauty was being talked about, and the girl immediately tried to change the subject. She pointed to a huge statue of a demented hermit and said the view was just fine. It was strange, but the monkey tactfully supported Siu Yan. Everything around was occupied by statues of Hunu. There was no amusement park or bamboo grove. Of course, the monkey had expected something like this since the city was being rebuilt by Hunu students. But their obsession was amazing. Monkey suggested that the hermit must be tired of this madness. But Siu Yan replied that he didn't know about this place. Suddenly, the monkey decided to inquire about her estate and move closer. He reminded her that scenes like this only looked natural in movies. In reality, he was already tired of holding her. A couple of days later, the tower managers gathered again to discuss matters of the day. Everyone was stunned by the intelligence that Hunu had gotten, that their matrix level was not the last, and that it had its own administration. Hunu was as careful as he could to conceal his identity. Safe free from the 50th tower didn't know who he was. Noah said that even with coordinates, it was impossible to be aware of all the movements. Hunu asked if there was any way they could track him down, but Noah explained that he had already tried everything, all to no avail. Apparently, Herms who came to visit had a special power. This meant that it was not worth pinning much hope on his trail. Just as the stalker had told him, the only thing Han had left to do was to take her advice and show up at the owner's meeting. Then, when he finds the person she was talking about, he could find out more information. This was how Hugh expected to find a way to protect the tower. His worries never ceased for a moment. Noah consoled him with the phrase, whatever is done is for the best, but that only worked for the main characters. The hermit stood up from his seat. He had already dealt with the main issue. Now he wanted to rest. When he heard voices behind him, glad to catch him here, he saw his dear students. They told him that despite being busy, he should eat well. And so they came to feed him, answered the girl with glee. For once, they had a mutual understanding, but that didn't concern Honu, who hoped to at least live peacefully in his new office. Noah said that after reorganizing the tower system, he gave his female students access here as well. Foodie was furious that now there was nowhere he could hide from the annoyance of the girls. The hermit felt betrayed, but it was too late. The girls already had him firmly in their grasp. Only now, after Hunu had been dragged away, did Noah realize what a mistake he had made. They led him to a restaurant where they set a rich table, but who still felt out of place. He asked them why such a sumptuous feast for a simple meal. That Marion asked him, wasn't he tired after all his battles? It was the least they could do for him. Honu thanked them, but still looked at the table skeptically. It was fine, but the composition of the dishes conformed to all the myths about how to get your Parker's attention, which clearly didn't pass censorship. This meant he had to avoid the situation immediately. He told them he wasn't hungry right now and would eat later. But then Rose intervened. Since you've worked so hard, you shouldn't miss meals, she said, pouring tea. If you're not hungry, we can clear the table and continue the postponed conversation. They were curious how exactly who would take responsibility for their feelings, she said, and the hermit grew nervous. He honestly admitted that he just wasn't ready for such a question, and the girls promised not to push him. They would wait for him as long as they could. Oh, while you're here, we're accumulating a lot of feelings, they said. You should help release them. Honu started to feed him. He remembered how things had ended after the strong tea the demon had given him. The situation was repeating itself. They kept asking him if he would help them. Hyeonu suddenly felt like a small child surrounded by many babysitters. He sensed that he would be even more exhausted. He hadn't had a sweet day, not this time. A few days later, Hermes appeared. From the look of it, Hyeonu thought he had been diligently mining karma for him. But Hyeonu angrily replied, "You don't look like the kind of person who would work," and called Hermes a fool. The guy got a little upset at such rudeness, but Hyeonu tossed him a karma ball to keep him on his toes and told him, "Get out as soon as possible." Hermes evaluated the balloon. The amount of karma collected there was enormous. He froze in place, not realizing where so much karma had come from, but Hyeonu told him to move. He also asked, "Is everything okay?" Hermes replied, "It's more than enough to pay off our debt." He thanked Hyeonu for his cooperation and tucked the balloon into his inside pocket. He had questions, of course, but had to leave them for now. The A's policy was simple. It didn't matter who got the karma or where it came from. So he confirmed the renewal of their contract and the usage rights. Hyeonu replied so indifferently that Hermes grimaced. He informed Hyeonu that he now had advantages as the owner of the tower and opened a new portal. Right in the middle of the wall, a yellow gap appeared. It looked like the tower didn't have any tamper-proof protection. Hermes sullenly informed him that as the owner of the tower, he was invited to the ball. He wanted to explain to the hermit the nature of the event, but Hyeonu again showed his open defiance and said he knew everything. Hyeonu explained that he knew about it because he had stumbled upon the passage they had made in his tower, and he kindly questioned the owner of the 50th tower about everything, to which the latter gladly answered. Hyeonu rebuked Hermes for not only treating him like a debtor, but also for discriminating against him. Hermes immediately pretended to be blind and hid his eyes. He was surprised and silent. He quickly realized that they should have already made a fuss about it and apologized immediately. The messenger admitted that he should have said something about the meeting right away, but he underestimated Hyeonu. His apology sounded sincere, but it only made Hyeonu upset. He wanted to resolve things quickly. Hermes told him that the connection to the main matrix was direct and that they had to use the front door to get back. Moving between towers is not a simple matter as it is, and Hermes could do more complicated things, Who thought, which means he's probably responsible for the passage to the 50th tower. At this, Hermes started home, saying that he had to report to his superiors. Without waiting for Hugh's reply, Hermes disappeared. He didn't even need the passages. But now the hermit could forget about him, for there were more important things to do. Then he resolutely headed straight into the passageway the messenger had left him. Once on the other side, he was surprised at what he saw. It looked like a social reception of some aristocrats. The owners of the towers were trying to emphasize their status in every possible way. The participants were quite a few noted Hyeonu, and all of them were no weaker than a mind demon. But now he was catching a lot of stares, and he felt out of place, like he was a clown in a circus arena. Who thought to himself as he was approached? The maintenance girl recognized him as the owner of the 51st tower. When asked how she knew, she replied, "I'm in charge of running the event. I was just contacted by Hermes, who asked for special attention since this is your first meeting." It was a stroke of luck for the hermit, and he immediately asked her directly, "Do you know a certain Daba?" The head of the energy company was impressed that the goofy kid could muster so much energy in such a short period of time. Hermes then asked, would it be worthwhile to inquire about Hyeonu's sources in that case? The supervisor replied, "It's not worth the effort, even if there will be some problems." Hermes reported, right now, Hyeonu has arrived for his first owners meeting, with 3 factions planning to get to the newcomer. He's becoming a problem for them in many ways. The spiritual, angelic, and demonic factions all had their eyes on him one way or another. Previously, everything had been in balance. Now a dark horse had defeated the mind demon, but remained unaffiliated with any faction. Hermes noted that things were clearly not going smoothly with the spiritual faction. It turned out that Hyeonu had already encountered the owner of the 50th tower, who belonged to the spiritual faction. Hermes reported, of course, Siegfried himself, he was a minor player, but the faction still suffered a hit to its reputation. Although slightly rude to others, Hermes had already predicted Hyeonu's next move, and the boss grinned. Even if Hyeonu joined another faction, it's uncertain whether they could handle him. The chief said this, and when the stewardess hesitated, Hyeonu asked if she knew Daba. She replied, "I know all the tower owners." However, this was the first time she had heard that name. Hyeonu suggested that this person might not actually be a tower owner. "Since you don't know, there's no point in discussing it," Hyeonu said. So Hyeonu decided he would find the person himself. Then the hermit stepped into the center of the hall, ready to put on a show. All eyes were already on him. Hyeonu reminded them that to the tower owners, humans were like animals in a zoo. They could observe them whenever they wished. He asked if any of them were a double or knew him personally. The stewardess fell silent at such a question. Hyeonu urged them not to hesitate, but no one responded. An eerie silence filled the hall. A red-skinned creature appeared on the mini-map and approached Hyeonu, saying he seemed suspicious. Hyeonu asked who the red-skinned creature was and noticed C-Free behind her, someone he had spoken with not long ago. The hermit then asked if he was a double, but the red-faced man objected, saying the human had too many responsibilities. The demon from the spiritual faction recognized Hyeonu as the newly appointed owner of the 51st Tower. The demon pointed to the injured Zig and said that this weakling belonged to their group and someone needed to answer for him. Hyeonu immediately pretended to be friendly and waved politely at his neighbor. The hermit suggested closing the topic, since the red-faced man did not know anything about doubles. But the demon was furious and asked Hyeonu what all the fuss was about. He called him an overconfident peacock who only fluffed his tail because he had defeated one of their gang. He stated menacingly, "If you want to, your existence will be interrupted. If Hyeonu doesn't want to fly out, he should shut up." The hermit defiantly replied, "I'm profoundly indifferent to who stands in front of me or for what faction they hail, as long as this conversation yields nothing." When things flared up threateningly, the stewardess tried to intervene and calm them down. She reminded him, fighting in the conference room is forbidden. Ifrit grumbled unhappily. He decided to take all his anger out on the girl. He started bullying her, then hit her in the stomach with a knee, just like confident people always do. "You should mind your own business," he said, as shouldn't the guy next to you. The girl cried out in pain. How do you recognize a weakling? Who remembered the ancient rule of the tower as he watched the scene? Weaklings always assert themselves at the expense of others. Ifrit taunted the unfortunate girl. Remember this lesson. And then he turned to Hyeon to say the same thing, but he noticed that his interlocutor had disappeared. Hyeon suddenly appeared right behind him and grabbed his head. Hyuna didn't hit him. She just tossed the red-faced goon in the other direction. He hit the wall hard. Hyeonu couldn't believe that all tower owners were moral freaks, but apparently the selection system favored them. He asked the redskin why they all thought they were invincible. A fire spirit, King Jade, one fluent with fire, was highly ranked compared to other owners. He was considered the strongest among the strongest. That's why other owners panicked in this situation. After all, it was Ifrit who was suppressed in a couple of moves that no one could have guessed, and it was done by an unknown player who had just appeared and become the owner of the tower while still being a mere mortal. Hyeonu turned to the dumbfounded girl and apologized to her. She didn't realize for what exactly, but Hyeonu had already pulled out his cloud, sat her on top of it, and led her away from the battlefield. He waved his hand and the cloud drifted away. The party promised to be noisy. The hermit felt that the Bujivin was about to explode with anger and shame. A pillar of flame burst out from his fifth meridian, making him look like a bonfire. Stalker showed the blue what Hyuna had arranged, barely arriving at the owner's banquet. It all happened less than 10 minutes after he arrived. He was deeply impressed by the explosive temper of the one the stalker was watching. Double called her out right during the event and apologized for the extreme measures because there was no way to meet secretly in that situation. "Hyeonu is a great warrior, but a poor scout," he said. "There's nothing that can be fixed, and I've decided not to interfere." It meant that Dappa would have extra work to do. Though Double himself was worried that Hun couldn't handle the situation, the stalker reassured him, suggesting he go back and watch. "The rascal she chose as her hunting dog is incredibly fierce," the stalker said. Hyeonu urgently stretched his shoulders in order to have a proper conversation. He flew toward the hermit with a missile, telling everyone to get out of his way immediately. He wanted to turn this hall into a personal hell for Hyeonu and was already shouting out a long name for the usual punches. But the hermit did not let himself be beaten. He immediately drew close to him and began to taunt him. The Ifrit froze in place in surprise. Hyeonu asked him, how dare he attack a mere human? "The complex jocks that claim themselves at the expense of the weak should die," Hyeonu said, kicking him in the chin. And then Ifrit realized how badly he had miscalculated. He didn't even have time to react to the blow. Hyeonu didn't wait for a hard landing. He jumped next, landing on top, showing off his great stretch with a powerful kick that sent the brute straight to the ground. Sig couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even though he'd been beaten last time, he didn't think his neighbor was that strong. He wondered if this time, Hyeonu hadn't shown him his true strength. The hermit looked at the confused demon and asked him if he was giving up after all of his pathos. Ifrit had a powerful fire elemental and, like all chumps, thought there was no need to work on himself anymore. Right in front of everyone, he was humiliated by overwhelming force because there will always be bigger fish, the ancient principle said. But at this point, the demon decided to burn to the ground in shame and use his ultimatum ability. A flare of fire swept past the hermit, who felt as if he had stepped a foot into a furnace. Hefit summoned hellfire and opened his burner to maximum. He blustered that no matter how strong Hyeonu was, he wouldn't be able to withstand his flames for long. The hermit swung around properly and loaded his main caliber. Afterward, he made a punching motion, causing the expensive floor beneath his feet to crack. He kicked it until Ifit covered his burner. Hyeonu wiped the sweat from his forehead. If it had managed to heat things up, the patient himself lay down to rest, giving no sign of life. Hyeonu then stepped forward and again portrayed a friendly face to repeat his question about Daba. Double, who was hiding behind the backs of the others, realized that Hyeonu was just a monster. Herms showed the footage of the fight to his superior, and the latter was impressed. He said that when he arrived at the site, it was already chaos. The new owner of the tower had made a mess and disrupted the entire meeting. The passenger said, the protests from the spirit faction were understandable. Someone had to be held accountable and admit guilt. The chief said, it's a matter of honor for everyone, but a public apology is needed to settle the conflict. He continued, on the other hand, the fight was mutual. It would be foolish to blame any one person. And besides, the one who provoked the conflict was Efrit. The supervisor then decided that another owners' meeting should be held, and indeed, a banquet could be held more than once a year. He resolved to fix the spoiled event, but this time the conditions for conversation would be suitable. Of course, Hyeonu wouldn't apologize. He understood that. Of course, if HNU doesn't pay the karma due, or if the spirit faction finds out about it, they would have to appeal to one of the owners of the towers, the sun god. Herms tensed his armored slits on his face instead of his eyes upon hearing that name. He felt the boss wanted to eliminate a problematic customer, but the boss denied everything, saying that Hyeonu was very important to them. But now, there was good reason to interfere, and it would be convenient to put him in his place, he said. And there, as it turns out, Think tripped and hit his belly on the boot. Who could not see that coming? That night, the android had reprimanded Hyeonu. Not only had he failed to find Daba, but he had returned, making enemies in the process. But the hermit brushed it off indifferently. On the whole, she drew the right conclusions from his story. After the battle, he kindly asked around everyone, but it was useless. Hyeonu resented it, thinking the stalker was setting him up, but Abs said it couldn't be. Noah agreed. Dole was connected to the managers and must have hidden his identity because Hyeonu had caused such a ruckus. After the hermit raised the alarm, he could no longer appear under the rules of conspiracy. Noah told him off. The mad hermit scratched the back of his head. He didn't really want to get into a fight. But what was past. He waved it off. After all, Double could reach out to him himself if it was that important. It was no longer his responsibility. But in that instant, Noah shuddered and said, someone has just accessed the tower's security system. Hyeonu asked if it was Herms from management, but a confused Noah said it was someone stronger. The hooded man appeared and marveled at their security system, even knowing the coordinates. He couldn't get in here normally. Hu slammed his fist on the table in anger, resenting the fact that his tower was a pass-through yard for all sorts of people to walk around and then lose their swim trunks. The stranger took off his hood and said, there's no need to worry. I'm the one Hyeonu was looking for, Double. I've come to talk about who the managers are and pass on an interesting suggestion, said the blonde with long hair. In the evening, a group of bums visited the local casino, and the dragon was not impressed. He thought it was a local attraction, but it was quite noisy. Cute. So Yana explained to him that there was gambling here. She added that if you play for small amounts, it's a good way to lose money. But the dragon refused. He'd grown up in a village in the mountains, and he couldn't get used to human games. You can take the dragon out of the village, but you can't take the village out of the dragon. Though, according to his observations, being in human form was good for the king of the apes, that one played big and collected a lot of capital. That's what the cunning monkey is for. After going to the bank, he hustled his rivals in the game, but they huffed. He started yelling loudly for them to off if they couldn't play. The dragon noticed that he was overreacting. Cutie so taught him the basic rules, but she didn't think the monkey would learn everything so quickly. At this rate, the macaque could brag all the casino's money, and Xiu Yan became worried. Expectedly, the men in black showed up and advised the troubled guest to go with them, to which the macaque brusquely brushed it off. He didn't know who they were and wanted to keep playing, but he was presented with the suspicion that he was not clean and demanded to go with them. Mac claimed it was all about his skill and luck, but the bald guard signaled for him to be taken away. Then they took a wrong turn. In a world where there were supernatural beings, they should have been more careful. The Monkey King got angry while his friend dealt with the guards. The dragon watched everything serenely. He already knew what would happen next after all the monkey's honor was hurt. This kind of thing he couldn't stand and began to scatter the guards who had grabbed him here. The guards realized their miscalculation and were greatly surprised that the simple-looking kid was very agile. The angry Monkey King went on a debauch immediately and scattered everyone, which was to be expected, Dragon said, while the cute Xiu Yan just blurted out. She shouted at the dragon, calling your comrade down immediately, instead of being smart here. But it was too late. Meanwhile, he was telling everyone the story of how virtual reality towers were born. Magic was common then. Its flows were evenly distributed and flowed through all dimensions without any problems. It was a natural flow. When one day some creatures did not change the course of events, they lowered them out of the towers and took over. They became a monopoly in the sale of a single resource and imposed their terms on everyone. Double was rasping, but Hyeonu snickered with boredom. He didn't care about the lore. Then the stalker envoy resented Hyeonu for being too carefree. Hyeonu reached out to the manager. He is the main villain of all the stories. No need for long introductions. He said he had advised Dabble to stop beating around the bush and get to the proposal. That he dared to be direct and offered Hun the chance to lead the overthrow of the tyrant, apparently counting on the fact that Hun was an idiot. Obviously, Dabble really wanted to deal with the manager. It wasn't an easy decision, but all for the future, he said. The usual nonsense. Hyeonu cleared his ears again. All these proclamations of noble rebellion didn't bother him much. The story was as old as the world, but it was offered so abruptly that even Dabble was taken aback, unsure if it was dementia or bravery. But the hermit declared that he was just about to do the same thing. He, by his very nature, abhorred any social institution over himself. That way, he could get rid of the annoying tax payments of karma. With that quickly resolved, he asked Abel if there was anything else he wanted to talk about and whether they had a plan. And they plunged into long, protracted disputes on how to overthrow the tyranny and return the world to the non-democratic way of development. The fox was having fun with the electrician. They were coming back, and she was happy with the trip. Cutie. Seo Yan, on the other hand, was furious. Her first vacation in years from which she brought bills instead of souvenirs. She had to pay for the medical expenses of the security guards, the damage to the building, and the lost profits of the casino. She loudly reprimanded the Monkey King, resenting that she should be the one to deal with everything. He looked down guilty. He didn't have that kind of money. Seo Yan shouted even louder. If he's so poor, he shouldn't have organized this at all, she said, tapping her palm on the table and scratching her head. Money isn't such a big problem for me, she added. But she was much more concerned about the news that broke instantly, that someone had gone on a rampage in the casino. Her reputation was suffering from the scandal. Her name was much better known. According to surveillance video evidence, she had arrived with the troublemaker. She had taught him the game. Journalists hiked it up to suspicions of a love affair. The man himself, according to journalists, deserved the title of sweet boy and had good looks. So they suspected her of using an agency and being on a secret date. This news made the friends laugh, but at that instant, an unidentified object flew past them at a tremendous speed. It destroyed the in-flight TV that was spreading slander and lies. Sweet Seo Yan was blazing with anger, and things got scary. If a small accident happened, only a dragon could fly. But then, her anger was replaced by frustration, and she just cried loudly. The story was full of absurdity and lies. Supposedly, she had caused a stir at the casino while on a date. But now, hardly anyone would want to get involved with a girl who had a reputation like that. She cried that she would die alone, and the Monkey King began to comfort her. He told her not to say such nonsensical things and promised to make things right. He said he would date her himself. Sweet Seo Yan marveled at this turn of events, and the macaque assured her that he would take responsibility as her debtor. So you should stop crying, he said, and wiped away her tears. The girl stopped crying and was completely numb, not realizing what she was thinking or feeling. Dole told them that first they had to find the one who lost an eye-chasing spatial karma. Hyeonu asked, puzzled, how is it possible to lose something so important? Double, embarrassed, shouted, it happens. Double heard that her unit was retreating as she suffered a fatal injury from which she did not die. Immediately afterward, her body was somewhere in the vastness of another dimension, and it was difficult to calculate her coordinates. Downley wanted to delve into flashbacks of past wars again, but Hyeonu refused such details and asked, where do we find the stalker? Double said that when learning about other dimensions, one needs to avoid executive attention and also neatness and craftsmanship. Hyeonu again brushed off the pathetic excuses. He realized they needed help finding them, but Double objected, saying they didn't need it yet. It was a delicate matter, and it was already time for him to go back. It wasn't easy to get in and out of the tower, especially with the power company watching closely. He suggested continuing this at the next tower owners' meeting. The last one had been ruined by Hyeonu, so to keep order, the company would definitely hold it again. Double allowed himself to give Hyeon some advice this time. Be careful, he warned. They'll expect you there now. The general change in the spiritual faction was a world tree with a hollow. In the hollow tree, a small group of anonymous cosplayers from the land of fairies had set up. Ifrit was indignant. Any dialogue with his abuser was out of the question. He had beaten him soundly. Even though they were from the same faction, none of his friends were in a hurry to avenge him. He turned to the leader of their gathering of goons, Nayada. She was the queen of the water spirits, and he demanded revenge. Longer told him to calm down. They should have realized it all by themselves, he said. None of us could handle that power. If we'd piled on the noble, the outcome might have been different, she noted. But there would have been no casualties. Plus, other factions could have gotten involved, and then they would have gotten into trouble. Because of that, it would be better to find the strength to apologize, though they didn't know how their enemy would look at it. The hermit didn't look like a man capable of dialogue, more like a savage who put all of his stats into strength. It was scary to think what he would do if they didn't settle this conflict. Then, Nayada decided to make a deal. They took the second suggestion the organization made to them, asked the sun god for help. He was one of the strongest executives in the power company, and they had to figure it out. A couple of days later, everyone was sitting around with tense faces, and Hu told them to relax. If they had a guest, they'd frighten him with their grimaces, he said. Hermes appeared on the doorstep. The creators of the tower resented that they were tired of cleaning up the mess after him. Hermes was angry at being ignored and hurried them off. Hu asked him why he was so serious and went to the portal again. Hermes did not go with him this time, for he had much work to do because of the hermit. But there was to be no problem now, for the meeting place had been chosen especially for him. Hyeonu asked indignantly, "What does that mean?" and threatened him with his fist. But the company messenger had already disappeared. It sounded like some kind of joke. The hermit thought he'd find out soon enough anyway. Outside the portal, they were already waiting for him. And Hu noticed that he had more fans. He asked the dummies, who were fearfully huddled together, "What do I owe this attention?" Hyeonu asked, "Are you the spirit gang?" The iPods of the fire dummy. Efrat was about to explode, but Nayada stopped him, introducing herself as the leader of their gathering of clowns. She said, "We gathered to propose to you, to get on our knees and apologize." The hermit grinned, thinking what sick humanoids wield towers. Nayada said it was because he had used violence on one of them and almost killed him. Not a good man, she added. They recognized the provocativeness of their ally and that he had started the fight, but the damage exceeded all limits of what they had done. Nayada couldn't deny their organization's guilt and didn't want to waste any more energy on the argument. She arrogantly stated that the conflict could end there, thanks to his change of heart. Unless, of course, he wanted to make enemies. The hermit snorted angrily. His words could have been taken as a threat and was for the best. He could lose his temper in a heartbeat. Hyeonu heard a voice inside him telling him not to do that. Glancing to the side, he recognized a figure. He used telepathy magic and asked the figure not to show any signs. If it was noticed by others, it could cause a problem. Thel asked the hermit, "What are you up to? You may make a promise." Hyeonu remembered he had been told not to break up a fight under any circumstances. Even though his fights had ended well before, what were the chances things would stay that way? If he eliminated a tower owner, it would give the organization a reason to intervene directly. They would immediately stop supplying magic. And so, the spice must flow without ceasing, or they would lose the hour before overthrowing the tyrant. Then Hyeonu smugly declared that he could easily handle himself. He promised that everything would be fine and that Double could go about his business. Kumyu realized he almost snapped and ruined everything. So he walked past Nayad and said he was accepting their offer. The TA was surprised that he had passed so rudely and asked, "Where are you going? You must first give 200 apologies." But then the hermit made a terrible grimace and called them hopeless fools. From his gaze, they measured, and the hermit told her, "Do not drip on my mind, lest I lose my temper and swat the pesky flies." He put his back to them and told them to attack first. He promised to endure the humiliation, but stated that they were unlikely to dare to do such a thing, which was true. Nayada told her henchmen it was time to leave. One asked how they could leave since their honor was at stake, but there was nothing they could do if the hermit didn't want to apologize. She promised to give Hermes as much karma as he would ask for in exchange for destroying their enemy. That came out well, Hu thought. But Double still cautioned him. The spirits wouldn't back down that easily. They were definitely up to something. Hyeonu asked, what other factions resemble gatherings of mentally ill freaks? Double promised to tell it in person. He then said the hermit should be interested in something other than factions right now. He leaned back in his chair in boredom. Hoover didn't even know that someone was very much interested in him. The tyrant sat in his office, peering a little at the hidden camera footage. After the fairy faction left the meeting, it passed without incident. After a while, in the middle of the mountains of gold sat the harbinger of future misfortunes, or rather, an important set of experience points. Hermes came to him with an offer to take care of the newcomer from the 51st tower. The request came from the spirit faction. In front of him sat Ra, the sun god, head of the pagoda that was under the control of the energy workers organization. He smugly declared, "Whoever I'm commissioned for is not worth my efforts." Ra was surprised that the goons didn't dare to attack the newcomer all at once. A request was a request, but there was still a question of how exactly to get to the right tower. He thought Hermes would lead the guide to this place, but the guide only came with a message and handed Ra the displacement stone given to him by the spirit faction. It was imbued with the magic of the world tree and could pierce through any defense that could connect portals. Ra was surprised that such weaklings had such an item, and Hermes assumed he would get his answers when he completed the order. When Hermes wanted to get to the plan, the godhead cut him short. The words no longer made sense when he got the stone. He stated he would figure it out quickly and enjoyed the sight of the pearl in his hands. Hyeonu was trying to make sense of the intricacies of the tower owner's politics. They had a veritable triple kingdom going on there. Double strictly insisted that he dare not lay a finger on anyone. The hermit collapsed on the couch. He was tired of working, but no one would do it for him. When he felt the sweet scent and heard the voice that told him it was time to rest, test. The demoness said she had prepared this gift especially for him. He jumped up from the couch, and she told him that the scent was called illusory. The demoness never gave up trying to confuse his mind. The scent was supposed to soothe body and mind, relieve fatigue, and induce a state of mild coma, a precious treasure. Hyeonu was surprised that his body was actually filling with power. He asked her why she had shown up since she hadn't been feeling well the last few days. The demoness replied that it was time for his students to return the favor. Nunu went into a stupor. She pinned him to the couch and told him he would be paying the debts. She planned to eat it today, she said, and smiled carnivorously. The hermit asked, where did such an unhealthy appetite come from? He added, it doesn't taste good at all. The demoness reminded him that he owed her for the day she treated him to some delicious tea at the party. May your students take it as help in matters amorous, she said, but there's nothing free in this world. Hyeonu still pretended not to know or remember anything and demanded release me immediately. But belatedly, he realized he couldn't move, for the demon was stronger than he was. The item she brought had collected her mana over the past few days, and as long as he could smell it, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to escape. Suddenly, the pig smoke became heavy and thick, like sour milk. The demoness reassured him that once the scent wore off, his body would return to normal. She reached for his defenseless face again and reassured him that she would eat him completely today, only take a bite. But just before the fight began, a red sign appeared in front of the demoness's face. Hyeonu was alerted to the emergency and was immediately called to the main room. He plopped contentedly in his chair. The emergency message had literally saved him. Then he saw another illegal alien in his domain, holding the android by the throat. Ra grinned and said that if the tower keeper had delayed even a second longer, he would have strangled the girl. In a flash, Hyeonu crossed the room and snatched the android from his hands. Both tower creators were out, so it wasn't as bad as it seemed at first. Which means we first have to apprehend a persistent trespasser. Ra grinned smugly, and before he could even blink, the hermit was at his side. Lately, he had accumulated too much stress from untouchable troublemakers, he didn't even pause to think. He struck the intruder, but felt no real impact, as if he'd hit a fish scale. The intruder was indeed wearing a vest made from the hide of an unknown creature. Rai looked surprised and called Hyeonu a violent aggressor in the spirit of his organization's sometimes contradictory standards. Now he understood why the Spirit faction had paid him a tidy sum to teach the newcomer a lesson. The intruder asked not to waste time with words, though he himself spoke much and unleashed his powers. The energy emanating from Ra reminded the hermit of the strength of powerful spiritual beings. The magic level was high, indicating that the intruder was connected to the governors. In exchange for their tasks, the factions received privileges. The managers could maintain control over everyone and forgive debts, even to their own disadvantage. Double had warned him that when facing one of these, the difference in skill would be severe. Each of these regime enforcers alone was capable of challenging an entire faction. Hyeonu smirked. His opponent could be stronger than even a mind demon, which meant the best way to win was to kill the enemy before he could act. Ra smirked smugly. He realized that the newcomer wanted to overpower him with a single blow. After all, the kid didn't realize that all of Ray's power was not gathered in his hands, but in his abilities. A skeleton appeared behind Hyunu's back. These warriors were Ra's main force. The hermit barely dodged the sudden blow. Hyeonu felt a bout of deja vu. The skeletons were the resurrected fallen warriors, each one powerful. Many skeletons appeared around the hermit, who was raised by the sun god with borrowed magic. From the pile of skeletons, gnashing their teeth, came the energy of the tower climbers. Ro waved his finger and said it was time to deal with his assignment. Hyeonu sighed heavily. He had barely escaped from the demoness, only to fall from the fire into the flames. At the same time, a fairy peeked into the intersection near Hyeonu's house, inspecting people with disdain. She was unhappy about being given this assignment. She was ordered to infiltrate the newcomer's tower and gather some karma, while Ra dealt with Hu. Nea had said that the world tree needed more karma to survive. It fed on karma, then released it in greater quantities in the form of fruit. The higher the quality of the original karma, the better the karma returned. They had already spent a lot on the rookie order. Of course, in the worst case, they'd have to cut their rations if there was no harvest, but no one wanted that outcome. The fruit was a delicacy, and they planned to steal as much goodness as they could from the 51st tower before the managers took control and started growing a new crop. It was easy for the fairy, who controlled the wind, to sneak into the tower and steal karma. And so, there she was. Yet she couldn't shake the worry that the exchange might not be in their favor, that it could all be a waste of mana. As she made her way deeper into the tower, she sensed a powerful presence of karma. At first, she thought she was imagining it, but it didn't matter. Through a special device, the fairy absorbed the karma. Then she heard an angry voice behind her saying, "You're interrupting a lot." The angry demoness grabbed the fairy by the scruff of her neck and dragged her to the ground. She threw her so hard that the impact plowed a furrow in the earth. When the fairy tried to get up, she was instantly knocked back, as if she were a mere insect by the demon's power. He promised he wouldn't let her escape. He wouldn't tolerate anyone interfering with his plans on his own turf. Meanwhile, he was exterminating the skeletons one by one. Their numbers didn't help them. He was much faster. But the skeleton army seemed endless, and they could overpower him with sheer force. Ra kept boasting, sitting idly by as if the army had been created to protect him. Even if the skeletons fell, it would only be temporary. There was no stopping them. As long as Ra was alive, so were they. He taunted Hu, babbling about how there was nothing the warrior could do. Hu needed to get over it, Ra said, but the straight-faced, tight-lipped fighter finally figured out what to do. The skeletons existed as long as the one who fueled them with magic was alive, which meant there was no point in wasting energy on them. Spreading out, Hu jumped straight toward Ra, who was lounging on his throne. Because he could summon a huge snake that was waiting in the ground for Hoodoo to jump to Ra, the snake seized him with its jaws, and the hermit steadied himself with his hands and feet so that he would not be bitten. Ra obligingly explained that it was a viper blessed by the sun. The skeletons were his shield and the snake his main weapon. He spoke while the viper shot out a red beam. Ra never thought he'd have to summon a serpent. The request had caused him much more trouble than he anticipated. He thought he'd already handled it. Either way, he acknowledged the strength of Hunu, who sat on the ground to gather himself before Phase 2. Ra already envisioned getting his body into his army, where it would become a useful soldier. But first, it was necessary to separate the meat from the bones. He gave the command to his skeletons. But after letting them get close, the hermit used a powerful strike with a wide attack radius. Hyeonu told Ra that since he was told not to kill anyone, he had been holding himself back until now. All this time, he had only met weaklings, so his expectations were lowered. But now he realized there was no need to hold back. This time, he decided to go all out and show off his skills. Phase 2 began. The hermit directed a rock-breaking ray of love and goodness at him. Ra's entire army was blown away in one fell swoop. Hunu jumped straight towards him to show him what it was like to fall. After that, he began beating the intruder despite his sturdy armor scales. When the armor cracked, all that was left to do was to scratch the stuck-up dot out of there. After a powerful blow, Ra flew away like a rag doll, rolling across the ground like a ball. He hit the rock with his back. Who wouldn't let him rest? He jumped in after him, telling the god not to be afraid. "I don't want to kill you," he said. "I just want to try out my new therapy for invaders with long memories." Ra summoned his last hope, and his huge viper appeared. But to the hermit, it was just a ridiculous nuisance. He told her to go away. The impact tore the snake apart, and Ra's last hopes crumbled. He couldn't believe that even his snake had been destroyed in one hit. And yet, the enemy hadn't even gone bald. A cheater of pure water. And then, for the first time in the entire fight, it dawned on him that he was dealing with a monster. Meanwhile, Herms reported to the tyrant superior that Ryan had already begun his task, and they hoped things would soon fall into place. Herms thought it would take the sun god a day to figure it out, but it might take a week. After all, this deity was very fond of playing with his victims and enjoying the process. He had a bad temper. The tyrant grinned. A week of rampages. It was still a small price to pay for them, but he really wondered if Ra could deal with the newcomer. Ra was on his knees, hands up in the air, which were ready to fall off. He gave out the name of his customer, who sat on top of the skeleton, while the others swept a fan around him. The hermit asked Ra why he didn't tell him everything right away. He wouldn't have had to fight. He wouldn't have broken every bone in his body, and he wouldn't have had to leave all of those humiliating reminders of why you can't walk on the ground. Hoodoo grumbled that he had only wasted so much effort, but he himself pondered the order on his head. At some point, he thought Ra was lying to him. So he moved closer to him. Ra was the head of the tower under the company, and there was no way the intruder could have been unaware of this order. The intruder became nervous and began to make excuses. He said that if the managers knew, he would have had to pay a huge percentage. But as it was, he wanted to get everything himself and kept it from them. But having said this, he faltered for a long time, knowing that the governors would not leave his tower. Ra could only hope for the mercy of the victor. Hoodoo sighed. It didn't matter if the intruder was telling the truth or not. There was nothing he could do to the company right now anyway. This meant they needed to move on and deal with their situation. With a clash of fists, the hermit said he had to teach manners to the knuckleheads who decided to play with him. Nayada was holding a meeting. She told the goons about her ingenious plan, and they liked it a lot. It would take a long time for the fairy to steal karma, so for now, they could only wait. While they were anticipating the height of an unskilled newcomer, someone entered their portal. Naya thought it was her fairy handmaiden returning, but instead some man flew in her. As they looked closer, they realized that the one who had turned the table over was the sun god. "Oh my Shindare," said Hyeonu, greeting everyone present. He grinned devilishly, anticipating how he would pinch those goofy geese. Proud as sheep, the spirits rushed at Hyeonu from the doorstep without waiting for anything. He prescribed them 2 as right on the fly to keep them off. Nieta, meanwhile, realized how much she had miscalculated in this life. Hyeonu approached her in a cold voice, warned them not to jump over their heads. "So why did they listen to him?" he asked, grabbing her shoulder. "Start talking, or else we'll all go to fertilizer." Nieta grabbed his hand, the one that held her tightly. She tried to keep her cool. After all, she was the only one who could fight. If she used the power of the tree, she might be able to summon the owners of the other towers, she thought. But she wasn't sure it was worth it. Her faction, and even the god Ra, had been defeated. It was hard to believe such power existed. Biting her lips, she squeezed out a pathetic apology as if that would help. It sounded crazy. "We tried to kill you. Sorry." She bowed, swallowing her pride, and formally apologized to him for causing a disturbance. Then she begged for mercy. Ko, hearing this, grinned. It was amazing that this stupid elf girl would step on her own throat, risking death. Since it was sincere, the hermit accepted her apology. Naya, thanking him, asked him to let her go. But the hermit became her worst nightmare. He leaned closer and asked, "Do you think that will be enough? It's not like we're in kindergarten, where an apology alone is enough. You have to pay the bills." Hyeonu stated, writing her a receipt for payment, showing no pity for this stupid individual who had planned to kill him. Scratching his fist, the hermit smiled gloatingly. It felt good to let out all the built-up stress. The demoness looked disappointed. She had thought that being an intruder from another tower would help her last longer. It was unfortunate that it had to be this way, but she didn't have to restrain herself. The fairy managed to stand up, which surprised the demonists. She still had some strength left. As the queen of wind spirits, she could not understand why there was such a vast difference in power. She clenched her teeth. Facing such an opponent alone was impossible, but joining forces with the faction might offer a chance. She thought, we need to break the traveling stone, disrupt the portal, and draw the demons into the common dimension. But for me, this carries a risk, losing my status as a representative. I could return with nothing. The demoness noticed her uneasiness. Taking the fairy's hand, she noticed an object that seemed to be a secret trump card. She suggested, if the balloon is destroyed, the fairy's final hope will vanish. The fairy let out a faint sound of protest. Then, the demoness released her hand and said gently, "Try it once." The demoness wanted to see the fairy use her true power at least once, even if it seemed like a futile effort. Deep down, she believed the fairy would not truly fail. The demoness spoke with a hint of challenge, eager to witness how the fairy would rise and fight with determination. And the fairy gritted her teeth. She didn't think the other faction members would ignore her. They would definitely help, and she pushed on the stone. A wave of strange energy appeared, and the demoness turned around. The fairy, already anticipating how the others would deal with her opponent, watched closely. In the blink of an eye, they moved to a green lawn bathed in dawn light. The demoness called the move trivial, for she had just been teleported. The fairy cheers, shouting, "I've brought something nourishing for the world tree." She then asked for help from the others. But at that moment, a bright light and flashes of lightning erupted from the hollow tree. The huge trunk of the world tree fell nearby, nearly swatting them. Yet the demoness remained unfazed. Then they saw a shadow in the dust. A voice called out in Hugh's tone, asking, "What are you doing here?" The fairy was rendered speechless as she recognized her enemy, who was supposed to be in her tower. The hermit looked at the demoness incredulously, asking, "What's haunting you?" But she simply waved her hands, making it clear she had nothing to do with it. She just caught the thief in their tower. The rest was pure chance. The fairy had appeared in his tower just before he left to fight Ram. So the apparitions could be related, the demon suggested. Just then, the hermit remembered that he was facing one of a group of goons. His face was instantly touched by a shadow of madness. Not only were they planning to kill him, they were also planning to rob him. Hyeonu asked. Fee began to bleed like an unhappy sheep, but the hermit's shadow already loomed over her like a sentence. He decided to take pity on her because he was sick of hitting weaklings and just gave her a ringing slap. The fairy landed, plowing the ground. The hermit told her to dig up her friends later. He planted them for a little while, but the world tree would not sprout from them anyway, he said. The fairy saw the protruding heads of her dear companions. She was immediately horrified by the monsters she had encountered today. Hubu left the dummies to the fairy and said he had to go now. Smiling, he expressed his hope that they would see each other again and open the portal. Using the raw stone, the demonist asked where the bling came from. Hootie replied, "I just borrowed it from a friend. Unfortunately, the thingy was disposable, but it didn't matter," said Hun, and they disappeared. Nyada bit her lips until they were bloody and promised to definitely kill Hyuna. Some humanoids could only be fixed by the grave. The fairy turned to Nyada and said those words should have been spoken after who left. A couple of days later, Double arrived at their top floor, lamenting the showdown Honu had made as if it were the hermit's fault. He grumbled, for he had told Hyunu not to arrange anything, but the hermit brushed it off. It was hard to restrain himself. He told him not to get angry, because in the end, no one died. But it still didn't work on the rumble. He started swearing again, saying that Hyunu wouldn't repent even if he killed everyone. There was an invasion of faction territory that day, and we had a duty to defend it, Double said. And Honu completely destroyed and trampled our dignity as a faction. As a result, Nyad organized a meeting with the other faction heads, Double said, and invited Hun to imagine what was now on the agenda for their meeting. The three Naiad and the two other creatures he had summoned were gathered in the temporary hall. She started the conversation first, breaking the silence. The reason was obvious. It was the owner of the 51st Tower. Specifically, she needed their cooperation in killing a troubled rookie. Angel faction head Lucifer said he was expecting this, but was surprised that Nyaad was willing to go this far. He asked his older brother Jay what he thought about it, but Jay didn't know anything. He said only to call in for special reasons. After all, meeting his brother, a traitor, could have damaged his reputation. Lucifer spread his hands and called his brother biased because of his past. Lucifer agreed to help Nyaad. The idea of killing the independent owner of the tower sounded tempting. He smugly declared that he should catch the newcomer and be done with him. He then asked what Nyaad could offer him. The latter replied with understanding, there's no such thing as free cheese, but I promise to distribute all karma for the next 100 years in your favor. The tyrant was puzzled by the news he had received. The god Ra had been defeated. The faction of spirits had been defeated. And now there was a meeting of leaders. He was surprised, but things were moving in the direction he wanted. The tyrant said, the sun god has conveyed nothing to us, only that he failed the mission and wants to live. Herms reported the god Ra is no longer willing to leave his tower, much less deal with the owner of the 51st Tower. He has become depressed. The tyrant grabbed his head and asked what is known about the outcome of the faction leaders' meeting. They assumed that one of the leaders would definitely agree if Nyaad offered him the power of the world tree, though Hugh had cut the trunk of the tree. Fortunately, the root had survived and the tree could be rebuilt. Of course, it will take some time, they said, but afterward, everyone will get their benefits because the tree creates a lot of karma. The tyrant decided that the position was right. It was okay to let them take out Huma, and he could just watch the development for now. Double threw a real tantrum, and Pound slammed his fist on the table, asked what they should do now. At this rate, the tower owners could put together a coalition of at least 2 factions, and that was very dangerous. Plus, the managers would now take notice and scrutinize him. Espionage, which was already so difficult for me to produce, will be even more difficult, Double said. He cried out again, for he had no time to sleep, and Honu apologized dryly. It appeared that the hermit was to keep an eye on Tyrant's company, while Double searched for the right thing for the stalker. The rebel revolutionary agreed and asked how Hunu would do it. Hunu grinned and said he'd just draw attention to himself one more time. Lucifer considered the offer. It was clear that he would not be paid immediately, but 100 years of payments was both a lot and a little. He realized that the pride of the spiritual faction was badly hurt. She asked him for an answer, and Lucifer agreed. There was a lot of karma. He said he was in, and Nyada gave a sigh of relief and looked at Jay. She asked him what he would do, and he replied, I'm sorry. Making it clear that he would not be involved, Naya asked his reasons. Is the reward too small? She inquired. But Jay answered evasively. He was impressed with the newcomer, yet he reassured them. Don't be nervous. I won't get in your way. I'm busy training my faction. Nyan wasn't happy about it. She and Jay didn't like conflict, but she believed she had set a great reward. At least the Angel faction was joining them, which should have been enough to stop Yuna. She was already anticipating her revenge when the hermit appeared behind her. Startled, Nieta nearly lost her soul and cried out loudly in horror. She jabbed her finger at him. How did you get here? She demanded. That can only be done with a displacement stone, and only members of my faction have one. Huna pointed to the wall. My dear neighbor expressed a fervent desire to help with that. He politely asked C to help him because he missed the elf girl, and C had kindly obliged. Huna said, Nad, you've been betrayed. The hermit then shrugged, but those are all small things. More important matters await. Was that what they were talking about here behind his back? He asked her to elaborate, but Nadu was covered by Lucius. He admired that Hunu was always one step ahead and immediately recognized the one he was supposed to kill. Lucifer introduced himself, saying he was one of the 4 great angels. What's more, he continued, I just agreed to kill them and will handle it on behalf of my faction. Hugh only hummed incredulously in response, and Lucius said, this meeting is going to be much more interesting than originally planned. He added that if the hermit had any questions, he could ask his friend, pointing to Jay, the head of the demon faction who had rejected Miyata's proposal. Jay sat silently blankly because the hermit had caught his interest. But Hyeonu was surprised, for he saw this guy for the first time. Hu thanked him for the information and said, "Now it's my turn to prove myself." Proving myself worthy of being a friend to the silent Jay, he added. And in one fell swoop, he blew the head off the nasty angel who didn't even have time to raise his hands. The hermit struck without hesitation, for he was the head of the faction in front of him, but he turned to slime, though he did not die. The body kept talking and said it was unfortunate since it had been dealt with in such a manner. Hyeonu demanded the removal of the purple mist that made it impossible to see anything, and the angel grinned. He appeared behind the hermit's back and asked how he knew it was an illusion. Hyeonu grinned as well. It was obvious that the faction leader wouldn't allow himself to be killed in one blow. Besides, he wanted to see his pain and suffering. Lucifer laughed. He was thinking the same thing and was amused by the similarity of their thoughts. But Hyeonu was already tired of this coddling and struck the illusory body again. At this, Lucius fled, expressing the hope that they would meet properly next time. Hyeonu thought Nayant was next in line, but there was no sign of her. He was generally pleased with the result. It was enough to attract the managers and approach the unknown supporter. He only knew that the head of the demon faction was in front of him and asked why he was on his side. Jay replied, implying that his faction didn't like being called demons. It was a nickname given to them by others, and in fact, their origins are far from that, he said, which surprised Hyeonu. Jay decided to introduce himself. Someone called me a gift from heaven. Some called me Messiah and Savior. I was given different names, he said, showing his horns. Hyeonu was surprised to find the most famous prophet in all religions here. Even those who didn't believe in him knew his name, the most famous holy being. From his reaction, Jay figured there were creatures like him in Hyeonu Tower. There's nothing special about it, Jay said. The myths and legends are similar, but the demons are completely different. Hyeonu replied, I've seen holy creatures. There's a talking dragon and a monkey living in my living room who go crazy over pop idols. The hermit said it was all quite unexpected. The holy beings from his tower were very different from Jay, and I have my reasons, the demon replied. I'm on your side anyway. As Hyeonu had heard earlier, Jay had taken a liking to him, but the other factions were disgusted by him. Hyeonu asked, what's the reason? But Jay said it wasn't the time for such questions since Nayant had gotten out of here first, which meant it was hardly safe for them to be in this place. Before he left, Jay tossed him a moving stone connected to his tower and suggested he stop by for a visit when he had the chance. That's when Jay will answer his questions and tell him why they need karma for Hun and also what's going on inside the towers, said the demon, a flurry of destruction. Hyeonu barely had time to jump into the portal to see free before the temporal level collapsed. A little more and he would be finished, the hermit thought, when someone grabbed his leg. Sig grabbed Hyeonu by her clothes and started screaming about what the hermit had done there. After all, he had told Nayant that he had infiltrated the meeting thanks to Zig's betrayal. Spitting saliva, Sig complained that he would be finished if the vengeful elf were to order it. He would be gone before Hyeonu himself. It demanded that he say something and take responsibility. The hermit quickly prescribed a sedative pill for Sig and immediately injected it into the stomach of the aging patient. He yelled at Zig to watch his mouth and think about how he was acting. Hyeonu repeated what he heard and didn't understand why he had to protect Zig from his own faction. He asked the unlucky neighbor why make such a fuss over nonsense. Then Sai asked the hermit if he had any good suggestions. Hyeonu immediately replied that he did. Grinning heavily, he said, I have a great option for a neighbor. The Tyrann and company boss had gotten the latest news from Herms. He now knew that the spirits and angels were together against Hyeonu, who had come to meet them. The war thought it was strange, since the appearance came from the 50th tower, even if the hermit was threatening Zig where he could get information about the meeting that Silly did know about. Who couldn't find out from Tyrann's organization either? The boss ordered to put all other things aside and investigate this case. He put down the karma stone that Hyeonu had given them earlier. That one was empty. The tyrant took up the case because there was something that kept him busy. The hermit certainly couldn't have mined all the karma alone, the tyrant remarked. And Hyeonu often acted as if everything was normal. But most of the time, he shouldn't have known that much. Tyrant wasn't sure why, but he thought Hun was being helped by someone. Herms agreed, saying it could be someone in charge. It was unlikely. Tyrant has doubted it too, but hesitated. However, there was a possibility that behind the newcomer, Hugh was the one they immediately thought of. So now they should check things out. The chief instructed Herms to investigate, saying that if his hunch was correct, they would close the problem tower. Free pretended to be able to read, so he asked Hugh what was going on. The hermit smiled. He liked the confused look on his neighbor's face. It was all about trust. There was always the possibility that Zig would apologize to his own and defect back. Because of this, Hu decided to reinsure himself and turn to experts who drew up a slave contract, more accurately, a pact of strong bonds of friendship. And if C was in agreement, he had to put his X against the family name. Of course, purely voluntary. Now Singh had to be glad he wasn't going to be attacked by former allies. Hyeonu promised to take responsibility and asked to be told of all the weaknesses of the spirit faction for his own safety. Zing was also required to run a couple of simple errands, turning off lights, bringing food, sweeping the tower courtyard, a mere trifle. Hyeonu said it was pretty easy, but the neighbor was unhappy with his slave contract. When he started to get violent, saying he wouldn't tolerate such a thing, Hyeonu suggested a friendly sparring session. Opinions quickly changed, and Zig asked no where to sign. With one problem taken care of, the hermit took the stone of displacement to Jay's tower and decided to deal with the second. After arriving in his domain, Yunu was confused. Jay had called himself a saint, but it was still unfamiliar to see it. The mood in the tower was indeed as if he had arrived at a church or temple. An ant named Peter approached Jay and informed him that a guest had arrived. It was going to be a long conversation, so Jay asked the wooden Peter to step out, and he nodded in agreement. Hyeonu turned around to follow the wooden man. It felt like they knew each other. Even though they were meeting for the first time, Jay said he'd been waiting for him and offered to sit down at the negotiating table. Hu thanked him for the invitation. There were many questions, so he suggested they get straight to the point and asked, "What is the power company up to?" Jay replied with a question, "What does it matter? As much as the company used karma, it had nothing to do with Hu." The hermit agreed. He didn't have much reason to be involved. But enemies aren't righteous either. No doubt karma would punish bad deeds. Most likely, scoundrels would take full advantage of those beneath them. The previous owner of Hyeonu Tower was just that kind of person, and because of him, Hu had endured many hardships. Therefore, the mere mention of the exploitation of laborers stirred his righteous anger. The hermit decided he would deal with the villains even if Jay didn't tell him anything, and asked, "Are these reasons enough?" He grinned. The answer satisfied him, so he decided to share everything he knew. The angelic dimension represented the heavens with flying cities. The four archangels were having a meeting. Luck had informed them of the alliance with the spirit faction. Gabriel repeated everything he heard just in case there was no mistake. They took the order for Huna. That meant they needed to call an army immediately. But Lucius said not to worry. Gab insisted they needed the fruit of the world tree, but Lucius disagreed. He said the newcomer was stronger than they had initially thought. Even though Lucius had used an illusion that time and couldn't know for sure, it wasn't worth acting rashly against the newcomer. From their point of view, it was wise to wait for the spirit faction's move. Lucius offered to attack when Huna was weakened and would end with him retreating. It was the perfect plan, but there was still a question of whether the spirit faction would attack first. Lucius said it was the spirit faction that needed help, so they would take action themselves. Plus, Nayada was madly bent on revenge against Huna and would definitely strike first. She realized that since Lucifer had taken the full brunt of it, he certainly wouldn't attack first. They needed to start, they needed to eliminate the traitors to the faction. The dwarf couldn't believe that Slee had suddenly betrayed them, but he couldn't turn a blind eye to it either. He felt that all his energies should be focused on the hermit right now. And Nayad agreed with him. To deal with Hyeonu, they summoned all the forces of their faction. For that, they needed a portal of suitable size. The world tree in its current state was no help. 3 or 4 goons, at most, could enter the portal, he said. Either way, they needed nutrients to restore the tree's productivity, and the quality must be at least the level of a major tower owner. If he understood her intent, she wanted to use Zig as fertilizer for the world tree. The dummies fell silent, realizing that they could be in Zeg's shoes. Nyan ordered them to prepare for capture. She clenched her hands angrily and muttered through her teeth, "I will destroy Hyeonu." Lucius said they needed to prepare. All the sacrifices from the tower owners would go to fortify paradise. Gabriel realized that Lucius wanted to bring Hyeonu right to this place. No matter how strong the newcomer was, this place was full of reinforcements for angels, and he wouldn't be able to do anything. Of course, there was a being capable of causing a dimensional shift with his power, and Lucius said his skills would suffice. Turning to Uriel, Double thought the matter was getting more and more complicated and promised to get things done. Meanwhile, Himeno was shocked by the truth he heard. Jay told him that karma is the substance by which magical power is achieved. Therefore, karma was an unattainable thing for ordinary beings. But the towers were capable of accumulating and compacting karma. The stories that created countless lives had been taken by the endless war of men. Catastrophes took the lives of innocent lambs and came out of nowhere. Other examples of injustice that history had remembered. The pain, the frustration, all became karma. Now, Huna understood exactly how karma was extracted and what was the breeding ground for it. The endless slaughter of creatures on the lower floors of their towers fed the power of their owners. Humana didn't believe it was possible to get karma like that, and Jay explained that it was simple: war or disaster. As long as the tower owner approves, no problem. Hyeonu grabbed his head. He suspected the villains had no morals, but this time they had crossed all bounds of humanity. The hermit regretted that he couldn't deal with those who thought they were gods. His words sounded harsh, but Jay agreed with him. The head said he was not at the first leader meeting. It was a gathering not of his level. However, from his disciples, he learned that the reason he entered the battle was to protect the maid. In front of everyone, he cut the red-horned demon down and was even ready to extinguish it for good. As soon as Jay heard the story, he was immediately convinced. Unlike the rest of the moral freaks, Hyeonu had a conscience. Hyeonu found it hard to accept such praise. There was always something behind it. Perhaps Jay wanted to give him a quest. So, the hermit asked bluntly to dispel his doubts. Jay assured him that nothing of the sort would happen. He only hoped that with his strength and conviction, Hyeonu could change the system that the tower owners had built here. The plan sounded grandiose. It was unthinkable that Hyeonu would figure it out on his own, but the demon faction's strength was also lacking. Dealing with what's going on without affecting the lives of others will take a lot of time, Jay said, but there was an easy way. Quick, but with possible consequences, he added. The creators of the tower were horrified at what karma was being used for. They were so angry they were considering the best way to quarter the rogue exploiters of pain. C shuddered at those words. At some point, the creators of the tower realized that Sunny was also one of those moral freaks. He immediately excused himself and said that he had never done anything except for a few accidents and natural disasters. But there was no excuse. Noah and A wrinkled their noses in disgust. Hyeonu told them to stop to destroy the spirit faction. I need this guy for now, he said. And Sig seized on that thought. We need him, he said. Let's not forget that. But he was quickly silenced when the hermit said to him, cooperate as best you can. That's the only reason you are still alive. Under such pressure, the unfortunate slave owner from the carnal plantations huffed. I wondered how Jay was collecting karma in his tower if he hadn't killed anyone. After all, the karma that came to the top was hardly enough to pay the power company. And Hugh said that Jay had his own method. If it could be called that, Jay had sacrificed his own soul. When Hyeonu found out, he was stunned. Jay realized that all misfortune is converted into karma, and it is valued above all else. A high price is paid for the despair of the lower worlds. Therefore, the sacrifice of a being close to the divine level was highly valued. The price he paid was far less than the price his followers paid. He still got off easy. It all worked out, but my soul got hurt, and I became like this, Jay said, pointing at his horns. Hyeonu asked if it wasn't easier to throw the tower away. But for Jay, the answer was simple. Someone else would still pay the same price, and he understood that perfectly well. That was the end of their meeting, he suggested. Do you have any other questions, Huna? But that wasn't so important now. The hermit had gathered his council to decide how to deny the spirit faction the ability to collect karma. Hyeonu told them, no matter how much I think about it, it's more logical to strip the hostile faction of karma than to fight them. It's unlikely that the faction supports each other wholeheartedly, he continued. They're driven by profit. If we make it so the spiritual faction can never pay back, their shaky alliance will crack. Noah agreed with the idea. It's better than destroying tower after tower, which is Hunyu's way. That's why he had gotten them together. He wasn't good at politics, and AB said it would depend on the behavior of the other planters. It's hard to say anything now, AB added. Even C couldn't help them. But Noah said, it's not that bad. I know how to easily implement this plan. But first, I need to go up to the planters' towers and check their lower floors, Noah said. We're lucky to have a tower operator on hand. They looked at a confused Zig, and AB splashed her hands. They had found a use for garbage. Noah supported this idea. Even something discarded can still have its use, he said. He wasn't comfortable with that thought. He wondered where the lower floors gained their karma and how it was drawn out. So he asked his companion for help. Zig said he'd do anything, but asked me not to call them names. He asked whether they could all go together. What if the spiritual faction sends agents? He wondered. Would they really leave the top floor unguarded? Who suggested that the spirit faction might only send a few members like Sai, since the world tree was damaged and their strength was low? In that case, it will be easy to figure out, Hyeonu said with a sly smile. I already know who to assign this task to. It was someone who had been following him closely for a long time, and who was now trying on outfits at the shop with cutie So-Yan. The girl became completely absorbed in dressing up her new friend. The Monkey King didn't mind, but when he glanced at the pile of shopping bags, he thought, I don't really need this. He was growing weary of the role he was playing, as though the weight was too much to carry. When I system noticed demanding I pay for shelter and food and bring along my dragon and the demoness with me. Naya instructed her goons, saying that Zig must be taken alive by all means. Therefore, she would trust them with the stone of displacement. Several statisticians promised to do their best. The stone-faced humanoid stated that free was no problem for them. They told her not to worry and to focus on catching Hyeonu. Wishing the goons good luck, she escorted them into the portal and they promised to return quickly. On the other side, in Siegfried's tower, a welcoming committee was already waiting for them. The goons started asking pointless things like where C was and who they were. The Macabre said they didn't need that information. He asked them which of them was the strongest and asked him to pitch his voice. Stonehead thought with great delay and didn't know what to answer. The Mac continued to mock them. According to the Hermit, they are all a bunch of chumps. That means you can play with them and then swat them, said the Monkey King and glared at them angrily. The Stonehead rattled its millstones again, trying to come up with a coherent answer. He approached the macaque threateningly and asked furiously if it wanted to die. Some bug from the lower floors dared to insult the tower owner and planter. He didn't understand where his rival's bravado came from, but while he was thinking, the macaque tossed his staff above his head and the intruder looked up. The Macaca King applied his crowning touch with an extension and grabbed the stick. A powerful blow descended upon the stone-headed goon. The Demonist grinned and told the serpent not to interfere, even if the monkey was in a tight spot, but the macaque just welcomed it. He wanted to go all out tonight. Meanwhile, the keepers of the tower had arrived on the lower floors and were impressed. There was poverty and devastation all around. The villages were clearly starving. It was a wonder anyone even lived here. Hoodoo looked at Zig and wished he had killed him sooner. He immediately started making excuses. His tower was peaceful. There were almost no wars. Most often, people died here from starvation. Hoodoo stared fiercely at the rogue. All through history, humanity has been haunted by starvation, but forced. As a consequence of poor agricultural development and population growth, but not willfully for the greed of landowners, Hyeonu demanded that things be fixed. He asked, "Is Noah finished?" Noah replied, "This tower is simpler than we thought." Now Noah had a plan that would work 100%. He promised to explain it in detail when they got home, and then said they could go back. Who nodded and took one last look around the ruined world. After all, the flowers in the rest of the plantation towers were even worse. It all reminded him of the lonely past he had experienced. Noah noticed the hermit's confusion and asked him why he was slow. Who waved it off, saying, "There's nothing to worry about," though he was terribly angry himself. Macaca waved his stick frantically and slapped the intruders. They couldn't believe that they were all being beaten with a stick by some animal from the lower levels. Such strength should not have been available to a simpleton. The monkey threw back his opponent. He shouted to his partner, "Don't just stand there, help me." She replied, "I've finished the long spell," which meant she could take it easy. The newly sprouted thick vines flew at the king. Mac grinned. They were just grown tree roots. It wasn't the first time he'd seen such a thing. Brahma had used a similar technique, which meant he could handle it quickly. But barely did he think to move when a powerful explosion of 100 lightning bolts vaporized all the roots. The dragon helped the macaque and melancholically stated that the one was still luring. The Monkey King was indignant that his friend had interfered in his fight, but the dragon simply said, "I'm tired of watching this effort. Finish it quickly." And all because Mrs. Deuce got bored watching them fight. It had to be done before she flattened the goons herself or the monkey himself. Hearing this, Mecca promised to finish it quickly and told the goons to attack altogether. The invaders realized they couldn't hold out any longer and needed to retreat urgently. The snag was that the stone dummy who had fallen asleep first had the displacement stone. They were still hoping to escape when a voice from behind them asked, "What's going on here?" Hyeonu had only been away for a little while, and he already had guests. He gave friendly hugs around their necks to the point of crunching their vertebrae. The dummies didn't even have time to squeak before they immediately took flight. Hyeonu was pleased. He was just in need of fresh invaders. After all, they always had a rock with them to take back home. Nyada was holding a meeting with all her vassals and their vassals who were not her vassals. She announced to them that it would soon be over. To catch one man, they would start a war. If chimed in next, saying that everything was going just fine since they also had a faction of angels behind them. But the Elphis was more tempered in her expectations. They had already suffered heavy damage simply because they had entered for Zig, who had also betrayed them. She thought it would be over with the arrival of the Catcher Squad when she saw a shadow above her. They were members of the Catcher Squad who had arrived as she expected, but there was a nuance. Several bodies fell onto the stump of the world tree, and the remaining goons panicked. Naya realized she'd seen something like this before. A chill went through her. The voice behind him apologized for such a delivery. Hoodoo wanted to land them softly, but something went wrong. He landed next, and the stunned Spirit Queen turned around. Hoodoo had arrived in person to teach everyone about humanity. The method was very simple. Grab the creature by the throat and squeeze gently. He ordered her to shut up and listen. "If you don't want to be embarrassed in front of my men," he said, "I've come to make a deal." Naya was surprised again by those words. They were like anything mortal enemies that Hunu could offer her. The hermit smiled. a smile like a true humanitarian, and told them, "Let's just live amicably." A couple of hours ago, his entire squad had bummed around, and with prisoners, they had returned home. The item in his hand was capable of preventing the spirit faction from collecting karma. The mind demon used the gems to transfer karma to the invaders. Who knew? Asked what would happen if you put these stones in the towers. Noah replied that he was thinking in the right direction, just need to find out the coordinates. Safe thought about it and said, if they had a sample world tree, the world tree has scattered its roots throughout the dimension of the spiritual faction. To internalize karma without hindrance, if you take a sample and analyze it with magic, you can find out the coordinates of all the factions at once. Noah agreed because they had an artifact to analyze the samples with magic. He quickly finished the preparations. Once they find the coordinates, getting to the location is easy. Noah warned the hermit that there was one more thing that would depend on his patience. He suggested that he make peace with the spiritual faction. The hermit explained to the goons of the spirit world that he was already tired of everything and had recently lost a healthy amount of sleep because of them. To top it all off, he continued, after I came here, I wanted to swat everyone again. That's a lot of stress. So he suggested they finish with this nonsense because they should have realized by now that the farther they go, the more they'll end up losing. Who told her? And Nyata grimaced. She thought about it. All of Hunu's attacks had been a spurt of anger. Their war was no use because they attracted the sun god himself. They used up too much karma. On top of that, they still owe a solid amount to the angel faction. Regardless of the outcome, they will be at a disadvantage. She still couldn't be sure they could ever overpower this guy. But if she openly surrenders in front of everyone, she will lose her credibility as a leader. Naya said she accepts his offer, but she has a condition. She added this before I became indignant. There were actually a lot of things she wanted to ask him, but first, said the annoying pixie, she wanted to follow through on what they didn't do at the last meeting. Nyan believed herself and demanded that he kneel and bow his head immediately. Hyeonu smirked at such a triviality. All villains are usually weak-minded, and he asked her what it was for. Nyan insisted there would be no deal if he refused. After everything that had happened, you can't just get a truce. The hermit began to slowly lower himself, saying it wasn't such a problem. Nyata was finally touched by the dizzying prospects. That was the way to end the war and preserve its dignity. She was already looking forward to this moment when the Deedle didn't counter-inform Han that the gathering was complete. The hermit was required to pretend to want peace until the contraption was filled with samples from which they would learn the coordinates of all the spirit towers. There was an option to sneak into the shared dimension, but C warned that their borders could not be crossed easily. It should have been considered that as soon as they were spotted, the entire faction would enter the fray, he added. So Noah's advice was to pretend to come in peace and buy some time to analyze exactly when a notification would come from the artifact. And next, you could go about doing what he loved most, bringing goons down from the heavens of conceit to the ground of reality. The elf cocked her head hard. Kudu made no distinction between men and women. Everyone had equal rights. He looked angrily at the others. It's about time they realized the difference in their powers and abilities, he thought, and made behavioral adjustments. Some goons tried to say something to him, but Hyeonu told them to shut up and continued to massage Nyata's face. He told the others that from now on, they were to stand at attention and keep their beaks closed. Until he says the magic word, zing. Hyeonu told them off. Only now it had gotten to the goons. After all, he hadn't hit them from the start, even though he hadn't come to negotiate. But then, it dawned on the hermit that perhaps his good intentions had been misunderstood. He asked, "Are you not deceiving yourselves? I did not come in peace because I am afraid of you." He assured them, "These are not empty words. You have to realize that. And if not," he continued, "the reason you're still alive is because I am a humanitarian and don't like unnecessary killing, but I don't have much patience left." Hodu warned them, "I'm done with everything for the day. There's nothing more for me to do here," he said, and with a final zing, he said goodbye. Hodu threw the samples, the magic of the world tree, and a piece of it on the table. "Is this enough?" he asked. Noah looked at it and said, "It's enough for the first time." Next, Noah went into a long explanation of what he would do with all this good stuff, but who interrupted him? "Spare me the boring details." He asked, "How long will it take to prepare?" The android girl hesitated. She said all the calculations would take about a week, which was more than Hyeonu had originally thought. They explained we need to significantly increase the amount of absorption, and to avoid detection add stealth. This needs to be taken care of. Given the current situation, she promised to meet the deadline as soon as possible. Hyeonu agreed. Ultimately, he needed some free time. His female students had been demanding attention for a long time. They wanted to go shopping with him, and the tower creators were surprised to hear that. They asked, "Why are they doing it?" Hyeonu embarrassedly replied, "There are reasons." It turned out that they wanted to choose furniture with him. The store had recently opened, and there were a lot of quality products here. The girls were excited to come. They couldn't miss such a great opportunity, and constantly calling out to him, who felt pressured as usual. He began to think that he was the only one who thought all this seemed strange, but it surprised him that there were no customers in the store. Not even any employees were visible. He even thought that at this rate, the store wouldn't pay the rent. But Rosa said it didn't matter now. She asked him how he liked this bed since his was too cramped, and this one was just the right size. The girl said that you can do a lot of exercises on such a bed and shrieked at her thoughts. But Hyeonu didn't understand what she meant at all, and Meringue asked him to look at her as well. She asked how he liked the big sink and stood in front of it. You can put a lot of things on it while you're doing the dishes, the girl said, then thought of something else. The hermit again did not grasp what they were talking about, for they had come here for furniture. But the girls were unstoppable. They only paid attention to the large-sized furniture, then turning to him with eyes full of fire, told him to follow them. Since the girls insisted strongly, the hermit agreed. He didn't know if he could afford it, but relaxing was necessary too. There was nothing wrong with that. The maidens took him under their arms, and together they went on to explore the store further. Hermes went down to the warehouse where the tired superior was waiting for him. He asked him about the results of the investigation. Hermes reported that the owner of the 51st tower had paid all karma as it was due. After a thorough inspection, Hermes found nothing strange. This could mean that the source of karma wasn't Hyeonu Tower, but somewhere else. From that, it followed that they could trace the origin of the transfer karma. But a lot of time has passed since its creation, so most likely no traces can be found, Hermes said. The tyrant replied that all was well. Hermes then asked, is the Lord all right? The tyrant responded, of course not, and at his shout, Hermes fell to his knee. The tyrant truly wanted to take down the 51st tower and was barely holding back. The fact that Hyeonu could be related to this was already excessive enough to kill him. But on the other hand, he couldn't act on emotion. If they did, the factions would lose confidence in the system and break the contracts themselves. They could join forces against their organization and fight back, which would complicate things. There wasn't much time left before they collected the required amount of karma. At such a difficult time, we can't repeat the mistakes of the past, the tyrant said, pinning Hermes down again. The servant messenger asked if he was talking about farm times. The tyrant confirmed at the time his beautiful plan had been thwarted. Then he gave in to emotion, and those precious sources of karma were destroyed by him. When he thought of the wasted effort, could he remain calm? First, they had to be patient. Once Hyeonu was out of line, and once they had proof, that's when they talked to him, said the tyrant, his face twisted with anger. A week later, Nova finally finished with his preparations and called to Huna. He placed 11 stones and a compass in front of him. All the hermit had to do was choose coordinates and apply magic power. Creating a security system was harder, but Noah had studied Zeev's tower well. Of course, the control towers were more complicated, but who didn't have to worry about getting stuck in other people's towers? He glanced at the compass and realized he had gotten another cheater artifact. Even though there were only 15 stones, it was because the spiritual faction leader tower wasn't connected to the others. They were a sort of plantation for the leaders. The best they were taking themselves, realized Hyeonu. Abby said that it would be difficult for the spirits to save the world tree, even if they connected the remaining 4 towers to it. Later, Hyeonu decided to go immediately so as not to waste any time, but suddenly he began to teleport himself, and Noah looked at him worriedly, unsure of what was going on. Hyeonu found himself in a luxurious room. He had already thought that the stalker had invited him again, but it was Double who called out to him. He sat at the table and greeted the hermit. This time, Double was in the guise of an angel. Hyeonu immediately realized which faction Double actually belonged to, meaning he had gone to heaven. Normally, you couldn't use such a move, but Double had tried very hard. Hyeonu asked why he had been called, certainly not to be handed praise. Double replied that there was an urgent matter. He had found out that Lucius was up to something with a spell to catch Hyeonu. The hermit was bored and hoped his opponent had thought of something interesting. If they had dragged him in here, they were trying to make him look bad. But by that logic, Double was no different from the others. And the angel didn't deny it. He told the hermit to be on guard. In this place, the magic was damaging everyone but the angels. In his current state, even he wasn't able to overpower the faction. Hyeonu listened to the sensation. It really was tough. The hermit accepted the warning and said he was busy, so he had to go. But he decided to ask Double, as an experienced wizard, if he knew how to use artifacts. The hermit smirked, which was quite appropriate, and said he had a request. Stone had gathered his minions to assert himself at their expense. He was still reeling from the lessons in politeness that Hyeonu had kindly given him. One henchman dared to ask why the chief was so sad. Stonehead was surprised that they knew nothing. He told them how he'd gone on Nyada's errand, hoping for an easy case. And when he came to his senses, the faction leader was wiping the floor. In the end, even the troops they had gathered were defeated. They failed to capture Zeev, and the portal problem was not solved. It did make him nervous, the stonehead, and he agreed the situation was shameful. It wasn't until a few moments later that he realized it was Hyeonu himself. The hermit taught the adult manners again to make him less tongue-tied. He was not annoyed that, at the sight of him, everyone started to shriek and become terribly agitated. The novices nearby grew nervous. They thought to intervene, for if they didn't, the leader would punish them later. But the hermit quickly put everyone to sleep. Who figured that this primitive tower should have the same structure as Zig's tower and headed for the lower floors, expecting it to be the same. It was just as bad here. People were suffering, just like in Zig's tower, only it was a little hotter. Hyeonu saw a thirsty man drinking water directly from a muddy puddle. He wanted to just leave after setting the mana-gathering stone, but what was happening here irritated and wobbly. The hermit returned to the tower boss and said, "Good morning," that asked him to wake up. As if the dummy had forgotten everything that had happened to him, he started screaming and jumping again. The hermit quickly showed him what would happen if he didn't shut up. He told the goon that he really didn't like what he was doing. He demanded it be fixed. He'd been busy lately, so the slave owner better keep an eye on his tower himself. An inspection was bound to happen. If things didn't change again, he was going to feel really bad, he'd informed him. He hoped that even a stone-headed humanoid would understand such a simple truth and let him go. He warned that if Stonehead did anything wrong, he'd get a ticket to the other side of the world that very day. Before leaving, the miserable slave owner asked him what he should do. Hugh said, "Then the people in the desert saw rain dripping from the sky for the first time in a long time. The sky cleared of ash and a clean rain, without volcanic mud, poured down." Hyeonu sighed and headed for the next portal. He was getting pretty tired of this routine. The next day, the angels were holding a meeting. Lucius learned that Hyeonu had attacked the spiritual faction. Gabriel found out about it while he was dealing with the world tree. But considering how much magic had been used, it didn't look like a battle. Of course, Gabriel hadn't gone inside, but things looked very suspicious. It was strange. Even having only encountered Hyeonu once, Lucius realized that the latter was incapable of meaningful dialogue. He grinned, for it made the situation even more interesting, and he wanted to dig deeper. But they all heard a voice telling him not to be secretive, for he was already here. Hyeonu grinned his trademark grin and said, "I just came to talk." Lucifer immediately admitted his mistake. "I didn't think the hermit was the kind of person," he said, "and I never even dreamed that Hyeonu himself would show up at this place." The angel added, "Chi and the hermit objected that this place was not like a place of death. He had not heard that it was famous for such things. The angel recalled that he was bound by a contract he had made with a faction of spirits for a very generous fee. He asked, 'Do you really think I'll stay alive this time?' But who didn't doubt it? Otherwise, he said, the feathered chickens will not have enough life to pay for what they have done." Who couldn't tell the details, but he was sure Lucifer's underlings were already aware of it. The dummies from the spirit faction stared upward in a daze. They had received karma from the tower since yesterday. Here came the consequences. The fairy explained. Nan didn't understand what the problem was. The gnome informed her that he had contacted the other tower owners. And any way you look at it, it's all the shenanigans of Hyeonu, who's been in every one of them. According to reports, the hermit attacked tower owners who were directly connected to the world tree. He also went down to the lower floors. It was unknown what he was doing there, but after that, the karma collection began to fail. The gnome said that even though he had ordered an investigation, everyone was too scared, so it kicked off without starting. Nayada ground her teeth to stumps, repeating the name she hated. Who scratched his ear? Thinking someone was remembering him now, he told the angels what he had done and why their alliance had come to an end. There was no point in engaging in a fight without benefit to himself. Lucifer sighed. Since that was the case, the treaty was indeed in doubt. But where is the proof that Hyeonu is not lying? The hermit replied, "Only by believing me can you all remain intact." The angels huddled together like chickens in a henhouse at the sight of a fox. Hyeonu asked if that reason was enough, and with that, left Lucifer to check things out on his own. He immediately ordered Gabriel to investigate everything. It was also necessary to find out how Hyeonu had entered paradise without knowing its coordinates, in addition to overcoming their defenses. Turning around, Lucifer noticed that Uriel was absent today. Gabriel said their brother had been very busy lately and hardly slept at all, but Lucifer found this strange as he did not remember assigning any work to him. Meanwhile, the rebel angel and double agent in one person appeared in the imaginary space, but instead of a stalker, Peter appeared and said hello to him. The stalker met up with them and remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Double told them to stop talking and to tell them already why he needed him. Peter informed them that although he wasn't sure, he may have found traces of stalker karma. Double was surprised, for there wasn't a single place left that they hadn't searched. Peter thought so too at first, but then he discovered there was still a place where the warrior chosen by the Star Walker had dwelt. This meant that the stalker's karma was in the 51st tower. Peter told Dabble that the hermit had recently visited the Tower of Jay, his teacher. Peter was hiding his real identity, so he had to pretend like he hadn't noticed. But then, he felt the teacher's energy, albeit faintly, coming from the hermit. Dabble, do you think this could have happened by accident? Peter asked. Dabble was surprised, wondering the same. Karma had just attached itself to Huang when he saw the stalker. Peter was overly sensitive about such things, but perhaps he gave it too much credit. This area isn't under the control of the governors, Peter continued. It hasn't been explored yet. He advised Abel to explore it if he could. After some thought, Angel agreed. Peter thanked him for his help. He also asked Angel to tell the hermit to be careful, as the spiritual faction was now in cahoots with Herms. Meanwhile, a gray-haired old man with a rusty sword was sitting in some ruins, waiting for someone. When Herms appeared on the threshold of his dwelling, the old man asked, "What has brought you here after so many years?" Herms replied, "It's pretty obvious. I'm an errand boy. I've come on business. Not to have a cup of tea." The old man was the owner of Tower Number 1, which was under the direct control of the organization. His name was Swordmaster. The Swordmaster realized that it was very complicated since Herms had come to him, bypassing the others, but the messenger countered that the others had failed. The Swordmaster was surprised that the request had been sent to all the tower owners. Someone wanted to unleash all their anger on one person. Not everyone would be able to pull it off. The King of Greed is immobilized. The Sun God goes into hysterics and nervous breakdowns as soon as he hears the target's name. The old man was surprised, for no rumor had reached him that Ra had been defeated. The purpose of this assignment is to own the 51st tower of Kim Hunu. The old man said, "I have heard a lot of amazing things today," but Herms replied that the task had to be done. If you apply the displacement stone that the spirit faction gave you, you can get to Zig's tower. Then he could find the passage to Zig's tower and half the job would be done. The old man marveled, for he could have gone directly. But Herms said it would be difficult, for the hermit's tower had a reinforced defense. Of course, due to the power of the world tree, one could go there right away. But because it had been trimmed a bit, it was impossible. Besides, the energy company's involvement should have been hidden from everyone. Even Herms couldn't use his powers. Because of that, in the current situation, it was best to use the passage in Zig's tower. The Swordmaster understood this and decided to prepare himself first. He was looking forward to being the one who had defeated the Sun God. But Herms warned him just in case to try not to die, if only for the sake of his remaining redemption. Herms added. The Swordmaster accepted his warning and asked, "Can I definitely overcome the passage in Zig's tower? There might be a defense there too." Herms grinned and said, "It's impossible to block that path." It turned out that it wasn't Herms who had created this passage. Meanwhile, Siegfried was conjuring up the circles. He resented the fact that the tower didn't want to be in order. He didn't understand why he was trying so hard for the lower floors. But on the other hand, though he was the owner, he could not disobey the dreaded hermit and his orders. It frightened him more than death. But still, Sig had worked all night and was dead tired. He was already thinking about getting some rest when someone behind him decided to ask him in a familiar manner. Sig jumped back like a scalded man and asked the intruder, "Who are you?" But instead of an answer, he felt 2 sharp wounds in his legs. He didn't even realize how it happened. The old man pointed his jagged sword at him and demanded an answer to one question. Where is the passageway to the next tower? The insanely strong old man's voice echoed through the air. Who knew had listened to the creators of the tower? Those architects had reinforced the tower by another level. After a recent series of invasions, Noah had decided to tighten up their defenses to keep out all sorts of intruders. So he fiddled with it. He wanted to block the jumper's passage as well, but it was more difficult. Principles, structure, his skills weren't enough to analyze the passage. The door seemed to go beyond technology, as if something more was at play. H was surprised. He didn't think there could be anything special in the passageway. It was just an ordinary-looking wicket. And right at that moment, a bearded old man appeared and asked if he had a coin. He politely apologized for the intrusion and asked if he could answer one question. The old man immediately recognized him from his reactions and expression. Realizing which one was Hunu, he smiled. The old man swung his sword, and a fiery stroke of immense power split the room. C was lying on the floor of his tower, powerless, when someone approached him. Another company handmaiden yawned and said the old man should have waited for him, but he went ahead to make a handsome appearance. He was surprised that the sword god hadn't killed Zig. It was completely in vain, he thought. But in any case, the old man had to see the most important thing through to the end. He was annoyed and wondered if there was any point in going after the old wreck. He wished he could have been useful in that battle. But as soon as he thought about it, a transparent barrier appeared around him. The barrier was quite sturdy. It wasn't made by an ordinary person, and the Terrence man realized. These were the supporters Hunu had been warned about. The henchman tried to break the barrier, but when he failed, he simply collapsed on the floor. He had gotten a good excuse to loiter. After all, the sword master himself took on the task. He would definitely do everything right, for he was the best among the tyrant's minions. Hyeonu covered his comrades with his hands from the powerful shockwave. After the energy of the impact subsided, the hermit told them to stand aside. They had a rather dangerous guest, someone who had miraculously managed to get through the barrier. The sword god was pleased. He knew Hyeonu was strong, but this was beyond his expectations. It had been a long time since he had met anyone who could stop his attack. Hyeonu asked the old man how he had gotten here since the passage was guarded. He realized something might have happened to Zig. The old man replied that Hyeonu shouldn't worry. He hadn't killed the guard dog, even though the guard hadn't told him where the passage was. Siegfried should have survived, but given the old man's attack, it was no surprise that he had been defeated. In terms of strength, the old man was equal to the demise, perhaps even higher. A man with such skill definitely worked for the organization. Hugh asked about it. The sword god resented it. He didn't like the job designation, but it was foolish to deny the connection. Realized that he was right, which meant he could hold himself back, just like he did with the regular tower owners. He tore toward the enemy with full power and instantly drew closer. The sword god reacted quickly as well, striking the hermit directly in the head with his sword. A powerful beam of fire burst from the tower. Once again, its interior was disturbed, and Hyeonu immediately reprimanded the intruder for making a real mess of the place. He had barely dodged last night's attack, and now he was preparing to counterattack. A powerful blow threw the old man away, and they flew outside together. They exchanged a few blows, each having time to react. The old man struck Hyeonu with his sword, but Hyeonu himself was hit with a fist to the stomach. Yet, the sword god was surprised to see his opponent steady himself. It didn't escape him that Hugh also possessed regeneration. He swung his sword again, and they separated, after which the sword god rushed after the hermit, and the latter moved to the side. The old man realized that he shouldn't make ill-considered moves that could be taken advantage of by the enemy. Hyeonu spun the old man around and decided to keep up with him in powerful blows, charging the main caliber. A true dragon, an ability given to him by divine karma, burst out of his fist. The sword god escaped the galactic strike, or he would have been swatted. He noted that the hermit was outrageously strong and wouldn't let him rest at all. But in a situation like this, the old man was out of bounds. In the same instant, he stripped Hyeonu of her arm. He was doing everything in his power to live up to his nickname as the god of the sword. But even after the missed hit, the hermit retained the ability to move and attacked again. Hyeonu asked the old man what was wrong with his face, noticing his confusion. After the smoke cleared, he saw that the old man was still alive, even after the powerful attack. The sword god realized that, even though the hermit was strong, it was psychologically difficult to bear the loss of a limb. He had no idea that Hyeonu would immediately counterattack, and that he would do it with overwhelming destructive power. His speed was also astonishing. The old man thought it was impressive beyond logic. The sword god decided that the hermit's cheat combo was amazing, especially since it still included regeneration like a salamander. The sword god had to admit that Hyeonu was much stronger than him. Perhaps today was the day his soul would be free. He remembered Herm's warning, and his heart trembled. Shadows of the past clutched at his back and shoulders with dead hands. A flash cut through the air and flew straight into the flying Hyeon's face. The sword god began the second phase of the battle. A pillar of light threw the hermit back. He decided to introduce himself. He was once a warrior who defended Asgard, but eventually became a traitor. He bowed to power, abandoned his friends, and now bore the weight of Asgard's legacy, a sinner completing his deeds for the sake of redemption. The old man spoke, and with those words, he grew young. You go. Double peeked at the hermit and was thrilled that it had happened so quickly. The managers had sent Tyr, which meant they recognized Hyeonu as a 3, which was even worse. Double thought that with any luck, Taz 8 would wake up and intervene in the fight. It wasn't enough. Luckily for now, the fight was on equal footing as T unleashed his swordmaster power. But no matter how strong Hyeonu was, Tai couldn't be defeated, thought Double. Because until the company erected towers in every dimension, Tai was used to eliminate the gods that would get in the way. Double realized that he couldn't stay away from all of this and had to do something about it. Hyeonu didn't understand why the psychological weight of the old man's problems had been dumped on him, something he hadn't asked for. Even though he was younger, he'd suddenly learned to fly and used a bunch of weapons like his longtime adversary. But it felt very different. Back then, they were simple artifacts. The energy contained in Tai's swords was similar to what he had been told about. The electrician then spoke of the god of the sword, saying that he could build any weapon. Legends were made about him, an invincible warrior who could use weapons in any way he wanted. All of his many abilities showed that he could do anything. Hyeonu realized he had met a cheater similar to himself. Tyr, seeing the look on his face, understood that the hermit had already figured out the situation. The power that came from the weapon was immense. He told Hun not to worry, for he couldn't use them all at once. I just knew the power they contain, he explained. He thought back to all the battles he'd fought and the obstacles he'd overcome. Now the whole experience is in one hand, shouted Tyre. With that, he suddenly attacked the frozen hermit. There was a huge explosion, and Hyeonu flew away like a feather. The old man marveled at Hyeonu's speed and reaction as he eluded the attack, but he warned Thor's strike will be much faster. Tyre lunged to attack again, but the hermit was so fast that his movements blurred in the air. Hyeonu ducked backwards, narrowly avoiding the blow that would have blown his head off. In an instant, he counterattacked, landing a powerful kick to the swordmaster's jaw. From the impact, the master's head exploded like a balloon. And then, tentacles of strange slime flew at the hermit. This was the ability of the god Loki. The Joker and Liar could transform into anything and was great at catching enemies, binding them with shadows. Loki attacked with his spear, Gumner, and always triumphed. Even though the swordmaster wielded it poorly, he could still use the full power of the spear. While Hyeonu was desperately trying to escape, the swordmaster threw his spear and a galactic strike rang out. The hermit blocked the spear with crossed arms and sheer willpower. Hyeonu didn't understand what kind of incredible furry beast had come for him if it couldn't even stop a spear. Hyeonu then heard the voice of a stalker who told him he was about to die just before being blown away by the spear. When the dust settled, the swordmaster approached and noted disappointed that Hyeonu had met such a dull end. But the hermit was alive, gritting his teeth in pain. He said he hadn't felt such a thrill in a long time, not understanding where the old man drew so much strength from, with so many feats and objects behind him, and thought that this time he was very unlucky with the enemy. Stalker told Hyen that she had once considered the swordmaster as a candidate for a hunting dog, even though he was cooperating with Tyrannus. Still, she was surprised. Even after Daba's report, she thought the hermit would easily straighten out the old man. Overall, she noted that he was holding up pretty well. There was still no way for Hyeonu to realize what familiar voice he was hearing. After much agonizing thought, hindered by the spike in his body, Hyeonu realized who might have come to him. Stalker was still in the guise of an undisclosed character from the game and said hello. She asked him how he was doing. Hyeonu thought he was being mocked. She saw the position he was in. The hermit replied and spat blood. Don't get too upset, Stalker said. You're just unlucky, they said. And finally, thanks to a bout with this opponent, you can take advantage of it, she added. Hyeonu asked what it was about, and Stalker replied, It's an item I gave you a long time ago. It was you were sharing, the girl said. Hyeonu's eye twitched nervously. He perplexingly rubbed his eye, which began to glow and feel different. The girl said, I will explain everything to you now, and suggested a change of scenery, dragging him into the imaginary space. The hermit marveled as his body was being restored by this dimension. She asked in a leading question, Have vague doubts ever tormented you? Like, why can you use someone else's karma as your own? Chagrin, the stalker, the nature of his cheats. Hyeonu had always thought it was just about him being the main character, so he asked, why such a question? The stalker reminded him of past battles when he had fought the electrician who used lightning magic. After the battle with the almighty god, his mana value increased. Yes, in the rest of the battles, he used karma skills as if he had been born with them. The stalker wondered what he had thought all this time, and it was the normal course of things to have such cheats. Hyeonu started making excuses, claiming he had seen similar things in manga and books. It helped him use the power of absurdity. The stalker girl laughed as if she had heard a funny joke. Everyone had been gaining experience for hundreds of years, she said, and he thought he'd learned everything from the manga just by reading. Stalker began to praise all the writers of the world for raising a whole generation of knave dreamers. In any case, he could easily deal with karma, precisely because of the power it gave him. Or rather, put it in his eye, the stalker reminded again, and who touched the lantern? The story of the karma that was revealed to him, and the story of its retrieval. All of this was made possible with the help of her sharing. Now he had to realize what its power was. The swordmaster took a closer look at Han. He could sense that there was something about the guy which meant that he should expect surprises. He had only one wish, that Hyeonu would be the one to take his power. But perhaps he was getting his hopes up too high. The old man thought he had already realized that this time was a waste of time and expectations. Suddenly, Hu disappeared, and the old man was surprised. He realized that the hermit was not dead, for the one had good regeneration, to all the insane speed. But the most incredible thing was that the hermit was able to touch the spear without Odin's power. In the same second, Hyeonu appeared right above the swordmaster and held his spear in his hands. Stalker was able to explain to him that he could understand the essence of any karma thanks to his eye, and whoever owns it can take possession of it just by looking at it. But until this moment, he couldn't use the full power, for he didn't even know about it. The stronger the object's abilities, the greater the strain on the sharing wearer's body. So the stalker set two conditions when she gave him the eye. He could only absorb as much karma as he could handle, and without a powerfully trained body, the eye could not reveal itself 100%. When Hyeonu defeated his enemies with astonishing speed, he received divine body. During the final battle with the mind demon, he became possessed of a spirit close to perfection. All that remained was to test himself and gain experience. And thanks to the battle with Tyre, he had done just that. It was worth it, though, said the stalker. For Tyre had single-handedly studied all the powers of the Asgard, and he was a monster among monsters. Through this battle, he would finally be able to uncover the true cheats of his eyes. The stalker told him it has come to pass. An unprecedented strongman amongst the strongest has emerged. The one who can cheat the system, the divine cheater, protagonist, and just plain handsome Hyeonu. Catching the spear, he felt the feelings and memories encapsulated within it, the many wars it had been through. He saw all those victories that gave birth to the myth of this weapon and swung the spear powerfully. The swordmaster barely held back the spear strike with his jagged blade. The galactic impact cracked the rock behind the old man. Hyeonu grinned. He could use his items from now on. The stalker had told him before sending him off that if he blew even with those cheats, he was definitely crooked. She had advised him to use Asgardian implements against the swordmaster. He could do it now without difficulty. Hyeonu countered that it was easier for him to use his fists, and the stalker said that this might be Tyr's best opportunity to redeem himself. The swordmaster was stunned that Hyeonu's strength had changed drastically. Hermit thanked the old man for graciously allowing space to strike and swung with a leg kick. A powerful kick to the ribs sent Tyrion into retirement, and he snuffled Toadstool. Only by sticking his blade into the ground was he able to stop the chaotic flight over the ground. The hermit pressed on, not giving him a second's respite. Walls of ice grew around Hyeonu, which his grandfather tried to slow him down with, but the hermit simply smashed the glacier, striking the spear like a club. The swordmaster didn't understand how Hyeonu had reached a completely different level of karma and mixed it so successfully. Plus, the hermit added Thor's power to the assortment, glowing like a short-circuited transformer. He swung the legendary stick and raised a whole wave of power. The swordmaster switched to the power of the guardian of the gods in the world tree, Heimdall, and made many powerful cuts with a metal implement. But the hermit wasn't hurt because he used the power of the liquid Loki, still grabbing the old man with it. Hyeonu decided to talk about his power. Thor couldn't use the power of feats, so what was the matter? He asked the old man. He began charging the spear with his energy like a massive thunderbolt, and then answered his own question. It's simple. He's much stronger, said Hu, unleashing a cosmic burst of force. Hyeonu sighed. The old man had already wearied him by evading the attack once again. But this time, things were different. A deep mark had been left on the swordmaster's chest. The master admitted that even with the fastest karma in the Wild West, he could not escape unscathed. It was the first time he had felt this way since the day he lost everything when the Tyre towered over him. Back then, he had only managed to leave a single scar on Tyron's face. The latter, however, acknowledged his skill and made an offer. He demanded that the warrior become his sword, and in return, promised to spare the innocent inhabitants of Asgard. Of course, there were two conditions. The leader of the Great Energy Domain declared that henceforth he must fulfill every command without failure. He must swear absolute loyalty, and should he falter, he would be forced to turn against Odin and the other gods who rule from above, holding the fate of mortals beneath them. The Terran asked how he felt about the offer. The decision was not a difficult one for someone who was on the verge of death. The flashback ended and the swordmaster returned to reality. Hyeonu asked if he wanted to continue. The old man replied that sciatica had taken hold, but he couldn't back out since his body no longer existed. But then the hermit decided to give him psychological counseling, aiming to rid the old man of his guilt complex with his advice. His friends hardly blamed him for the past, Hyeonu said. Hugh added, I realized it because of my power. The feats encapsulated in the weapons are filled with emotion and memories. The same sense of regret emanates from them. The same regret that the old man had to carry this burden alone. So we want you to stop carrying the burden of guilt and settle down, Hu finished. The old man was surprised. He had carried this load of guns for 1,000 years, and this was the first time he had heard of their emotions. He couldn't believe it. Hyeonu, however, had just realized everything by touch. It's a bad joke, the old man said. The time I had been given is not something to be mocked. You remembered what the stalker had told him about the old man's stubborn nature, that he would fight until the very end. The hermit realized there was no choice. He had already dusted off all the phrases he could to dilute the exchange of blows. Now there was nothing left for both of them but to walk to the end. Somewhere in Asgard, the swordmaster plunged into his second flashback. Another slain monster lay nearby. Even for Tyr, it was a formidable opponent. One was also badly wounded but said it was nothing because his friend had handled everything else. He felt that he too should equal him, for injury and death do not guess time. It was his role in the defense of Asgard, he said, glancing at his men beside him. Tyr was surprised that Odin was suddenly talking about it. He thought he was affected by the proximity of death. One asked him to cover for him, just in case he was suddenly killed because he trusted him the most. The sword god entered the phase of the final spurt, the ultimate determination. They crossed the blades of their weapons, and sparks sprinkled around. Afterward, they soared into the sky in a monstrous death dance. They fought in the sky, using tear guns as supports, pushing off of them, and striking. The music of dueling fates played in the background as they fought, but the old man's jagged blade cracked first. Koryu threw his tear back down because he could no longer keep up with him. The sword god landed, doing a somersault, and landed on both feet. He was barely hanging on. When Hyeonu rushed to attack the old man again, the old man used a special sword technique. With great speed, he threw a multitude of blows through the hermit's body, but it was only his remaining Qtoph. Hyeonu himself caught up with his opponent again, and then the sword master realized that it was really time for him not to retire. He was tired today, which the hermit helped him with. He kicked the old man with his foot, sending him flying. Odin had once told him that he didn't expect much from him, and that if T got tired, he could just leave. Otherwise, he made you worry about him for no good reason. After all the punches and flashbacks, the old man was still on his feet. He still wanted to show his fortitude and thought he hadn't done enough. So, Hyeonu didn't relax either. He approached the pensioner. He had given him a lot today, so he decided to show him something special. Of everyone the hermit had fought so far, Tyre was the best. Hyeonu fired all the karmas at him at once, a powerful beam of goodness and love. Tyre had already begun to partially evaporate, but continued to walk forward. Shadows of regret lurked at his back. He thought he had unfinished business and clung to his existence like a ghost, but the serrated sword cracked. Before he died, he saw Odin. He called him a fool who had a hard time, and the man told him it was time to rest and give way to the young. The shards of the broken sword fell to the ground, where only a scorched furrow remained. Hyeonu exhaled. His mood was great. He didn't even feel like swearing. His battery was dead, and for the first time in a long time, he wanted to sleep after a fight. The white-haired handmaiden scratched his head. After the powerful energy release, he realized something was wrong with the old man. In such a case, he could have no excuse for idleness. He reached his hand toward the hermit, but when he touched the portal again, he had to pull his hand and back. He was surprised to feel the tingling current on his arm, but the barrier kept him out, although Herms assured him that no one could stop him. It happened. But that meant he himself had something to do with the barrier. The fact that the henchman had been prevented from reaching Han had saved him. Herms didn't think a novice would be able to defeat a master, the stalker said. Besides, he had a strange power that copied karma, so he decided to keep this guy alive to figure out how else he could be used to execute the plan. It was dangerous this time. She pulled him into the imaginary space again. He asked her, "How long have you been lying here?" "In real-time terms, about 24 hours, she replied. "It wasn't bad," she continued. "For his first feat, he used objects as intermediaries and got off easy. Otherwise, he would have overloaded his mind. But now there's nothing to worry about. Now that he's awake, his body will quickly return to normal." The hermit had a question, though, when he had time to get a sharing screw on him. She told him she had been peeking at him for a long time, yet they had never truly crossed paths. The young woman said she had always been careful to hide her presence even back when he was still confined in the training tower. She explained that long ago she had quietly offered him help while he was resting. Hyeonu was surprised to learn it had happened so long ago, and he asked what guided her decision. She replied that the reason was the same as why Noah had locked him in the tower. Among all the people she had seen, he seemed to her the strongest. "That's how you surpassed 8 billion candidates," she added. "It wasn't all that difficult." Hyeonu answered that if she ever tried something like that again, it might disturb his mind. The girl admitted she may have gone too far back then, but said she had no other choice, and besides, it felt like a worthy investment. She smiled and invited Hyeonu to reflect on how much his life had changed since that string of coincidences. Just by his appearance alone, he had become someone different, he thought. The young woman then reminded him that his students were still waiting for him and urged him to return soon. Despite his mild protests, she kindly assisted him so that he could go back. There would be someone else waiting for him there, and he could use him. She told them to find common ground. The hermit opened his eyes and saw the girls leaning over him. They were just testing new ways of healing and awakening on him. Couldn't really understand what his point was or where his shirt had gone. Then he noticed a lady demoness nearby who said that this method had been passed down from generation to generation among the monsters. With the help of magic, it was necessary to press on certain points to accelerate the body's healing. The strength of the magic depended on the result. The demoness said this was the first time she had used this ability, but since he was awake, he was a worker. Either way, thanks to him, she had gained great experience. She said the experience was amazing. The words made the hermit freeze. He promised himself not to faint in their presence again. The tyrant received Herm's report that Hun had failed to eliminate him. Plus, their chief swordsman had taken early retirement. The tyrant was surprised that the hermit had overpowered Tyre. Though he had sent his white-haired aide along with him, he doubted the newcomer could overpower two at once. Herms explained that the two didn't attack together. The swordsman spoke up immediately after receiving the assignment and didn't wait. The white-haired partner had been packing for 3 hours as usual and left later. By the time he arrived, it was already over, Tyrion said. Herms thought about giving the order to continue, but he decided that the end did not justify the means. He said to retreat. The messenger promised to analyze Hyeonu's powers again soon and take action. The tyrant waved him away, for he was soon to be engaged in important preparations for the affirmation of karma. He didn't want to fill his head with unnecessary nonsense and ordered Herms to sort it all out. Herms thanked Tyre for understanding and for giving him another chance. Hyeonu listened to the demonist. After he fell asleep, No moved him to rest, and they took care of the rest. Tyr's blade lay in front of him. It was broken, so it could no longer be used, and Hu didn't understand why he needed it. The demonist replied that she thought so too, and offered to raise her sword. It was easier to see once than to hear. When Hu grasped the hilt, it glowed with a bright light. As is usually the case, Hyeonu plunged into the remote server. He heard the old man, who was surprised to see the hermit so soon. He thought it would take him longer to recover. Turning around, Hyeonu easily recognized the one-armed old man as the sword god. He asked, "Is the hermit feeling well? I have a quest for him." Hu wondered how the old man hadn't died yet. All of his opponents had stayed alive on their servers before. The old man himself wanted to retire, so he had accepted his death in battle. He had already resigned himself to defeat and was looking forward to eternal sleep. But that was until an eye appeared before him, taking possession of his soul. Stalker saved the old man, or rather half of his former self. Even after death was not allowed to rest in retirement. His body was definitely dead, but his soul was stored on the sword server. Stalker could create a new body, but first, she had to wait. If the power company finds out that he's not quite dead, they'll put him down as a traitor, and that'll be the end of all pension bonuses for long service. Then the tyrant will completely destroy the sword god's home tower, along with its inhabitants. In the end, he exists as a soul through which he can talk to Hu. The latter noticed that the old man's aura had changed. He asked, "Why did you accept the stalker's offer?" The old man replied, "Because I wanted to die and rest." It was exactly what the old man had said, but the possibility of survival reminded him of a long-forgotten wish. He chose to exist for the sake of resting the souls of long-gone friends, and to do that, you have to tap dance on the graves of your enemies. Hyeonu was very surprised by this desire after years of service to the tyrant. He asked the hermit, "Do you know about our farm?" The hermit was surprised and asked, "What does it mean? How is it different from a regular tower?" The sword god explained, "The farm also collects karma. It is like an immeasurably huge round space within which are contained two dimensions, Asgard and Olympus. Don't ask what the author is smoking. Like the residents of the other towers, the measurements were moved to the farm forcibly, all because the company stole and controlled the magic that was supposed to flow into his dimension. He didn't know it at the time and thought there had been a disaster. The Asgardians were grateful to be given a new home, but who would have thought it was all part of the vetting for the establishment of the current system of exploiting human misery? After a while, that dreaded day came. Many red balloons appeared in the eye and fell to the ground. And afterward, the tyrant gathered his bloody harvest, slaughtering all the inhabitants of Asgard. Hyeonu was surprised and asked why, but Tyr himself didn't know. He had to get into the fight right away. Of course, the outcome was terrible. He suffered a crushing defeat and became his servant. But it was yesterday that he learned the whole truth from a stalker, and he was deeply shocked. Turns out people were killed because she attacked a power company. At that time, from her spies, she learned that the tyrant would soon be trying a new method of collecting karma, a way based on the structure of the current tower, a system that replaces contradictory history with karma. In other words, he planned to sacrifice all the inhabitants of the farm to use them as karma material. Stalker attacked to stop him with great difficulty. She destroyed that place, but Tira proved to be stronger. Eventually, she was forced to retreat. The fight ended with her losing her strength and being imprisoned. Tyrant, on the other hand, realized that there were people connected to the stalker hiding on the farm. So to get rid of all possible threats, he decided to kill them all in one day. The old man asked the hermit, "Do you now understand the reasons for his PTSD and the desire for revenge?" Hyeonu was horrified to discover a few people that Tyrant was committing genocide. The sword god didn't know the reason for such hatred, but he thought it was because Tyrant had lost all his karma back then. After all, he was incredibly fixated on collecting it, like a hamster kleptomaniac. The hermit wondered why, with such power, is Tyrant collecting karma through intermediaries? It was more reliable to do everything himself, and the old man wondered about that too. He had already forgotten much since his friends had turned to ego swords. Hyeonu worked his head for once and realized something wasn't clear. Perhaps it was the key to the Terran's weaknesses and goals. He asked the part-time retiree if there was a way to verify this. The reply was direct. The retiree knew one person who could provide an answer, but the search for this person was quite dangerous. His name was the King of Greed. Grid, direct owner of the last tower under company control, and the only son of the tyrant in all dimensions. Meanwhile, Double faced the stalker and knelt down. He told the mistress that he had found her karma in the 51st tower. To be more precise, it was between the passageways that connected towers 50 and 51, so that no one would guess. The stalker let out a cry of surprise. She had searched the entire tower after all, but hadn't thought to check there. But not even Double could sense her karma there, she said. He asked if it was worth it to get other karma and begin preparations to rebuild. And she said yes. The Terran's white-haired servant was resting his side on a warm stone. He asked Hermes why he had appeared, as if he had something to say. Or maybe he suggested Hermes had come here to kill him at once. Hermes was surprised by the calmness of this man who seemed to understand everything. He had realized it back then, the day the sword god died. It seemed that the passage was now blocked. It wasn't harder for him to guess that you had done it, the white-haired man answered. The reason was simple. He was just lazy, and in the same instant, he appeared behind Hermes' back. Of course, he noted. If he had been blamed for the failure of the task, he wouldn't have been so calm. The sloth collapsed on the messenger's shoulder, but he reasoned that since the manager hadn't called him in yet, Hermes had made up a convenient excuse for failure. Since that was the case, it was okay. Other people's business didn't interest him. He didn't care as long as they didn't touch him. But if you don't want to believe me, the white-haired man inquired, what will you do? He offered to try and kill him if he got the chance, but warned that it wouldn't be easy for either of them. Hermes refused, brushed his hand off his shoulder, and said, in that case, it's all right with me. He then asked the blonde to sit further away and do nothing, as he always did before disappearing. The tower's creators continued to work on its code, discussing how else it could be improved. They debated how and where to implement each algorithm. Hyeonu approached them with a broken sword. He asked the two scholarly heads, what are you doing here? Why isn't anyone greeting me? The hermit arrived sooner than they expected and repeated the question. I thought you were busy with the security system, he said, but it's already beefed up to its limits. After last night's sword god attack, one of the creators replied, we realized that ordinary protection wasn't enough, so we read a guidebook on home mining. They were now working on a new security concept to prevent a breach, effectively wasting taxpayer money on a project that seemed to go nowhere. Hyeonu, realizing he wasn't going to be told anything, sighed. I have a request, he said. He showed them the coordinates of the other dimension and asked them to input them into the compass they used for the raids last time. I need to meet someone and I don't want anyone to know about it. So, No agreed, even though it was unexpected. He asked, who did the hermit have a date with? Hyeonu said, there's this promising kid Tyran was hiding. When he first heard this news from the old man, he was also surprised. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The son could be like the father. A very long time ago, he had a chance to meet him in the corridor of the company. All he heard was Grid calling Tyran his father. Even though he asked the manager, he couldn't say anything. He just put his finger to his mouth and said, it's not time yet. That was the entire answer, which left the hermit with even more questions. Why go to such a person? But there were no other options. The old man hoped to get him to talk when they met, but if nothing came of it, he would have to fight. It would be up to the hermit to decide, but the old man didn't think that in the current situation, the King of Greed would want to fight. He gave Han the coordinates and asked his friends to move them. The hermit never realized what the matter was, but hoped to understand when they met and appeared in the dimension. With the man chained to the pillars, Hyeonu now realized why it wouldn't have come to a fight. It was simple. The guy was under house arrest, he was tightly bound, and Hyeonu was worried that he wouldn't even be able to speak. But the old man assured him that the boy's mind existed separately from his body. He didn't understand how it worked. In matters like this, Hyeonu, as usual, didn't show much savvy. Hyeonu made the connection between the old man's server and the Greed King's body, and judging by the flashing indicators, the connection was established. But suddenly, the device began to creak terribly. Hyeonu changed his mind and decided to make a direct connection instead. As his fist almost reached its target, even if the guy appeared and greeted him. He wanted to say, it was nice to meet you, but the hermit's fist was unstoppable, and it slammed into the bespectacled man's stomach. After the impact, in the very same second, Hyeonu found himself in a room filled with many books. The sword god ran up to him and asked what he was doing. He thought they were fighting the King of Greed, and the old man was horrified by such words. On the contrary, they established a dialogue, had tea, and discussed the weather. His old friends were already thinking of calling him on Grid's initiative, so the hermit was embarrassed at what he had done. Turning around to the guy who cosplayed the Dark Butler, he realized it was the king of greed. It got even more awkward after that because he turned out to be a dead man. Jay sat over a cup of coffee and thought about how he had never closed that place in the tower before, and anyone could go there to pray in their hour of need. But he wasn't happy about it now. The traitor rebelling against that man had passed through the door, open to the young flock, they said, glaring angrily at their brother. Lucius called them rude. "We are brothers," he said, and I wasn't even offered tea. Jake told him to say what he needed to say and get lost. He wanted to close that door as quickly as possible. Lucifer chuckled again at such callousness, but he said he didn't care because when he told him everything, Jay wouldn't want to let him go. Lucifer came today to tell him of the second coming of the one who can neither live nor die. Jay immediately realized that this was about their relative who had once been a supreme god. And of the largest dimension, seeing Jay's reaction, the angel grinned contentedly. His father's resurrection made Jay think, though normally he would have chased his brother away. Lucifer immediately corrected himself. It wasn't about a full-blown return, he said, more like a recycling. I needed to bring back to life what our father left behind before he left. Then Jay's patience ran out. He slammed the table and shouted angrily at his brother. Lucius was glad for this violent reaction. He realized his brother was interested, but having gained his interest, he decided to leave at once. His goal had been to make Jay angry. He advised him, lock the doors tighter. The next time I return, it'll mean disaster. It'll destroy all your demons. Lucifer said angrily, and if you be Huna, betray her, even though it isn't certain. Soon you'll have to come to me for a gift, Lucius added. Meeting Grid came out strange, but the cosplayer advised him not to worry. It happens, he said. They were still in the inner world, where they couldn't get hurt, and the four weren't worth worrying about, he said. Hyeonu experienced awkwardness. All tower owners were uncouth chubbers with no manners or moral principles. Grid, on the other hand, looked normal despite his origins. Grid already knew why he would come to visit him from the old man's words. They wanted to find out from him the true identity of Tyrant, the manager he called father. Grid sipped his tea and said thoughtfully, once upon a time, our relationship really had been like that, though it's unlikely Tyrant thought of me in that way. All because in the days of the old farm, after the destruction of the company building, the karma altered under his influence was merely a product of recycling. He dumbfounded them with a stream of nonsense. Hyeonu asked him to tell them and omit all formalities between them. Grid agreed and said, we had seen it at least once. Those who have reached the divine level can create new beings. The tyrant had created Grid if they learned. The old man exclaimed such a creature would be weaker than the creator. And he created him, a divine being, the owner of the tower. Because the steward stood above all others in this world. At the same time, he was one of the sources of the formation of this dimension and represented a huge root that lay deep within it. After all, the tyrant was magic itself. Grid shocked them with the revelation. It sounded delusional, but who decided to just take it on faith for now? The old man marveled. This was no small problem, not something that could be left so easily. But who wanted to know why karma was being collected? Why would someone who has become magic itself create towers and collect karma when he is already so powerful? He could gather everything himself much more efficiently. Grid blunted his gaze. He didn't think they would understand quickly and asked, are you surprised? A being that controlled magical power in all dimensions and even spread it at will. But Hyeonu found nothing wrong with it, no matter magic or anything else. That didn't change the fact that he would overthrow the tyrant, a hermit stated confidently. So he offered, let's return to the conversation. What I need now is some useful information. Grid now realized why that man was talking about Hyeonu and why it was the right time. The hermit was surprised to see Grid smiling. He apologized, saying he had just remembered something. Getting back to their topic of conversation, there was only one answer to their question. The cosplayer informed them. The manager created the towers because there was a reason he couldn't collect karma with his own hands. This meant that he needed karma that he himself had not touched. He wanted only one thing, to get a name that would belong solely to him and would not overlap with anyone else's. Who cringed? All these feats were for some name. The thing to do, which pissed off Hyeonu, would be to go to the civic center and apply, but it wasn't that simple. Creating your name is a symbolic act. The point is to free yourself from the constraints of magic. It will allow you to become an independent being. And the basic building blocks of such a being are karma and magic. Tyrant is magic itself and cannot gather karma himself, even if he takes it up. Karma will not suit him as it will be tainted by magic. Now it came to the old man for the second time why the tyrant needed a tower system. But Hun was worried about what the tyrant wanted to accomplish with that name. But Creed didn't have that information. He had access to some of the memories and emotions that the tyrant had when he created Grid. There was only desire in them, a desire that bordered on obsession and insanity. That was all I could tell you at this point in the story. I didn't know if the information was useful. Then the hermit decided to ask one last question and slammed his hand on the table. He wanted to know what Grid was up to. It was too easy to tell them everything, so Hyeonu wanted to know his motives. Grid didn't know how to explain it, but put into understandable language, they had a common desire. The bespectacled man also wanted his father, Terran, to disappear as quickly as possible. A common motive in the struggle for a rich inheritance. Grid repeated again to make them understand he is a creature created from the karma the tyrant collected from the past farm. He decided not to get rid of karma, but to do an experiment and recycle karma at the same time. Tyrant was looking for a way to return the karma he had collected to its original state. A lot of things happened in this process that Grid didn't want to talk about, where he was a lad rat. It was not a pleasant memory for him, being soaked in a jar of brine. But then, the tyrant quickly abandoned his experiments. No matter what he did, karma was never cleared. In a rage, he burned down the laboratory. As a result, Tyrant gave up the altered karma and decided to concentrate on collecting new karma. He sealed his body for later. The seal was designed to last several thousand years. The hermit realized that the tyrant was the worst bad guy in the universe. He also realized that Grid was helping them because his creator had used him and abandoned him. The hermit wanted Hyeonu to avenge him, but Grid corrected him. "I'm not interested in that," Grid said. "I just hope the world would be a better place without my creator father." Hyeonu wanted an explanation. Grid reminded him that karma was the sum total of the owner's life experiences. He's made of such karma and therefore holds the memories and feelings of his father. He writes everything down in books, for that is his only entertainment and the only meaning of life. Grid gave Hyeon one of the first books. It was a bit cheesy, but he asked to read it. The hermit was surprised at such candor and took a look to see what was there. But all that was there was pain and pleas for salvation, fear of death, and nothing more. Most of the memories Grid kept were of horrible screaming yelling. Perhaps in this book, he reflected the energy of some massacre created by the system at the behest of the manager. And for the last 1,000 years, he had heard those screams and felt the pain of those who screamed. With his whole body and mind, he sensed how terribly absurd it was. It was for this reason, for humanistic reasons, that Grid hoped his father's energy company would be gone. Only then would the world be such that there would be no one screaming in it. The spectacled man sat and wrote new memories. As he was asked, he informed his guest everything they needed to know. And Herms asked, "Is this enough?" The messenger replied, "You have done well." Herms then asked, "Was it interesting talking to the guest?" Grid said, "I enjoyed it, but I was worried that the greeting wasn't successful." He felt a spirit of such power within him that he had never seen in anyone before. Relieved, he thought, if the backbone of the plan is someone like this, the plan should be feared. Grid could now finish his preparations. Herms understood from his words that things were progressing well, though there were still a couple of difficult moments. Grid added, "I need a little more time." Herms assured him, "There's no rush." Even though the hermit had gathered the information, he still couldn't understand the tyrant's weakness. He suspected that the tyrant was definitely hiding something else. From the bespectacled man's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. In the end, Hu decided to do nothing further until he found the stalker Karma. He took the day off. The girls took him to pick out swimsuits and kept asking him to rate them. Somehow, Hu found himself in a situation where he had to become an expert in women's swimsuits. Because the female students recently found out that Siu Yan went on a summer vacation and they wanted to go too. Though it seemed to the hermit that the girls had their own ulterior motives, they argued constantly. They went to change, and Hyeonu was to be the judge who decides who wins. He never realized if his students were friends or hated each other. Unless it was about fighting, his social skills were failing. It was great that the girls weren't fighting, he thought, when he got the notification from the system. He was being summoned by the class. When the girls came out of the locker rooms to win his heart and soul, they found that the mentor had vanished, leaving the huntresses with nothing. The hermit already thought he was going to have to work again and bring someone up, so he shouted when he arrived, but then saw his newly emerged horned ally. The man apologized for the sudden visit, and Hyeonu was sympathetic. Last time, they had agreed to let each other know if anything happened to ensure safety. The fact that Jay had come here in person could mean something had happened to his tower. The demon nodded. There was a huge problem that was affecting. The fate of his faction was uncertain. With only Hyeonu to help them, Jay grabbed his hand and began to beg. At the same time, Double was shuffling through the corridors of Celestial City. He finally found an artifact of the right size to contain the stalker's karma. Now, all that was left to do was collect karma in Hyeonu Tower. Once that was complete, all preparations would be finished, the angel thought. When he saw his brother Lucius surrounded by other angels, who asked him the reason for his joy, Hyeonu decided there was no truth in the feat and suggested that he sit down and think things over first. Then Jay told him about Lucifer's plan to use their father's remains. It was that omniscient and omnipotent one, Jay said. Even though Hyeonu had many hypotheses in general, He had grasped the concept correctly. It raised so many questions. How Lucius was going to be resurrected and how their father could have died. That means our father isn't here right now, Hyeonu concluded. And Jay replied, that's exactly what it means. It's possible because before the tower appeared, it was merely an elevated tower. He told him to take care of the flock of innocent sheep and departed, leaving them the holy body, the relics. They also served their father after the erection of the tower, continuing his work. Jay could not imagine then that one of the brothers, tainted by base desires, would injure his comrades and steal the relics, thus betraying them all. But in every flock, there is a lousy sheep, and sometimes two or more. The traitor was Lucifer, of course. You knew, guessed right away. After this incident, along with his aesthetics, Lucius made a new one who packed with the company. They rebuilt their species by magic and karma, recruited useful goons from other dimensions, and then refined the current faction of angels. Hyeonu's fists itched at that, but Jay didn't do anything because he didn't want rash consequences. He also thought it unlikely that Lucifer had relics. After all, to become the master of the holy body, one must possess a soul with karma so powerful as not to be inferior to one's father. He could not imagine that Lucius, who had given up perfection, would fall so low for the sake of base desires. Could achieve such power. Jay now realized his naivety, for nothing was impossible in a tower where evil karma became karma again. The hermit realized that Lucifer would try to put his soul into the holy relics and become omniscient and omnipotent. Hyeonu was getting tired of revealing his second character in a row with a complicated background. But Jay continued, given Lucifer's nature, he wanted to use the relics as weapons and take over all the towers in all dimensions. In that case, Tyrant wouldn't be left out, but the fallen angel likely took that into account and took action, which was why Jay was asking for help. The demons have weakened by cutting off their souls, and they won't have the strength to stand up to the angels. That was a request he could only make to the hermit, and he asked Jay to calm down. I'm still going to meet my acquaintance, who dwells in the abode of angels, said the hermit. A teleportation circle lit up around him, and Jay realized that double, light on his feet, was already calling him out. He informed Jay that if anything happened, he would tell him. But for now, he'd better get back to the tower. He told him to relax because he was still going to visit Lucifer. When they all decided, Jay thanked him, and Hyeonu disappeared. Hyeonu said from the doorstep that he was glad he had been called in since he had just seen Jay. But when he looked around, he saw Lucius, who had already realized that Hyeonu knew everything and was holding Dabblepin to the floor. Grinning, the fallen angel asked, does the hermit like this picture? Hyeonu asked, what's the mayhem about? Lucius answered with the same question, for he himself had called Uriel Dabble, giving him the agent's nickname. It was, after all, the name of the man he'd sought out at a first meeting of the tower's owners. That meant that ever since then, Hyeonu had been in contact with their faction's traitor. Lucius realized this and was eager to find out what their dealings were. The hermit immediately understood that making excuses was for weaklings. This meant he had to stop the angel. Lucifer began to squirm, feigning fear, for this was exactly the kind of recklessness he'd expected from Hyeonu. He looked up at the top, where the magic circles glittered, and advised the hermit not to do so. Hyeonu followed his gaze and saw that the entire room was a magic trap. It was a holy place, and therefore his strength suddenly weakened. Hyeonu remembered that there was a system in place here that drained powers from everyone except the angels. Lucifer had confirmed that this was it. No matter how much Hyeonu floundered, he couldn't win. Of course, they realized that someone like him could still do damage, so they offered him peace. Lucius held out his hand for a handshake, poorly extended. Since Hyeonu had met with Jay, he must have been aware of the plans. Lucius promised that when he became the master of the holy body, he would negotiate with anyone. He would already have absolute power, like the Sith. So now the hermit had the perfect chance to work things out. Just by shaking the angel's strange claw, he wouldn't touch his tower as an exception. Lucifer told the obvious lie, but the hermit grasped his hand joyfully, as if he had heard a great offer. Tull began to shout, warning the hermit in anger about the dangers of dealing with Lucifer. Tull laughed. The taste of great bargains refreshed him, and he was happy to settle. Then he offered to discuss their contract and sign it, but suddenly fell silent. And when it came to him, he fell to the floor and began to scream as if his hands were clenched in a steel vice. Hyeonu grinned and asked, why yell? You were the one who asked to shake my hand. Lucifer didn't understand how this was possible. In a holy place, Hyeonu couldn't even use a tenth of his power. This meant that the hermit had gotten stronger, so much so that even the underhanded goons were getting nervous. Hyeonu grabbed Lucius and jumped in. We should be more open as friends, he said. And with friends, you have to share. He hurtled like a rocket at a fallen angel. Afterward, he jumped to Dabble and told him, it isn't an act. It's time for you to fly away. He showed the compass and added, now is the perfect opportunity to do the legwork. Lucifer was captured by his soldiers, but his enemies had missed their chance. He began shouting at his dummy statues and ordered them to prepare summons demanding Hunu's return. But the movement circle was still reloading. They would have to wait at least another week. Lucius didn't care. He told them to bring the hermit back immediately. Then he went on a tirade about how they owed him, like land, to a collective farm. A mad hermit suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "Did you miss me?" He then took the angel with him. No and Av didn't realize what was going on. Suddenly, Hu showed up, left the guest there, and disappeared again. Then the hermit appeared with a second angel and told No, open the eliquory space. All explanations will be postponed for later due to the urgency of the matter, he added, as No panted at the console. A purple portal opened, and the hermit immediately headed through it with his captive. He dragged him into a territory where he could do whatever he wanted to the arrogant angel. So he played him again in a game of who could throw the angel farther, and he rolled the ball. Upon landing, Lucifer began to gather the orb of magic in his hands and gritted his teeth in anger. He threatened to punish the hermit, but suddenly fell silent and stared at him. Days at least. Because Hyeonu mastered the techniques of the Monkey King's shadow clones and applied them, the moral of this fable is clear. Even a lion is extinguished by the crowd. Ancient wisdom. Hyeonu was just about to polish a new skill when a lucky punching bag came along. Who grinned and reminded him, it's impossible to die in this place, even if you wanted to, with all your heart. You can die all you want today, a hermit said, getting his lesson in good manners for the stuck-up angel. On this day, Lucifer experienced an infinite number of ways to die, a mere 1,000 times to boot. At the same time, the remaining 2 archangels were holding a heavy meeting. They wondered what to do next, for if this continued, their plans would come to an end. Even if someone else transferred their soul into the holy relics, the karma collected would only be good enough for Lucifer. Gabriel jumped up from his seat and said he had to get his brother back by all means, but he realized they were powerless to do so. Hugh's tower had too strong a defense, and without Uriel's technology, it wouldn't have gotten in. But even if it were possible, they would not be able to defeat the hermit, for everyone saw how strong he was. Hugh's strength was not weakened even by the strongest debuffs of the Holy Land. Of course, they could still call the one, but that would be extreme, for he had overcome even what Uriel had created. Gabriel lamented. All they could do now was pray more, Gabriel said. A little while later, Hugh introduced them to the horribly vile, immoral Lucifer. Noah asked what had become of him. Hu grinned and replied, those are the secrets of intelligence agencies and interrogation methods. Dabble was put to bed so he could recover from all the abuse. Luckily, he wasn't hurt badly. One problem Hyeonu dealt with was asking the demons if she had taken what he asked for. She answered in the affirmative, as if she had grown up a bit in that shot. Hyeonu needed an object that would restrain the sinner, and she brought him the rosary of the 108 men. The hermit was surprised, for not even Noah's pact worked on Lucifer. He was the strongest in the tower with access to the system, but Mrs. Demonis had assured him she couldn't deal in nonsense, and this thing was special. She offered to put the rosary on the angel and see what happens. When Lucifer began to argue, Hu suggested that he return to the interrogation room. Just him, Hyeonu, and many other Hunas, each with their own idea. Then Lucifer quickly agreed to accept the rosary and began to question who the real evil in this world was. After the successful test, Hyeonu asked, does this mean that Lucius will now obey all my orders? What made it different from a contract was that an angel could carry out even an order beyond his capabilities. Hu wanted to know how it worked and assumed that if he told the angel to become a woman, that's what would happen. To their surprise, the rosary began to glow with unusual energy. The frightened angel wailed in terror as he felt the workings of magic. After a while, Double woke up with a severe headache. The last thing he remembered was being rescued by a hermit. He saw the company staring, puzzled, at the man in front of them. The hermit was puzzled that the dumbest magic had worked exactly as she had warned. Double walked up to them and asked, what's going on? What happened to Lucifer? When he saw the pretty girl in white robes in front of him, of course, he knew that angels were sexless from the beginning. Still, he didn't immediately realize who this girl reminded him of. It was only after a bolt of lightning struck him that he realized it was his brother, or rather, now his sister. After some more time, they stood at the passageway that connected the neighboring towers. Double finished collecting stalker karma. It was successful. All that was left was to hand this artifact to someone and activate it. He said, it's done. But Hyeonu still had a hard time believing it was the same karma. Hyeonu remembered what Double had told him. Peter, who was now Jay's servant, was formerly a stalker subordinate. Because of that, Hyeonu had a familiar feeling the last time they saw each other. Double started making excuses. He wasn't hiding anything, he claimed. He just didn't have the time to explain. Double had contacted the right person, so soon Hyeonu could go and get things done. However, there was a problem. His newfound sister couldn't be left like this. Hyeonu assigned it to the Demis lady, and the lady agreed to accept the task. He also asked her to take the message to the students if he was suddenly delayed. They would be curious if she should take care of them. Hyeonu wanted them to go on vacation without waiting for him. The demonist didn't understand a word, but the hermit waved his hand and said that the apprentices knew what he was talking about. At this, he said goodbye and waved his hand like an astronaut. Together with Dabble, they arrived at some wreck where they were greeted by Pinocchio Peter. He said hello to them and asked if they had brought karma. Hyeonu immediately felt like he was doing something criminal. Dabble showed a gold ball with the karma of the stalker's mistress. Peter called them to follow him into a shack in which the doors and walls carried nominal value because of the huge gaps. Through a large screen connected to a hidden camera, Herms was watching them. He was very happy to see the hermit and that they were finally coming to the final arc of the story. Peter put the balloon in the center of the chalk circle and said it was ready. They could start at any moment. Hyeonu wanted to clarify what the restoration was, and it was explained to him that it was a process that did not affect the essence of karma. It just became 1,000 times stronger, finding its master on its own. The karma would break through the dimensions and head toward the owner, and they would follow. They could use the karma themselves, but it was dangerous. This method was the safest, except when karma was used by the owner. Peter added that the hermit wanted to get this nasty business over with quickly, but Peter needed something to discuss with Dabble, so he called him over. When the hermit entered the circle, it immediately activated, which was unexpected. Hyeonu asked, "What's going on? Why did it activate?" Anticipating a catch. He turned around to hurry them up, but saw that Dabble was getting stick. It turned out the wooden man had shamelessly betrayed everyone, including his former mistress. He told them, "This is the best outcome for me personally." Clooney rushed toward the road to make matches out of him, but was already out of time to leave the magic circle. Peter said goodbye to him and promised to remember his sacrifice all his life. So Hyeonu realized that no one could be trusted in this world and ended up in the white world. Tarot appeared and asked, "How did the hermit end up in this building?" Hearing his voice, Hu jumped back with a grasshopper, just in case. He didn't even notice when Tyrant approached him from behind. An overwhelming and eerie aura emanated from the company boss. But what was more important now was what Tyrant told him. Hugh asked again, "What is this place?" He glanced at the white building with the blue sign and the inscription management. It was then that he realized where he was. In front of him stood the tyrant, who immediately understood that Hyeonu had not arrived here of his own free will. The hermit was surprised that Tyrant knew nothing about the trap Peter from the demon faction had set. It was hard to believe, even for the boss, that a mere tower owner could do this. Tyrant didn't know what was wrong, and he hated this kind of situation. But this time, everything worked out well, he said to the hermit. He waved his hand at Hyeonu, was struck by many black jets of an incomprehensible substance. Tyrant had long wanted to get rid of the impudent newcomer, and now he had come to him. Hu covered himself with his arms. He was overwhelmed by the power of his foe, who threw him off with a single swing. To top it all off, the tyrant was incredibly fast. He was immediately at Hyeonu's back. Raising his hand in the air, the chief told the hermit that he might not even try to resist, and promising that it would all be over soon, he slapped Hyeonu with an open palm, sending him flying. The black substance that escaped from the tyrant's hands left a deep cut on Hyeonu's chest. But he withstood this attack, one that could kill anyone in all dimensions. It was useless against him anyway, the tyrant said, landing next to the hermit. Even after many blows, Hyeonu stood his ground, and the boss was surprised. Though he knew the hermit was tough, he didn't think Hyeonu was this tough. He silently covered himself with his hands. "Shut up," Hyeonu told him, as if a first punch had already gone through. The tyrant grinned. He was even glad he had underestimated his opponent. It was more fun that way. Hyeonu applied to sharing the main sheet, and his eye lit up blue. The tyrant was surprised. This power seemed familiar to him when Hu connected the electroshock. There was a galactic bang, and everything was drowned in a blaze of bright flashes and thunderclaps. Meanwhile, Herms realized by the sounds of battle that things had begun. He told Grid to prepare for the first phase of the plan. The tyrant was not happy that the newcomer was snapping at him. He closed himself off from him with one hand. He was out of line, Terad said, and kicked the hermit like a soccer ball. The hermit looked at his arm. He had lost a limb in battle again, but this time it had happened very quickly. But the tyrant wouldn't let him stop. He lashed out at him with rays of evil and abuse as a child would. As if that wasn't enough, the tyrant gathered even more rays of malice and complexes. He swept his hand across the hermit, who looked as if he had been cut by a laser. The laser beam sliced through everything in its path like a Sith sword, but it was a doppelganger that blurred like a jelly bean. The tyrant looked up and realized that the real hermit was hiding among his own spears. Hyeonu shot at the tyrant. A rainbow of goodness and love, but he was ready. He had pain, depression, loneliness, and megalomania that he shot at Hyeonu with. The Death Star ray sizzled, sending many spears at once. The tyrant already thought he had wiped out everyone, and there was nothing the hermit could do. But Hyeonu came up behind him. However, this attack did not come as a surprise to the superhuman. He waited for the original to approach him. The hermit had to use his sword god Karma to dodge, but he was still hurt. Hyuna used all his power, even the abilities of his sharing, and still couldn't calculate the enemy's attacks. It wasn't even a skill, but an endless stream of power. Besides, Hoonu's wounds were healing more slowly. His arm had recovered, but if this continued, he realized he would soon reach his limit. The tyrant assessed the rookie's approximate strength level and honestly told him there was nothing he could do right now. This meant it cost nothing to kill him, but he decided to make an exception, given one last chance to survive and become his sword. Hyuna couldn't believe his ears, but Tyrannus repeated the sentence. He was impressed by Hyeonu's strength, and now, in this fight, he was convinced that such talent would definitely come in handy in the future. Hyeonu asked what the conditions were. The tyrant said it was nothing complicated. You just have to tell me everything you know about the owner of the Shuring and eye you've gotten. Then I'll spare you and not even touch the 51st tower. This suggestion wasn't a bad one, in his opinion. Hyeonu grinned. He was being offered to simply watch the planters kill people for karma in an endless process, while people like Jay were treated like garbage and corrupted. How can he do nothing? Asked Hyeonu, adding that this whole proposal was meant for weak-minded and moral freaks. When the tyrant was rejected so decisively, his face twisted with anger. Hyeonu tore toward the tyrant and said he would leave his rejection on his face. A multitude of lightning bolts struck around the tyrant, with Hyeonu putting all his strength into it. But this divinely cheating power was stopped by a single finger of another cheater of galactic level. Tyrant reminded him that he had warned that there was nothing Hyeonu could do now. His magic took the form of a hand. A finger, created from pure magic, flew at Hyuna. The mere sight of it made him nervous. The right side of his body exploded. As usual, he was lucky his brains weren't hit. Peter told Dabble to calm down. The poison on the knife blade was quite dangerous. If he didn't use magic to recover, he might die. But Peter told him to cut the crap and give him the reason for the heinous betrayal. He called Dabble stubborn for choosing to ask such a question in this position. There is no good reason, the tree explained. The choice is always the result of weighing the sides. I saw a power that even Who would never be able to handle. After all, the tyrant is evil himself. He doesn't like seals, and no one can beat him, said the tree. Dabble demanded to see the scale on which everything was weighed. He couldn't believe that Peter had colluded with the tyrant for such a reason, but Peter assured him that he still wanted to punish the warden. He was merely solving a problem and learn of a plan with a higher chance of success. The plan was told to him by the one who knew most about the tyrant himself, Hermes. This news shocked him twice over. The closest envoy to the tyrant's service was a traitor. Peter had heard of the circumstances that had prompted Hermes to act, but it didn't matter now. The thing was, Hermes had already gotten wind of everything. Their plans, passwords, appearances, and fatal flaws. Hermes said the biggest problem is finding a way to strengthen karma. Stalker is in such a vast dimension that the coordinates are impossible to calculate. To get a result, you need to strengthen karma hundreds of times. This means the tyrant will feel such tremendous energy, it will tear apart dimensions. Unlike sharing the inner world, physically moving the body would take 30 minutes. Hermes said and assured Peter they would die before reaching Stalker. They would perish at the hands of the manager who would follow them. And those associated with this plan will die one by one, especially Jay with his weak facts. The action of demons. Since most of the karma has been collected, the faction will serve as mana for him. And even if, by some miracle, Stalker returns, how can you be sure she will defeat the tyrant? Hermes asked him. But she already blew him away once with a snap, he added. There was a way to get rid of the manager without having to be in person. There was only one thing to do. Lure Huna to the manager's office. After that, Hermes would finalize everything according to his plan. Of course, the tree took him at his word. Afterward, he started making excuses, claiming he did everything he could to save everyone else. To do so, he had to sacrifice one person, so Pinocchio could not refuse. Hyuna was still not dead. He wanted to recover urgently, but he couldn't use his powers due to his proximity to the tyrant. Now, all of his magic, both external and internal, was under the control of his superior. That means you won't be able to do anything that requires karma. Tyrant said, stepping on the hermit. How does it feel, feeling like powerless trash again? He paused, then added, let's talk about it, right now. Then he might spare his life. But of course, the hermit responded with an obscene gesture. Then the tyrant used his black substance to swat Hyuna again. He had promised to destroy the hermit so that nothing would be left of him, along with his tower when he sensed something in the main building. Right this minute, while he was distracted by Hyuna, Hermes ran his hands into the company vault. Hyuna was left alone, burning with shame and pain, for he had so confidently promised his students that he would return screaming the loudest. Yet here he was in this position. He couldn't do anything about it, and he was bleeding right on the floor of the white dimension. Lucia's beads cracked just like that, and he stared at them in surprise. The Lady Dynas noticed too and was shocked when she looked at the angel. She realized with horror that this meant the hermit was in danger. When the tyrant appeared in the vault, he found a barrier that prevented him from accessing the accumulated karma. He tried to figure out who had betrayed him, but then he heard a voice telling him that he had arrived earlier than expected. On the other side of the barrier stood Herms. There was no point in pretending, and he grinned contentedly. The errand boy noted how unlucky Han was. He had hoped the newcomer would last another 5 minutes distracting the boss. Tarrant skewered him with anger and asked, "What's the joke?" He was sure some pathetic barrier wouldn't stop him, but when he touched it, he got an electric shock. The forces of the barrier safely repelled the Tarrant even as he tried to push on. To avoid a strong recoil, even the superhuman had to retreat. He realized that this barrier wasn't made of magic, but of karma. And these lightning bolts, those were the essence of Zeus. Herms praised the hunch and said, "It's not just my father's karma at work here." The barrier was iridescent. All the gods of Olympus had invested in its creation. There were the souls of all those executed by the tyrant for resisting when the farms were destroyed. Herms asked for their inheritance in exchange for becoming the tyrant's subordinate and received the karma of the gods from the objects. And then the tyrant realized that all this time, Herms' goal had been revenge, and that he had a complete failure with recruitment. The boss was angry. All this time, he had been led around by the nose. Herms was very patient. He thanked the tyrant when he called him a Dan rat. The prank had indeed succeeded. Herms smiled contentedly, all of which he had learned from years of watching his master. The tyrant then asked, "What will happen next? If I lock you up and threaten to take your karma, no matter how much magic you use, you won't be able to get it back. So you must break the barrier on your own." Tarrant realized the barrier was a collection of feats. The explosive force would destroy the entire room if damaged. So forced to give in to Herm's demands, he said, striking his Spider-Man pose, "If you're counting on such an answer, then your whole plan is garbage." He called Herms a cockroach and jumped the barrier, simply using the strength of his body. The tyrant hoped the barrier's explosive power would be suppressed by his magic the moment it was thrown. He taunted the traitor, thinking this was his plan, and easily broke through the barrier that had previously held him back. But being right in front of Herms, he breaks sharply. With his sun right above him, a huge force gathered around Grid. Herms said that there was nothing to be surprised about, as Grid was merely using the power that Tyrant had given him, only to the fullest. Through centuries of research and transformation, Grid's abilities have been enhanced, from karma accumulation to karma absorption, from absorption to merger, Herms said, and so to the explosion. And then, Tyrannus realized that Herms had decided to blow up all the infinite karma here by turning his son into a bomb. He didn't believe that they had all just decided to die here. But Herms had said that his life here was just beginning. After he kills the tyrant and takes his revenge, he could proudly stand before the spirits of the family. The messenger shouted to him. Tyrant squeezed his eyes shut against the bright light and covered his face with his hand. The powerful explosion reached the body of the hermit, who was still lying there. He was picked up like a feather and carried away. The force that burst from the vault destroyed the building. Double felt a mad surge of energy that tore through the dimensions and wondered if that was their plan. That meant it was over, he said, and Peter wondered. But then the wooden man's voice trembled. "I apologize," he said. With horror, the runaway tree admitted, "I was wrong. It is over. Our lifeline, the fate of measurement, and everything in general." Herms didn't understand how the tyrant managed to survive after everything. The tyrant looked at his hand, studying the magical substance. The situation was indeed dangerous. He could die if he only relied on the magic of this place. Because of that, he drew in the magic of another dimension, halting the explosion of karma. Most likely, about 3 towers had been destroyed for the sake of it, but he didn't need to know that. Tyrant told Herms the warden asked for a one-quest answer, and for that, he kept Herms alive. He asked him, why did you not conspire with Hyeonu, but instead betrayed him? It was clear why he was using the newcomer. Just a distraction and bait, while Herms climbed into the vault. It was also clear why it was Tan. He obviously had the most combat power and the strength of a stalker. He was also the only one who could stand at least a few moments of combat. But being so knowledgeable about Hyeonu, Herms could easily make him his ally. Helping Hyeonu and the stalker would definitely kill the tyrant. Maybe that was part of his tricks, he asked. Herms screamed, "I am the one who was supposed to kill the tyrant. Only me, and no one else." The day the tyrant destroyed Olympus, Herms was the only one who survived. It was only for revenge that he could continue to exist, because only he had to kill the tyrant. Herms screamed again and began to curse him. The supervisor understood everything. The reason was absurd and stupid. He waved his hand and turned away. "That was boring," said the tyrant with annoyance, and his magic finger came down on Herms just before it struck. He smiled, for he had been able to deceive his superior. Who came to his senses in the imaginary space the stalker usually summoned him to and didn't understand what was going on. The day before the fateful battle, Herms met with Grid to discuss their plan. Their main goal was to fool the superintendent when, in fact, they'd bought him time, a plan as reliable as a Swiss watch. Herms said the technique he gave Peter had a second bottom, except for moving. Thanks to her, he met the manager and got a taste of him, after which he would legitimately die and his soul would separate from his body. Then, a second technique would come into play, which, for some reason, could not be used at home without the tyrant's knowledge. This technique was meant to reinforce the stalker's previously absorbed karma, which would then team up with Hunu's soul to find the stalker. At that point, they would need to distract the tyrant so he wouldn't feel the karma. They would do so with the help of the tyrant's warehouse, brimming with powerful karma. And what happens next, Grid should know himself. Their main goal was to make the tyrant believe the plan had completely failed. That would be the only way to catch him off guard when the hermit returned from another pumping session. Therefore, no one involved in the plan could know about its ultimate goal, except for the two of them, who would disappear after its execution. Grid had nothing to lose, but he wondered if Herms was willing to sacrifice his life for revenge. He wouldn't see. At first, the messenger of the gods thought he would be saddened by this, but it was not so bad. He himself did not realize when, but he was dead tired from work. The tyrant grumbled. He'd gotten so much trouble from the guy he left alive for a courier job. But now, Huey was dead, and the stalker was left with nothing. The tyrant had enough knowledge and accumulated karma. He just had to build it all back up again. All was lost, Peter wailed. Even the huge explosion had done nothing to the tyrant, which meant they had no hope from the start. Dull began to console the traitor. Everything is fine. We just need to think positively and come up with a new plan. Double suggested running, but Peter said that was impossible. We wouldn't be able to hide from those on top anyway. All they had to do was kneel, but Double objected. He wasn't talking about those on top. I'm talking about the one standing right behind you. The demons were clearly in no mood to talk to trees. She cracked the wood pile so violently that it broke through the flimsy shack. Peter realized who she was. He'd heard that Area 51 was home to a being even stronger than her master, and now that mysterious creature was standing right in front of him, ready to overwhelm him. The demoness looked at the Drubble and calmly said that those were only rumors. Now it was her turn to ask questions. Noah sensed something was wrong when the demoness asked him to open the tracking portal, though he still didn't understand why she had returned with an injured Dabble. The demoness explained that because of Peter's actions, Hyeonu had been captured by the tyrant and lost his life. She declared that she had punished the betrayer both for her father and for deceiving her. She also revealed that the hermit was still alive, though in a fragile condition after losing his physical form. The demoness was determined to find him, no matter where he was or what it required. Who remembered exactly what had happened after being struck by the tyrant? At first, he thought he had entered the underworld, but then realized the place felt strangely familiar. Suddenly, a stalker appeared inside a glowing purple sphere and said, "He isn't a total collapse yet. He's only in a critical state, not gone for good. It's no big deal. Apply some healing herbs and he will recover," said the stalker. Now she was an open character. He could see her image. She looked like she worked in a cement factory and grinned when she saw his stupid face. Her hands touched him. The maiden behaved very freely, also wanting to stake out a place next to the protagonist of the story. She was sure he wished to see her with all of his heart, for she had helped him out so many times already. But Though figured he wouldn't have any problems without the stalker, so he did something he'd been wanting to do for a long time. When she started yelling and getting ignorant, he apologized and said he just wanted to check if she was real or not. Homie waved his fist. His hand hurt like the real thing, and the girl's head was hard, so everything was happening for real. After exchanging pleasantries, he still asked her to explain what was going on. It was clear that just watching it as a character in the game wasn't going to work any further. And the stalker revealed that although he didn't know everything, it had been 2 weeks since he had fought the tyrant. In the meantime, he'd already been to Hundu Tower and he made a mess of it. Now, he came there to organize another Armageddon. So many parallel lands had already been destroyed by the villains you can't count. Unfortunately, the planet had become like a donut, as if the core had been taken out of it. The stone-faced maiden delivered the worst news a man could hear. His world was destroyed. The entire tower was gone, along with his comrades from level 9. The menagerie from the outside world, which had been temporarily touring him, was also destroyed. And of course, his lovely female students we had to think of first were gone too. The hermit saw them and angrily demanded, "Tell me it's all a lie." Stalker told him to calm down. She was a master at presenting information, and the hermit knew he couldn't argue with her. He demanded a way into the tower to see for himself, but she slapped him hard, bringing him to his senses. Hyeonu barely slowed down on the endless surface of this imaginary world, but she quickly sedated him with a swift leg kick to the head, as he liked to do to others. However, he managed to dodge a blow that nearly took his head off. Hu went wild and struck her again, using his divine powers, but was stopped with a slight movement. The maiden was saved by a shield, the scales of the sun god. She affronted him with the question of what he would do when he returned, and her right arm grew in size. Who saw not only the dragon's karma in her strike, but many others, and felt small. He did get a smack in the face from the stalker, because words weren't an option. The maiden stuck it in the ground and created a galactic explosion. And that's when the hermit realized they wouldn't get along. He bit his tongue a little and coughed. Once again, his cheats weren't working. But the stalker didn't escape damage either. Hyeonu took down her shield and used external karma to rip her arm off. She realized that in their battle, the advantage was on his side. But it didn't matter, for the sheer power was unmatched. Hyeonu took his time because the stalker drew karma from somewhere. But now he realized the power came from mixing different karmas. And so, she is karma, he concluded far and wide. Since there is a man of magic, there must be a man of karma, a man of air, earth, fire. The damsel complimented him on his brilliant guess. For once, he was using his brain. The hermit was still doubting whether he had gotten it right. I don't really care who you are, he said. I just want to destroy that rogue who blew up my world. He said this angrily, then demanded once more that she open the way to the tower for him. He began to threaten using force, but she turned on his screen. His tower was there, intact. Well, it's three-dimensional visualization of four-dimensional space, to be exact. He couldn't understand how. The stalker had told him the tower was destroyed, and the damsel had said he drew those conclusions before the tyrant's arrival. The entire tower, along with its ecosystem, had been transported to another dimension. It was the first time she had ever encountered such an advanced security system. She asked, who worked on this? Who thought it was the power of No's new technology and that it was in a very confusing dimension? Even a tyrant wouldn't find it easily. The hermit breathed a sigh of relief. That's the place to start, he said. The damsel, however, reminded him, now it is not the time to relax. The main problem had not been solved. At this moment, there was no one in the world who could defeat the tyrant. Not even a stalker could do it. She had already lost to him once. In addition, by conquering new dimensions, the manager became stronger, gaining new experiences while she was trapped in this basement. Because of this, her sense of battle had dulled. She was weakened and Hyeonu was out of the question, weak as a sparrow. However, she wasn't going to lock him up with her until the end of time. Instead, there was a way to defeat the tyrant. Now, he would possess her completely, properly, and without abandon. Karma smiled. The hermit shuddered. One more crazy groupie he couldn't stand. 3 was enough. But the stalker explained to the fool that it was about something else. She conjured up a table for tea and suggested they talked, since he passed out. There was much that needed explaining. At the same time, the tyrant built a new administration building and invited his new lackey to join him. A bunch of gutless chumps with low social responsibility and stability gathered in front of him. Gabriel stated on behalf of everyone that they were surprised by such a sudden challenge, as the company was usually more secretive. He assumed it was due to the fall of a certain tower 2 weeks ago. But the tyrant grinned and said it wasn't like that, because Hyeonu Tower hadn't been destroyed, even though it had disappeared from the dimension. One could almost call it destroyed. After all, this tower was now like being in the middle of hell with all its inhabitants. Ab noticed that the monsters weren't getting smaller, no matter how many hunters chopped them down. It was the same on every floor. No one knew that traveling between dimensions would have a side effect, but he couldn't imagine it would be like this. Fellow said that everything was within expectation. With the surge, the system just couldn't handle it. So, it wasn't their fault. They can blame themselves, not the angel, he told them. He felt it was his fault. If it weren't for his stupidity, they wouldn't have been betrayed. They wouldn't have to suffer so much now, he said. But the creators of the tower began to come for him. They found themselves cut off from the magical conduit. And if they hadn't had the hoarding, the place would have been destroyed long ago. Plus, they still had a force of hunters to contain the smaller monsters. They also had a couple of friends with them. The dragon and the monkey king. And Sif freed the landless who protected them. So they can definitely hold out for a while, said A. Exactly until the 2 hermit apprentices and Lady Demoness returned through the doors. 2 weeks ago, before the tower moved, they got together as a dream team. The Demoness was absolutely certain that the hermit was still alive, so she took Lucy with her. Because if the hermit disappeared, the beads linking him to the angel would disappear. But they only cracked, so they decided to fix it. In order to do this, they needed the soul power of wanting to find him. So they decided to work together. The ritual was impossible without prolonged concentration, so they would be unmoved for a long time. The Demoness said that because of this, she left all tower business to the guardians and the angel. But before she left, she promised that they would definitely find Hyeonu and bring him back. And now it's been 2 weeks since they left. Double said inside. He didn't understand if anyone was capable of surviving that powerful explosion of karma, but they could only wait and hope that the girls would find the hermit. The tyrant informed his dogs that he wanted to find the rebels and destroy them. Every last one of them, to settle the matter. He decided to assign this simple task to them. which made the dummies wise. At this point, due to the loss of all the staffers, he just didn't have time for these little things. Yeana jumped up first and started yelling that he couldn't ask them to do such a thing. After all, she had given him a huge amount of karma to destroy the hermit. As a result, his tower had stood as it was. Now, she herself was being asked to destroy it. The tyrant snapped his fingers and the Ifrit's head flew away. He hadn't used it anyway, but it served as a great example for the others. The elf stared at her former party mate and fell silent. Then, the tyrant explained the new state of affairs and their place in the food chain, somewhere below the phytoplankton. He added that he would destroy absolutely anyone who annoyed him, so they better be polite and memorize the phrase, "Yes, master." Otherwise, their age will be as sure as a gnat's day, he said, and the shadow of the absolute monarch loomed over them. Meanwhile, Hugh was chasing Tease along with Buns in the company of a stalker. After his death, a spell was activated that transported his soul directly to this place he learned. But who had imposed it? Even the stalker didn't know, because she couldn't look into that dimension at will. There were certain subtleties, but she didn't want to get into the details of the physics of this world. It was then that Hugh brought the stalker back to the earlier conversation. He would need to take her to defeat Tyrion, and the damsel stated that it would be the easiest thing to do. After the fight, she told him that although the advantage was on his side, there was no point in it because absolute power had no equal. It sounded delusional even as she said it again. So she decided to rephrase it. He had power of magic equal to Terrence. It's unlikely he would be able to handle him with it, she said. But that would be possible if he had the power of another world to which the tyrant has no access. Such as her karma, the damsel said, and sent the imaginary cake into her mouth. Somewhere in the blue mist, a demon of the mind rejoiced. Its doors had opened, and the prey would soon come to it. Kubi was surprised at how he could take away her karma. The damsel told him that he had done that before. It was true that last time he had only extracted fears before fighting the mind demon. But this time you'll need to take it all in one piece, she said. A portal opened behind her. She informed the hermit that he would take away all of her types of karma, which he used to take away one at a time. Now you're to pick up a 6-figure number of achievements. The hermit cringed. It was the damsel who removed the repetition and laughed at his joke in his goofy face. Cootie was indignant. This task could take trillions of years. After all, I only have 1 or 2 karma. But that was before. Now he was mastering karmas faster. Just a glance at her with his sharing was enough. Just behind her back was a maelstrom of karmas compressed for convenience to the size of moments. 11 days and pennies if you spend a second on each without sleep or rest. True, the damsel wasn't entirely sure his mind could handle all that load. A very solid plan, Hundu thought. She added that karma was a force and entity in itself. Therefore, it did not require magical power. It was like the manager did everything with magic, only karma. The same magic, only with a negative sign shorter. Kudu realized that Terrance's magic power was too high. The maiden looked at him carefully. He had surprised her again with his acumen in a difficult moment. Hudu grabbed his head, even in words that sounded very complicated. But, as usual, reality left the hero no choice but to walk through the fire. He decided to keep going even if he could fail and headed for the portal. Stalker warned him that he would meet someone there first. This creature's karma was quite heavy, so it was difficult for even her to make an instant of it. But this power was important if you think about it. She spent millions of years analyzing every karma to edit the movie. Kuyu understood what it was about. Even though he was annoyed with the next meeting, he went for it anyway. On the other side, a familiar interior awaited him. It was as if it had risen from the depths of the ocean, dark and depressing. The hermit immediately realized who the stalker had been talking about. His longtime acquaintance, a planner, or rather, a mind demon. The ogre appeared before him, full of pathos from his return. Despite being humiliated last time, he gave the template phrase of all villains as a greeting. Hoodoo thought it was resurrection, but the effect was temporary. There was only karma here and part of the user's memory, a fleeting sensation. And should this simulation end, the mind demon would die again, which he regretted. But through it all, he had a chance to meet his precious destiny once more. Hoodoo wrinkled his nose at the repulsive sweetness in the demon's voice. He said he was starting since he came for his karma, and there were only 2 choices. Beat the demon until it recognizes him, just like with the dragon's karma, or beat it until the sharing absorbs all of the demon's power. The ogre said he was fine with it, and they rushed toward each other. As usual, Hoodoo solved everything with a crowbar. Because there is no defense against a crowbar, the stalker remembered while watching him. But defeating a demon wasn't easy. She knew that firsthand. Before owning the tower, the demon would appear to anyone on the receiving end of karma and put them to the test. Afterward, it would watch as their accomplishments and hopes collapsed. He was evil incarnate. Also, his story was proportional to karma. She couldn't cut his story in the movie because the demon had lived too long. But luckily, due to nature and the former master's strength, The demon had a weakness. Who found this weakness? Or rather, it told him. That's why he was able to defeat the demon. However, it was different now, and Hyeonu should have felt it by now. The demon did not yield to his strength again and counterattacked immediately. Who noticed that the demon had definitely gotten stronger than before? Last time, the mind demon used someone else's karma, but right now he had nothing but his own power. Again, Hyeonu's cheating abilities were easily blocked. It was worth the hermit's hesitation as the demon's hand turned into tentacles. A powerful grab resulted in the demon slamming the hermit to the floor like a fish. The demon asked him, how could you be so strong if Hyeonu had overcome his fear? Hyeonu stood up, gritting his teeth, and called it all nonsense. The demon explained, it isn't about you. You stayed the same. It's about who. There's a beautiful scent around Hyeonu now, the demon said. Just like when we first met, a deep and delicate scent of fear. Hyeonu was embarrassed. He had gasped once, so why say such nonsense? He exploded with rage. There was no way he was afraid of a demon. The demon noted, you haven't changed at all. Still swearing the same way, completely lacking in restraint. But the hermit could also move fast. In a moment, he was at the demon's back. The demon then asked, are you all right? You're screaming so loudly. His face was full of fear. The hermit told the demon to shut up again and hit him as hard as he could. He turned his arm into a shield and said he understood, for he had a very annoying opponent. It's frustrating when you can't use your power properly and get defeated, he muttered. But that's not surprising. The enemy has superior power, and you can get post-traumatic stress disorder after encountering one. But it wasn't just that. Even though the demon wanted to drag out the fight, he had to take what lurked within him. He promised to cut out, with his scalpel, what the hermit feared so much. After which, the mind demon shot its tentacles at Hyeonu. The hermit barely dodged them all, or the manga would have changed drastically. Genre. Hyeonu resented being alive. The demon was simply unbearable. He was able to grab Hyeonu and was at his back. The hermit got nervous. The demon threw Hyeonu backward in one fell swoop, and he hit the wall. The demon successfully used its variable body morphology as an advantage. Hyeonu gritted his teeth. He should definitely get rid of the pesky demon. He thought he'd never felt a sense of fear before. The demon kicked the hermit like a soccer ball again to teach him about life. Fear is very inconstant, the demon said. It is only felt by the weak. He promoted his delusions. Hyeonu might have thought that since he had attained perfection in all things, he no longer had any fear. But if you looked at him from the outside, he only continued to get weaker. And the demon, on the contrary, was getting stronger and stronger as he conducted his enhanced PTSD treatment session. He whipped the hermit with whips and asked him, what are you so afraid of? The tyrant was an absolute being. Even though he survived in return, he would still die. The demon voiced his thoughts for the hermit. You're pathetic, hun, he sneered. You were able to surpass the fear demon rather than wet your pants in front of pure power. He decided to do the hermit a favor. His hand turned into a ginormous-sized knife. Die right here, the demon suggested. If you do, you'll be cured of your fears forever. But Hyeonu had heard enough of the demon's idle ramblings, and finally remembered how to enable cheats on the console. Only a demon could think that the best remedy for fear is decapitation. No matter what comes his way, he will always be stronger. Because too many people needed his protection, who said, and family is the most important thing. The demon noticed that the hermit's strength and spirit had returned. The therapy had worked perfectly. However, he himself didn't become weaker, meaning he hadn't overcome his fear like last time. And then he realized that the hermit's main fear was the suffering of his loved ones, and that was also his strength. He realized that Hyeonu had already absorbed his karma, which meant the demon was no longer needed. The hermit flung himself at him with all his fury and told him to get out of his way. The demon found it amusing that fear had become a source of power, just like his. It's a good thing too, he said, as the hermit punched a hole in him. Hyeonu turned around, surprised. He thought the demon would fight back to the last, but it didn't even try to dodge. All of the tower defenders were severely exhausted after a series of endless battles. Ab asked the monkey how the situation was in other areas. He replied that it wasn't getting any better. They had stopped the monsters for a while, but after a brief respite, they would go back. The macaque said, and C was horrified at the idea. Zig began to complain. He had fought several nights in a row and deserved a rest. Now he was being told to go back in. Though they were the only ones who could defend this place, the prowler demanded the demoness be returned. The arguing subsided when the doors opened. A team of girls left the meditation room. The demoness was happy to see everyone. She had an assignment for them. The purpose of this is to help me get the hermit back, she said and grinned. The mind demon told Han that although he had fun with him, he still found such socializing tiring. The hermit was settling in slower than he thought, so the demon adjusted to him. The demon said it was a thank you for freeing Hu from his severe hunger. It was strange to receive thanks from an ogre who was now pathetically disappearing as a hero. The demon added he had better not be deluded. For he had not taken his side. He's not on anyone's side at all, but a creature who enjoys the fears of the world. Hearing such a thing made me want to upload him to the hell server, but Hunu's current fear was wheat to the demon, so he was curious which path he would choose and said he would continue to watch from oblivion. That was when Hu realized he had another stalker. He scratched the back of his head, digesting the nonsense the freak had told him. When the level he was in began to collapse, Hu fell into a spool of movie cape that wove itself into a tangle. The hermit realized that this was what the stalker had been telling him, her movie of moments. He wondered what to do with them and touched one of the pieces. At that moment, the hermit was electrocuted, information flowing directly into his mind. The fragment connected through his eye, using it as a port. That was why Hyeon was in pain. He found himself on a battlefield where some master had already put down many assassins. The master was completely blind, and the enemies were not getting any smaller. Their ringleader was encouraging his expendable goons to spend hero stamina points. He cursed the murderer of thousands of people who had turned their world of killers upside down. Into a sea of blood, the warrior was called a rabid demon. The entire crowd of goons rushed at him. He told them, "I'm sorry you cannot see the fate that even a blind man sees." And at once, a dozen goons fell, who recoiled from the suffocating sight of the carnage the strong master had inflicted. It wasn't just the old man's memories, the best battles, and everything associated with them. It was so realistic, as if he'd have become that old man and figured out how to use his karma. Hoodoo realized that these snippets had the same function. If he watched these instructional videos, he would gain a bunch of skills. Admittedly, his head nearly exploded from just one fragment. It was hard for him towards the end. He could have lost his mind, but still, he jumped joyfully toward the knowledge, their karma pipes. Meanwhile, Nad stood at the world tree. Her servants informed her that they had found the bodies of the spirit kings. She never told her goons what the management agency had instructed her to do or why the three kings came back disassembled after the meeting. Then the fairy asked her, "How is it possible to revive the tree?" As if it wasn't obvious, Terrence said. Then he told Nia that he had a special gift for her. He promised to bring the world tree back to life. He said that the angels had already found the Tower of Huyu, but they were having trouble reaching it. However, he continued, for a world tree, such a defense is a mere trifle. This might have made it easier. Tara told her to do her best to revive the tree. He warned, "If you fail, you will become my fertilizer." Naya replied, telling her servant that now was the time to think about the future. "Everyone, be ready," she said. "Wait for orders. As soon as the message comes from the angels, we will all go to kill the enemies." The demoness, overhearing them talking about enemies, asked, "Are you talking about us?" As she stepped out of the portal, Nia turned around in horror. Her tower had become a passing yard lately. She hadn't expected the 51st tower to appear before her, especially when she was already under siege. The demoness grinned and greeted the longtime friends cheerfully. "We have some work to do for the tree," she said. "I have unplanned circumstances and need a little magical power." They would have liked very much to solve everything on their own, but the tower was barely holding up without magic, and time was running out. So the demoness searched for a place with the greatest accumulation of magic in the vicinity, and was found according to the coordinates of the tree. Simply put, they were going to drive the magic of the world tree. Nea gave everyone orders to prepare for battle upon hearing these horrible plans. The demoness looked disdainfully around the gathering of aggressively foolish people. She hoped for fraternal help from her neighbor, but seeing their attitude, she realized she'd have to get tough, so she signaled the girls. Rose resented being called small. She only recognized her seniority for the duration of the search. They used their abilities on the goons below, and those were flattened by their power. The alphas fell to her knees under such powerful pressure and didn't understand how it was possible that someone other than Hunu was as strong. The monkey and the dragon decided not to stand aside and went forward as well. The dragon put his lightning bolts to the monkey stick, and they told the fairies to grit their teeth. Tighter, with a combined attack, they swept away many of their enemies. The staff stretched out so they could caress all those gathered on the table's smooth plane. After that, the path to the ringleaders was cleared from the small bipeds. The monkey noticed that Nyata managed to dodge, for she was able to lift up. Expectedly, she was stronger than her subordinates, but Captain Yokai was much stronger. The demoness grabbed the goofy elf by the throat, just like Huna had once done. After smearing it on the ground, she pulled out a blue ball to bring to the tree. Nea began screaming for the demoness to stop, for it had cost them so much effort to revive the tree. But the demoness advised, "Cut cuttings next time," and stuck the balloon in the hollow tree. With the magic power for the ritual sorted out, there was one more thing left to do. The demoness said, Stalker watched the hermit, the latter coping as quickly as ever. He absorbed karmas that were hard to absorb, even individually. Whole packets. She couldn't imagine that Hunu would be able to handle it all at once. It felt like you just liked to endure pain and enjoyed it. Thanks to this pace, though, will take him a lot less time. And yet, when his soul has absorbed all karma, he will be an entirely new being. But a body capable of withstanding such power is not yet ready. Stalker didn't think Hyeonu would come back to her in pieces, only in spirit. Right now, he had a temporary body, but once he left her space, it would disappear. Stalker lamented that if she had known of this beforehand, she wouldn't have wasted so much energy. She sighed irritably, thinking about where to find a suitable body. A clue in the morgue, said the voiceover. Lucy stirred and flapped her wings nervously, not understanding why she was being looked at like that. The three maidens kept their kind looks and smiles on her. The divinist said that, although it was unexpected, they needed her body. Angel started to be stubborn and say it was impossible, but quickly changed her mind when she looked at the demonist. Lucy offered to explain to her why they needed her body, and then she could help. The demon replaced anger with mercy. The question sounded logical since Lucy had participated in Hyeonu's summoning ritual. He had to know that there was a soul left of him in another dimension. Luckily, the demonist had one useful item needed in the story. So the soul was easy to find, but there was the matter of a vessel to put it in. However, a hermit's soul would not be suited to an ordinary body. A sturdy one was needed. And then it dawned on Lucy that the hermit's soul was going to be shoved into her body. Although his body didn't fit much for he had become a woman, he was missing an important detail. On the other hand, the demonist believed in the power of plastic surgery and ancient rites, so it could be fixed. The demonist immediately got down to business, but Lucy pleaded and asked her to stop. Since they needed a body for Hyeonu, it didn't really matter whose body it was. She asked for a chance and promised to get them a good body from the angel morgue. Besides, this body is 100 times better than his own. Lucy convinced her. The angels gathered in the hall and were discouraged. They felt a familiar energy. Looking closely at his face, they recognized Lucifer in this cutie. Gabriel approached him and said they had appeared at the sound of the invasion of heaven's foray. The angels realized that Lucifer had escaped from the tower alone and had been subjected to terrible torture, which is why he had changed so much. Lucy said, "I don't want to talk about it," and asked, "Is the body okay at the morgue?" Gabriel didn't immediately realize which one she was talking about, and Lucy freaked out, wondering what body she could still be looking for. The divine body, that's what Lucifer wanted to inspect. He asked Gabriel, "Is it ready?" Gabriel replied, "They have removed all the restrictions, so it's possible to transmigrate a soul with karma." The angels rejoiced, knowing their long-held dream would come true. They would conquer all dimensions after all the humiliation. Now with the divine body, they would find Hyeonu's tower and destroy it, since the hermit himself was already dead. Lucy told them, "Wait at the entrance, I need to get ready." She approached the body, which sat as if there were a living person. Even though rigor mortis had set in, Lucy decided that, whatever happened, she planned to take possession of that body herself and return as Lucifer once more. The potential of the divine body was limitless, and with it, he might be able to break the seal. There was no complete certainty, of course. It was exactly what he would have considered doing, if not for the conversation an hour earlier. The demons quickly realized that he might betray them the moment the chance appeared. The angel grew uneasy, while the demons smiled knowingly. She clarified afterward that Lucy might risk her well-being and turn against them. The demoness recalled that when she restored the seal, she had not only placed Hyeonu's power inside it, but her own as well. That meant she had some control too. Her strength was limited, but it was still something Lucy could not easily ignore. At the moment doubt crept into her mind, Lucy's resolve suddenly shattered. Yet it would be fine as long as he did nothing reckless. She reminded him that danger was always close at hand. Lucy then turned to the angels. They were waiting for her to finish her preparations. They could have gone already, but instead, Lucy drew out her compass and reached for the still waiting body. They recognized the compass as the thing the hermit had used when he raided paradise. Lucy said, "I should have saved him more hastily, and now he has no choice but to follow orders." He disappeared before the angels realized what was up, taking their most valuable asset with him. The tyrant heard the sad news. The world tree he had revived had dried up before it was even used. In addition, the raiders from the hermit's tower had escaped unharmed. It was just like that he recognized from Mayada's words, and that was why she'd asked him to resurrect the cursed stapling again. The tyrant was surprised. He hadn't realized she could be so brazen. Nine was sure they needed her tree for revenge, but the tyrant didn't listen to her words all the way through. He grinned and said he understood. The goofy elf rejoiced, thinking he had accepted her request. But the tyrant moved instantly, standing at her back. He held out his hand for a triviality that was of no use to him. The elf fell to her knees and asked him, "Why are you doing this to us?" She begged for another chance, but the tyrant looked at her without any pity. Even in this situation, the insolent Ephs was raising her voice at him. If she had the power, she would have killed him. And Tyrant called such a course of thought even commendable. For her courage or dementia, he promised to tell her one secret. He wasn't going to let anyone live from the start. "It's so much cleaner," said the tyrant and grinned devilishly. When he was looking for a new dimension for the company, he planned to use the spirit faction as janitors who would clear his path. But now I've decided to end it here, the tyrant said. Nyada turned on the sire and howled as hard as she could without rage or fear. With one wave of his hand, the tyrant silenced her forever. Then he counted on his fingers all the towers that had been given to him, 16 pieces with Jay's tower. Meanwhile, Hu practiced learning from the Karma Pike video. It wasn't long after he started that he realized there were indeed many karmas here. Among them was even the karma of an insect, a red ant that grew in one of the dimensions. He became the ant in command, although usually ants, the queen is considered in charge. Ants like him had an innate talent for ruling. He defended the colony well against enemies and became king. But like any king, he had his own difficulties and trials. Then he met a hungry mantis. Luckily, it was not an ant, but it was still a dangerous opponent. There was nowhere to run, so the king flew straight up to the mantis, not for victory, but for defense. The outcome of this battle was clear to everyone. However, a miracle happened. The king protected everyone by killing the praying mantis, and in doing so, he achieved the karma of the king of the ant colony, something that does not exist in the world. This shocked Hyeonu. Before this, he had thought that receiving karma was only worthy of legends, but even the life of an ant was considered worthy. And not just the ant. Somewhere, a bricklayer received karma for tunneling through a mountain. Somewhere, the owner of the orphanage, who took care of the children, received karma too. In reliving their lives, the hermit split into endless selves, then returned again and again. After countless splits, the realization came to him: karma is not subject to trials, nor is it dependent on the size of the being. They all climb their own peaks, and that strength lies in the names. When he finished and returned, the Pearl Stalker congratulated him on his success and asked him if he had the feeling that he had approached infinity. These words made one Titan somewhere choke. Hu replied that he liked it and clenched his fist from the feeling of power. But now it was time for bad news, the Stalker informed him. Then the hermit began to mutter that he had just returned, and they were already spoiling his mood. At this time, the tyrant destroyed the paradise belonging to the angel faction. The feathered ones lay around, none of them able to offer him any resistance. He was interrogating Gabriel, but couldn't figure out what he was saying with a broken mouth. The angel told him that the men from Hyeonu Tower had stolen the divine body from the moor. The tyrant hesitated. He realized that something was being plotted in Hyeonu Tower, but said it didn't matter. Even if the gnats try to fix things, it still won't make a difference. The tyrant gently turned the angel's head until it clicked, and released it. Finished with mopping up the angels, he decided it was time to pay a visit to Jay's faction. Meanwhile, the girls gathered pure magic from the tree, armor reinforced by No, and a divine body to replace the lost one. All was ready. They still had many dimensions to go through, and who knows what they would encounter. The demonist asked the students if they were sure they wanted to go, and the girls didn't hesitate. Myron stated that since the teacher had saved her, her life belonged to him, and the same was true for Rose. Then they started arguing over which one of them was the headwife, and the demonist suggested they leave it for later. She led him to find Hyunu's soul and return her to her divine body. The hermit learned of his plight from a stalker and was extremely surprised. He couldn't believe it and pounded his fist on the non-existent table. The stalker tried to calm him down. After all, it was just a body. After he arrived at her place, she began to assemble a new body for him and pointed to the clay mess. But it had to wait a little while for it to form. It was then that Hugh realized he would have to lawyer until the body was collected. It was deathly boring, sticking around in the void since he couldn't peek at others like a stalker. And since there was nothing to do, the girl suggested he master another karma. He was surprised, for he thought he had accepted them all. But it turned out that the karmas without combat skills had them removed. Upon reflection, however, this karma could very well be of use to the hermit, she realized. Karma King of the dance floor, she said, holding out the balloon to him. He didn't understand what it was about and came to his senses in some bedroom. The joke wasn't funny, and he started yelling and getting indignant. The stalker explained to him that the king of the dance floor was the first to receive karma among humans. 20 women dancers came to him in a day, and he danced with each one until he was exhausted. Now you must repeat that feat. The stalker grinned, watching an interesting high-rated movie. Just when she was thinking of going back to work on her body, a guest showed up on her doorstep. Meanwhile, he was fighting off the dancers. He didn't want to dance jaga 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 with them. Luckily, at that moment, his students and demons appeared, saving him from embarrassment. Except, instead of the joy of reunion, he saw eyes full of cold fury from their terrifying aura. Who realized that it was never a good idea to make a woman angry. Stalker was thrilled to be relieved of her job, but also to have a divine body brought to her. She was impressed and asked the savior team how they had done such a thing. However, the girls were too busy punishing a straggling hermit who didn't miss them at all. Hyeonu asked in a hurry, "Can I try on the new suit already?" The stalker replied, I can load it into the shell right now. Moreover, the shell had the property of stretching to the soul of the owner, making it easy to get used to. It's beautiful, Honu said. The stalker agreed with him and wished him a happy second birthday. She then asked, "Will you behave yourself after such a gift?" The hermit replied, "I will ponder on it on occasion, but I'll decide on something first." She staunchly defended the ninth floor and protected the people. But even after all the pumping, he had exhausted his limits. The huge dragon in front of him, however, was still blazing with rage and hunger. Shuken fell in spirit. The hunters beside him fell. Teacher Electric and the others were elsewhere. It would take too long for them to get here anyway. They wouldn't make it in time. The guy realized that this was it. His hero's journey would end here. He really wanted to protect everyone, but he couldn't. And then the dragon spread its wings. At that moment, the one who would save everyone showed up. He had decided to celebrate his birthday. He stood on the roof of a ruined building with monsters flying everywhere. When Hodu jumped, a fountain of splinters erupted at that spot. He took down all the flyers in the blink of an eye, jumping from one to the next and walked across their bodies straight to the dragon. The dragon had been charging the main caliber all along. Hodu jumped right onto the stupid lizard's head, charging his hands with lightning. With one blow, he let the dragon loose on the leather goods and the butcher shop. The hermit thanked his friend for a job well done and told him he could rest. For now, he would take over everything. The friend who had been missing for 2 weeks declared confidently. Shiken realized he was alive and cried with joy, asking why his friend had only come now. He started crying to Hung in his new tracksuit. Then the hermit began to joke about the comrade who was considered a representative of the country. Back then, Shiken had said it was just sweat, but that wasn't the point. Now he remembered. There were monsters around that needed to be dealt with, but Hugh said it was okay. He was handling it right now. He surprised his friend. At that moment, Hudy So Yan and the third extra friend were also happy to see him. After all, Hodu had mastered the shadow cloning technique and become a human army. He saved all his friends at every hot spot where monsters had invaded. His clones should have cleared the entire tower by now. Shen was already thinking of breathing a sigh of relief, but the hermit said it was too early to relax. In order to rebuild the tower, they needed to return and ensure the flow of magic as soon as possible. And for that, said Han to all his friends, there's only one way to do it. He must go and destroy the tyrant, he declared pathetically. Though he could have gone already and done it, he couldn't fight the enemy and control the clones at the same time. He couldn't afford to be distracted. So that the tower would have to be defended by them again, he told his friend who had just barely survived. The electrician enthused, his apprentice still just as cocky, looked down on him. The monkey and dragon smugly declared that they alone were enough to defend the tower. Cutie, Yan admitted, we're desperate, but everything is fine now. The hermit was glad to hear that they were all cheered up, and Honu could now go and stretch one crazy tyrant. Jay sat alone in his tower, praying to a dead god. He wasn't the least bit surprised when the manager appeared in front of him. The tyrant was surprised that Jay had removed all defenses from the tower, almost as if he lured him here. He had already thought it was some kind of trap, but now he realized it wasn't. Jay assured him that he had no hidden agenda, and as a teacher he wasn't going to hide behind the backs of his students. T was fine with that arrangement. He had just the question for the hermit. He asked him what it was like to have a name that everyone knew about. The tyrant had crossed thousands of dimensions and met many beings. Among them were those who considered themselves the best. Some had a lot of land. Some were called God. Yet there was no one among them as famous as Jay. That's why the tyrant had always wondered what it was like to be a superstar. Jay hesitated. He accepted his fate completely calmly. He apologized but refused, causing the tyrant's face to immediately twist with anger. Jay said that the name was just a title for each creature. Much more important was what kind of life it lived. But why would that matter to someone who does nothing but live out other people's fates? Jay asked. It didn't really matter what he answered. The tyrant would never realize it. The villain realized that Jay would be useless to him as well, and he shuddered with anger. At this point, he decided to end their short conversation. Jay prayed one last time and asked his father for forgiveness. He couldn't follow his path, but those who were still alive could help each other. But at the same second, a mad hermit broke through the wall of the church and grabbed the tyrant by the face. He shouted to Jay, "It's good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while." To keep the tyrant out of their way, Hoodoo dragged him across the face and he flew off. The hermit immediately gave the annoying old man a lesson in politeness. That one flashed with lightning and rocketed into the stone wall behind. Hudo grinned and asked himself, did I hit too hard or did the tyrant just fly farther than I intended? A surprised Jay asked, where did you come from? Hoodoo replied, just a resurrection. After all, Jay, you're also a master in this field firsthand. Anyway, everything was fine now. He just needed to exorcise the evil spirit. So for now, Jay could hide somewhere. Jay was worried because Honu might not be able to handle everything alone. He thought it reckless, but then he saw the hermit in a new light. He got a flashback from the boundless energy that came from Hyeonu. Hyeonu decided to play a prank and asked, "What are you thinking about?" After all, someone had to teach a villain a lesson, and Hyeonu would definitely do it better than anyone else. After all, no other reason was needed for this. Jae then promised to pray for him, and Hyeonu asked if the prayers had any effect. Hyeonu galloped goatishly toward the tyrant, who should have been waiting by now. He asked the tyrant why he was sitting there as if he were at home. "Yep," he told him, dishing out an encouraging kick. What was happening was very similar to their game last time, only now they had switched roles. Hyeonu was on top. The hermit grinned gloatingly and said, "It's hard to predict what a man is capable of." The tyrant was puzzled. Hyeonu was definitely dead. Quite dead, but back and running Karma under his control magic. He immediately realized that this was the work of Karma herself. The stalker had been watching their fight captured through hidden cameras. She was nothing more than a spirit at the moment, but she gave him trouble until the very end. Still, he reminded her that she had lost to him last time, the tyrant said, and released his torrent of magic. He laughed at her plan to give all her strength to a mortal and solve the problem at his expense. The tyrant promised to come after her and destroy her. He whisked Hyeonu away with pure force. He shouted that things were definitely different now. Not only would he destroy Hyeonu, but he wouldn't even leave a speck of dust from his soul. Then the tyrant threw his black substance of pure magic at him. Hyeonu realized that dodging wouldn't work. It would either trap those behind him or fail entirely. So he used his sword warrior Karma. His hand transformed into a massive sword, cutting the black slurry in half. Hyeonu unleashed colossal power. His Karma could not be controlled by anyone but him. Hyeonu grinned, thinking it had been a success. However, it was too destructive for a stranger's home. He asked the wizard who had just lost his arm what he thought about it. The wizard quickly recovered his arm with magic and screamed. But the hermit didn't give him a chance to say anything. He jumped closer. Using a traveling compass, the hermit said they'd better take a walk. They were both teleported into an empty, dingy corridor that was damp. A confused tyrant asked where they were. This place was unfamiliar to him. Hyeonu replied that it was a special place. A landmark of his tower, it was called the Tower of Learning. It was the place where everything had begun for Hyeonu. Filled with countless memories, it was where he started, and where the tyrant's path would ultimately be decided. A few hours earlier, Hyeonu had shared his plan with Noah, who was far from pleased. Hyeonu intended to move the tyrant into the training tower within their domain. Otherwise, the surroundings would be completely ruined. He needed a place where no one else would be endangered and where his belongings would remain safe. The tower was perfect. Its walls were inscribed with spells of space distortion, even stronger than those once used by the Mind Demon. So strong that they bent the very distances between the stars. No one could disturb him there. But AB worried that no one would be able to assist Hyeonu inside. It would be a direct confrontation. And will that be all right? She asked. Hyeonu answered that he had always fought without expecting help, though in truth, he had often received it. Yet there was another reason to draw the tyrant there. While the tyrant disliked being forced into such a confined, distorted space, he warned that he would bring about Hyeonu's downfall. Like him to powder. But he saw that Hyeonu's fists were already shaking, and he thought he was afraid. However, after that, his anger turned to grace. He said, "I was too nervous. There really was nothing to worry about." Tyrant spoke calmly, and the hermit was surprised by the sudden change in tone. He was already thinking of sending the tyrant into retirement. Hyeonu asked the old man cheekily, would anything change from pretending to calm down? But Tyrant asked to be understood correctly. He was in great confusion. It was hard for him to foresee this plot development because he hadn't read the Saiyan. A wretched mortal had gotten in his way, allowing him to resurrect himself and rip his arm off. Besides, this tower was different from the rest, Tyrant said. It was as if he were isolated in the middle of the vast universe. There was a huge space around, and the tyrant also noticed a delay when using external magic. This meant there was a space distortion technique at play here. And from the hermit's reaction, he realized that the stalker had told the truth. But even with her strength, Hyeonu was no match for him. The tyrant said, and attacked the hermit. He slapped him hard on the arms, so that Hyeonu flew back against the wall. The tyrant began to lecture him on karma. He told him that innate karma was a power that formed as more beings attained it, whereas his magic existed beyond anything and everything, representing an infinite world of all dimensions. It was because of this difference between karma and magic that there was a gulf in development. "It is my absolute power," he said in the voice of a driven Sith, pulling his hands toward Hyeon. For this reason, Stalker had no choice but to lose to me, he continued, even though she was the source of equal peace. But it seems that Hyeonu didn't know about it. That's why I brought him here. The tyrant paused and asked, "Do you understand?" He planned to use the rip to confuse his magic with super distortions. The kid that just ran away worked his head, he muttered. But that made no sense, for Hyeonu was afraid of him, so much so that even now he dared not oppose anything. The tyrant shouted. Hyeonu's hands were still trembling. That was the basis for such a tirade. Tyrannus called all mortals pathetic, even though Hyeonu had gained power similar to the source. He was overcome with fear. He promised to stop his torment immediately and blocked all of Hyeonu's senses of perception with magic. He smugly declared that this would continue until he freed Hyeonu by sizzling his soul. His raking hands encircled the hermit, and the tyrant told him to lose no time and surrender. One blind man spent half his life in the dark. His name was Rabid Demon. Hyeonu recalled. He lived not knowing at what point he might die from a surprise attack. That's why he always kept his sword with him. He swung it as his gut told him, and that's the only way he survived because the crossbow hadn't been invented yet. After that, fear was not a sign of weakness. On the contrary, it allowed one to see what was previously out of reach. Hyeonu sat like that in the dark. At first, he wasn't getting anywhere. Then he gained a new level of senses, and he saw these pens. When Hyeonu began to move, the tyrant's raking paws couldn't catch him. Hyeonu confessed he was really scared. If he lost, there would be no one to protect his friends, so he decided to become strong like that fear. The hermit hit Tyrant in a way that would require a trip to the dentist. Hyeonu suggested that they play a game and see who was better through experience, the tyrant's magic or his fear. The hermit said, swinging again to trigger the enemy's flashback. Long ago, when the rivers were deeper and the grass was greener, he existed only as a part of this world. He was able to know the world. It was unexpected, but he wasn't surprised, for there was something inside him. He was keenly aware of everything that filled this world. Clouds of fireplace, except for the tiny bags of protein and slime that were called humans. He knew that everything in this world was created by him. He is the source of the world, and from the realization of this truth, he developed a sense of superiority that turned into megalomania. Since then, he had never doubted his inferences until this very moment. The tyrant didn't understand what this feeling was or why his body wasn't obeying him, and every step grew heavier. Though the tyrant retreated, the hermit didn't give him a moment's respite. The tyrant couldn't believe that his body was experiencing a sense of danger. He started up the pathetic mortal shtick again. Many unsolicited hands flew toward Hyeonu. The pitiful creature couldn't beat the source, he said. Hyeonu noted that even now the tyrant was attacking just like last time. Even then, Hyeonu had noticed that the tyrant was using his power the same way, like a child playing with a toy. Because if an ability had worked for millions of years, there was no reason to use other techniques. Technology was invented by imperfect humans to go beyond their limits. But for someone whose existence was infinite, such a thing made no sense. But Hyeonu was different. From the time he was born, he was at the bottom. That's why all life was a struggle for him. He fought all the time and gained useful survival experience on the streets, then in the tower, and ended up here. Hyeonu smiled. He had no reason to lose. He collected all the karmas associated with speed, hundreds and thousands of karmas, and rushed forward, breaking the on barrier. Applying absolute divine light speed, he bypassed all of Terran's hands. Avoiding so many was difficult. They had extensive coverage. So he gathered the karmas associated with the wind and combined them into one. With a wave of his hand, Hyeonu made hundreds of cuts and cleared his path. The tyrant's last lines of defense had fallen, and he stood still, caught in indecision. Hyeonu brought his fist down toward the tyrant's hands, channeling his accumulated martial arts karma. A massive explosion shook the entire tower in its entirety. The demonist assessed the damage. Even through multiple distortions, the shockwave had reached the surface. Hyeonu struck again at Tyrant. The latter could do nothing. He mocked the enemy who had previously boasted he could defeat him with a single finger, now straining with all his might. The tyrant told him to be quiet and unleashed another burst of magic. Hyeonu had to jump back to avoid the black flames, but small hands emerged from the ground and grabbed him. The tyrant applied the strategy he had just devised. He slammed down on the government, and already he thought he was done with him. There was no trace of him left, but the hermit applied divine light speed. He asked Tyrant, "What are you smirking about?" He found himself already beside him. With a grin, Han prepared his right cannon. With all his might, he punched the scoundrel in the stomach, bending him threefold. But Tyrant was able to counterattack. He hit Han in the face with his fist. Toth gritted his teeth. "His Majesty the Wizard has finally used his hands," he said. He hit Tyrant painfully in the ribs, making the tyrant arch again. Once more, Toth grabbed him by the throat and plowed half the tower with him. The tyrant shushed Hyeonu and reached out to him with magic. The hermit responded with rays of kindness and love from across the galaxy. But the beating of the world's most important bad guy didn't end there. A hail of heavy blows fell upon the tyrant. Each strike carried concentrated karma. The tyrant, immense in size, was flattened by the blows. The tower shook violently all the way to the ground. Humi was surprised when the dust finally settled. He could see the tyrant again. His magical shell began to crack and his real gut showed on the outside. The hermit asked him why he picked on people. Since he was magic himself, he would sit quietly. Taking the opportunity, the hermit decided to say hello to his friends and ask why he was so obsessed with people. You should know perfectly well why you could never get a name. If you get a name to become independent, all existing worlds will collapse. It's pretty simple math. If you cut off the root of a tree, it dies. Or, as if an entire frame of the main building is missing. The hermit marveled then that the tyrant knew everything, but made such a mess over a simple name. Stalker herself didn't know why. Oh, thought they weren't meant to find out someday. But she was still curious if there were times when the tyrant was true to his role in the world. Since that was the case, she offered to ask the spirit herself on occasion, which the hermit did. He asked him why he'd made this whole mess, then launched another very useful flashback. One day, the spirit of magic witnessed a conversation between two small bugs that piqued his interest. They were like the two sneaks who met the morning after a party, but they decided to go on a mission anyway, which they were very excited about. The spirit was surprised that they were exchanging strange names. Later, he realized they were names. He didn't think it was a big deal at the time. It sounded good, and he liked it. Since that day, between supplying magic to the different dimensions, he had been paying more and more attention to the human villages. They seemed strange to him, their names consisting of a few letters. But sometimes they contained love, sometimes greed and hatred, fear or admiration. It was amazing to him that the name made the owner significant. However, as time went on, one oddity appeared. As soon as the spirit heard a name, it also sensed something. Those were feelings he thought he'd never have. He saw the boy create a water balloon with magic. His mom praised the boy and admired his talent. The boy liked magic. He could use it to create fire, water, and anything else. The boy thought magic was a god, but his mother said it wasn't. She was like air. Magic is just magic. That fleeting encounter, a simple remark without any anger, but it was in that moment that he realized he was angry because he was devalued. Everyone but him had names, and then the spirit had a need to gain something he never had.